For him now, whether he's a villain or a hero protecting the world doesn't make any difference. Because even as a hero, he still gets betrayed by colleagues, stabbed in the back, and his loved ones are murdered. However, Kasi was given a second chance by his older brother when he unexpectedly reincarnated into a different body, one considered a failure, bullied by friends to the point of being unable to lift his head. But hidden inside is a disaster-level villain capable of destroying the entire world. From now on, he begins a journey to uncover the hidden secrets and to take revenge on the false heroes, bringing justice for his brother's death and for himself. A student is staring into the toilet, surrounded by shouting and arguing. I accidentally pressed its head into the toilet. Now it's suffocating and sneaking away. When they leave, bubbles rise up in the toilet bowl. The arm slowly moves, and then the boy from earlier surfaces from the water. He gasps heavily, looking around in confusion, not knowing where he is. Along with that, the dark-looking necklace is glowing. Walking slowly, still filled with doubts in his mind. Where am I? I fell from the cliff. What's wrong with my voice? Turning to the mirror, I was even more surprised. Seeing how completely I've changed, my eyes widened in disbelief. I couldn't believe I had become such a little brat. And what about my body? Kajin tried to wash his face to calm himself down, telling himself it was just a dream. But even after scrubbing until his skin was raw and looking in the mirror, everything looked the same. He cursed under his breath, frustrated, clutching the sink tightly. To this moment, Kasian still didn't understand what was happening or how everything had come to this. Suddenly, a series of strange memories flooded into his mind. Memories of this poor body being bullied by friends, living in shame, afraid to speak even when falling into the toilet. And now Kashin's soul is living inside the body of this guy named Kang Yu, which makes everything even more confusing for Kashin. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Wake up, Kashin." He looked around in surprise but saw no one. From the eye-shaped pendant, a dark spirit emerged. It has the shape of a flame with a single eye in the center and claims to be Modot, a noble soul from ancient times. Kang Yu suddenly stiffened, then fearfully pointed at Modot, stammering, "What are you?" "Did you just crawl out of the necklace?" Modot asked with a slightly annoyed tone. "I'm not just something, I am Modot, an ancient soul." It suddenly smiled slyly, "And it's better if you don't ask too many questions you don't want me to answer." Kang Yu remained silent, deep in thought, trying to piece everything together and recalling what happened that day. To give a brief introduction, there are people in this world born with special abilities. Those who awaken to their power and become criminals out of greed. Those with the blood of darkness are called villains. They do their best to do evil, from theft and robbery to fraud, kidnapping, or even selling people to Cambodia, alongside those who oppose the villains. They carry the blood of light and are known to everyone as spikers. Kasi is also one of them. Moreover, he is an S-rank spiker. He has used his absolute power to save countless people and eliminate numerous villains. Although he often gets summoned by the Association for Tea due to his impulsive actions that defy rules and plans, Kasi Zan's kindness cannot be denied. Because he's so used to this, he leaves without feeling upset or angry, only helplessly shaking his head and muttering, "Tupen S is living up to his witch nickname from the Steel Tower." I don't understand how Diep became close friends with that woman. Reminding Tao Thao is coming now. Before he could leave the association building, Diep called. A surprising call. Kassan's face turned panicked, but without saying much, he immediately headed to the international airport and flew straight to Rotor in Greece. Sitting in the coffee shop waiting for a long time, he finally had some free time to explore such a wonderful place. It's been over half a year since he and Diep last met, and Kan suddenly reminisced about their childhood. When he was adopted from the orphanage, it was the same. He was friends with Kan throughout childhood and was also the one who nurtured Kian's confidence to become a spiker. It's no exaggeration to say that Diep is almost like Kasi Zan's brother, only they are not related by blood. Taking a sip of tea, Kasi Sian smiles happily at those nostalgic memories. Unlike his busy life now, those were happy, carefree times in his life. It's getting dark, and Sian feels anxious looking at the clock. He's late and hasn't responded to his messages. Maybe something has happened. Suddenly behind Kan, there was heavy breathing and the familiar long blonde hair. Deep called out to Kan. He turned around and looked at Diep, gritting his teeth in pain because his whole body was covered with wounds. Kasayan hurriedly rushes to support Diep, wondering what has happened to him. "No way. Did you fight those villains?" Deep gasped silently, wishing he hadn't called you here. Before Kasayan could ask further, Diep took out a necklace and handed it to him. His hand trembled. "Take this now and hold on to it tightly." Kayan shouted, "That's not the point. Your condition is really serious." Deep replied, "I'm fine," but before I could finish explaining, Deep suddenly coughed up blood. His face looked anxious. Dip gripped Cassian's shoulders tightly and said, "There's no time to explain this now. You need to leave here quickly or you will also be in danger." Cassian still doesn't understand what his brother is trying to say. "What are you talking about? Wait there, I'll call an ambulance for you." Lost in their conversation, neither of them noticed someone standing behind them for a long time, a sinister figure wielding a sword exuding deadly intent. Deep also sensed something was wrong, so he pushed Ka-an back, and then the man charged at Diep, slashing sharply across his neck. Blood splattered everywhere. Cassian stood frozen in place. Diep's body slowly fell to the ground, eyes still not closed, trembling as he knelt before his brother. The guy just now took the chance to run away. Seeing that, Cassian gritted his teeth in anger, summoned all his strength to chase after him quickly, shouting, "Stop right there, you beast." After chasing him to the coast, he finally stopped. Cassian was out of breath but still managed to ask him, "You bastard. Is this your personal vendetta or a request from a client?" Cian clenched his fists and continued, "Whatever it is, it doesn't matter. I will burn you alive myself." The guy pushed his hat back to reveal his face. "Your rough way of talking is still the same, huh?" Cassi was stunned and widened his eyes upon seeing this guy. He's Jack, an S-rank assassin who also works with Cassian and Diep. Seeing this guy, Cassian was so furious he was trembling, and he demanded, "Own, what did you do to Diep?" Jack calmly replied, "I was just dealing with a traitor in the organization." Cassian shouted, "What about May Sam?" From behind, a platinum-haired woman steps forward, confirming that what he said is true. "Deep has killed a teammate, and not only are we witnesses, but we also have proof. The Supreme Commander of Lamps has confirmed it as well. The girl who just arrived is Lai, an S-rank mage and also part of So." Jack continued speaking after her. "Even your eyebrows are suspicious as a traitor." Jack's eyes suddenly flashed with deadly intent. He gritted his teeth and said, "You will have to tell us everything, including your conversation with Tediep." At that moment, Cassian was surrounded by two opponents with equal strength. He bowed his head and sighed. In over 10 years as a spiker, he had never killed anyone. "And you're claiming that he actually killed his own colleague?" Lai then summoned ice in his hands. She continued to make accusations. "Besides us, there were more than 2 senior spikers there as well. I hope you don't make any stupid decisions." The sneaky one behind, he lowered his voice to give advice. "If you call yourself a spiker, then think rationally and act calmly. This is your final warning." Cassian just smirked dismissively at that, surprising even the 2 people standing beside him. Without saying much, Cassian Zian charges straight at Jack with blazing flames. Jack, not a pushover, draws his sword and counterattacks. A quick and powerful punch aimed at the opponent's arm. Jack didn't want to fight head-on, so he jumped back. Then he assumed a stance, using soul sword skills with flames of the soul burning fiercely. Lyra also didn't stand idly by, activating her frost wind technique to block in front of Jack. Kazian didn't care. He threw a punch at the ice layer on his shoe, shattering it into pieces, then charged straight at the man who had killed his brother. But after taking 3 steps, a bullet suddenly shot out from somewhere, piercing his stomach and causing him to collapse, clutching his bleeding wound in pain. He grits his teeth and growls softly, thinking to himself that among the other spikers, there are snipers. Lyra kindly warns him, "Surrender. Cassian, if you keep resisting, the next attack will target your head." But in response to that sincere advice, Cassian cursed and ignored it, still determined to risk his life against Jack, surprising him as well. The chest blast was like a bomb, causing an entire area to explode, but it was only Cassian's feint. That move was to stop the 2 of them, while I quickly left the place because I knew that no matter how strong I am, I can't fight 3 at once. But just as the plan fails and jumps to the other side, a bullet pierces through Cassian's chest, causing him to fall directly into the sea and slowly sink to the ocean floor. In that moment, Cassian thought to himself, "I never imagined I would fail so easily. At least I wanted to avenge him." Suddenly, the necklace Diep gave him started to glow, and he woke up inside Kang Yu's body. After listening to Mozart explain everything, Kang Yu finally understood the whole situation. Cassian was gone. Seeing Kang Yu in a daze, Mozart broke the silence by speaking. "Depp was the one who entrusted me to you, right? He did that to protect you." Kang Yu's expression immediately turned grim upon hearing that. Remembering that moment and Diep's advice, he involuntarily sighed and stood up to say to Mozart, "You said Diep is looking for something, right? Something like a destructive sword, isn't it?" Modot corrected himself, saying it was not a fragment, but a destruction sword meant for the MC, forged long ago during the legendary war. The reason Mozo knew about its presence is because it is a soul from ancient times. Kang Yu walked away, shaking his head, and said, "How can I believe what you're saying?" "On what basis? I don't know if you're lying to me or not." You know, I had to sacrifice half of my power to save you. Kang Yu casually scrolls through his phone and replies, I can't believe that story either. Suddenly, Kang Yu's pupils dilated in surprise as a news article about the fallen hero, Kan, went viral online, accusing him of collusion with the government, corruption, and accepting bribes. He was already killed by Kazian while trying to stop you. Kang Yu's face darkened, his hand trembling, even unable to hold his phone steadily. Remembering the image of Dayep alongside himself, Kang Yu grew even angrier, his jaw clenched tightly. He shouted loudly, Lampas bastard, how dare they accuse me like that? Instead of protecting the innocent, they try to drown me in the depths of the sea. Seeing Kang Yu losing his composure, Maz tried to calm him down. Stay calm, Kasian. Your current path, before you could finish speaking, Kang Yu moved, and his body was enveloped by a dark force. Kang Yu's hand changed. It looked like a demon's hand. He was stunned. What is this? What on earth is going on right now? Meanwhile, in a hidden corner of the school, shouting and cursing echo through the area. Damn it, what is that? On doing for so long, the three guys who just pushed Kang Yu into the toilet are waiting for someone to check the situation. The chubby guy rushes over to report. As soon as the leader sees him, he shouts, Have you checked yet? The chubby guy huffed and replied, Yes, there was no one in the toilet, but the stick-wielding guy asked again. No one? Have you checked thoroughly? Yes, I understand. Neither the police nor the ambulance could find him either. The blonde kid looked quite frustrated after hearing that. So you said that An is disabled, which means he can't breathe anymore. You idiot. The guy with the stick also looks extremely confused. Clearly, he already checked. It's certain that he's suffocated. But now, he's nowhere to be found. The fat kid is released after finishing, and the leader takes a sip of milk, then licks his lips with a sly smile. Because that idiot didn't give up, so it's for the best. And now, I'll bring his life up and down again. Ha 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 ha. Kang Yu has now run straight up to the school rooftop to avoid being seen by everyone. Seeing Mozot keep nagging in his ear, he got annoyed and told him to shut up. Just shut up and go away. Explain why I became an evil person, Mo. Mozot became serious. It explains that your temperament is due to the fact that you came back to life when you should have perished, causing the balance of fate to be disrupted. The original owner of your body was destined to survive and become a villain in the future. In fact, a potential disaster-level villain. Wait a minute, what did you just say? A disaster-level villain? Are you saying that because I came back to life, I inherited that fate from him? Moat confirms that's exactly right. Shang Yu forced a nervous laugh, muttering, I used to be a top-tier spiker, now I've become a villain and a disaster-level one at that. Once again, Kang Yu couldn't control his anger and slammed his demon arm into the wall, creating a dent and shouting non-stop, Why? Why did you bring me back to life? Moat tried to keep calm for Kang Yu. Singer on, even if it's difficult, you need to calm down, but not a single word gets through to him. Kang Yu still screams in anger. Modot speaks up. You probably also know that some villains have their rationality taken over by powerful desire. Right now, you can definitely sense it from within. The surge of malice within Kang Yu suddenly halted. Modot explained further. At that moment, I was still able to control it. But as your anger grew stronger, the malice could have spiraled out of control, and in the end, I couldn't let Modot finish speaking. Kang Yu suddenly stopped and said, Enough is enough, then sat down on the ground, holding his head in despair, unable to accept this truth. A villain? I think it's better to die. Modot directly shattered that thought in Kang Yu's mind. You have to live. If Diep were here, he would tell you so. Kang Yu asked confusedly, What are you talking about? Mojot replied, Before we met, Diep told me that he regretted involving you in this. Even though he knew death was very close, he had no intention of surviving. Instead, he held on to that one last chance to survive and left it for someone else. So don't let his choice go to waste. Kang Yu remained silent, trying to control himself. Murat kept whispering in his ear, Kajin, you need to stay calm like you are now. Kang Yu, stop whining and ordering me around, you're so talkative. Murat asked insistently, Do you not want to return to being a human? He looked down at his devilish hands and answered briefly, I will do it. Regaining his composure, Kang Yu stands on the rooftop looking down and says, Hey Modot, exactly what are you, and don't mess with me about that noble soul or whatever. Are you interested in it? Kang Yu replied straightforwardly. Of course. If you're strong enough to resurrect from the dead, then I won't let Kang Yu finish speaking. Morut interrupts, saying that once you find the destroyer sword, you'll naturally realize it. Kang Yu shakes his head. Huh? That rusty old sword? You lean against the wall on the rooftop, maybe that scrap metal? It's the water destruction sword, and it's connected to Diep's death. Even a fool would secretly confirm. I also believe that's the case. Lost in thought, suddenly a loud call from behind. Oh, the loser. The ones coming are the three thugs who previously pushed Kong Yu into the toilet, led by the arrogant boss who sneers contemptuously, "Glad to see you're still alive, huh?" All the female students are marveling at Kim Yuan's handsome appearance as a young man with striking red hair and a training spiker walks down the school corridor when suddenly, Uchan's phone rings. Senior Lida Wong called, and Uchan directly answered to see what was going on. The person on the other end reported something that made Uchan narrow his eyes, glance over the rooftop on the other side, and then walk away amidst the gazes of countless female students. At the same time, three bullies stood in front of Kang Yu, who looked at them emotionlessly, and a series of memories flooded his mind. These guys were the troublemakers who bullied him at school, and more than once, they pressed his head into the toilet. Kang Yu turned to look at Modot, who then reassured him not to worry about him, saying no one else could see him except for him. Seeing Kang Yu's attitude, the blonde-haired guy pointed and cursed directly in his face. "What's your attitude? Do you want a punch or to have your head dunked in the toilet?" But Kang Yu remained silent without replying. The leader slowly took out a cigarette, put it in his mouth with a cool expression, adding a touch of anger. He gritted his teeth and said, "If you're still not done, you should report to me, right? Who told you you could come up here and hide?" In response, Kang Yu said, "Are you done barking?" That statement left all three of them stunned for a few seconds, unsure if they had just heard correctly. But Kang Yu immediately dismissed their thoughts. He continued, "Your father is having a hard time right now. I don't really enjoy messing with those weaklings, but I think you guys need a better lesson." Seeing Kaiyan crack his knuckles to act, Modot reminded him, "Hey Kaiyan, even without transforming, demons still have physical abilities far beyond normal humans, so you'd better control yourself, or there could be a murder." Kang Yu coldly replied, "I know." The blonde guy was itching all over. He stepped up to Kang Yu, his face darkening as he asked, "What did you just bark at? Did you just go crazy after being bitten by a mad dog?" Kang Yu looked up directly into his eyes, which only made him more furious. He swung his hand and slapped Kang Yu across the face. Just as he managed to lift his arm, he was hit squarely in the face. The two guys were once again stunned and speechless. The blonde-haired guy who was just defeated collapsed at Kang Yu's feet, unconscious. The purple-haired guy started to feel that something was off. He thought to himself, "What the hell did that loser just do?" The other gang members were beaten and couldn't stand still, so he rushed forward with a baseball bat in hand. Kang Yu glanced quickly and then leapt fiercely toward the guy, blocking the strike with one hand on the bat and throwing a hook punch just like before. In the end, it was the same, knocked out with a single punch. The boss's expression shifted from surprise to fear, because with just two punches, both of his henchmen were left unconscious on the ground. Kang Yu turned to look at him, his voice quiet but carrying immense weight. "Have you ever felt guilt for bullying others?" The boss remained silent, afraid to answer. Kang Yu slowly stepped closer, asking as he walked, "Why aren't you answering? What is sin anyway? Seeing you losers act like that makes me feel sick. Do you think beating a few small fry gives you the right to lecture me?" Kang Yu interrupted him. "I bet you don't feel any guilt at all. In that case, I need to teach you a lesson." I tighten my fist, my whole body radiating immense strength, and with a cold expression I continue. "After this beating, you'll probably feel guilty." Not wanting to waste more words, I charge forward to teach that guy a lesson. The leader remained calm, waited for him to finish, then threw a straight punch to his face. But Kang Yu easily blocked it and responded with a hook to his jaw, causing blood and teeth to mix. Not stopping there, he delivered a punch to the stomach, making him clutch his belly and collapse, trembling with pain. Kang Yu asked him again, "Do you feel a little more remorseful now?" But the guy still remained stubborn. Seeing that, he angrily grabbed the guy by the collar. "I've tried to hold back, but apparently that's not enough for you, huh? Dad will punish you a bit more." Kang Yu's face darkened, and the guy was so scared he said nothing, or rather, he dared not say anything. Suddenly, someone steps in to stop them. "Hey, don't you think that's enough?" As expected, when Kim Woo-chan appeared on the rooftop, the leader looked terrified. Even when Kang Yu was hitting him, he never showed a red-faced expression. Just as he was about to scold the other guy, he was interrupted, and Kang Yu pushed the purple-haired guy aside, shifting his focus to Kim Yu-chan. "Who are you? Why are you interfering in someone else's fight like this?" Yu-chan replies, "What do you get from fighting someone who's not your match?" The leader finally realizes where the problem lies. What is he thinking? Not suitable for him? Is he saying this failure is stronger than me? The guy clenched his jaw, unable to accept this truth. He rushes from behind to settle the score with Kang Yu, but with just a quick spin and a kick, he's sent flying backward, crawling on the ground. Just as he's about to strike again, U-chan steps in and grabs Kang Yu's shoulder to stop him. His murderous gaze swept back to the one behind him, leaving U-chan utterly stunned by that look. Before he could regain his composure, Kang-yu delivered a quick elbow to Uon's stomach, but this time Kang-yu was surprised by how easily U-chan blocked the sudden attack. Even punches thrown left and right are easily dodged, and when you can't attack your opponents, being countered is only natural. A kick was delivered with incredible force. Luckily, Kang-yu is not a fool. He ducks his head to dodge, his face sweating profusely from how fast that last hit was. Suddenly, Mozo calls out, "Cassie." He's a spiker, and given the current state of the person he's fighting, it's really intense. Kang-yu was startled by Mozo's words and asked again, "What did you say?" While caught off guard, U-chan rushed forward and threw a punch straight ahead. Kang-yu narrowly dodged it to the side but still got grazed on the face. Shizo also blurted out. In that moment, Kang-yu thought to himself, "Damn, I blew it." On the school rooftop, the battle between Spiker and the villain is still tense. Both hesitate briefly, eyeing each other cautiously, expecting to clash again in a fierce fight. But Uon's actions left Kang-yu confused. He stepped back and raised his hand to surrender. "Let's stop here. Continuing this fight won't bring any benefit." Then he handed Kang-yu a piece of bandage. "Your face is injured. Use this." Even though the fight has stopped, the atmosphere remains tense. Kang-yu snatched the bandage from U-tran's hand, then turned and walked away without saying a word, leaving Uan watching his back. He also has countless thoughts in his mind. A 1 versus 3, I didn't know there was someone like that in this school. And on top of that, U-chan's arm was broken by red bones from blocking Kang-yu's attack, cutting to a scene at an internet cafe. Kang-yu is trying to access the Lampass Association, but all attempts fail, and it seems his member ID has expired. He holds his head in disappointment, muttering, "I was really looking forward to it, but in the end, there was nothing." "Hey, Mazot, how did you know he's a spiker?" Mazot hovering in response, "You mean that guy we met on the school rooftop? When you fight that guy, I can perceive him through the impact." Kang-yu secretly thought, "You're quite resourceful." Mo-Rot is confident. It's nothing special. "If I use my appraisal eye, I can gather even more detailed information. I'm quite curious about it," Mo-Dot immediately explained, "because I am a noble soul who observes and carefully studies the knowledge of this world. By the way, how do you plan to turn into a villain? If you need to use your power in the future, now is the best time to discover your potential." Kang-yu pondered silently. Seeing his attitude, Mo-Dot immediately understood. "I guess you don't want that, do you?" Kang-yu shook his head. "Of course not, but I will try." Kang-yu looked a bit sad because I have nothing to rely on except this evil power. He wondered, what do I need to do to awaken the villain? Mozart says becoming a villain means losing control over your desires and emotions, and in your case, it seems like your rage is growing stronger. Kang-yu clenched his fist tightly, recalling the scenes from that day. That fateful day when both you and Diep had to die. Kang-yu, filled with murderous aura and dark power. Unable to contain his emotions, he yelled like a madman Lampes, "You bastard, I will slaughter you all." Mo-Rot was startled, not understanding what the guy in front of him was doing. Kang-yu replied casually as if nothing was happening. "I'm angry, what else can I do?" Mo-Rot looked helpless at how smart this guy was. "Just release your anger or emotions normally, there's no need to shout your head off. I only meant for you to imagine it in your head." Feeling so frustrated and annoyed, I just want to find a hole to crawl into. The scene shifts to another location. On a blue car, a deep voice echoes. The villain, Blah X's identity. He's a crazy guy who loves blowing things up and admiring his own handiwork. It seems he entered the country illegally through Incheon Port and was spotted in Gadam District this afternoon. U-chan scrolls through his tablet, checking this person's information. So far, GLXter has caused 102 casualties, which is quite a lot. In front, DeWong bites into a piece of bread, chewing loudly, and says his one-on-one fighting skills are nothing special. But since he has the power to make explosions, he's troublesome, plus his terrible personality and nerve issues. After hearing that, Uon's face darkened, and he continued the senior's words. "The only answer for villains is destruction. They are nothing but uncontrollable social criminals driven by desire and emotion. We must root them out before they act." "Hey, do you know you look really scary every time we talk about the villains?" Uon replied coldly. "The responsibility of a spiker is to pursue justice. I only say what needs to be said." Hearing that, DeWong smiled slightly and continued enthusiastically. "I will be the one worrying about pursuing justice, and you can focus on supporting me." "Sir, Master," Aya could only stay silent and look at his senior without saying a word. Back with Kang-yu, Mizos used his appraisal eye skill to help Kang-yu see his personal status window, which looked quite similar to a game interface. Besides the normal information, Kang-yu paid attention to his main skills, which were the shadow mirror and self-healing. Moat explained, those are the skills you can currently use, and thanks to self-healing, the wounds on your face healed quickly. Just as Moat said, when did the wounds from the fight with Yu-chan disappear? Sang Yu was quite curious. If my hands and feet were cut off, would they grow back? Moat thought for a moment and replied, it's possible. That power is limited by the amount of mana you have at that time. Additionally, there are blurred areas on the system interface that represent Kang Yu's hidden potential. When the villain evolves, stronger skills will appear and become usable. Kang Yu still has something he doesn't understand. My current mana is only 300, while in my previous life, Kasi's mana reached 1,500, and now Kang Yu is a disaster-level villain. Kang Yu sighed. This disaster level seems a bit too low. Mozart is just giving this idiot information. Disaster level only refers to your potential. You know how people compare each other to a diamond, right? Basically, whether you remain a stone or become a polished diamond depends on the effort you put in. Also, there's an unexpected thing. Mozo's appraisal eye can be used on others, but it's limited to 3 times a day. There was a time when Mozot used it more than 3 times while still with Dieppe, and back then he collapsed and slept for half a day to recover from overexertion. After hearing that, Kang Yu laughed maliciously, making Mozot sweat in fear. Putting that aside, Mozot reminded him to now carefully test the main skill of the original. You don't need to mimic it in the game, shout its name or anything, just imagine the skill in your mind. Think it. And Kang Yu was able to use the skill on his very first try. He swung his hand, releasing a slash of shadow sword that shattered the ground beneath him. Kang Yu was also surprised that he could do it right away. He curiously touched the shadow sword he just created, its sharpness rivaling that of a dagger. Mo also couldn't help but be surprised, thinking to himself that he thought it would take him a whole day to master the skill, but he never imagined he could use it immediately. This can't be. Could it be that Deep saw this potential in him all along? Mozot also reminded Kang Yu that a villain usually needs a special outfit and a battle robe of their own. Kang Yu understood this and immediately created a suit for himself, all in black, exuding a great power within his body. As the sun was setting, Modot wondered, "Where are you heading now?" Kang Yu replied, "Home." Modot just silently looked at the person in front of him. Kang Yu continued, "Quan Chang Yu has a family. His parents are not here, but he lives with his older sister who works as a police officer. Maybe fate has arranged for him to become a disaster-level villain, but it cannot deny or obscure the truth that Kuan Kang-woo cares deeply about his sister." Modot didn't understand and asked again, "Are you feeling guilty?" Yuan Yu straightened and replied, "So aren't you the one who said that even though he wasn't ready to leave, he was hesitant because of me?" As they were talking, suddenly there was a loud noise, and Yuan Yu turned to see people fleeing from the burning building in chaos. That left him stunned and confused. A few who managed to escape were in a state of panic, and the news spread quickly. This is not an ordinary accident, it's the work of a villain. Not only did he cause destruction, but he also took hostages. Hearing this, Kang Yu immediately ran straight toward the building, ignoring Mo's attempts to stop him. He warned, "You're facing a villain. He's on a completely different level from the thugs earlier. His strength could surpass the abilities of any ordinary human." Kang Yu replied calmly, "So I just need to turn myself into a villain." Mozot warned, "The unwritten rule among villains is not to fight each other. As a former spiker, you should know that. If you go in there as a villain, you might interfere with others' schemes for survival, making you the #1 enemy among villains. Even before you struggled with Lampus, you were already killed by a villain. Standing in front of the building being destroyed by villains, the choice is between living peacefully or rushing into a fight with another villain." And so Kang Yu decided to rush headlong into death, and Moot was panic-stricken by this foolish decision. "Kan, I hope your actions are not driven by the duty of a spiker." He slowly steps inside the building and coldly responds to Modot. "This has nothing to do with Spiker. There's a child inside. They say it's a mother and her child. If you didn't know, it's okay, but now I do. Doing nothing means you're complicit." Modot stared in amazement at the young man before him. He remembered Dieppe once talking about Cassian. He is very hot-tempered, so people often call him a mad dog, but his heart is warmer than anyone I know in this world. And because of that, I believe in Khan. Mostos silently thought that he chose Dieppe, but Dieppe chose Khan. "If that's the case, I really can't say anything more," Maz reminds his master. "Change, Kan, and I will support you wholeheartedly. Inside, there is only a pile of broken things now." The mother and daughter were tied to chairs by the villain and kept begging, "Please, I beg you, don't do this." But that guy has no compassion at all. He's preparing a bomb for both of them and mocking them. "Oh, poor thing. Don't cry, don't cry. We're doing this so everyone can enjoy the happiness. You shouldn't be crying." The more they listen, the more their faces tighten, and they tremble non-stop. Draw chuckles. "Come on, mother and daughter, smile, please, and be truly happy. Just like the way I am smiling now?" Meanwhile, Uchan and Dewang are taking a moment to stop and refuel. Leaning against the car door, he was lost in a series of thoughts when suddenly he looked down at his wound, recalling the previous battle with Kang Yu. Lost in thought, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Yes, this is Kim Uchan listening. Suddenly, Uchan's eyes widened. Dewang just came out of the bathroom and hurriedly reported, "Senior, there is an urgent mobilization order. GL has appeared and is back with the villain." He asked the boy, "Have you ever seen 5-colored fireworks explode high up in the night sky?" The boy trembled, tears streaming down his face, voice trembling. "No, I haven't." Peter looked a little disappointed. "Oh my God, I can't believe the kid has never seen such a beautiful sight. It's truly a tragedy." He gently strokes the boy's cheek and then wears a sinister smile, but there's no reason to be sad. "Now I will show him something even more beautiful." At this point, he suddenly shouted, because the blood and flesh of the beloved mother would explode in a magnificent display along with fireworks. Dra is truly a madman, feeling excited for the performance he has arranged. The entire body of the mother had been rigged with a bunch of timed bombs, and just as he was about to start the show, the power suddenly went out, leaving him momentarily confused. But within seconds, GER understood the situation and smiled with amusement. In the hallway, he had prepared numerous bombs, just waiting for someone to step in, and he cheerfully said, "Looks like we have a guest. Welcome to the party. No need to hold back, so go ahead." But contrary to his expectation, Kang Yu didn't take the main corridor but broke the glass from behind, leaving him no time to react before taking a powerful punch straight to the face. Gra was punched away, crashing into the wall and debris covering him completely. Kang Yu sighed in relief because the hostages were all safe. But this battle won't be easy, because at some point Blah attached a bomb to him and detonated it directly, catching everyone off guard. Kang Yu reacted quickly, rushing out and jumping through the broken window to another room to protect the hostages. The room is now a pile of rubble, and Blah has also crawled out from the debris. He chuckled happily, barging in without knocking. "I don't know who that bastard is, but he's definitely reckless and rude. I could have put on an even better fireworks display, but unfortunately, he's too poor." Bay X's gaze shifts back to the mother and child. Don't worry, because from his position, tonight, they will become the brightest stars. As he was about to throw the bomb to blow up the mother and child, his hand was suddenly cut off by something sharp, and Bra screamed in pain as his taunting voice echoed loudly through the room. But even then, while he was still crying out in pain, a figure suddenly rushed from behind, kicking his amputated arm and directly pressing Bra's head to the ground. Dust and debris flew everywhere. Bra X, trembling, raised his arm to activate the bomb, but before he could, Kang Yu grabbed it tightly. "I knew you would do that. Do you think I'd fall for the same trick twice?" Kang Yu sat on BX's chest, channeling his power into his fist before ruthlessly punching his opponent in the face. One after another, the relentless punches kept hitting BX's face without mercy. In that moment, a demon seemed to possess Kang Yu's mind, urging him to punch even more and more. Then it flashed a sinister smile. Outside, Mozo kept calling him, and only then did he hear the voice. Kang Yu was in a dazed state, looking down at the person below, not understanding what he had just done. He only knew that in that moment, someone was urging him on. Muzo was standing behind the wreckage. "It explains that you were in a frenzy beyond control just now. Your emotions erupted and went beyond the initial reason. If you can't regain your senses, you'll become a madman." Hearing that, Kang Yu shouted, "Enough! No more words." He clutched his head in pain, unable to believe he had become like this. But setting that aside, saving the hostage was the most important thing. At this moment, Kang Yu trudged heavily toward the mother and child, who, upon seeing the interface of a villain, became even more trembling. A moment later, the police arrived at the scene. Blay Exter was knocked out cold, and it's unclear if he's still breathing. The mother and the child taken hostage are both safe now. Uchan and the senior brother Duong are also present. According to the reports to their superiors, it seems to be a territorial dispute between the villains. Witnesses say the culprit is an unidentified villain. Yu-chan, holding the teddy bear in his hand, has been silent all this time, lost in his own thoughts. Do these villains really kidnap a child? Only death is the answer for these guys. Meanwhile, the police officers inspecting the scene keep talking about how the hostage was rescued by another villain. It sounds ridiculous, even though many witnesses have said the same. Uchan is quite intrigued by the story they are telling. "I apologize for interrupting, but please don't tell anyone about what you just discussed." At the same time, Duong called Yu-chan to inform him to secure the CCTV footage from the first-floor HR room. "I will be back soon." Uhan nodded in understanding, then threw the teddy bear he was holding straight at the corner of the wall. As for Kong Yu, after the recent battle, he found a quiet place to sit. Recalling that moment when the mother and daughter immediately knelt down to beg for his life upon seeing him, Kang Yu was stunned by this sight, and even now that image still haunts his mind. Morat asked, "Are you troubled by something?" But all he received in return was silence from him. After a moment, Kang Yu finally spoke. "If it weren't for your help, I might have already gone insane like that bastard." Now he looked up at the sky and finally accepted that he was indeed a villain. Suddenly, the phone beside him vibrated with a message that read, "Dinner is ready, she's waiting for her brother to come home and eat." Morat curiously asked Kang Yu, "Are you planning to go home?" He remained silent without answering, and the scene shifted to the HR room downstairs. De Wong looked confused as if he had just woken up and asked, "Who the hell is this? Is there something wrong with my eyes or what?" No matter how you look at it, he's definitely rescuing the hostage. De Wong chuckled and asked Uchan, "Is this some kind of hidden camera prank?" Uchan stares intently at the video clip and he remains silent. Meanwhile, Kang Yu has returned home but couldn't find her sister. Only the dining table and a note left by her, which was her sister's message. "Heat up the rice and food in the microwave before eating. I also bought some fruit and put it in the fridge. Today, I tried my best to cook. This message is from the sweetest sister in the world." Reading these notes makes Kang Yu remember his older brother Giep, who also cared for him in every little way. Kang Yu still remembers a time when he was late for dinner because he was busy playing games, but according to the rules, any child who misses dinner time wouldn't get any food. When his stomach was growling and he didn't know what to do, a loaf of bread was suddenly placed in front of him. Seeing the food and the smell of home made Kang Yu remember his brother even more. "The taste is so good, it's been a long time since I ate something prepared for me by someone else," Kang Yu whispered. "Thank you for the meal." The next morning at exactly 7:50, the alarm clock on the bedside table kept ringing non-stop. Kang Yu slowly woke up, lying on the bed in a daze for a moment before getting up to freshen up. While brushing my teeth, I kept thinking, I am but not really me. I can't believe I'm living the life of someone else. I thought I might feel better after a nap, but that's not the case. If I could, I would still want to go back to the past. Even the stupid early morning is here. Good morning. Just as Kaan saw it, Kang Yu couldn't hide her excitement. As she was about to head to school, a voice came from behind. "Are you heading to school?" Kang Yu looked back at Dudi. Kang Yu's older sister walks out of the room, still yawning and rubbing her eyes, saying, "At least if you're going out, you should have told me," while Kang Yu stands awkwardly with a very embarrassed look. He thought, talking to her like this felt so awkward that maybe he should tell her that he's actually not her younger brother. Suddenly, Dudi remembered something, rummaged through her shirt pocket and took out a credit card to give to Kang Yu. "The ATM card we talked about earlier, your sister deposited your allowance into it, so spend it wisely." Kang Yu took it, wondering where she got that ATM card from. In Kang Yu's own memory, he once told his sister, "Can I receive next month's allowance in advance?" And she asked back in confusion, "I've only sent it to you a week ago." Actually, I lost my wallet, but what my sister doesn't know is that Kang Yu was bullied at school and had her money stolen. Seeing her brother begging like that, Dudi couldn't bear to refuse him. Holding the card in her hand, Kang Yu also understood the situation. He greets his sister and then leaves for school. At school, the students in the class are looking at Zhe-chan with puzzled expressions. They were curious about who had beaten him so badly. Zhe-chan, feeling like he was being mocked, glared around irritably, and the students all looked away in fear, avoiding his gaze. "Hey, assholes, what are you looking at? Are you bored? You want your neck broken, huh?" Remembering how Kang Yu beat him into a pig's head yesterday, he's still bitter and grits his teeth, cursing silently. Damn it, it's all because of that failed beast. Suddenly, a hand was placed firmly on Zhe-tran's shoulder. He angrily turned around to see who it was, but upon seeing Kang Yu, his face paled even more than a frog's backside. Kang Yu gently asked, "Where is your father's seat?" Zhe-tran broke out in a sweat, pointing above. "Over there!" Kang Yu walked away, but he was still trembling and dared not breathe heavily. Kang Yu ignored it and sat coldly at his desk. Mo Dot appeared and asked, "Do you not feel his gaze?" "Someone is staring at you intensely." The gossip in the classroom continues unabated. "An evil terrorist, no way, right in our neighborhood? The one next to me swears they saw it with their own eyes, and those villains even fought each other. What do you think I'm joking with you? Damn it." Even the fool is curious. He leaned close to Kang Yu's ear and whispered, "It sounds like they're talking about you, but you don't seem to care at all." The discussion about the villain is still ongoing. Yesterday's news reported a murder case, with her limbs chopped off and all her blood drained. Just hearing about it is terrifying, no doubt about it. This case was definitely the work of a villain. A bystander interrupted the story. "You know what? I heard that the person responsible for that case is a villain named Driver." This guy's name is the same as the evil zone in Gadam district. Hearing that name, Kang Yu was a little curious. The students keep talking. I heard that Driver is conducting some kind of experiments on humans. That disgusting guy just ignored it. But, whatever. I hope those villains all go to hell and get torn apart down there. The scene shifts to Daegu laughing uncontrollably, and Kai-hun, seeing his friend's unrestrained smile, feels annoyed. He gently warns Kwak Daegu, watch your mouth. But Daegu still keeps teasing, only to be kicked out by a loser. Truly embarrassing. Ki-hun was about to jump in and settle the score when Daegu just laughed it off. All right, relax. He stubs out his cigarette on the ground and returns to a serious expression. So you want us to go together and wipe out that guy? Kai-hun directly handed Daegu an envelope that looked thick. I can't just sit still and do nothing. I'll make it worth your effort. As soon as they received the money, they agreed to the mission right away. Standing behind, one of the three guys who got punched by Kang Yu yesterday thought to himself, that Daegu bastard is Ki-hun's childhood friend, but I really don't want to get involved with that bastard at all. Daegu slaps Kai-hun on the shoulder, acting like close friends. That's what friends are supposed to do, right? You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. He smiled in a sleazy way. If you have something to say, just say it. Should I break his limbs or press his head into the toilet until he can't breathe anymore? At this moment, the final school bell rings and the students happily rush to leave. Chang Yu was walking slowly when a voice called out from behind him, saying, "Wait," the person approaching was Yu Tran. He then approached and started a conversation. "Sorry, I don't know your name. How is your wound doing?" Kang Yu didn't say much, just pointed to the bandage on his face and looked at it himself. Modot, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but be surprised. Remembering before, Mozost couldn't understand why Kang Yu suddenly put on this bandage. The wound has healed, so why are you still bandaging it? Kang Yu works very carefully. If he happens to see you again, he will think it's worth it. Thinking of that, Modot couldn't help but marvel. That kid's thoughts run pretty deep. Back in the conversation, Kang Yu asked, "What do you want? Are you planning to pay my medical bills? Besides paying the hospital fees, do you want me to do anything else for you?" Kang Yu just chuckled softly and said, "Forget it." He didn't ask for anything more and immediately turned to leave. Uchan, seeing he couldn't say anything more, asked for his name. Watching his back as he left, Uchan muttered the name to himself, a pensive expression on his face as if deep in thought. Kang Yu has left the school gate, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. It was really uncomfortable. Modot, hearing this, asked curiously, "Is that priest boy making you worried?" However, all that came from Kang Yu was silence. He narrowed his eyes at him, and not responding was equivalent to a yes. Suddenly, Kang Yu spoke up again. "The kid's name is Kim Uchan. He has fire abilities. His bright appearance can make anyone feel ashamed. He's a good student and well-behaved. With his sense of justice, he would not overlook any wrongdoer. He is the newest star among the priests." Hearing this speech, Mosot couldn't help but sweat and didn't know what to say, and Kang Yu also explained that this was what the internet said about him. Mosot then replied, "He's a guy with everything. Are you jealous? Is he your ideal role model?" The high-ranking priest Xian, hearing this from Kang Yu, couldn't help but be surprised. Kang Yu nonchalantly continued, "What is a rising star like him doing at a regular high school?" Modot suddenly realized something and looked back, only to see the bullying group lurking behind the wall. Modot saw that and couldn't be bothered to say anything. These stupid kids are easy to read. They're communicating with someone. What's going on over there? The blonde-haired guy with a grim expression immediately replied, "Yes. We're keeping close watch on him. No problem. I'll stay in touch." What did he say? He said he's been watching that loser. At least this time he's done something useful. Daegu immediately flicked away his cigarette, looking very smug as he led the group. Then, let's go for it. What are we waiting for? Come on. Over at a quiet corner somewhere. Those stupid bullies have followed Kang Yu all the way here. The blonde-haired guy saw this place and couldn't help but get angry, muttering, "Damn it, that bastard! What is he doing here?" Damn it, the road just now leading to the villain's area is stretched tight like a guitar string, and suddenly someone behind calls out to them. The yellow-haired guy was so stunned he nearly lost his nerve. So it was the Daegu group that arrived. The yellow-haired guy almost fainted with fear. "Damn it, I nearly jumped out of my skin. My heart feels like it's about to burst out." Daegu nodded and asked sharply, "How? What opinion do you have?" Seeing this fierce and murderous look, the blonde stammered and couldn't finish speaking. "I didn't mean it. Ki-hun is the one who stepped forward now to break the tension." "Where's that loser?" He just reacted and turned to point over there, but when he looked back, Kang Yu had disappeared completely. "Is anyone there? It was just there a moment ago. The guy with glasses suddenly shouted now. He went into the alley, hurry up and catch him before he gets away. They all hurriedly chased after without hesitation, ignoring the yellow-haired guy's warnings. Hold on. That's the villain's territory. Seeing everyone like that, the blonde-haired guy couldn't help but curse under his breath, feeling both scared and worried, but he could only grit his teeth and run after them. Wait for me. The Daegu group finally entered the villain's territory, and the atmosphere was eerily silent. Seeing the dead end ahead, Daegu couldn't help but wonder. Where the hell are we? This is a dead end. Kaihun immediately turned back and asked the guy with glasses, "Are you sure it's heading this way?" He answered confidently out of fear, but Daegu was not that patient. He stepped forward and kicked the glasses guy's leg, shouting angrily, "Damn it! Are you guys messing with me?" This kick made him turn pale with pain. Daegu looked at the trembling glasses guy and coldly said, "Are you guys mocking me in turns?" Suddenly a voice rang out, drawing Daegu's group's attention. "Looking for me?" Kangong stepped out like a savior, saving the bespectacled guy from an obvious defeat. Looking at them, he only shrugged indifferently and said, "If you're looking for me, you've come to the right place." But from above, a camera is quietly watching all the movements of both sides, and now all those images are being displayed on a computer screen. Watching everything unfold, the guy behind the scenes can't help but feel intrigued. Looks like we have a visitor. Back on this side, seeing Kangyu take the initiative to step out, Daegu can't help but greet the room. It's no surprise at all to meet us here. This guy's probably lost his mind. Are you the one who defeated Kai-hun? But Kangyu paid no mind to these fools and didn't bother wasting words on them. Seeing his attitude, Daegu grew even more frustrated. Damn it, just look at his face. He's so angry his veins are bulging, and he growls out the order. "I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't want to die, kneel down." The two sides stared intently at each other, and Daegu began counting seconds in a cold voice. But by 3, Kangyu still made no move, as if a slap in the face to Daegu. Kai-hun's group behind couldn't believe what was happening. Daegu was now completely furious. He stepped right in front of him, baring his teeth and glaring threateningly. "You bastard, do you really want a beating?" Kangyu is surprisingly indifferent. "You think you can fight too?" "What?" Before Daegu could even understand what was happening, his 2 fingers shot out like lightning straight for his eye. The pain immediately made Daegu clutch his eye and scream in agony. "Damn it, my eye, you bastard," but it doesn't stop there. Shang Yu grabbed his head and pressed it against the wall. Daegu was immediately knocked out and out of the fight. This brutal beating left Ki-hun and the blonde guy speechless. Seeing Daegu lying still on the ground, Yu on this side didn't even sweat a drop. "Why do you keep shoving that ugly, painful face of yours right in front of me? Like some crazy person?" The accomplice, seeing his friend beaten like a dog, growled in anger. "Damn bastard, this dead man." He didn't hesitate and charged straight at Kang Yu. He swung his hand to grab him in a strike, but he just easily dodged by a quick sidestep. His other hand clenched into a fist, ready to strike down, but in the end, all he got was Kang Yu, like a ghost, evading and slipping behind him. At this moment, he also managed to react and turn back, but it was too late. I immediately kicked his leg, causing him to fall to the ground in pain. The pain overwhelmed him, and as he opened his eyes, he saw Kang Yu like a fierce demon raising a leg to finish him off. "I was going to go easy on you, but you really are a bunch of ungrateful fools." This kick lands, leaving only his agonized scream. "You just stand there watching like that?" But suddenly a voice rang out. "You're a damn son of a bitch." Daegu is struggling to get up, his body trembling with anger, his bloodshot eyes glaring fiercely at Kang Yu. "You're dead for sure." Seeing him still able to stand like that surprises me a little. I still fight too lightly. Daegu immediately took a stance. He is the runner-up in high school martial arts, so it turns out he knows a few tricks. Ki-hun couldn't help but feel secretly glad. The ultimate master of Muay Thai has finally revealed himself. That guy is definitely doomed. The 2 guys with glasses and blonde hair were also surprised by this scene. Standing in front of an opponent who knows martial arts like that, Kang Yu still shows no sign of worry. This reminds him of his past. In a training room where everyone is being trained, he is now facing a fierce attack from Joe Cloud, a C-class priest, and a physical attribute assassin. The spectators outside laugh and tease, saying, "Take it easy, you'll kill him." That guy Dan just escaped. At this point, a man suddenly stepped forward and asked, "What are you guys doing?" "Jack, you're here. You're a bit late." Jack looked at the ring, puzzled. "What are you guys doing?" The 2 spectators happily explained that this rookie is being disciplined. Ha 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 ha. Seeing the person on the arena unexpectedly surprises Jack. On the arena, Kang Yu is still on the defensive against Zan's relentless attacks. Jack then asks, why isn't he wearing any protective gear? Our beloved rookie says there's no need to hit. What a proud guy he is. I'm not talking about the rookie. Hearing Jack's words, these two guys shivered in fear. Are you talking about Zoe? Jack is just now enlightening these inexperienced people. Kasi is the guy who graduated from the combat training school for priests and is the youngest top graduate. So, he graduated top of the class? He's specialized in close combat with no evidence that he's ever lost a one-on-one fight. Those two guys turned pale with fear when they saw this. Close combat? Isn't his ability to control fire, isn't he a mage? As the battle on the floor neared its end, the two clueless guys watched in stunned disbelief, while Kong Wu confidently delivered a knockout punch to the old man. And as everyone knows, Daegu was knocked straight into the wall, with Kong Yu crushing him effortlessly into pieces. Kai-hun's group is still stunned, unable to believe this could happen. Daegu, at this moment, finally recovers and coughs a few times. He was about to look up when his clenched fist grabbed him tightly, like a bloodthirsty monster glaring at Daegu. The terrifying pressure leaves Daegu unable to fight back. These poor little soldiers keep causing trouble again and again because no one is there to teach them. If the opponent is stronger, these guys wouldn't dare to make a sound. That's right. If I had been stronger back then, Deep and Kangyu might have escaped this miserable fate. I will become stronger, unstoppable, and make the Lampas tremble in fear. Oh my God. Hurry up and back off, we should leave now. But as soon as the blonde-haired guy looked up, he immediately shouted, Villain? Driver? When did he start standing on the floating screwdriver tree watching this battle? A B-class villain, a light attribute mechanic. A figure appears in the sky, causing those below to scream in fear. Driver. The driver said nothing, only standing and looking down with a slight smile. Still, it made the Kai-hun guy tremble uncontrollably. In the end, he turned around and led his companions to run away. Run. The accomplices quickly follow after seeing that. Don't leave me alone, my love. Cassian silently watched them run away, then turned back to look at the driver. The driver couldn't care less about the thugs earlier. He eagerly looked toward Kajin. Muso, confused, turned to Kasi, who wondered if that driver was Tsai, but he didn't answer and looked at the driver cautiously. The driver jumped down and faced Anne, happily saying to him, Isn't it fun? He slung the brand name crowbar over his shoulder and then excitedly told Kan, I thought I might be able to lend a hand, but it seems I guessed the situation right. Kan straightforwardly said, I don't remember asking for your help, to make him laugh. The driver pretends to be upset, so that's a no-go. You don't know who I am, do you? Cassian ignored him. It's the guy riding the screwdriver. Driver's still friendly, saying to Kan, seeing him but not eliciting any reaction from you. My pride has been deeply hurt. But then it pointed the flashing screwdriver directly at Cass. The handle lit up, and the screwdriver transformed into a gun, aiming straight at Cass with a piercing stare. If it's the driver speaking, he chuckles softly, and you probably know what's waiting for you. That's right. The tip of the screwdriver gun lights up and emits a deafening screech. With a pop, a beautiful flower burst out from the dangerous barrel of the gun, stunning both Kasi and Mozos. The driver happily laughed. That's pretty creepy, huh? I was just joking. Just kidding. Kazian is speechless, looking at him. Mozos also remained silent, but suddenly the driver straightened up and said, This is the real deal, then pointed the gun directly at Cassie's face. You're priceless, you know that. Cassian and Mozo looked at him as if he were a crazy person who just escaped from the asylum. The two of them turned around and left without hesitation. The driver hurriedly called after them. Where are you going? Cassian clearly doesn't bother to show him any respect. I'm going home. The two of them leave, leaving the driver alone and bewildered with the screwdriver. He couldn't believe it and wondered if he had just been ignored. Cassian slowly walks with Mozos. It looked at him anxiously. Cassian, what just happened was really dangerous. Moat remembered earlier when that guy could sense the difference in their power levels. You can't fight him right now. Seeing that Cayenne was not very concerned, it said, according to my calculations, his magic power is not inferior to... Without waiting for it to finish, Khan walked straight past him. It hurriedly called out to Mr. Cian. Suddenly, it saw a strange sight. Kazian stepped forward, leaning against the wall and taking a deep breath. Modot also understood now, and sighed. Did the confrontation really affect him? It comforts Cayenne. If you start training now, one day you'll be able to face him. Suddenly, Cassian spoke. Modot, can you use your appraisal eye on him to make Maz panic? As Cassian's hand glowed, he clenched the wall in front of him. This was the perfect opportunity to face a strong opponent. His whole body was filled with excitement. Electric sparks enveloped him, and I thought you would learn quickly. When risking your life and engaging in a real battle, his change in attitude terrified Modot immensely. His excited eyes turned two different colors. I can't let such a great opportunity slip away right in front of me. Back at the corner where Kan clashed with the driver earlier, he's now kicking his leg. Does he keep repeating that pointless leg movement by himself? He is so bored. That guy's way of moving is so normal. Who is he? Thinking back to when we met earlier, he was so upset, standing right in front of me, yet he didn't even flinch. The bored driver leaves. High school kids these days are really scary. Suddenly, there was a noise behind him. The driver immediately paid attention to the situation. He turned around and immediately saw a figure rushing toward him. He looked at the attacker in shock. The newcomer threw a punch at the driver, who quickly raised his hand to block. Although he wasn't taken down by the previous blow, the driver was pushed back quite a distance. Before he could regain his composure, the other person immediately acted again. Kaseon in his combat form quickly rushes at the driver, swinging his sword down at him, but the driver swiftly leaps away to dodge. The driver leaps high into the air, dodging Kaseon's attacks. The two surprise strikes in a row fail to injure him. Kaseon was extremely annoyed, just as he expected. He's really tough to deal with. Driver truly wasn't affected at all. Besides the initial surprise, he now remains very calm. He raises his hand and a small screwdriver spins around to summon his weapon. He summons a large screwdriver, driver's combat weapon. Mozos and Kaseon were shocked and alarmed. Kaseon cautiously looked at the driver. That thing's really dangerous. He pointed the screwdriver directly at Caspian and whispered, "You know?" Then he took aim, and the tip of the screwdriver also shone brightly. He cheerfully said to him, "I think I should return the favor too, right?" Kaseon recognized this move, a flash of light illuminating the entire area. The driver grins wickedly as a beam of light shoots out from the handle of his screwdriver, aiming straight at Kasan. It caused a massive explosion, lighting up the entire area. The blast immediately drew the attention of another villain. Red Eye also looks towards the explosion. Black Hand, who was causing trouble, has to stop. What? After the light faded, Driver looked down in amazement. He saw a blue aura surrounding Kasi below. Driver's attack was blocked by Kasi, who took no damage at all. Mozos once told Kasi that Driver's mana exceeded 1,000. He looked at Driver's attribute panel, a mechanized awakened villain with stats 3 times higher than his opponent. Mine's main skills are Driver Smart, Goggle Beam, Driver Formation, and Mana Tool Formation. Current mana is 1,100. Kaseon stared intently at the information panel. Moat saw him just stay silent, then asked, "Do you hear what I said?" Kaseon pondered. This will be a fun match. Moat recalled the moment watching Kaseon calmly block the dangerous attack from Driver, thinking to himself, where do you get that confidence from? The driver was a bit surprised, but quickly regained his composure. If he can block me, he's pretty good. He took the screwdriver and enhanced it. Am I being too easy on him? Then he swung the screwdriver forcefully forward, shouting again, and the driver charged quickly towards him. Casey instantly becomes alert as the driver strikes down hard where Kasi is standing. Casey immediately jumps back and retreats. The screwdriver strikes straight down onto the ground, shattering the rocks. Kaseon is lucky to dodge in time. Before he can catch his breath, the driver charges forward with the screwdriver to attack again. He swung the large screwdriver lightly as if it were nothing, but couldn't land a single hit. He dodged the driver's screwdriver with ease. He just can't hit him. Driver is furious. That bastard. Seeing Kasizan's skillful evasion, Driver was amazed. No way could he predict my movements? He wondered to himself, what kind of freak is this guy? He angrily struck hard, but Kaseon remained perfectly unscathed. He thought to himself that if he had this skill, there was no way he hadn't heard of him before. As he swung at Sai, he wondered, could this be the one? Does he think Kaishin has already defeated B-Tear? In the end, Kaishin didn't dodge, but stood still and raised his hand to block Driver's final attack. Driver was stunned as Kajin, with just his bare hands, shattered his screwdriver into pieces. Kajin, who was blocking the attack, suddenly noticed Driver's eyes blazing brightly. Then his eyes suddenly shot fire at Kajin. Kajin quickly spotted the opening, kicked Driver lightly to the leg, then pushed him back with a shove. Driver was knocked back in shock. Are you crazy? He watched helplessly as Kaseon charged at him in anger. Are you a master of fighting? The driver used the momentum to spin backward and quickly regained his balance. He raised his hand forward and his palm instantly transformed. The mechanical arm, Driver begins to change his fighting style, switching to boxing. He rushes quickly towards Kasi, aiming for a direct confrontation. Kaseon completely ignores how he wants to fight, his eyes shining with a blue light before he raises his hand and fires directly at the driver. The energy beams quickly collide with him, leaving him utterly stunned. Then Kaseon immediately jumped up to attack him, delivering a powerful punch straight at the driver. This time he couldn't dodge and was sent flying backward. He panicked, thinking to himself that he's not joking, and there's a strange feeling about his fighting style. Driver suspected he couldn't fight that well unless he was professionally trained. A voice interrupted their fight. There you are, what are you doing, you idiot? Kasi and Mozos also stopped to observe. Next to the driver, several figures suddenly appear, including a hot villain girl, a villain named A. True, class summoner, Dark skills, gait, and a masked villain with a bow on his back, a villain named Dan, class marksman with red eye light skills. There's still someone behind Kazizan who just appeared, mocking the driver, saying, "Why haven't you finished fighting yet? Aren't you being too easy on him?" The villain with the stir-class Skinra Black is surrounded from front and back, making Cassie a little cautious as he observes around before lightly laughing and calling his subordinates. Because if it were one-on-one, you would have lost badly. The girl with the surprised expression looks at the driver, who is clearly defeated, making him furious. "That's not true. I haven't been defeated yet." She didn't even bother to listen to his explanation. "It seems like you really have been defeated." Driver is still very stubborn. "Just to repeat, I haven't lost yet." Black stood behind, watching in shock as he was defeated. He glanced at Can, the brat's hand on his weapon. That screwdriver." Driver suddenly asked Can, "Why did you attack me from the start?" Everyone fell silent, waiting for his answer. Kassan replied confidently, "Because I want to stand against the strong, and I can't let a serial killer keep killing whoever he wants." This answer even stunned Mozot, standing beside him. "Where did you kill them?" "Are you talking about that notorious serial killer?" Kojiao just stood there, fueling the fire. "Taking the head of that killer isn't really wrong, right? Red, who seems quiet, just stands there watching the two of them. You're saying that serial killer is me, huh?" Kojiao mocking. "It's you." Driver hurriedly explained, "I'm being falsely accused." Who would have thought someone would actually believe those ridiculous rumors? While the other side is smug, Black Hand feels extremely uncomfortable. He stared intently at Can, thinking to himself, who is he to be so bold in front of Driver? Clenching his fists in frustration, he suddenly felt like strangling him. Driver looks at Can seriously and says, "I'll get straight to the point. I'm not the murderer you're looking for." "Casey Ann didn't care," he asked directly. "Do you have any evidence?" Driver hesitated slightly. "No. So that means you could be the culprit." Before he could finish, Kazian sensed the deadly intent, suddenly felt dizzy, and struggled to stand. Black Hen stared at him intently, and at this moment he took advantage of Kazian's distraction to rush forward and attack him from behind. "I will send you to eternal bliss myself, you insolent fool." His hand glows brightly, aiming straight at Kasian. He silently screams, "Die!" then punches hard at Kasian. But he realized his attack missed because you appeared right beside him, as evil and dirty villains tend to do. He hurriedly looked to the side, but Kasian paid no attention to his previous move. "So you're the type of parasite who specializes in stabbing others in the back, huh?" His sarcastic words infuriated Black Hand, who turned to punch him again. But since the last sneak attack missed, how could Kazizan easily land a direct hit this time? He immediately disappeared and whispered to him from the side, "This is a reform method for scum like you." After finishing, he punched Black Hand directly in the face, and he couldn't dodge. The others had no intention of stopping him, while Kodao stood aside in awe. Red Eye was quite surprised. Driver smiled happily, as if saying, "I knew it all along," while Black Hand was knocked back immediately by C's punch. Driver sighed, looking at him helplessly. Truly, Black Hand was knocked out cold. Red Eye looked at him in panic and disbelief. He defeated the third-ranked star. Even though Black Hand was defeated, Kasian's head still didn't recover. Modot hurriedly asked how he was doing. "Are you okay?" suddenly a voice asks. His head was spinning and he felt dizzy, right? Which surprised him greatly. The driver stared intently at Cassie as if trying to analyze him thoroughly. He generously explained that it was because your magic power did not exceed 300 and it was increasing rapidly in a short period of time. Kodu looked very excited. Her magic power was only 300 stars? Unlike her attitude, Red Eye found it very confusing. If it's only 300, then he's probably at the D level, right? He looked at Cayenne and secretly wiped his sweat. How can a low-level D be so powerful, I wonder? Hakchi's strength surpasses that of a B rank. How the hell did he manage to take down that guy with just one hit? Driver said, "There's no need to be so shocked." Kodao looked at him in surprise. Even though rare, a B level can defeat an A level. He remains completely calm. Red Eye approaches Black Hand but keeps his eyes fixed on Keisha. Driver was indifferent, as magical power alone cannot determine the winner or loser. He assessed that he possessed incredible physical strength, combined with agility. Moreover, he possesses a strange fighting skill beyond his capabilities. Driver silently thinks that he is the exception. In mechanical terms, he is called a high-end machine that has been perfectly optimized. He pulls out a gem from his bag that emits an orange glow. He picked it up and held it up for Anne to see. "You know what this is, right?" Kasian and Mozo stared in awe at the magical crystal before them. Driver explains that an evil person can increase their magical power through intense training, and Alpha Lay magic achieves similar results. He tosses it to him, and he instinctively catches it. Driver generously said to him, "Eat." Kaizian wondered why you gave it to me, and Driver cheerfully replied that he wanted to make a deal. He always acts indifferent and uninterested. Driver pouted, I can't stand injustice. I'm talking about that reckless murderer. Casino listened silently as he spoke. I was planning to ask you to grab him by the neck and shake him up. I'm giving you the magic stone as a gift for the agreement, so feel free to accept or refuse. Kaizian still didn't trust him, as if you were saying, I'm not the murderer, right? And he just smiled, so yes, I feel so wronged. Kaizian straightforwardly asked, if you feel wronged, why don't you go find the culprit yourself instead of just smiling? He sighed bitterly. Everyone has their difficult circumstances. Kaizian suspiciously looked at him, while Driver waited calmly for his decision. After a while, the group had left. Kaizian also returned. He looked closely at the gem in his hand. Does he want me to eat this? Moat quickly explained to him that there are two types of crystals. One naturally occurring called pure crystal, and the other artificially made called magic crystal. Of course, the difference between them is as clear as day and night. He slightly regrets that it's not the magic crystal. But even this will help you increase your magical power. Xiaxian interrupts him, saying, I already know that. He doesn't bother to add. And moreover, you should eat the magic crystal in your evil form. This time, Kaizian didn't interrupt it, but carefully observed the gemstone. He examined the stone thoroughly before transforming into his demon form. You sure this is a magic crystal? It puffs out its chest confidently. Ka-An watched the stone for a moment, then whispered, Jeep always warns me. And at the same time, he opens his mouth, telling me not to eat recklessly. He put the stone in his mouth and swallowed. He waited for a moment, but nothing happened. He turned to look at Modost, but there was no change, and he couldn't feel anything unusual. It hurriedly explained, wait a moment and see. Sure enough, there was a reaction right after. Under his feet, a powerful energy began to envelop him. Then it started to cover his entire body. What the hell is this? Rod is extremely excited, standing to the side. Don't panic, stay calm. Suddenly his vision lit up, and small yellow spots appeared at his feet, then more and more, making his body glow. Finally, he truly started shining. A massive surge of energy is released straight into the sky. Looking up from below, all you see is a column of light illuminating the entire area. After shining for a while, Kaizian looked at his body in amazement as his strength increased. Having finished absorbing the crystal, he was surprised by his own body. I quietly marvel at how just swallowing one magic crystal made me feel so overwhelmingly stronger. Now I understand why the villains crave this magic crystal, but the feeling is somehow so unfair. Modot, can you check my information through the appraisal eye? Sometime after leveling up, he suddenly shouted, oh my god, and was stunned when he saw his attribute sheet. A villain from Kwankong Yu, a disaster-level shadow type with shadow mirror skills, self-healing, and hidden death crystal skills. Even after transforming and activating Rage, his mana only increased by 50 points to a total of 350, leaving him extremely disappointed. Modot looked at him with confusion, as if to say, what's the point? It thought to itself that even with the best magic crystal button at the time, his skill points would only increase by about 5 to 10. The first time it saw someone set such a record and still be disappointed. If it reaches 50 points, which is the highest recorded level, it increases by 500%, meaning that magic crystal really works. It thought but didn't tell Sai. Even for someone at disaster level, that's too fictional. He studied the information panel carefully, then pointed at a spot. What is this? He wondered. It says that the magic crystal extraction is in the hidden skills section, activated by transformation, main skill shadow mirror, self-repair, hidden skill magic crystal extraction. Mana points. 350. Koan looked at the confusing attribute table. So, how do I use this then? Magic crystal extraction. Mozart finds him more confusing than his words, so just use it as he says. He explains that mana extraction from weapons includes things made from crystals too. Casey looked disappointed and scratched his head, thinking it must be some hidden skill or something really powerful. Who would have thought it was just a silly joke? Maud was stunned, looking at him. That's nonsense. It hurriedly explained that it used a skill. Extracting magic crystals from weapons is your unique specialty. So if your mind is made up, you can have as many magic crystals as you want. San isn't fooled, he sighs. Where do I have to go to find those weapons made from magic crystals? At some grocery store in the donut shop, De Wong happily took the sword and excitedly showed it off. Finally, Kung is back in his arms. Your special sword, it sounds really powerful too. It's the Great Protective Sword and the Four Tigers. Seeing no one agreeing, he pouted and looked at the person in front of him, then said, What do you think it is? That is the sword of the king I like. Wu-chan didn't even look at him. The beautiful sword made De Wong even angrier. Don't talk like that with no feeling. He started bragging that it was made from at least 2 high-quality magic crystals. This sword is truly top-notch. Wuhan interrupted him. Besides the sword. Are you serious? Did you find anything about the villain who fought with BLX? Duong sighed and picked up a piece of cake. That guy is trying to change the subject. He was eating and said, I've searched through all the data but found nothing. It seems he only recently transformed into a new villain. Uchan speculates whether he might be an outsider. Wang immediately retorted. Contrary to the suspicion, based on his appearance and features, he is definitely a villain. He's just Uchan, and now's not the time to think about that guy. Everyone around has already noticed the 2 people in the corner. Such a handsome photo. Isn't that for Wang Li? That bright red head looks really fierce. Wang Li is taking this more seriously this time. You've heard about the serial killer, right? The Gadam-gu Special Task Force had to go on high alert because of him. Yu-chan wondered. Isn't the driver that guy? They say he's the main suspect. Duong waved his hand dismissively. It's not him. Seeing him definitely makes Uchan a bit confused. You ask how I can be so sure? Duong explains calmly. If it's a luxury sports car or electronic parts, then it could be him. But he remembers the image of Driver. He's very different from the killer. Yu-chan disagrees with Duong. Driver is a villain, a crazy person with unpredictable behavior. Duong calmly takes a sip of tea and then says slowly, the chances that he's the villain are quite high given that cold-blooded killer. However, he remained calm, thinking that villains are just some troubled-minded guys or maybe an ordinary person no one would suspect. These words clearly made Yue remember that time. Suddenly, Duong changed the subject. So about your younger sister, the model girl, you said she's a first-year student, right? Yu-chan interrupted immediately, saying I've already reached curfew, which made him sigh deeply. In the end, he concluded that it would be better to be cautious until the serial killer is caught. Yu-chan remained silent. Inside Studio A, with bright lights on, the photographer checks his camera and smiles charmingly, then clicks, capturing a photo of the 2 beautiful young women. He says, all right, it's done. The 2 young women then relaxed and smiled at him. You're having fun, well done. It's already 7 o'clock. Na-on looked at the time sadly. I thought I'd stop by to buy some stationery, but it seems difficult now. She whispered, I want to buy the limited edition bottle. Then suddenly noticed the person next to her. That person was also standing alone. It's Minion from her school. She hurried over to say hi. Minion, are you still here? The other person was surprised. Na-on. Minion's strange attitude confused Na-on. Minion hesitated for a moment, then warmly put her arm around her. Na-yun. Minion's voice was a bit hurried as he said, let's go get the toys, which surprised Na-yun. That was sudden, Minion said happily. It's been a long time since we went there. Let's go. Na-on thinks for a moment. Has it really been that long? Mindyong keeps pestering her. Just one game. Let's go. Hurry up. Na-on feels a bit awkward. I can't stay out late because of my brother's restrictions. Mindyong looked at her with puppy eyes, making her feel flustered. In the end, she just went along with her friend for once, Minion said happily. All right. Then the 2 of them left. Suddenly, a strange figure appears behind them, watching the 2 and sneering maliciously. At a building, the news about a serial killer is on the screen. With a mugshot, the innocent killer will definitely be caught. The special forces have been deployed to calm the fears of Gadam County residents. Cassian whispers that 3 people have already been killed. Modot saw that and immediately asked him, are you considering accepting Driver's offer? He said, that offer doesn't seem appealing to me at all. But his voice was cold. This ruthless killer has already taken too many lives. I can't just sit back and watch that dog run wild. Moot listened silently, looking at him. Cassian casually scrolls through, looking for a murderer who acts without reason. That's not easy. He looks at the electronic map on the computer screen with no information except that the murder happened in Gadam County. Mozot remained silent, then Ju suddenly spoke up. What about what you received from the driver? Cassian calmly asked again. Which one? Make him sweat bullets. Return to the previous scene at the abandoned building. Why did you give me this? We also need something to stay in touch with him, he said excitedly. This is something I made, so I can only send and receive text or files. I don't have GPS tracking installed. Don't worry anymore. Can doesn't care. No need. The driver immediately said straightforwardly. I will also send you instructions about the killer through this, and of course, you can reply to me whenever you want. Casey had no choice but to accept. The driver said seriously, I will support you fully and thoroughly, so make sure the killer is caught. That is the request. He said nothing. Cassian remained silent. It was only then that he remembered about this and quietly looked at the driver's phone. He lightly touched the screen, felt a bit worried, then suddenly slammed the phone down on the table. All right, I give up, get up and go outside. I also have my own pride. How could I possibly be exchanging words with a villain by chance? Moda quickly asked. Where are you going, kid? I need an answer. I can't just sit still and do nothing. He walks to the door and turns back to say to it, if your brain isn't working, then your legs should stand up instead. At the arcade, cheers erupt as the claw grabs a stuffed animal inside the machine. Hey, you got it. You did it. Just a little more, you can do it. Naon concentrates all her strength to grab, but in the end, the toy slips off the claw and Mindyong calls out in disappointment. Naon sighed, and Mindong also felt disappointed and regretful. Mindong cheerfully got back into it. Why don't we play one more time? Let's try again. Naon hurriedly refused. You're so wrong. I should go now. You two are having such a nice chat. But it's not even 8 o'clock yet. Don't pay attention to the remote-controlled plane outside. The drone with a camera recorded their entire journey from below. Naeon spoke up annoyed. I told you already, right? My annoying older brother set a curfew. Minion sighed and sadly asked Naon, can't you stay a little longer? Naeun saw that her friend looked strange and asked, what's going on? Minion was silent, unsure of what to say. Actually, I saw that thing. Minion then finally said, as you know, one of our classmates was murdered a few days ago. She told me she saw it. Naon was stunned. She was confused. What do you mean? Minion continued. I want to tell someone, but I'm too scared. I feel like I might be next. Did he see you? Naon quickly stepped closer to her, firmly grabbing Minion's hand. This is not the time to do this. She insisted to Minion that it's not too late. We should go to the police station now. I'll go with you. Then she pulls Minion and runs outside. Hurry up. If you've seen the killer, then both of us are in danger. However, just as they were about to step outside, the shutter door suddenly came down, blocking their way. Naon quickly looked around. What is going on? Why did the door suddenly close? The power's out too. Who cut the electricity? Suddenly she felt something. Beneath her feet was a red liquid. A terrifying voice echoed. So we meet again. The two quickly looked toward the source of the voice and saw a pool of blood in front of them come alive and dance before their eyes. Blood droplets floated up into the air, and Naon hurriedly stepped forward to block the way. Minion, terrified, covers its mouth as the horrifying figure of Brad Rain appears. He said, the poor child. Cassian is now standing on top of a building looking down. Morud saw that he was just standing still and spoke up. I'm not sure if aimlessly wandering like this is useful. Ka-an speaks up. If you're going to keep whining, you should stay home. Modot grumbles that even if he wants to, he still has to stay close to you within a certain range. Music plays from Kyan's pocket. He pulls out his phone to check. What is it? Stupid Mo was surprised. Isn't that the screwdriver phone you grabbed? It mocks him, but even with his pride, he wouldn't just throw it away. Kyan insists he will toss it if that guy sends something strange. Then he clicked on the message. The message that just opened left him stunned. Inside are images of Na-on, Minion, and the villain Brad Rin. The three of them look terrified at what's in front of them, thinking it's a villain. Looking at the man in front of them with his body flushed red and eyes full of murderous intent, they silently guessed he must be the killer Minion saw. Minion, terrified, asked, what do we do now? Naan clenched her teeth, trying to think of a solution. She remembered U-chan, who had given her an object earlier and said, take this, as she examined it with curiosity, asking, what is this? He said the alarm device and also gave her detailed instructions. Don't press it just because you're happy. If there's an emergency, press it, and I will come to you immediately. At this moment, she had no choice but to put all her hope in that device and press the button. Long silently prayed for Ucha to arrive quickly. This is no joke. You'd better crawl your corpse over here quickly. He steps out into the darkness, his hand reaching out mockingly towards them. Looking at Kwang, you're so exhausted. I will give you and the poor creatures the gift of eternal sleep. Naan shouted loudly, making him jump and shut up, crazy. She looked at him with a look of disgust. If eternal sleep is so wonderful, then go ahead and give it to yourself. He also felt helpless before this fearless little girl. Truly a brat with no respect. He stepped forward, intending to make the two kids truly fall asleep. Naan clenched her teeth, thinking she needed to stall until her second brother arrived. With that in mind, she deliberately asked him, why? Why did you do this? He pondered the question, then without holding back, he said, do you really need a reason to pursue something? Naeon thought to herself, what the hell is he talking about? He's gone crazy. Then he licked away the drops of blood on each finger and said, I will answer your naive question now. His eyes darkened, his voice grew cold, craving fresh blood and tearing apart hollow bodies. The only truth I have come to understand in this world is that nothing is more comfortable than this. Naan shouted in warning as he saw him still approaching. Stay there. Take one more step and you'll be doomed. I warn you. She keeps saying that my brother will be here soon. He's very strong. In just 3 seconds, he'll send you off to meet your ancestors. Although his words were threatening and warning, her trembling body revealed her fear. He sneered, frowning as he watched the helpless mouse dance around the axe, then smirked and asked, "Your strong brother will be here soon? You look no different from a filthy little bug." Na'an still keeps going. "Yes, if you're scared, just run." He said, "In that case, I wonder what your strong brother would look like when he sees a withered corpse." Her little sister's blood was drained, wasn't it? His terrifying words and aura made both her and Minion freeze in fear, unable to breathe. He spoke casually, but suddenly something bright flew toward them. Na'an widened her eyes as she felt the sound of her blood vessel being cut off. "That sword just now flew straight at me so fast it left a afterimage. Seeing my friend fall, I wish I could be so lucky that it was really aimed at me." Her pupils recorded the entire horrifying scene. Minion is dead. Before she could even deny it, Na'an cried out in pain. "Mindian." She hugged the motionless body and shook it hard. "Mindian, wake up." "No, Mindian, Mindionan." He looked at the trembling girl and spoke cruelly. "Now it's your turn." He still teasingly told her to become a little sweet gift. Let him go to his brother. Na'un's spirit was already broken, only able to close her eyes and wait for death to come, so she could feel a little lighter. But then, a voice rang out, and the figure she had been waiting for appeared, saving her shattered hope. Brad Rin was also very surprised by this troublemaker. That man rushed at him with a voice full of fury. "Take this." He charged forward with a great sword, ready to strike. "Take the Shadow Blade." Brother Rain stares intently at what is rapidly approaching him. He predicted accurately and dodged the attack, but the other guy's sudden appearance startled him. Brad Ren slams one hand down, and Kang Yu quickly recognizes the attack. He manages to step back just in time, narrowly avoiding a strike. Kang Yu saw his gloves trembling, feeling extremely surprised and confused. Brain also stopped his movement, following his gaze. He wondered to himself, who is this Dan? Is that super strong older brother of that girl a villain? Na'un also looked at the young man in surprise, wondering who he was. He wasn't her brother. Bren narrowed his eyes and looked Kang Yu over carefully, never having seen a skill like this before. Suddenly, he realized something. Wait a minute, did that guy Dan defeat Brax? Now he's chasing us? BR sneered. Long was filled with excitement. "This is going to be fun. He told you to back off today, but don't think me is safe." His retreat surprises Kang Yu a little. He gradually disappears. Before leaving, he looked at her with a sinister gaze. "Me will slowly die inside me. That will be a sweet death." Na'an heard this and immediately felt terrified, trembling and thinking, "Death?" Xiang Yu shouted loudly and ran to stop him. "Where do you think you're running off to?" But he was faster than him, disappearing without a trace. Angry, he sighed. Kang Yu looked around, searching. Damn it, has he gone outside? As he was about to leave, Na'an called out, "Hey, wait a moment. I need to ask you for a favor. Please save my friend." "Please," Na'an, tears in her eyes, pleads with him. On the busy street, someone asked, "Do you think that alarm button was pressed accidentally or as a prank?" Uchan said if that were the case, at least she would have called back, and she wouldn't joke about things like this. De Wong nodded as if he understood. "I see," he said. "I also warned the police. They should be on their way here by now." Long Yuchan now stands firm, silently praying for their safety at Villa Intin near the restroom, where they've been fighting all this time. Xiang Yu said there is a critically ill patient here. Na'an also worriedly chimed in. "Please hurry to the emergency room, I beg you." He comforted her. "The ambulance is coming. We should stop the bleeding first. If you have a handkerchief or something to clean the wound, give it to me." She nodded. "Yes, okay," he continued. "If you have something that bounces well, then take that." She muttered as she rummaged through various things. "Good rebound? Here, take this." "What is this useless thing?" Na'an honestly explains. "Everything is broken." Her heartbeat is quite good. Seeing Minion lying there motionless, it seems there are no signs of life left. "Are you asking me to check how critical her condition is?" "If that's the case, there's no need to use the appraisal eye." It said then checked Minion's overall condition, and then said, "At this point, there are no fatal wounds." He lets out a small sigh of relief. "That's a relief," Na'an asked anxiously. "Miniang, are you okay?" Kang Yu reassures her. "If the medical team arrives in time, it will be fine." Hearing that, she felt much more relieved. "Really?" Hearing the ambulance, he sighed softly. "You're so fast," Kang Yu advised. "I've already given first aid. Let those guys handle the rest." Na'an gently bows her head. "Thank you." Watching his figure, she asked, "Are you leaving now?" He shrugged slightly. "Of course. What do you think I would do once everyone saw me and ran away?" Na'an just watched him go without saying a word, her gaze following his figure as it disappeared into the distance. He quickly ran away. Mo stupidly told him, "They're lucky if you hadn't arrived in time, those two girls would be dead." Kang Yu didn't answer. He flew toward a house and landed on it. I told Moso that now I have something to worry about. Suddenly I see a machine flying toward them and ask curiously, "What is that?" The other person whistled to signal, and both he and Mo were surprised. The figure up there looked somewhat familiar. She smiled brightly. "We meet again." The crow in her hand repeats that same tone over and over again. "We've met again. We've met again." She looked at you silently, then appeared sad. "Don't you remember me?" "That person is so sad, sad enough to take action to end your life. Look, that woman must be the one you mentioned, the one I saw earlier and can't forget so easily." She also responded happily, "Thank you for remembering me. Have I introduced myself yet?" "I'm Javen, a name that suits you, doesn't it? Do you think so?" She asked back, and Kang Yu refused to answer. "I don't have a name?" she asked with a smile. "So you still don't have a villainous name? I won't waste words. Let's get straight to the point. Put aside the villainous title for now. Tell me what that thing is first." She looks up and explains it to him. He asked, "I have already sent the location through that." She laughed and replied, "Yeah, thanks to it, we can find out who the killer is." Kang Yu then asked, "You know him?" She replied, "It's Brad Rain. He roams across the country to commit his murders. She is straightforward and honest, so I suspected he was responsible for this, but that bastard is really hard to track, so I can't be sure." Moreover, there's more to this story. Suddenly, she completely changed her attitude, pointing the weapon at him, forgetting what I just said. Instead, I would ask for a quick death. At this moment, Kang Yu truly didn't know whether to praise her honesty or criticize her for being too reckless. She blows a kiss to the camera. I don't want to do anything to upset the driver. Contrary to her passionate love, he deliberately ignored her. "Where is Mai's popcorn? I'm sure I put it somewhere in here, didn't I?" The guy pulls out something from her bag. She sighed, handed it to him, and said, "The driver asked me to give this to you. He said he would explain once you finish with this. Then she threw it to you, and you caught it with perfect accuracy." He fondled the box, silently wondering what the hell this was. She immediately reminded him of the promise she made to you. Looking at the sparkling diamonds in the box, he silently marveled. Enchanted crystal, and the best quality. The TV broadcast reported that last night around 8 p.m., the suspected serial killer once again struck. Fortunately, the priests arrived at the scene immediately after being informed, and no casualties occurred. A high school girl is being treated at the hospital. Luckily, her injuries are not life-threatening. Hearing this, she breathes a sigh of relief. She looked at Kang Yu and asked, "Are you going to school?" He also replied, "Yes, duty advised." "Chang-Wan, be careful." Kang Yu also nodded politely. "Yes, I understand. A clear blue sky is so different from the dark, dangerous night." Kang Yu walks and thinks to himself that he's had Kang Yu's body for a while now and needs to become stronger to take revenge on Lampus. Glancing at Mojiap beside him, he feels a bit suspicious but isn't sure how much he can trust this strange thing. He thinks the deal he agreed to with the villains is also making him tense. He recalls that night when he received the box from her, and Kang Yu was extremely surprised. "She handed me 3 top-tier magic stones. Gently touching each one, I asked, 'And this is only part of the promise?' She laughs playfully. "Is that not enough?" "You're really overestimating yourself. It's more like you have too much confidence." The flag was spoken playfully. "I think so too. But that guy is really strong. With your current magic power, you won't be able to defeat him. But you just need to speak softly and it'll be fine." She continued to introduce and also mentioned a Vimo GPS tracker created by the driver. "You can use it whenever you want." Before leaving, Kodao spoke up, and the driver had already made a list of places where blood rain had appeared. "Open the file to check it out. Honestly, I don't have high expectations for you, but if you disappoint the driver, her eyes, though covered, still send warning signals. Do you understand?" He frowned, his mind full of unanswered questions. "What the hell are they doing? It's not the way to school." Kang Yu replied, "I have a place I need to go." Mojiat sighed softly. The one he serves doesn't do anything but still expects to eat. He skipped class, so I explained and started connecting the data and events, realizing that the information sent by the driver makes Quay High School very noteworthy. Remembering yesterday's incident, Kang Yu said the 2 girls who were followed by the villain also attend Sway High School, so there must be clues around here. Mogiat wondered, "Are you planning to go around here asking about him? You've really given up, but if necessary, you still have to do it. Keep going. However, there's something that demands our attention." The girl with pink hair from yesterday. Looking at the social media post, he wondered, she's the younger sister of the apprentice priest at our school. First, I need to call and ask for permission to skip class. Suddenly, he switched to an unrelated topic, making Mo Giat Trung annoyed. "Hello, this is Kang Yu. I have a pretty bad cold, so I need to stay home and rest today." Seeing this confident demeanor, Mo Giat guessed that this wasn't his first time skipping school. At the hospital, in the corridor outside the ward, a cup of coffee was handed to him, and that voice made him a little startled. Uchan, worried, asked, "Did you stay up all night?" Seeing him, he gently called out, "Senior, let Yuang ask how Naon is doing." I just took a sip of coffee and replied, "She's just fallen asleep." Eugen asked him, "Have you seen the crime report yet?" Wang nodded and said, "I've seen it." He then continued, "It's very difficult to check the surveillance camera recordings because they have been destroyed. But from the report, it's easy to see that the killer is Brad Rain. According to his profile, he drinks the victim's blood without damaging the body. But the bodies of the victims found in Gadam district were all dismembered, so we excluded him from the list of suspects. I can't believe it's actually him." The villain saved Na-on and Minion before Yuang suddenly interrupted. "It seems like the guy from before, right?" He was silent for a moment, then continued. "Na-on said he was a savior. If he was a villain, he should have been a crazy lunatic, right? But he saved everyone and even my sister." Uchan couldn't help but ponder. "So, what are all these things about?" Even Wang is wondering the same. "Those are also the things I am thinking about. He even fought with BL. Who is that strange guy?" UC Tran quietly watches the rising steam from his coffee as their perilous situation quietly ignites and burns within. It's time for school to end, and the students pour out into the yard like swarming bees. The female students laugh and joke happily about some vague story. "It really happened. Can you walks along the busy street?" He sighed in frustration. Someone who had traveled a long way, skipped school, and came here. At the convenience store, he bought a can of Pepsi. Watching the crowd in front, female students surrounded a boy. They asked in admiration, "Are you a model?" The boy shook his head and said, "No, I told you already, I'm not. I'm just an ordinary student," but the girls still wouldn't give up and kept asking, "You're so handsome. Which school do you go to?" The guy also teased, "Why do you want to know that?" Kang Yu interrupted their chat, saying, "I want to take this." He replied, "I will print the receipt for you right now," and then smiled friendly. At the convenience store, the young man scanning the soda can said to Kang Yu, "The total is 3,200. And as he was about to take out the money, he noticed something on the checkout counter, a book titled, The Bride of Corn. He looked at it intently, as if it was a clue. That's what he guessed, but the young man didn't care about his gaze and just focused on doing his job well. Suddenly, an elderly voice spoke up, catching their attention. "Can you get some scrap paper?" The young man politely replied, "Yes, sir, just a moment and I'll bring it out." The old man bowed his head gratefully. "Thank you, young man." At this moment, the young man was carrying the old paper covers and accidentally touched Kang Yu. Mozo widened her eyes and wondered, "Are the bad thoughts he's having correct?" "The young man is polite, I apologize." Then he quickly handed it back to Uncle Lao Kong with a very polite gesture and attitude. Both Kang Yu and Mozo sensed that something was off. He stepped outside, took a deep breath of fresh air to ease his tension. At this moment, Mozo gently called out to him, hesitating slightly. "I have something to tell you," but before I could say anything, Kang Yu spoke his thoughts. "He's the villain, isn't he?" Modot was a bit surprised that he and I shared a spiritual connection. He continued, looking into that bastard's eyes. "I already knew." Mayout said, "But I'm not sure if it's Brad Rain." Kang Yu replied, "The Bride of Corn." He remembers the book he saw when checking out, a legendary work about dragons and demons. The words the guy said earlier, "You will enjoy a sweet death." Heh, "You will die at my hands. You will die at my hands?" Kang Yu had felt it was familiar. He was straightforward. I must have heard this line somewhere before. "I'm surprised you remember such things. I have read a few books in the orphanage. Let's go check out our target to see if it's the right person." Right now at the convenience store, it seems that guy has finished his work. Kang Yu is following him, walking on the sidewalk, observing closely, and wonders, is this not the way to Sewa Girls High School? Where is this guy going? Suddenly something caught his attention, a car without brakes rushing towards an old man. Just as he was about to realize that next year might be the anniversary of his death, Kang Yu quickly saved him. The car stopped with a screeching sound. The driver quickly ran over to check on him. "Are you okay?" At this moment, Kang Yu realized it. Now looking across, there was no longer a single figure in sight. He clenched his teeth and said, "I made a mistake. It was a building." Moat sighed. "I didn't expect you to choose a place like this to transform." He said, "There are no rooftops nearby to approach, so we have to use this first." A beam of light fills the entire room. Kang Yu transforms back into his sinister form. Modot, use the Eye of the Spirit to check the information. Seeing it, he was surprised. "I now have these two new skills, Dark Cloak and Dark Shadow." The idiot speaks. Increasing magic points has helped develop the skills of the owner. He couldn't help but marvel at the wonder. Just by raising magic points, new skills appear. He thought that when he was still a priest, he could only be strong through training. Suddenly, he noticed his magic point stats. "You only have 470 magic points? Why is it like that? Who used 3 magic stones to get 120 points? Dumb explanation. Your body might have developed resistance to the magic crystals. Next time, using a different magic stone will reduce it further. After a while, you'll only see minor changes. He said if becoming stronger just by using magic stones was enough, he wouldn't have given it to me. Thinking it over, it means I can't rely solely on magic stones to get stronger. I should consider other methods like training or something else. He asked Maz to show me Brad Rain's stats as well, and Maz hesitated a bit. I've used it twice today, if I use it a third time. He nodded. I understand. Bryn, a villain with a mind-based system, transforms according to desire, possesses blood sword, blood spear, hypnosis, intimidation skills, and has a magic power stat of 1,000. He asked Bloodsword, "Did we see that yesterday?" Seeing the word hypnosis, he said, "His attributes are related to the mind." Mazot also confirmed it. Yes, all his attributes involve mind control. He muttered softly, "Hypnosis is tense." And sighs, "This is not easy at all." At this moment in the hospital, in a busy corridor filled with people, a sinister red glow appears. In the silent room, blood flows chaotically across the floor. The medical staff seemed hypnotized by his words, "Become my loyal servants." They are taken hostage by the villain, laughing mischievously without knowing anything. Brad Rin laughs and orders them, "Bring your children here." In the hospital, the medical staff are discussing something. In Na-On and Minion's room, she is sitting beside Min-Dion getting an IV drip, searching for information about the villain but can't find the person she's looking for. She was annoyed that it wasn't him after all. Long was a bit curious. Who could he be? At this moment, someone calls her name, Na-On. The staff member says that Min-Dion-On needs to undergo some health checkup tests now. Na-Eun was a bit surprised. What now? They said it's really important. It would be great if you could replace the Guardian and go with her. She wondered aloud. Oh, they smile gently and nod, but perhaps what's coming won't be as gentle as that smile. The sky has turned a sunset orange, with dark blue hues spreading across the row of rooms as Kangwoo tries to move as quickly as possible. After observing, Kangwoo lands in a nearby house and uses magic to pass through the floors. That figure keeps passing through each floor again. He thinks he can combine the hidden song and the dark shadow and use them together. Moraut's voice startled him, and he said, "That's not very good." Following that, he descended to a place. Moraut continued on his way, noting that your magic use is quite powerful. It advised him carefully, you should use it more cautiously. Kangwoo sighed softly. You're starting to nag again. A notification from the phone sounded, interrupting their conversation. Kangwoo said, "It seems so." He looked towards the hospital and whispered, "I also think I used too much, but that damn bad Rin is really heading to the hospital where that girl was admitted yesterday. Luckily, I quickly attached a GPS to him, thinking of the tearful pink-haired girl yesterday." Kangwoo suddenly had a bad premonition and rushed forward. "Hurry up." Now in the hospital basement, Na nervously asks, "Why are they taking the patient away in an ambulance during a health check?" They said this is a very important test that can't be done at the hospital. Na was very confused and asked, "What does that mean?" A familiar voice whispered in her ear, as this was a test of loyalty, the villain standing there arrogantly smiling at her. "Nice to see you again. You will die in my arms." Nayeon's eyes flickered with horror as she desperately warned everyone, "Monster, run now." But they remained frozen, as if possessed. A mysterious aura similar to that of the villain emanates from them. He steps closer to her, and they only obey my orders. Bad Ren lifts her chin teasingly and says, "I could turn you into a obedient puppet like them, but it wouldn't work." Na-On clenches the alarm device in her hand again. He continued, "You have a strong will, you have overcome human instinct of fear and horror," an utterly shameless remark from him. "You are very suitable to be my bride." But a voice interrupts the tense scene, pulling the hand of that crazy guy away. "Who?" A whispering voice behind Na-On, lying down as I count. Brad Rin suddenly realizes, angrily thinking it can't be that bastard. The sound of the bell ringing, Na-On quickly lay down. Kangwoo slipped past her, kicking straight at the guy's face. He deliberately dodged, blocking and stepping back, but still didn't feel any pain, so he looked up. At this moment, Kangwoo finally struck, delivering a kick straight to his chest, causing him to be thrown back. Blad groaned in frustration. Damn it, he's coming again. But he kept raising his fist and punching towards the guy. This is only the beginning. Blad Rain's eyes flickered with a hint of fear as the punch once again struck him, and the entire house shattered into pieces. Ren clenched his teeth and struggled with all his might to get back up. He unleashed a blood sword move, lowering his head to dodge. He kept attacking, shouting loudly, "Die!" He was hit with this punch and fell backward, thinking he had been struck. But at this moment, the face of the guy appeared very close. He suddenly uses hypnosis. his eyes wide with surprise, raising both hands toward Black Rain. "I got you now! How dare you!" His face was grabbed by him. Everything around was blurred and the noise was chaotic in the space. His face is still being squeezed by his hand, pressed firmly against the ground, and he sneers as if he has been satisfied with his depraved desires all along. A cruel glint flashes in his eyes. Now it's time to pay the price. At this moment, he can still laugh mockingly. Kanyu asked confusedly, "Do you find that funny?" "Of course I am. Why wouldn't I be happy?" He continued, "You will never defeat me because I am exactly like this," Kanyu muttered irritably. "What the hell are you talking about, you crazy bastard?" He kept smiling, then suddenly his whole body turned bright red. Kanyu was a bit surprised by his appearance, but he still tried his best to bring his fists down with force. But he was unharmed, actually dispersing into a liquid from that direction. Modot said, "The skills of this guy are really annoying. Physical attacks don't work when he turns into blood form. I remember my old evil form, damn it. If I could still use fire magic, he's finished." "Where did he run to?" The doctor looked around in confusion and asked, "Why am I at the parking lot?" Na-on asked worriedly, "Are you all okay?" Morat continued, "The hypnosis spell has worn off." He shouted, "Hey, doctor and nurse over there, quickly move the patient to a safe place." The doctor, hearing the loud noise, also reacted and was startled. "Villain." Na-on tried to stop him. Wait, but Kang-yu quickly ran away. She watched the figure in front of her disappear with a slight sense of disappointment. He rushed forward, just told Moust that he couldn't go far. "We have to catch up with him quickly. His current silhouette makes her think of Kang-yu from the past." Suddenly, two other men appeared right in front of the door. Kang-yu stopped just in time, and DeWong shouted, "Evil man!" Kang-yu and Yu Chan looked at each other in surprise, both thinking the same thing. It's him. Dagegong then drew his mirror and threw a flying sword at him. Kang-yu also doesn't hesitate to fight back. "Is that all it takes to stop me? Get out of the way and don't block my path, I will attack again." The sword was knocked back by his force, spinning several times in the air. DeWong shouted loudly, "Yu Chan, why are you just standing there like a statue? If you don't act quickly, that guy's life will be lost." Wu Chan was extremely confused, Na-on said. He is the one who saved the girl. He couldn't help but recall old memories. DeWong shouted loudly, causing him to be confused. "Wu Chan!" At this moment, Wu Chan still believes that the true villains are those who must be eliminated. He unleashes his fiery attack, the flames rushing toward Kang-yu. Kang-yu raises his hand, countering with a shadow sword strike. DeWong now appears behind him, furious. Damn it, this is really annoying. Kang-yu immediately paid attention. DeWong launched a relentless attack, Dai Hung Lei, and I couldn't dodge in time, getting cut by that sword. DeWong shouted loudly, "Now give him a finishing blow." U-chan charged forward at the sound. U-chan still uses fire magic, but Na-on's words echo in his mind. He has saved me. He was a bit startled and quickly looked for a way to retreat. Seeing the door behind him, he hurriedly ran away. He escaped quickly. DeWong questioned him. "U-tran, where is your mind wandering off to?" U-chan softly says, "I'm sorry." Uwong slung his sword over his shoulder and sighed softly. "You seemed like a different person today." As they left the platform, Yu thought, "What was that just now? It feels like he vanished into the darkness. Is that some kind of shadowing skill? This is the first time I've seen something like this." I turned to U-chan and asked, "How should we report this?" But seeing that dejected face, he couldn't bring himself to be angry and comforted him. "Don't blame yourself anymore. DeWong, cheer up, what are you standing there for? Go take care of your sister." U-chan hesitated for a moment before replying, "Ah, yes." He said that anyway. We really couldn't hide the discomfort from both of them. At this point, Bren has returned to his human state, feeling annoyed and thinking, "Damn it, my throat is dry." He angrily thought, "Damn it, that bastard has messed everything up again." Now it's getting dark. He's annoyed and his throat is dry. He looks ahead and lightly licks his lips. Looking at the flickering neon sign ahead, he thought this place looked quite appealing to soothe his craving. The dim, hazy lights and lively, excited dances. Seeing the young man approach, she couldn't help but ask, "Your clothes are bloody. Are you hurt somewhere?" The handsome guy said again, "No, I'm just thirsty." She asked, "Thirsty? Should I buy you something?" The man refused and looked at her neck, "But I just wanted something truly enticing." The car speeds down the road. The news bulletin reports a massacre at the Red Rui Club in Gadam District, Area 3. A villain identified as Black Rain is causing widespread panic among the people. DeWong can't help but curse under his breath. Damn it, he's furious. Ha! Has that bastard really gone crazy? Yu-chan wondered what was going on. DeWong says that Black Rin is still terrorizing the people, and he has lost count of how many times it has happened. He was silent for a moment, then a scream rang out, startling her. Naanu-chan ran over panting and asked, "Are you okay?" Nayeon shouted. Your brother spins around her, carefully checking. "Are you hurt?" Naon continues, "That person saved me." "Were you a bit surprised?" Na-yoon continued, "The one who saved me last time." He was silent for a moment as their car sped down the road again. Somewhere, Kang-yu hugs his wound and sighs in relief. Mo-rat comments, "It's lucky it's not a serious injury. You're really not yourself." He asked back with some confusion. "Not like me." Mordo said, "You fight very differently when facing an evil person. Do you hold back because they are priests?" He was silent for a moment, then said, "It won't be like that anymore because my enemies are not only evil people." Morwat said the wound was almost healed. Suddenly, something bright caught his attention, and he grabbed the device in his hand. "What is this?" Night has fallen, and the corpses lie scattered on the floor, looking terrifying. But the girl, trembling and breathless with fear, hides under the table. Daewang and Uan stared wide-eyed at the scene before them, Bren raising his glass amidst the pile of corpses, sipping his drink, claiming he finally felt a bit recovered and somewhat satisfied. He whispers softly, "Quiet now. I don't want my recovery time to be interrupted." The boy frowns, while the girl has lost her mind and can only tremble. Daewang looked around and said, "Uan, we will rescue the survivors and then catch him." He claimed his recovery time was over and, like a madman, charged at the two of them, casting a bloodthirsty spell, catching both of them off guard with his sudden attack. Daewang quickly drew his sword and charged at him. Uchan also rushed forward at the same time, casting a spell with a look of fury in his eyes. Daewang stopped him. Uchan hesitated, using fire to trap the hostage in the flames. Only then did Uchan realize his mistake. Black Drain sneered contemptuously, still caring about others. Daewang was startled. That guy suddenly appeared in front of you and shouted, "Worry about yourself." The force threw you back and you hit the wall hard. You scream in pain as he keeps charging forward. He says in a sinister tone, "I will end your life with a mystical strike." "It's another bloodthirsty move," Uchan screams in horror. "Your attack hit the mark precisely. Impressive skill." The man sneered as Uchan charged from behind. You're useless. You can't defeat me with just that." Uchan turned back thinking, since when had he? The claws of the guy were raised again, aiming straight at Uchan. He looked at the wound, feeling extremely angry. Damn it. He lunged again, moving with incredible speed and agility. He struck and shouted as he disappeared. Uhan grimaced in pain as he crouched down, the deep wound making him gasp for breath, blood continuously oozing from the open cut. The man licked away each drop of blood between his fingers, hurriedly, then shrugged. "If that strike had hit, I might have been split in two." Uchan is extremely confused, thinking this bastard is too strong. "If I can't use fire magic, I won't be able to escape him." The guy looks down from above and says, "You seem angry and helpless because you're worried about the hostage and can't use your full power, right?" Na-on heard him call her sister's name and quickly moved away. The man continued rambling. "I've investigated a bit about Na-on, your model sister. That brave and adorable little girl really got me with a fire spell. She made me mistake that pest for my brother. It will be punished for daring to deceive me." Uhan angrily interrupted. "If you dare to touch my sister, I will kill you." He chuckled to himself. "Dan is caught in a trap. I will get a taste of the blood of a furious priest. That will be a special flavor. He sneers at your overconfidence. I will give you a chance to prove that confidence at an abandoned factory." The two of us eyeing each other, he spoke first. "I can finally relax here. You can use all your power here, right? You must be really happy to be able to use all your strength." He secretly feels pleased. If no one else were around tonight, he could enjoy the blood of this priest at will. He opens his eyes wide, casts a spell, and charges at Bad Rain. "I will make you regret bringing me here," using the fire magic he wields. The blazing fire rushes toward him, but he laughs confidently and easily dodges the attack with a quick jump. Uchan couldn't believe his eyes. While he was still stunned, Brad Rin charged at him, grabbing him with both hands, his eyes full of provocation. "Is this all your strength? It's no different from when you couldn't use your full power." Watching him fly away, he said teasingly, "I also haven't used all my strength." Someone approaching is Kang-yu. Watching this entire scene, he murmured softly, "That's really twisted." Seeing a mark on the other side, Kang-yu confirmed it was a claw mark from the lips. It has traces of very strong magic. He wondered if it could really be that bastard. Suddenly, he saw the drunkard unconscious and slumped in a corner. He thought, "This bastard," and tried to shake him. "Is he dead?" Murat stared at him, then concluded he was still alive. He looked around, sure that Uchan had also been here. But where could he be? Mo-rat noticed the sword on the floor and called Kang-yu. "Kasian, over." He looked at it and asked curiously, "What is that?" "That's a magic weapon." Kang Yu picked up the sword and said, "I can feel it when I hold it. This is a good opportunity. Extract the magical energy crystal from that weapon." Kang Yu shrugged. "You're right. This is a good opportunity, but since it belongs to someone else." Suddenly remembering the grudges with those two, he felt reassured, thinking it would be fine. And so the sword turned into a pile of shattered debris. Kang Yu held 2 crystals in his hand, swallowed them, and a surge of magic flowed into him, making his whole body tingle. A light ignited in his heart that lit up his eyes. "I'm guessing you don't need to use divine vision to see anymore. I've felt this way before." The bright moon lights up the sky and a shadowy figure stands faintly above. He asked, "When will that bastard arrive?" The other replied, "He'll be here very soon." He sighed in boredom, saying, "I'm tired of this appetizer again." Wuhan continued casting spells and charged at him, but his punch was blocked. He uses magic to extinguish the flames. He shouts, "Look at me, this tiny fire can't hurt me." He casts a spell and punches him directly in the chest. Wuhan can't defend himself in time and screams in pain. He looked at him gasping for breath and sneered, "You are so weak, so pathetic," and pitiful gave a claw. Duong looks at him with a meaningful gaze and a tone full of implication. "It's a pity, but there's no need to blame yourself for that weakness, because I will turn you into part of my body so you can live forever." A loud laugh echoed, "The crazy pervert." This voice really startles me. A loved one has come uninvited. Gaze at him and stop talking nonsense. You're just a twisted mosquito. The two of them stare at each other, the situation tense. "Still the same old leech feeding off you, huh? Are you always interrupting my moments of pleasure?" he replied. "For someone defeated over and over again, you probably prefer talking more." He sneered, "I have reached a new level. I have absorbed dozens of people and their blood has awakened me." The man casually responds, raising his hand to summon a bit of magic, his eyes filled with a twisted obsession. "This arrogant power is invincible. Not even a high-ranking priest can touch me right now." "Is that so?" Wuhan said painfully, trying to get up. They looked at each other again, both thinking the same thing without prior agreement. He is the one who summoned the magic, shouting loudly, "Behold my invincible power." Yu Chan's heart grew cold and overwhelmed with confusion. "Oh my God, this bastard didn't use all his strength when fighting me." He uses magic to attack him with a blood wound spell, unleashing his power straight at him. He casts a spell, raising his hands to defend. As that long arm rushes in, grabbing Yu Chan's hands tightly, the guy is pleased. He's caught him. His claw swipe just missed him, but what he caught was only empty air. Kang Yu said, "Fool, I'm behind you." He quickly turned back, but I managed to dodge this attack. My eyes shone brightly and Duong clenched his fist toward him. That strike hit Black Rain right in the chest. He raised his leg again. He kicked him straight in the stomach. Black Rain took 2 hits in a row, his eyes rolling back from the pain. He asks, "Show me your invincible power. When do you plan to show me?" He was knocked down by a final blow and rolled on the floor. Oh my, look at him lying there. I stare in surprise at Yu. What is going on? He is completely different from when he was in the hospital. Is he also hiding his true power? What has happened since then? His hands trembled and he couldn't help but curse. "Damn it!" He mockingly asked, "You say an S-rank priest can't beat you, but is that true for everyone?" He laughs, trying to find a way to retreat. He asks, "Are you planning to run away again?" At this point, he is transformed into blood. "I don't know what happened during this time, but I admit you're stronger than me, but you'll never catch me with that physical attack, especially when my body turns into blood." He laughed again, but was quickly cut off by him. "There won't be a next time. You sick mosquito." He uses the shadow clone technique and says, "Don't expect to be reborn with your twisted hobbies." A black flame erupts fierce as Kang Yu's rage. "I will burn you now with everything I have." His eyes flicker, truly afraid. He didn't care, and continued with his spell. The black fire announced that Wan Kang Yu had awakened, directly reaching the level of a major threat in the dark fire system. Dark Shadow Sword Technique, Black Shadow and Black Fire Self-Repair. Hidden Death Skill, Demonic Magic Spell, 520. At the hospital, the TV news was broadcasting a breaking story. Last night in the Gadam district neighborhood, Blood Rain, the perpetrator of the massacres, was captured after a fierce battle. Blood Rain, the serial killer, is no ordinary foe, but the rookie priest Yuan defeated him. He pats your shoulder. "Well done, kid. Good job. I can't imagine what would have happened if we hadn't caught him. I'm honest, I didn't catch him. I only contacted the command office after the battle was over." Remembering that night his head was held tightly and the strain had defeated him. Wuhan sighed softly, the power to burn. It's clear he has dual dark attribute powers. I've never heard of this before. Yu-chan turned to him and said, "Hurry up and call the police or report something. The BL killer has been caught." Uhan said, "I told them clearly that I wasn't the one who caught him, but they reported to the authorities that I was the one who did it." Duong was very curious. Could it be that bastard, the one who fought BL Exter last time? He continued, "Yes, he is the one who brought down Black Rain." Duong poured him some water. "Are you worried and asking if you feel guilty for not being the one who did it?" Uchan silently admits it. Duong slumps down and gently encourages him. "All right, don't worry about that anymore. What's the point of stressing over it? Keep going. Maybe he has other motives like fighting to get a rank or something." Duong was startled. "Oh right, what happened to my Thonback first sword of Min Kim?" Uchan says they are fine and at the police station, and he breathes a sigh of relief after hearing that. "Phew, luckily I still have my precious sword." Uchan looked outside. The sky was beautiful but filled with sadness. At the schoolyard now, a group of top students are sitting together, excitedly discussing. "Damn, did you see that? Uhan has defeated a villain." A shocking rumor is spreading online that the bloodthirsty villain Brad Ren and the serial killer Uhan were arrested last night in Gadam district. The top priest is actually the murderer. Someone sighs softly. "Damn it, this is crazy." A student breathes a sigh of relief. "Luckily, we didn't go to the nightclub yesterday, or we might have been screwed." The remaining guy just laughed mockingly. "With that face of yours, thinking you can protect anyone, are you deluded about your strength? You're totally out of it. He's joking around." "Do you want to die?" Ki-hun asks. "Where is Dong-sung? Why are you sitting here alone?" Daegu sighed and recounted that after being hit in the face, he had to be hospitalized due to a fractured orbital floor and broken bones around the eyeball. Kai-hun shouted, "At least pay for his hospital bills. He almost died." "God damn it. Daegu is helpless. It was beaten like that because you incited it." He asks, "Do you plan to just let that damn bastard go? We need to maintain our reputation too, right?" Daegu quickly dodged the question. "Except for me," he shouted. But if you don't join, he couldn't help but ask back, "Do you really still think he's a failure?" He was scared. "Honestly, I fear that bastard more than that priest over there." The man's spine went cold. How could a person have eyes like that? Kahun also remained silent, not knowing what to say in response. Right now in Class 31, everyone is excitedly watching the news and gathering around, constantly praising. "Yu-chan is amazing, he's so cool, I got goosebumps." Uzamazot said everyone was haunted by what happened last night. He put down his phone and decided to spend some time meeting those people. "I want to get something more than just the reward they mentioned." It asked, "Do you want anything else?" He just remained silent without answering. Somewhere, loud noises kept echoing, stirring the entire sky, as a woman blew a bubblegum and continuously spray-painted on the wall until suddenly someone appeared. A large man with a broom slung over his shoulder. The noise rang out again, the machinery clanking, and suddenly he heard a sound. A voice echoing. "Is this how you welcome your distinguished guests?" Joe said. "It's a mess. You should clean it up a bit." Aoma pinned his nose, probably because of the musty smell. Driver impatiently asks, "What are you doing here?" Complaining right at the entrance. He then said, "Isn't it because you called me?" He was surprised. "I called you." The driver poured water for the guest and asked, "Did you see that guy fight?" He nodded. "Of course I saw everything." I watched intently as if I were watching a movie. The villain, the wizard, the element, the metal, Class A, Royal Gannet. He continued to ask, "So, what do you think?" He takes a piece of cake. With no conspiracy theories, no emotion. A movie criticized for being dull and cliché. The first female character is an A-class villain, a wind clown hunter. Aoma is quite a critical judge. The other girl is an A-class villain, an earth magic wizard named Hot. He gently pinched her cheek. "I think it's pretty good. The main actor is very unique, like a dazzling yet mysterious black diamond. Your expression? Isn't he praising you a bit too much?" He smiled frankly. There was nothing else to say. He asked him, "You knew from the beginning, didn't you, that the guy has dual attributes?" He looked at the three of them in silence for a moment. "Now I understand." Ozip was surprised. "What? You didn't know?" he said again. "I thought he was just different from a few other villains." He sighed. "You don't know about a villain with dual attributes. I've never heard of that before." He continued, surprising the three of them. "Actually, yes. Long ago, they existed in the age of myth. Sang Yu thought the evil zone wasn't meant to imprison villains, but to prevent the war between villains and priests, allowing villains to operate freely. The place where everyone lives in peace is actually the demon territory. Looking at the dilapidated buildings, I can never get used to this place, no matter how many times I come. Your timing is perfect." The driver sits high above, looking down. "Your aura seems quite different from the last time we met." Nice to see you again. The two of you head up to the Heaven Bar in the building. They sit at the bar where bartender is working. A beautifully shimmering glass of water is served. The driver hands you a fresh grapefruit juice here. It's really good. After drinking, I'll take you on a tour of this villainous area. He hands you a box. Here it is. The reward is promised. He continued, but your magic has truly improved significantly. Are you using magic stones or doing something else? Don't lie. Where could I have gotten the magic stones from? He also has some doubts. Really? Observing him, Driver thought, where on earth did this guy come from? The last time I met him, he only had 300 magic points, but now he's up to 500. His magic couldn't have increased that much just from the magic stones I gave him. Could this be related to his dual attributes? Yu Mi asked curiously, where did you get the magic stone? Did someone supply you with it? He took the magic stone from me. He's a top-tier outsider summoner. Yu Chai, huh? He cast a spell to lift a gate, revealing a delicious sandwich. Cha said, this is a free meal for a very special guest. The driver introduced, this is the owner of this tavern, Brother Yu Sha. He is an outsider in the villainous territory. He laughs and says, I told you not to call me brother. The outsider here means a priest who is not registered with the priest organization and acts freely according to their own wishes. He says, sell me a few magic stones at a cheap price. Shai Ha smiled brightly and said, I'm giving them to you at the lowest price. Cheap customer. He continued, come on, we've already gone beyond the level of friendship, haven't we? How many years have we known each other? But he's still determined, business is business. He glanced at him, considering. An outsider in the villainous zone, he must have his own story. Kong Yu spoke up, cutting in. I have a few questions. Can I also buy magic stones? He said, of course. If you are a member of this evil zone, I ask again, a member of the evil zone. The driver replied, you just need to settle in the residential area of the evil zone. Kang Yu raised an eyebrow and asked, do you want me to settle there and serve you as a boss? He replied, that depends on you. You will have to take a test, and whether you become the boss or not depends on the results of that test. Cheha asked, you don't want to be the boss of this evil territory anymore? He replied, I have thought about it for a long time. He sighed. Oh my God, you said I am not interested in becoming the boss of this area. Driver confusedly asked why. Being the boss of the villainous territory is pretty cool too. He said, if you like it that way, then just keep it and use it. The driver continued to persuade him, saying that if he became the boss, he would have full control over the villain territory, including subordinates and a fancy training room of his own. He took a sip of water and calmly replied, I have no interest in anything except how to get stronger. He said, you can also buy magic stones from the black market. This really made him think. He looked at him with surprise, assessing the person before him, and quietly thought he wasn't quite sure, but he probably was also a black market trader. He looked at the other guy at the counter, thinking he's the same. They don't seem like easy opponents to deal with. Driver said, think it over. You'll also get a salary as part of your monthly operating expenses. There are quite a few things, and that amount is pretty decent. I'm really curious, how much did you actually get? He whispers into his ear, his eyes shining with surprise. Driver looks at him with a knowing smile, and he frowns, realizing he's just putting on a show. Somewhere else, Black Hen chews and comments, this is disgusting. Are the things I'm chewing really meat? He became furious, repeatedly stomping on the piece of cake. How much longer do I have to keep eating these things? I want to go out and eat a chicken burger from Papa. CR, he pushes him. Burger Queen is pretty good too. He said, I really like pizza, but I can't remember the last time I had it. He is a B-class villain, an assassin with attribute and physical strength. CR. He points at CR and scolds him for destroying the only pizza shop in the villain area. He calmly replied, isn't it obvious? Pineapple pizza is unacceptable. He continued shouting, this crazy guy. A voice rang out, is everyone here? Getting both of them to pay attention, he is a double B villain, an assassin with that attribute. He continued, now is not the time to talk about pizza. Black Hen asks, what's going on? Some crazy priest invading the villain's territory or something? He cursed out loud. That bastard is here. He asked which bastard. He continued, the guy in black gave him a blow last time. Remembering the tension, he couldn't help but grind his teeth. He shouted in excitement, where is that bastard right now? He says he's going with Driver. Black Hand was surprised. Let's go. He agreed, saying, they're at Heaven Pup. Are you going to chase after them? Certainly, Boy said that Driver has restricted the villains from fighting in the villain area. His whole body was burning with fire. From today, I will break that rule. The sunset falls as a person digs in the ground. Driver introduces, his name is Earth Dog. He digs because he likes to dig. He continued, the one behind him is Cleaner. He's a cleaning fanatic. Just seeing a speck of dust makes him unable to stay still. They are both crazy, but they don't harm anyone. Although they don't hurt people, they can still cause material damage. Driver clasped his hands behind his head, which is why we need a place like the villain's territory. He thinks they are different from the villains we've faced before, maybe because of this guy. So why do you want me to catch that black rain? Driver replied without hesitation. Because I need a traitor. I'm a bit surprised, he continued. To eliminate the traitor, I need someone unrelated to me and the evil zone, like you. Maybe you don't know. Just like the priest, villains also come in many types. So you mean there is some connection between Brad Rain, the evil zone, and the traitor? Driver denies that Brad Rain is just a pawn of the traitor, saying I am sure there is something more sinister behind it, because their ultimate goal is to destroy the evil zone. He shrugged. I have nothing to do with those things. Driver smirked. I knew you'd say that. That's why I like you. He continued. You should become a member of the villain's territory. Kong Yu couldn't hold back. What nonsense are you talking about? Driver replied. I swear on my honor as a villain. This is a very sincere request. At sunset, in a place called Vesperna, which is a restaurant with neatly arranged bottles of fine wine, Dudi was checking the stock and thinking, I wonder if Kangoo has eaten since I gave the kid the card. I haven't seen him in a long time. Someone asked the manager, and she replied, I am here. He said, the boss is looking for you, and she was surprised. You're looking for me, right? Of course I am. She works diligently and gets along well, with no mistakes at all. The woman on the other end of the line said, I've also heard about this employee. I'm really looking forward to it. The boss told me personally that I would really regret letting her go. She sneered, as if I had just done something cruel. Suddenly, a call interrupted the conversation. This is Du speaking. He said the manager is here. I'll call back later. She hung up, the room fell silent, and he handed her a letter, which she took. He said the headquarters in the U.S. had just sent her an invitation to manage the company. They recognize her hard work and talent, so they want to invite her for further training at the headquarters. Dudi is very surprised. What? Is that true? He continued. They will pay for her flights and provide her with an apartment near the headquarters building. She was stunned. Oh my God. He continued. It's a great opportunity. Are you going? She nodded. Of course. But suddenly she remembered Kang Yu Night fell over the villain district. He stood there looking at the driver in silence for a moment. He said, You should become a member of the villainous region. Kang Yu couldn't hold back. What are you talking about? The driver said, I swear on my demon honor this is a sincere request. He stayed silent and then let out a sigh, asking foolishly, What's wrong with you? Suddenly, Kang Yu noticed something. Black Hen was sitting on the other side. CR asked him, Did he go alone? He looked at them with disgust. Then he slowly approached, sarcastically, still hiding as the last mouse. Oh, hearing that, he flinched. Does he know I'm here? This guy probably isn't someone to mess with either. CR went crazy after hearing that. He looked at me with a frown. I want to turn him into a bloody mess right now. Black Hen pushed him back, saying there must be order. He has to come first. He must be mine first. He grits his teeth. A Black Hand still has magic. I will return all the insults you've given from now on. He couldn't help but think. Is there something wrong with that guy's brain? Wasn't he the one who caused trouble last time? Moat, the kind one, reminds you to be careful, Khan. It seems like they're going to attack in a group. He widened his eyes, then Black Hen rushed forward and shouted, Die! A basket suddenly swooped through the air and blocked right in front of him. Black Hen shouted angrily, What kind of woman is that? It's impolite to say goodbye like that when people are leaving. That's a villain named Chuak. He sneered, You crazy drunk. You've drank too much and now you're a lunatic? She smiled and said, I just wanted to warn you about going against the rules. Attacking someone is against the rules and the evil zone. Black Hand shouted, That only applies if he is also a member of the villainous territory. Another voice interjected, Soon he will become a member of the villainous territory. Making Brett hiding in fear, also startled. They looked toward the source of the voice and saw a graceful woman sitting there. Black Hand trembled slightly and nervously called her by name. She smiled and asked him, Will you let him go? The two of them fell silent and the atmosphere grew tense. At Kong Yu's house, the sound of the lock opening echoes. Dudi enters, sighs wearily, and sees the quiet house, thinking, Is the boy asleep now? She approached his room, about to knock, but the manager's words echoed in her mind. They recognized her effort and dedication, and wanted to invite her for further training at headquarters. She pondered silently for a moment. Then Dudi set down her bag and said, Go take a shower and then just roll into bed. The letter fell to the ground early in the morning at the park. A pair of swift legs kept running. Kong Yu trained diligently. Modot asked, Is that a punching bag? A classic training method. He says it's the best way to improve both strength and endurance. Chang Yu runs off. From now on, I need to focus not just on one-on-one fights, but on fighting 100 women. And so endurance is essential. Moto quietly sighed in admiration. Good analysis, Cajun CR shouted. Wait a minute, he asked with a frown. Isn't he supposed to pass the Evil Zone entrance exam? Will he accept the face of the Emperor or not? Black Hen just stands beside him, losing all reason and shouting about the test. I just want to tear him apart, only then did he speak up. I will take the test. After 10 days, you'll easily pass and surprise them all. The girl said, the welcome ceremony will take place in 10 days, so I will explain the rules. The match will be one-on-one and killing is prohibited except in unavoidable situations. And she deliberately drew out her voice, then pointed at herself. Chuak smiled and said, your first opponent is me. Let's smash it to bits. He thought Min didn't really care much about joining the villainous territory. Everyone around was staring in awe at his training. Unbelievable. He didn't care and kept training, thinking that if he became stronger, he could finally face his opponent and Lampus. Chang Yu clenched the towel in his hand, continuing to think that this was the path he would choose, even if it meant going down to hell, until suddenly something caught his attention. Those two women also noticed him, but Kang Yu quickly ran away. One of them said, that Canadian illusion is real. Is that the guy? The other nodded. Yeah, no doubt. The two of them returned to their evil forms and kept this secret from Gannett. He returns home. The cool water from the shower flows down. After a long training session, Kang Yu washes up and steps outside to find the house still silent, quietly wondering, is she still sleeping? He stepped out of the room and sat down, then realized the mess was taking up all the space. Kang Yu muttered, I should clean this up, it's so messy. Suddenly he saw a letter. At this moment, Duty had woken up, stretched comfortably, and asked him, why did you wake up so early? Seeing Kang Yu holding her letter, she startled. Duty quickly snatched it back. What are you looking at? She asked hesitantly. Have you read it yet? Kang Yu replied casually. It seems to be an invitation to go to America. She was a bit surprised, but still said, don't worry, I won't go anywhere. He asked why? Duty asked why? How can you leave me alone? Kang Yu said I would be fine on my own. His heart is now so mixed up that he feels more like a hen than a rooster. She asked if I said I know how to cook for myself. What about cleaning and laundry? I still have to take out the trash. Chang Yu really is beyond words. He helplessly asked, are you not a kid? Do you know how old I am? Duty also answered anxiously. I'm only in my 3rd year of high school. Kang Yu smiled brightly and encouraged her. Go on, isn't this a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, 2 stars? Don't worry about me, just do what you want. That statement moved Duty deeply. In the city of villains, Black Hand, Krat, and Bra are discussing something. Bra asks, will he come through on his promise with only a week left? He asked him again. He explained, the kid will fight with Du. Black Hand sighs in frustration. I want to get his story. But I heard he's also skilled with the driver. He shrugs his shoulders, refusing outright. Probably let him go this time. Crash also mocked, you're not also hacked and you got it in one shot. Black Hand is furious. Do you want to die? Who's getting shot in the head, huh? You want to get shot in the head, right? Crash was a bit nervous too. He spat right in my face. So what's there to worry about? Bite said, but you have to beat Duke first before it's our turn. It would be funny if he gets beaten badly by Duak. Black Hen clenched his fist, but this time I will bet on him instead of Duak. His fist was blazing with fire just like his heart right now. To avenge the last attack, I will use all my strength. At Kang Yu's house, seeing him working, Modot couldn't help but ask, are you planning to send yourself to America? He said it was a good opportunity. He couldn't help but ask again, is that all there is to it? Chang Yu was silent for a moment, then said it would be good for both of us. Keep going. I'm not saying this as a singer, but as Kang Yu Modot worries, are you sure you'll be okay on your own? Of course. Did you live alone back in America? But Moses said, I asked about what you're looking for. It's speechless now, you only have a loud mouth, and now you have to find a way to cook rice. Kang Yu honestly said, I've never cooked rice before, I'm used to Western food. The morning sunlight fills the entire room. Dudi gazes quietly at the letter in her hand, letting out a soft sigh. Dudi remembered their words of encouragement. Isn't this a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Don't worry about me, just do what you want. A call sounded, and when Du responded the second time, it was louder. Dudi, she suddenly realized in the flickering light of the restaurant. Dudi asked, what's with that face after calling us out? The other person is just calling the staff for our order. Seeing Dudi look upset, they kept asking, are you worried about something? Maybe it's because a man like you is so carefree. Be good, the bespectacled girl continued to ask. Hurry up, big sister will do it, but the blonde girl kept her mouth shut tight. Understand a little. The staff are bringing them your beers. They said just have a drink first, cheers. A little alcohol makes her more open, she just goes along with it. She takes a big sip at Kang Yu's house, and Dudi's face is flushed. She is so drunk that Kang Yu has to help her inside. Are you okay? Why did you drink so much? Badu shook her head vigorously, saying she wasn't drunk at all. She gently touched her brother's face in admiration. Our cute little bump is just too adorable. Even Modot is speechless. Her neck is already stretched out. As I was about to leave after laying her down, I heard her say, "When I was little, I always followed my sister around." Dudi's voice was full of nostalgia, but I am now mature enough to take care of this older sister. My little brother has really grown up. Remembering what that person said to me, "You're mature enough to take care of me now." His heart feels a little stirred. He tucks the blanket around her. Kang Yu quietly watched her sleep peacefully before returning to his room. It was already morning, and Dudi was awake, rubbing her head irritably, saying, "My head is going to explode, I drank too much." Seeing the carefully covered dish on the table, she was a bit surprised. Dudi picked up the note to read it, and she carefully read it. "Sister, I made bean sprout soup to help you sober up. Reheat it and eat with rice. I already got that from Kang Yu. I'm not a kid at the airport gate." Dudi carefully reminded her, "Don't skip meals. Eat 3 times a day. I'll check every morning and evening, so remember to answer the phone. Lock the door carefully. You know how scary the world is now." Contrary to her worry, Kang Yu was very calm. "I told you not to worry. Who wouldn't worry? If anything happens, you have to call me, got it?" "I'm so worried," he laughs. "That line should be said by me. If anything happens to you, I'll fly straight to America." The two of them exchange a longing look as they part ways. She turned away, waved, and told Kang Yu to come to the designated place. The plane finally took off. Kang Yu watched until it disappeared into the villain area. The driver explained, "You win the match if one side surrenders or can no longer fight. You will have 3 matches. Looking at his interface, he quietly comments, "There's new gear over there. That tight suit looks boring. We'll accept everyone participating, so even if you lose, you won't face any serious punishment." The driver chuckled provocatively. "You only lose your right to challenge me, the overlord of the villains." Kang Yu impatiently snapped, "Shut up and fight me already." He smiled without saying anything and turned to the girl, asking, "Okay, are you ready?" Chuak, of course, is just going wild. Moru told Kayan to stay calm and not fall into the opponent's trap. He nodded, saying he wouldn't fall for it. He thought it would be speed, or Chuak with her strength and endurance. He was assessing her. Chuak is not an ordinary fighter, with good health and resilience. She is a close combat master with a body trained for fighting. She's a smart martial artist who knows how to leverage her advantages. Here, close combat means physical fighting between opponents at close range. Overwhelming speed is no problem for Chuak. She is his worst opponent. This match is going to be intense. The driver, after seeing the two of them hit the floor, then gives the order. Start. Chuac rushes forward, shouting, "Don't dawdle anymore." He launches a flying attack at her. The pillar wrapped around her body, preventing her from moving. She was furious. What the hell is this? Someone is calling her, and she looks up but sees nothing above her. She thought he wasn't there. Rhett reminded her in front of Chue. She was startled to realize that he had already stood in front of Chue and kicked her. The driver shook his head. Damn it. Even that group of villains was surprised. Chuac was knocked down with a single move, lying sprawled on the ground, but he remained calm. Continue. She lay there unconscious. Black Hen couldn't help but secretly marvel. Holy crap, he defeated Chuak, the one considered to have the toughest endurance in the role with just 1 hit? Kanyu flicked his finger. If you're not patient, don't waste my time and get your ass over here. Black Hand is a bit scared. What kind of monster is he? Keep coming. Who else wants a beating? Come on out. CR turns and raises an eyebrow. He's calling you. A spear rushes towards and stabs right beside him. He turns to look at it. There's someone standing up there. Don't get cocky just because you took down one person. He introduced himself as John, the top hunter. This red eye will be your opponent. In some room, he said the chance of something happening is almost 0, so there's no need to worry about B's case anyway, since we can't expect much from that bastard. What about Gadam District on the other end? He replied, Gadam District will fall soon or later. He sneered, Trust me and wait, Mr. Chairman. I will make sure that happens at any cost. A blinding light lit up the sky as a barrage of arrows shot forward. Chang Yu quickly dodged and Morut said, It's a missile. The arrow shot straight at where he was standing. Kang Yu prepared to jump. Then he jumped up, and that arrow was stuck in the nearby wall. He said, Finally, I caught you. He aimed the arrow directly at him, sarcastically saying with this, The hunt is over. He unleashed a fiery move, and Kang Yu couldn't escape in time. A blazing red light erupted along with a loud noise. Red Eye landed softly and said, Is it over? I had high expectations for him, but then a noise behind me startled him. He turned around. Kang Yu shouted loudly and charged at Red Eye. You are the real prey. He raised his hand, shamelessly holding up a white flag. I give up. I lost. Kang Yu angrily yells, What the hell? The compatibility is gone now. That blind guy said, if a long-range player gets caught, is winning just about luck? He clenched his teeth and said, "Are you giving up just because of something so trivial?" This crazy guy is really unbelievable. He shrugged and asked, "What do you mean by trivial?" "I am serious," he said with a deadly serious expression. "I never intended to challenge you from the start, but the driver made a request to me." The drones approached the two people. Kangyu asked suspiciously, "Did the driver request you?" He was straightforward, saying he didn't want anyone to get seriously injured during the test. Red Eye handed him something, telling him to take it. Kangyu wondered, "What is this?" He replied, "It's DSP. All the villains in Gaddam District have this. He just sticks it under the ear and it works immediately, blending with the blood so you can't see it." He examines it carefully. Kangyu thought he had seen it injected into condemned villains before, but this is the first time he's seen a patch like this. "Whoever made it must be the one your final opponent will face, probably Black Hand." That night was sensitive and quite fiery, but there were also some very adorable moments. Don't get too angry at people. I can't help but be speechless when I recall the impression of that damn first guy. Cute. The Black Hand is extremely tense right now. CR asked him, "Who do you think will win, and where did Driver fall?" "Another shot?" Bet said. "That crazy archer is at a disadvantage. He doesn't usually fight multiple rounds. I don't think it's just about compatibility. If his destructive power is enough to take down Ochu with a single blow, then he's just lucky, the fool." He asked again, "Do you really believe that?" He clenched his teeth and said, "So Crow said, you're saying that it's hard to win 1 versus 1, right? Especially when it's 3 versus 1. Du also showed emotion. Well, not bad at all. Only Black Hen remains alert and insults him. "So what? Are you that cowardly? Are you crazy? Do you want to attack him?" "So, what if I am? Chue was already awake. Even a lion can be attacked while hunting a gazelle." He sneered. "Hard to believe." Black Hen shouted, "Don't lump me together with the one who kills in an instant. It's you. I am not a lion, but a lone Siberian hunting tiger." CR raises an eyebrow. The dog looks down on the cat for its fur. He insults his friend. This loser. Chu is really annoyed. "I'm not here to cause trouble. This test, she's just going through the motions. I, along with the one I just fought, am Red Eye, and you are just the final catalyst that makes me shine." "What the hell?" Chue says again. "Just listen to this nonsense all the way through first. I happened to overhear a conversation from the driver at Heaven Pup. Do you know what he said? That he will hand over his position as the boss. They were surprised? Come on. Black Hen insults her. That's so ridiculous. Don't bark that out so casually." She shrugged. "Ucheha is also there, so if you don't believe it, just go over and ask." He widened his eyes in shock. "No way. The undefeated driver. This is so unbelievable." Shu is furious. He's just a petty villain. Does that supreme title really get handed over to him so easily? "Aren't you furious that that wandering guy got the driver's favor? The driver we know isn't someone like that." "Now's the time to decide. Do you want to join us in fighting against them?" Kret wonders. "What do you mean, we?" She laughed mischievously, pointing to the villains behind her and introducing them, saying, "I've brought some loyal brothers here. The more the merrier." In the dark night, an Asina Airlines plane is flying steadily through the lonely sky as everyone on board is gradually being served their meal. The flight attendant brought a meal with bread, meat, lettuce, juice, and a polite wish for a good meal. The other passenger replied, "Thank you." At this moment, Dudi was also on that flight, glancing at her watch and thinking, it's still a long way to go. Duda looked out the airplane window, sighing heavily. Outside the window was a silent night, as if it could swallow anything whole. Dudi wondered again, does Kang Yu eat proper meals? The scenery had changed by then. Chang Yu, feeling bored, slowly eats the sandwich in his hand as Red A approaches, holding a bag full of sandwiches. He said to Kang Yu, "Eat this, it's good for your health." Then Kang Yu picked up the sandwich, confused, and asked Modot beside him, "What kind of strange thing is he giving me that's supposed to be good for health? Do you think he has some kind of motive?" Then Kang Yu's eyes flickered with suspicion as he said, "Gip always told me to be cautious of those who seem harmless." Then, suddenly, a young man approached, with colorful braids on his head and a very large glove. Kang Yu looked at him and wondered, "Black Hand?" Then that Black Hand's face darkened as he questioned Kang Yu, "Just as I expected, you are my next opponent. What did you do to Driver?" "What are you talking about?" Seeing Kang Yu's expression, Black Hand thought he was pretending to be innocent, and he asked sharply, "What did you do to Driver?" Then suddenly, from behind Kang Yu, someone appeared holding a large hammer. He raised the hammer high, intending to strike at Kang Yu in an instant, but Kang Yu sensed it and quickly dodged. However, once again, behind Kang Yu was someone holding a sharp knife. Once again, Kang Yu shows them how quick and agile he is. He immediately recognizes the situation and uses his strength. He clenched his fist and struck the guy directly in the chest, causing him to panic for a moment. Then, looking at the current situation, Kang-woo realized what kind of predicament he was in. Countering as a group, huh? Not bad. Then, the guy with the mask and the knife struggled to get up, glaring at Kang-yu as if he was about to devour him. Seeing that, Kang-yu couldn't hide his contemptuous smile. Since you won't fight me alone, you had to bring your friends too. Are you planning to make up for your lack of skill with numbers? Then, sensing movement in the air, Kang-yu's eyes sharpened with suspicion, as if something was about to happen. Then suddenly a wooden crate flew in. Quick as lightning, Kang-yu pulled back her foot to dodge as the crate fell, and she froze as if struck by lightning. It turns out there are not just 3 of them, but 4. In front of Kang-yu now is this red-haired girl with gold and red markings around her eyes. That girl is Chu-ak. Then she smirks provocatively and asks Kang-yu, 3 still aren't enough, right? Then she smiled, the most wicked smile of someone outnumbered 4-1. Suddenly, she aimed at Kang-yu's stomach, but not quite. At this moment, in an abandoned building under the yellow moonlight, where Driver Pretend was enjoying what felt like a vacation, they suddenly asked each other, "Has it been so long?" Driver, holding a soda can, took a sip and then asked, "I wonder how he's doing now. Who is that black duck?" "Black duck, he's a noisy duck. Come to think of it, he doesn't even have a proper name. Maybe call him Spiky Spike." Seeing how much attention the driver is giving to naming the duck, Ko Jiao said in a teasing tone, "You're already starting to get jealous of that duck." Then her voice suddenly softened as she leaned close to the driver's ear and whispered seductively. She gently lifts the driver's chin with her hand and asks what name would suit him best. Then suddenly Red Eye appeared. It seems he had been looking for them for quite a while. "They're here." Seeing Red Eye arrive, the driver was surprised. Noticing their unusually intimate behavior, Red Eye coldly asked them, "Are you a pair of lovebirds? Why do you always seem to be so close to each other?" Hearing Red Eye's suspicion, the driver quickly changed the subject and asked back, "Are you done with your work?" "You did very well today." Hearing the rude comment from Driver, Dao couldn't hide her gaze and looked at him. "Hey, don't interrupt and act annoyed like that." Not even bothering to answer, Dao, Driver still happily asks Red Eye back, "What about the black duck?" Red Eye was confused. "I don't know what Driver is saying," he asked confusedly. "Is there duck for dinner?" At this moment, she turns away, revealing her deep resentment. This is really annoying. At this moment, Red Eye remains frozen. He asks who it is, and then glowing circles appear on the glasses the driver is wearing, as everyone anxiously looks at him and asks, "What is that?" And then the glasses glowed brighter and brighter, with strange patterns appearing more and more frequently, reflecting an old building inside the lenses. At this moment, the scene shifts to someone's phone screen showing a chat with Dee-Doo Dog, who asks, "Where is everyone?" "I don't see anyone at all." The phone owner immediately asked, "What? You can't see anyone?" Then the girl holding the phone looked toward the blinding light coming from that place. At this moment, Kang-woo was being beaten against the wall. That was truly a very powerful blow. The fragments around Kang-woo shattered everywhere. Then Duong glared at the mob attacking him, and Krat raised his huge hammer. He was about to strike Kang-woo with a blow, but then, like lightning, Kang-woo rushed in, snatched the hammer from Crash's hand, and struck him. Seeing that, Black Hand used the strength of his huge hands. At this moment, his hands shot out sparks as he quickly charged at Kang-woo, the bastard. Then his eyes gradually started to glow with rage, but Kang-woo's agility was truly impressive, and he quickly dodged an attack from Black Hand. Then he started to fight back, grabbing Black Hand's hair and pulling it back, while continuously kneeing him. Then he quickly delivered a finishing blow, a powerful punch hitting Black Hand's face, knocking him out cold. Then CR still stubbornly charged forward, cursing under his breath. "Damn bastard." Seeing that, Kang-woo quickly delivered a kick. CR immediately fell motionless like Braken, but it seems Kang-woo forgot about Chu-ak. She quickly ambushed Kang-woo from behind. But now the situation has changed. Kang-woo quickly jumps up and delivers a blow to Chu-ak's head. She grimaces in pain, looking very angry. But before she could say or do anything, Kang-woo quickly used her knee against him, then delivered a knee strike straight to Chu-ak's stomach, and she was the next to collapse unconscious. The scene now remains with Kang-woo and the 4 people fighting together, but they are all now covered in wounds. Surely they all harbor a deep grudge. Because of the 4 of them, they still couldn't defeat Kang-woo, that arrogant bastard. He's too strong. After taking all the hits from Kang-woo, Black Hen's men each collapsed exhausted on the ground. They were both embarrassed and furious, but had no strength left to fight back. Lying motionless on the ground, Black Hand silently felt ashamed. How could he be subdued by this insignificant nobody? CR now has no energy left in his eyes and thinks to himself, just imagining being caught in a second. Then he looks at Black Hen, who is holding his face, and asks, Are you still alive, you bastard? Black Hen, angry, looked at Kang Yu, who was now acting as if nothing had happened, and muttered under his breath, "Where the hell did this monster come from?" Then his gaze shifted, and he subtly glanced to the left, realizing that from that direction, a short, blonde-haired man with a star-shaped mark on his face was walking alongside a tall, broad-shouldered man. Above his head and on his body are nails, and in his hand is a hammer. Their names are Pointer and Hammer Boy. Well, you're not so simple either, Kang Yu, are you? The stronger the prey, the more it stirs the hunter's excitement. Then the introductions of these two villains also appeared. Pointer as a B-rank evil character with a fire attribute Night Mission, and Hammer Boy as a C+ rank evil character with a mineral attribute Archer Mission. Mostok beside Kang Wai saw this and couldn't help but be angry. They kept coming, and indeed Modot was right. He continued with sarcasm, saying that flies will always be just flies. Despite his slightly sloppy appearance, he wasn't stupid, and understood the hidden meaning in Kang Yu's words. Angry, he shouted at his face, "What the hell is this fly shit?" Then they looked at each other as if a next battle was about to happen. But as soon as they caught each other's gaze, another person rushed over from afar, running while shouting, "He's mine!" The person rushing over is extremely agile, wearing a full-face mask, and introduces himself as Iron Masick, the security guard. Then his introduction appears, revealing his role as a villain rank B+ with a mission to uphold order. Suddenly his running halts, and the Iron Mask man raises both hands to cover his face, his eyes changing behind the mask. Then he no longer ran but soared forward. As he flew, he said, "I will uphold justice for the benefit and peace of Vile." But how could Kang Yu's agility allow him to attack like that? He shifted his shoulder to the side, causing the Iron Mask guy to crash straight into the wall behind him. At this moment, Kang Yu finally turned back to look at him and asked, "What the hell?" And the Hammer Boy saw that Kang Yu was focused on something else, so he raised his hammer as if ready to attack. Then he threw his hammer straight at Kang Yu, beginning the hunt. A spear thrust. A large stake shot towards Kang Yu at lightning speed, but he quickly dodged the attack. At this moment, the black hand behind you seems to have regained some strength. Then, like lightning, Kang Yu moved from one side to the other, quickly approaching where Pointer and Hammer Boy were standing. Amid the tension, or rather because both of them seem eager to take a hit from Kang Yu or something, there's internal conflict. Hammer Boy, angry, dodges the way of that idiot. "Not inferior." Boar replied, "Don't tell me what to do." The trap has been sprung. Boar's face is calm as he holds his staff and spins it in a circle. Flames appeared one after another, he said. "I will let you taste the feeling of grilled fire meat," but at this moment, Kang Yu was also preparing for a counterattack. His hand is surrounded by mysterious blue streams of energy, and suddenly Poer's face stiffens in front of the power that Kang Yu possesses. The illusion is complete. Kang Yu throws those streams of air towards Pointer and Hammer Boy. Black fire. The arrogant expressions of Pointer and Hammer Boy are gone, and they struggle to withstand the blow that Kang Yu just delivered. What is that flame? Seeing Hammer Boy and Porter frozen stiff, Krat, standing outside, couldn't help but shout in anger. "Is that guy a wizard? Stop just standing there. Say something already, and attack." But now Chue with his wooden box is rushing towards Krat in panic as he runs away madly. Then Chue's face shows determination. It seems she's determined to fight to the death with Kang Yu this time. And then, that wooden box flies straight toward Kang Yu, accompanied by Chuak's curse of death. But Kang Yu is not so easy to defeat as you think he already sensed. Then the wooden box, which was intact, now split into two. Seeing that, Krat also grabbed the large hammer from earlier and charged at Kang Yu again. Kang Yu, now quick, flew up to perform a stealthy strike. Immediately after, he counterattacked. This attack aimed straight at QR's chest. Seeing the others being neutralized one after another by Kang Yu, Black Hen couldn't stay calm. He cursed under his breath as the others were gradually pushed back by Kang Yu's relentless attacks. Black Hen was terrified. What kind of demon is this guy? Seeing how quickly Kang Yu throws his attacks, Black Hand couldn't help but secretly praise himself for not even noticing a moment of hesitation from him. He pondered quietly. Could it be? At this moment, Kang Yu's power is truly astonishing, his body enveloped in blue flames. Black Hen guesses, we are the ones being erased. But the web-like strands still entangle Kang Yu. Another figure appears. She continues to hold Kang Yu captive. I got you now. Her eyes flickered with purple and white light as she continued, I knew you would eventually break free from the net. Turns out her name is Bender, the villain of AKB with a dark attribute support role. Then she looked at Kang Yu, struggling with the web-like stuff she had shot out. These things are useless. You'll never escape. Then her face stretched into a terrifying smile all the way to her ears. Not only is your body restrained, but even your desires and inner bonds cannot escape. Then she said that since both of them have shadow attributes, resistance would be useless. Hearing this, Kang Yu also realized that his body has had something very characteristic of poison attribute all along. My body feels so strange, damn it, I can't activate any of my power at all. Then, at that moment, Mo secretly called Kasian. Kasian. At this moment, Binder remains proud, restrained by the despair of inescapable fate and the feeling of escaping hell. Seizing the opportunity, Chuak and Pointer quickly moved in, killing him now. With determination, Poer's sword shot straight at Kang Yu. I'll turn you into a piece of meat. But the sword of justice still hasn't arrived, and Kang Yu's hand gently grips the tip of the spear that is stabbing into him. But that iron mask guy keeps holding on like a leech. He smiled and spoke of his great mission. For the peace of the world, I will definitely defeat this rebel. Then he continued to charge himself at Kang Yu to deliver justice. Not only that, Chuak also clenched his fist and aimed directly at Kang Yu, not forgetting to praise the previous strikes. That was a great hit. Then she aimed at Kang Yu's stomach and struck. Take this! Seizing the golden opportunity, one by one they rushed forward to attack Kang Yu. One by one they smile maliciously, unleashing the most despicable attacks, reveling in trampling him down, crushing him, emasculating him as if waiting for their turn. Bak Hen quickly rushed forward, kicking multiple times at Kang Yu's body while constantly cursing, "Die, you lowly creature!" Then, from deep within Kang Yu's mind, Kasian said, "Is this all you have? Pathetic." Kasian's eyes and face also radiated contempt for Kang Yu to the core. "Are you so desperate that you take my body and this is all you have?" Then he uttered the cruelest words. "Then just die." Kang Yu's state now seems the most hopeless. Old memories gradually resurfaced in his mind, from the worst ones, and then his body seemed to fall into something deep and dark. There, it was just him and himself. At that place, he wondered who he really was, and Chua's face showed something unexpected, a light shining on them. Then Kang Yu woke up. It's still that cold and deadly gaze. Driver focused intently on the ruined building in front of him through his glasses. Are you worried too far ahead? What could possibly happen with that kind of unclear tone? Driver sitting in front sneered and replied, "If only that were the case." He said, "But it would be troublesome if many people get hurt." At that moment, the screen on his glasses suddenly turned red, startling him. A loud noise echoed, and it seemed Ku and Red Eye had also sensed something. The spaceship stopped, and all three looked ahead. The driver remains calm. Seemingly just ahead of them, not far away, a blue light area appears. The car and a few strange shadows. The driver sighs. Something real is happening. On the bright side, Chuak looked in shock at what was happening in front of him, cursing under his breath. Bor, the girl of fate, standing beside him, also clenched her teeth and stared intently, as if she couldn't believe her eyes. Grad and Ben also stared in surprise, while Kasian stood among them, one eye shining with a deep blue like the ocean, the other flashing with a brilliant gold, his face cold as the black net around him gradually shattered. Ben stretches his arms forward, trembling as he resists. The connection has been severed. Hearing that, Chue was momentarily startled from nearby. Then she raised her fist wrapped in red lightning, leapt forward, and shouted loudly to reassure everyone, "Don't be afraid, we just need to crush him again." Seeing that, he immediately glared at Chuak. The connection network binding him was instantly cut off. He swung his hand to throw something forcefully, and all the links were shattered in an instant, with countless black thorns sprouting from the ground, destroying the four villains. Chuac struggled to dodge as a black thorn suddenly pierced up from beneath. Krat and Ben were no better off, with no space to stand. Black bones and blue lightning engulfed the entire space, accompanied by countless sharp thorns surrounding the enemy. The wind brushes past his face as Chuak struggles to get up. She clenched her teeth, unable to believe her eyes. This is crazy. At that moment, he suddenly spoke out, determined to take revenge. Singer and Nyan tilted her head back and shouted loudly, "I can't die here." The muscles tense and burst through the chains, a fierce aura rising to the sky. Driver lands while the chess piece stands nearby, watching the person below, and asks, "Is that the little black duck?" Driver activates the scan function on his glasses and sighs softly. The mana points have exceeded 2,000. Kojiao was stunned 2,000 red. No one could believe it. He clenched his teeth and thought to himself that exceeding 2,000 mana points is a disaster level. What else could it be? Kojiao calls out to his old friend and asks Driver what we should do. If we keep ignoring him like this, it could be dangerous. Driver silently observes the fighter below as a loud shout rings out, "Balance!" Morot, the demon behind, loudly reminds you to calm down. Is this all the power and grace you have? It asks where your proud warrior spirit has gone. But you don't answer, as if you've lost your mind. Modot call out again in helplessness. Wake up. Kasian, your pupils are shining with a blue light. In response, there is a voice that is incredibly calm. I'm awake now. Seiyan holds his head. He let out a soft moan, then turned to look at Modot, sneering slightly. Do you think I won't be able to come back after losing myself? Don't underestimate my mental strength. At this moment, Mozuo also noticed the sticker. It breathes out openly and exposes him, thanks to the DSP red someone gave him. Over there, the driver breathes a sigh of relief. He managed to brake in time. Daoflag sighed softly. It's a pity I finally had the chance to see his full strength. The driver quietly observes the data on the screen, thinking that his mana points have dropped by more than half compared to before. He wonders if he just lost control. Mode asked if you're okay, and he hesitated, feeling a bit dizzy. Singeran looked up and asked the 5 people lying scattered on the ground, Do you still want to continue? Chuak cursed angrily. At that moment, someone suddenly shouted, Surrender! Black Hen stood up. Lee approached Chuak and said, We lost. Chuac, surprised, turned to scold. What? Who gave you that right? She shouted in Black Hand's face, If you want to back down, just surrender yourself. Just as she was cursing loudly, my collar was suddenly grabbed by someone. Black Hand clenched his teeth and punched her square in the face. He shouted loudly, Shut the hell up. Black Hen grabs Chuax by the collar, raising his fist to strike again. I've already felt humiliated being knocked out by him, and now you won't even admit defeat. He gritted his teeth and asked, Do you really intend to throw away what's left of your pride for the dogs to chew on? Chuax snarled through clenched teeth. You bastard. Black Hen continued. If you want to keep fighting like that, why don't you go explain yourself to the boss instead of leaning to let Chuak see the 3 new arrivals landing? Driver, Kodao, and Red Ice coldly surveyed the battlefield. Kasian lifted his foot and stepped forward. Driver stands facing him and says, Congratulations, you won. Then he cheerfully announces, Congratulations on passing the test. Kasian looked up at Driver and asked, Are you satisfied now? Of course, now that you're part of the family, I'll lean forward and fall straight into your arms, so I'll take a nap now. Kasian closes his eyes, unconscious. At Philadelphia International Airport, Momai hangs, suspended from the glass ceiling. Someone is scrolling through messages on their phone. When you arrive, remember to send me a message to let me know. Are you sleeping? Then he thought as he pulled his suitcase and walked forward. Maybe Kang Yu has gone to sleep by now. As they near the airport exit, she suddenly sees a blonde man in a suit holding a welcome sign. Juji looked confused, her face blushing. The man holding the welcome sign smiled back. The car speeds along the highway back to the city. Dudi says, Thank you for coming to pick me up. The manager. He quickly replied, Please just call me. May I ask if you want to go to the temporary residence first? She praised, You are so considerate. Thank you for your humor. Not at all. What is the hotel manager like? He's very charming and really loves his work. Then he explained regretfully, She is currently on a business trip, so you'll see her in about 10 days. At the same time, the person Shin mentioned was standing by the floor-to-ceiling window in the luxurious hotel, admiring the view. Dudai replied, So sit in the driver's seat, squinting with a smile and saying, Feel free to ask me anything. Dudi cheerfully responded, Thank you for your kindness. She quietly gazed at Shin's handsome face, her cheeks slightly flushed, silently determined to try her best from now on. That afternoon, at HC Old Glass Orphanage, a resolute declaration was made. I will become a spiker like Diep. Deep is watching the sunrise and turns to look at the person. Then he squinted and asked with a smile, So you don't want to become a cool villain instead? The young singer-songwriter leaned on the stone basin and jumped up. Back then, no one knew anything yet. Diep called out to Kasian. At the foot of the wall, wild daisies bloom in the afternoon sun. He asked why you wanted to become a spiker. Kasian excitedly clenched his fist because he always fights for justice. Deep laughs, standing on the side of justice. You really are a spoiled brat. Kanthan got too angry. Are you laughing at me? His voice suddenly turned deeper. Listen carefully. Kazi looked surprised and turned to look, but Diep didn't look back, his eyes fixed on the distance. Not all spikers stand for justice. He asked confused why not all spikers would defeat the villains when they are evil. Deep let out a sigh. Is that so? The young boy asked again, So who is truly on the side of justice? A villain? Dip gazed thoughtfully at the sky. A person who fights for justice. Kasian stared wide-eyed at him. Deep placed his hand on his head and advised, Don't blindly believe in what you think is obvious. What you believe to be justice might actually be different from true justice. In the fiery sunset, he gently told Kasian to become someone who does what is truly right. At this moment, Dieppe was clearly smiling, but for some reason there was a hint of sadness. Someone loudly called Khan, Cassian. Cassian opened her eyes wide, the scene before her looking very unfamiliar, resembling a warehouse with scattered tools and a few crates. Cassian, clutching his head, sat up and asked where he was. Mo nodded with relief, finally waking up. He asked Mozo, "Are you the one who called me?" and was met with its surprised gaze. Suddenly a voice caught his attention, and the driver, arms crossed and leaning against the chair, teasingly said to him, "I thought you were still asleep, but it turns out you're awake now." Then he smiled as if to greet him. Cassian didn't speak, only stared intently at the driver. At the Lampas Korea branch headquarters, Uan walks down the corridor. When he reaches a room, he politely knocks a few times, then casually pushes the door open. "Senior, congratulations on your early departure from the country, but the atmosphere in the room is far from joyful. What are you doing, turning off all the lights?" But that person didn't bother to grunt or say a word. Uchan called out softly, "Senior." Only then did the man finally speak. Uchan soared. Then DeWong picked up the sword and cried, lamenting. "I can no longer hear the sword ceremony of the 4 North Pole stars?" Uchan asked in surprise. "What did you just say?" DeWong cried out loudly, his hands trembling as if he had lost his soul. "His vitality has been drained. He is powerless. I've never heard of this before." A flash of insight lit up in Do Wong's mind. It must have been him roaring in fury. BL probably did something. If not him, then who else would be involved? Wuhan was speechless as he watched him go crazy. Arif cursed his ancestors 18 generations. At Heaven Pup, a voice rang out. "This is the top restaurant in Johan's role." Driver sits back with his legs crossed on the high chair in front of the bar, generously celebrating your passing the exam. "Today, it's on me." Cassian asked, "Is this the only place we can go to?" "Come on, it's all to help Big Brother Cheha increase sales." And then the driver changed his tone, saying, "I also personally punished those who caused the embarrassing incident during that test. Hope you're satisfied." Hearing that, Cassian immediately remembered the 4 guys who attacked him. He pondered quietly, gently shaking his glass of wine in his hand. The dish served as a plate of spaghetti with fries, as if you're at home. Khan looked at the plate of pasta in surprise. "So you're curious and asking Che, huh? Is this place always so generous with the servings?" Che reached out with a gesture to invite him. "It's to celebrate him becoming the Gadam district boss of Vian." Cassian looked at Driver in confusion, while Morat stared in shock. What is Boss Sa talking about? Where did that rumor come from? He casually ordered a soda orange and then explained. "Since you can overpower even those above you, of course, you will be the boss. What about my match with you then?" Driver shrugged and chuckled. "It's cancelled completely. Singer and Nungjian look serious. I refuse that big boss seat. I hate complicated things. Are the subordinates at Cheha's bar asking to have it added to their bill?" Cheha smiles and replies, "The steak will be billed to the new boss. The driver here is trying to persuade him. I'll take on all those troublesome matters for you, even sending you your monthly advance salary," Cassian asked in disbelief. "Then I will be a puppet boss," the driver replied in a deep voice. "No matter what, I want you to become the boss of Vian." He pointed at Cassi. "Vian's Gadam district needs a leader with strength and charisma like you." Cassian couldn't understand it at all. "You think that's all it takes for everyone to follow me?" Cassian looked down at Lai Ruo and said, "They will only find me annoying." Driver doesn't think so either. Many others also believe the opposite. He put his hands behind his head and smirked confidently. "But I trust you. Nothing can change my decision. I'm sure this is the right choice." Seeing Driver trust me so much, Cassian was quite surprised, and the words Dieppe once told me suddenly came to mind. "So who is really on the side of justice? Someone fighting for fairness? The justice you believe in might be different from true justice. Become someone who does truly right things." Cassian quietly looked at the glass of wine on the table. Just then, Driver suddenly changed the subject. "That's right, you still don't have a nickname, do you? Sharpthorn, Black Duck, I've already come up with a nickname for you." His confident voice rang out. Cassie Driver looked at him seriously. He also gawked in disbelief, leaning on the table thinking that the high-level Spiker C no longer existed. The symbol of the sun in his mind gradually faded. From now on, Cassian will be the name of a villain with a thirst for revenge. Cian stands up and declares, "My name is Cassi." On the roof of an old apartment building, Cian and Mozo stand by the railing, gazing into the distance. Suddenly a plane flew overhead, sweeping leaves into the air. Cassian looked up and followed its path. Morazot, hovering behind, asked, "Are you worried about that sister of yours?" But Cassian didn't answer right away and remained silent. A few seconds later, Cassian finally said, "It's not like something's going to happen. My eyes are still fixed on the distance." He narrowed his only eye and said, "I still haven't asked until now." But it asked curiously, "Is strength what makes you join the role?" He smiled and replied, having strength isn't necessarily a bad thing. The image of last night when driver, Dowflag, and Red Eye appeared flashed in his mind, and he smiled softly, saying, "If you have some valuable allies by your side." Cassian spoke with determination in his voice, "But first I need to become stronger." Images of endless training days flashed through my mind. The more I move my body, the stronger I become, and the more skills I use, the more proficient I get. As long as those lampas are still causing chaos out there, the only way to forge my heart is to join the role. Then the scene shifts to when he becomes a villain and uses that dark power. I don't know if it's the potential of a disaster villain, but thanks to it, I even gained a dual attribute never before known. Cassian reaches out as if trying to catch the shining sun, sunlight slipping through his fingers and casting a confident smile on his face. If forged properly, I might be able to take the first step in my revenge journey, and Mozost immediately added, "And we might even discover the whereabouts of the destruction sword that Dipe is trying to find." Its words surprised Cassian a little, and he quickly turned to look, only to be met with Mozost's indifferent yet calm gaze. It asked helplessly, "You forgot about her, didn't you?" Cassian froze in shock as he looked at it. One fine day, Cassian was still standing on the rooftop, but this time it was the rooftop of Vion. He gently pursed his lips, and looked up at the tall buildings basking in the sunlight, thinking to himself that he had truly become the boss of Vion. At the same time, in Sewa Art High School in Gadam District, the cheerful laughter of female students filled the classroom, and Na-On, holding a milk carton, suddenly saw something. So she hurried over to her classmate, curious, and asked, "What are you looking at?" The friend excitedly showed her the phone with the latest news from Gadam District about her role. On the screen, there is a photo of Khan. Na-On stares at the picture, surprised, thinking to herself about that person. The girl excitedly showed Na-Un her phone and said that the new boss of the Joe role is here. The curly-haired girl sitting next to her crossed her arms and asked nervously, "Don't you think he's pretty scary? And the girl sitting in front of you seems happy. Anyway, if Na-On's brother catches him, he's done for." Hearing that, the girls cheer in agreement, and Na-On's brother even caught the serial killer Blad Ren. Ngao is dead. Only Na-On looked at the phone screen in confusion, silent and saying nothing. In her mind, she images Kan, who looks like Joe's twin, standing in an old apartment complex, with 3 people gathered behind the building, one of them shouting, "Let's go, you're too annoying." A notification appears on the phone screen. Gadam District, high-level villains you should never ignore. 1 greener, 2 iron massic, 3 4-star drivers for 5K. Who the hell did this, huh? Cross stared at his phone and sneered, "Come clean, you're jealous you didn't get to be part of that, huh?" Black Hen cursed angrily. "Your dad's too proud to join. And what about you?" He tilted his head up and smirked with satisfaction. "I'm 6th here," Black Hen shouted angrily, completely losing his temper. Double Bad checks the notification on his phone. This doesn't seem right. Black Hand immediately spun around and said, "Not too surprising, right?" He stared intently at the 5th place and asked curiously, "But why did he choose Kasi as his alias?" Cross his chin nonchalantly. "I also find it strange." Black Hen feels quite confused. "What about Cass?" he replied. "He's the top-tier spiker." Black Hand frowns. Is there really a spiker like that? Grat was speechless, looking at him. "You're the only one who's clueless. Winning is a big deal." "Are you sure you're the villain?" Black Hand's eyes widened with anger as he shouted back. "Dad really cares about the spikers. That bastard, I'll crush him with my fist until he's just bones." Double B unexpectedly announced that he had just died recently. Black Hand was startled to hear that. Huh? He said he was being hunted down because he killed a colleague. Hearing that, Cross raised his hand in a gesture of enlightenment. "So I've heard about those spiritual things before, too." Black Hand repeats the mysterious spiritual. Double BR explains, his eyes flashing with a bright light. "If you use the name of a dead spiker as a curse, you might gain new power." Braken doesn't believe it and scoffs. "What the hell is that?" Then he sneered contemptuously. "You believe in that crap? Is your brain still working?" CR still disagrees with Black Hen's thinking. "There are more villains doing that than you think. If you look around John's shoulder, you'll probably grab a few people to show off." Break Hen turned to Krat, not forgetting to sneer. "And that idiot is you, isn't it?" CR warns. "You're making me angry." "Shut your mouth, you shrimp brain." Double Bread steps in to mediate. "Stop arguing. You just got out of detention yesterday." Double Break lowered his head to look at his phone, thinking to himself, maybe it's just a coincidence with that name? The arguing voices of the 2 people echoed in his ears. "Want to fight? You're the one who should call first." But Double Break didn't care and continued to drown in his own thoughts. Otherwise, his eyes would have flicked over Kasizan's photo on the screen. A new strength. The weather in Vision today is also very nice, with the early sun shining down on the gray building, making it look a lot brighter. Someone just finished showering and stepped out in the Gadam district training area. It turns out Kasizan is shirtless up to the waist, with a towel draped over his shoulder, his wet hair not yet dried, and he breathes a sigh of relief, feeling so refreshed. A voice from behind catches his attention. "Are you training twice as much today?" he asked with concern. "If you keep going at this pace, can your body handle it? Aren't you just casually wiping yourself down, not worried that I'm still training within my physical limits?" Then Sion raised his hand to examine his current muscles. "My physique has changed compared to before." A memory of the enhancement incident flashes through his mind. "I think my body has changed after the previous Berserk episode." Hearing that, Modot remained silent without replying. Just then, there was a knocking sound outside and a voice echoed in, drawing the attention of the two inside. "Are you inside? Can I come in?" Kyan drapes a towel over his shoulders and strides out the door. "Just a moment, I'll be right there." Modot hurriedly reminds him, "Kasyan, you're not in a villainous state right now." On the corridor, he and the driver walk side by side. Driver asked, "You don't have anything else to do besides training all day?" Can nonchalantly responded to the point. He straightforwardly asked if there was an urgent meeting and whether I needed to be there too. Driver responds matter-of-factly, "You're the boss after all." Kazian asked what it was about. He immediately replied, "The prisoners in the punishment room have escaped. Just as Driver said, when the guard arrived at the door, it was slightly damaged, probably pried open. He said that their escape was just a small issue, but where they were heading was the real concern." Standing behind him are Smoker and Black Ghost. He tilted his chin and said to the person opposite, "You messed everything up, almost got yourself killed, and now you're still daring to glare at me?" Then he cursed him straight to his face, looking no different from a useless pile of trash. Chuak and Poer lowered their heads, bitter but unable to argue. Smoker smirked. After all, Gadam District has changed its ruler. It seems that the arrogant driver is now outdated. He took a cigar out of his mouth and gave me a week, his eyes flashing with a cold gleam, mixed with pleasure. "Then I will take over the entire Gadam district. His name is Barracuda, a villain of ranks class chicker with a mineral attribute." The driver gives Khan a brief overview. John's district in Gadam has about 400 residents. According to his description, an area with 3 or 4 old, dilapidated high-rise buildings appeared before their eyes. The two of them strolled leisurely along the corridor, talking as they walked, where the remaining about 100 villains were mostly petty thieves and homeless people. A typical example is Dog digging in the dirt among the debris. Casually whistling nearby is an old man with gray hair and torn clothes covered in patches, along with his dirty, scruffy dog. Driver's explanation sounds like that of a dog owner because living among villains has now made them a world apart from what normal means. In the conference room of Joe District Gadam, Kasi, Driver Kodao, and Red Eye sit around the table, all eyes on the virtual reality screen. Driver updates the others on the current situation. Juka and Pointer, the escapees from the punishment room, are confirmed to be moving together. A portrait of Zack and Pointer appears on the screen, and after escaping, they headed towards the Joe District in Ban. Kazian, puzzled, asked, "If there are 4 factions in Seun, why are they heading toward the faction area at Baksan?" "Because our relationship with them isn't very good." Cassian pondered. "So they are competitors?" Then he raised his hand to adjust the information displayed on the screen through his glasses. Those people were very eager to find an opportunity to attack Gadam District. Even after being politely warned several times, they continued to ignore the situation. Cassian looked up at the screen, appearing surprised, as if he had just discovered something. He points to the man with blonde hair and black highlights in a ponytail on the screen and asks, "The boss of the Ban District is Barracuda, the leader of the Johan District Barracuda. Driver, give me a definitive answer. It's gotta be him." Everyone in red is involved in the discussion. He's a villain ranks. The aggressive and fierce ones are always ready to fight. Surprised. Ranks Driver smiles confidently, casually turning the screwdriver in his hand. "Don't be scared just because he's RKS. He's all about the gear." Then he explained that Barracuda's fangs are his most valuable weapon, and there are rumors that he owns a real magic crystal. A gleam appeared in Cassian's eyes. A real magic crystal. Driver returns to the main topic, saying that their side is heavily outnumbered compared to us. At this moment, a simplified map appears on the screen, which is not necessarily the issue, as they also have high-level villains on their side. Red. I asked if those people intended to attack us. Driver shrugged. "I'm sure they have their intentions too. Even if their hands are quicker than their minds, they can't attack without a valid reason." The assassin gently strokes his mechanical bird, calmly saying that all it takes is a good day and a plausible excuse. For example, she could smile faintly and say that Gadam's villains are incompetent and that we will take over as Gadam's rulers instead of those inept ones. Driver crossed his arms behind his head, pondering. Yeah, there have been a few incidents like that before, but if the two sides face off directly, we might not necessarily lose. As he spoke, he turned to Anne, because we already have a reliable secret weapon here. Then he suddenly noticed Anne standing up unexpectedly. Driver hurriedly called out after him, "Where are you going?" Ken put his hands in his pockets, turned and headed for the door, replying briefly, "Home." He was surprised. Why would the boss be standing outside at this time? He frowned and replied, "The exam is coming up, I have to study." The driver quickly said, "Of course you do." Kojia chuckled again, talking about the exam period. Red was confused and didn't understand anything. On a clear blue sky day in a residential area of ordinary people, 2 steaming cups of coffee sit on the table at Starbucks Cafe. "So we haven't met for half a year, really?" The other responds with helplessness. "Then please contact me from time to time." Hun, the red-haired man holding a cup of coffee. "I never ignored your messages." The green-haired guy sitting opposite complains, "And you never bother to contact me first either." The green-haired man above is actually Chio, an apprentice spiker in the undefined rank mental support class. After helping his friend, he shifted the topic to autumn, with graduation just around the corner. "So what are you planning to do?" Uchan asked again. "What do you mean?" Chiho replied, "I'm asking if you plan to actively work as a spiker or move on to university." Under the afternoon sun, the image of 2 handsome men leisurely enjoying hot coffee caught the attention of many girls. A female guest asked you out of curiosity, "Is the celebrity revealing?" The waitress blushes and compliments them both, saying they are very cute. Uchan responds briefly, "Of course, it's still the same as before." Then he explained further, "Ideally, I want to be like Chudu and gain some experience for myself." Hearing that, Chiho asked with confusion, "So from the very beginning, instead of going to an ordinary school, you should have chosen to attend the Spiker training school, right?" Uchan quietly looks out the window. "That is my father's wish." As he spoke, his face slightly lowered, revealing a hint of sadness. Chiho silently looked at UAN. A few seconds later, he opened his mouth, saying, "If you become a spiker, rank like your late father," but UAN interrupted, "It's still not enough." Wuhan continued, "The title is awarded to the 30 strongest people in the world." In his mind, images appeared like bas-reliefs. First is a person raising their hand towards the sun. Second is a symbol that appears to be stylized from the image of the sun. And the third shows a figure choking another person. Then he says, "I want to become a high-level spiker." At this point, Uan sets the coffee cup down on the table. He calmly states, "I can only defeat my opponent this way." The image in my mind shifts again, this time of an androgynous figure with long hair and a flower-shaped samurai mask covering their hands. Uchan suddenly snapped at those beasts. Chiho listened quietly, then calmly advised that from the top, people will judge you by your fighting ability, not your magic rank. At this moment, the window curtain gradually lowers, blocking out the harsh sunlight. Chiho nods with his eyes closed. For a helper like me, that goal is almost impossible. Uchan quickly replied, "There is also a helper among them." He smirked faintly and looked down on someone. Then Chiho decided to end this topic here. "Complaining is enough. Now let's change the subject. If it were you, you'd probably dare to aim for a high-level spiker position." Chiho pointed out that you caught the serial killer. "It's Brad Rain." Uchan quietly picks up the coffee cup and listens. That's an incredible achievement. At this moment, Uchan suddenly remembers Kasi and Black Rain. Chai is still talking after the incident with Black Rain. Many students from my school are using him as a role model to follow. Suddenly, the phone on the table rings, catching Uchan's attention. Actually, about that, he picked up his phone to check. Then Uchan opened his mouth to ask Chiho, still staring intently at the screen, "I have to go meet my sister for a bit. Do you want to come along?" Hearing that, he immediately showed a happy expression. "Oh, really?" Chiho asked hurriedly. "It's been a long time since I last saw the girl. Is everything okay?" Uchan replied. "Nothing serious either." The two of them just continued chatting casually. Unaware that Kasi-zan and Mozot had just walked past, Modo asked Sion curiously, "Where are you going?" He coldly replied, "I need to buy a book." Meanwhile, at the shoulder of District Boksan, inside a fully enclosed building with steel bars on the windows, Barracuda hesitantly walks through the gloomy corridor of the punishment room at Joe District Boksan. In a certain room, a prisoner happily hums, "My toys, my adorable toys." Even with both hands bound, he remained unfazed and eagerly asked, "So where did you take my treasure? Do you want to play hide and seek?" Seeing Barracuda enter, the chained man on the upright plank grinned and asked, "Do you see my toys anywhere?" Barracuda calmly replied, "I threw them away." The prisoner sticks out his tongue and threatens, If you throw it away and try to provoke me, I will tear your net apart. Barracuda calmly stepped forward and said, I will give you a new toy instead, then lifted the prisoner's chin. It turns out the prisoner had his eyes covered, and he asked curiously what the new toy was. Barracuda smirked and said, You'll find out when we get to Gadam. The prisoner grinned, saying, Gadam district is my home turf. Barracuda asked, You still haven't forgotten the driver, right? The prisoner replied mockingly, He is the boss of John's role in Gadam district. The dear friend I longed to gouge out his eyes. Barracuda pulled back his hand. That guy was no longer the boss of John's gang in Gadam. Hearing this, the other burst out laughing happily, and his shackles fell off. He orders with a sinister smile in his eyes, Go to Gaddam district, there will be some very interesting toys waiting for you. The prisoner removes her blindfold, a smirk on her lips. One morning on the street, a call surprises her as she turns around. You arrived so early? Have you been waiting long? Minion cheerfully replied, I just arrived. She was surprised. You called with a strange number which caught me off guard. Minion was confused and said I changed my number after appearing. Na'an was a bit surprised by her answer. I'm trying to forget it. And what about your older brother? She replied, We decided to meet at the bookstore. Minion suddenly held out a bag of fruit. She's shy about this, I bought it just like that. Na'an suddenly took the gift in her hand and asked confusedly, Fruit? Mindione shyly blushed and said awkward things to her. I am a cute girl who gives love to receive love in return. Na'an helplessly watches her walk into the bookstore. Na'an excitedly holds up the book to admire it. Mindione, confused, asks her, What are you doing? She replied happily, You like the smell of books. Na'ewin said, I really like the smell of books in bookstores. Minion looked at the book in confusion. Really? Ignoring Minion's reaction, she immediately excitedly turned around and left. I want to buy one more book. I'll rush to find it and come back right away. Minion hurriedly puts down the book and rushes after her. She curiously asks, What book are you looking for? The book Na'an is looking for is on sale. Even a dog can follow the recipe. Super easy Korean dishes. Even a dog can do it. Super easy Korean dishes. Limited quantity. Na'an said that the cookbook your older brother needs is only available at the store. Mindione is excited. Is U-chan looking for it? I didn't expect Na'an to be busy searching the Korean cookbook shelf. Where could it be? Suddenly she screamed when she saw it. Found it, the super easy Korean dish. As she was about to touch the book, Super Easy Korean Dishes, suddenly another hand quickly grabbed the book from the shelf. Na'an was stunned and hurriedly turned around, saying, Sorry, I took that one first. What are you talking about? I was the one who touched it first. Na'an and Kang Yu both looked at each other in confusion. Then he suddenly realized that upon closer inspection of Na'an's face, she resembled the image of Na'an that suddenly appeared in Kang Yu's mind. The girl who kissed him. Kang Yu watched her intently, and it seemed like she was okay now. Kang Yu coldly hands her the book. Take it. Na'an took the book, then turned and walked away. He immediately appeared beside Kang Yu to complain. It seems like Mai won't get to enjoy the homemade dish anymore. He replied calmly. No need to rush. What if the staff member is Hang? Mindione quickly asked her. Do you know that person? Nayun kept her eyes fixed on Kang Yu, completely ignoring Minion's question. At the training game zone, he clenched his fist and punched the machine. One punch, he excitedly said, My pants are a bit wet now, new record. The glasses wearer sitting next to him teased, Are you just playing for fun and going crazy? Kai-hun sighed. I'm so bored. I remember the time we tormented that guy Quan so badly. The blonde-haired guy is still focused on his game in the background. This will be a new record. The glasses wearer turned around curiously and asked, What's going on now? He's bored. Nothing fun to do, huh? Suddenly a voice rang out. Are you looking for cheap entertainment? Toymaker nonchalantly stepped in front of the three of them. All three immediately started shouting at him excitedly. What the hell? Who the hell are you? He brandished an excited-looking gift. Today, I will give you a special gift. Seeing how you find entertainment so adorable, I decided to give it to you. Seeing the expressions of all three, Toymaker smirked. Why do you look so terrified? Ki-hun was terrified, stammering, Who are you? Villain, he asked calmly. What's wrong? Don't like it? If you don't like it, you can refuse. I was planning to refuse too. All three of their faces turned pale as they hurriedly replied, Then I will refuse it. Toymaker smugly responded, I refuse your refusal because that makes me very unhappy. He excitedly set the gift down and said, I bet you'll enjoy giving it. The gift box was stabbed straight into Kai-hun's head. His two friends saw it and trembled, too scared to speak. The sinister face inside the gift box suddenly appears. Both of them keep trembling, their faces growing darker and darker. See? It turned into a cute little toy. He keeps passing the box to the next one towards them. Why don't we play with the toys together? The villain Class Chaos attribute Toymaker Craftsman stepped inside the bookstore, his voice echoing out. Uchan and Chiho suddenly looked up. Naan and Min Dian hurried over. I'm here. Uhan is worried. Why are you standing there waiting? We could have met at the coffee shop. She smiles because she wanted to buy a book. Chiho shyly steps forward and greets Na-on, surprising him. It's a book. She excitedly shows off the book she just bought. Even a dog can follow along. Super easy Korean dishes. This is the book he's been looking for. Uchan happily takes the book. You're just joking. Thank you. Chiho stood beside him, surprised, and asked, do you cook? He quickly replied, it's just a hobby. Chiho said, this is the first time I've seen a real-life cookbook. He asked worriedly, Mindian, have you fully recovered yet? Minion blushed when Yu Tran showed concern. Yes, I'm fine. Naan continued to hold up the bag of fruit she had just taken out. Minion shyly says, this is a gift, because you saved me the other day. He replied nervously, it's just Spiker's work. Please accept this gesture of my heart. Suddenly, Naan realized, oh my god, I'm so sorry. Kong Yu turned around and stood at the information desk, saying the book you just mentioned was sold out. We almost ran out of stock immediately. Suddenly, a scream rang out, and everyone was surprised by the loud noise outside. The noise drew the attention of the four of them. What's going on? Outside the glass, something is shaking everything. Uchan panics when he realizes that Kang-woo on this side has also become aware of the situation, and they both shout to lie down as the glass shatters. Uchan shields the two girls with his body. They stare up in shock. What is that? He appears with the Toymaker's gift box, and everything inside is destroyed. He turns to look with a sinister face on the box. The building looks old, and someone is focused on tightening screws. So, that's the driver watching the news, wondering to himself, are you on a secret mission? He sighed. Looks like I'll be busy with studies. The TV is on with a news update. An editor reports, we just received news that in Gadam Shopping District there is a group of box-headed monsters raging. Breaking news, a group of box-headed monsters has appeared. The police suspect this is the act of a villainous terrorist. The news continues. Now we will connect the call to the reporter on the scene. The driver suddenly asked, Fanbox? Kujiao also came to see. The timing of your news segment was perfect, huh? She looked at the villains and directly said, who else could have done this but that guy? And he still looked confused, asking, do those fruit boxes look familiar? The flag relay reminded me that after being destroyed by him 3 years ago, that crazy dog had run away. The driver silently thought about the cold, sharp face as the sound of shattered glass kept ringing out, and then the group of people rushed in. He nervously asked, what's that, villain? Uchan still feels something strange. It's true. The evil villain suddenly smiled in a terrifying way, and his head shook violently. His head suddenly exploded, and a bunch of toys burst out from inside to attack, aiming straight at Chiho and his group. Yucha quickly kicked to send the monkey flying away. Chiho punched the bear to send it elsewhere. However, a fish still flew close to Na-on, startling her. It had flown very near her. Na-on and Minion hug each other in fear, screaming loudly as something suddenly hits the fish right in the face. Kang-yu quickly grabbed a book and slammed it down on the fish. Na-on hurriedly spoke up. Thank you. Kang-yu still silently watches the trembling fish. He suddenly realizes the fish is melting, secretly thinking it's a dummy, while the villain is frantically shouting. Chai shouted loudly to warn you. Be careful. It seems like something is about to burst out again. Yu Tran charges forward confidently. Now we will subdue him. Support, stay alert. Chiho put his hand on the ground and said, let me handle this. Uchan's mind was focused on eliminating the villain, his hand igniting with flames ready to strike when suddenly someone shouted, Stop! Kang loudly warned, Are you planning to kill a civilian? Uchan was startled, turned to look at him and remained calm. He is a civilian who was exploited and turned into a puppet under control. The villain has kept him as a hostage. Chiho immediately turned around and asked, Is the puppet being controlled? He wondered in surprise. How does he know? He remembered Tueso's words, If you're a spiker, think and act accordingly. I told you to think carefully and stay calm. Kang Yu calmly continued. The most fundamental rule for all spikers is to ensure the safety of the people, think carefully, and keep a cool head. Yu-chan was also surprised and thought like Chiho, how did that guy know the basic rules of spiker so well? He didn't notice the villain rushing very close to him. Kang Yu suddenly shouted loudly, thinking he's got too much free time to turn around and look behind, then directing his gaze forward. The villain had raised his fist, about to strike Yu-chan. He immediately turned around. Luckily, he dodged the punch just in time. Chiho suddenly shouted, Yu-chan moved away from that guy. Yu-chan is still losing momentum as he just stepped back. Chiho's hands are supporting with force. Yu-chan jumps back, thinking if this guy with the helmet really isn't the villain as the other said, if he's truly an ordinary citizen being controlled, then the villain still charges forward wildly. Chiho gathers his strength in both hands, shouts to recover, and fires straight at the villain. He is immediately surrounded by a beam of light, a human face appears, and then it becomes clear he's a man. Chiho tiredly asked, "Is it enough?" Minion admired, "You're so cool." Chang Yu looked at the man. Seeing that he wasn't the villain, I was right. The man had returned to his original form. Chiho was excited. He had reverted to normal thanks to my power. "I'm so cool. Na-on is also joining in." "You're right." Chang Yu suddenly threw a book at the man's face, causing Chiho to shout and Na-on to turn pale and scream, "What are you doing?" "U-chan, don't just stand there watching silently. Smoke is billowing up in the city. The evil fruit heads are causing chaos non-stop, chasing after the villagers and making them shout, 'Help me.' The toy monkeys attack a woman, and they say, 'Let's go.' Maker stands on top of the building, laughing, watching everyone have fun. Suddenly he stopped. He scratched his ear and wondered, 'I think someone is causing trouble with my toys. Should I go punch him?' He prepares to leave and contemptuously says, 'I guess I have to go find him.' Where is he hiding, that filthy little pest?" Driver suddenly appeared from behind and said, "Don't go anywhere." Toymaker smiled and turned around, puzzled. "Driver," Driver repeated, "I am sure I already warned you." He raises his weapon in warning. "If you dare to cause chaos in Gam District, I won't let it slide." Toymaker laughs maniacally after hearing that. "I don't know anything. Why should I listen to those words?" He stuck out his tongue and continued, "Happy, happy, happy, happy. I'm so excited to see you again like this. These eyes, your dazzling, mesmerizing eyes." Driver remains silent without response. Toymaker immediately rushes forward, shouting, "I will tear them out and hide them." He burst into a furious laugh while Driver remained still, weapon in hand, ready to face him. He immediately strikes the Toymaker in the chest. He is a bit surprised. That puppet is really annoying. Toymaker in front of him turned into clay and fell to the ground at his feet. Driver smiled confidently and said, "To be precise, we do not welcome their reappearance at all." I'm really starting to get fired up now. Back then, Seiyun, also known as John, in the Bakshian district, the city was truly desolate. The news anchor is still speaking, and we have just received reports that a group of box-headed monsters is currently raging in Gadam shopping district. The police suspect this is the act of a villainous terrorist. Breaking news, a group of box-headed monsters has appeared and someone has spoken out, but it's still not enough. Barracuda sits with his chin resting on his hand. The opening scene should be exciting and engaging. That's the only way to entertain the dogs of Gadam district. Smoker pretends to cry bitterly. Rockin remains confident. Let's just charge in and destroy everything, isn't that right? His information appears. The villain ARK-class chiker with mineral properties. Rockin Ice Demon laughs, "As long as I get to freeze everything, it will be fine." His information panel also appears. He is an ARK-class Ice Demon sorcerer. Barracuda calmly said, "I don't care what you're doing, but don't touch the driver. That guy is mine." Smoker still pretends to cry and takes the best one. Well, should I host Raven then? The information sheet shows that the A-class dark attribute assassin villain Break Ghost Smoker has recently developed a craving for chicken. Wondering what smoky flavor it would have? Ghost sitting behind asked if I wanted to choose anyone. And Bear generously agreed, feeling a bit intrigued because both share the dark attribute. The info indicates that the A+ rank S-class dark attribute, assassin villain Break Ghost Smoker, is surprisingly interesting. It's rare to see a master like him become curious. Barracuda confirms, "Are you talking about the new appointee as the boss of Gadam district?" "He doesn't care. Do whatever you want," Dr. Gost replied briefly. "Thank you," Smoker asked again. "But what about me, Maker?" Barracuda replied calmly. "Anyway, I was planning to chase him away. His role is just to kick off the festival and do what needs to be done. She's so flirtatiously evil." Barracuda suddenly smiled. He was confident that this time Gadam would definitely be in his grasp. There are screams echoing through the city as a headless villain frantically runs away. He and his gang of toys are frantically chasing after two civilians. Suddenly, a glowing circle appears around his head. Shiho is running to save the day, catching her breath. This is already the third person. We need to catch the villains before any casualties occur. The villain also reverts to the form of a young man. He was startled and looked at Uchan as he spoke up to stop him. "Hey, we need to seriously go after them. It's too dangerous. I've called for reinforcements, so if we wait," Uchan quickly objects. "The longer we delay, the more furious the villains will become." He asked, "So do you know who is behind this?" Chiho immediately replied, "The crazy one from the rumors." "Toymaker," Uchan added. "I once saw his name in the records of villains from Joe District Gadam." Chiho also seems to remember, his eyes slightly sad as he recalls Toymaker. He is a dangerous person, willing to do anything under the guise of fun in another city. Kang Yu looked at the notification on his phone. Morat asked, "What's going on?" He immediately replied, "The driver contacted me. The mastermind behind this is a guy named Toymaker, which is a bit surprising, since he's directly reaching out to you, so he must be quite troublesome." Kang Yu guesses that he seems to be nearby as well. He looks around. "We need to get out of here first." Even the fool is looking around. It's too crowded here. Kang Yu then said, "Just move aside a little, that's all." Naan called out loudly from behind, "Hey, brother, where are you going?" Kang Yu looked at her phone and thought, "Am I caught?" She said loudly, "Staying alone is dangerous. Come with us." The minion agrees. "That's right. Niker should stay with us. It'll be much safer." Moat looked down on Kang Yu with contempt, thinking escaping easily was a breeze. Inside, he was worried and tense. He suddenly opened his eyes in surprise as Toymaker, laughing maniacally in the sky, held a falling box. Kang Yu shouted loudly, warning of danger, but he had already rushed down, causing a big explosion. Luckily, he managed to pull Naan and Minion away. Kang Yu gently set them down, then looked back at Chiho and Uchan, who were also startled. Toymaker praised them. Uchan runs over quickly and calls out loudly, "Ah, yes." Toymaker remains standing firm despite having just fallen from above. He looks at the two people running over and asks if they are the ones who messed with his toys. "I just have to scold you a bit," Chiho and Uchan wondered. "Toymaker, is he coming this way?" He smiles brightly. "Do you know me? I'm so happy that I'll give you a gift since I'm feeling good." He raised a gift box and shouted, "This special gift is just for you, a rare item." The gift box emits a series of lightning bolts, and Toymaker is still frantically rushing forward. It is a rare item. Uchan immediately prepares to strike when he sees the approaching threat. Toymaker's eyes widened in surprise as Uchan launched a powerful attack, but he remained unharmed, sticking out his tongue to lick his prey. Suddenly, Uchan's fist was right in front of his face. He shouted loudly, "Eat this!" Uchan punches Toymaker directly in the face and shouts loudly, "Destroy the villains." Toymaker and his gift box flew away, then he somersaulted and collapsed onto the ground. Uchan looks a bit surprised as the phone suddenly appears in front of him, glancing at its cracked screen with suspicion. "This phone looks familiar. It's Kim Yu-tran's phone." Kim Yu asked, "Did you see that?" The fool nodded reluctantly. "Yeah, that's pretty good." Naan suddenly threw away her phone. Kang Yu stared in shock, a faint blue stream flowing from her hand. He guessed in his heart that it wouldn't be long before this girl would awaken. Kang Uchiho and Uan suddenly stared at the Toymaker melting on the ground, thinking it was a form of punishment. He chuckled again with that disgusting grin. Uchan then turned to look at the Toymaker and slowly approached. "You are all just mischievous children daring to ruin my toys like this." He thought for a moment, then continued, "Fine." He happily holds up a gift box, saying, "I have lots of interesting toys," while the Lampas branch in Korea, Dwanghat Hai, rushes over to apologize. "I just went to the bathroom." Chisan scolds, "You're useless. Because of you, Uchan is in danger." He looked at the flashy car and said, "Senior, you changed your car? It looks amazing." Chisun, angry at the chaos, quickly gets into the car and speeds off, beginning to recount the ongoing attack in the Gadam district center. She worries that if it continues, the damage will increase significantly because this is a district with a transient population. No fixed settlement, an information board appears. A plus-grade frontline priest with a physical worm-hunting attribute. Du Wang looked at the report and was also a bit worried. The gift giver, as expected, Toymaker, has returned. Chisun asked, somewhat annoyed. "So now you realize that," she continued, "Kim Yu-chan's teammate has reported and requested backup." Du Wang exclaimed in shock. Uchan reported in. "He's on the scene. There's no way he's alone." Chisun didn't bother to look at him anymore, whether it was a stroke of luck or not, but it seemed like a star was shining. An apprentice priest was with him. Dong hurriedly said, "I will call and tell them not to act rashly. Wait for us to arrive." She continued, "I told them to find a safe place and hide until we get there. It will be very troublesome if they act impulsively like the confrontation with Bloodgrain." She thought of Toymaker. Anyway, this matter is very suspicious. A missing person for 3 years suddenly reappears. Duong believes that someone we cannot understand what they are thinking might be exhausted from constantly hiding. Chisun immediately poured cold water on her, thinking that being as considerate as he is good, but the world doesn't work that way. He continued, "Not only Sun but also the rogue regions in Korea are experiencing unusual changes. The city remains unusually quiet, and Chisun recalls the Barracuda group, as if someone is deliberately provoking a conflict, and it seems the rogue regions are turning against each other. She wonders, if that happens, who would benefit? Chisun hypothesized that if there was a bastard trying to take over all the villain territories, he would be the one who benefits." Suddenly, De Wong anxiously shouted, The phone of you is off. Don't tell me that damn maker has taken over, Chisun angrily said. Stay calm and call back. He's in a hurry. I'm calling him back now. He screams in fear. Oh no, he's not answering. Something must have happened to Uchanchi. He's furious and scolding. I told you to stay calm. This fool. A drone is flying in the air with a camera attached underneath scanning the surroundings. A strange laugh escaped from the gift box. Toymaker created a pile of cheerful gift boxes. Come here. Stay together forever. I mean, be happy until you die. After saying that, he threw the pile of boxes forward. Yucha quickly rushed over and shattered them. He punched the last fruit box with a strong blow. From inside, a series of clay toys burst out. A green one immediately sticking tightly to Uchan's hand. Then the rest also melted away, sticking tightly to his hand, causing Uchan to cry out. The toymaker loudly said, "You have received a unique item, a thin sticker." He laughed excitedly. "Soon, you'll become the greatest toy of all. That's amazing." Another group of boxes rushes to attack Yu Tran, with Kang Yu shouting out to this guy with green hair and that one. Chio frowning, then turned back and shouted, "Why are you still just watching? Quickly use your power to dispel it from Yu Tran." Chiho is still stunned. Toymaker widened his eyes in amazement and exclaimed, "No way. Chiho is still using his power on his arm. Then the restoration spell is cast, making the ones clinging to Uwan and the fallen boxes drop. Toymaker shouts, "No, the initial green one clinging to Uwan is disappearing." Angrily, he rushed toward Chiho, shouting, "Stop destroying my toys!" Uchan suddenly ran up and shoved him away. He slammed him down hard on the ground. He kept attacking, but the guy saw through that move. Toymaker keeps dodging Yu Tran's relentless punches and suddenly grabs his neck. "I'm excited. I got you. This is an extremely rare item." He grabs Uchan's neck and lifts him up, ignoring his struggles. He gathers strength in his arm. "You should feel honored to become one of my toys." Suddenly, a black streak cut across him, and that streak was gradually splitting apart. They wrap around Toymaker's arm, surprising him as he asks, "What the hell is this?" Uchan seizes the opportunity to punch and shouts, "Who's your toy?" He punched him in the face, shouting curses, "You bastard." The guy cried out in pain and flew away. "Toymaker has been defeated," Chi shouted and ran over to call out to Yu Chan. Yu Chan was drawn to the blackout earlier. He touched it and immediately thought of the swelling, which is the driver watching from the rooftop. He shyly scratched his cheek. He wondered if he should just pretend not to see anything. In a room, on the news broadcast, there was a terrorist attack at the Gadam shopping district yesterday afternoon. The editor asked if Toymaker was the one behind this, and Chisun agreed, saying, "Yes, the villain's reckless actions caused injuries and property damage." He asked again, "Recently, the villains have been committing crimes non-stop in Gadam district. What do you think is the cause?" She calmly replied, "The villain zone is an area established to control villains and prevent them from harming society." She added, "According to statistics, cities with villain zones have lower crime rates than those without." She remembered the villains again, thinking that the recent crimes of the Gadam district villains were due to negligence in the villain zone. The TV continued the dialogue between the two. "Thank you. So, in your opinion, what is the necessary solution to this problem?" "I think there needs to be a reconstruction and special measures taken in the Gadam district's evil zone." The editor is pleased. "The recent incident would have resulted in much greater casualties without the intervention of the clergy." "That's right. I heard that the trainee clergy, Uwan and Chiho, played a crucial role in this matter." He asked, "Do you think Uchan's recent activities are worth paying attention to?" Chisun immediately praised them. "They are very talented trainee priests of the Lampa Society in Korea." She was saying there were proposals to shorten their apprenticeship. Then Uchan suddenly turned off the TV. He sat silently. He remembered when DeWong patted his shoulder and said, "I'm proud to have you as my partner. After this, you probably won't be a trainee priest anymore." Damn it! He thought about Kang-woo and felt confused. It was the same that time. And this time, why would that bastard of villain save someone? What is his true purpose? What is he trying to do? He looks at him with a scrutinizing gaze. Yu Chan opens the villain ranking and looks intently at number 5. His name is Kazi. "Is that Kasian?" Uchan looked at his phone thoughtfully. In the ruined city, someone said everything is getting more complicated. Inside the room, a girl was leisurely eating cookies. Josp says someone wants to destroy the Gadam district and even promote it through the media. Driver laughs. What can the media do? He continued, "The villainous district of Boksan has declared they will take over District G Dam. Hot calmly stated, that is an official declaration of war. Aoma, on the other hand, says it's terrifying. Driver then asks, what about the other evil zones in Seung? Is there no movement? Joss replied, they're as quiet as dead mice. I think they're just sitting back and watching what's happening. This will also happen to them in the near future. He guesses, in other words, they know this has been planned. The driver rubs the back of his head, feeling bored. So, we're going to be the first victims? Gadam district looks so easy to take down? Ja smiled and offered, "If you need help, I am ready to support you, free of charge." The driver was stunned and asked, "Are you part of the underworld? Are you showing off what you're supposed to do?" "But we have an unbeatable secret weapon." Joss then asked, "Isn't he the boss now? Why isn't he here?" Ioma sniffed around but couldn't catch his scent anywhere, and in frustration, he cursed. He really is a bastard. The driver said, "He's probably taking the exam right now. Probably not finished yet." He looked at his watch and wondered, "What time is it?" Everyone turned to ask about the exam. Right now at G High School, Dam is on the rooftop talking on the phone. "I'm fine. Everything is okay. I was eating a snack and saying I cook and eat very often. Don't worry about me. Take care of yourself, my dear sister." He suddenly noticed Uchan approaching, so Kong Yu quickly made an excuse. "I need to use the bathroom. Let's talk later." The call was cut off. "Yeah. Do your best on the exam." He hung up and looked at Uchan. The two kept looking at each other, and it was Uchan who spoke first. "Ukong, I have a few things to talk about." Meanwhile, in another city, inside the Vesperna building, Dudi looks at the conversation anxiously. Is she worried about the exam? I also encouraged the kid. Should I tell him to take some anxiety pills to keep in the drawer? Suddenly, someone called, catching her attention. "Miss Du, may I come in? Are you here? I tried calling you but couldn't get through." Du replied, "I just called home for a bit." "Is something wrong?" he said with a smile. "No, that's not it. I looked for you because the general director just returned from a business trip. He said he very much wants to meet with manager Du. So instead of going home, he came here." Du asked in surprise, "Really? The elevator has reached the floor we need? Please open the door. We're here." Vincent is looking outside through the window. He also noticed someone entering. "Let me introduce the general manager. I brought Manager Du here. It's really rude of Du to call you like that." He raised his hand and said, "Nice to meet you." Du stared with wide eyes and stood still. "He is friendly and pleased to meet you. I am Vincent." Chong Yu on the rooftop asks Uchan, "What do you want to say to me?" Uchan closes his eyes to think for a moment, then calmly says, "Thank you for yesterday. Without your help, we would have been in trouble." "Is he here to thank us?" Ucha recalled how Kang Yu calmly assessed the situation and acted without hesitation during that critical moment with Na-on. "As a priest, even I have to learn from you, Kang Yu." He hesitated as he raised the bag in his hand. Kang Yu looked on curiously, guessing. "What is this? Is this for you?" "Even a fool is no less curious," Uchan continued. "My sister told me to give this to you. She wants to thank you for your help yesterday. That only makes my suspicion more certain." "Is this really a gift?" Uchan felt a surge of anger. "Let me tell you about this. Besides me, she has never given a gift to any boy before. He warned that it's hard to earn her trust, so you should cherish it." Kang Yu is still staring blankly. Uchan stops walking and then half turns back. "You probably saw the person in black yesterday, too." Kang Yu acted clueless, not understanding what he was asking. Uchan looked at him with suspicion, but then shrugged and walked away. "Don't worry about that. Good luck on your exam today." "Stupid. Look inside the bag and ask if there's something inside, Ongdong. We need to open it and see what it is." Kang Yu's eyes immediately lit up. He looked at the cookbook titled, "Even a Dog Can Follow." Korean cuisine is super simple. Right now in Gadam Vian district, a group of people is working near the old building. Driver touches the control panel. "Set up a barrier here." "Hammer boy, step aside for me," he reminded. "Make sure it's strong enough," the driver added. "And dig a trap in front of the fence, one that is really deep." "Are you asking how deep? How deep? Do we need to dig a hole? How deep should it be?" Dao's flag asked if those from the committee were really coming, and Driver confidently replied, "I'm sure they'll come, so I placed everything here." He continued, "They want to spark a war with us." Suddenly, Driver saw Kang Yu approaching and asked, "Did you do well on the test?" "You arrived early." Hammer Boy uses his ultimate furious hammer technique, while Dog unleashes his top-tier slicing move. Sang Yu asked, "What are you doing?" He wondered in his mind about the hammer in the hall. "We are preparing to counter the enemy's attack." "You mean those bastards from Bakjia?" Kojiao immediately said, "Of course, puppet." Driver remained confident. Even though there were only 13 of us, if we prepared well, we could win. He turned to see Kang Yu leaving and quickly asked, "Where are you going?" Kang Yu replied briefly, "Going to meet Yu Hai." Driver was a bit surprised. There's no way he's going for drinks. Looks like he did a bad job. Let's go grab a drink together. Just the two of us. At Heaven P, a bald uncle suddenly turned to look at Cheha and asked in a delicate tone, "How much high-grade magic stone do you want to buy?" Kang Yu confidently replied, "All you have?" He added, "It seems you have a lot of bullets. Just so you know, we don't sell debt now. It's very expensive." Kang Yu calmly asks how much it costs. Cheha, After a moment of silence, he confirms again and presses the button under the desk. You're going all in, right? And it's not a fake bank card, is it? Cheha opens the secret door behind it. I'll let you see the goods first. Follow me inside this way. Kang Yu looked at the passage downward. Cheha takes out 2 small boxes and says to Kang Yu, I have 5 high-grade magic stones. You're a bit disappointed. Not as many as I have. Cheha immediately explained. Recently, someone came and bought a large quantity to give to someone. Kang Yu asked about the price and the cost. Cheha handed over the paper. As you know, the prices listed on this invoice, like magic stones, are not part of ordinary business transactions because they are extremely valuable. Furthermore, since this is a premium grade, its price isn't as cheap as Kang Yu's. Without waiting for him to finish, I said, I will buy all of them, so give me a 20% discount. Cheha immediately refused. That's going to be difficult. Kang Yu continues to negotiate. Then I will buy 4 pills and you give me 1 pill. 4C1. He's annoyed but still forces a smile and accepts. Are you serious? All right, I will sell at the price you want, but you have to transfer immediately. Kang Yu held up his phone and asked, give me your account details. You remember saying in the room that I am the only one who knows about a secret bank account under the name Kasi Zan in a Swiss bank. Mo stupidly asked, did you create an emergency fund? Kang Yu pressed the keyboard and said, I told you to do that just in case something happens. I looked at the screen and my pet made a sound. It was amazed at the significant amount. Kang Yu sighed regretfully. If I had known this would happen, I would have invested all my assets there. Mo asked, what do you plan to use this money for? He thinks carefully and replies, I plan to invest this money to build my strength. Cheha leaves Kang Yu happily, very pleased with the transaction. Come again next time. Don't make me hold your phone. He was filled with doubt. Investing such a large sum in a single transaction? Who is he really? In another place. In the coffee shop, Naan asked, what should we eat? On the menu outside, it says, Hi. Today's special menu. 3 mango smoothies. Minion replies, 3 mango pancakes. I like this dish. In the glass cabinet are various kinds of pastries. 2 glasses of 3 fet, shining with gold, look very appetizing. Mien Dion couldn't help but exclaim, it looks amazing. I need a sweet morning. Naan then said, there are too many mangoes. She asked, Mindy, you saved us yesterday. Do you remember where he went? Mindong replied, again, I told you from the beginning. But she guessed that he probably went home, right? Naan asked suspiciously. Right. She was about to put the ice cream spoon into her mouth when suddenly she remembered the moment Kang Yu ran past. Naan reached out as if to stop him, her face still full of surprise. Suddenly, voices calling her repeatedly snapped her awake, and she opened her eyes wide. Naan looked at the spoon on the table with trembling hands. Mindyong asked nervously. Naan remembered Kang Yu's image and covered her mouth in shock. He's the one. Naan immediately left, saying, I'll go to the bathroom first. Minion nodded and pointed down that end of the corridor. Naan walks away without noticing Black Ghost behind her. He coldly watches her. Naan washed her hands and sighed. Sigh. She feels a little sad thinking that back then Minion probably didn't see, and she also thinks that second brother isn't paying attention anymore. She wiped her hands and then wondered what would happen to him if it were her, as a dark hand firmly locked the door. Naan was still hesitating to step forward. Then suddenly she noticed a shadow behind her. She turned around in surprise and asked, Why are you here? Break Goose, pretending to be tense, didn't respond. The sky outside is turning evening. Mignon is worried about Nyan. She looked at her phone and wondered, Is it already so late? He still hasn't responded to my message. Are you on the phone with someone? Suddenly, a shrill scream rang out, startling her. Someone shouted, I am a villain. Black Ghost stepped out carrying Na-On on his shoulder. Minion asked in amazement. Na-On felt extremely panicked inside and couldn't move her body. Breako asked, Are you her friend? Minion, frightened, did not answer. He told her to pass the message and relay it to her brother. If you want to get your sister back, come find me at John's Shoulder in Gadam District. At the old building on John's Shoulder, it was already sunset. Black Hen looked at the barrier in front of him and asked in surprise, What the hell happened here? Double BR explains, We're just preparing for when the Bosan team arrives. They're doing a good job too. Black Hen angrily kicks the barrier. What do we need this for? Just charging in to attack them. Isn't that better? CR sarcastically praises, and sometimes you can even bark out a reasonable sentence. Break Hen is still angry. Should we go there ourselves to deal with them? Double B loudly stops him. Don't go any further. There's a trap down there. He suddenly turned back and asked, A trap, Min? He explained further, there are things on both sides. Kept bragging about how hard he had worked. Hey, let's go. CR just saw something surprising. Huh. He pointed blankly and asked what that was. Black Hen turned around and asked again, Why the flag? He saw Uchan rushing toward us very quickly. Isn't that Uchan again? Brich. Hen still looked confused and asked which Lin. The villain, but the district is full of corruption. Double B loudly warns. That Spiker is evil, but his recent antics have become a hot topic on the internet. Wuhan has already rushed very close. Black Hen gasps in shock and shouts. It's Spiker. His hand immediately gathers power into his fist. He arrogantly flies over. Get out of the way now, it's mine. Spiker dares to come here himself? Black Hand shouted loudly. Get in there and earn your bread, Spiker. I'll make you regret daring to step onto my turf. Chan is about to shout a big reprimand. Get out of here. I'm here to find my sister. He's annoyed and cursing. What the hell is your sister barking at? Dad's angry now. Tran just stepped on a trap. He was startled, thinking it was a trap, and suddenly a huge explosion occurred. Black Hand looks a little pale and clenches his teeth as he looks down and asks, What is it? He also got caught in an organ. He fell into a large pit and shouted loudly, Help me! Grat was speechless and exclaimed, So which idiot should we call a fool? Meanwhile, as John from Gadam district stands in Kajin's private training room with his hand full of power, he calmly looks at Mozost and asks how it feels after drinking all 5 high-grade magic stones, then says nonchalantly, Every time I pay, it's the same. I don't get to hold the paper comfortably, just use your appraisal eye to check my status. Kang Yu's information panel appeared immediately, revealing the identity of the villain Kasan CLC, an awakening disaster-level dark attribute, double fire shadow attribute with transformations, rage skills, shadow sword, self-healing, shadow binding, hidden shadow control, dark fire, hidden skills, crystal extraction, mana points 860. He looked at his mana points with a slight disappointment, nearly reaching the A and B rank mana levels. Moot reminded him again, I told you before, high-grade magic stones mana points are hardly worth money. He suggests that if you have a real high-quality magic stone, its value is another matter, but if not, you'll just have to keep consuming a large number of high-grade magic stones. Kang Yu, looking bored, says I'd rather train to death than swallow all these. He thought about the scene where he lost control and got excited. It's up to you to choose, but if he knew how much his mana had increased during his previous rampage, he would be thrilled to see it. Of course, Xiangut noticed and looked at the 2 skills with added numbers, asking, What is this? Why does the skill name have a number like that? The info panel shows a corner with a dark sword +1, self-healing +1, and dark binding. The shadow concealment and dark fire are what you call the upgraded skills. You're still confused and asking again. Enhancement. Moj is just referring to the time you fought Black. When I fought Black, I could use 2 shadow mirror blades at the same time, right? Kang Yu is sure I must have used it unconsciously. He's thinking to himself that he's never trained to enhance his skills before. Villains are just a bunch of con artists, right? So increasing mana points means upgrading skills? Kang Yu assumes that with Spiker, skills will be unlocked and developed without through brutal training. In rare cases, Spikers can create new skills by combining existing techniques. He believes he should spend more time enhancing his skills rather than relying on magic stones. He thought about fighting many people at once, and it seemed almost impossible to do so without using the same method as before, but someday he would get his revenge. Kang Yu especially... Wait, a combined skill. Modu doesn't understand what he's trying to do. He then orders the summoning of a shadow sword the size of his hand. Kang Yu continues to give more commands, adding a dual dark fire attribute to the tip of the sword. He is a bit surprised. I did it. Kang Yu laughed happily. It worked. Moat still doesn't understand what I just did. Moat only just realized and said loudly, So the combined move is that easy? It remembers what someone said. Kajin's potential is the most amazing among the top Spikers. Still, there was something about its expression that seemed disappointed. A voice from outside the door asked Kan, Are you in there? Driver outside announced someone was here to see you. Can you ask back, what did you say? Who could have eaten all the forest fat and come looking for me? Driver replied, a man named Uan, and he himself didn't understand why a Spiker would come to John's side. Cheng Gak Nien Nahai Yuan. Meanwhile, on John's shoulder, a drone was circling around. Inside a dark tunnel, Black Ghost carrying Naon walks forward, then reveals the disguise at a warehouse. Smoker asks, It's time then. Black Ghost appears in front of her and Barracuda. Naon is still unconscious. Barracuda smiles contentedly. Black Ghost says, I will imprison her. Barracuda agrees. Fine, go ahead. So, are you planning to corner the villains of Gadam District? He replied casually. That's the real fun to watch. He likes the scene of a tense showdown on the news, which will soon become hot gossip, claiming he's a dishonorable guy who cornered a relative of a Spiker. Barracuda happily asked, This is definitely a good catch for the news hunters, right? Smoker, you're quite the show-off. Barracuda will keep going and will be watched by a pack of hungry wolves. He raises his fiery hand and people will turn their backs on the Gadam District dogs. They will be completely isolated. Then he clenched his fist and declared firmly that when the moment comes, we will attack Gadam. At that moment, from Joe's position in Gadam district, the sky outside was still sunset. Kangwoo looked at Uchan, who was tightly bound to the chair, and pulled on his pants to confirm Uchan's purpose for coming here. I caught this guy's sister in a trap. Did the flag bearer ask you to pull him out of it? Exactly. She smirks at the kidnapping, finding it disgusting and ruining the mood. Kangwoo thought of Na-on and pondered, then denied, I didn't do that. Why would I engage in such a crude act? The driver agreed. Oh, that can't be true. He turned the screwdriver and revealed his plan this time. Kidnapping is not enough. They also have to frame that girl. Those damn bastards are trying to drag us down with their dirty tricks. Dad grits his teeth in anger. Damn it, don't mess with me. He shouted loudly, questioning. Where is Na-on? Where is my sister? Driver, explain. We'll launch a surprise attack afterward. First, I think we should clear up this misunderstanding. He's criticizing him again inside. Your personality is really stubborn. Kangwoo suddenly. Let him go. Everyone turned to look at him with puzzled expressions. Kangwoo stood with her hands on her hips. Isn't it true that you all want to clear up the misunderstanding? Uchan still seems unconvinced. Luckily, we were one step ahead. Who waits until the cow's gone to build a pen? It's all just selfishness. Nothing admirable about it. The screen doesn't clearly show Break Ghost's face. He sits relaxed, controlling the device. In case we do something stupid, I sent a drone to clear the floor. The telepathic flag exclaims. The image quality is always sharp. Did you upgrade the plane's camera? The resolution is so clear. Yucha looked at Kangwoo's face on the screen and asked who he was. Driver guessed he was probably Black Ghost because that guy has a transformation ability. Kangwoo was a bit surprised. The transformation ability. Driver just looked over silently. Probably can't really describe it, huh? He has turned into you. After hearing that, he got angry and scolded. Do I look like that mess? Check it out on Google. The driver adjusts his glasses. Oh, I really need to breathe. Looking again, it doesn't really look much like you. Uchan behind thinks they do look like two peas in a pod. Uchan angrily said, whatever, just do it. Forget it. Once we find the culprit, just grab them and beat them up. The driver asked, a bit surprised. Are we going now? I'm still angry, of course, because I was falsely accused of kidnapping. It was an execution. Wait for me first. Kangwoo only then notices Uchan standing there. He spoke up. If you're planning to go to Kwanbok-san's side, take me along. I need to save my sister. Kangwoo replied, do whatever you want. The driver joked, are you planning to go on your own? He's our boss after all. Zhao looked at him adoringly. So I'll go too. He's cheerful, even the preparation is more exciting than the raid itself. Today, we will attack Bok-san. The Black Hand Gang kicked in the door, shouting, we're coming too. He continued, whoever played such a small game for fun. If you're going, take us all along. CR is on our side too. We're about to leave. Damn those band guys. Double B suspiciously asked, will you win? Keep a straight face. If anyone wants to go, we won't stop them. But we have something to deal with first. The driver was a bit surprised. He looked at Uchan and exclaimed. He looked puzzled, not understanding what was happening. Right now, inside the luxurious La Viennos hotel, in the president's suite and changing room, Joseph looked at the pile of jewelry on the table and exclaimed, this is amazing. Let's go. He looked at them shining and sighed. No matter how long he gazed, they still made his heart flutter. My precious. The two girls behind are disgusting again. Aren't they all stolen goods? Watch your mouth or you'll get a smack. Trash. Rozo kept kissing and cuddling them, my sparkling little gems. I love you so much, my little ones. Oh my God. So beautiful, my precious treasure. Mao Amoa. Suddenly the phone rings. He picks up the phone and asks, what's wrong? I'm very busy right now. I don't even have time to play with my precious little ones. I am waiting for the work report. He suddenly smiled, confused about what was happening behind him. He asked again, okay, I understand. We are also nearby. What do you want? He transformed. Of course, he can help with that. Leave it to me. In the role of Joe, the district's rogue, night has fallen. Kangwoo stands outside, arms crossed, watching him and the building ahead, realizing this is the role of John, the district's Bok-san driver, encouraging. Since you're already here, there's no turning back now. Let's do a final rehearsal before going inside together. Suddenly, a voice called out, hey you! The driver turned around. Just because someone is new doesn't mean you can sit there like an idiot. Then he looked at Uchan and called out loudly, come over here too! Redum in Uchan's hand is a mask. Kangwoo says, if you're going to follow those guys, put that on. Uchan still looked surprised and asked why it had to be like that. He then explained, a spiker hanging out with a villain would look suspicious to anyone. The driver added, it looks good too. I was just doing it for fun. I didn't expect it to be used like this. Kangwoo continues. If you don't want any bad rumors to spread far and wide, then listen to me. Uchan remains silent, looking at the mask. He clearly states that the target is Boksan, the district leader, playing the role of Joe. Kangwoo reiterates that our plan is to rescue the hostage after defeating the leader, then split into small groups to gather intelligence. Pretty daring. Kangwoo goes to driver, asks him to check the shortest route to the target. Driver responds, "Doing it now." Kangwoo still says the only way to win this game is to strike fast and win quickly. He repeats once more, "We will assign roles and positions to everyone, so listen carefully." Uchan also silently listens. He assigns driver to search ahead while he will have the others cover his back. Then infiltrate and eliminate the enemy. Ko said, "I don't like using violence at all, but this time I have no choice." Uchan suddenly asked, "CQB Kangwoo mentioned him. Red M will take charge of the rear." Kodu asked curiously, "What is CQB? Didn't stop." "Now I will assign the sniper team," Black Hand shouted. "Damn it, he's angry. Where did you take us?" "They're here just to make it look like a scene." Cracking a smile. "Isn't it enough to just rush in and destroy everything? Villains should go all out and crush their enemies first." Kangwoo calmly replied, "You each have your own roles, but they are no less important." Black Hen asked, "An important role? CR is getting too arrogant. Of course, we have to be the trump card. You give the direct orders. While we carry out the mission and are on our way back, you must secure an escape route. Until then, hide well and don't get caught." Black Hen angrily retorts, "You told us to stay still and do nothing? So that's why you dragged us along?" You calmly said ensuring the hostage's escape route is the top priority. He angrily shouted and grabbed a stick. He insisted he was lying to whom, huh? Kangwoo still justifies himself, saying that finding an escape route isn't easy and to think more with your brain than your guts. Uchan is scolding that idiot. He remembered during training the only way to win this match was to play fast and finish quickly, not to rush recklessly. Suddenly, someone patted Uchan's head. That person praised him. "Number 45. You're a talented kid, so if someone else wrote this, it wouldn't be unnecessary." He is now contemplating the words of a villain. The Kangwoo team is ambushing from the rooftop. 2 drones are flying around scanning, and the cameras are lighting up one after another. The driver glanced at the monitor and confirmed that targets 10 and 11 had been identified. He was confident. "All the front surveillance cameras are under my control. Jiao, handing over the flag looks so cool." Kangwoo ordered them to move, and then everyone immediately jumped away. Uchan still hasn't acted. Deep inside, he desperately hopes that you are safe and that he will come to save you very soon. In the old corridor, Naon is lying on the floor, her hand moving slightly as she begins to wake up. She sees faintly in front of her. Naon suddenly sits up and shouts loudly. She looked around, wondering where she was, and her hand emitted that blue light again. Naon recalls the moment she was captured. That person wasn't him. Wait a minute. How do I know that? I'm sure I fainted myself. Suddenly, there was a noise from the hallway and a loud voice outside. "Watch my fury now." Black Hen is still angry, claiming the escape route. "Why would we need that thing?" CR agrees too. "I agree with you." He continued, "If you're a proud villain, then just shut your mouth and go on rampaging wildly." Black Hen nodded in agreement. "Yeah, that's right. Can you all just be quiet?" He straightforwardly said, "The reason you were eliminated from the plan is because you keep talking too much." Black Hen, furious, asked back, "Why is it my fault?" Double Break muttered in frustration. "That idiot really thinks he can survive just by using his brain as decoration? That guy is hopeless." Double B was about to speak, but first asked suspiciously, "Isn't our boss a bit strange?" Black Hand asked again, "What do you mean?" CR isn't surprised either. He's never been one to react strangely. Double B raises a suspicion. When he steps forward to explain the plan, Black Hand dismisses him. "Yeah, how is he resting his chin? How should I put it? Isn't it supposed to evoke the feeling of a spiker?" Black Hand didn't understand what Double Bread was saying and just cursed blindly. "What kind of feeling of a spiker is that supposed to be? What are you talking about?" When CR gets close and acts innocent, he doesn't shout loudly like you. All three turn around together to ask someone. Chu, AC, and Poer are surprised. Black Hen and Krat panic, thinking they've been caught. "Run, run, run." Chuak immediately questions, "What are you doing here to pick up San? There's no reason for you to come by." Boar recognized them as the stupid trio. She suspiciously asked, "No way, you guys." The Black Hand group listened quietly. Chue asked loudly, "Are you here to surrender yourself to Buxen?" The Black Hand group was stunned. Kron asked again, "Does it look like it?" He then angrily shouted, "What do you mean surrender? Stop messing around. We're here to fight. Get in there and start fighting." Double BR cursed under his breath. This idiot. Suddenly someone asked, "Why is there such a strange atmosphere here?" One step forward, Black Hen turned to look at him, thinking that guy was Rock Hen from the old house. Rock Hen scratched his head. I've never seen these clueless faces before. Don't tell me that the fool from Gaddam District ate Bear's liver and then came here to become a spy. Ben angrily scolds the fools. Chueos tries to stop him awkwardly. These guys are not capable of doing something as difficult as espionage. They're too stupid. They probably came to surrender, V asked, a bit surprised. Black Hen blurted out like they had no brains. What are you guys barking about? We came here to take over the area. Krat is supporting us and doing a great job. Double B behind doesn't know what to say. He keeps muttering curses under his breath. Get lost, you fools. Be stupid enough for yourselves, not for others. Don't go dying, boss. We've all been told to stay still, keep order, and not get caught now. Rockin turns his hand to Stone with a smile. You guys said we came here to conquer San, right? That was pretty funny, but I have to admit, that courage is impressive. Show me that bravery overcoming even steel and stone. Black Hen's leg also radiates power as he asks that stone what it is, and Hen is a bit surprised. Black Hen, feeling insecure, jumps up and declares that my iron fist is stronger than your pile of rocks. In another building, Barracuda is sitting right in the middle of the room, calmly resting his chin on his hand as he waits. He remembered an afternoon when Driver asked if he wanted to merge all the roles at Seun. Why? Barracuda reveals his true purpose. How long do we have to keep living like this and watching out for the spikers? If we unite as one, our strength will be unstoppable. He is confident. Next, uniting the shoulders nationwide and then advancing into the world. The Driver calmly goes on his own and does his thing. He states his point of view. If it's art, it must be created by myself. I hope that the rough kids won't be dragged along just to satisfy an individual's needs. Barracuda shouted, so what do you mean? You just need to do your best to run away, right? Like bullies picking on those weaker than themselves, Driver said calmly. No matter what it is, I will stand against it. It seems like those two over there agree with me, too. Barracuda angrily scolds, Driver is just warning to be cautious, but I warn you, don't do anything stupid and bring trouble on yourself. Barracuda was startled by the weapon in Driver's hand. He repeated once more, pay attention to what I say carefully or you'll really get hurt. Barracuda, sitting on the chair, calls out to Driver. The guy suddenly opens his eyes and looks over. Lens gun is coming, I'm here to report. Barracuda immediately asked what was going on. She reports, I found a few bastards from the outskirts of Vion. The villain Brank, a light attribute mage, continued, there are about 3 of them. All level B. Barracuda asked in surprise, just 3? He asked again, is there anyone there? LG reported, Jock Hen just appeared. Barracuda confidently thought that Jen could handle it on her own if it was just a level B. Suddenly, he stopped smiling. He reconsidered and gave the order. It's suspicious. Check other places. I guess those bastards are just bait. Lensgun also asked, bait? Barracuda pretends to cry. Driver, don't try such obvious tricks. Your move won't work on me. He prepares to use his pufferfish fang technique. If the boss of the other gangs, including the Driver, comes over, I am confident I won't lose. He clenched his fist and smiled. Don't think I'm still the same as I was before. Driver, someone in John Quan Boxan's gang asked, so this is where the boss is. Kang Yu sighed. Wow, that was faster than I thought. The Driver immediately accepted the task and asked me to help him out. He pointed to the drone. Should we check if there's anyone inside the building before going in? What is that Jiao flag about? He responds, an auxiliary drone. Kojiao immediately asked to take it. So cute. I want it. Give it to me. The Driver is cheerful. I do a lot at home. Will he give her one when he gets back? Uchan is wondering. If he becomes my enemy, it will be a real headache, right? Suddenly, a noise startles everyone. Uchan asked nervously, why? Please don't tell me they've found us. Kangyu looked down at the ashes. This is a complicated situation. He leaves and gives the order. Since things have turned out this way, we need to speed up the ambush and attack. A sudden cloud of black smoke appears, enveloping Kangyu. Uhan, confused, hears crying, and turns to look at the shadowy figure in the smoke, asking, where have you all hidden? Kangyu's group remained silent. Smoker appeared. Apparently a few rats were scurrying around here. Oh my god, I recognize someone calling out. Driver and Javen also came, right? Driver just pointed and asked, is she hiding something? Deny the game immediately. How is that possible? I don't know anything music. Smoker told Barracuda that since the Driver is the boss, he would leave him to him. As for me, I'll just take the little crow. Kojiao couldn't help but laugh after hearing that. She goes to see Smoker. I guess I have to handle some business now. Everyone, go ahead, the Driver asked her in surprise. Are you sharing your teenage feelings? Kodao replied. I want to talk to her for a while. She turned her head and smiled. This is a woman's matter. Don't try to interfere. Kang Yu hesitated and asked, is it okay to leave her alone? She seemed to just smile and reply, Vaven is having a joyful moment right now. After saying that, Kang Yu and Yu Chan jumped away. The driver reminded them, play with her for a little while, then catch up with us. Then he also jumped away. Smoker immediately smiled. I'll go first since those obstacles have left. We should enjoy this private moment together, shouldn't we? She asked cautiously. Obstruction? She corrected herself. You've probably gone a bit too far with your game. They're the saviors, not obstacles. Smoker asked in surprise. The savior? Kojiao explains that they are the ones who will save you. She draws her weapon, ready to fight. The flag bearer summoned a flock of crows. She sneered. Since there's no one here to stop me anymore, let's have a wild feast until we both go to our graves, shall we? The building in Boksan is in chaos, with reports of intruders and immediate deadly attacks. Kang Yu's group is running inside, and he quickly looks up to see a swarm of small villains rushing toward them. The leader shouted loudly, "We are intruders from the heavens, B+ rank villains, classicer with water attribute." All together, they shouted, "Take them all down." Driver was a bit surprised when Kang Yu suddenly rushed out like lightning, taking down a group in the blink of an eye. He then kicked again, instantly knocking the others away. Saktut grinned, also knowing how to fight pretty well. He's arrogant, but those punches aren't enough to scratch me. This body of mine is pretty awesome. Saktu opens his mouth wide and shouts loudly, "One bite from him and you're dead meat." He immediately activates his skill, the Predator. He bit into Kang Yu, but he managed to dodge just in time, then jumped behind Saktut. Kang Yu launched an attack before he could react, delivering a kick to Saktu's face, causing him to faint on the spot. Feeling that wasn't enough, Kang Yu grabbed his head and slammed it hard into the ground. Saktu is sprawled on the floor, and Driver walks over to praise him, saying, "Well done." Uchan is amazed and thinks to himself, so strong. He looked at Kang Yu carefully and silently admitted that every time they met again, he had become stronger than before. Kang Yu dusts off himself calmly. "It's no big deal." Kang Yu orders, "From now on, we split up." Uchan was a bit surprised. He continued, "Driver and I will attack the leader of Boksan while you go rescue your sister as originally planned." Driver throws something to Yuan and says, "Take this." Uchan is holding a device that tracks Nadan's location. Driver explains that your sister is locked in the basement of a nearby building and that the drone has already located her, so it shouldn't be too difficult to rescue her. Uchan hurriedly thanks him and immediately changes direction to run away. The driver also thought to himself that this older brother truly cares for his sister deeply. He suddenly realized something was strange. Yet another group of villains was rushing toward them. Driver told Kang Yu to go ahead without him since someone needed to stay behind to handle these troublemakers. He turned his weapon and said, "If we keep lingering here, the number of enemies will only increase. I also need to wait for Javen to finish his task. Don't worry, Kang Yu. I trust you with my back." Driver thumbs up and says, "I'll catch up with you soon." Kang Yu quickly ran away. Driver carefully prepared his weapon, now ready to face and confront the villains. "Shouldn't we sit down to have some cake and tea and talk about life?" Smoker said as he charged forward with his weapon. "From the very beginning, I hated the way I was treated just like you." She immediately unleashed her deadly move, and 3 fierce clouds of smoke rushed toward her. Kojiao gently dodges everything, still maintaining her balance. Smoker smiles mockingly. "If you keep dodging so skillfully, it's not surprising that people call you a crow. I admit your dodging skills are quite good." Kojiao immediately argued, "If I say it, I have to tell the truth. My dodging skills aren't the only thing impressive here. Oh, I soared high with confidence. Save those words for your next excuse." Smoker summons a stream of smoke in his hand. It's time to get serious. She keeps powering it up and getting excited. This time, you're really done for. That is the chain of death technique. She shot straight towards the messenger flag. Jiao Flag continuously spins her weapon. The crow's head on the staff suddenly opens its mouth. She unleashes the Pikabu flag attack, and the crow's head absorbs all the approaching smoke. Smoker is a bit surprised as the smoke gradually dissipates. Dao's flag presses down her staff and she calmly smiles. Too simple. The 2 crows beside also follow. Too simple. Too simple. Kojiao was speaking when suddenly a cloud of smoke mixed with lightning approached right behind the Pikabu blade. She immediately jumped away. However, one of the crows was unlucky and took a hit. Kojiao had to witness it shatter right before her eyes, and Kodao's entire body was engulfed in the smoke. The fake smoker pretends to be mournful. Raven looks sad and pitiful. If you breathe in even a little of that black smoke, your blood will stop flowing and your lungs will be burned. I keep increasing my power, and after showing off, you look no different from a roadside dump. Just smoke, huh? Suddenly, Kodao spoke. You have committed an unforgivable sin. Her entire body was shrouded in a deadly purple aura. She angrily cursed, "Why did you do that to my children? How dare you destroy the treasure that driver gave me?" Smoker exclaimed in shock. "Wait a minute. A creature this powerful again? It's impossible." She panicked and wondered, "Wait, don't tell me it's awakened?" Jiao points at Smoker and declares, "You are guilty," her face darkening. "From now on, you will have to obey the judgment of the crow." Smoker was truly panicked. Ko Jiao immediately rushes forward. At this moment, a shadow just ran past on John's shoulder from the second basement. It was Wu Chan running to find Na-on. He remembered Kang Yu and Driver, and wondered if those guys were just pretending to care about him. Now it turns out he's actually grateful to them. The tracking device is beeping louder. Wu-chan looks around, it's somewhere nearby. Suddenly, an ice attack shot toward him, and Wu-chan was surprised to see his feet had been frozen. Ice Demon stepped forward and said, "I've never seen you before. Are you one of those thugs?" He crossed his arms and continued, "No wonder I've been waiting here. I knew at least one of you would come to rescue that heart." Wu-chan's hand suddenly ignited, and the ice beneath his feet was burned away. Wu-han angrily scolded, then shut up and walked away. Ice Demon sighed. Fire? Interesting. Opposite elements. A skill that suits hot-tempered people. He prepared to attack and asked, "Fire and ice. Don't you think this will be an interesting battle?" A purple light shot down from the rooftop, and inside the building, on the 12th floor of Kwanbok-san, Kang-woo clenched his fist and slowly approached. You stop and say, "Come out now," hiding and peeking your head out. A stream of purple energy appears in the corner. Dr. G appears, his senses sharp. He continues, "I really want to meet you, a villain like me with a shadow attribute." Kang-yu and Mozo listen quietly. Kang-yu asks him, "Are you the one who kidnapped Na?" Black Ghost did not answer his question. "I've looked into you. You had quite an impressive debut with remarkable achievements, didn't you?" He mentioned your previous battles, where there's an unspoken rule that villains aren't allowed to fight outside the boss's area, yet you ignored that and fought other villains. Black Ghost raised his hand and said, "A common enemy. Even if I kill you here, no one will be responsible for it." He dreams of becoming the boss of this heretical organization. Can you calmly ask, "So what?" Black Ghost quickly rubbed his hands and explained again. "You misunderstood something. Maybe my tone just now sounded too sarcastic. I mean it sincerely." He continued, "If you are truly a villain, then you should follow the madness in your heart. An outlaw, isn't that what a real villain is?" He sighed, "A person who has to live secretly in the shadows. Someone like me can't even try for things like that." Modot turned to Kang Yu. "It seems like the kid is praising that person." Break Ghost immediately said, "I want to become like you." He drew his weapon proudly and said, "Not just a shadow, but to become darkness itself like you." Modot asked nervously, "Is he tailing us?" Kang Yu immediately judged, "He's gone crazy." Black Ghost assumes a fighting stance. "I've talked too much. This really isn't like me." "Then let's get started." Kang Yu was a bit surprised by him. Black Ghost keeps darting back and forth, seeming to be very skilled in close combat. His eyes suddenly light up, but then a swarm of his clones appear all at once. One of the guys over there caught Kang Yu's attention. Break Ghost was confident that if all four attacked at once, victory was basically assured. He uses the dual-entity ghost image technique. Is he thinking it's a spirit or ghost? It's impossible that all four are real. Break Ghost rushes forward. "I'm coming." Kang Yu smiles. "Whether it's real or not, if you throw all kinds of throwing knives at me, I will blow them all away." Shadow Blade. Black Ghost quickly dodged, but Kang Yu was right beside him. He swung his hand, but he jumped away. Drake Ghost is still running away. Kang Yu keeps chasing and asks, "Are you planning to hide in the shadows?" He kept closing in and striking, knocking him away. Kang Yu stops to praise him. "Your speed is pretty good." Black Ghost gasps for breath, realizing he's much stronger than he initially thought. Moreover, he shattered all the light bulbs, leaving only darkness around Kang Yu. Black Ghost quickly rushes forward and swings at him. Kang Yu only reacts now. Break Gay holding a knife. "I knew it. It works." He confidently said, "Even if it's you, once your vision becomes blurry, it'll be very difficult, right?" Kang Yu is quietly considering, sensing that he could jump out from anywhere. Black Ghost's eyes blaze brightly as he confidently continues, "We may share the darkness attribute, but as a killer, once we step into the night, I am unbeatable in this world." He warned him first, saying that his previous attack was just a test, and that he would make him experience the terrifying feeling of dying in complete darkness, where he couldn't see anything. Kang Yu laughed and said, "A terrible death? You will never understand the terror of sinking into the abyss of darkness, or the horror of waiting for your own death." Black Ghost was momentarily startled, his terrifying gaze fixed on him. He said, "I have experienced death and been reborn." Kang Yu suddenly appeared behind Break Ghost and repeated, "Isn't that what you just said yourself? That I myself am the darkness." Meanwhile, John's shoulder is burning as he pushes Barakan's second-floor basement door. "What's that?" The sound just now was two forces clashing. Wuhan keeps dodging the attacks. Ice Demon unleashes the ice frenzy, but Yu-chan quickly dodges. He also has to hold his ground. He was panting and thinking, with no openings. His skill linkage is too smooth, probably because he's familiar with this style of fighting. If you keep rushing forward to attack me, killing you will become too easy. He suddenly became numerous, but freezing you gives me a unique thrill. Isn't the moment you find most exciting when you're burning something down? U-chan didn't understand what he was saying. Ice Demon creates a human shape in his hand. Freezing others the same way is what excites me the most, but I won't go for a quick kill just yet. I like slowly freezing one hand and one leg before the flag. He then crushes the statue and continues speaking. Seeing them trembling in fear as they saw the four limbs completely frozen, Yu-chan then shouted loudly, "Damn it! Disgusting villains. Damn it, now I'm pretending to be the villain." Ice Demon suspiciously asked, "You really are a disgusting and suspicious villain." He pointed at him, and I didn't sense any murderous intent from you at all. Now that I think about it, I heard that the hostage has an older brother who is a spiker. Ice Demon immediately doubted you. There's no way you're Yu-chan. I wouldn't dare compare myself to a pathetic spiker. He pretends to be angry. I am the strongest villain in Gadam Redam district. Then he rushed toward Ice Demon, who was already prepared with a move waiting for U-chan to approach. The Ice Demon immediately unleashes a Ice Blade attack. U-chan doesn't hesitate and instantly breaks through everything. He kept punching and rushing forward. U-chan remembered when he was with Kong Yu. He asked, "Did you call me out here just to say something?" Kong Yu immediately analyzed. "Because there isn't enough time, I will get straight to the point. Your delay between attacks is too long. Keep talking. What I mean is that you often get distracted during a fight. I don't know how to emphasize it enough. Your judgment and actions must be quicker and more precise." He leaves and gives instructions. Instead of just repeating yourself, it's better to let you experience the real thing. Kong Yu then demonstrates his skill. Black fire swirled as Yu-tran widened his eyes in amazement. Kang Yu explained slowly, "Speed is the key to the technique. You can't give the enemy time to defend. Attacking is always the best form of defense." His mind was filled with doubt. Why was he telling me all these things? Kang Yu continues to teach, compresses mana, and ignites it into an explosion. He looks at his hand and says, "The fire-making method of those with fire element skills is completely different from those without." Kong Yu still teaches. Regardless of whether you are a spiker or a villain, we all exist to become stronger by surpassing our limits. He suddenly places his hand on Yu-chan's forehead. Kong Yu reminds you to let your thoughts go beyond the box. What I want to say is, don't close yourself off. Yu-chan is now shouting loudly, taking this fiery rage. Ice Demon also unleashed a wall of ice spear attacks. Uhan quickly jumped to his side. He launched a fire attack directly at Ice Demon's head. He quickly retreated, and Uhan suddenly felt its effect. As long as this rhythm continues, I can win. He keeps attacking nonstop, and now Ice Demon is constantly dodging, thinking that his attack pattern suddenly changed. He jumps to dodge the attack, still suspicious in his mind. Has he always been hiding someone? Ice Demon angrily thinks, how dare he think he's worthy to be my opponent? He shouted loudly and counterattacked, "I will play seriously so you see my face." Ice Torrent. Uhan was immediately surrounded by a block of ice, feeling a bit panicked inside. Damn, I was too careless. Ice Demon walks over and laughs. "I told you, freezing others is when I get the most excited." U-chan is frozen and can't move, unable to ignite fire. He reached out and smiled at U-chan, saying, "But first let me take off that stupid mask." U-chan panicked and tried to move, but his body wouldn't respond. Suddenly someone shouted, "Is anyone there? Are you here to save me?" U-chan immediately recognized. "Na'an." The Ice Demon angrily shouted, "Hey, be quiet. Na'an is still begging for help. Please get me out of here." He pointed a finger at her and shouted, "I told you to hold on," as an ice bullet headed straight for Na'an. Yu-chan keeps going. "Na'an, remember Yu's words. Your judgment and actions must be quick and precise. Let your thoughts go beyond the box." Yu-chan's heart is full of hatred, thinking those dogs dared to touch his sister. He broke the ice and escaped, then immediately gathered fire in his hand. Yu-chan angrily shouted, "Don't even think you'll get away with this." He unleashed the hellfire again. It caused a huge explosion near the Ice Demon. At this moment, on Joe District's shoulder, the hidden basement of Barracuda on the 12th floor is burning. Barracuda clenched his fists, his instincts telling him something was wrong. If he heard news of their victory now, it wouldn't be too surprising. But suddenly someone approached and called out, "I feel a bit embarrassed, boss." Barracuda's eyes widened in surprise as Uang Kang, holding Breako host, asked, "Are you Barracuda?" Someone is saying, "I thought they would all rush in at once. It's too quiet. This is the entrance to the villain district GAM." Who speaks up? "Peace is good." Hosapop thought it was disgusting. "Don't sound like those priests." Someone asked again, "Are you guys here?" Cheha smiled warmly and approached, thanking them for working hard. Joseph looked at the pile of pizza and asked, "Where did you buy this pizza?" "I thought the pizza shops had been destroyed." Chiha replied immediately, "I bought it outside the villain area." Aoma exclaimed, "I love pineapple pizza. This is so exciting, but I hate pineapple pizza." Chiha asked, "Do you think those who infiltrated the safe house are okay?" Joss replied, "The driver won't accept deals that could cost him his life." He asked in surprise, "It's the new boss, not the driver." Joss calmly replied, "It doesn't matter who is in charge. What matters is the driver's way." Cheha immediately said, "It seems you trust him a lot, probably because he's an old friend." Jossapop quickly denied, "It's not because he's an old friend." Ha's eyes are reflecting as he recalls that Driver, sitting among the villains with a weapon, was complaining about how it took too long. Someone approaches and calls Driver. He asked happily, "You're here?" Jiao looked confused and asked, "What are you doing over there?" Driver immediately replied, "I am waiting for her. She needs to confirm again." "Really? That's great." The driver still said, "I was waiting for you," but Kojiao suddenly announced some bad news. The driver looked at the broken crow and asked, "What should I do? This crow's beak?" He picked it up and said, "I think I can fix it." Kodao asked happily again, "Really? I think I can fix it." "Really? That's a relief. Wait a minute. Has it been destroyed?" So he meant to ask her already. Daoflag then beat the village drum and asked, "What is that? Is anyone down there?" The driver replied, "It's our dark horse, Raydem." He holds up the scope to locate the target, then looks up. Our boss is also starting to act. At Barracuda's residence on the 12th floor of the villain district in Bogsan, Barracuda speaks, "Break Ghost." He was startled, trembling as he approached. "You've disappointed me too much." B stammered in fear. "Sir, boss." That guy, before he could finish speaking, he was hit with a punch. Barracuda punched him so hard he flew through the wall. Kang Yu, watching from the side, said, "You treat your subordinates like dirt." He replied, "It's none of your business." Morat noticed it. It saw a magic stone on the glove. Moat immediately informed Kang Yu that the guy has a weapon made from natural magic stone. Barracuda asked again, "Why isn't Driver involved? Tell him he'll be here soon. I alone am enough to deal with you." He looked down on him, saying, "I have something to deal with regarding the driver. A rookie like you should get lost, but I also have something to say to you." Barracuda suddenly stopped. "Anger and frustration, kidnapping others and blaming me. So you want compensation?" You use a cold look. Wrongdoings must be paid for. Barracuda laughs mockingly, covering his face. "So you still don't know your place? You think you're good just because you defeated Break Ghost?" He recounted, hearing Chuak say, "You may have little mana, but you're good at close combat. You only face Mai because you have to deal with those arrogant ones. Those tricks only work on Black Ghost level foes. Your techniques are only effective against S-rank opponents like me, so you immediately pour cold water on yourself. I heard you're good because of your weapons." Barracuda angrily shouted, "Who told you that? Can you remain indifferent?" Driver. His eyes darkened. Barracuda remembered Driver again and chuckled. "So he's just trying to provoke me because he's too weak." Kang Yu replied immediately, "He has never done that before." Barracuda excitedly said, "I am very pleased to respond to his provocation." Black Ghost, lying among the debris, gasps, "This guy has a firm grip on his weapon. You know, it's not bad to start with an appetizer before the main course." He smiles. "Let's see how this appetizer tastes." Barracuda grew a few more spikes, feeling incredibly confident. Kang Yu thought to himself, "Spikes?" Barracuda shouted loudly, "Hey, Barracuda, the boss of Boksan." Kang Yu quickly ran to behind him. He punched Barracuda directly in the face and asked, "So what?" Kang Yu keeps punching him repeatedly. Suddenly he grabs his hair and shouts loudly, "You're nothing. Do you think that punch was just scratching an itch?" He kicked him hard in the head while Barracuda countered with a crazed smile. He punched down, but Kang Yu dodged. Barracuda turned to face him and caught him. Then he quickly strikes Kang Yu hard. The guy throws a series of punches at him. Kang Yu still tries to dodge. He quickly dodges to the side to stay safe. Immediately, Kang Yu gathers his strength and charges forward. Suddenly, a spike nearly pierced his head, making him panic and think he was about to die. Barracuda raised his fist again. He arrogantly shouted, "This is my strongest weapon." Nakanyong Villa Inokin Barracuda charges forward, his sword shaped like a long lightning bolt extending out, but Kang Yu jumps up and narrowly avoids the attack, while the ground beneath cracks and shatters from the impact. Even though I anticipated it, that move is really annoying. It probably helps detect moving objects. Clad in iron armor, I fly away to avoid his attack. He kicked off the ground and jumped up, black aura emanating from him as he flew away. The slash marks everywhere seemed to leave no space untouched, but that couldn't stop the sharpness. He moved swiftly and agilely, dodging attacks left, right, up, and down. He lands just in time as Barracuda strikes, two beams of light flying past him. If he hadn't known about it before, he probably would have been hit. He is ready for the next battle, his eyes shining with a terrifying light. Even though I saw it coming, that move still annoys me. He is calculating in his mind that this move might help detect moving objects. In his memory, he recalls his past self, and luckily he has some understanding of what he's facing now. If you've never known about it, then you probably have now. The one you've been fighting with all this time is Barracuda. He stepped forward. So you say you have something to discuss with me, but you just want me to see your dodging skills? He carries two large swords on his back that are bigger than a 5-year-old, with a 4-pronged weapon in his hand. If you become a villain, your driver would probably just be mediocre. After a fierce fight, he still doesn't see me as a rival. The gap between us is too wide. Kong Yu remains the same, silent and unresponsive. He explained, I can't lose this fight. His hand clenched, and that weapon remained as sharp as ever. Barracuda didn't even glance at him. No matter how strong you are like a dragon, you're just throwing stones at me. After a moment of confrontation, I spotted a small mistake in him. But in battle, if you let your opponent find a weakness, that becomes their chance to kill you. Your attack method is too obvious. Hearing this, he clenched his teeth in anger, his eyebrows furrowing tightly, while his sharp, observant eyes easily analyzed Barracuda's fighting style. You only move in response to your opponent, which means you only fight weaker enemies, proving you have very little combat experience. Your eyes have narrowed and become more focused, steady without looking around, further confirming that you are speaking the truth. Driver was right, you rely too much on your weapons. He fell silent for a moment, softly repeating what he just said. Relying on weapons? That statement successfully angers the crazy man Barracuda. He clenched his teeth in fury, furious at the words he couldn't accept. What did the driver say again? Losing a villain boss in a fight just by relying on weapons, Kong Yu remains calm as if nothing happened, while the one-eyed ghost beside him sweats in fear. If you intend to provoke him, then you've succeeded. Although he doesn't want to admit it, he still relies on the weapons on his body. What if you rely on your weapon? He rushes forward with weapons in both hands and an angry look on his face. Who will believe your words if I tear you to pieces? Barracuda rushes in, carrying two familiar daggers on his back, while Kong Yu stands ready to fight. His fist raised, the sharp metal tip of his weapon blindingly gleams. Die. It's not just about appearances. This type of weapon worn on the hand can also extend when approaching an opponent. Hui Xuan, Kong Yu can only lie on the ground to avoid the weapon reaching out at him. He jumps up, kicks him in the chest. He leaps away, but his extending weapon has retracted, so he easily slides past Barracuda's face without any impact. But just this petty thing made Barracuda furious. He soared into the air, extending that cheap weapon of his. Kong Yu leapt swiftly, his sharp eyes more intense than ever, wearing iron gloves. With a light and agile body like a leopard, he dodged Barracuda's attack, but only saw flashes of light flicker past in an instant. This move is called Shadow Blade. It forces him to struggle to defend, still furious from having to exert so much effort. The tense, deep voice rang out, making one's spine chill. Where are you looking? He flies up there facing him below, in the pitch-black night, unclear what attack he launched, but it cut through the 4 sharp points of that weapon. What is he doing? He punched straight at Barracuda, causing rocks and dirt to fly everywhere, while he quickly flew away. Then he turned around and immediately countered with the weapon on his hand. Damn it. In just a moment, Kang Yu disappeared right in front of him, leaving him momentarily confused, his usual sharp eyes widening more than usual. Not far from Barracuda, Kang Yu appears surrounded by dark, spiritual energy and the light of his upcoming attack. Dark flames burn fiercely. Light spreads and flickers past Barracuda as he covers his face to minimize the damage. He realizes that this side hasn't been ignited yet. The continuous slashes aim to attack Barracuda, so he can only fly up to block. Some metal fragments clattered, and he gritted his teeth in anger, but not because of the fragments themselves. Basically, he didn't even know that Kang Yu actually had 2 attributes. You have 2 attributes? I've never heard of that. But what he sees is only what I let him see, because I don't reveal it. He, with his iron glove, kindly reminds him of his arrogance. Don't be too proud. You and I are very different. He remembered his older brother from before, knowing that he might get hurt, his eyes flashing with red veins, he would be injured. Still, he couldn't just sit still and wait for his brother to hold a knife to his neck. Once again, he soared into the air, the weapon extending out as if to cover every corner of this place. Shut your mouth. But sadly for Barracuda, the person he's facing is Sang Yu, a famous swift fighter who can't be defeated by his ordinary weapon. Compared to your opponent's anger, he remains calm as if he already has the upper hand. Still don't understand. He still doesn't realize his own weakness, keeps fighting recklessly and ignores what he says. A devastating punch lands straight on his face, blood splattering everywhere, and he doesn't have time to block it. Your attack is too obvious. With a final burst of strength, he spun several times in the air before landing. The surrounding rocks and debris are victims of their fight, metal shards from weapons flying apart, and the stones no longer intact as they were at the start. As he predicted, he will definitely get hurt, his face covered in blood, exhausted from the fight and gasping for breath. Kang Yu felt that this attack still wasn't enough. Before his old wound could heal, he had to face a new one. He sneered, "How do you feel about facing someone stronger?" Maybe pushed to his limit, this guy gets angry very easily. Hearing this, his eyes widened brightly, showing clear fury as blood kept flowing from his wound. While he was still rooted to the spot, I had already taken a step ahead. I soared up and used my iron gloves. Let's end this now. His iron-gloved arm radiated two colors, black and blue. He wanted to finish quickly. Barracuda rushes forward with his weapon to end this. He still looks down on others, refusing to accept defeat and not allowing an ordinary guy like you to hurt him. He shouted in anger as a warning that he was about to pay the price. Huh, how dare someone like you do that to me? I am the top villain of the district, and with one hand he throws his weapon forward, always boasting about his glorious reputation. I am Barracuda, a level 5 villain. Your iron gloves suddenly turn dark, and the surrounding aura makes them even more terrifying. He punched through the shoulder because the iron glove had a pointed end, so this was a precise strike that knocked away the weapon he was confident in. His eyes widened. Even he was stunned by this attack. This time, Kang Yu isn't using the iron gloves anymore, but the huge sword instead. He raises it up, and ranking in magic is meaningless because of the huge skill gap between us. The great sword still hasn't fallen. A flash of light escapes from his sharp eyes, and the outcome was decided from the start. In the decisive moment, Barracuda, who was in a weaker position, cursed at Yu. "You bastard!" As his hatred reaches its peak, his eyes blaze with a fierce gold glow, ready to strike back. He roars in fury, stands firm, hands behind his back, and he has yet another reason to see you dead. "I will kill you." Small metal fragments shoot out from him, flying towards Kang Yu with just a finger. He calls this move Hell Trap. This time he is putting his all into it, determined to kill you no matter what. Not only do both his hands wield weapons, but even his extending arms are armed. The blinding light makes it impossible for others to see directly, only the arm slashing through. But Kang Yu swiftly dodged past him so quickly he couldn't react. I told you. A fatal strike that doesn't kill only severs his arms from his body, blood pouring like a waterfall into a stream, and the outcome of this battle was decided from the start. The agonized screams are deafening every time they are heard. Barracuda's weapon-armed hand extends, but it doesn't last long because he no longer has an arm. He coughed and blood kept pouring out. Kang Yu advised, "You should have been satisfied with Boxan. For his ambition, he has caused many inhumane things. These 2 arms are not enough anymore. You say losing both hands is still cheap, much different from your arrogant and disdainful attitude earlier." Now he looks so pathetic and pitiful, trembling all over, face bowed down, his eyes no longer filled with anger but with deep sadness, the rare, narrow eyes reappearing as expected. Only those, like him, feel injustice when they themselves have to pay the price for what they have done. He whispered, "Losing both hands is cheap. Don't talk nonsense." Even though he lost, he still couldn't accept it. Driven by revenge, he screamed wildly, "I will definitely take back what you took from me. I am Barracuda." Kang Yu didn't take his words seriously, unsure what the future held, but with his current appearance, what could he possibly do? He sneered and asked, "What did you just say?" But there definitely won't be a future anymore. This arm is just the beginning. His entire presence radiates a terrifying aura. Promises are only for the living. Considering what he has done, talking about mercy in terms of life is just too kind. Being merciful to someone like him is a crime. Did I say I would let you live? Hearing this, Barracuda fell silent, unable to utter a word, his eyes wide with rage. Rage born from helplessness. His 2-colored eyes glanced down at him. "You were right. Someone like him doesn't deserve to be forgiven. You're definitely going to die." Barracuda. He trembles as he sits on the ground, not to mention revenge. Even getting used to this new body is already a challenge for him. "You bastard." He doesn't say another word. This next move will be the one to end his life. A strange blue light suddenly burst into the battle, striking hard and knocking Barracuda against the wall. His sudden appearance was also unexpected, and Barracuda remained unharmed, though he was struggling with his wounds. The person who knocked away Kang Yu was Lens Girl, also known as the girl with glasses. She approached and helped Barracuda, who was staggering and kneeling on the ground. "Are you okay? The rescue team arrived just in time," he praised his subordinate. "Good. Quickly, get me out of here. The two of them stand up. He is completely exhausted and can only rely on her to stand. Yes, let me create a path for you. She creates a blue space portal for them to leave. The space portal is larger and brighter than before. She helped them step through the portal. After they passed, the light circle didn't disappear immediately but gradually shrank and then vanished. The gloved hand with sticky strength on the wall, the surrounding earth also shattered. This person's appearance proves that there is still someone else behind Barracuda, so there is another suspicious individual. He got up completely unharmed. Where did they go? Morizo, flying nearby, replied, "They used a teleportation gate to escape. I'm a bit confused. Teleportation portal. I think back to Lensgirl's appearance. I couldn't react in time to her attack. I was ambushed without realizing it. She's not an ordinary person at all." Morot asked curiously, "Do you plan to chase after them?" "If I want to chase after them, I need to know which way they went. But the problem is, I can't even see their backs. They've disappeared completely." The man in the red shirt lies face down on the ground, a pile of broken stones crushing him, leaving his fate uncertain and unable to fight in that state. As he speaks, suddenly he remembers something, his eyes looking down. But just moments before, he was staring at Barracuda's severed arms. That is what he wants to take. I need to get something too. But he hasn't picked it up yet, and he and Mazot are both staring intently at the two arms. The villa inside the building in Baksan district looks luxurious, yet dilapidated. This is actually the basement of the evil zone in Baksan district, where a man and a woman, driver and Kodao, are walking up the stairs towards the elevator. But it would be really troublesome if it gets interrupted in the middle of the battle. Kodao's gentle voice sounds perfect. As they step onto the floor, two people are waiting at the corner to go up to the next level, and Driver is a bit surprised. He silently watches them. Driver was the first to speak, asking him, "Are you here?" They stepped into the room, which had no door and was filled with dust and scraps of metal. The dust is thick, and the guy asked him, "Did you fight here?" He admitted to them that he still hasn't been able to kill Barracuda here. "I let Barracuda escape," he replied. "He escaped?" He turned back to face him, feeling a bit incredulous. "Did you let him escape?" But the truth is indeed like that. He explained that someone was helping him. A girl wearing glasses was assisting him. I was a bit curious about one person, whose face showed no expression, giving off a very cold and distant vibe. By the way, what happened to Kim Yu or Redma? He just advised me not to worry about him. To better understand the situation of the two Redmart brothers, he used that special device to show their current images. The two brothers are safe. They shouldn't delay any longer. He urged, "Let's go now. We might meet the people who helped us escape before." "That guy, turn off that blue screen." I was about to say the same. The green screen switches to the red-haired guy punching the curly-haired guy. Even though I had anticipated it, it seems there was a problem. One of those two is one of theirs, and I can't let their teammates get away with it. Let's go help them. Kang Yu and Kojiao go down together, but Driver doesn't follow. You two go ahead. Keep moving. He turned away and entered, explaining to them that there's something I need to take care of first. He smiled faintly, surely planning something, but he didn't want his teammates to meet those two later. He returned to Barracuda's place. After being rescued by Linsgon, he had hidden away here. The evil zone of Baksan district, Barracuda's blood hiding room. She helps him bandage the two bleeding arms, wrapping the hands with gloves and cloth. His whole body trembled. Even he couldn't believe that one day he would be so miserable in this pitiful state. I have become like this. A person with the ambition to conquer all the villainous territories and end up like this? No, I want to conquer the entire world. He remembers Kang Yu and Driver, and his hatred for them deepens. If those two hadn't appeared, Lensgirl could have bandaged his arms, and perhaps those words would have brought him some comfort. His arms could be healed if treated immediately, but for him now, everything is meaningless, yet my hands are already cut off. She turns to leave, intending to come back and take his severed arms. "Please wait here while I go get them." He kept breathing heavily, his eyes lowering as if lost in thought. Her two hands create a space hole, with a blue light circle appearing around it. She suddenly turns her head back, perhaps sensing something. While she was still channeling energy into the space hole, a pinkish-red light spread out from the opposite side, indicating that danger could very well be right in front of her. Suddenly, a chunk of concrete wall was torn off and flew into her, knocking her back as well. Lensgun hadn't even had time to turn back to the battlefield when he was hit and stuck to the wall. Barakun was momentarily stunned, his eyes wide open as he turned to look at his subordinates being knocked away, his expression filled with shock. A familiar voice speaks. "You could be his lifelong nightmare, so you're hiding here? It's been a waste of time looking for you." Feeling very familiar, he turned his head to see who was speaking. With this voice, through the two binoculars, Kangwoo could have easily let him escape, but this time would he be as lucky as before? A male voice gently advises, "Don't waste your time on useless things." The footsteps in sneakers enter the abandoned room, and there's no one else but the driver. "I warned you. Last time, he warned him, but you ignored it." Barracuda was terrified, gradually retreating from the driver. His hand pressed the glasses, and a red light appeared on the driver's glasses. "I am very angry now. This could be the biggest threat to his life." The guy sneers, "How do you plan to pay me back?" In the darkness, Rockhand punches Black Hand, with sparks of electricity flashing around them. His strike made Black Hand fall, but it's not over yet. The one at a disadvantage first doesn't necessarily stay stuck in place. His foot jumps up, his body leaps, and his knee strikes directly into his face. The blow is even more powerful with the impact of the knee bone. He wasn't seriously injured, but had a broken tooth. Breakhand suddenly paused, and his swollen face showed a hint of surprise. Chu AC is struggling with a blue-haired girl who also pauses to look in the same direction as Black Hand. On this side, Double Bread and Pointer are also grappling, lying on the ground in a less than ideal state. The familiar eyes that no one could mistake. These two-colored eyes can only belong to Kang Yu. He glanced at them, not alone, but with his iron-gated flag and glove, a blue aura rising from Jock Hen trembling on the ground, who had already been told to run and hide to avoid being caught. In front of everyone's surprise, Chuak gritted his teeth in anger and stood up. He ignored Ven's large body lying on the ground. "So it turns out that all the traitors are here." He raised his hand, his sharp fingers encased in metal transforming into two pieces of metal. "I won't forgive the traitors." Boti quickly tried to run away, turned his back but still looked back to advise his teammate. "Damn it, let's run." Chuak seemed uncomfortable with these two words. Betrayal. Betrayal? Yeah, But Pointer didn't give her a chance to argue, grabbing the spear at his waist and pulling her along. This made Black Hen angry. His scarred face trembled and his teeth clenched. He shouted in anger, "What did you just do, Kang Yu?" "You have released my prey," he replied very calmly. "I already defeated them," Cora Dao whispered. "Look at his face." Thanks to her hint, he realized it seems like they provoked first. "It seems like you're the real prey." He couldn't hear a single word clearly. "Shut up, Double B blocks Krat. You guys turned back faster than we thought." He clutches his head, complaining about his pain. Double Brad asks Han, "How is Barracuda doing?" Chang Yu didn't even tell the truth. He ran away. Hearing this, he became fully alert. "Who's running? You?" Double Great was also stunned. Could Barracuda really run away? In front of their astonishment, Kang Yu remained silent. He remembered the blue light from earlier during the battle when Lens Girl appeared. Black Hen suddenly looked very surprised, staring at him with wide eyes and a tense posture as if about to stand up, unable to believe that he had actually defeated the notorious villain from Boksan District. "Did you really defeat Barracuda?" Double B stood up. "What about Driver? Didn't you go together?" The two of them stand up together. Cross looks left and right, then suddenly remembers that the driver is nowhere to be seen. Without waiting for Kang Yu to explain, Kodu responded on his behalf, saying he was busy. She looked up at the dark, starry sky, lost in thought, suddenly thinking of her teammate who was still inside, guessing that he was probably in a room without a door, inside a ruined place that truly resembled an abandoned house. The old concrete wall crumbled, pieces of cement falling as Driver's feet slowly moved forward, dust filling the room. BL Blade Drain. Recent events have thrown Gadam into chaos. "You want to blame me?" He pointed the weapon directly at Barracuda's face. This is the threat that made him momentarily stunned. He is about to pay the price for facing someone stronger, and Driver is also negotiating with him, spreading rumors that we kidnapped someone, with a weapon pointed at his face while Driver still holds that strange weapon. "How do you plan to take responsibility?" he stammers, unable to say a clear word, as the image of that weapon appears in his eyes. Oh, Driver just stepped forward like that, showing no sign of anger from the start, only gently threatening Barracuda. "Yeah, right, you wouldn't dare do this." His face pressed close, causing him to panic and sweat to bead on his forehead as he was questioned. Who sent the person? He just watched him like that, but even he has to admit that you are truly as skilled as he said. For a moment of silence, Lens Girl still seems calm after everything. She approached these two guys. The driver turned to look, a bit surprised that she was still unharmed. She still looks fine after taking that hit? Her confident posture, hand reaching out to the space hole, immediately a blue light circle appears beside her. "He wants to see you." "The space portal?" "A battle could break out at any moment." Driver remains calm, weapon in hand. "I don't meet with unannounced visitors. She's not here to chat either." Barracuda's name has been disarmed, losing both hands. If her subordinate hadn't taken action, he would surely have been killed. That made me sad. He kept silent, watching her, but something about her startled him. The glowing circle still appeared on his red glasses. A strange foot steps out from the space hole. This person was summoned by Lens Girl. I told you that every encounter is precious. The two big guys, one old and one young, are Manny King and Genchi, the ones Lens Girl summoned. Driver's binoculars brought him to this point. He can't just keep talking. A precious encounter, huh? That weapon of his is pointed straight at them. He knows these two also want to fight, but those words don't suit him. Driver is more serious than when talking to Barracuda. Is he trying to start a fight? This does not answer his question because Genchi-chi, a close subordinate of his, was about to draw his sword, so he had to stop him. Don't misunderstand. I'm not here to fight. Truly, he's not here to battle with you. He just wants to take that guy back. I'm here to see you and take that guy back. In response to his answer, he showed no particular reaction. His appearance caught him a bit off guard. Aren't people like him usually rarely seen? Why did you come to see me yourself? As a leader, he wouldn't allow his conscience to abandon this useless subordinate. My subordinates are very important to me, even if they are so foolish they can't do anything, Driver whispered, repeating his words. What can be done? The ring of light appeared again on the glasses, and I partially guessed that the person behind Barracuda was him. Are you the one who ordered Barracuda to occupy Seun? He laughed at this and showed no denial. As I suspected, a boss like him has the ambition to conquer this world. That is his true big dream. Super is just the beginning. I want to become the ruler of all the evil regions across the world. The driver swung the weapon back onto his shoulder again. I never expected that although he's not the fourth king, he still wants to dominate the world. He also didn't hesitate to suggest that if you're jealous, you can work for me too. The guy straightforwardly refused. Even Genchi's name also piqued his curiosity. It was as if being invited by that old man to serve under him was an honor that any man would desire. Are you not regretful? But for someone who doesn't matter to him, this invitation has no value at all. Not at all. Mankin is very confident that one day he will get a nod from the driver. Now you refuse, but eventually you'll have to agree. Not only did he dare to reject him, but he also issued a warning. I also want to say this. Don't drag us into it or I'll make you regret it. His eyes shone brightly, with unmistakable purple pupils. The old man sneered. Driver looked at him seriously, without showing any expression, then turned away as evening fell over the high-rise buildings of Gaddam District. In Kasi Zan's training room, the water pipe and air conditioner outside the room, the iron hand holding the hexagonal blue stone, clutching it tightly, but still feeling a hint of wonder inside. A natural mana stone? I never expected to have one. Modot always flying beside him, wondering, why do you just look at it? I took it myself, so I guess that's why. Let me tell you this. A gemstone is simply taken from a weapon. A natural mana stone extracted from a weapon has slightly less mana than a raw natural mana stone. He asked, less mana, but this still doesn't affect the properties of the stone, however it carries the characteristics of that weapon. He looked at the blue gem in his hand and wondered, so if I eat it, recalling Barracuda's attack in the previous battle, you will gain the traits of Barracuda's fang. He felt regretful, staring intently at the gem in his hand. It's a pity it has so little mana. Mozo replied, that's when you compare it to a regular mana stone. His gloved iron hand brought the gem to his mouth, a blue aura swirling around outside. He looked up, swallowing the gem, as memories of battles he had fought flooded his mind. My whole body is surrounded by the green glow of the gem. With this, the day I can pay it off will come sooner. Outside the building, the clear blue sky shines as sunlight hits the tall skyscraper. On social media, news outlets report on the bloody purge between the two gangs fighting for power. The headline notes that the villainous factions of Bosan and Gaddam are fighting for power. Reporter Kim Monkey reported last night on a major battle between villains in the Boksan district. It is known that the conflict between Ban and Gaddam's villains has recently reached a boiling point, along with the image of a masked man, or rather a hat, whose identity remains unknown, a mysterious villain from Boksan. The news appears on UAN's phone screen, and he is still focused on reading it. Suddenly, a familiar voice calling his name makes him look back at Han. Wong brought 2 cans of soda to sit down next to him. He handed a can to him and asked, "Are you staying up late again? You look very tired." Remembering Naon, she didn't forget to ask, "How is Naon doing?" He replied, "She just fell asleep." True to his gossiping nature, he immediately wanted to tell him the latest news. "Have you heard the news?" Recently, reports about the two evil gangs have been constantly mentioned, and Wong, being a typical young man, can't ignore this hot piece of news. Although they haven't appeared in the newspapers, people are whispering that the guys in Gaddam have completely wiped out the ones at Boksan. I never expected him to be like that. He's really brave. I never thought he would attack Boksan first. Han remained silent after Wong's words, his eyes gradually darkening. "The truth is not what you thought it was," he whispered. "The ones from Boksan are the real kidnappers of Naon." You're drinking water and choke when you hear this, then immediately turn to ask him, really? Why? In my memory, I always thought Kasizan was the one behind the kidnapping, so I was very surprised to learn the truth that it was Boksan's people. But when he checked the information, he helped me see things more clearly. Those bastards in Boksan made it all up, but Uwang still has doubts. How do you know that's the truth? Don't mention this again. Slow down your tone. I have arrived at Boksan. Uchan also doesn't hide it. I received help from the folks at GAM. Are you confirming once again? Is it true? It's really long Thosh that besides accepting help from them, that's the only way to save Nayeon. To prevent Uwang from speaking, what he wants to say can only be heard by Uchan himself. Did you really get help from the villains? Far from your surprising expectations of Uchan, he remains calm as he lifts his soda can. Luckily, everything is fine. He doesn't show much on the surface, but deep down, there's something he wants to say. It's truly unbelievable. To get Uwang to come back, it seems he's deep in thought in that head of his. Taking a sip of soda, still a bit hard to believe. Quite surprising. This place is the stronghold of their gang, in the district of villains with dilapidated tall buildings. The man's shout causes the birds perched on the branch outside to fly away. The man in the black uniform, dressed entirely in black, sits crouched, clutching his head and shouting loudly with an annoyed tone. Who just switched to the voltmeter? He stood up but kept shouting and cursing. Damn it, this was supposed to be my first match. Damn it, this guy is a D-rank villain, a type of mage with the mental control attribute. While he was still shouting, another voice rang out, drawing the attention of both him and the fat man next to him. Cleaner. It said that it seemed like the entire area had lost power. He fell silent and looked over. What was he looking at? The one reminding him was Yuche. He pointed out this issue, but the problem is that the power outage isn't the only issue. Everything has been taken, including the TV and speakers. Greener carried a broom and looked over at Zampage. My laptop is the same. If Zampage hears it, he'll make a fuss and take it apart. Stolen? Who dares to stroke the tiger's beard like that? Another guy shows up. He suggests the driver. Interjecting into the conversation is Red Eye, but he heard that he broke his limit yesterday. This power outage was caused by aftershocks. Yuche-ha rubbed his chin, slightly puzzled by those two words. The limit, remember his usual appearance. Although this guy always smiles, he gives him a chilling feeling. Whenever he mentions it, he always smiles, so you've misunderstood. But when he loses his temper, it's very terrifying. Jampet glanced at the fat guy. What did he say? Kreener is also sweating. He explains, the limit. He said that the driver broke the limit, but this blackout isn't a bad thing. This is from Red Eye's perspective, but this blackout isn't too bad. He recounts driver's past, always busy installing large, useless electronic armor. This has happened before. Back then, he used to carry electronic devices outside and armor up with those big, useless things. They didn't witness or investigate, but Yuche-ha still needs an answer. What are those useless big things? What did he armor himself with? Red's name fell silent upon hearing this, and he suddenly broke out in sweat, despite the weather not being hot. But he seemed unsure about his answer. That big, useless thing, in his guess, was probably a missile. At least not the worst thing. A perfect example of chaos. The sun shines on the old, dilapidated building near where we are talking, and from up here, our small figures are barely visible in Kang Yu's view. Mo, implying something, says, "Today's too noisy." He turned his back, leaning against the iron goalpost, no longer watching them. Still as serious as ever. You want to hear the truth. Modot widened her eyes at him and said, I think it's time you told me more details. You just wanted to hear about Deep's death. That's why it surprised him so much. About Deep's death? Her eyes narrowed as if glaring at him, but she remained silent. But Mozo had mentioned this before. He just didn't seem to believe it yet. I told you already, his death is related to the Destroyer Sword. Oh, in another scene, in a busier part of the city, this tall building is Neo Factory, Siham City, Gyeonggi Province. Inside the room, the corner of the desk is placed right by the glass window of the building. The person sitting on the chair is lost in thought. The platinum disc is the key, and on their wrinkled hand is a silver circle with intricate patterns inside, like a bicycle gear, arranged chaotically. Zhuang Ham, with his white beard, sneered at the silver circle in his hand, thinking of the sword and a few others who also dream of conquering the world. The Sword of Destruction, the key to ruling the world, S+ level villain, a physical attribute striker, the mighty Qin. Although he is not the strongest, this grand dream does not make him falter. But only the strongest can hold the letter he desires, and it is in the hands of the four great villains. In the heart of the city, even at night, the urban area is never dark and is even more bustling than during the day. Outside a building still lit up with the name Vesperia in French, a message appears on the phone screen. The person named Hin En should also be Kang Yu. You don't need to worry about me, so why wouldn't you worry about the big fight in Sion? All the newspapers are reporting on that incident, but I know where my abilities lie and I am always confident of winning with her. You can beat them, but you don't believe in yourself. Are you crazy? This kid is really something. A guy in a black shirt places a cardboard box on the table, the sound loud enough to startle Doody. Vincent replied, I should be the one apologizing. Knowing I was wrong, I am sorry. Because I blocked your view with the box, you didn't blame him entirely. No, I am the one at fault. She still hasn't looked up and doesn't recognize Vincent's voice, so she's surprised. After a while of chatting, the CEO also thanks her for helping him. So I was the one who received help. He placed the box on her desk and then went over there. Thanks to you, we managed to organize everything so quickly. She takes her belongings out of the box. Where? I didn't get anything out of it. Inside the cardboard box, she takes out a photo and turns to ask him. I'll place this photo here. He responds either way. She still hasn't hung it up yet. Suddenly she looks down at the person in the photo. The person in this photo is your friend, right? He walks past her and asks, Is he my friend? She places the photo on the table, and he stands beside her, his gentle gaze softly looking at the closest friend I've ever had. In the photo, he's taking a picture with his friend with a never-before-seen cheerful face. A little about Barracuda in Boksan District, where he is the strongest. Barracuda was once called the Tyrant. With the ambition to control the entire capital of Korea and become a boss of a district, he is the ambitious boss of Boksan who constantly dreams of ruling soon. But things don't always go as he ambitions. However, in the previous battle with Kang Yu, this could be a turning point for a boss like him. After a disastrous defeat in the previous battle, unlike his usual personality, it seems only his trusted subordinates remain after his failure, and he has gone into hiding at the bar. His gang has also undergone significant changes since their leader disappeared. Zan's role at Boksan Barracuda has disappeared, now replaced by a woman named Chu-A, who is under the control of a new group called Chu-A Villa Intakin. Outside the tall buildings, the midday sun shines brightly. Half of the sunlight disappears after shining into a doorless room. On the whiteboard, marker notes and a red checkmark are next to the words, Villain. The villain, the four evil kings, the sword of destruction. The white steel disc, a round green stone, falls to the floor, but what's special is that it doesn't break. A hand wearing a steel glove picks it up again. Kang Yu is the one. He holds the black mana stone in his hand, contemplating that the villain can absorb mana stones to increase their magic power and even acquire skills. He throws a punch with the stone, and lightning crackles around his hand. But no matter how unique the skill is, the black stone thrown far away emits lightning, and the ability he mentioned is possessed by very few people, because very few can systematically train to assimilate those skills. Not only can he throw it once, but he can also throw the stone to multiple places around the room, yet his combat skills are still quite weak, but the wall can't hold out forever. The wall shattered, chunks of concrete falling in large pieces. He kept testing, increasing his strength each time, and more large chunks of concrete kept falling. The stone also has its limit. He used it all up, leaving no fragments behind. The stone shattered into two, revealing a red color inside. He recalls the battle with Barracuda when he launched an attack with that extending weapon. It seems the Black Knight sword automatically targets enemies. His hand flicked away some shards. That's right, the weapon's attribute has been added. But that's not always the case. Of course there are exceptions. A few words come to mind. Villain, four evil kings, the destroyer sword, platinum disc. The villains are those with extremely great ambitions, things that an ordinary person cannot catch up with. Among them, some stubborn villains are obsessed with becoming stronger, and a few are considered monsters. Wealth, power, and strength are their top priorities. But one thing is inevitable and certain, because with it, the other two will naturally follow. Power and authority also include some special types of villains who have a specific goal. They all share a common trait that ordinary people always want to stay away from. They are born different and no one dares to approach them. And they are the strongest among the villains, often referred to by the familiar name. They are called the Four Evil Kings. It is the four notorious villains, the Four Evil Kings, Destruction, the White Gold. You used a red brush pen to circle the words White Gold in black ink, the Four Evil Kings, the Destroyer Sword, and the White Gold Disc. After finishing writing, Kang Yu stroked his chin, reflecting on what he had analyzed. You said the key to finding the Destroyer Sword is the Platinum Disc, right? I don't understand, but why does the Tuak Vuong have the Bak Kim Disc? Even though there are two existences here, only I care about this. Moot glanced away. Who would know? Chiz's evasive expression makes me suspect that he's hiding something. Mazot, what exactly are you hiding? The green display shows full information about the boss, Kasan, the villain. The special info reveals the villain's awakening, disaster level, dual shadow attribute, and dark curse. The activation method of the main skill. Dark Dagger with 2 attributes of self-healing, 2 hidden Dark Daggers. Dark Dagger Teleportation. Dark Dagger Illusion. Dark Fire. Summoning Dark Dagger. Hidden skill extracting magic crystals. With 1,120 mana points is triggered by your action. Looking at the stats on the screen. Besides the mana points, your skills have also increased, and it seems the effect of the mana stone is quite important. As he looked down from the green table, his eyes showed a hint of something in his mind. Looking at the stats displayed on the green screen, they have increased quite a bit. Indeed, after obtaining that stone, it has a significant effect. Not only did the mana points increase, but the Shadow Dagger and self-healing skills also leveled up. The main Shadow Dagger skill now has 2 additional reactive self-healing attributes, 2 hidden Shadow Dashes, Shadow Teleportation, Shadow Illusion, Shadow Fire, Summoning Shadow Blades, Hidden Crystal Extraction, and Magic Points at 1,120. But even though it has increased significantly, it's still not enough to fight against the 4 evil kings. This is still not enough to face the 4 evil kings. An increase in points doesn't necessarily mean a boost in strength, but it can't be said to be unimportant either. Kong Yu has to come up with another way to fight the 4 evil kings. If you want to fight them, you have to find ways to raise your mana points to level S, but rushing isn't the best solution. Mode advised, people often say, don't rush. Rushing won't solve everything faster. The longer path I choose, the farther my goal will be. There's no reason for you to take the long way when you can choose the shortcut. If the path we need is right in front of us, why choose the longer one? As they discuss how to deal with the 4 evil kings, a familiar voice rings out. Kajin's driver enters, still wearing his signature smile, and says, "There's a guest to see you." Black Go appears, kneeling on the floor with a sincere look, waiting for him. "Please, I beg you." The two of them fall silent and look at him. The driver calmly whistles, with Kang Yu not understanding what's going on. He asks, "What's happening?" The indifferent driver said nothing and just walked away, so ask him yourself, Black Ghost shouted, but no one knew who he was referring to. The strongest villain in history, a rebellious figure connected to darkness and controlling it, is you. His sincere intention is to serve under your command. KC, you are the reincarnation of darkness. If it is you, my loyalty is not meaningless. Please accept me. Driver stands outside happily laughing while standing blankly. Black Ghost's gaze is full of sincerity as he looks at him. You have no reason to oppose Lai when he wants to surrender. Are you saying you want to give up? I don't oppose that. His eyes, Long's eyes, looked at me and said so I guess you accept my loyalty. He just didn't oppose, but didn't say he accepted either. He glared at Driver and asked about Break Ghost's information. How did his test go? Driver signaled that it was very good. He passed the document screening round. They exchanged words. If it's only the initial screening, then you will have to test the next step yourself. Is it just a document screening? Driver replied. Of course. After a moment, since Black Ghost stepped in and suggested coming under Yu's command, Driver placed a toolbox on the table, unsure what it was, but the purpose was clear. There's a small issue. He leaned against the wall and asked him, what's the small issue? He opened the box, still searching for something. It seemed like electricity, water, and daily supplies are about to be cut off. I think even the transportation needed for the aid I mentioned earlier will be blocked. This reminds you of something, but it's not entirely legal for everyone. Isn't Vion the place legally handed over to the villain? There should have been subsidies from the government and private companies, right? He replied, you're not wrong, but there's still another problem. Thinking simply is what almost every guy does. Bribery or whatever doesn't really work. He turned to smile. Truly the way of a villain. The toolboxes are laid out on the cabinet, and now they face a rather serious problem. The cut in subsidies is a serious issue, just a minor inconvenience, but we can handle it if we find another solution. They can't find an alternative source of support, but isn't the simplest way to deal with the person causing the problem? So, the one cutting the subsidy is the core of the problem. This aligns perfectly with what the driver wanted, exactly as expected. Thinking of the head of the gang, he could only be him. Among the 4 evil kings, there is someone called Manny Kin. I believe it's him. Hearing the name M. Kin, Kang Yu was a bit surprised. The 4 evil kings, Manny Kin. Cutting the subsidy isn't a small matter, but it will become even more complicated if we think long-term. Not only will our subsidy be cut, but in the near future we will also face greater dangers. If he has arranged everything, then Quan Gadam's position will soon collapse. This really is a bit of a headache, facing many opponents at the same time. Why does everyone like to target us? Stupid fool, answer. It's because I once refused that old man's offer. His ambitions are well known to Driver too. Of course, including Sayun, he plans to unify all the roles across the entire country. Are you asking if it's the old man's desire for power? He wasn't sure either, but there were only two things that seemed to interest the old man, who knew if he was obsessed with money or craving power just as much. Hearing him speak, he had already made up his mind. I can also guess that it's not about power or money. Could it be the driver snapping his fingers? He suddenly remembered maybe he also guessed it was because of that thing which is quite special in Gaddam District. He turned to look at you. There is something very special in Gaddam District. Chang Yu and Mozaz looked at each other with confusion, and he also didn't know what he was trying to refer to. Beneath the bridge, the trash was piled high in the eerily quiet night, and this story had been around for a very long time. In this place, apart from him, neither you nor Maz knows about it. He tells of a legendary villain stronger than anyone and impossible to kill by anything. The name of that evil being is a two-character word that best describes his absolute, unbeatable power. The red light of immortality shines into the dark room surrounded by water pipes and wires. This villain always wears something called the black iron armor, which he once used and is now sealed here. Early morning in Namkang district of Seoul at a historic-style house in Namkang-sun. Inside that door, a conversation is taking place between two men. Thank you for agreeing to meet with us. The two men sit facing each other with two subordinates standing beside them. The orange-haired guy spoke. I never expected there to be such a peaceful place deep in the mountains. The shimmering surface of the tea reflects the face of the orange-haired man, as the aroma of the tea blends with this peaceful atmosphere. This is truly a masterpiece of nature. The gloved hand touches the edge of the teacup. He's not hesitant at all. Man King's dog isn't coming here for tea. This guy is Mujin, but he's wearing a full mask, so no one can see his face behind it. Explain why he's here. The orange-haired man is Director Kim. He smiled warmly and said, according to the chairman's request, I am here to present this excellent proposal to Mr. Mujin. Here. Director Kim monitors the system, but he finds Mujin's robotic voice uncomfortable. It's hard to judge that robotic voice of his. He stroked his chin, feeling a bit contemplative about this so-called great proposal. A great proposal, huh? Lensgun is actually Director Kim's subordinate. He explained that the chairman always feels discouraged when the human rights of villains are heavily suppressed. Level 1, villains are like wizards with the Lengon attribute, still smiling as always, but it doesn't bring any sense of joy. A world where villains' rights are protected, villains have full freedom, and the government defends them. Mujin doesn't like to talk much. He talks too much. The gloved hand drew out a dagger, spinning it in his hand before approaching and pressing the sharp blade against his chin like a threat, aiming straight for the vital point. But his next words surprised him a little, as he spoke about the 4 major districts of the capital, starting from Sion's 4 large shoulder areas. With the threat of the gun pressed to his neck, he finally got straight to the point. The chairman wants to unify all the regions nationwide to create a powerful force. Minin sat down in his seat, inspecting the knife in his hand. So you call that a great proposal? If he wants to have full control and manipulate us, he's got it. He touched his neck. Luckily, there are no wounds yet, but he still forced a stiff smile as if nothing had happened. A puppet each has its own role. Mr. Mujin here will be assigned a special management position, referring to an administrative official, the king's representative in each province during the old French regime. His hands carefully hold out a red box. This might be a gift from the old man. Furthermore, inside are 5 hexagonal stones shining with a golden hue. This is a small gift from the chairman. This is a gift from Man M. Kin to his subordinate to bring to him. It's not much here. He just wants to show some goodwill, hope Mr. Mujin will accept it. Mujin still has no intention of accepting this gift, his hand resting on his chin in silence. After a moment, in the room where the two gangs are discussing some matters, Minin, with his hands in his pockets, stands looking out the window. He understood that Manny King's ambition to unify all factions was a tough challenge, especially since Delop, Min's trusted subordinate, was just rubbing his chin, and the old man seemed to think that unifying all factions nationwide was impossible, especially given his age and greed, being an A+ level assassin with attributes in physical combat. He asked Mujin what he was planning to do. Minin had considered this idea, but he couldn't easily trust what the other guy was saying. The idea of unifying all roles isn't bad, but I can't trust his words so easily. Behind the mask, his outside red eyes seemed to light up, definitely hiding another purpose we don't know. Delop asked him, since there are only the 2 of them left here, shouldn't he change his tone? But he still spoke in his usual mechanical tone. Mujin asked again, what do you think our neighbor will say? Zhou raised his hand and said, the neighbor driver? Mujin is naturally suspicious, so he guessed that old Director Kim was involved. I think Director Kim is poking his nose into a few places. Given the usual personality of that old man, he probably also guessed that Gaddam District might have received a similar offer. Gaddam isn't an exception either, right? He probably received a similar offer too. Zelot knows driver won't agree. If it were driver, he would refuse immediately. His mechanical tone begins to slow down, as another thought crosses his mind when driver receives the invitation. If it's him, his black cloak fluttering, and he orders Zoe to quickly investigate the Gadam district, he might find out Manny King's true purpose. Contact the Gadam district. Villa Intin is just a pile of broken concrete by the road. The two nearby buildings are collapsed, and the road is also severed. John's role in Gadam Seun is inside the pitch-dark room named B5, where no light can be seen. Even though it's daytime, light seems to be a luxury here. Kong Yu and driver enter this place. The driver is holding a flashlight. They go deeper inside. Kang Yu is surprised by the appearance of this basement. The 5th basement level? I can't believe there's a place like this. Driver explained that it was originally a parking lot but was later redesigned as a restricted area for security reasons. He warned me that this black iron armor isn't an ordinary object. It may be hard to believe, but it emits terrifying sounds. The noise itself is a whole other issue, but that terrifying sound helps it enter others' minds to manipulate them. He understood what he meant. This armor can talk. A suit that can speak like a person. Yeah. As if hearing the ghost talk, Modot's eyes widened. A few red spirits floated around, but only he could sense them, and he immediately told him that he had sensed the black armor. I can sense the murderous intent approaching the armor. Turn to the murderous intent. Morot narrowed his eyes. He wanted to verify some things himself. I need to verify it when I see it, but the situation could get pretty complicated. The driver's light is on. He seems to have found something. Here it is. But the black iron armor is a valuable item. How could it be so easily visible? In front of them stands a tall iron door with a large key. It's complicated. It's made by layering lead and concrete with special steel, so even disaster-level villains can't break through. He raised the flashlight and asked him, "Do you really want to go inside? Even though it's difficult, that's why they came here." He replied, "This is why we came here," but he hesitated about something. "I know, but what about the ghost?" "Only the driver fears this spirit, but I am different. I take this matter lightly. A struggling spirit is nothing to me." Hearing this from him, he said nothing more, only smirked slightly as if he knew everything. The seemingly difficult iron lock was opened so easily. Two streams of black and red energy intertwined, and as the door was opened, they burst out fiercely. The driver fears this spirit, so he stays outside while Kang Yu steps in carefully. The black and red aura swirls throughout the room, all emanating from the dark armor. He steps inside. Morot turns around and looks around. The demonic energy is too evil. Be careful. "Casey-on, you're not afraid at all. This is nothing." But then he looked up and saw something that made him jump. The black iron armor is placed inside a glass cabinet without a door, right in front of him, with red mist swirling around it. Kang Yu watched intently. Is that the black armored suit? Such a retro design. Even though the black iron armor is not worn by anyone, at least for now, its eyes appear as if a soul is present. As the driver said, the black iron armor can talk, and its grin makes others shiver. Spring has arrived by the river. I am so excited. I don't feel scared. I just think this soul is talking nonsense. What the hell is it saying? Modot replied, I guess it's some kind of poem. He was a bit puzzled. The armor can read too? The black iron armor kept rambling on, and Modot thought it was reciting poetry, like a flower blooming through the cold eastern wind. Finally, you have come to me. The soul's gaze in the blazing red black iron armor lights up, instilling fear. Morot's eyes couldn't hide their amazement. They could sense that the owner of the armor harbored a deep-seated grudge, one that still lingered and turned into deadly intent. Can you step closer to the glass containing the black iron armor without any fear? I am willing to face any danger to become stronger, so I will suppress it and make it mine. Modot reminds. Be careful. Even if it's you, these words still won't make him stop. The soul of the black iron armor observes. A perfect body. How? This body is the best one that can accept me. This soul is calling to him, inviting him to merge with it. Come here and merge with me so I can control you. You shut your mouth outright, and your iron-gloved hand, with some sparks of electricity around it, was about to strike. The one being controlled is not me but you. The inner eye of the black iron armor widens, its pupils blazing red, and his eyes shift from blue to red. This change may have been influenced by that soul. The lizard narrowed its eyes in frustration, or perhaps realizing what was happening. The deep, sinister laughter of the soul echoed again. A shadow of darkness flew out. It was the soul, still wanting to merge with the cursed one. Come here. You are the child who will bring disaster to this world with me. You will be reborn with an immortal body and live for 10,000 years. After the eye color change, he seemed unable to control himself. His pupils turned completely white. The black aura enveloped his body, making him feel as if he no longer belonged to himself. The soul said, "Are you mine?" The one in the dominant position now is the black iron armor soul. It is immortal, but it seems the soul's desire will be thwarted. A voice suddenly rang out, catching it off guard. How can a soul be so ignorant of its place? You were a disaster-level villain in life, once emulating gods and dreaming of eternal life. The black mist from the dark iron armor disperses, and another blue aura appears. The soul shouts, "Who are you?" The soul's eyes widen even more upon seeing this uninvited guest. A suit of armor and a black aura appeared, with an overwhelming presence that seemed even stronger than the soul itself. The soul was surprised by the appearance of the man in the bright blue armor. "No way, how is this possible? Why are you here?" Kua's eyes, the green armored man's gaze, shone brightly with a dazzling blue light as he wielded a long, glowing blue sword that disappeared in an instant. In the deep, dark forest that looks very gloomy, the trees are not very lush. My trembling hand, covered in dried blood that has turned brown long ago, clenches the chain tightly. A person whose face is not visible is being restrained, both legs chained, but judging by the military uniform they wear, they are likely a general. In this broken world, I once dreamed of the dawn of civilization that Hangdong chased after completely destroying it. Even though I am exhausted, I will use my last breath to speak of my dream to reclaim what is mine. This body will be stronger than anyone else's, and I will dominate this world. In front of him, blurry figures in black clothes holding torches appeared in the night, the flames flickering brightly amid the silent darkness of the forest. And you are also among the black-clad figures whose faces cannot be seen because they all wear black masks. The outsiders on that wedding day. The rough hand adds more wood to the blazing fire in the night sky, and the flames grow taller as the wood piles up, ready to turn to ash. That fire burning right beneath the general's feet will consume him. My hatred for this general is that he will die in hatred, carrying all his unfulfilled wishes with him to the grave and never disappear. Behind that iron door, everything remains silent and still, so no battle has taken place. The blurry image before my eyes is still visible, but I can tell it is a called out Kasian's name louder than before, but still no response. This time it really worked. He was startled awake after a long dream. He sat up suddenly, confused about what had just happened. What on earth just happened? The idiot flying nearby explains, "You've been manipulated by the black iron armor." Hearing this, he suddenly remembers what happened earlier. It was right when I was about to confront the Hak Thietjep's soul and show him who truly holds the power. Looking back, that was when I felt I lost consciousness. He looked at the dark iron armor in the glass case. The red energy has disappeared. What about its energy? Why can't I feel anything? Modot replied. The killing intent of the black iron armor has disappeared. I was a bit surprised to hear my companion's response. It disappears. Morot understands the pain that the black iron armor's soul endures, but it understands even more about the true nature of this. More precisely, it is a persistent and painful hatred. But the nature of fireworks is to shine brightly for a moment and then gradually fade away and disappear. After a while, they just silently stared at the display case holding the black steel armor. The shards of glass on the floor, he lowered his hand, since the glass case was broken and the black steel armor had fallen out. I was too careless. From now on, I will be more cautious. I already told you that with my current condition, fighting it would be very difficult. This will be a lesson I won't forget after today. I never expected to be so careless, so weak in the face of a mental attack. The black iron armor falls to the ground, and he stares at it intently, the legendary weapon. The black iron armor no longer contains the soul's energy inside. He walks over and sits down next to the black iron armor, his sharp finger touching it. Morot asks confusedly, "What are you doing?" Anne replied, "Check if it's still okay." Modot said gloomily, narrowing his eyes as much as possible. It gently reminded him, "It may look like that, but it's a supreme weapon." The hand he extended released a few streams of magical aura. A few white fragments fly out from his hand, and the blue of magic also appears, refracting the crystal of magic. Outside the iron door of the dark steel armor room, it remains silent as his hand spins a colored shape, perhaps a way to pass the time effectively. It's so late. Driver is sitting outside, bored because he hasn't done anything. He should have gone in with him. A noise caught his attention, and he looked up, pausing his game for a moment. This could be a salvation for his boredom. Lock the door and open it. The large iron door gradually swings open, accompanied by a few sounds. Kwang-yu still walks out safely, his face cold and emotionless. Driver stands up, putting his toy into his pocket. "Are you okay? Why did it take you so long to come in?" "I was just talking to black iron armor." The green pea and water spinach are talking to black iron armor. He suggested it stay inside. "You can use it as an antique to sell or give to Manny King. It's up to you. The once terrifying driver is now more naive than ever." He only thought about selling legendary weapons as antiques. Kang Yu didn't care about him, he just kept walking. While inside, he wondered what had really happened inside. Looking through his glasses, he could see that your mana points had increased a lot, but he wasn't surprised because he had expected it from the start. The glasses displayed the stats, and your mana points had shot up, just as he predicted. He pushed up his glasses, and through the lenses, he could see many ability stats, so they must work with his dual attributes, huh? Returning to the bustling city below, he looked down from above with binoculars. The two are Dao Flag and the Red Eye, and it seems they are busy with something. Ko Dao is still watching through her binoculars and warns you, if you don't hit the target, I will kill you. He sat down below, then suddenly stood up with a fierce expression. The arrow shot out powerfully, with several streams of energy following its path. The arrow flies quickly, reaching the center in no time. Du's Flag looks a bit surprised, though she doesn't seem too shocked. It's no surprise that the arrow hit the center of that board over there. She put down the binoculars, turned to look at him, and taunted. I thought I had already killed you. What a shame. She looks happy. You just barely escaped death. Congratulations. He doesn't really care about what you say. This guy is a level A villain archer with light attribute read. A noise caught his attention, making him turn his head. He seems to realize someone is coming, but he doesn't pay attention to the flag exchange. She continues to watch below. Through the lens, she saw 3 members of another gang jumping over. Why are they here at this time? Inside the room, sunlight streams in, and everything remains silent. A small hand reaches for a plate of snacks on the table. Rosa and Hot walk together, her arms crossed with a serious expression. Today, I come as a negotiating partner. Inside the room, there is also a driver. She asked curiously, where is that black duck? Red, if you don't understand, black duck is an indirect way of referring to their leader, your leader. The driver leaned back in his seat, probably in the training room with a flag flying overhead, always training and never taking a break. But thinking back to what she just said, the driver doesn't quite understand. So what exactly is the partner's role? Why the flag? Wipe your mouth with cookie crumbs after already having your makeup done. Ioma is surprised. Is it all gone? Because of the driver's reputation, many people want to meet him. Joseph told him that the people in Namkang district want to meet him, and that she also looked into it because she was concerned about this matter. I'm quite curious, so I investigated. It seems Manny King's henchmen have already met with them. Ko Jiao asks, are they threatened by King? Actually, that's not the case. Driver doesn't think so. If that's the case, it won't be peaceful for long. You know how ruthless Mujin can be. Talking about Mujin, he is undefeated in swordsmanship. He is one of the best fighters in this country. Mujin is undefeated. His reputation as the #1 evil sword is enough to understand. Driver is pretty sure he has agreed to the old Foxman King's proposal. I'm certain he's been convinced to work with him. If he sends someone from Namkang, Sinhoa district won't be an exception. Joseph is very curious about his next move. If Min truly agreed to this offer, what do you plan to do? He didn't think too much about it either. It's simple, just face them and go meet them. But they still have Kang Yu as their leader. She asked, what about your group's leader? Aren't you going to ask for his opinion? Ko Jiao didn't care about the question, only thinking about her own thoughts. If those two meet, it would be so exciting. Driver asked her again, what's so fun about that? As for her, she found this very interesting. Both of them are the type to rush in first. Regarding this, Kang Yu's personality, he knows very well, so he completely agrees with her. He's spot on. His red glasses lit up and his look of boredom was gone. The meeting between Kasi and Minujin was truly something to look forward to. In the familiar room filled with green energy swirling everywhere, Kang Yu stands in front of the green board, performing a few gestures. The green screen now displays all his information and stats. After extracting the crystal armor, indeed, many things have changed. After I extracted the magic crystal from the armor, it has changed. The villain now possesses special information, awakening the disaster speed with the shadow attribute. The dual dark attribute activation method triggers the anger skill main dark sword. It adds 3 sensory attributes that self-recover, plus 3. Dark Night conceals, Dark Night teleportation, Dark Night illusion, Dark fire, summon, Dark Night sword. The 20-hour dark armor enhances strength and intelligence, with hidden skills that extract magic crystals and restore mana points, 1,345, plus new skills added, likely because the inside of the armor contains refined magic stones. Both new skills, summoning darkness and increasing power, originate from the innate attributes of the dark steel armor. Dark fire summons darkness. Dark armor 20 hours enhances strength and intelligence. But what I care about is that I can only use the legendary armor for 20 hours. And using the black armor for just 20 hours feels a bit... Does it consume a lot of mana? Modot says, yes. That's right, it can consume a large amount of mana, and it might also be because it's a high-value skill that has certain limitations. Looking at the blue panel, maybe you see something strange again? What is this? He makes a few adjustments on the panel. The strength force sounds like a muscle, huh? Mothot seems to understand this better than you do. It explains that it's a skill that increases resistance to mental attacks from opponents. This is a passive skill like your self-healing. I remember what happened earlier, I almost got controlled by that soul. Resistance to the opponent's mental attacks, huh? That's pretty useful too. Modot squints out of habit. The surprising thing is what he did. Who would have thought you could extract magic crystals from a legendary armor? Mo almost lost his mind over him. He advised, I thought you were acting too impulsively, but luckily the outcome wasn't bad. Next time, don't do that again, okay? I still trust myself. His eyes immediately shifted downward as he looked serious, thinking about some matters, his iron-gloved hand clenched tightly without a hint of trembling. He recalls the faces of his past opponents. Compared to them, he is still not their match, even though I am not strong enough to fight them yet. His hand opens, unleashing a more powerful energy than ever before. I am confident I won't lose, but with this, I won't be seen as weak anymore. After all, I just gained this power and immediately want to join the fight. Modot said, You just got a new power. It seems you're eager to fight, huh? He's not wrong. He's very hungry for battle, his eyes shining bright, and it would be perfect if he had another opponent to fight right now. They moved to a different place, a large building in a prime location, the Lampus South Korea branch. Inside, the red energy flow was not strong, but seemed to fill the room. Uchan was exhausted from boxing practice, sweat pouring down, remembering what Kang Yu once told him. Whether you're a villain or a wrongdoer, you must surpass all limits to improve. Don't let those outside arguments trap you. A quick and precise attack is the fastest way to win. Hearing this, it fueled his strength, his eyes filled with determination. The key to victory is speed. His clenched hand is surrounded by energy as he throws the punch. He put all his strength into this attack, unleashing a burst of firestorm flame from his punch. Fire Flame Peak lit up the entire room in a blazing red. Everything could be burned down. The target board for archery in front of him was already burned to ashes, and the wall was shattered. His punch stopped, but he remained in the same stance, the dust slowly settling. He still had no intention of letting up. Not yet, not enough. I remember Kang Yu's attack. His goal was to surpass him, and I am sure I will catch up with him. Outside the blue door, busy people are passing by. The brightly lit room is filled with decorative flower pots and paintings. Uong is reading a newspaper about villains, and the boy remains silent. This is the report on the current movements of the fragile roles. Chisun is sitting in the director's chair, and she asks, Do you remember what I said earlier? He recounted that all the roles across the country are being exploited. When asked about it, he answered correctly from his memory. She replied, That's right. How could you forget about this? But of course I remember. But this feels like some young punk just messing around. You keep staring at the newspaper and muttering, What a hassle, cutting off electricity, water, and daily supplies. It sounds like nothing serious, but it's more serious than that. It may seem unimportant, but the government and private companies are involved too. Ms. Nye, she pours her tea. That's right. The gloved hand places the hot teacup back on the table. You still focus on the news reports, but there's something you can't understand. Besides, it seems the factions are under pressure from all sides. So who is really behind it all? She answers Manny King. Wong was stunned when he heard the name of that old man. Man King, it really is him. No way, damn it, Hamjun angrily shouted. Don't ask any more and keep reading the report, you idiot. Shout. Most of the notorious villains already have their own followers. She spoke. All of John's bosses are famous across the country and already have their own subordinates. They have formed a protection team for the chairman called the Seven Managers. She also saw through the old man Manny Kin's ambitions. It seems he wants to control all the roles in this organization himself, but Wong doesn't believe he can. No way, those guys won't fall easily. We can set aside Driver for now, but what about Min? Not to mention Driver, Min in Namkang still refuses to surrender, right? Wong has also heard of Kang Yu's reputation. I hear that guy named Sion is quite formidable, and even the youngest master acknowledges him. Her eyelids drooped, and for a moment she didn't know what to say, so she remained silent. But unifying them wasn't impossible. According to her guess, I admit that Driver and Manujin are quite tough, but the rest of the little shrimp are easy. You got scared. What do you mean by small fry? Are they that weak? Based on Chisun's status and skills, I can understand why she uses this way of calling them. If it were Senior Chisun, a master-level fighter, I would understand why she calls them small fish. A few beads of sweat appeared on his face as he reasoned to himself, but recalling Kang Yu's every move, his fighting style was truly impressive. Quick and precise, making him genuinely admire. It was like a seasoned fighter who had undergone proper training. Seeing you remain silent, she interrupted your train of thought. Hey, the thief is still sitting right in front of you and you're thinking about something else? Look and listen to her shouting, so Uong finally snaps out of it, startled. No, I'm just focusing. Enough already. You repeat her words. There are two very strong guys, but whether they are lone wolves or not, as you said, both are very powerful, but do they have factions? The opponent they face is also one of the four evil kings, the strongest people in the country. Moreover, their opponent is one of the four evil kings, the strongest villains. She whispered, if that old man really wants to unify the factions and still holds the newspaper in his hand, you might wonder what his true purpose is. Or does he want to challenge Lampus? Miss Lai doesn't want to bring up this fantasy. Don't talk about those creepy things. So, Wong can think of a way to handle this. Is there anything we can do to deal with it? Forget about it in this life. Chi-sun shouted again, your mission is to find it, you lazy good-for-nothing. You know this is your task, but you can't interfere without a valid reason. Without a solid reason, you can't get involved with the roles. But that's your business, so you have to find a way, she replied. Then you must find a way to intervene for me. This is the mission of people like us. We must stop them at all costs. For the safety of the people, we have to prevent all potential threats. He remained silent, his eyes still fixed on the newspaper. With Tukan as the director, she understood that this was a step forward. She stood up and said, that is what drives us forward. Her feet, wearing shoes, stepped ahead. There is one more thing, the reason Lampus exists. She stands facing the window, turns back to tell you it's SER's final mission. The scene shifts to a city that looks like it has experienced an earthquake. Everything appears chaotic, and in an empty part of the city, a person sits on a tire wheel, lost in thought. That person is Bakken. He tilts his head in deep thought, clearly contemplating the battle between himself and the fat jock hen. He is trying to find a way to become stronger than before, but how can he get stronger now? Suddenly, a voice came through. What are you doing over there? Krat and Double Bat arrive and ties him, saying, this bastard sitting alone and cursing himself? Black Hen shouts angrily. What are you insulting yourself for, huh? Your head quickly figured it out. You haven't eaten anything, right? When you're hungry, you tend to curse yourself. That's scary. Black Hand acts like a child, getting louder every time he speaks. I told you I wouldn't do it, Krat asks. So what's left to say? Black Hand, annoyed, turns away, resting his chin on his hand, and after a while his mood settles down. He admitted that he's thinking of ways to become stronger, but these two still won't stop. Not only not advising, but even mocking more. You're stronger now, what do you plan to do? Beating people is enough for us to have fun. Double BR guesses that he's trying to impress the girl he likes. Based on his experience, Cross easily deduces that Black H is guilty because his face is flushed with embarrassment. Make sure it's her. Double B just pointed over there. Look that way. CR also turned around and looked. The traitor is coming, Black H shouted angrily. Don't get involved with them. When they looked over, all three of them were confused and didn't understand what was happening. Over there come three strangers, a tall, muscular one, a slim, tall one, and the shortest in the middle. The tall and slim ones are Zelo, who happily sings a few lines. The tall and bulky person is Ma. She licks her candy, steps forward with her boots on, surrounded by a red aura of energy. He is Mujin, the smallest of the three, and this place remains so humble. These three stand together, and even the Black Hen side recognizes them. The leader of Namkang District, Thon the Fierce Sword. The number one in the area, none of them are familiar with their appearance, and no one shows any friendliness. What is he doing coming to Gadam? The smug bastard sneered, unable to resist making a teasing remark. Hey, why are you just standing there staring at each other? Come on, call your boss over. With his temper, Black Hen would find it hard not to raise his voice. What? He has no reason to hold back either. Did you think we were your lackeys? Why should we do that? CR is satisfied with this treatment. Damn it, well done. Black Hand grits his teeth so angrily that you can see his back molars. If you want to meet him, go find him yourself. The smug goat sneered, acting as if he knew this was going to happen. I've heard about them before. I don't know if it's just rumors or something he made up, but the main goal is to mock them. There's a stupid trio in Gadam who are extremely clueless, and it seems they're the ones involved. What did you just say? Not to mention the second sentence, he instantly teleported to BJN's position. Is that guy challenging us? He charged forward with 2 fists, surrounded by lightning, running wildly ahead while the other 3 still didn't bother to complain. Who are you calling the 3 idiots? The goat knows exactly what kind of people he can handle, he sneers. Someone shifts position so quickly that their shadow is barely visible. It's you, who else? Black Hen, furious, with his eyes nearly popping out, angrily punches Delop in the face, but Delop easily dodges and covers his mouth. Even at a pretty fast speed, he still got his wrist caught by the lizard, the green rope wrapping around Black Hand's arm. He was so shocked he couldn't strike anymore. The pain from his wrist shoots through him. Both of his arm bones are broken. He collapses to the ground, screaming in agony as he clutches his arm. My arm, you bastard, mocking me. Your hand is pretty tough, too. Dumbass, sit down, he sneers as he grabs Blackhand's wrist. You usually fall for my bone-breaking move. Consider it shattered. Quickly, Blackhand's two teammates rush forward with weapons. Black Ken, this fool. Maz suddenly ran over, took Doublebread's hand and nibbled like a rabbit, then happily pulled out a burning firework. Mason, the villain, level A, summoner type, water element. She's holding a lit firework in her hand, and though she's smiling, no one feels happy. Sharing Masmal with everyone is so much fun. She gently throws the firework towards the opponent. Here you go. Marmelo explosive, an arrow of unknown origin that came here at an unbelievable speed. That arrow just hit the firework she was lighting. The firework exploded instantly, lighting up a corner of the street in red. Double B shields Krat, while Mas regrets his own firework. Mas Malau of mine. Delop looks over and sees Kong Yu's people arriving. He lowers Blackhand's hand and casually notices Kong Yu's group. Things are getting interesting. The Ice Gang has 4 members, and this time the driver is also armed. The landlord has appeared. The driver suddenly looked over there, perhaps noticing something. He is looking towards Blackhand, who is lying face down on the ground, trembling all over. Doublebread helps see with candy stuck all over his hair. Doublebread asks Han, "Are you okay?" Driver reminded again, "Look over there." Oh my god, Ko Jiao pretends to be a little surprised. It seems like they are fighting. Seeing the two of them deduce on their own, Minin also speaks up to explain that they don't know their place and are the ones initiating the attack. Ko Jiao sneered. It seems she didn't take his words to heart. She didn't want to talk much either, so she drew her weapon, ready to settle things with her fists. But Driver stopped him. Wait a moment. Ko Dao looked annoyed and asked, "What's the point of stopping them? They are insulting us." He refused to listen on one side and kept advising, "Just listen to what they say a little longer. I should have told you earlier, but we had a meeting with them. I didn't expect them to rush in like this." He recognized this person. Mujin, the boss of Nam Kong. Hearing that, maybe you already knew that guy before. The driver asked, "Do you know him?" Kong Yu frowns. As the host, you can't just give a half-hearted reception. If you're already here, I should at least give you a proper welcome. Mujin finally looked over, though he hadn't paid attention to him before. Maybe he'd heard of him before, but it seemed he knew him from before. "Are you Kan?" Still with that robotic voice, he didn't bother to hide his bluntness. "When I first heard your name, I thought you must be some crazy person, but it seems you've made that name your own reputation." Red Eye helped Break to stand up, but he seemed exhausted. "Are you okay?" Mujin also didn't want to beat around the bush and straightforwardly stated his purpose here. "I'll get straight to the point. I do not acknowledge you as the boss." He also said that the driver, who is even the real leader, is just giving way. Just by looking, I can tell that the driver, that scheming bastard, has handed over the boss position to you. Even though he's not involved with your gang, she still expressed her opinion. "I hate those who are unworthy of their position but think they're so talented." His hand clenched the sword tightly, his sharp eyes seeming ready to fight as the red energy radiating around him overwhelmed his opponent. This red energy is spreading into every corner here. Doublebread is amazed. Red Eye and Black Hand also struggle to hold their ground, trembling all over. This is madness, such a fierce, bloodthirsty pressure. But Zelop is the most surprised right now, as the energy also reaches him. Driver and the Flag Blade remain calm as if unaffected, which truly surprises him. So they can still laugh? I really shouldn't underestimate those two. Looking over Kong Yu, he remains unaffected, which he can't understand. But that guy, the heavy energy still clings to Mujin, and he told me to stay away. "I'm not interested in someone like you. I'm here to talk to Driver, so I warn you, don't interfere recklessly and provoke me." Honestly, I never really cared about this. Do whatever you want. I didn't mind, but I also wanted to set a condition, and in return, I have one too. Hearing this from you, Jop looked up at him in surprise. "The condition? You want to fight him to settle who's better. I hear you're Min. Defeat him and fight me." Ko Dao chuckled when she heard him say that, while Driver sighed and held his head. Oh no, the whole goat's body trembled. It seemed he was very angry about something. He punched angrily, but he was easily stopped by just a hand from him. He was furious that the leader of the gang was being ignored. "How dare you ignore our boss's warning?" But he couldn't speak for long as the hand on his face filled him with terror. His hand on his head could crush his skull at any moment. His eyes shining, I also warn you. His glasses fall down to his nose. He never expected this ordinary guy to be so strong. Is he this strong? Not just a warning, he pushes his head to the ground and says, "Don't block my way." Mommy, still chewing her candy, stopped when she heard the loud noise. Mujin, the boss, didn't intervene as his subordinates were being beaten right in front of him. Remember carefully, let go of his hand. It was Zop who was wrong to provoke the leader of Gaddam District. Boss John of Gaddam District is me. Kong Yu raises his hand, blue energy swirling around him. Ko Dao strokes her chin, standing on the sidelines, feeling amused and increasingly intrigued. Driver remains silent, only sneering. Mujin spoke, and he was also surprised by his way of acting. I really didn't expect such a rough reception. Black Goat, trembling on the ground and no longer looking hateful, was provoked by you. Truly pathetic. He never refuses a challenge from an opponent, but I never turn down any challenge. Kang Yu frowned with displeasure. His mechanical voice made him feel uncomfortable. His voice sounded rough and unpleasant. Minin thought that he only dared to face him after defeating Barracuda. So you were the one who defeated Barracuda? You only managed to take down such a lowly guy and you're acting superior to me. He drew his energy sword, making his cloak flutter, so the price you pay won't be small. The two sides silently stared at each other for a moment. Yu still hadn't made a move, but he focused more on observing his opponent than rushing to attack. You notice he wields the sword with his left hand. Trying to find his weakness will be easier when you fight. So he's left-handed. With my eyes, Mose can tell that guy is different from those you've fought before. You also know about this, I know. Mo, being as clueless as your strategist, analyzes based on the current situation. If it's just a playful fight to test strength, then you might be able to. Before it could finish speaking, he ran over to Minin to say goodbye. It called him Sian. Mujin drew his sword and prepared to fight, slashing through the air and sending dirt flying everywhere. This weak attack is called the Flying Sword Slash. The cut flies over the tense area, and I am still running towards it. The slash of the sword sent dirt and rocks flying everywhere, and he quickly dodged to the side, avoiding the attack. The driver outside can see that he's very serious, about to launch another attack with his eyes fixed straight ahead without blinking. He jumps up, sword in hand, aiming to strike at him, but even at that speed he manages to dodge just in time. His sword strike can only cut into the two armored gloves, sparks flying as metal scrapes against metal. He immediately counters with a high kick, but he also ducks to avoid it. He kept rushing forward, swinging his sword in a long arc. With his agile body, Kong Yu jumped in time, surprisingly able to anticipate and counter that attack. After observing the battle for a while, he still couldn't find this guy's weakness. He lands on the ground, realizing it will be difficult to find an opening. If I can't find his weakness, then I only have one way left, so I reach from the ground and jump higher than Min. He raised his fist, so there's only one way left. Just attack, straight ahead. He looked up, his red eyes narrowing, the energy around him spreading, and it was unclear what had happened. A deafening sound rang out as he struck the ground with his sword, creating a long crack that stretched across the earth. He then raised his sword high again, its blade so sharp it could cut through concrete without a scratch. As he was still preparing to face the attack, a figure moved swiftly towards him. The figure leapt up to strike, and he leaned back to use the Black Knight sword. Not only was his speed astonishingly fast, but his attack style also left him no time to react, striking so quickly that his figure disappeared from sight. This move of mine is called the Black Knight sword chain. The black streaks flash everywhere, attacking Mujin from all sides, but he still manages to defend. The bystanders, Driver and Ko Jiao, are watching intently, so that's how he uses that skill. Kang Yu jumps from above, fists clenched in his iron arm. Down here, he keeps slashing continuously at a speed hard to catch up with, unleashing a flurry of strikes with all his might. This move of his is called the Flying Sword Slash. His sword attack can't trouble Kang Yu, he easily dodges and swiftly rushes forward. It's time for Manujin to use his rarely seen skills. He discards his coat, draws the sword at his side, its red glow shining as he prepares to strike, and he has already seen his move. His eyes are alert. Unlike before, this time he charged with both swords. Do I recognize the second sword? The long sword he usually carries was thrust straight at him, but he dodged aside. However, his flesh couldn't stay intact, and his shoulder was hit hard. He still wildly attacks with his two swords. He observes that the sword in his left hand is just a base for him to use after the crescent sword. The surprise attack with the sword missed its mark because I was wearing my iron gloves, which I could defend with, and he didn't expect that. I didn't expect my sword path to be so easily deflected. The sound of metal clashing, he saw your hands with iron gloves. Is that a glove-shaped weapon? Even when he swings his sword, you still block with that iron glove. This time he couldn't dodge. A straight kick to the body sent him flying. Yu's leg was still raised high, but he managed to land on the ground with his foot. Being able to withstand this attack makes you reconsider him. He's quite formidable. He recalls the punch he threw earlier, and based on his observation of the opponent, he analyzes the moment he attacked, causing him to miss. His fighting style is very precise. Not at all like a villain. This didn't surprise Modot next to him at all because he had anticipated it. I told him he wasn't an easy opponent to test his skills against. He's still hiding his true strength. Honestly, this Muji guy doesn't make me feel afraid. If there is, it must be the thrill, so I should provoke a little more to enjoy the show. Red Eye helps Black Hand. The two also watched the fight closely, both sides evenly matched. The Black Hand, after observing, was amazed by Mine's strength and clapped in praise for the recent attack. Excellent. Driver interrupts the match. He wants it to stop here. I guess both of them have confirmed each other's strength already, right? Then let's stop here. Mujin doesn't need it, I refuse. His hands froze, and being so straightforward in his reply didn't earn him any favor. Hey, Minin doesn't want to stop when both sides are evenly matched. How can a duel fight like this just stop? Keep fighting until someone falls. Kong Yu also didn't respond to him. The bank sneered, a few heavy words flying around until someone fell. It seems you're not very sure, huh? His unusual behavior didn't escape his sharp eyes. If you're a villain, act like one. You have to fight with all your might, like a madman. A clear sky with gentle sunlight shining on the rooftop of an old building, Muji says, like a crazy person? Han Duong's red sword flashes, the cold light shining ahead as he continues. Are you afraid I think you're lowly, so you say such rude words? The fool next to Cassian said to him, you seem to have successfully provoked him. Minin's sword emits a light carrying death. He said, the power I possess is the wild energy of destruction. When Minin swings his sword, he can cut through anything. The power from his sword suddenly sliced through Cassian's head, splitting the large building behind him in two, leaving Cassi stunned. Outside the fight, Driver and Kojiao thought, Minin doesn't just possess the wild, destructive energy. They think that when the attribute is a mineral, the person's skills can strengthen any part of the body. His attribute is not only suitable for attack, but also specializes in defense, so direct combat gives him a significant advantage. Meanwhile, the shadow attribute is more about stealth than direct combat. Driver thought to himself, maybe he really is an exception. He looked towards Kajin. Delop slowly woke up. Oh, I see Ma in front of me. Ah, you're awake. She helped him sit up and asked, are you okay? Do you want to eat Mazmal? Delop didn't say anything, just let out a sound. Then he asked, where is Mujin? The demon pointed toward the fight over there. Zhou just woke up and looked at the fight in amazement, with Gassi and Mujin battling fiercely like fire and water, their surrounding air crackling with energy. He kicked him, but Mujin easily dodged. Then he kept swinging his sword at Cassi, but he blocked and avoided every strike. Once again, Kajin uses his dark night sword technique. Minin doesn't hesitate, charging like an unstoppable arrow and then throwing a flying sword to strike. Dark blue, black, and red lights constantly appeared and collided with each other. He moved in a strange way that Minin couldn't see his figure. He quickly used dual swords to block Kajin's dark sword. Mujin thought about his power. His swords are so troublesome. Is it a shadow attribute skill? Casey charged straight at him with black swords surrounding him. Mujin thought about using the same skill to counter, just as he finished his sword attack and wanted to block his move. Cassian uses the Dark Knight sword again, causing stones and debris to fly everywhere. In the aftermath, he adopts a defensive stance, ready to do something. Then, Mujin disappeared, leaving only a shadowy figure behind. He couldn't help but be suspicious, and soon after he appeared atop the Black Dusk sword. Mujin angrily said to Khan, why did you dare to use that to fight me? Are you messing with me? As he rushed towards him, launching a series of rapid attacks, followed by a wild wind dance. Minin swung his sword continuously, as if no one could stop him. He was amazed. Minin wondered to himself, where is he? The spot where Kazi was standing just now is now empty. He has disappeared. D stands outside watching when suddenly he shouts. Behind him, in the midst of the battle, they are searching for Khan's figure. Hearing the warning from outside, Mujin suspiciously turned around and saw him emerging from a shadowy area. Kasi used shadow teleportation to dodge the attack and countered, leaving him momentarily stunned. In a flash, Mujin used a metal crystal on his leg and delivered a powerful kick at him. Kasi was thrown back and slammed into the wall, causing dust and debris to fly everywhere. Great fight. The dust from the aftershock of the collision is settling. Mujin silently curses. He thought that without the lanyard, he would be the one hit, and it felt like Kajin said, counterattack at the right moment. Very well done. Min holds his sword with both hands, thinking this guy is trying to teach him something. He grips the sword so tightly that he's trembling. He stands up from the wreckage, ready to fight again. Kajin says, let's start over now. Mujin says, I take back my words that you are a lowly person. With your excellent combat skills and guts, I admit you are a boss. He tightly grips his sword, watching the fight from outside the flag, and says to the driver, it seems like the mood has changed. He doesn't say anything, looking like he's deep in thought. Back to the fight, Min. To apologize for underestimating you, I will give you the next attack. He said, if you don't want to die, then get out of the way. A terrifying wave of power radiates from Mujin. Modot says, his magic power is incredible. It looks like he's about to use his trump card. He, ready to fight, asked how dangerous it was. Modot replied as he said, if you want to die, just rush in. Cassian, hearing that, thought to himself. Then suddenly he soared into the air. Mujin swung his sword, ready to strike, the blade seeming larger than life, as if it could split the sky in two. Mujin shouted, slash! Black Hand and Red Eye are on one side in horror. What's going on over there? He swung his sword down, but Min continued to unleash the Long Na sword to strike where he stood. Kaiyan did not dodge, only stunned as he faced his attack. The whole area seemed to be engulfed in a terrifying pressure from the power of the moves Minnan unleashed, leaving everyone, even his subordinates, in awe. Really? Mujin was stunned when he heard the reply from him. The dust settled, revealing a figure still standing firmly there. It's Kamian after taking his hit head-on, mocking him, saying, you better hurry up with that arrogant roar of yours, but it's not enough to pierce through my dark armor. Kaiyan smiled, looking very good-humored, clearly a successful skill test, leaving Mose beside him at a loss for words. The screen shows the dark armor reactivation time at 1958. Min looks at Kan standing opposite, thinking, I didn't expect him to be able to face my dragon-tooth sword unscathed. I recall what just happened and think that even at S rank, he can't have such a strong defense or predict such attacks. Mujin was terrified, thinking, no way. Could his strength be even greater? You're teasing, right? If you don't say anything, are you scared? Are you really that helpless that you can't even handle a wolf? The singer adopts a fighting stance. Once ready, let's start again. Since I just blocked your attack, now it's my turn. He scolded loudly, acting arrogantly. Mujin is angry. You keep barking like a dog desperate to pee. A terrifying aura radiates around him. Seeing that, his eyes began to glow with a terrifying blue light like a fierce beast. Cassian said, if you want to end it like that, then I will come here. He runs straight to where he is standing. Suddenly, the voice changer on Min's neck emits a deafening sound, then shatters, making him suspicious. An energy source is gathering on the weapon. That is the driver. He has stepped in to stop Cassie and Mujin, preventing them from continuing the fight. The stream of energy emitted a blinding light, creating a large hole in the wall. He asked in surprise, Driver, what are you doing? And was told to just stop. Driver says, are you both done playing? While Yang draws his weapon as if he's ready to fight. If they refuse, he will attack both of them. Driver said, if you're done having fun, you should also know your limits. He smiled confidently as the two others remained silent, too afraid to speak up. Mozost also agrees with the driver. It says it agrees with you. I think you're getting caught up in the fight instead of using it to test your skills. Kaizian takes a deep breath. All right, I've achieved my goal. Seeing that, he withdrew his attack stance, carrying a giant screw gun on his shoulder and giving him a thumbs up. Good. Then Driver turned to ask him, and you? But Mujin just left with his men without saying a word, catching him a bit off guard. What's going on? Are you just going to walk away without saying a word? Is the guy next to the flag guessing that? Then what about the meeting in the afternoon at the John Gadam District headquarters? There are 6 people in the John District Gadam command room. Are they really leaving now? It's Royal Gannett, a long-haired man with a scarred face, asking, while the driver scratches his cheek and responds, probably so. Hearing his answer, Gannett leaned his hand on his chin and sighed, then said, wait, fighting is just fighting. So, when will you be done so you can go back? Then the man rested his chin on his hand, thinking. He sings softly. Mujin only acts when he knows exactly when to act and when not to. Could something else have gone wrong? I quickly grabbed the blue-haired girl holding the cookies. Cookies are so boring that even little Aoma with blonde hair glared at me. Is it your stomach, Mom? That's the 3rd piece of cake. Siviver turned to ask him what he thought. Kezian said indifferently, whatever. So, who are these people? It was only when you asked that he realized this was their first time meeting. Oh, you've never met them before, right? Let me introduce you. Cassian crossed her arms and waited for him to speak. The driver pointed to each person and introduced them. This is Gennett. The 2 girls sitting next to them are Azoma and Hot. When their names are mentioned, the girl with blue hair raises her hand to him. Hello. After he introduced the 3 of them, they are not Gadam's enemies. The driver said they are outsiders. Although they come here often, it's not easy to run into them. Ken said, I'm asking about their shoulder area. He answered your question hesitantly, as if he was thinking about something. Well, that's what I hope, as Gannett spoke up while the driver hesitated whether to say it or not. We come from Winterbell. Casey quietly wondered, Winterbell? He asked the man who was allowed to speak to him, surprised. Isn't Gannett the real purpose of this meeting? The driver interrupted before he could finish explaining, and Cassian spoke up first. I've heard that name before, and hearing you say it surprised the others? The man looked suspiciously. The driver asked if he had heard it before. Yes, I have. There's an emblem like a bell with a snowflake on it. Cassian recalled what he knew about some villains being heirs to noble bloodlines. These families believe they have noble ancestry and are very proud of it. They created an international organization called Winterbell. This organization possesses a dominant core strength and a fully equipped force with influence in politics and economics across all nations, even affecting the world's largest false flag organization, Lampus. Still, he thinks they remain a secretive organization. Only the top flags or high-level executives know about their existence. Cassie glanced at Gannett's people in thought, remembering that he had told him before that this was valuable information, so he should remember it carefully. Back then, Cassian complained about it. I really hate having to remember that. He thought he had memorized everything he was told back then. He asked, "How do you know Winterbell?" Cassian replied to the driver, just overhearing it by chance. "I don't know the details either." Hearing that, he didn't seem to believe it. This isn't something you could just overhear by chance. The man said, "I told you before that among the villains there is a powerful force that sets the rules." Gannett said while shaking a water bottle, "Do you mean it's related to Winterbell? So I'll start from here then." Gannett said, "The ultimate goal of Winterbell is the survival of the villain. The villain must endure restrictions on their freedom due to the manipulation of the Seven Saints. The only difference is that one side can stop the madness of the other. Compared to a ticking time bomb that could explode at any moment, there is no real difference between them." The man told Khan that to achieve one's wishes, facing the world is unavoidable, and the only way to overcome it is through self-destruction. Gannett continued, "They bind themselves and try to integrate with the world to survive. They must prove that even villains can control themselves. So Johan was created for that reason." Momo next to him asked, "You've never heard this before, right?" Casey remained silent, thinking that even though he was once a top player, he had never heard of this story before. And at that time, I didn't need to know what to do either. Cassian looked at him, and the man thought who would have guessed that the shoulder was made so the villain could survive. "I don't know who the killer is, but this story is really interesting." The driver crossed his arms and said to Gannett, "You're pretty good at explaining things, huh?" The man laughed and replied, "I've been a great speaker since the day I was born." He touched the round patch on his neck. Cassian asked, "So Winterbell is the one that made the DSP?" He replied playfully, "Bingo, that's right." Then Driver explained, "Manufacturing costs are very high, not to mention the research and development process. So you're saying that someone at Winterbell can handle all the processes?" He laughed at that. "A person you wouldn't expect." Casey asked, "So is that so? Driver, are you also part of Winterbell?" You ask. The warm orange glow of the afternoon sun bathes the space, a beautiful old mansion nestled among the surrounding mountains. The luxurious chandelier on the ceiling, the belt writhing and grimacing in pain, says, "Ugh, my neck still hurts." Mugen heard that and said, "Don't complain about the punishment for your carelessness." When he heard that, he clicked his tongue and said, "I need some comfort right now. But that guy is not someone to be taken lightly." He told Mugen he didn't expect him to be able to face Longha's sword head-on. He held up the voice changer in his hand and said, "It's broken. I need to get a new one. This isn't something easy to destroy, but it also means he's very strong, right?" Day said. "I can hear your real voice thanks to him instead of that weird one." Mugen straightened his tie and said, "Stop talking nonsense and take care of yourself." He stood up and headed for the door, waving as he left. So, the patient is leaving now. After he leaves, the room is left alone with him. Mugen raised his hand to remove the mask and placed the black mask on the table. "Kasan, is he someone recognized by the driver?" So, it turns out that the evil swordsman Mugen is actually a beautiful girl. She tucks a strand of hair behind her ear. Definitely worth investigating. Casey asked, "Driver, are you also part of Winterbell?" Hearing the question, he exhaled slowly, humming softly. Driver replied, "I have no special relationship with them at all. If I have to specify, it's a business relationship with them." He just silently listened to him. Then Khan turned to ask Gannett, "What about you?" The man didn't answer but smiled and asked, "What do you think?" "Do you think he's a slave?" Hearing him say that, Gannett got furious and cursed at the sky right now. The man stood up as if he was about to punch Khan in the face. Just ignore Aoma's advice and walk away. And hot, add fuel to the fire, and bite him. He didn't back down either, still sitting with his arms crossed on the chair and provoking him with a sneer. "He is a vassal, serving the ruler of Winterbell," Cassian asked with doubt. "What do emperor and vassal mean?" "There are a total of 7 clans that make up Winterbell, and the leader of each clan is considered an emperor," he said, folding his arms as he asked, "What about Mugen? Surely he is also connected to Winterbell, right?" The driver replied, "When it comes to Mugen, we first need to talk about the background behind it." He spoke up, "I think I mentioned this before, right? Manny King, one of the 4 evil kings, wants to dominate all the regions. I don't plan to let him do whatever he wants, but that old man is quite powerful, and his influence is enormous. The driver says, he continues, even if the opponent isn't Manny King, to fight against one of the 4 evil kings, I need Winterbell's support. So you understand now and ask, so Mugen is one of the kings of Winterbello? The driver gave me a correct answer. Mugen is one of the 7 kings representing Winterbell. Then he clasped his hands together in a contemplative tone, but there was a problem. The anti-evil light shone through the window. The driver said, Mugen has not yet gained the right to become the ruler of Winterbell. The hand holding a glass of wine radiates a brilliant light, refracted by the morning sun at dusk. No matter how big our organization is, there's a saying that if you're not smart enough, you'll just become a puppet. So, we have seized the best opportunity, Mankin said. While manipulating the chessboard like a king, we can conquer all roles without Winterbell interfering. In the end, Minnan will be the only one left. He said as only one piece was left on the chessboard, as if speaking to Lingon beside him. I know that kid may have a habit of doing whatever he wants, but he's still very valuable to us. Screwdriver is just like him. Mankyung laughed and thought if he could bring it to his side, then capturing all of Winterbell was also possible. The clear blue sky with gentle sunlight at a hospital in Sai, someone asks, aren't you staying a little longer? That's Kim Woo-chan, talking to his sister. The doctor also said I need more time to recover. Kim Na-eun said, it's okay, I'm feeling better now. The pink-haired girl turned away in a huff. You're not seriously hurt that badly, acting like you've been through a disaster. I'm really tired of being here. Kim Ut-tran had to give up. All right then, he sighed deeply about that. Ut's father silently thought about Kasian, while Na-on still believed he was the kidnapper and saw no need to clear up this misunderstanding. You remember the time when you went to rescue your sister with those people? The girl saw your brother suddenly silent and asked, why aren't you saying anything anymore? The day you were kidnapped, actually. But she suddenly interrupted with a sharp look. I don't know. Let's not talk about that day anymore. I can't remember anything. I was out drinking coffee with a friend, and when I woke up, I was already in the hospital. Are you sure you don't remember? Na-eun replied firmly. I don't know. Kim Ut-chan thought to herself, has the girl lost her memory of that day? If not, then say with a teasing look, don't tell me you can't remember my name forever. While the girl is trying to push her brother out of the hospital room, Mr. Kim Ut-chan, her sister wants to eat something delicious because she's been eating hospital food all day. Na-on suggested we go eat spicy rice cakes, but he just let it go. All right, don't push anymore. Behind her brother, the girl showed a contemplative expression, as if hiding something. Na-eon wondered, is he still okay? One sunny day in the park, with people bustling around, Modot looked at the runners and said to him, there are a lot of people around you training hard. Ka-an unscrews the cap of the bottled water and says, happiness begins with good health. Seeing him lift the bottle to drink, Modot asks, so you're also training to find happiness? Ka-an thought, happiness? That's a word I thought about a lot during that time. He thought about the time he spent at the orphanage with Diep, which was a happy time. Xiaxian said, if I succeed in revenge, I will be able to feel happiness. Moot said, then you'll never achieve your goal or find happiness. It asked him, what are you going to do about the proposal those people made yesterday? Kaisi said nothing, lost in thought about yesterday. Gannett said, Mugen, the #1 evil sword, heir of the evil sword clan that rules demons with his sword, is the head of the clan, and also one of the 7 kings of Winterbell. He continued, if you want to gain the Emperor's power, you must pass a special trial, and Mugen has not yet overcome them. Among the 3 trials, Mugen failed the last one. The sealed coffin of the chess flag says, maybe we should help Min gain the king's power first. Driver agrees. Yeah, so I need your help. Back in the present, he takes a sip of water. Mugen, does he really need my help? Casey suspects. Moot narrows his eyes. I think Mugen will need it. 2 guards respectfully bow and salute the girl as the door opens. A handsome blonde-haired boy in white clothes sits with his eyes closed like a prince. A girl with a scar on her face and sharp eyes. The team in red cowboy hats is holding a macaron, and another has red eyes and a familiar half-up hairstyle. It's Royal Gannett. Seeing the girl enter, she was not late at all. Not at all, the girl replied, looking at the clock showing exactly 10 o'clock. Just in time, huh? The girl says, this is Mugen. A meeting is taking place at the luxurious La Viano's Royal Hotel. Someone said that except for a few places in the country, most of the Johan leaders have sided with Manic King. 4 people are sitting in an opulent room. If we keep going, we might lose everything. The person speaking all along has been Joseph, known as Royal Gannett. The blonde-haired young man with the nickname Binding Denis said, don't talk about such ridiculous things anymore. We're not here to sit around and do nothing today. He stabbed his fork into the piece of cake in front of him. Now, it's a bit late to think of a way to deal with it. I can't think of any other way but to carry out the absolute order in the name of a Winterbell, said Hai-sun's notorious girl, La Fine, as she handled the next slice of cake. Long ago, Winterbell secretly established a peace treaty with the leaders of all nations. The result of that treaty was the birth of Vianzhou. So-chun said, if we use the absolute order, we can retrieve the John bosses who have surrendered. Hui-sun also agreed with him and confirmed that was correct. John's shoulders are the only ones allowed to speak to the King of Winterbell. Now, Mujin finally speaks up. That power is only granted to the King of Winterbell. When John's shoulder boss goes against the rules and causes trouble, the Winterbell ruler will execute the absolute order. Do you think I look down on you just because I don't have the authority of a ruler? Mujin sat there with his arms crossed coldly. That is the absolute order, and if Trum Vai John defies it, they will be forced to execute him. Hui-sun chuckled, covering his mouth. Ha ha ha, there's no way you misunderstood me, Gannett said with a nonchalant look. Aren't you just refusing to do anything? You've already done your best. She immediately said no, it's not enough yet. Mujin picked up the coffee cup because Manny King had already finalized everything he wanted. After saying that, she took a sip from her coffee cup. Mujin continued. Among villains, the four evil kings are considered absolute, but they only care about making money and aren't interested in Joe's role at all. Then why does he want to manipulate Joe's role now? She thought, or he might say, who knows if he's craving to take the throne of Winterbell. Mujin said, while Namni sipped her coffee, there was only one way to handle this. I must obtain absolute authority. Sun-chun agreed, that was the best way. But for the final trial, Gannett said, if that's what you care about, there's a solution. He continued, through the middle of the path leading to the sealed coffin trial of the gate. To be prepared for any unforeseen circumstances, there is a trapdoor placed there. If we can open it, we might be able to get inside, Gannett said. The guy slammed the table in frustration, as everyone knew. So Chun said, the problem is we don't have the key. Minin, upon hearing this, said there is someone who can enter without a key. Kajin. Because of his dark attribute, he possesses a unique dark skill that allows him to use darkness as a medium to move freely between different spaces. With that skill, breaking into the sealed coffin of the flag-bearer would be no problem at all, she explained. The guy thought in amazement. Darkness attribute. Darkness? The girl next to her said. This is the first time I've heard of a skill like that, So Chun said with doubt. Just getting in doesn't mean the problem is over. He still has to overcome countless traps and reach that gate. Mujin said confidently that if it's Cian, then it's fine. She recalls how he blocked her attack. He's very strong, and even a bunch of traps from the sealed coffin of the flag of surrender wouldn't stop him. Mujin asked the smirking guy what the proposal was, and Royer Gannett replied, when you asked, I wasn't sure what conditions they would set, but the response was quite positive. She stirs her coffee, implying they are ready to negotiate, so the outcome is quite favorable. I think forming an alliance with him would be very beneficial. The guy biting his lip looks angry. Sang Chun said, no matter what, it seems like we're begging him for help. Do we really have to do that? Mujin said, his fighting style is very unique, unlike any other villain. Compared to Seer, he's even beyond the combat staff. A professional thief? No, it might be even more than that. She continued, above all, he is the person recognized by the driver. Hearing that, the young man broke out in a sweat while Hui-sun chuckled loudly and Min smirked. She twirled a lock of hair in her hand and said, in other words, to become an emperor, if I can't use anyone or anything else, no matter the cost, I will make it mine. Mujin said with a cold expression. The clear blue sky has no sunlight. In a shared neighborhood kitchen, is Min an outsider? On the stove, there is a fried egg and 2 sausages sizzling on golden oil. The voice continues, so that's why he wears a mask and has that strange voice. Sion, you're talking to Mozot, only now you're telling me. What is your purpose? When Xiaxian asked that, I thought you'd be really shocked, surprised even. He said casually, I knew it all along. His fighting style doesn't seem like that of a villain at all. It feels more like fighting a false flag. Casey remembers Mujin's fighting style. Even in intense battles, he never loses his composure, showing that his fundamentals are solid and he has internalized his combat experience. Even if he's off balance, a sword master at that level is very hard to beat. That's why I gained a lot after fighting him. He remembered the meeting at John's shoulder area when Gannett asked, what's the condition? Do you want the stone? Casey-Ann replied, no. He hands over the magic stone and says, whatever you want, just ask. If you help us, we will definitely reward you handsomely. Back in the present, with a spatula in hand, he seems distracted, lost in thought. Hot Momo, if Minen occasionally challenged him, suddenly Singer and thought of something. Wait a minute. Now that you mention it, that really pisses me off. Mo, standing nearby, wondered aloud. Cassian said angrily, with an outsider, John is far from being enough. He wants to become the ruler of Winterbell. Hearing that, you must be jealous, right? He said he might be John's boss, but how could an outsider become part of Winterbell? Mo Rot looked down. I don't think this is the time to worry about others. Look, it's burning. The pan with the food Cassian cooked is burnt black and billowing smoke. The kitchen has been cleaned up. He is texting his sister about Kasian's eating habits. When she found out he cooked at home, she was very happy. Seeing the blackened plate of food, Kasian irritably took the burnt sausage and took a bite. Next to Modot, your sister looks healthy and fine. He chooses food. That's good then. I just need to keep doing what I'm doing, which is the best I can do for him. Cassian asked, will you accept Winterbell's proposal? Cassian replied, yeah. Modot said, so you've made your decision. He holds a rice ball shaped like a cute monkey's head, and his foreigner symptoms are worsening. Cassian takes the rice ball, and to prepare for any possible trouble, we need at least one reliable support place. Who are you to block our way here at John's Shoulder area in Gadam District? Get out, Brake says. CR just laughs and stands opposite the other person. After hearing this, don't be too shocked. I am the reincarnation of darkness and the one who can control it, the strongest villain on earth and the most loyal servant to my master. The three fools looked at him with judgment. What the hell are you talking about? Are you having a seizure? Get out of here. Why? Black Hen pointed at him and shouted, get out, I came to see Can. It's you I need. Black Ghost says, the master is not here right now. Hearing that, the others suspiciously asked, not here? He crossed his arms and said in a dangerous tone, you guys wouldn't meet him even if he was here. You trash water and you dare to face the master. Know your place. That remark drove Black Ken into a rage, and he shouted loudly, you sewer rat. That dried fish, do you want to die? Black Ken said. At that moment, Cassian came from behind and asked, what are you all doing? Everyone was surprised and turned to look. CR asked, why did he come here? Black Ghost shouted, Master, you seem upset. Repeat the question once more. Why are you all here? These lowlifes dare to push in here, and while he's speaking, that guy interrupts. Stop talking. I'm in the middle of a conversation. Black Hen grits his teeth and says, we want to become stronger, big brother. Then, the three of them kneel down with sincere expressions. In the secret room right now, Kong Yu asked Black Hen why he suddenly wanted to become stronger, as if he wanted to confess to the girl he cares about. Black Hen angrily denied that Double B sitting next to him only knew how to stay silent. Kong Yu looked at them and asked, have you ever been formally trained to become stronger? Break Hand looked confused. Then you have to. CR smirked and replied, you need to train a bit first. Hearing this, Can Yu continued, desire alone is not enough. You need willpower and determination to endure, no matter how harsh the training is. Black Hand immediately got excited and raised his hand. I will do it. I have all the desire and will. Cross seems to be in disbelief and turns around. Really? And Double B just covers his face with his hand? Is that more important than Black Hand lowering his head? Suddenly Black Hand shouted, I don't want to be seen as weak trash anymore. I want to become stronger. Morut looked at Kong Yu, puzzled, and asked, what are you planning to do? Kong Yu replied, if they are all willing, I have no reason to refuse then and there. Then a glimmer of hope shone in his eyes. He thought to himself that if he wanted to fight against the evil king, including the king and Lampus, he had to make his allies stronger. After hearing their plea, Kong Yu immediately agreed. All right, if you really want to become stronger, then prepare yourselves well. Black Ho raised both hands to the sky, cheering happily. Great, Kong Yu set the condition. You must pass the test first. His request is simple. 1,000 push-ups, 1,000 pull-ups, 1,000 squats, and a 30-kilometer run. That's all. After hearing the word test, they froze, their expressions stiffening. Then they backed down. Kang Yu raised his hand to form a number 3. Morning, afternoon, and evening, 3 times a day. The test will last for a week. CR shouted 3 times a day, huh? Then Kang Yu turned to hand over to Break Ghost. Break Ghost, check if they are doing it properly. If you want, you can also join them. Black Ghost replied seriously, still in that stance. Black Ghost watched Kang Yu walk away and asked, can I lift weights too? Kang Yu replied, if you're allowed, go ahead. It's even better that way. Wait a moment, CR stammered as he saw Kang Yu leave. Just as Kang Yu was about to open the door, a voice called him back. That is, Driver Nation. Seeing everyone, Driver waved to greet them. Is everyone here? What's the interesting thing? Black Ghost clenched his fist and lifted a 1,000-kilogram weight. CR shouted, are you crazy or what? When the driver arrived, you immediately asked, what's wrong? And the driver replied, I have something to tell him. Then he looked secretive, saying it was very important. Right now, in the tea room, Azoma and Hot are sitting and drinking orange juice. Suddenly, China enters the room. Seeing her, Azoma immediately asks, it's been a while. Has the meeting ended? Yes. Hot immediately praised her for doing very well. China Na sat down, tired, and took off her hat. Hot saw that and looked really exhausted. China, just having taken off her hat, replied, "A little bit." Ioma immediately said, "You're pushing yourself too hard, being both a member of Winterbell and the boss." Hot held out a handful of candies and asked China, "Do you want some candy?" China, exhausted, massaged her shoulders and remained silent. Then China Na said, "I must show them a few things as a ruler who doesn't meet any standards." Aoma comforts China, saying it's not her fault that she lost the key to the test room. Then Azoma asks, "So what if we hand Namkang over to someone else?" China replied, "If those people abandon me, it's okay, but I don't want to abandon them first." Hearing that, Aoma's eyes welled up with tears, and Hot raised his hand in praise of her loyalty. Then China Na changed the subject and asked, "So you guys know something about Tasi, right?" Hot immediately replied, switching the subject so quickly, "Him." Aoma quickly interrupted, saying, "All he does is eat and train." China crossed her legs and nonchalantly asked, "I only train. When I was at Yo's shoulder, I stayed in the gym, and even when I went to the park, I kept training. He studies very diligently." At this, Aoma's eyes lit up. Hot sipped his orange juice and mocked Aoma. "You idiot!" Azoma fell silent upon hearing that. China stared intently at Azoma then. Aoma tearfully begs China, can she pretend she didn't hear anything? So he only eats and trains. Huo looks at China silently, while China Na rests her chin thoughtfully. At this moment, in an abandoned town, Sang Chun and Huisan are standing on the roof of a deserted building. Looking at the scene before her, Huisan exclaimed, "It's so gloomy. Totally different from the rumors that this place is lively and bustling." Then she turned to Sang Chun without saying anything. Huisan paused for a moment before asking him, "Aren't you here to see Kaian?" A profile of her appears on her chest. "I already told the driver what I wanted to say. His attribute information sheet shows he is an A-level villain and a shining darkness knight." Huisan rested his hand on his hip and said, "Because you haven't left yet?" I asked. "I thought you had something else to do," Sang Chun replied to her. "It seems you're very interested in my affairs, huh?" Seeing Cheha standing up, he turned his back and said to Huisan, "See you at the next meeting." Huisan replied, "Okay." Then he disappeared right in front of her. Meanwhile, in the Vian conference room, Driver, holding a can of water, asked Kang Yu, "So are you going to agree to that proposal?" Then Driver continued, "I thought you would think it over more before making a decision." Kang Yu replied, "If I keep delaying my answer, I won't gain any benefit. We don't know when Manny King will oppress us again, so it's better to help Minnan gain the authority of King Winterbell as soon as possible." Hearing that, Driver immediately agreed it was the right decision. Then Driver set down the can and continued, "By the way, there's a message from Winterbell." Driver smiled. "It seems Mujin and the other vassals share the same opinion. They trust you and have entrusted this matter to you. If you agree, they want to proceed today or tomorrow. How do you plan to unify the conditions?" Kang Yu rested his chin on his hand and said, "Think about it some more." Kang Yu then raised his head and asked, "Well, then, we will deal with this after we finish the negotiations. We will handle what needs to be done first, then negotiate the conditions afterward." Driver leans back in his chair, lost in thought. "Luckily, you want to do this mission, but what if Winterbell refuses your conditions?" Kang Yu said, "I don't intend to ask for anything unreasonable. That's what you think. When they refuse, we'll consider our options." After hearing Kang Yu's response, Driver asked, "What should I do now?" Kang Yu looked at the letter on the table and asked. This is what Driver immediately replied. "This is what Winterbell wants me to separate and find." Mott was stunned. "Cian, is that the platinum disc design?" Kang Yu asked in surprise. "This one?" Driver crossed his arms behind his head and said, "This is the thing that old man Mankin values most lately. Looks like an antique, right?" Then he continued, "They want me to find out what this is used for. Are you sure this is the thing they want you to investigate?" Driver looked at it for a moment then. "Yeah, that's right. I withdraw my statement about considering the conditions later. All information about this object is my condition." In the room filled with various machines, the driver is working on his computer with a cup of hot tea steaming nearby, his voice softly echoing in the space. "It's going to be hard to find information on this. What is this?" Suddenly, Driver's eyes focus on something. He intently looks at the paper with a strange drawing on the table. In the hazy memories, a hand reached out and presented that piece of paper to him. "All the information about this object." Utent smiled and continued, "That is my condition." Thinking of this, the driver picked up the paper and muttered to himself, "It seems he now knows what it is." Driver turned around, sat down in the chair, and let out a long yawn, feeling exhausted. Sitting cross-legged on the chair, he kept asking himself questions. A pentagon shape? No, it's not. Maybe we should investigate Lampus? Villa Inton switches to Heaven Pup. Heavenly bar, heavenly bar. So Chun sat at the bar and greeted him. It's been a long time since we last met, hasn't it? Yu-Cha-Ha slowly places his glass on the table and chats with So-Chun. It's been a year and 2 months since I came to Gadam. Sang-Chun propped his chin with his hand and continued. You still remember it so well. Cho-Ha smiled and replied, Sometimes I still pay attention to every little detail. Suddenly Sang-Chun spoke as if he wanted to say something, and his next question made Che-Ha freeze for 5 seconds. Someone like you being here, changing identities, must be pretty convenient. The glass of wine was handed to Sun with a slightly annoyed tone. Thank you. But before Sun could grab the glass, Che-Ha quickly pulled it back. He smiled brightly and said, In our bar, you have to pay first. After hearing that, So-Chun looked quite disappointed. Can't get it for free? Che-Ha teased him, knowing it wasn't free and asking why. So Chun still tried to argue, but he already handed it over and is asking for it back. Of course he can't argue with the owner, Che-Ha. It's my tavern, I can do whatever I want. Enter the house to perform the rituals. Che-Ha leaned close to Chun, causing the bodyguard wiping dishes to turn and look in surprise at the information about him. You'll get punished for talking nonsense in this bar, you know. He was surprised and let out a small sound. Che-Ha raised his glass, shook it a bit, and explained, stop talking nonsense and get straight to the point. So Chun lightly tapped on the table. Sometimes he straightforwardly asked Che-Ha, I've heard about him recently, so I want to hear your thoughts. But when asked the question, he was momentarily speechless and didn't know what to say. After a moment, Che-Ha finally spoke. I think it would be better for you to meet him in person, rather than just listen to me say it. So Chun outright refused. I want to hear what you have to say. So Chun's sharp gaze focused on every move Che made. In Yu-Chi's eyes, the one who was once wronged, So Chun suddenly furrowed his brow. I'm curious to know what you think of him, and what startled the bodyguard enough to make him so surprised. Yu-Cha-Ha glared at him. In a different scene, playful white clouds are running happily across the sky. The stopwatch is about to start. Next, Break Ghost will shout loudly and run straight, sprinting 30 kilometers. Black Ghost's teammates looked uncomfortable. They sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. Am I really going to have to do this 3 times a day? He said, running a short distance before stopping and calling back. What are you still doing? Have those insects already given up? Those guys started whispering among themselves. That demon has really made me angry. Is Chun's power? Why is that guy still so strong? Black Hand lowered his head to the ground when a familiar voice spoke beside him. Maybe we should give up. But he refused to surrender like that. Black Hand gritted his teeth and declared, I am Black Hand. Then he used all his strength to run away, never giving up and charging forward. The others behind, exhausted and out of strength, still tried to catch up with us. From above, a figure is watching the 4 of them. Kang-woo still keeps his eyes fixed on that direction. They are trying harder than I thought. We'll see if they're willing to keep trying, Mo-Rot said beside him. Turning to ask, I guess you've been hoping for this for a long time? This is just my imagination. Kang-woo still didn't bother to look at Mo-Dot. Everyone can have the desire to become stronger, but very few are willing to endure all hardships to achieve that. Beneath the surface, paths are racing against time and their own strength. This training is not just a simple test. It will serve as the foundation for building strong body and mind. Mozo also looks at them seriously. It will be very difficult for villains obsessed with their ambitions. I honestly expressed my opinion. I have no intention of training these fools. Moron, just guess. It sounds like you're not expecting anything, but Kang-woo's answer is completely different from what it's thinking. On the contrary, his giant hand rests on the railing. Suppose they will be stronger. Do you think the people watching them will just stand still? If they are smart, they will do everything they can to become stronger? Mo-Rot guesses. It sounds more convincing now. It seems you want to increase the strength of Gaddam Ha's entire shoulder. Are you planning to give away your influence? Kang-woo asked back. What does influence mean? Seeing the weak and helpless people in your hands is quite uncomfortable. It continues, so it's because you're selfish. But Mozo's eyes suddenly changed. It gritted its teeth and asked, are these villains you're helping on your side or not? Kang-woo listened silently to Mo-Dot's words and then said, you have your reasons to fight, but trusting that villain and driver doesn't look promising either. White Fang. Mo-Rot hesitated and asked, is it okay for Winterbell to continue investigating it? Kang-woo has no other choice in this matter. If I tell them to stop, they will surely stop. If we can't prevent it, the best option is to make them share the information with us. He thought to himself that if that's the case, he wouldn't need to do anything to get the information, so there was no reason to stop them. The image of the platinum disc appeared in his mind, radiating a bright magical aura along with mysterious eyes. If everything goes smoothly, we'll not only get information about the platinum disc and Mozuo's presence, but maybe also some news about him. Suddenly, Kang Yu jolted upright as a beam of light flashed through the window of the opposite building and shone directly into his eyes. Modot also looked surprised and turned towards the light. What's going on? It turns out that was a beam of light emanating from Sanchun's body. Kang Yu was still in shock, unable to take his eyes off it. I've never met him before. Who is he? Sangchun saw him and immediately smiled mischievously. He raised his hand to signal, come here. Morot's eyes widened in surprise, as if he's calling you. Chang Yu flips off Modot, saying it's you. So Chun watches this in disbelief, his face blank with confusion, filled with question marks. The scene of the sky continues to race against time. Sangchu looked at Kang Yu and sneered, you have no sense at all? After waiting for a while, Kang Yu and Modot finally arrived here. Do you just let others come and go as they please? I won't bother arguing with Sangchun either. I don't think you're worthy of saying that. He suddenly asked, did he stab you? He started to feel his patience slipping with this person in front of him. Stop talking nonsense. Who exactly are you? Sangchun asks him, have the driver not told you yet? Shang Yu continued his words. Hearing this, Sangchun seemed to understand the situation. So, that's why you're so arrogant. Without waiting for Kang Yu to say more, he quickly unleashed his dazzling power. I proudly introduce myself to Kang Yu. I am Brinding Dagnus, who has yet to serve the Winterbell throne. Hearing this name, he was taken aback. Winterbell. Going back through a series of past events, Kang Yu concludes that the one who requested the driver to investigate the platinum disc was him. At this point, the two of them are gradually returning to a peaceful state. I hear that you are willing to help us. Kang Yu crossed his arms and continued. I don't wish to, but I accept the request. So Chun was a bit surprised. The request, it seems you heard wrong. A golden sphere appeared in the air. I have recently heard about what you have done. The sphere quickly slipped into So Chun's hand. You defeated Barracuda and destroyed Boxan, right? You just took down a little minion and you're already excited? If you had investigated me carefully, you would have acted accordingly. Kang Yu was just recounting his achievements while casually asking him. Not long ago, I also defeated Minin, the boss of John in Namkung. Mujin is also your king, isn't he? Sangchun sneered mockingly. You really are a stupid bastard. Beating someone else makes you think you can do everything, huh? And then you call it a victory and worship yourself. Kang Yu couldn't help but be angry at these unpleasant taunts. You don't believe me. But Modot, who is beside him, agrees with Sun. I think he's right, and he even insults him a few more times. You are like an unreasonable liar. Sangchun even deliberately emphasized the point. No, your personality has been problematic from the start. Kang Yu, having listened to Sangchun's provocation, no longer had any patience left. You're so talkative. How long do you plan to go on? If you're here to fight, just use your fists. Or are you afraid? His bright white teeth are once again revealed. If what I hear is true, the golden sphere in Sangchun's hand begins to reveal the image of his palm. It seems the rough personality of the villains in Gadam is also real. Now he is surrounded by overwhelming murderous intent, truly not someone easy to deal with. Be grateful to me, for I will cleanse that bad habit of yours. Heavenly Tavern, a hand carefully cleaning the liquor shelves. Sheha still diligently works in his heaven bar, his eyes full of unspoken feelings. Sun's incredibly familiar voice echoes at the bar. I'm curious to see what Yu Chea, someone who used to be his rival, looks like in his eyes. Did he deliberately press you to tell me, and you just stayed silent in response? It took a long time before Cheha could tell even a little. There's not much to tell. He is a violent and aggressive person who doesn't care about rank. Sangchun was a bit surprised. The ruthless Cheha continued to talk about Kang Yu, but because of his terrible personality, no villain was willing to follow him. Someone had to. The image of him face-to-face with you flashes in Cha's memory, and just thinking about him made him struggle to keep his anger in check. And one more thing, he's extremely shameless and undisciplined, just like a shameless con artist. So Chun rested his chin on his hand, realizing that Yu Cheha thought that way about him. Then, seeming to remember something, he asked, and by the way, I heard that Cassian and Manujin fought each other. Did you witness it? Cheha crossed his arms and shook his head. Unfortunately, I didn't. So what was the outcome? A brief recap of the battle played in my mind. Cheha replied, I heard it was a fierce fight, but Driver intervened to stop both of them. Sangchun lowered his head to the ground and sighed. Well, Driver really is a troublesome guy. After understanding more about Kang Yu's character, he stood up and prepared to leave. Thanks for the helpful information. Cheha was a bit surprised. Are you leaving? Sangchun turned around sharply and left with only one last word. The best way to tame a wild dog is to beat it. He just stepped out the door, thinking to himself, I wonder why they don't do that. Instead, Cheha looked at Sangchun's appearance and couldn't help but smile. It's not that it doesn't work, but that it has no effect on that person. Going back to the fight scene on the rooftop, even if it does, it would be counterproductive. Sang-chun's lightning orb is emitting a dazzling power. 1 versus 1, but Sang-chun seems to have the advantage. Morat looked at the lightning orbs and said to him, "It seems your attribute is light, opposite to theirs." Before entering the fierce battle with Kang Yu, So-chun also rambled on, "I've already investigated you. I heard you possess a unique skill with the dark attribute." He steps forward a few paces, his confident declaration echoing through the sky. "But here, the light envelops us all. Let's see if you can use the dark skill you pride yourself on." Morat whispers to you, "Your opponent is really troublesome." Right now, Sang-chun is overwhelmed with aura, a bright smile on his face as a tremendous wave of power radiates around him. Light overcomes darkness. This is the unchanging law. In terms of attributes, you are definitely at a disadvantage. My rank is completely different from those villains who also possess the light attribute. Not only that, but he also confidently speaks up. You're definitely going to lose. Sang-chun gives you a chance to prove yourself. If you are willing to repent for your arrogance, Kang Yu still wouldn't bother to show you any respect. Damn. But Sun didn't feel angry at all, and even expected this outcome to happen. I knew this bastard liked to be cleansed by the light. The very next second, he charged straight at Kang Yu with 2 lightning orbs in his hands, and Kang Yu quickly seized the opportunity to strike. He then soared up with his dark power, aiming to kick Sang-chun in the head, but he also reacted quickly and dodged. Kang Yu took a running start and landed on the ground. He was a bit surprised by Sang-chun's strength, as Sang-chun was now the one truly in control. That despicable darkness you possess. In the next moment, a powerful beam of light shoots down from above to cleanse Kang Yu with the aurora light. Although the opponent's strength was not ordinary, Kang Yu never doubted his own power and easily caught the aurora light shot out by Sang-chun, repeating this several times with continued success in dodging. Suddenly, something made his eyes widen. The battlefield became chaotic. So-chun saw that his light couldn't defeat Kang Yu. So he charged forward with his body, still using the familiar Thunderbolt sphere, which was no longer a challenge for him. Kang Yu forcefully shattered the Thunderbolt sphere, his most reliable ally. Not only that, he also punched through the protective armor on his face. Sang-chun, struck with such pain, shouted out, "You're about to throw another punch. You said something about attributes, right? Those things don't affect me at all." The final punch was unleashed. Sang-chun truly failed completely this time against Kang Yu, whom he had always looked down on. "Because I only know how to fight you with my death blow, another strike is about to be unleashed. It's over." Yu then delivered a kick that knocked his opponent down, leaving Sang-chun sprawled on the ground. Seeing his miserable state, Kang Yu approached and said, "Do you think I only have dark attribute skills?" After his question, only the sound of wind rushing past his ears and no other voices could be heard. Angrily, Kang Yu glared and continued to stomp on Sang-chun's body. "Get up and keep blabbering about cleansing my darkness with your light." Suddenly, Sang-chun's scream rang out. "Wait a minute." Hearing the voice, Kang Yu stopped what he was doing. Wait a minute. I admit it. Sang-chun is trying to crawl up despite his battered body. "I underestimated you. I admit I was too reckless." Kang Yu, who didn't care about this, then gently pressed something onto his neck in the name of Winter Bellow. A beam of light once again appeared on Sang-chun's body, making Kang Yu feel dazzled. "Since I have acknowledged you as an opponent, my task is to face you in battle. Right now, Sang-chun has become much stronger and more energetic than before. Get ready to break your limits." Kang Yu stared at his opponent, whose entire body was enveloped in a golden, powerful magic. He kept his eyes fixed and thought to himself, "I've heard that some villains use limits to hide their true strength." He looked at Sun Chun standing there and thought to himself, maybe he's one of them. Then Sun shouted loudly so his opponent could hear, "If you had listened when I spoke, you wouldn't be in despair now." So Chun slammed his mighty staff into the ground, his voice full of arrogance. "Don't expect mercy from me." The light from the spear surrounds him with golden magic that burns like fire, reflecting the fury burning in his eyes. He declared that he would make you pay for daring to anger the king and cast a spell to create 7 large fireballs soaring into the sky. Then he shouted loudly for the thunderbolt, and suddenly the 7 fireballs merged into a gigantic sphere. Kwang Kan Yu looked at the huge fireball before him and wondered, are they combining into one sphere? Sang-chun held his head high, his voice booming like thunder in a clear sky. "Look, this is true ultimate power," he said with a look of arrogance shining in his eyes, and Kwang Kan Yu replied dismissively with a foolishly contemptuous tone. "Still, you can't defeat me." That statement only fuels his anger even more. Kong San Yu also begins to cast the spell as the light radiates outward. A stream of blue energy emanates as Kwang San-yu continues. They coexist side by side. Kwang San-yu shouted the black wild saber. A strike with a blue light streak appeared toward the fireball. Kwang San-yu continued to order, destroy it. The blue light automatically targets the fireball precisely and splits it in two. Sang-chun still stood there in shock, while Kwang San-yu remained completely indifferent. You're pretty good, but it's not over yet. He confidently declares, I still have a trump card. So Chun continues casting again, calling upon the power of light to pierce through darkness, then points his spear directly at Kwang San-yu. I will purify you with my light spear. At the same time, Kwang San-yu also cast a spell, shouting for the black armor, a large blue circle enveloping him, causing the spear to fly out. So Chun was startled, muttering something to himself. At this moment, Kwang San-yu shouted loudly, Hakshta Kiem to counterattack. The blue swords appeared continuously, heading straight for Sang-chun, forcing him to dodge repeatedly. But then, a sword strike hit Sang-chun, causing his mask to shatter. Kwang San-yu stopped his spell immediately. Then Kwang San-yu clicked his tongue and said, Wow, your acrobatic skills are really impressive. So-chun is now furious, muttering to himself, What kind of messed up situation is this? He thinks that although he didn't use his full strength, he didn't expect to be pushed back this far. Kwang San-yu, with his hand resting on his knee, asked his opponent how long he planned to sit there. At this moment, Kwang San-yu also wondered in his heart that it couldn't be. The one with extremely poor ability couldn't be him. Then Kwang San-yu asked his opponent what he was doing that kept them so far apart. Don't tell me your strength is only this much, Sun-chun thought through gritted teeth. Is it me? At this moment, a loud call sounded from behind Shang-chun in the distance. What about those people? Both of them looked in the direction of the voice. Driver and Hui-sun appear together. Hui-sun speaks just at the right moment. Driver, half sitting and half kneeling, also interjected. Things are too noisy, that's why I came. But just as I thought, Driver looked straight at Kan-yu and continued speaking. You just fought not long ago and now you're fighting again? Kwang Kan-yu quickly retorted. And are you going to interfere again? So-chun sighed heavily. So boring. He smirked and continued speaking. This is a great opportunity for me to show my true strength. He looked towards the two women who just appeared. Since we've been interrupted, there's nothing else we can do. Oh, we're just here to watch you fight. Hai-sun grabbed a handful of popcorn, put it in his mouth and chewed. I even bought popcorn. But So-chun didn't care about what the two women said, and turned to look at Kwang Chang-yu, loudly saying, I will retreat today, and then pointed at Kwang Chang-yu to threaten him. But be careful next time. Then he quickly turned his back and walked away. Over there, Driver also shouted with a regretful tone. So it's over. Kwang Sang-yu saw him walk away and asked, Where do you think you're sneaking off to? I still have many questions for you. Then he also declared in a stern voice that until he got an answer, no one was going anywhere. So Zhang, hearing this, was furious and his face darkened. Seeing him stop, Kong Chang-yu quickly asked Winterbell's servant, What exactly is someone like you plotting? So Trung turned back and asked with some confusion, What do you mean? Kwang Chang-yu expressed his doubts. The more I think about it, the stranger it gets. You keep asking. That just asking me for help isn't enough. Now you're coming to find and fight me? What's your reason? Driver now shows interest as he listens to their conversation. Kwang Chang-yu continues, If you act as a villain on your own, that's fine. But this goes beyond the limit. You ask the most important question you want to know. What is your true motive? Driver also asks Hui-sun. Maybe he's right after all. Hui-sun just silently watches on without saying a word. What motive are you talking about? Don't be so vague. I say if I don't do it, then who will suffer damage here? Kwang Chang-yu asked suspiciously, Aren't you serving him? His eyes fixed on Yu Dong-san with a look full of doubt, but after a careful observation, he concluded that it seems like you're trying to prevent the Prince of Winterbell. Am I wrong to say that? At this moment, Yu Dong-san looked surprised as a voice from a restaurant echoed, Why are all of us here? Just to enjoy tea? The driver replied to the other person. Not necessarily, the Chess family asked curiously. If not drinking tea, then what else could it be? Are we just gossiping about each other? Ko Jiao whispered to himself, It would be better if it was just the two of us. Yuchi also wondered silently, Why are they gathering here? Jiao crossed her arms on her chin and said, I'll listen, but if it gets boring, I'll kill you. All the two crows beside her also chimed in. One cawing, Go ahead. Stab them, crow, and the other said, Kill them. Really? Then you'll find it interesting once you hear it. If you've said that, then I'm really looking forward to it. Sang-chun had been silent, staring down at the table, but suddenly he spoke up. I will tell the truth. Does his voice sound a bit hesitant? but he still decides to continue, trying to prevent Minujin from becoming the ruler of Winterbell. Hui-sun, who had been silent all along, finally spoke up and asked, "What is your reason?" So Chun replied, "Mujin is not qualified to become the king of Winterbell." Kwangjiang Yu immediately asked again, "Not qualified. You said that Mujin once fought me and was a master of combat skills." He asked curiously, "Is it because of lack of leadership ability or a bad personality?" Song Chun immediately objected, "That's not the reason." The driver also asked him, "If there's no specific reason, then why are you stopping him?" Screw suspected, "Are you a traitor?" Cheongsan Wei, Mujin would be very disappointed to learn that Lord Chu, who serves the emperor, betrayed him. Hui-sun countered, "Min is not the type to be disappointed by such things." The spy says, "Traitors will be eliminated immediately." Yudong listens carefully. "What do you mean by shouting angrily that the traitor should be killed? Don't talk nonsense." Then he lowered his voice and said, "It was all just to protect Min." He said if Min becomes the ruler of Winterbell, Minin will become that guy's target. Kwangjiang Yu asked him if that name was Manny King. Yudong San replied, "Yes. M. King might target Mujin but can still negotiate with him. He said that he is the most evil and powerful among the four evil kings." In the cozy room, contrary to the conspiracy theory tone, Sun utters a name. Red Dead Peony. He will target Min. Chang Yu repeats the familiar name of him from memory. Beyond crosses his arms and asks So Chun in a calm tone, "That crazy guy will target Mujin." So Chun confirms, "Yes, that's right." Driver is curious about how Kang Yu knows about him. "It seems you know Red Dead." His question makes you recall. The image of the long-haired man embodying destruction and brutality, just his back is enough to leave a deep impression on you. How could you not know? He is the number 1 or 2 most wanted villain by the secret agents. Under his leadership, based in Shanghai, he has invaded Jiangsu and Tietjiang and become the leader. This was like burning oneself with a hot iron, forcing the Chinese government to take action, and they planned to join forces with Lampus and launch a special operation to wipe out Red Earth and his henchmen. Not only the Chinese government, but also spies around the world joined this campaign, including one top-ranked spy. But that campaign failed, and no one survived. Despite the defeat of the powerful flags in that battle, he has always remained standing tall. The flag-bearer turned to ask the driver, who still endures despite knowing about that dangerous guy, "If they're talking about Red Dead, you probably know him too. Looks like his arrogance is finally showing." The driver said, "Just a guess." But Sang Chun had to put an end to that naive thought. "But I think Min will be ready to draw his sword and attack Red Dead. No, it has to be certain." It seems So Chun knows a lot about Red Dead Peony's plan. He asks So Chun, "So he's going to attack first? Why so aggressive?" He also knows about the old story. It's probably for revenge. Xiaowei driver continued. Min's father, the previous ruler of Winterbell, was assassinated by Red Dead. Revenge is probably the main reason Mujin wants to become a ruler. Driver paused, and Sister Chun continued. Not to mention Min's revenge, Red Dead will return to Korea, because Winterbell is the thorn in the side of both Red Dead and Manny King. Kang Yu also added. "So, facing Red Dead is unavoidable, huh?" He nodded and continued. "That's enough to clarify things better." He interrupted Sang Chun. "It just means you can't escape the sun. The more we hear about him without fighting, the more it increases our fear. No matter what we do, the rain will still fall and we'll get wet, so just go straight ahead. Luckily, I have a good teammate." Driver fully supports Kang Yu's opinion. "I agree. Being afraid of those bugs and not daring to try only makes things more complicated." Dao also doesn't mind and answers right away. People like to get wet in the rain. Sochun is very concerned about Mujin's affairs. Of course, he won't let those without a plan go in blindly. No victory is worth rushing to the death. Sang Yung raises his voice. "Hey, wait a minute. These fools will do that when they're fully prepared for Minin, right? You don't care about me, so I'll handle those pests." So Chun seems like he just heard a joke at a funeral. He was stunned and stood up foolishly. So Trung stared intently at that confident person. "Why are you so confident?" Hai-sun quickly took out paper to jot down this arrogance. "Our leader said she would handle Manny King and Red Dead herself. She doesn't mind pouring oil on the fire, trying to provoke Sang Chun, say something to help him out." "Ha! This unreasonable arrogance is getting worse." He slammed the table in anger. "How can you be so overly proud? The enemies are the four evil kings, the strongest villains." He looked at Sang Chun indifferently. "So what? You think I would lose if I fought against them? That's obvious, comparing a small character like Kang Yu to the four evil kings." Sang Chun is extremely tough. Of course, a boss like Joe can't fight against the four evil kings, and Kang Yu continues to remain indifferent. "I understand now." Driver sitting beside also chuckled in agreement. He laughed quickly in acknowledgement. "Kang Yu understands the current situation of both sides. According to you, fighting them now is completely impossible, but it's not just arrogance. There's also a chance of victory on his part, and he doesn't mind clashing with the four evil kings. So, in the near future, I will make them kneel before me. He turned to Driver and said, "Now just help Mujin become the Winterbelly Emperor. The date is set." Driver nodded, while Sang-chun could only scream in his mind, thinking to himself, "What the hell are these idiots thinking?" Dao Chai interrupted the awkward atmosphere and asked herself, "If Red Dead fights Manny King, who do you think would win?" Driver continued, 5 years ago, Red Dead came to Korea to answer that question, and Laffen didn't hesitate to come again himself. That was a horrifying event. Ko felt that it was a good idea. Why not let them fight each other? It would be really exciting. Then, a huge amount of fighting money will be needed. Song Yu recalls the time before he returned. If it was 5 years ago, then it happened a year after he arrived in Korea for the youth event. It made Kong Yu remember a very important piece of information. I think I read it in a report. It says that many flags from Lampus's South Korea branch have been sacrificed, including a level S flag vehicle. As he reminisces about the past, Sun gets up and ponders deeply, recalling a name. His name is Kim Kwang-ho. Sang-chun stood up and asked Yu Che-ha, who was busy wiping dishes, "Do you have more dishes?" It seems Sang-chun has a serious problem. He stood up, his spirit shining brightly with righteousness. This darkness can't let everything become contaminated and filthy. Sang-chun really seems to have lost his mind. He shouted, "With the power of light, I will purify you directly. Get out. That damn glowing bastard, He shouted in the face of that guy. Ko Jiao asked curiously, "What's wrong with him? He's so noisy." Chu Driver is watching the crazy guy's show, probably a side effect of breaking the limit. Meanwhile, compared to the conspiracy-filled atmosphere at Kang Yu, Chiho and the red-haired Yu-chan here are just peacefully bored. Chiho let out a short sigh, making U-chan pay attention to his unusual behavior. U-chan stepped closer to Chiho, leaning on the railing, and asked, "Why are you sighing? Are you really a mediocre student?" U-chan heard that, then stepped forward confidently, looking at the young man in front of him. Chiho's heart was now full of disappointment and confusion, even tinged with a bit of envy towards U-chan. "He's doing great." U-chan said nothing, quietly training physically, listening to Chiho's nonsense, and just by graduating he's already become a prominent figure. He continued recounting UAN's heroic deeds, the rising star full of hope since catching both Brad and Toymaker. U-chan continued to stay silent, hesitating for a moment before speaking to Chiho. U-chan said, "That rumor is all fake. Stop being so modest. I was with him during the Toymaker operation." U-chan said, "You also helped me." Chiho continued to sigh and said, "That's why I was really harassed at school." U-chan didn't understand. "Is there a problem because I was with you?" Chiho just sighed and shook his head in frustration. He had no idea how they were mocking him. U-chan remained silent. Kim Yu still didn't understand, but because this troublesome issue was still caused by himself for Chiho. "Yu-chan wants to settle this quickly. If it's a misunderstanding, then you should say something, and I'll go to your school and oh my." Chiho feels everything has gone too far and there's no need for Yu-chan to intervene anymore. So he says everything is calming down already. If you come, you'll only stir things up again. And for Chiho, his school is full of trash above all else. Because he is jealous of someone outstanding like U-chan, he harbors envy towards U-chan. Chiho pointed at U-chan. "My school is full of losers because you're a famous person." U-chan still didn't understand. Confused, he asked again, "Who?" Chiho found it interesting, even someone like U-chan can look so clueless. "Are you curious?" U-chan denies it. "Well, not exactly." Chiho stopped without teasing U-chan and quickly changed the subject since Na-on should be here by now, right? U-chan looked towards the red-haired girl being chased from afar, reminding him of Cao Cao. Cao Cao is coming. She's right there. Chiho saw that and looked in U-chan's direction. Someone must be following him. Suddenly, U-chan's gaze turned serious, as if he had realized something. "So it turns out Na-yoon is being followed by a male student. I am Chin BM, a student from the Sa-Na-yoon training school. Now I just want to avoid him like I avoid the plague, but Chin Belm still keeps chasing after him, no matter what. Don't do this, leave me alone." At this point, she has no other choice and decides to use violence to put an end to this relentless stalker. Na-on threatens with her brother's authority. "I told you it's no, and if you keep going, my brother will teach you a lesson. This guy is still as stubborn as ever. I'm not that easy to beat down. He's bragging. I'm a potential mistake that once appeared on the news." Oh, now U-chan speaks up to help his sister. Who is that? Na-on, annoyed by the stubborn guy bothering her, suddenly hears her brother's familiar call and rushes over to U-chan, planning to tell on him. "Brother!" Father Inbelm suddenly jerks upright. He realizes that the other person is none other than Kim U-chan. U-chan asks Na-on, "Do you think your friend at this moment wishes he had teleportation or instant movement to get out of here? Running into someone as powerful as U-chan, how could he survive this? And I don't know what kind of unlucky fate it is that brought U-chan here. Why is he here? Non immediately denies, I don't know him at all, he has been bothering me the whole time. Upon hearing that his sister was being harassed, the fierce Uchan immediately snapped. He asked in a stern voice, who is this reckless guy daring to bother my sister that even the other guy is scared? So, after the injection, your sister is actually your biological sibling? He went as far as bothering the young lady of the main family. At this point, he waved his hand to explain, wait, it's just a misunderstanding. I didn't harass her. She's quite pretty, so I only told him before I finished speaking. Chi-Ho, standing beside the two red-haired siblings, suddenly recognized him. Chai-in, buddy. Chi-Ho. Chai-in-B also recognized the opponent. He stared intently at Chi-Ho. Chi-Ho tilted his head, confused about what this guy was doing. Seeing the crowd whispering and gossiping, he felt this trip was not going well. Truly a strange guy. He immediately ran as fast as he could, leaving Na-on shouting behind. He's running away. Uchan asked Chi-Ho, do you know him? Of course, he came to my school. His name is Inbom, one of the haters I mentioned. The Twilight Horizon is in the Southgang district of Seiyun at the palace. Right now, Mujin is discussing a cooperation plan with Zo. Okay, thank you for your effort. Since Mujin's identity has been revealed as female, we will change from you to she. At this point, Mujin's true identity has been directly exposed. Jop doesn't hesitate to probe her. It seems whatever she's waiting for is progressing very smoothly. Mujin, not wanting to waste words, immediately headed to the sealed room. He continued. Great, I'm starting to get worried now, Mujin asked. What is it about? Having to rely on an enemy for a plan makes him worried that everything ahead might go wrong. Because you will have a big battle, I worry because we asked someone who is hostile to you for help. Luckily, he's not a narrow-minded person. Kang Yu's figure appears like a savior, but at least for now, trusting him is quite ridiculous. He continues to probe. Anyway, congratulations. Mujin, should we open a bottle of champagne to celebrate? She was straightforward. It's still too early to celebrate. She lightly swung the silver knife, playing with it. I am not yet the ruler of Winterbell. Even with that title, this is only the beginning. Then she slammed the knife onto the table with a thud as if victory was in Muji's hands. We can celebrate. Then she increased her grip on the dagger after I successfully avenged myself. The sun gradually sets over the residential area. A luxury car is neatly parked by the roadside. China was carefully helped into the car by her bodyguards as she approached. Memories flooded back and the familiar cardboard box from her childhood reappeared in her mind. As a child, China cried loudly, her eyes filled with heavy tears, trembling and panicked as she clung to her father. China's father's hand gently stroked her head to comfort her, helping her calm down after accidentally eating her favorite cookies. He held his little daughter tightly, soothing her sweetly. China, still with tears in her eyes, was calmer than before and rubbed her cheek against her father's arm. Returning to reality, China gazes out the window with a sharp, cold look that is completely different from the fragile girl she was as a child. The driver glances down at China and cautiously speaks to her. The sun still blazes down scorching rays on the bustling street, as two reporters from the newspaper are passionately interviewing Sang Tae, who is performing excellently. They chat and take photos to gather material for their upcoming report. Setting down the water cup on the table, the student responds happily. Sang smiled warmly at the two reporters and playfully responded to them. Hearing the friendly reply, the two journalists also felt happy and promised to support Sang Tae. Sang Tae felt pleased and honored as both the gentleman and lady praised him, making him feel proud. The female reporter turned to look at her colleague with a cheerful expression to continue the conversation, and the man responded happily. As time passes with their story, the sun gradually sets. Sang Tae hears his friend's name and feels confident about their relationship. The ringing phone interrupts Sang Tae's ongoing story, drawing his attention to it. The screen shows a message from Inbel's father, full of urgency. He quickly finished the interview in a friendly atmosphere after receiving the message. As Sang Tae left, the two reporters still watched him with admiration. Sang Tae smirked smugly as the sun slowly cast its glow over the tall buildings in the city. In a hidden alleyway deep within the row of houses, Sang Tae silently watched Inbel raging and arguing with him. Inbel glared at Sang Tae in frustration, his eyes wide and teeth bared like a predator ready to strike. Sang Tae showed little reaction. He just silently contemplates what he just heard from Inbel's mouth while Inbel continues to argue. He uses brutal punches to describe the story while Sang Tae remains silent and thoughtful. After Sang Tae's cold denial, Inbelm looks visibly displeased and disapproving. His face twisted with his friend's response. Sang Tae once again fell silent, calculating, his face filled with menace. Inbelm continued explaining to Sang Tae, but he acted as if he hadn't heard anything and ignored what his friend was trying to explain. Sang Tae's eyes flash with deadly intent as he glowers at Inbelm. Inbelm was grabbed by Sang's collar, surprising even him with this unexpected move, causing his words to trail off. Sangta smirked slyly and gritted his teeth at Inbelm. Inbelm, in response to that look, also pouted and glared back impulsively. After releasing him, Inbel looked annoyed and rubbed his throat with a frustrated expression. He smirked with a challenging look, matching the ominous atmosphere with his attitude. A man passing behind them seemed indifferent to their presence. Changyu carefully looked at the phone for directions while Mozo hovered beside him, watching what appeared before their eyes. Kangyu and Mozo stopped in front of a plate of macaron in front of him. They look at their phones, then up at the location to confirm they have arrived at the right place. Kangyu recalled some old memories, leaning his head on his hand with a puzzled expression towards those people. The drivers in Kodao happily responded to Kangyu's confusing question. Kangyu looked towards Hui Sun as she clarified more about the bakery near her place. Hui Sun, full of happiness, reminisced about the sweet macarons melting in her mouth. Back in the present, Kangyu stands in front of the snow market counter with beautifully arranged purple macarons looking truly tempting before him. The sharp chime of the doorbell rang out. Kangyu looked at the waiter with a determined gaze. Behind him, China is entering. She looks at the server and asks about the pastry that Kangyu accidentally bought out. The server responded respectfully, but Kangyu didn't pay much attention to her, though the boxes of gray Countess macaron in his hand made her take notice. Kangyu turned to look at China with a cold expression. The waitress also kept her eyes on her customer because of that. China politely requests, pointing to the bag of pastries in Kangu's hand, her determined gaze fixed on the bag, while the servant is startled by her careless suggestion. Hearing her unreasonable request, Kangyu looked up with a disappointed expression at the colorful macaron display. China bit her lip in patience, lowering her gaze with a pleading look, hoping Kangyu would agree to her request. Kangyu listened to those passionate words and looked at her coldly. He lowered the bag of cakes, and China looked up in response. Kangyu returns the bag of cakes, passing by China with a regretful sigh as she still doesn't fully understand what's happening. After Kangyu leaves the bakery, China turns back to him. Mozost witnessed that, it appeared to mumble to Kangyu, making him sigh. China chased after him, reaching out to pull his shirt back. Kangyu turned back to look behind him. China still maintained a cold attitude. She grabbed Kangu's shirt. China handed Kangyu the remaining box of macarons, which also surprised him. China smiled softly, touched by Kangu's kindness, while Kangyu held the bag of pastries, looking down with uncertainty. Mozo also looked on with a bored expression. Both Kangyu and Mozo were like statues after China's previous action. The crowd pushes past the central fountain as Kangyu quietly watches the passers-by, while Mozo looks at him in confusion. A father and son are playing happily on the way home, catching Kangu's attention. Mozo watches with a look of boredom. Noticing Mozo's gaze, Kangyu stood up and turned away. Mozo listened to his words with a look of surprise. Kangyu looked at his hand as he remembered China's image. He tilted his head back and let his thoughts drift away with Mozo's. Standing on the porch of the house for the funeral, China remained silent before his father's coffin. The macarons that China's father liked are neatly arranged in his area with a photo and an urn, as China looks on coldly, her eyes devoid of any emotion. A large, sturdy iron gate blocks the outside world with an arched stone interior. The atmosphere is unusually gloomy and oppressive. China in her summer uniform looks across at Kangyu and driver standing face to face with her, Eos, and son. Sanchun frowned and warned Kangyu and driver. Their stubbornness made So-chun lose her temper. Eos stood there, turning to stop him. Despite the warnings, driver cheerfully turned to Kangyu. Even though China is standing on the other side, she remains silent, watching the situation closely. Kangyu knows she's observing him intently, and he responds without hesitation, showing determination as he hovers beside him. China approaches Kangyu, her voice soft as he gazes steadily at China with a determined look. Kangyu raises his hand, dark magic enveloping his palm. As Kangyu approaches and touches the large iron gate, bursts of magic explode and engulf him, as if trying to swallow Kangyu whole, while he looks confidently at his companions, reassuring them to trust him. The spiraling staircase stretched so long that there was no visible end. Yos held the torch, leading the way forward. Kangyu also carefully followed behind. The stone walls of the tomb have many cracks from the passage of time. Kangu's hand touches a mysterious jade-green orb that emits green energy particles, illuminating the trail ahead for Kangyu and Mazat. The rolling orbs spun rapidly like soccer balls. Kangyu continued to use the jade orb. He watches the direction of the energy shadows it emits, deep in thought. Standing before the dark entrances of the tomb, Kangyu hesitated as he saw the energy spheres evenly dividing into the passages. He watched them carefully, stroking his chin in thought as he sought Mozo's opinion. The cold, silent trap tubes were easy for Kangyu to spot thanks to the light. He remembered Dongsan's annoyed face and his judgmental shout. Under Kwang Shu's feet, a stream of energy flows continuously, a relentless vitality. The dilapidated tomb trembles with Kwang Shu's power and his bursting spiritual force, pouring out endlessly. Wang Shu, knowing he couldn't avoid it, quickly rushed through the chaos and easily dodged them. His power illuminates that dark path, as a faint purple mist seeps and clings to Kwang Shu with an ominous presence. Kwang Shu, like a raging storm, keeps moving forward. Mozot with his armor jumps lightly, sensing the ominous aura and warning him. So Kwang Shu also slowed down to observe. The clouds of gas spreading close to the ground made it difficult for people to recognize easily. Kwang Shu stopped and touched the wall where the purple aura was most concentrated. As if hitting the right vein, the gas spread out like clouds, surprising Mo Zuo as well. Kwang Shu looked at them with a confident expression, confirming his suspicion. Mo Dot narrowed his eyes, worried about his safety. Knowing Mo's intentions, Kwang Shu used his powerful magic to calm the situation, opening a secret passage through his strength. Outside the gate of the Jiao family tomb, Deng Shu was anxious, biting his hand as he looked inside. Josie looked at the watch on her wrist and spoke calmly as Deng Shu was getting anxious for his teammate. China also sensed the tension and spoke up to reassure Deng Shu on Josie's behalf. Driver also expressed his agreement, making Deng Shu suspicious of them. He calmly looked up at the information board. He sighed and reminded Deng Shu. Driver chuckled quietly, thinking about Kwang Shu's true strength. Wang Zhu rushes into the secret passage as if riding the wind. He stands before a massive gate guarded by two gods, each holding the familiar jade sphere Kwang Shu encountered earlier. A circle with strange patterns appeared before him, making Kwang Shu curious. That circle was surrounded by the purple smoke from earlier. Mo Rot's eyes widened in surprise when he saw the patterns drawn on the circle. Wang Shu noticed his companion's intense reaction and glanced at Mo Zost, who was anxious and restless about the location of the gate. Kwang Shu looked seriously at Mo Zost, imagining China sitting confidently on the throne with Huisan and Deng Shu on either side, appearing quite dangerous. Standing in front of the door, Kwang Shu listened to Mo Zost's explanation while observing the situation. Mo Dot looked at the circle on the gate, feeling an overwhelming sense of worry. A large incense burner filled with ominous weapons. The purple energy just now also surrounded it, warning anyone nearby. Right now, at Vespna Restaurant in Philadelphia, USA, everyone is happily drinking and chatting. There is a table with a man surrounded by two bodyguards. That is set. Ri is hiding in the corner of the restaurant, peeking out and looking at the man drinking. She looked at the boss raising his glass, wondering who he was. He even had bodyguards. As she was secretly looking at someone, a voice suddenly whispered in Du's ear, asking, "Who are you secretly looking at?" Dudai was so startled he jumped in surprise, not knowing where he suddenly appeared from. Raise your hand to look around and ask Du, "So, one of our clients is a celebrity or something?" Suddenly he looks toward that VIP guest. I didn't see his name on the reservation list. Dudi, hearing that, turned to Chin and asked, "Is he a celebrity?" Shin, hearing Ri's question, replied, "Don't you know Set?" Then he looked at Set eating his hot meat. "That person is the president of Lampus. Set, president of Lampus." Dudi asked in surprise if he was the chairman of Lampus, then that meant he was among the top players. Just give a like, he's the strongest. Then Dudi asked, "A great person like that coming to our restaurant?" "I am very satisfied to say that. He's a regular customer. He occasionally comes here, so I am very pleased with that." Set is eating and hears their gossip. He thinks it's too noisy. Dudai exclaims, "My workplace really is cursed." Then he takes out his phone, switches to camera mode, and tells Du to let him take a photo of her with Set in the background. Dudi asked in surprise, "Do I really not need to ask for his permission?" The manager tried to smile. He's very considerate and relaxed. Dudi awkwardly declined with a smile. "Come on, boss, you shouldn't do that." The manager suddenly glances at Dugji. At this moment, in a foggy place, Kang Yu opens the door and steps in, seeing an incense burner with a sword surrounded by lightning. Kang Yu glances over. Kang Yu saw the incense burner and exclaimed, "A censer!" Kang Yu glanced around and then asked Mo Dot, "Are the stone steles around traps?" Mo Dot replied, "Exactly." His eyes cold, the trap within a trap like a double lock, meaning that thing is extremely dangerous. Kang Yu noticed the sword in front of the incense burner and asked, "There is a sword stuck in the stone stele in front of the incense burner." Mo Rot uncertainly replied, "It seems like it's meant to set a trap." Kang Yu then asked, "So this sword must be extraordinary." Then he looked at it for a moment, thinking that since it was so clean where it was embedded, it probably hadn't been here long. Then Mo Dot frowned and asked, "Kang Yu, do you know what that incense burner is?" Then Mo Dot asked, "Do you know what humans instinctively fear since ancient times?" Kang Yu replied, "Death." Mo Zot replies, "Yes, that is the fate everyone must accept from the moment they are born on this earth." No matter how powerful or wealthy you are, you still have to face death. Hearing that, Kang Yu asked, "So what does that have to do with the incense burner?" Modot replied, "The three-legged crow is a symbol of the sun and immortality." Then Modot continued, "That incense burner is a sacred object used in sky worship rituals. It was once used in ceremonies praying for prosperity, health, and longevity. But those with power are never satisfied. They crave immortality. To achieve immortality, they even offered humans as sacrifices and repented with offerings to the vengeful spirits who had lost their lives. In the end, it was sealed here." Kang Yu, after hearing Modot speak, couldn't help but marvel. "Do you know so much?" "Did you forget? I am a noble soul, so of course I should know." So, because of that irrational desire, a strange thing was created. Because it witnessed firsthand a being who is not a god, but can be immortal. The reason is recorded in history that the supreme beings desire immortality because of that person. Hearing that, Kang Yu asked, "Who?" Modot didn't answer, but asked Kang Yu, "What were you planning to do with this incense burner earlier?" Kang Yu, hearing that, thought to himself, "So you're changing this subject, huh?" Then he stroked his chin and said, "If that incense burner is a sacred object, as you say, then it might be possible to extract mana from it. Just because it's a sacred object doesn't mean it's made from mana stone." Modot fell silent and replied, "There is, and it's quite loud, but it's trapped with a double trap, so it's very dangerous and not easy to take." Kang Yu replied, "How would we know if we don't try?" Suddenly, they heard a buzzing sound in their ears. They were surprised to hear these cries. Suddenly, red lightning surrounded the incense burner. Then they suddenly formed a red circle around the incense holder and the sword. Seeing this, Kang Yu immediately asked, "The trap has been activated and is blocking outsiders from entering?" Modot suddenly realized that this trap was preventing whatever was inside from escaping, and as he seemed to understand this, he raised his fist and a bolt of electricity appeared above his hand. It is very weak and cannot withstand external attacks. With a loud bang, the circle is broken. After the circle was broken, he saw black smoke surrounding the sword. Suddenly, the incense burner opened its eye, revealing a red eye. It screams loudly as many evil spirits burst out from inside the censer, swirling around the darkened censer in the middle. Kang Yu covers his face and asks the evil spirits. This is a mo-root glaring, a malevolent spirit that contains the souls of the dead. The evil spirits are flying around the incense urn and in the sky. Kang Yu looked at the swarm of evil spirits flying in the sky. There are so many. Modot warned him to focus, or else he would be manipulated and become a slave to the evil spirits. That's why the incense burner was sealed. Suddenly, an evil spirit flew toward Kang Yu shouting, "Die!" Then a swarm of evil spirits rushed at Kang Yu, all shouting, "Die, die, die!" Mott, scared, warns the singer, and if you are tempted by that sound, Kang Yu looks at the evil spirits. "You think I'm easy to defeat?" Morot looked at Kang Yu, unaffected by the screams of the evil spirits. "Oh, is it okay now?" Kang Yu replied. "Of course." Then Kang Yu silently thought to himself that thanks to the Mana Demon Stone taken from the Black Iron Armor, he now had a powerful passive will skill. "I really should thank it," Modot replied. "Luckily, you're not affected. So what should we do with these evil ones?" Kang Yu then said, "I feel more sadness than cruelty." Modot asked in surprise, "Wound." Then he continued, and from that voice full of rage I could feel a sadness as if falling into an abyss. Modot immediately asked, "How do you know?" Kang Yu lowered his voice and said, "Because I have experienced something similar before. And before death I release the sadness buried deep inside that causes them to fade away." The evil spirits continued to scream piercing sounds. "Die! Die!" Kang Yu, hearing the cries of the evil spirits, thought to himself, "I understand how you feel, but it's too late to save them." And then Kang Yu said, Destroying Modot was surprised to hear this. Kang Yu summons fire in his hand. I will burn away their unclean sadness and set them free. Burn brightly and disappear. Then Kang Yu shot fire at the evil spirits. All of them disappeared instantly upon touching his flames. Kang Yu looked at the evil spirits as if he couldn't believe it. "I have saved all the evil spirits." Modot looked at them and asked, "What now? Are all the evil spirits turned to dust because of your fire?" He replied, "So what?" Modot pondered for a moment, then thought, without extraordinary power, it's impossible to destroy evil spirits. Though not granted, I am sure that within his fire contains that special power. Kang Yu said, "Now it's safe." "Right," Modot said. "All the evil things are gone." Then Kang Yu said, "Let's start then." You cast the spell on the incense burner to extract man. Is Winterbell acting strangely as the sunlight shines on the building in the center of Neil? A few branded cigarettes and a glass of wine placed side by side. Nearby, someone's voice can be heard. It is reported that Winterbell and the Gadam district boss John often meet, including the evil swordsmen Mujin and Kajin. Mannequin turned his chair and the person in front of him immediately spoke. He is the villain who recently took over the role of John in Gadam. He tilted his head and used his cigarette to pick his ear. Is he the new soldier that Driver used as a puppet? The one who cut off Barracuda's hand too? Nam Chan, the director of Neo Center, reports with a serious face that the latest rumor is that he fought Mujin, but I haven't confirmed whether that rumor is true or not. M. King is sniffing that cigarette smoke again, fighting over it. If that rumor is true, then that overconfident kid must have already been taught a lesson. It means Min Juyen has met with them, showing they already have a specific target. You guys hurry and find out. Investigate Winterbell's situation more carefully for me. He immediately nodded. Yes, Chairman, I will definitely complete the mission. Man King also added, investigate everything about that Kasizan guy. Inside the deep space region beneath a pit, blue light is slowly spreading downward. Kang Yu observes what's in his hand. Its color different from what we've seen before. Huh, Modat shouts excitedly. That's a blood mana crystal. He's curious. Blood mana crystal. It nodded and then began to explain. This is no ordinary mana crystal. It has absorbed the essence of those who were sacrificed. That ancient creature carefully emphasized every word. It was so powerful that no other crystals could compare. But this is also dangerous because it contains the essence of death. This magic causes most villains to go insane just by holding it. Kang Yu replied calmly, but I am still normal, proving I am not part of the majority. He speculated that it might also be due to the effect of the fire you used to burn the evil spirit. The guy suddenly had an idea. So I can absorb it? Modat reminded me. If you're worried, wait until later. It explained, if you're still concerned now, wait until you become stronger before absorbing it, so you won't experience side effects like going crazy. He raised the sparkling stone to eye level to observe it a bit longer, the fiery red energy inside it constantly flickering. It makes his dark circles slightly narrow, then Kang Yu grips it tightly. I have no reason to put myself in danger. Even the fool agrees that was the right decision. You mentioned the sword still stuck in the stone pedestal. Huang has returned to her original form, so the traps are no longer necessary, right? This sword probably isn't needed anymore either. Kang Yu's hand is already gripping the hilt. This might also be made from mana crystal. An ancient creature provided additional information. It is indeed made from mana crystals, but it can't compare to those extracted from the incense burner. I was about to deal with it, but then stopped myself. Then I will extract the Na cloud blue mana crystal engraved on that sword's hilt to catch the young man's attention. Wait, I've seen this pattern before. He recalled the enemy's weapon himself. Although the colors were different, it was identical to the pattern on that person's sword. Kang Yu paused to look at his wrist for a moment. At this point, the people outside the sealed coffin cave of Daoqi also lost their patience. I knew it. That guy is all talk. So Chun bites her nails in frustration. 30 minutes have passed without any news. I'm sure he's dead or in trouble inside. The two of them were then distracted by another voice, so forget about that. The driver remains calm, sitting in a corner. Our boss wouldn't fall for such simple traps. He spins his cube as if killing time. Even though the sealed coffin of the flag of the cross is a dangerous place, he can still handle it well. The reason he hasn't come out yet might be because he's been followed. Joseph watched in surprise, while the bloodthirsty one shouted in anger. What's going on? China quickly notices a strange noise nearby. The two of them also simultaneously froze in surprise. Driver's finger had stopped at the final step. He happily lifts up that toy block. It's finally over. The scarlet gate begins to open, and a cold breeze pours out. The light from inside flashes blindingly, and the aura within is completely different. Chun River still doubts, no way. Did he really succeed? Where is Joseph looking for Cass? I can't see him. Driver checks the target inside with his glasses. He's accelerating to the max, then accurately predicting a time marker for them. Only 20 seconds left until arrival. The figure leaps through the gate, leaving shadows behind. His swift movements almost cover the entire path again, with Kangwoo reappearing alongside a sharp, piercing expression. Mana surrounding the protective barrier is very strong around his body. The two others stare in shock. The guy calmly informs them that the mission is complete, and our deal is done. Sangchun screams and holds his head. After torturing us, you say the mission is complete. What's going on? I just left and you're already complaining? He asked calmly in return. Are you worried about me? Does that make Sangchun even angrier? Why should I care about a bastard like you? Suddenly, a hand suddenly placed on his shoulder. Driver smiled. Good thing you made it back safely. Well done. He also quickly realized something was strange below, as Kang Yu's hand held a strange sword. What are you holding? He handed it to her and said, I found this inside. The girl tried to pick it up, feeling every part to sense a surge of mana flowing through. China asked him, do you know what this is? He replied, a sword. What else could it be? She corrected herself, saying it was the white tiger sword. The blade, carefully polished over time, she slowly drew out. It had disappeared after the previous generation of emperors passed away. The girl crossed two swords diagonally. They are the twin swords of the Black Dragon Sword. This is a treasure symbolizing the evil sword clan, China said with satisfaction. Luckily, you brought it with you. Their group still stands in front of the sealed tomb gate of the gateway. Chinam swung her sword with one hand, the white tiger sword being the twin of the Black Dragon Sword. She simultaneously channeled streams of energy into it. If you channel mana into this sword, the white tiger will automatically react by emitting a beam of light. You can control the direction of the sword of the god, Morat whispers. Luckily, we haven't died and released the mana crystal. The driver nearby leans in, curious. What's wrong? She suddenly raised her head slowly, and China Na said to Kang Wu, "Thank you for finding the white tiger sword." So Chun still has questions. "Where did you find it?" The honest guy answered him. "In a special place within the sealed coffin of the gate." The female warrior also realizes that this special place is where the Lu Huang seal is. Kang Yu asked her again, "Do you know?" She reminded me of an important matter. As the head of the family, I should naturally know. "So, what about Lu Huang?" The guy seriously reported the situation. Lu Huang returned to its original state. The negative energy disappeared, so there was no need for the trap anymore. They listened to the intelligence while showing various emotions, as if someone had deliberately planted the sword there to trigger the sealing of Lu Huang. So Chun told himself, "I heard the previous leader didn't use the white tiger sword when fighting Red Dead." He also realized the truth. If he's right, then the one who placed the white tiger sword into the sealed coffin of the cross is definitely the previous leader. So this must be the arrangement of the former leader for Minin. China suggested that the strongest swordmaster would not be ungrateful, just say what you want. The guy crossed his arms as if pondering, "Not in a hurry, so I'll tell you later." Instead, he asked if I had passed through the sealed coffin of the flag of the cross. "Now you're about to become the ruler of Winterbell, right?" She replied, "Only halfway through the plan." Confusing expression. Half. The female warrior explained more clearly. "I still need to get the final evaluation from the Winterbell Council in France. The sealed coffin of the cross flag is just part of the final assessment." She took a step up the stairs while Kang Yu was still questioning. "If you become the ruler of Winterbell." He watched her back, wondering what would happen to John's role in Namkang. The cold girl. "Do you want to? Forget it." The guy quickly refused. "John's role in Gadam is enough for me. China is also very tense inside. I must succeed." She is thinking of the two powerful figures in her mind to gain the right to become the Winter Bo Emperor. China raises her head to look at the surroundings, for after all, this place has become the pillar that leads her to prove herself. Her soul darkened again, only a few tears remaining, which are her shoulders in Namkang. Her old memories flood back. The Emperor has died. The middle-aged people in the family keep discussing among themselves, leaving a child who is still too young. China. Na was still a naive child back then, just silently obeying, and the position couldn't be left vacant, so a temporary ruler was quickly appointed. They proposed many plans, so why not elect someone instead of just appointing a new ruler? What are you talking about? That position must be inherited by the bloodline of the leader. That person was even angrier and pointed directly at the girl. Do they really think a kid under 15 is suitable to be crowned king instead of prioritizing the head of the family? And that child, every insult aimed straight at China Na, isn't he the villain? The sword left by the king is placed on a stand. Rumor has it that it became depressed after the father's death, and maybe it's also because of the kidnapping. The person you're talking to is right in front of you. Watch your words. How can we appoint a weak kid as the emperor? The girl remained silent until a statement made her lift her head. It's not even qualified to become the emperor. China Na seriously told them, "I will do it." Those present there were stunned, some even startled, unable to believe her words. She firmly grasped the hilt of that sword. China, the 27th leader of the evil sword clan. As the clan leader, I will prove myself worthy of becoming the Winterbell Emperor. Although my face is that of a child, I remain determined. I will kill Red Dead and avenge my father with these hands. The other person still looks annoyed and wants to stop her. What the hell are you talking about? A pair of bright red high heels stands out directly. We will announce the decision. Huisun gently places his hand on the girl's shoulder. I will serve you, young lady. Sang Chun also went over, and so did I. I also sided with the temporary leader. Over there, he shouted angrily. What are you two doing? Are you vassals? You need to assess the situation carefully. Why are you rushing? Green Snake Elder, suddenly someone interrupts him. Asian Blue VIP, are you also siding with the opposition? His finger gently tapped the table. I will let my son decide. That guy intends to oppose, Elder, but I remain firm because my son is already grown up, so I will pass my position to him. China. Nay also expressed her gratitude to the Elder. If you give me a chance, I will prove myself worthy. He posed a question. How will you prove yourself? The girl's lips pressed tightly before declaring, I will prove myself by becoming a clone of one of the 4 strongest in Sun. The elder slightly smirked. All right, being able to prove your strength and leadership skills is more than enough. The tea on their table is still very hot. An outsider becoming a boss? No way. Whether it's possible or not doesn't matter. Ignore that jealous look on his face. He still seems interested. Let's see if it can become a temporary family leader. China didn't answer, but just looked straight at him. She returned to the present with the thoughts of the past year. After enduring countless brutal training and battles, she had become the boss of Namkang District. Zhao's sealed coffin. But according to the Evil Sword family's philosophy, I have only proven half of my potential to become the family leader. So now I hold those swords in my hand and step in confidently. As a highly respected clan leader, to become the Winterbell Emperor, I only have one obstacle left. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, Watch out. Chang Yu carefully warned her that there were many dangerous traps inside. So Chun sighed, saying Mujin isn't weak, so your worries are unnecessary, but his teammate said otherwise. Thank you for caring about me. Suddenly being betrayed, he shouted in shock. Let's not waste any more time in China and just go straight into the challenge. I will definitely come back. The sun has risen very high and the sky is illuminated with a bright new blue. At a busy major airport, today's landing point is bustling. The other person pulls the suitcase along the ground. She quickly had a meeting and by noon it was already crowded. Is she really okay alone? China coldly replied, I am no longer a kid. Hui-sun was worried. This was her first time traveling abroad. The person in front of her assured her that the council would send a guide. Hui-sun could only force a helpless smile. Fine, I can't argue with her. Suddenly she remembered something and took out a bag. Oh right, here it is. Along with that, there was a sincere reminder. Singer Anne told me to give this to her with a message that eating sweets will help her in the test. China took it with a contemplative expression. The young girl didn't react and simply turned away. I have to go now. Hui-sun quickly looked at the clock. It's time now. Her last words made China's eyes widen. The clan leader, the person behind her, carefully bows their head and wishes her a safe journey. The young girl finally relaxed and smiled. Raising the small gift in her hand, she cheerfully replied, Send my thanks to him. Hui-sun watched her back with a dazed expression. At this moment in Sinhua District, there is a rather grand villa. Sunlight filters into the luxurious room of the person inside. The owner of this house is patiently waiting for a phone call. Len's girl, with her chin resting on her hand, reports that she just left for France. And finally, the concern we've had is coming true. Her gaze darkened for a moment, and she could no longer delay her decision. The level A villain, the Anzian Blue VYP Poison Attribute Mage, simply met her eyes silently. We must act quickly, Elder. Is she coming to France alone? The spy admitted that, according to the information received, that's how it is. M. King muttered, surprised she managed to pass the sealed coffin test of the flag. Going back a moment, your subordinate provided the documents. Here is the report on Cassian you requested. Many of the forbidden sects gathered to take a look, and he was so surprised he dropped his cigarette. That monster really is something. Where did he come from? Namchan suggested. As long as you give the order, I will arrange to eliminate him immediately. Still, he stopped him early. Don't kill such a talented person. The villain secretly smirked with amusement. Even if it takes more effort, beating him would still be worth it. He will be a perfect addition to my collection. His staff is placed on the grass, and he probably played a big role in helping Minnan break through the sealed storm of the flag. Unfortunately, this turned out to be beyond my expectations. Manny King still kept that mysterious smile, but everything ended up perfectly fine. His manager, currently Mujin, is absent. Just give the order, and I will handle the 7 managers and suppress the Evil Sword clan. M. King is more relaxed. There's no need to do that. He casually took out another staff, still having many advantageous moves, so there was no need to waste effort like that. He also had a suspicion that Ascent Blue Viper would act soon. Director Kim fears that Blue VIP is not the elder of the Evil Sword clan, right? Mannequin bluntly exposes it. He is a ruthless green viper with no authority, just a subordinate, but he wants to swallow his master whole. His plan was also soon exposed. At first, he wanted to turn Mujin into his puppet, secretly taking over Winterbell because the Evil Sword clan was not enough for him. The event mentioned later by Mannequin, but after Mujin's growth, he was forced to change his mind to forge his sword for the future. Maybe after Mujin leaves, he will use everything he has prepared so far. Director Kim mentioned a location. Then it could be Sinhua District. He also agrees that he has been very careful in nurturing Sinhua District. Thinking about the army there, the director feels even more pressured. In terms of attack power, Vo District Sinhua already has quite a few of the strongest fighters. Man King happily aimed and caught the ball. A civil war within the evil sword family is imminent. Carefully, he placed it on the stand. Just a little spark is enough to ignite a huge fire. Director Kim slightly lifted his glasses. Gadam might get involved, and the villain quickly responded, "So we need to keep them busy for a bit." His hands gripped the wooden handle of the staff, at least for the ancient blue viper. The white ball suddenly soared straight up into the air. Director Kim shielded his eyes from the blinding sunlight, but kept watching it. Manny King is not hesitant to reveal a secret because both sides have secretly formed an alliance. Kang Yu elsewhere is also busy praising. "Good job." Black Hen confidently flexes his muscles and says, "These warm-up exercises are nothing to us. CR, just pay a little attention and you can do it right away." He directly ignores them. "Not you guys. You must have worked hard training those fools, right?" Break Goa only does that for his master. Black Hen freaks out and shouts, "Who's the idiot here?" They continued their training. As promised, I will let you join me. First, Kang Yu has given them some news. Now let's do a quick test. Are those three guys confused? Are you checking again? You call out each name directly. Braken, you go first. This is match 1. Braken still isn't afraid. You've called the strongest person here by mistake, Kiar muttered to himself, because you're the easiest one to take down. His mana flow begins to surge. I will show you the result of my special training. The result of this Black Hand's rebirth is that I can take him down in just 5 seconds. Kang Yu still doesn't dodge, waiting for the villain to approach him. The powerful aura and the target of the punch were already set on him. Breakhen threw the first strike, but missed. Kang Yu's hand clenched his arm while the other hand was raised. If he carelessly revealed his arm like that, it would be the perfect opportunity for the opponent to counterattack. A deafening sound rang out, causing the other two to panic and flee. He shouted loudly at them while Black Hen lay sprawled on the ground. Next, CR automatically speaks up. "Hey, wait, no need to fight, I already understand." Kang Yu wondered, "What do you understand?" He then strangely smiled and pointed to himself proudly. "Carelessness is the worst. We should not recklessly attack strong opponents." The guy furrowed his brow in confusion. "What are you talking about?" That guy looks surprised? No, he's not. Then his figure suddenly disappeared. He slipped behind Krat, making him less protected in front of the enemy, which was extremely dangerous. They were thoroughly beaten by him, but it only made Black Ghost more excited. As expected of the master, so ruthless. After a while, the three of them were all battered, trembling on the ground. He turned to speak to the trainer Black Ghost, who quickly responded, "I am here." Kang Yu turned and walked away. "When they wake up, just fight them one by one." He quickly obeyed the order. Black Ghost nodded. "Do I need to eliminate them, master?" He nodded in response, and then his subordinates answered loudly. "Order issued. In the Joe Shoulder area of Soon District, 3 people are laughing and having fun. Are they happily trampling on people below? Is this guy stealing our girl? This guy's really making me furious." Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, making them turn to look. "Damn it, you son of a bitch." One of them looks terrified. "Huh?" The guy tremblingly points forward. "Over there." Everyone hurriedly lifted their legs to run. "Damn it. Run quickly." The beaten person looks up in confusion. "What's going on?" A foot suddenly stepped onto the ground, blocking the sunlight, revealing the silhouette of a woman wielding a large sword. The man quickly bowed and said, "Za, thank you for helping me." She replied, "I didn't help you." Her smile turned into a terrifying grin. "I will chase them away so you fall into my hands." "Got you now, you bastard who dared to steal my love." After a while, the nearby wall started cracking strangely. The money thief had half of his body stuck inside and couldn't escape. The scene shifted to a place with tall, ancient buildings where Officer Joe Kwan Sin Hoa, Min's uncle, was hiding. "The glass doors in the room are shattered every time I come here. This place has never changed." The friendly person replied, "I'll take that as a compliment," and with a toothy grin, they arrived unannounced. An A-class villain, an inventor type. A tribute. Min tilts his head slightly, waiting. What's the reason? Standing opposite him, he speaks mysterious words. "Our long-awaited opportunity has finally arrived." Ancien Blue Vi IP coldly declares, "Now is the golden opportunity because Mujin is absent. I will transform the evil sword clan and win Tell." Theirs alone. The person discussing with him suddenly chuckled. To be precise, he raised his hand with a sinister smile. "Not just yours, but ours?" Pin shrugged as if it were a joke. "To get what you want, we have to work together. Dividing the rewards fairly isn't a bad thing." He habitually picks up a card. If he doesn't do it properly, it will lead to arguments, and then they will start to lose their temper. The shape of the clown appeared behind that card, like he was flipping the suit of this card. Even early in the morning, Kang Yu had already received a few things. "What is this?" The other person explained that Mujin sent it to you. The elegant box is opened, revealing rare golden crystals inside. He wonders why. That person kindly explained, "You found the white tiger sword in crayon sealed coffin for her, so maybe this is a return gift." The guy still shows no interest at all. I told him I would return it. "Well, I won't refuse anymore." The driver lazily replied quickly and succinctly. Yeah, he switched to a different topic to keep Kang Yu focused. I just received this news today. The actions of those guys in Sinhua district are not looking good at all." His chair turned, probably aiming at the people in Seun, Buksan, Namkang, and Gadam. He wondered, do they have a reason? His wise associate replied, "They will just create one. For the strong, reasons don't matter." The screen beside them is showing a globe resembling the Earth. Sinhua district is the strongest faction in the world, with many people who are on par with the boss. Kang Yu stroked his chin and thought, "I've heard of them before." Moat suddenly interrupted, "Weren't you the one who studied this before?" Driver presses a button on the remote, but among those villains, the one we need to watch out for is this guy. The face of the other appears. His nickname is Pawn. He is one of the 3 famous super strong leaders, and this is what he looks like, with a few additional details he provided. Oh, he fought Manny King before, and the result was obvious. He lost, but that match was incredible. However, as far as I know, he is not the ruler of the Life Palace district. Kang Yu deduces himself that he is someone else. His partner smiled and said, "Yes, the true boss of the Life King." He calmly recounted that his name was Min. Usually Joe's boss is very strong, but actually Min is not like that. He shared his guess, implying he's just a puppet, but this time he was met with denial. Number. Driver's finger points to his head as if to mimic. He gained that position with this. He plans carefully to become truly experienced in large-scale battles. One hand of Kang Yu rests on his waist, so the boss of Sinhua district is similar to you. He chuckled softly. How could he be better than me? But his skills really bother me. Driver reveals an important detail, manipulating the mind. Ampion has the ability to control opponents at will. He suddenly remembered a few others who used hypnosis, and Toymaker, who drives opponents insane. Ampin's skills are similar to theirs, right? His partner admits it. Yeah, but he's on a different level. B and Toymaker's abilities are only temporary, while Marin is incredibly persistent, which makes the guy start to get annoyed, almost like deceiving someone. At this point, the other person finally spoke again, but it was said that his control had limits. Meanwhile, Driver leaned back in his chair as Winterbell was racking his brain to find a way to deal with that flower district. This issue also concerns me. Minin is gone, so who will give the orders now? Your friend replied, "We still have the elders." Kang Yu frowned, elder. Then suddenly a call echoed from the market. "Love, hey." The flag bearer rushes in with a tray of pastries. "Let me show you what I brought. You must be very curious, right?" She happily looks around. "Is the black duck here too?" And he answers the previous question. "Cookies, right?" She proudly introduced it to them. "It's the best cookie in the world." "Why?" "Because I made them myself." The driver nodded. The homemade chess cookies really are special. Seeing their shape, he misunderstood. "Is that a white demon?" She pouts and protests. She's just a kitten. Chang Yu didn't care much and just looked at the computer screen. He suddenly spoke. "Driver over here is slowly feeding the other person, trying to be sneaky. Tastes good, huh?" He asked directly about the issue. "Did you invest too?" The driver was quite surprised. He was caught by you after all. "I was just nibbling on a cookie and chuckling to myself. It's just a little hobby of mine." Outside on the deserted road, the car speeds alone along the main highway. Anshantan Blue VIP rests his chin in his hand, squinting slightly as he contemplates something. Mpin's words are repeated once more. "To get what you want, we need to work together. Dividing the rewards fairly isn't a bad thing." He picks up a card. If there's no fairness, it will lead to disputes, and then they'll start to lose their minds. The sly smile and that secret signal are very mysterious, like the joker of this card. Asian Blue Viper said nothing but thought to himself. "It's too late to regret now. You might lose everything." He licked his lips and said, "I thought he was obedient dog, but he turned out to be a cunning fox." He began to think of something that made a glint appear in his eyes. "If he refuses to submit, then I have no other choice. VIP orders." "Yes, I am here, Elder. He asked me to form a team of skilled hunters." The butler replied seriously, "I will arrange it immediately." "When does he want us to go hunting?" A Nan Blue VIP urges the other person while looking down at the mess below, getting more and more annoyed. And with Kang Yu's picture placed right next to it, it's his turn next. Cajun turned back as John from the Flower District's district, where Marpin's uncle is hidden, spoke up. "Wouldn't it be better if you saw it with your own eyes?" Min happily laughed and joked, his face full of OV's annoyance. The other person bit into the apple with great force. "Bithon is the guest visiting us. Which side are we on? Money King or Ancient Blue Viper, S-Class villain, striker, physical attribute?" Ponya suddenly asked, "Which one do you think is worse?" He dodged it. I refused to answer such a difficult question. The A-plus level villain, a fire attribute marksman red sword, licks his gun in a very perverted way. Tch, I don't like it either. Why not just kill them all? Wouldn't it be better to settle the score for both sides? I'm very confident in my abilities. Pin's eyes immediately follow his lead. That's also a good choice. He then turned to ask for her opinion. What do you think? Bon replied indifferently. I don't care. The girl takes a sip from her soda can. Ino, full of satisfaction, smiled. I just want to fight Mujin. I don't care about anything else. Redsod immediately lost his temper and showed his attitude. He pointed the gun at her. Only I have the right to deal with Mujin, you bastard. The girl was not afraid, and even threatened him back. Drop the gun. If you still want to keep your head and leave this room, that guy sneered and laughed even louder. Redot scoffs and spits at her. How dare this crazy woman threaten me? Suddenly a strange force seeped into his very soul. You shouldn't do that. Red Sword's eyes were covered by that smoke. The light in his eyes gradually disappeared, following his instincts. The card in M-Pin's hand was clenched tightly by him. He was cheerful, finally at pace. The card was flipped by Mart Pin, so hold your strength and fight the enemy. Only the loser will face their teammates. He chuckled again. Now let's continue discussing the factions. Feel free to make a decision. Do whatever you want. Even though their side is rotten, just join N Blue Viper. We are on good terms with him now, so let's continue to be loyal to him. MPN also agrees with that idea. After waiting for a while, we'll switch to Manny King's side. If we want to make a big move, we have to face big challenges. This time, he's holding 2 cards and spinning them around. And when everything starts to get out of control, Pin's eyes emit a formidable aura from his own skill. I will take everything for myself. The sky has turned to evening, with a red hue covering everything outside. Moto cautiously asks its owner, "How is it?" Kongyu's claws touch each crystal to absorb them. My body feels like it's gaining more vitality, but the sensation of my magic power not increasing is strange. That ancient creature has concluded that it seems you have reached the maximum level when absorbing the Mana Stone. If it's not the genuine Mana Stone, your magic power won't increase. The guy thought about the red crystal. I have a bloodstone, but absorbing it now is quite dangerous. Even if it takes a lot of time, I still have to reach level S the normal way. Focus on the information table. Although blood mana stones are important, reaching S rank would unlock hidden skills, dark reputation, Kasan, special information, awakened villains, shadow attribute disaster level, dual attributes, activation method of the dark bridge, main skill of anger, black da sword with 3 sensing attributes, self-recovery with 3 hidden black da, shadow da teleportation, shadow da illusion, black fire summon, black da sword, black armor, 20 hours of mental strength, hidden skills, crystal extraction. 1,345 mana points. The young man's palm clenched so tightly it trembled. I need a more brutal training. Morat asked him what he planned to do with the remaining mana stones. He also has some considerations. Since this is a gift, we can't sell it. Chang Yu picks it up, still staring intently into the box. Turning back to John's shoulder, Gadam District Area C is an older and more cramped place. Black Hand was thrown hard against the wall, feeling the pain intensely. Black Ghost shouted provocatively at them. "Get up, you bunch of losers." His muddy hand stomped down hard. "Is that all you've got?" Nevertheless, he continued to encourage them. They truly are useless. They must not give up. They must not fall again. Mana began to surge from his hand, saying, "Your inner fire still has to be ignited." Behind him, Break Ghost transformed into the shape of a great tiger. That flame is willpower. I will teach you to extract every ounce of willpower inside you. Break Hen and Grass tremble weakly. His mother is even stronger than before. Fine, I don't have any willpower at all. That guy bites his nails and thinks that because of the harsh daily training I've become much stronger, but I never expected I'd be so weak. He loudly shouted at them, "Hey, you trash worse than sewers, get up now." Where did that scarred guy come from? Is he still training? The villain's attitude suddenly changed 180 degrees. "Master, why are you here?" And you praised him, saying he did well. He also saw their condition. "Those guys don't look quite right. My subordinates are dedicated. I'll teach them a lesson again." But he stopped it early. "All right, Kang Yu, inform them. I'm bringing these as a gift for you all." The others immediately became suspicious when they heard. "Come on, don't do it. Are you trying to make the training more difficult?" Still, he directly took out some magic stones. Break Ghost was surprised by the shimmering light, and these villains even jumped back in shock. "Is that high-quality mana stone? Did he give us that?" Even your own subordinates find it hard to believe. "Master, are you really going to give this precious item to those cheap and worthless ones?" he asked calmly. "Is that not allowed?" he exclaimed. "That's just too disrespectful to ignore." Kong Yu Tung Chi bribed him, saying, "I'll give you this, you evil assassin with shining eyes. I swear loyalty to you for life." in a trembling voice. Big brother, I trust you so much. Black Hand paid attention to another area. Hey, wait, amazing, he just called us a bunch of losers, right? Double Bread is teary, I am so moved. The box is also quickly closed by him. Of course, I'm not just giving you these things for nothing. Before you receive them, you have to do something first. Time passed quickly, and before long it was already evening. John's shoulders trembled as he hid behind Martin. His gang's hideout is filled with valuable bottles. But there's no black guy here. Bond silently holds a stack of papers for clipping documents. Pin takes down the small cigarette holder. This is the document M. King sent. He is careful. He told us to bring this guy over to our side. Who would have thought that old man would be interested in this guy? He must be no ordinary person. What do you think? Pon paused for a moment to think about something. That information guy down there, if you want, I can fight him and bring him here. Pin's eyes immediately praised him. Pon is indeed different. He's amazing. He reached out and grabbed the nearby apple. Do you think I'm joking? Because that treacherous human is so calm, of course it's not, it's you. He smiled, but his opponent was a boss. Forget about that Barracuda guy. When fighting Mugen, he couldn't even get up. Bon ate the apple roughly out of habit. Barracuda is just a small fry. The reason Mugen isn't defeated is because she always chooses to fight the weaker opponents. Pin happily jokes around. If Red Sword hears about this, he'll go crazy for sure. He's still very confident in his analysis. If Cassisian is good at close combat, I would never lose to him. If he doesn't ambush and fights me head-on, I have no problem being a wrestling master. Pon's statement made M. Pin just smile, implying he has no chance of winning. He crushed the apple in his hand. Daring to fight me means he's doomed. The other person's pipe taps lightly on the ashtray and honestly says, I have simulated your fight with Cassisi, and the result would favor you with a score of 9-1. He is very careful when giving advice, but that's just a simulation. So if you're careless, it could get complicated. The actual outcome of the fight might be different from what was expected. The cunning old man suddenly asked someone else, and what about the driver? Bond pursed his lips and turned away. Him? I don't know. Pin's eyes smile even wider. Are you backing down? Only if he quietly fights him will I know. He cares a lot about his strength because he is the only survivor. After facing Red Dead, Martin's smile quickly disappeared. He composed himself and temporarily set aside the driver, focusing now on dealing with Kay immediately. Pon wondered if he had to act quickly to deal with him. The other person looked mysterious, or he could fall into the hands of the VIP. The villain Pion raised an eyebrow. Is the VIP an Asian blue VIP? A pair of blue eyes is staring intently at Kong Yu's picture, because he is the type of person who will do whatever it takes in moments like this. That late night, at an old apartment building, the young man and the ancient creature walked down that deserted street. Morat scolds him, saying that even though it's just training, he's too strict with those guys, but his attitude remains firm. The reward is the highest quality mana stones, so at least they should do their best. Besides, Kong Yu's mind is very busy right now. I have to fight against them, including Black Ghost. Even with my current strength, that's not going to be easy. That one-eyed creature hesitated, seeming to realize that Black Ghost had become much stronger than before. He responded to it. Because he trained with me every day, it corrected itself. Do you mean being trained daily? Now Kong Yu only shared a little. You should know they work together very well, and Mozost also guessed it was because Break Ghost trained them thoroughly. The guy stroked his chin and muttered, if we can protect someone who excels at long-range attacks, we can fight anyone. His gaze looked ahead unwelcomingly as three mysterious figures emerged from the shadows. Deho raised a hand to his chest and said, sorry for the abrupt visit. I am Deho, working for the elder of the Evil Sword Clan. He can figure it out himself if he's the elder. Deho interrupted him with the name Ancient Blue Viper. He sternly made a request, saying that he wanted a private meeting with you, an outsider, a forward, with attributes and physical strength to match. The car quickly took them to a house. The guards around the area are extremely cautious. The owner of the place takes a small sip of hot tea. I will go straight to the point. Ancient Blue VIP calmly said, I will give you Seun. The skeptical guy asked, do you have enough power to do that? He responded with certainty. We can have this private conversation, which already proves enough. If you want, I can give you half of Seun right now. Kong Yu then brought up that issue again, and in exchange he said, you want me to be a good dog by your side. Then corrected himself, I want you to join me as my partner. Asian Blue VIP begins to speak slowly. You probably know this well, but the current situation doesn't look very promising. If you're not careful, all the roles in the country will fall into Manny King's hands. He emphasized each word to attract you. To fight back against Manny King, we need your strength. He becomes more cautious. I understand he needs my help, but why does he have to get involved in this? It should have been Minin, right? He replied. Minin is still too young and very emotional. Dealing with a capitalist boss like Manny King or Mugen is too difficult. The person in front of him still looks suspicious. As I understand it, you're betraying your master. Aren't you quite close to Mujin? He closes his eyes and offers a mysterious smile. This is the best option. You're questioning again. Are you saying Mujin can't do it, but you can? Anent Blue VIP confidently states his opinion. Of course, for example, the serious face of the confrontation with the tumor appears in the water glass. Currently, Gadam's infrastructure is still limited. For example, water and electricity supplies, you can still endure them now, but problems will arise later. He directly addresses the issue you care about. I will lift those restrictions. VIP just poured some tea and is trying to persuade you. I own a water company. It's quite well known in the distribution industry. I can solve Gadam's problem immediately without reporting it upstairs. Modot gently turns to look at his owner. He quickly responded. I understand what you mean, he said happily. We all understand the issue now. Your hand picks up a piece of biscuit, but Sun still isn't satisfied. I want to add a condition. He is very patient and waiting. Speak then. Kangyu puts a piece of biscuit into his mouth along with a challenge. Give me a real mana stone, and then I will seriously consider this. After a while, the teacup remains untouched, gradually losing its warmth. Ancient Blue VIP sits alone in the lounge, still thinking about the person from earlier, asking for a real mana stone before seriously considering this. The old man's eyes narrowed as the arrogant kid showed no respect, and he slammed the glass down, splashing water onto the table. It's okay, getting it wasn't my original goal. Is it really mana stone? His mouth curled into a very wide smile. If he wanted it, I would make it happen. That's easy. He's just eager to probe the driver in his mind. Revenge is just the beginning. If I succeed in bringing the guy from GAM to my side, I wonder what that little brat's expression will be. So curious. His cunning expression becomes even clearer. Even if he tries to do everything himself, he's still limited. His hand quickly reached for his phone. At that moment, I could finally achieve my true goal. Ancient Han Blue VIP was calling someone while thinking to himself, the Evil Sword Clan and Winterbell will be mine. At that moment, at M. Pin's hideout, John Quan Sin Hoa, the friendly person there, responded. Emma Pin keeps his signature smile as he sits in the room. I'll do it. He then also put down the device to press his cheek. What did Bond say to that fox-like old man behind him? Pin's eyes summarized briefly. He needs a skilled cat to catch Chut. His finger kept tapping on the wooden board repeatedly. It seems Anent Blue Viper has already done something. The old man is so impatient. Villain Python tilted his head and asked, do I need to go? But the other person quickly denied it, saying they were just catching mice and didn't need glue. They kept talking while someone outside was training. So who do you plan to send? Min thought of Inser as a candidate, but it was also unsuccessful. Inser was very suitable, but she refused to follow any orders. Bond suggests another idea. What about Lying Ghost? He quickly waved his hand and said, not a chance. He's not a cat catching mice. He's a murderer who kills people. He had to consider Red Soot, so only he was easy to control now. When did the ace land in his hand? Although he's a bit crazy, he's obedient. Not bad. The mysterious plan unfolds while life in Philadelphia, USA, remains normal. Nothing wrong with going a little crazy, passing through neighborhoods and streets all lined with expensive high-rise buildings. The lily flowers are gently held by someone's hand, and Dudi happily watches each branch leaning down. Someone suddenly entered the market outside. Good morning. You're too early, the girl cheerfully responded. Hello to the smooth white skin and familiar earrings passing by. The other person was surprised. White lilies? Is there a flower shop around here? Dudi kindly explained. I bought from a flower truck nearby because it was cheaper. The other person looked pleased. Truly beautiful, and the scent is very pleasant. The young girl also smiled brightly. I really like white lilies. I even wanted to buy a big bouquet, but I couldn't carry it. His shiny shoes slowly stepped forward. Easter lily, it's been a long time. Venen leaned in close to enjoy the scent, finally getting to see white lilies up close like this. His eyes looked strangely sad. I once lived forgetting that I should have given them to someone. Vinen whispered unconsciously that my sister really liked white lilies. Dudi also paid close attention, so he has a sister. He asked another question. Do you know what the white lily symbolizes? He explained gently and clearly. In America, white lilies symbolize the return of the soul to a peaceful and sacred place, so they are often used in funerals just like chrysanthemums in Korea. Hearing this, Du immediately turned pale. I didn't know it had that meaning. I'll be more careful from now on. Vincent picks up a lily of the valley branch. It's okay. From now on, I'll leave them to you. He also smiled gently. I really like white lilies. The young girl was mesmerized by that radiant face. Soon it was late at night, and Driver was busy typing furiously on his computer. Kongyu walks in curiously. What are you doing? Your partner stops. Is everything going smoothly? The tired guy sat down in the chair as you said. This morning the elder secretly contacted me. Driver wasn't too surprised and even predicted that the elder would soon target you, maybe even today. He calmly explained that it was because the elder wanted to soothe and lure him in. Sora is happily playing and guessing what this is. Kang Yu responds, "Do you think I would fall for that? Are you joking with Sora Dao?" She seems to enjoy it. "Is that dog adorable or what? Keep pretending to listen to him. If you obediently listen to the old man, he might become suspicious." Those words of encouragement only make Kang Yu more uncomfortable. "Keep trying." The two of them then spent more time talking in detail. "What do you want from him?" "The other person really does have a lot of mana." Div was quite surprised. "The old man said he would give it to you?" "I was just recounting what happened. That kind of talk from the old man is easy." The villain driver muttered, "I think so too. But that old man has really started to do something now. Are you wondering what he's planning to do?" His attitude changed to a mischievous look. "What do you mean?" "We need to purge the traitors. For now, everything will proceed quietly within the central area." Images of the VIP in Kang Yu are shown. Last night, Ansi and Blue, VIP and Kasi met. The purpose of this meeting is to prevent external forces from interfering before the civil war erupts. The man with a keen eye stands excitedly looking out the window. "This old fox is pretty good. I admit the way he handles things. Director Kim worries if this continues, Ansi and Blue VIP might get everything." The other person remains calm. "If he gains control of Winterbell and the John Rolls in Seoul, that's why I am helping him." Honestly, I didn't expect him to go this far. His hand lifts a glass of ice. "Mujin needs to try much harder. To become the ruler of Winterbell, she has to get through all of this." He happily lifted the glass, the light shining into it as she returned from France and saw Winterbell fall into someone else's hands. "I wonder what she'll think. Feeling shattered, maybe?" Lensgun also feels a bit of joy and the sting of betrayal from being stabbed in the back by his own vassals. When faced with such a situation, people tend to break apart like a fragile biscuit. He turned to her and asked if Min would also do the same, to which his subordinate replied. This is her long-standing plan to avenge her father. If it fails, it will be very hard for her to overcome this shock. Only Director Kim is frowning. He plans to turn Ancient Blue VIP into the villain and then win Min over. The one going crazy over these things for our side? Could it be that from the start this was all part of his plan to lure Min in? Mankikin remains calm and unshaken. Even though Blue VIP acted faster than I expected, that's also for the best. Lensgirl also feels that the progress is quite interesting. He takes a sip of water and looks at the painting that Ancient Blue VIP painstakingly drew. That great villain is up to something. The only thing we need to do is take advantage of the moment when the situation changes. Today is a clear and sunny day, and class has already started. The students are sitting upright and paying close attention to their studies. It's like the camera is switching from portrait to landscape. I feel the atmosphere in the class has changed. He replied to her as the exam period approaches. She asked him, "What are you going to do after graduation?" "Don't tell me you're planning to go to university." "Are you crazy?" "Stupid girl, don't tease him, or your sister will be very disappointed if she finds out." Suddenly, a loud shout rang out in the classroom, and a group of boys gathered. "Oh my god, look at this. Gadam is fighting with Sinhua. Who do you think will be the one to step up in the match? Are these guys planning to fight each other?" Ainer's face appears on the front page of the newspaper. "Who is Insur?" "In Gang Province, she's a very famous villain. You really know your stuff." They seem to enjoy joking around, so does that mean the villain of Za and Seoul is the strongest? Gadam's driver really is a failure. He's been a failure for a long time. The guy and the creature of Daichi squint in disbelief. "What the hell are you talking about?" The class has ended, and Kang Yu has left his classroom. He tears open a bag of rice crackers while walking and checks his phone. That's interesting, making a video for YouTube and it even gets published in the district newspaper. He secretly thinks these people write about Gadam so badly, so biased. Moet also has some comments. There really have been a lot of things happening lately. It focused on some information on the phone, but the same articles were published at the same time. "I'm sure there's someone behind it." He immediately asked, probably to attract attention, "Who do you think it is?" That ancient creature also tried to speak. Judging by the scale of this event, Vion probably couldn't have done it alone. I whisper, "So it might be the ancient blue viper." While behind us, there's someone called Kuo Kangyu. Changyu turned around to look behind him, and Uchan was staring at him with a serious expression. Is he also wondering about that? The other person handed over a bag, so he took it. The group of female students behind saw him and started shouting. Kangyu's feelings began to turn into suspicion. "It seems we're not close enough to give each other gifts," he admits. "My sister made me give it to you," the clueless guy even added. "Why?" Yu Cha grits his teeth in frustration. I hate to admit this, my younger sister. He revealed something, Non. I think she likes you. And Kang Yu just raised an eyebrow in confusion. What are you saying? The young man still decided to take it. Since it's you who gave it, I'll accept it. But that handsome guy shouted again. Run faster, you! He was burning with anger as he threatened the other person. If you make Nan cry, I won't forgive you. Chang Yu looked even more uncomfortable while Modot just stood there watching with a distorted face. Huh? Time quickly passed until the evening. The inside of a luxurious building is strangely quiet, except for the conference room, which is noisy. Wait a minute. The person at the end of that row of tables slammed their hand on the table. Are you telling the truth, or are you mistaken? The girl across cut in and said, This is the truth. Chun coldly announced that his father didn't say anything, probably because he was worried about the family. The media will soon find out about GLB's bankruptcy crisis. Chun clenched his fists and frowned in disbelief. No way. He was so shocked he couldn't lift his face. His father's company went bankrupt? That woman continued, We are investigating. Stopping this crisis won't be easy for you. Suddenly he asked, What is the reason? Trung-ji also explained that we suspect it was due to an attack by the ghost expert team. He shouted, Damn it! Then Sang-tae still tried to hold on. What can I do? That woman suggested that there is someone who can help the company avoid bankruptcy. He quickly looked up. Really? Her lips curled up. Have you heard about the most exciting and must-watch fight in the world? Sang-tae didn't quite understand what she meant. Suddenly, she said something unexpected. She also repeated it herself. If that match, instead of villains fighting villains, was a game of chess against villains, what would you think? The other person hesitated. Could it be that she wants me to fight the villain? However, Chun denied it. You don't have to fight alone. She subtly hints at something else. For example, if you recommend someone you know, that's fine too. He secretly mutters that he's crazy, and she wants him to use someone from the future to set a trap, huh? That woman kept speaking rapidly. You don't need to worry about finding a villain as an opponent. I'm sure you've heard about this already. The recent scandal involving John Gadam's dirty role. His gulp got stuck in his throat. He's not an ordinary villain, but the entire team, too? Damn it! The girl picks up the teacup on the table and says, You don't need to feel pressured. I promise someone will help you. The smile on her face like a threat, and the time I finish this coffee is enough for you to give me an answer, right? Na's friend suddenly called her over to tell a small story. Na is really popular on Instagram. Their faces look strange. Is something wrong? What is this? Are they showing their phones? He is the reason. Was the photo they took this morning uploaded in a post? Hey look, live 34507. Kim Go-chan's secret room today made my heart race so fast I thought I was going to die. The reason your cousin still doesn't have a girlfriend is because she hurriedly shouted no. Meanwhile, the others kept teasing. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. The radio broadcast voice echoes through the heavy rain, with leaders of all industries speaking exactly the same. The serious professor insists that we must increase restrictions on the Zon rolls immediately and tighten the restrictions further. Outside the TV screen, there is a very delicious dish, especially in Gadam district. The report states that it has reached the highest level of risk. Bratter, Toy Macaque, and Bloom Rain, the ones responsible for the devastating attacks on the city center. That guy roughly bit into the sausage. I heard that disputes over territory are still causing conflicts among the Johan rolls. All of this originates from Gadam district. They concluded that the notorious hideout of the brutal criminals still isn't enough to reveal Joe's identity in Gadam district. Black Hen is furious. What did the old man say? Who is the cruel criminal? Crow, help him answer. It's you who eliminated someone else. This news was also broadcast from another house. Given the current situation, will the traitors just stand by and watch? We can't help but suspect. A big question they ask is who will step up to protect us from those brutal villains. He expressed his displeasure, asking who this old man was to talk nonsense. This old man, Chi-sun, is a university professor, and the reporter continues the interview. Professor, do you think there is a solution to this problem? He pretends to be knowledgeable. Ancient saying goes that you fight fire with fire. She was caught off guard. You mean we will use fire to put out the existing flames? He didn't hesitate at all and carried it out, which sounds unreasonable. But before the villains in Gadam become more frenzied, we must demand that the district guards protect the residents. The people outside shouted in anger, and the crazy old man grew even more furious. What do you mean, protecting the residents? Clearly, he's trying to make the fighters fight each other. Can a professional talk like that? He shouted. Even if the villains in Gadam cause trouble, Chi-sun gently turns off the screen. They are destructive and reckless, so they deserve it. She picks up a stack of papers. If your report is true, then the villain Gam is actually the hero who rescued a kidnapped resident. Tuk is at least somewhat humane. But you know, even if this truth is revealed, no one will believe it. He shrinks back in embarrassment. That's right, because it's so complicated, Uchan could also get involved. Chi-sun continued discussing, not only sabotaging the scam but also causing many other problems. Clearly, this is gossip about the off-track car. She pushed the stack of papers onto the table. The situation has gotten a bit too intense. It seems they will let everyone know their plan. The person with her is curious. Who does she think the mastermind is? She was speaking when the doorbell suddenly rang. The mastermind, huh? He is someone influential in media and society. A voice rings out from outside. Is anyone there? Ji-sun coldly ordered that person to come in. Sue approached with a smile and greeted him. It's been a while. Branch manager Hamdi trembles. The novice ice attribute assassin also sits up to welcome her. I heard you transferred from Ban to Seun, but you've already arrived today? I was startled and thought to myself, looking around too much. The small-bodied girl approached Ji-sun. She was supposed to come to meet the elders tomorrow, but as soon as she arrived in Seun, she came here immediately. The other person asked, "What's going on?" She still keeps smiling because I want to make a good impression on that senior. You think to yourself, if she's close to Senior Hamjdu, then just a moment later, his attitude changed to shock. Could it really be CO? CU's image in your eyes is incredibly cool. A proper squad emblem, the first to join the elite team, and in just one raid, she caught the notorious Russian criminal in bus. De Wong kept watching them nonstop. So she really is CU, the special anti-evil team leader? Those two are still too close fighting. Step back a little. I miss you so much, sister. Ji-sun suddenly remembered the person in the room. Was it the first time they met? Let's get to know each other. Hello? He bowed his head and introduced himself. I am Lai-Day, the leader of the Special Forces, the friendly girl replied. I've heard a lot about you from the senior. Hello, I'm Sayu. De Huang looked forward eagerly. What are you talking about? Did they praise me? But that woman poured a bucket of water on you, saying you're a fool. She turned to chat with CO. What about the other team members? The girl replied. They are now resting at the accommodation. The priest approached and said, It's perfect timing, let's go eat together. But the girl just forced a faint smile. I really want to, but I already have plans. My cousin is meeting me. Ji-sun is confused. Are you talking about that guy from the school who cheated on the exam? She stroked her chin and tried to recall, hearing that he won the national tournament. Bang Xiu's name helped her remember the rest. The sky above Kwansin Hoa's tower, where Zhu is hiding, suddenly turned dark, and raindrops began to fall on his window. What did you say? Ino furrowed her brow in annoyance. There's no Mujin here and we're about to destroy Namkang. I'm not interested in slaughtering innocent people. He remains calm, trying to persuade her. Now is not the time to talk about personal preferences. Right now is the perfect chance to unify all the roles in Seun. She's even more stubborn. It has nothing to do with me. Pin's eyes reveal a card and then turn away, not knowing how to seize the opportunity. Truly foolish. The girl leaves with her weapon. If it's not Minin, I'm not interested, and sends someone else. Her sharp senses suddenly alert her, making her turn around. Since when has Lying Ghost been hiding in the corner with a knife? He turned his head and charged straight down. Ino immediately used her large weapon to block the attack. She simultaneously grabbed the sword's hilt and drew it out, then delivered a fierce strike that forced the other to tumble backward. The wind destroys Detective Wynn. A brilliant smile blooms on her face. You managed to dodge? That's pretty interesting. He quickly regained his stance and turned again. Lying Ghost. They say that the older the mirror, the sharper it gets. She holds her large, glowing sword with both hands and charges forward. Are you one of the three leaders? Both of them use their weapons and deadly intent to try to kill each other. Piton's large foot stomps heavily on the ground, stopping. Insir is surprised, herself slowing down a beat. The Lying Ghost was stopped at the same time. Piton stood between them to block their way. Einar's eyes furrowed with extreme displeasure as she swung her sword right at his neck. What are you supposed to be? I thought you were very understanding, but I guess I was wrong. Pin's eyes intervened to stop you. I told him to hold you back. You still haven't lowered your hand. Lefing Ghost challenged first, and you're stopping me? You're breaking the rules, he calmly explains. Even according to the usual rules, John's orders as the boss are absolute. Pin gently pulls down his hat like a gentleman. Sorry for ruining your mood because of Ling Ghost. I apologize on his behalf. He also told her, well, I won't force you to do anything related to Namkang anymore. Lying Ghost, still eager for battle, grins with a chilling smile. Insir responds with his own delight. She put away her weapon and left as well. Pin still gracefully looked at the card in his hand. The meeting was a disaster. In his hand is a black card. Insir. I should have used the ace I've kept for so long to catch her. The white clouds have started to return around Gam High School, Marat said with surprise. Are you going to the coffee shop to study? Do you plan to go there after class? He puts away his books. The rain has stopped. I told you already. The exam is coming up soon. The ancient creature starts teasing again. So you said you weren't going to college? Are you really saying you're thinking about your sister when you say that? He's scolding her. Shut up. The figure standing at the school gate was quickly recognized by him. Kimna. Yeah. Because of the memories from before, Kong Yu is a bit wary of that guy. Is he telling the truth? Just at this moment, U-chan also appeared. What's going on that brought you here? The cheerful girl replied. You didn't check the messages, did you? You said you would come to my school. Her brother reminded her. You should have called instead. Your sister is even more hurried. Insta is going crazy right now. The other person looks confused. What are you saying? And she hurriedly took out her phone. You're being photographed. Before he figures things out, she already grabs Uon's arm. Photo. The girl pulls her brother away from the school area. Let's find a quiet place to talk, and he will just have to go along with it. So let's go. But at this moment, someone interrupts. Oh, wow. The sweet voice of that guy made them stop. It's been a long time since we last met. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Sangtae waves at them. Do you remember me? I am Sangtae. Sangtae. U-chan also recognizes him. Sangti. That guy then smiled strangely and even took the initiative. Are you free now? Let's go get some drinks. It's on me. The rain outside is pouring down cold and heavy, while the decorative vines around the gate remain still. Sangtae was alone in the room, his face lowered to the table. Chun's words haunted him. What do you think if the villain and the chess game fight each other? She and that smile are still vivid in his mind. No need to feel pressured. The young man's eyes grew more worried as he said, I promise someone will help you. Dang T. His hands clenched tightly and trembled. How can I endure this? ST still believed in his own potential as a top-tier genius. He was lost in his thoughts. No way, I have to do everything to get out of this. Suddenly, a guy appeared from behind. Shung Tusi angrily turned around, then was frightened by the other person's threat. Dad and Bomb, how do you know I'm here? He hesitated for a moment. What does that mean? Inbom sneered contemptuously. Shouldn't the head of the department have told you? The anger inside him was immediately provoked by him. Sangtai's precious hand grabbed the other guy's shirt. He leaned in close to his father and asked, Are you the one she sent? You dog, what are you planning to do? Come on, come on. Bomb hurriedly reassures him. It's a misunderstanding. Let me go so we can talk, he admitted. Honestly, my situation right now is just like yours. I'm also dealing with some financial issues right now. The other guy looked confused. What are you talking about? But the other person didn't clarify. Let's leave the details for later. Now let's handle the urgent matters first. In the chaos, I found something in my pocket. We need to deal with the villains in GOM. I pulled out a document from my person, and both sides are allies now. Sangtae silently cursed. That guy earlier was very suspicious. The documents also contain information about some other people. I've listed everyone who will work with us. Even if they die, they still have to follow your orders. The viewer is just asking if that's true, and they're already prepared for it. So that means this was happening even before I met Director Chun. He suddenly misunderstood something. Could they have planned this and dumped everything on me? I asked my friend. Are you worried? The other person immediately questioned back. If it were you, you wouldn't be worried. That guy shrugged. Don't worry. We won't tame the roles. We're just showing we're fighting them. Sangto wondered. You just said I would handle them easily? He forced a laugh. Yeah, I guess I just said that. Inbon suddenly looked serious. Honestly, I think with our strength we could take down Viadam. He immediately gave an opinion. They are all a bunch of mixed villains, while we are all elite students who have gone through formal training. Simply put, it's like adults fighting children. So T also thought it over and realized Inbom was right. Even if they are many, they can't fight together effectively, so they are easily separated and defeated. Above all, if those villains have never been properly trained in combat, they will only become more confident, making it impossible for them to be a match for the flag team, so ST's close friend suggested it himself. And we can also bring in outside help. I just thought of two people, and the other one will listen carefully. Who is that? He speaks directly. One of them is my cousin Siu. That idea was immediately met with strong opposition. What? Are you crazy? Calmly pointing at your friend, he says using the familial you is fundamental in business. But my cousin really cares about you a lot. His convincing words make him grit his teeth. I heard she moved to Soon already, just in time. The praise just keeps coming. Siu is the leader of the special anti-hero cleanup squad. So if anything goes wrong, this will be hard to handle. Inbom adjusted his tone slightly with a hint of concern. Of course I thought of that too, but we don't know everything yet. If something really goes wrong, we can just ask her for help. Sangtae continued to ask, who is the other person? The young man then uttered the name Kim Ut-tran. Hearing those words, he sighed in frustration. Why her? His friend immediately explained that he's famous for fighting like crazy against bad guys, and he chuckled happily. According to rumors, Kim Ut-chan's father was harmed by a villain, but that was quickly confirmed to be true. It's not just a rumor, it's the truth. Inbom is even more proud. Really? Then I understand why he's so furious with the villains. If I tell him we're planning to deal with them, he probably won't refuse, right? Sangtae's feelings are very annoyed. I don't like this, but the plan isn't bad. But he glares bitterly at the calm look of that guy. From the beginning, it was still him leading the conversation, but I got led around by this bastard INB. Then he announced himself that he would call Sister CO himself. And Bomb hesitates, so Kim-chan is cutting him off now to go meet him. Now for sure. That guy is starting to back down. You know that. I fought with Kim-chan before, but the other guy still keeps bullying him. So what? Are you not going anymore? He hesitated more. No, I didn't mean that. If you're confident enough, then speak up. If not, don't force yourself into this. I don't like those debt guys. Even In-Bomb stayed silent and didn't say anything more. That night ended like that, and they returned to the school coffee shop. They started discussing. You guys were planning to attack John Gadam's shoulder. We were going to go alone, but then remembered you. Uchan scolded them seriously. Are you guys even thinking straight? Sangta kept her usual composed face and said, of course we will protect the residents from evil villains. Creating a better world is also part of XE-Co's responsibility. But their persuasion still makes me suspicious. I think the responsibility of the chess piece and attacking John Gadam's shoulder are two different topics. In-Bomb feels a bit uncomfortable. What's going on with that CL? His eyes are staring intently at Uchan. I thought he had already picked up on the hint. Meanwhile, the guy still tries to spark more inspiration. The danger from John of Gadam district is currently a very hot topic in the media. How can we, like us, stand still and watch future official mistakes? The young man facing them questions. So, what are you really trying to say? The guy calmly explained. Do you know how to calm down noisy children? There are two ways. First, give them candy and comfort, or punish them. Every noble word spoken by him, even if I say we will attack the surface layer, is just that. We won't actually destroy that layer. Someone cut through the cake, and for everyone's safety, we have to punish them. Just punishing is enough. Morad interrupts the ongoing speech. I thought you were going to the coffee shop to study. Your tense eyes are looking over there because you're so talkative I can't hear what they're saying. It's annoyed and protesting, not deaf. Is it because you're sitting too far away? Go tell that ancient creature to come out and listen to what they're saying. Your worried look makes me want to reassure you. Only I can see you, so don't worry. Yu-chan is standing here with his arms crossed. In other words, you guys are trying to show off your strength to scare them. They are sure that's the most effective way. The guy still has doubts. Yeah, but... Yu-chan aimed directly at the bomb, making him jump. Being in the same group as someone who once touched my sister made me uncomfortable. All three of them stared at him simultaneously, causing him to feel awkward. Well, I'm really sorry. I was having a moment back then. I sincerely apologize. Naon lowered her straw. You guys are talking about something else, so I'll just ignore it for now. Please remind me. But I have no intention of forgiving you, so don't misunderstand. Sangta secretly harbors resentment. Now it's Yu-chan's turn to speak, and he asks, do you guys not think this is pretty reckless? Both of them furrowed their brows in confusion. Risky move, the other person questions. You're just students with no real combat experience and planning to attack a Gadam role. The young man's attitude is completely serious as he warns them. If you don't want to get hurt, stop now. If anything happens, you'll lose your lives. John's role in Gadam district is not easy to handle. The tense conversation continues, and besides Gadam, there are no other stable roles around here. Sangti sighs and covers his face. Truly a harsh truth. Kim-chan, so strong, chose to step back, and he deliberately stirs the pot. Are you afraid? Yu-chan honestly admits to them. I didn't mean it that way. I'm just worried about you two. Still, that guy is stubborn. Do you think so? He muttered those flowery words. We are all students who have undergone professional combat training at the potential flag school. Do you think we will lose to those villains? In-Bomb smirked quietly beside him, recording it just in case. Sangtae's face clearly darkened with anger. You're crossing the line. You're insulting all the students at my school, including me. The other person desperately defended themselves, claiming they hadn't insulted anyone, but was immediately cut off with a rude shout. He pointed at them and shouted, insulting them. Cowardly bastard, don't you feel ashamed of yourself? Naan looked worriedly at her older brother after those words, and Uchan's tone also grew more serious. I won't stop you anymore. Do whatever you want, but be careful with Mac. Especially the red mask guy, he's very dangerous, so try not to get involved with him. Sangtae sat back down and sneered. In the end, you still disappointed us, while his friend was actually praising the red mask, that damn guy. They hurriedly left the table. I don't know what else to say. Let's go. Yeah. The two of them walked past Kong Yu while whispering non-stop. Honestly, all the rumors about Kim-chan are just nonsense. A complete waste of time. Na-on waited until they left before daring to ask, are you angry? The water in Uchan's cup suddenly boiled. His face remained indifferent, but the fire inside him had already ignited. After finishing school, Kang Yu immediately returned to a familiar place. These trainee soldiers are really fierce lately, always eager to attack a role. He leans against the wall while reading the newspaper, unsure whether it's reckless or foolish. I wasn't like this at their age. So, Kim Ut-tran has joined them, huh? Suddenly a familiar voice responds, I won't get involved in that. Chong Yu's vigilance increases, causing him to put down his phone. His gaze shifts to the other side of the alley. How do you know I'm here? My abilities. She gradually appears in full. You're awake now. The guy's quite confusing, maybe because he's her mistake, so why did she tell me that important secret? Her lips trembled. I don't know, I just wanted to tell you. The girl quietly smiled gently. You're not a bad person. You've saved me many times, and I want to thank you in person. The alley where they stand falls into silence. Chong Yu tilted his head slightly, so it's not a coincidence after all. He straightened up to face her. It seems she already knows who I am. Do you have the ability to identify people? Nyan hesitated. I'm not sure, but it's not recognition skills because I can only see the past, not the present. The hand on her shirt clenched tightly. I remember everything that happened around me. Everything in my mind plays out like a vivid film. This skill makes her full of worries. Even without seeing, as long as I am within the normal range, my mind will still remember it whether I am sleeping or unconscious. Kangyu was also quite surprised to sense the past through intuition. Even a fool appreciates it. I think differently about that. That ability is very useful but very draining. The girl suddenly exposed it. Someone is next to you, right? That's your guess. Even though no one was there, I saw you talking to someone. The guy wondered. Did you hear us talking? But she quickly denied it. No, I couldn't hear, but I saw a little. They returned to the topic of skills. When did she wake up? The girl also honestly admitted. The time I met Toymaker, I remember it very clearly. So she knew my identity since then. Kong Yu is even harder to understand. You don't seem to be afraid of me even though you hate the villain. Naeon laughed. If I were afraid, I wouldn't dare come find you. She moved closer to him. Have you received the macarons yet? The young man replied. Kim Ut-tra handed it to me. She muttered to herself, so something did happen. The young man looked confused. What do you mean? Still, she hurriedly took back her words. Nothing. You make a request. Well, it's already clear, but I want you to keep my identity a secret. She bit her lip. Okay. Kong Yu sighs. All right, except for you. No one else knows my identity. But this time she responded. Huh? No. Naan revealing more information makes him question everything. There are many people who know about it. That afternoon, the sky of this city was filled with yellow. Are you coming or not, damn it? It's already late. Blood. But then he immediately raised his hand to greet. They're on their way now. Hurry up, you. Zom and Kanhun are already here. Dungtae has arrived. Over here, over here. Kong To is passing by us. Where is everyone? Have you called everyone yet? Your friend next to you happily reports that Ye and S are on their way. Have you talked to your cousin yet? His eyes suddenly narrowed when this was brought up. Just a moment ago, Seo had outright refused. No, my sister's team was not created to fight villains. Our mission is to eliminate the criminals outside the zone. She even pointed at him with a cold gaze, warning me not to do anything too reckless. The bomb gradually realizes things aren't looking good, huh? The other person responds coldly. Yeah, I didn't expect much from the start, so it's okay. Well, you just met and you're already blaming us? What can we do if even you are late? He simply quietly apologized, and I apologized too. Kong Hun Mat stared at the phone, but still spoke. I've already heard about it, but he's wondering if a YouTuber will come tomorrow? I heard they'll be doing a live stream too. Xiangta also emphasized they have up to 1 million subscribers. The girl next to her gasped. That's amazing, 1 million. That guy is still thinking things through. It's okay if he turns back, but live streaming might be a bit too much. If any of us makes a mistake, it'll all be recorded. He kept muttering, if you make mistakes doing this, you're really an idiot. So cheerfully interrupted, but making a few mistakes is also adorable, just like that, and immediately got scolded. Be quiet. Sangtae clenched his fist, his anger still not subsiding. Our goal is to make those filthy evil villains pay. If anyone doesn't feel confident, just step back now. Then Hung Ho declared, we will build the coffin with our own hands, and pushed even harder to hold on to him. Your raised hand looks so cool. In case of an explosion, I'm busy gathering forces. Are you crazy? We're already next to the park. If you come, you'll see what I can do. Enforcing justice? He looked at them emotionlessly. Nonsense. I'm sure you have other motives. Even the girl next to him was seen through by him. The little one wants to become an idol, so she got involved in this to gain fame. There are also 2 other mysterious people, Goangtae and Ansangho. I'm sure they agreed because they heard there would be filming. The lively scene in front of him only heightened his interest. Everyone has their own purpose, but everyone is useful because they all have talent. Kong Hun's lips curled up. So I'm just a background character supporting the main hero? His true nature is even showing on the outside. If more people find out about him, it could get tiring. If those 2 see it, they'll start talking. So why is he suddenly laughing? Forget it, he always pays when he wants. When night falls is when important meetings take place. Anan Blue VIP is standing by the window admiring the view. Did Cassian get back to you? His subordinate reports that he has replied agreeing to the proposal. The cunning old man whispered, so what it wants is a mana stone, huh? Too greedy for someone so young. He's also curious about how others will react. Deho carefully recounted each person. Red-Eye Dragon Hand and Iron M responded quite positively. But when they reached an evil person, Mr. A suddenly stopped and hesitated. Sorry, we couldn't get close to her, so we haven't been able to negotiate. And Blue VIP stroked his chin, as if pondering something. He exclaimed, it's a pity we couldn't lure the Flagblade, but for now I've already secured most of the prominent villains in Gadam. His butler confirmed, since he's in Feta, the number of villains joining will gradually increase. VIP suddenly changes his mind and no longer needs to prolong it. There are two members of the family that VIP still keeps an eye on, Sang Chun and Hui Sun. We could be caught off guard. They're not stupid. He coldly gave the order. Tomorrow night we will proceed according to plan. Deho bows and places a hand on his chest, saying, I will prepare thoroughly to avoid any mistakes. Hey, I think we have a guest. My subordinate, be careful. Someone from M's side has arrived. He looked a bit annoyed, coming so late and still bothering to visit. Really not polite at all. Deho quickly suggested, then I'll see him off. The door suddenly swung open. Why are you trying to send me away after I've come all this way? Deho frowned and looked a bit surprised. He glared at the other person. What is this? How dare you barge into a place like this? The other person is still wearing a discreet full-body veil. What does it matter in a place like this? This is just an old snake's house. Maybe I came to the wrong place. Did a Nan Blue VIP send you to ask on their own? Is something wrong? That guy touched the shirt. The chairman promised to support you. A familiar hair begins to reveal that help. The villain from before is actually me, Barracuda. The entire An Blue VIP mansion falls into silence. They are now sitting face to face. Barracuda. Vi still kept probing, even though just a month ago she heard he was beaten to pieces by Cassie. Barracuda's name smiled strangely. So he's recovered already? He spoke up. What kind of expression is that? He even questioned him himself. It seems you don't trust me very much, do you? I remember he said he would give me a reliable assistant, but that guy still keeps ignoring me. Am I not trustworthy? He rested his chin on his hand and sighed in disappointment. Viper has no qualms about speaking his mind directly. I thought he would send 7 managers, but it seems he looks down on me. Every word he says makes Barracuda burn with anger. I don't want to use the senses that can defeat it, and I threw off my own shoulder. At that moment, Hawk Hack suddenly ordered the two of them, catching them off guard. You're the one underestimating me, old man. Manana bursts out skillfully from one of his hands. If you want, I'll show you my restored strength. The light from that thing catches the VIP's attention. It's pretty fierce. After being kicked out of Buxan, he didn't sit still. How did he get that power? A few theories I considered, unless I get help from Mick-Kin, it's impossible. Is it true that they are related by blood? He keeps steering the conversation to the main issue. You want Winterbell, right? I will help you achieve your goal. This time, Barracuda's confidence is even higher than before, and then Kasi and Driver will be the ones to finish them off myself. In the old house, where Kongu usually trains the villains, he strictly commented that your attack power and agility are decent, but your stamina in battle is way too poor. Red Ice raises an eyebrow, so I guess no looking back then? And the guy break hand is even more energetic. Reckless. I like it. Double B and Krat are also mentioned. I need someone to take the hit and absorb the attack during the fight. What should we eat for lunch today? Kongu personally decided. One of you will lead the charge and break the enemy's formation. Krat, it's you. He suddenly pointed at me, but I'm the forward. Their coach asked again. What kind of forward always carries that huge, stupid hammer? He proudly introduced himself because he looked so cool. Blackhand angrily shouted, No, you idiot! And the guy kept focusing on teaching. I think you should put down the hammer and wear armor instead. You have a good physique, decent resilience, you're better suited to be a warrior. CR, feigning innocence, turned to ask the person next to him, Are they praising me? Next are the other key positions. Black Ghost and Double Bra will infiltrate and destroy the enemy's front line. He replied enthusiastically, Yes, big brother. You should also be cautious and focus on the core forces to disable them. During the fight, I will give you orders. Suddenly, someone interrupted excitedly. Stop! Blackhand pointed to himself. I don't have a mission yet. Kang Yu quickly agrees with him. I will assign you a very important position, he wondered. A very important position. A pretty good spot assigned by him. You will be the DPS and attack the enemy head-on. That guy is holding the key point. DPS. Blackhand laughs happily. Did you hear that? I am the DPS. Are those people gossiping behind his back? Is he going to start a fight? So he's just bait. He almost overheard. The sky is still very beautiful now, and not far from the training area is their rest zone. Is someone talking to you while driver is busy setting up his equipment on his computer? The guy also paused to add his input. First, I found 2 terms related to the platinum disc. Have you ever heard of that before? Not yet. In ancient Greek, it means the open sea. Just looking at the data he explained, it also means flood. The sea and the crowd behind are confusing. How are they related to the platinum disc? That guy is joking around, but maybe there's a connection to the legendary Great Flood after all. However, Kang Yu is seriously considering something. If he asks Mo Dot, he sees the creature from Dai happily admiring the machinery. What the hell is this guy doing with that name? AI, a new tablet? Ignoring that, he asked again, "Do you have anything else?" Driver immediately replied, "M." That name suddenly came out, making him react strongly, but it was just a fleeting moment, so Kang Yu returned to his normal expression. "Keep going, your friend also noticed it. It seems he was just surprised." The emotion changes so quickly. I don't know what "ma" means, but it definitely has something to do with the platinum disc. Based on the analysis, Driver can only provide some figures. Both could be ancient words combined, not just one, and there might be up to 4 platinum discs. He looked over at Mozo soaring around. 4. Driver revealed that M. King already has one. He wondered, so what about the locations of the remaining 3? That guy's glasses started up. Luckily, according to the search, another result was mentioned. Red Dead already has one. Kang Yu confirms once again. Red Dead Peony. He then also made his own guess. So, the other evil kings are holding the remaining 2. Your friend hesitates. I haven't confirmed it yet, but it's also possible. The young man sank into deep thought and calculation. This is the first time I've heard of there being 4 platinum discs, but earlier someone said the platinum disc was in the hands of the 4th evil king. That obscene smile makes him uneasy. The problem is why the black diamond key to finding the destructive sword ended up in the hands of the 4 evil kings. But then there was another face that shocked him even more. No way. Could it be a trap? Driver suggests now is the time to ask questions. I'm also curious about a few things, but the one who moved faster was Kang Yu. Thanks for the information. He hurriedly said, wait, he's desperately holding Kang Yu back. If you satisfy my curiosity, I'll look into it thoroughly for you. The guy fell silent for a moment, then suddenly started to explain. Ma is the name of a sword created during the mythological era. The person behind also paused for a moment in shock and his whole body stiffened. A sword, huh? I know for sure it's an ancient compound word. An excited feeling made Driver activate the lens in his eye himself. But how did he know? I'm so curious. The streets outside are disturbed by 2 people. Hello. As expected, Tomo is a cat killer. I'm Tiger New YouTuber with 1 million subscribers about to go everywhere. The 2 of them winked and enthusiastically introduced themselves to the audience. Today, I'm here with a promising star from the mukbang village. Duduri is super adorable. Hello, I am Duduri, the goal-scoring King Messi. Are you guys playing the role of John? Why is really the famous Duduri? The laundry owner in Wangni, you guys are crazy. Kyung Kyung is totally nuts. Duri is still standing in front of the screen to greet. Nice to meet you all. P has not ranked as a fire attribute marksman. A student Sa has not ranked as a forward with the Unsanghyun attribute. Sangchu gently lifts his glasses. This isn't a place for playing. Why are they here? Come on, change to a more mature look. I've made up my mind. I will entrust my life to Duri's love so you won't stop me. That guy is so fed up he doesn't even bother to believe. Wow, it seems like a few days ago you said the same thing. Sang-chun looks at the guy next to him. The target just switched from a car to Duri, while he blushes looking at his new love. Love is like that. When there's no other way, vows are kept hidden in the heart. Dad is just crazy. Both of them stop talking and turn around when they see the main character today. It seems everyone is already here. Sangto and his team are ready. Let's focus and give a quick summary before we start. He lightly brushes his lips, making the expensive gloves sparkle, and just enjoys this crazy party. Right now, in the abandoned town area, Sang says to everyone over the radio, "Don't split up." Then Sang continues with an angry tone. Our priority is to get back safely, not to defeat those bastards. To achieve that, we have to act as a team like we did during training at school. Kang Hun crossed his arms and asked Sangtae, "We need to choose a leader to give orders during the fight, right?" Sang immediately replied, "I will do it." Kang Hun heard that. You're on the front line now, but the team leader needs to observe the battle from behind. Sangtae suddenly looked serious and said firmly, "I will do it." Kang Hun looked at him and said nothing. Sanj put one hand in his pocket and looked at the screen, saying to everyone, "We will infiltrate as John in 30 minutes. Officer Ho raised his hand to interrupt Sangtae. "I have a question." Sangtae replied, "What is it?" Then Mr. Ho pointed at the YouTubers who were live streaming and joking, asking who will protect those YouTubers. It seems they didn't bring bodyguards. Dangtu looked at them and sighed. They shouldn't have gotten involved in this dangerous situation. With us here, they don't need bodyguards. Mr. Ho turned to look at them. Who knows what might happen next? Then Deong Ho clenched his fist and put it in his backpack. I will ensure the safety of the YouTubers. I will protect Ms. Tu Duri. The girl burst out laughing when she heard that. He's so funny. Sang snapped angrily. Stop talking nonsense. Just do what you need to do. Idiot. Dong Sun looks at the cameraman, then back at Turi, smiling with a sinister grin. Sorry, I can't go right now. I have a meeting in the afternoon. Driver then asked, what kind of meeting is that? The regular meeting of Winter Bellow. Driver wondered, isn't the meeting usually in the evening? Joss hesitated, then said, the time suddenly changed to 2 in the afternoon. Driver then asked, but why is that? Joe said it was the elder's request. Hearing that, the driver thought, could it be that old man, the elder? Then he leaned back in his chair, crossed his legs on the desk, and said nothing. Joseph immediately asked, do you have anything else to say? Driver typed on the keyboard and said to Joseph, I will call you later. Suddenly I have something to do. Joseph asked, what's going on? Is Kasi going to do anything else? After hanging up, Driver looked at the screen and exclaimed, that's interesting. The Sangtae are coming in uninvited, paying us a visit. Driver looked at the Sangtae on the screen and asked, Siko? No, it seems they are students from Sa School. Driver stroked his chin with interest and asked, why are these kids here? The scene shifts to another room where Kang Yu is training his strength. After finishing, he quietly assesses it. The advantage of the Black Knight sword is its ability to penetrate well, but it's quite difficult to use in close combat. Then he looked at his hand silently, and Kang recalled Black Hen's technique if he could master his move. Then he cast his spell. Mazot saw it and asked, are you planning to create a new move? Kang Yu replied, I am still experimenting. Then he focused his power into his hand, thinking he needs more techniques to use in real battles, and also as the final blow to defeat enemies. Suddenly, Kang Yu's phone rings with a new notification. He and Mozo check the message together. A sudden shift to John Gadam's area in Zone A. Kang Yu asks, an emergency summon? What's going on now? Their group has also arrived at John Gadam's area. One person said, it doesn't look that scary. The bespectacled student looked around and sighed, as all the rumors claimed this place was full of ruthless villains. Cruel indeed. Mr. Ho beside him clenched his fist and smiled. It seems the rumor about me being at John Gadam's side has already spread. Dante warned them, don't let your guard down. The true nature of villains is that they are cowardly and cruel. We never know when or where they will strike, so be careful. Suddenly another voice praised Sangtae, saying, you're the captain. Your comment is so cool. The YouTuber streaming is laughing, and with Sangtae there I feel so safe. Dodori looks adorable. Please protect us. A account named Great Demon King in Shorts is watching the live stream and commenting. Is this the first YouTuber to play the role of John? A account named Vinan is commenting with crazy insults. A account named Jisung is really something. The account named Cat Bear kept commenting, non-stop praising. The adorable Thorn is too cute. SEO looked at Sangtae standing with the New Year group and couldn't help feeling annoyed. The YouTuber was interviewing Santi. Have you ever fought an evil person before? Sangha. Sangtae forced a nervous smile and answered, clearly asking the obvious. A account named The Brave Young Man commented with impressive spirit. Another account named Gui also commented. Comment praising Sunti. So cool. I'll call you my brother. Another account named Puchu also commented to praise. Sunti is incredibly handsome. The account named Odama commented and asked, is this a live broadcast? So, Ties continued, we are all elites. Those villains are nothing to us. Ha ha ha. The YouTuber immediately praised his confidence. So arrogant. Hun looked at Sangtae and replied with a hint of sarcasm. Has he fought against villains before? Hivlan replied, nonsense. Suddenly, Tuduri seemed to see something and exclaimed, oh, she just pointed to the person standing over there. Over there, Turi nervously hugged Sangtae's arm and asked if that was the villain. Sangtae stroked his chin and thought, is that a dog? The YouTuber points to the person digging the hole. Did everyone see that? That's a villain. The evil villain from Gadam finally appears. A account named BB Building commented on the villain. Another account with a different name angrily comments in yellow shorts. Get out of the way, I can't see anything at all. Account named Kingfish comments, who is this? A account named Watermelon Rice asks to film her while feeding her a durian. After seeing that person dig a hole and wipe sweat, the account named Kingfish comments driver. A account named Hojun responded, that's not right. An account named Y Kin couldn't help but marvel. This one is a great digger. The account named King Messi scores a comment saying he is the future of the South Korean infantry. Dongsun shouted at Sang-tae, "What are you doing?" "Hurry up and give the order," Sang-tae replied. "This guy is just a small fry, not dangerous at all." Hearing that, Dongsun angrily grabbed Sang-tae by the collar. "Are we here to have fun with those villains? We came to destroy this place." Sang-tae clenched Dongsun's hand and shouted, "Are you crazy? You dare to touch me?" Dongsun shouted. "Huh." Sang clenched his fist and warned Dongsun, "Be careful. This time I'll let it go, but next time you're definitely dead." Then Sang-tae shouted at everyone. "Everyone prepared to fight. We will kill the evil man in front of us. I will go first. Support me with all you've got." Everyone heard this and shouted, "Let's go." Suddenly a flame shot towards Sang's face, a powerful fire rushing directly at him. Sang shouted, "Dodge!" He transformed into stone, then created a stone seal shield. The stone shield shattered into many pieces. The New Year gang couldn't help but exclaim, "Amazing!" Dust swirls as Red M stands before them and shouts, "You uninvited dogs are really stupid." Dongsun angrily yells, "Who is that guy in the helmet?" Sang-tae, with her hands crossed in front of her chest, also asked, "Who are you?" Then she snapped her fingers and the fire gradually went out. "I am the strongest villain in Gadam." "You cowardly brat. Doesn't your father feel ashamed of you?" Song sat quietly at the desk, staring at the box and recalling his meeting with Kang Yu. Yu-chan held his helmet and asked Kang Yu why he helped him. Then Yu-chan continued, "You are the villain and I am the one on the wrong side." Kang Yu immediately replied, "Both for justifiable reasons. Is it really necessary to distinguish so clearly? But I understand your way of thinking, because I used to see things only from one side too. Wrong is right, and the villain is the antagonist. I used to think that having everything and falling back on nothing was the only way, but just because you believe it's right doesn't mean it is." Then Kang Yu turned his back and walked away. "If you're still suspicious of my intentions, just think of me as a crazy villain playing a role, huh?" Yu-cha looked at Kang Yu's back as he walked away, then lowered his gaze to the helmet in his hand. He put the helmet into the box. He thought acting was inappropriate. Then he put the helmet back on his head. Wuhan said with a determined look, "Always pursuing justice." Villa Incan switches to the scene at Joe's role in Gadam District as a powerful attack charges straight toward CR. A loud explosion rang out. Break couldn't help but gasp, "Oh my," while Double Bread was left speechless. CR laughs. "I managed to block it." Break strokes his chin. "Nice defense." Red Eye, seeing this, asked, "Am I not putting enough force into it?" After seeing Krat block Red Eye's attack, Break excitedly approached and asked, "Are you okay?" Krat, hands on hips, cheerfully replied, "Don't mess with me." Suddenly Double B pointed at Grad's eyes and asked, "Oh, why are your eyes watering like that?" Grat replied, "Because I am too moved." Suddenly Red Eye sensed something, a paper flying straight toward him. The shooter was the pink-haired girl standing on the wall. "Something bad has happened." Red, hearing this, asked, "What bad thing?" Black Hand looked confused and asked if the boss was having a seizure or something. "What's going on?" She replied, "They are here." Then she raised her gun. "Those guys." Red AI and the others froze. Then, as if they understood something, Break H shouted loudly, "What?" Right now at Gadam District Joe's shoulder area, the crowd looked surprised and asked Radiem, hearing the name Red Mart. He secretly thought that was the guy Kimut Cha said to be careful of. When Hun heard Redem say that, he looked down on him with the utmost contempt. Does he really call himself that? Ram chuckled to himself. What a rustic name, Redem said mockingly. Whether it's a trainee's mistake or stepping into the role of John, it's still a violation of the rules, Redem reminded them. John's role is not a playground, so while I'm still kind, you'd better go back now. The two YouTubers turned their cameras to Redem and spoke with a mocking tone. Did everyone hear that? A villain just threatened us. Wow, I'm so scared. Do scream for help. A account named Bankan Society seemed unimpressed and even mocked them, commenting, "Are they making a movie or what?" Another account named Delicious Fish Stew also commented, "So full of energy." Another account named Leroy commented, "Ha ha!" Sangtu stepped forward to return. Then he sneered and said, "If I don't want to, what can you do? You think you can fight all those demons alone?" Red M replied calmly, "The outcome of a lion versus a pack of dogs is already very clear." Hearing that, Sang-tae immediately laughed and asked, "Ha, a pack of dogs?" Then he smirked and said, "Stop being so arrogant. Let's see who the real bastard is." Redem clenched his fists and prepared himself. "This is my final warning. Go back now." Song-ti then told Dong-soon, "In bum, act based on my signals." "Okay." Song-tu looked down on him with contempt, feeling a bit uneasy because he had no information about him. But it's okay. With this level of manpower, no matter who the villain is, we can still defeat them. If there's only one villain, then there's no problem because we already have a great plan. Suddenly, a voice interrupted their conversation. Hey, you guys, it turns out they're from Black Hand. Black Hand crossed his arms and smiled. I'm right here. Hey everyone, did you see that? All the villains are gathered together. An account named Kimchi Kukai commented, these guys are screwed. A account named Haru TV immediately replied to the comment above. We're definitely doomed. Another account named Baby Shark comments, it seems it's not the right time for an account named Ochi to comment. Crazy as hell. Black Hen watches the crowd raising their teacups. I thought these guys were Seer, but maybe not. Double B points towards Redmart. CR immediately asked, huh? Seeing Redmart Black Hand surprised, he spoke up. Why is Red M him? Red M suddenly told Black Hen's group, I will handle this, you all disperse. Black Hen angrily shouted, what? If it's you who has to go, then so be it. Red M sighed upon seeing Black Hand's reaction. You're such a troublemaker. Is there anyone like him in Gadam? I've never seen anyone like him before. Black Hen clenched his fist with a sneer and said, ha, it seems you don't know how strong we've become. Red M then asked, do you train specially or something? Black Hen confidently replied, of course. My boss personally trained us. Hearing that, Black Ghost said, it's me. When he heard Black Hen praising himself, Red M thought Cassie personally trained them. Dong Sun watched as Black Hand and Red M argued. What? Who are they? It seems they are fighting among themselves. Seeing the tense situation, Sante couldn't say another word. Sangti gritted her teeth in anger and said, are you still so calm in front of us? These arrogant villains? Then Sangte charged at Breakhand, shouting, attack, attack. Blackhand then executed his move with a sneer and shouted charge. Brother CR, seeing this, was terrified. No way, you idiot, attack yourself then. Black Ghost saw that and told CR, Krat, go ahead, just like during training, play your role. Then, what about Black Hand? Black Ghost calmly replied, let him go. Coldly. Black Hen sneered, I will defeat all of you. Then rushes towards Sangte. Take him down first, then immediately use Ice Arrow. He shouted, Ice Arrow, then shot the Ice Arrow toward Braken. Ice Arrow shot towards Break, suddenly catching him off guard, forcing him to dodge to the side. Aim and shoot. I have been waiting for this moment for a long time. Then a bullet exploded and flew straight at Braken, creating a loud bang. The Black Ghost group was also stunned by the scene, with the explosion over and only dust and smoke remaining on the ground and in the air. Seeing this, Mr. Ho sneered, thinking that no matter how powerful the explosion was, he would now be seriously injured. Suddenly, a voice cut through Mr. Ho's thoughts. So boring. Dion Ho immediately froze in shock, staring wide-eyed at Black Hand standing right in front of him, completely unscathed. He sneered, enduring the suffering. After being beaten up every day by Gless, this is the result of his special training. In an old building, Kang Yu and Kodao look at the screen in surprise. He finds it a bit funny, but Driver crosses his legs on the table and smiles at him. It seems those kids are here for field work. Looking at the two men on the screen, I suddenly realize they are the guys from the coffee shop. He looked at the masked man suspiciously and asked, what is he doing? Driver turned to look at the screen seriously. Even though they're just kids, we can't ignore this intrusion into our territory. He looked at the driver's worried face about the kids outside. Are you planning to handle this? You're getting a bit too enthusiastic, Driver replied calmly. No, I still have other things to do. He gestured with his thumb toward the screen behind. I've already contacted Red One. He'll handle this fine. Mungi doesn't think that's right. It's not quite appropriate. There's already too much to deal with in this matter. Driver hesitated and asked, which side are you worried about? He remembered Kan Min teaching the three of Break and Krat double bad. Of course, I think it's those kids. Except for Black Ghost, the other three are teased as fools. I squint, but they've been trained as if for real combat. Now, they are the best team working together. He sees this battle as if it's a fight between chickens and chicks. The driver strokes his chin, frowning in thought, thinking he's right. These guys always give it their all. Then he happily sat up, excited. I'll leave the flag to you. Please take charge of the situation here. She smiled. Of course, if the little one asked, they would definitely do it. He glanced at the driver with a confident tone. So the reason you called me isn't because of them, he replied calmly. Yeah. He excitedly twirled the two screwdrivers in his hands. Let's go purge the traitors. In the old buildings of Gadam District A, golden energy light envelops him as Black Hand unleashes a palm strike. Charge forward. Those kids! The pink-haired guy looked surprised. He is a traitor. My bullets will scare him. The purple-haired guy quickly turns his head to look at his teammate and shouts, Everyone hold the line, ignore the tank, and focus on the healer first. Someone from behind him rushes up and says, "Trust me, I'll handle him." He grumbles angrily, cursing the sleeping guy. He gritted his teeth, face pale, as a voice rang out, "Move!" Cross appeared and kicked him away. The tank is coming. The pink-haired guy and the girl behind him are panicking. Are both tanks always here? CR speeds up and rushes forward. The purple-haired guy orders, "Don't let him get past." The spear wielder angrily cursed, "Damn it!" raising his spear high, gripping the shaft tightly, leaning back and unleashing orange energy into the spear as he shouted, "I'll take you down with this attack." The spear tip spun continuously in a 360-degree circle, with the orange light transforming into a tornado swirling around the spear. He shouted, "Spiral whirl!" CR narrows his eyes and watches this scene seriously. Blue energy radiates from his fist. He threw a lightning-fast punch at the spear, which immediately shattered in surprise, his eyes wide and eyes almost splitting open. "My spear," arrogantly. "A toothpick like that can't do anything to me," he said angrily, grabbing his broken spear. "What trick did you just use?" Cross smiles. "So that's what you call a trick?" Cross smiled, full of confidence as he charged forward. "Now I know your true strength. You haven't tasted death yet, so your mouth is so reckless." He gathered his strength to throw the broken half of the spear, but CR dodged with incredible speed. He turned back and shouted loudly, "Zom, get out of there. Hurry up and shoot for me. Hurry up and shoot for me." "Hurry up!" She glared at him angrily and shouted, "Shut up, I'm about to shoot." A blue light emanates from her hands as a red arrow streaks across the battlefield. The pink-haired guy raised his hand and ice spikes appeared in his palm. Ice illusion. An explosion appears in the sky. She looks up in surprise, as if sensing something nearby. She panicked and turned around when suddenly a shadowy figure wielding 2 knives appeared in front of her, making her face drain with fear and scream. The ice energy emitted from the pink-haired guy's fist as he threw a punch at the double bread, threatening the girl. The ice fist, the spear-wielding man shouts angrily, "What are you doing? Hurry up and support properly." The angry pink-haired guy replied, "Idiot, they've gone beyond the front line." A shadow slides down to the ground. A double-edged blade. "You idiot." The girl turns back, her face pale, and there's another guy over there. He pushed his glasses up nervously. "Sorry about that." Black Hen, with an emotionless face, approached him as he looked terrified. A quiet voice echoed, "Sleep well, sweetheart." He's lying motionless on the ground. CR kicks his opponent, and Grat lands a kickback. The two of them are sweating profusely as they watch this scene, while the other two rush in, punching and kicking them excitedly. Now this is a real villain's fight. The comment section instantly exploded. Leroy said he would crush them all, that the Bread Club must really be the villains in this story. Haru TV, they're definitely doomed. Kimchi and Radish go home and rest. The purple-haired guy kneeling in the thick smoke, panting heavily, wondered suspiciously, how could the fight be so one-sided? Not only are their individual skills strong, but their team coordination is also impressive. Can these villains really pull this off? Seeing the girl turn to run away, the pink-haired guy angrily said, "Come on, fight properly." She freaked out and yelled, "I'm just support, you idiot." A voice echoes out. The purple-haired man gently wipes the sweat from his face, startled as he looks at the man in front of him, who speaks in a deep voice. "I warned you already," the man in the hat said in a deep voice. "Don't underestimate our role." The purple-haired guy, furious after hearing that, sneered and said, "Not yet." He charged forward wildly, but the man dodged all of his attacks. He praised the chain of strikes as impressive enough to become a top-tier potential leader. He tensed his body and threw him off, but it wasn't enough to shake his own body. He remembered Kong Yu's serious back, just like that person. He angrily shouted, "You bastard! When will you stop running away?" Fists threw out countless shards of stone flying toward the man. Countless pillars rose from the ground to block the debris. The man's hand glows with a bright red light. A barrier appears blocking the incoming rocks. The man remains calm and says, "I am not running. I am just letting you attack me." The man clenched his fiery fist. "My anger will never subside." His eyes were filled with amazement. The fist pierced through the storm of flying rocks and shot straight at him. Flame spear ignited. Father frowns. "If I finish this with just one move." John Gadam on the rooftop looks up in surprise. The driver excitedly introduces a strange-shaped aircraft in front of him. A VTOL that just recently completed testing and can take off and land vertically. He looked at the airplane in surprise. "Where did you get this? Wait a minute. You can even buy something like this as an individual?" He casually replied, "I built it myself," happily explaining the aerodynamic design. "You can travel at supersonic speeds, arriving in just a few minutes," he said with a smug smile. "It even has an invisibility function, so there's no need to worry about detection." Kang Yu and Maz are stunned, thinking how terrifying this is. In the old, dilapidated building, flames billowed up into the night sky, illuminating the darkness. The opponent was hit directly. The spear-wielding man looked terrified, while the pink-haired guy and the girl beside him stared in shock, their eyes full of concern. Brake smiled in admiration and said, "Well, that guy's pretty impressive." Grat asked suspiciously, "Is he dead or what? Are you really allowed to do that?" The girl runs over to help him, worriedly asking, "Are you okay?" A voice echoes, "Stop fighting. If you leave quietly now, I won't hold you accountable." If I were the one giving the orders, this wouldn't have happened. Black Hen turned around angrily and shouted, "Are you planning to let them go? Who gave you the right?" Red AI, calmly, "Stop here. If things get out of hand, it will be hard to control." He was so angry that his whole body trembled uncontrollably. Holding back, Joe Gadam's shoulder at the heaven bar, a person dressed in a full cloak. "Ha! I'm serious. The rebels have stormed in." Cheha wondered suspiciously. "A flag squad? If there's no valid reason to rush in here, then it's against the rules. It just can't happen." That person insists they are normal, but that's really how it is. That's right. Zampet continues to present evidence. "Did you see it with your own eyes?" I was watching the live stream. Are they streaming on YouTube?" "Maybe they're still live streaming?" Cheha asks, touching his chin. "Who on our side is handling this?" Jam pulls out his phone, seeing a guy I've never seen before. He's wearing a strange mask. She's terrified because it's Black Hand, and there's even a red one too. Chia furrows his brow in thought. Black Hand shouts angrily, "We have to take this opportunity to deal with them, or they'll come back again." The pink-haired guy and the girl frown in frustration, his hand cracking as he clenches it and says, "You need a good beating to understand." He rushes in like lightning. "I will correct your way of acting. Are you breaking the person's hand on the spot?" He falls to the ground unconscious. His face turns pale as he tries to support himself and stand up, but his entire body is enveloped by a blue energy stream. What the hell is going on? My body suddenly feels so heavy. A hand grabs the camera lens and a voice echoes, "Stop the live stream." The man in a deep voice says, "I have a hunch, but I don't think I should interfere in this." He points and says, "If I keep just watching, something bad will happen. Support the order, Gung Chun." Kiar angrily shouted, "Who are you?" Black Ghost quickly intervened. "Oh, wait a moment." Cross looked back in surprise and asked, "What, you know him?" "He said he's a regular soldier," BR said to provide. Black Hen suddenly shouted. "What?" He frowned seriously. "He is here." He remembers D-Gun and Suion, which means there are others as well. And Chim Min Red Eye sweat nervously, wondering how long they had been hiding and watching. Thinking of those three people, he felt a sudden fear. I can't sense their presence. A pair of feet approaches. Song-Ti irritably turns around and looks, seeing Seo standing there, and he is surprised. "Sue, why did you come here?" He angrily looked at his teammate holding a spear sitting beside him, then let out a breath, thinking maybe he was startled when he heard So-Ti's voice. "Dumbass, are you calling Sister Sue?" The scene shifts to a figure lying on the ground, begging Sue. "Please help us, I beg you. Sister Sue, if things keep going like this, everyone will die." His voice echoed, "Please, miss, save us." She frowned, hesitant. He lowered his stick, sighing. "She's just there to help prevent any accidents?" Song-Ti shouted angrily. "Are you crazy?" He angrily pointed at Song-Ti's face and shouted, "Shut up! You idiot! Can you still bark those words now?" He said harshly, "If I didn't call Sister Seo, we would all die here." Sangta clenched his teeth, his anger reaching its peak, and slowly placed a hand on his father's shoulder, making everything worse in front of the villain. He was terrified. "Yes, sorry." He sweat as he looked at the man in front of him, calmly announcing that we will lead them out of the area. Siu placed his hands on his hips and threatened, "If you interfere, from today the Gadam district will disappear from the map. Xinghua district, Ansi and Blue Viper's residence. It's been a long time since we all gathered like this. It's because you, the elder, never go there. But we meet often." He praised him, "Your words still as cruel as ever." So Chun replied tiredly, "Things have been chaotic lately, and we also have to watch Manny King's movements." Anent Blue Viper said, "There is something more important than that." He worried. "The person we need to serve the King of Winterbell is absent." The man remains calm, nothing to worry about. Mujin has passed through the sealed coffin of the gateway. Until she returns from France, you all think Min can fulfill the responsibilities of a Winterbell ruler. Yeah. Ansi and Blue Viper slightly smirked. "Yes, isn't it true that she can do what our vassals exist for? Serving the king?" Mount High is serious. "Yes, she can do what our vassals exist for. Serve the king." Ansi and Blue, VIP, doesn't think it's right. Mujin alone is not enough. Mikin is a cunning and experienced schemer. Mujin couldn't fight back against him. They were surprised. "What are you saying?" He smiled and said, "I will make an important decision for the family and you will have to help me." Sang-chun slammed his hand on the table, angrily shouting, "No way! Are you planning to erase Mujin from the throne?" Hai-sun looked serious, unable to rebel. "There is no choice for you." "What are they surprised about?" A voice suddenly sounded, making the three of them startle. "You fools, I'm getting annoyed." A footstep sound accompanied by a voice echoes. "Is there something wrong with your ears? Why can't you understand?" Barracuda, with an evil look, told them to behave like good dogs. "You fools and idiots, Lampus Branch and Son." A sharp clang rang out. What the hell is going on?" Dee shouted loudly. "Senior, not branch manager." He kicked open the door and shouted. Currently in the role of John from Gadam District, a man's voice echoes, "I am watching." Chisun resting his hand on his cheek, pondering. "What should I do now?" The Blue Viper Mansion. The three of them looked at Barracuda in panic. He raises his finger to press the red ring on his finger, his voice echoing from hell to keep outsiders from interfering in Winter Bellow's affairs. Joseph sneers, especially since he's also the one who ran away and was defeated by Cassian. Barracuda smiled menacingly and said, "If you keep talking nonsense like that, you'll surely die someday." He challenged calmly. "You're too confident. Let's see if you can handle this." "Hold on, I have something to say, I just forgot to mention it." The voice of the Asian Blue VIP echoes. "There is DS in the teacup in front of you, and since you've all drunk it, you can no longer become villains." The three of them looked at the tea on the table, desire surging for the suppressant drug. He frowned and assessed. "You behave exactly like a venomous green snake, don't you?" He threatened. "I will ask one last time. Answer carefully if you do not stand with me." Joss interrupted him. "I refuse." Hui-sun raises his hand and says, "I do too." So-chun closes his eyes with determination. "I will never betray Mujin." Barracuda chuckled softly, the blue energy gathering in his arm, and asked, "Can I kill them now?" A voice echoed. "You want to deal with everyone at once? It's getting difficult now, you have to leave some for me too." Joseph looked tense and angry. "Red Sot, it seems you're still meddling in the district's affairs too?" Hui-sun stands up to question. "As a senior elder, to let outsiders interfere?" A Nan Blue VIP calmly says, "It's all for the future. As a vassal of Winterbell and also a elder, I must make the right decision." He glanced at Barracuda and said, "You can now enjoy yourselves to the fullest." Barracuda laughed maniacally. "I'll use a trick to make you feel no pain at all." Suddenly, a shadow burst through the window, shattering the glass, and lunged at his back. He let out a groan and shouted, "Kasian, you're smiling again, we meet once more." His face turned pale. He stared at him and threw a punch. He was knocked to the ground by a burst of energy that cracked the earth open. Red Sort was panicked. "What's going on? Who is he? Why did he just break the window and rush in?" Driver sat cross-legged on the floating tree outside the window, looking bored. "This meeting is very serious. You need to behave carefully." Ancient Blue Viper hurriedly turned to look at him and shouted at the driver. He waved goodbye. "Hello, old man." His hand slammed down on the table in anger. "Singer Ann, didn't you agree to join my side if I gave you the magic crystal?" He smirks. "I haven't received it yet, so it doesn't count." He is angry and says, "How dare you?" Sisian's voice is full of mockery. "You're too naive." Pink light filled the room as the three successfully transformed into villains, laughing happily as they looked at him. "You've been fooled, Elder." He looked at them in surprise. "How could you do this?" Joseph said calmly. "We already suspected the Elder's suspicious behavior before, and he continued, so we predicted he would tamper with the drink. Elder, we're very disappointed. I really wanted to trust you." "So he's angry and arrogant now? You're still dragging outsiders into this." Josp smiled and said, "Fine, let's assume that." Barracuda was trembling on the ground. He continued, "They are all permitted by my elder, so they are different." Driver slung the screwdriver over his shoulder, looking displeased, "But we were also allowed." Lying, he was angry. "If not me, then who allowed you all, huh?" A voice rang out, "It's me." The glass door shattered as he nervously looked at him, panic-stricken, shouting, "Why are you here?" Mujin China with bright red eyes steps in as the scene shifts to the villain's territory. Siu's tone is threatening. "If you dare to block the way, from today Gadam District Vion will disappear from the map. Red Eye, the shapeshifter, will vanish." CR panically pointed at them, and there was someone even more arrogant than the boss himself. Calmly, "Let them go." CR annoyed. "What? So, even after hearing that, you still tell us to let them go? They are a special extermination force for villains." He turns his head with a serious expression. "All the members are elite regular soldiers. Confronting them is like throwing stones at a brick wall. Break Goi, I also agree to let them go." Cross is annoyed, and so are you. "Why is that?" He looks serious. "You heard it, we can't win if we fight. Cross isn't willing, we've already fought with the boss before. Red Eat is sweating, and you call that a fight? It's just you getting beaten up." Break. Jez looks serious. "Even if we gather our people, we can't compare to them. Stop fooling around." Black Ken's iron hand trembles. Why do we have to go through all this? His face turned pale, trembling and grinding his teeth. Is it because we don't want to be treated like trash but instead have to hide like bugs out of fear of those who look down on us? He raised his hand and sneered contemptuously. Surprisingly, I didn't expect him to stand up under my heavy shield. He gritted his teeth with bloodshot eyes. Even if I fall, I will still show you the pride of a destroyer. CR scratching his head. Then you're just bait. Sue, losing patience, raises the silver gun in her hand. That's a good spirit, but ignoring my warning is a serious crime. If you want to die, then come at me. A golden light, like two rays encircling the fist of Black Hand. He shouted and charged forward. This is the finishing move I forged through special training. The deadly iron fist. The iron gloves fly like a storm, ready to fire. A blue light flashes as Seo pulls the trigger. The bullet split his glove in two. What is he staring at with wide eyes? My finishing move. The bullet rushes at him at the speed of light. Does it have no effect? Suddenly a giant bird appeared, opening its mouth like a dark tunnel to swallow the bullet. The bird takes a breath. Siyu frowns as he watches this scene. The man wearing glasses looked surprised. Dao Kui let out a small cry. She raised her hand and said, "It's my turn to have fun with you guys." Ko Jiao smiled and said, "It's my turn to have fun with you guys." Siu frowned. Ko Jiao, she remembered the previous discussion, had to be especially careful with which villain in John Gadam's role. He replied, "Driver, Kasi, and Kodao." She calmly thought, "So I just need to pay attention to them?" He stroked his chin thoughtfully, not ignoring the recently joined Gadam member Black Ghost, but not paying too much attention to him either. She turned back and listened seriously. Just remember the three people I just mentioned. The image of the three villains appears in her memory, Kasi, Driver, and Kodao. Ku's voice echoes, saying it's truly an honor to have her play with us. Because it's an honor. Kodao was startled. She smiled confidently and pulled out her second silver gun. "So, I will play with her especially." "The Blue Viper Estate," a voice echoes. "Why are you here?" China's eyes flash with a red light. "Mujin," she looked at him arrogantly. "He was furious, needing several victories to assess your authority to become the ruler of Winterbellow." She calmly replied, "I have reduced the time as much as possible." He irritably responded, "Do you think I will believe that? It's been a long time since I saw Mujin. I didn't expect to meet you again. I've been waiting for this day for a long time." She tilted her head to look at him and asked in surprise, "Who are you?" He is furious. He grits his teeth and says, "I will make sure you remember this forever." He pointed down at her and shouted in anger. Then her body suddenly disappeared on the spot. A fully covered man pressed a blade to his neck, and he looked nervously at the man behind him. "What? When did he appear?" Anon blew. VIP stared with wide eyes as if realizing something. "So those four modestly dressed people standing behind China are the most loyal guards," he shouted loudly. "Bake!" He was terrified, thinking about those executing Winterbell's orders. His face was incredulous, wondering if she had truly gained the throne in such a short time. China raises her sword to his face, her voice full of deadly intent. "I am a blue VIP. I cannot overlook your acts of betrayal." He stiffened as he looked at the sword in front of him and listened to China's verdict. Anison Blue, a VYP, will be stripped of the elder title. She grits her teeth and is expelled. Barracuda sits with his head bowed in the corner, softly snorting. He narrowed his eyes, thinking, "Damn it, this is bad. I once told him that spirit is what wins a battle. No matter how dangerous it is, as long as the spirit remains, there's always a chance to turn the tide." He puffed on his cigar and smiled. "If you want to win, don't lose your fighting spirit." He raised his hand to wipe his mouth and said, "Losing your fighting spirit is exactly what you must avoid right now." Looking at the current situation, he pondered that to escape this predicament, he had to turn the tide. He firmly believed that the only one who could do it was himself. A voice caught Cassian's attention. "Cassi?" He tried to stand up, gritting his teeth, and said, "I want a one-on-one fight with you." He asked doubtfully, "What is going on? You just got beaten up, didn't you?" The guy sneers with a mocking laugh. "You ambushed me and you're not ashamed? Are you afraid to fight fair?" Driver seems to see through his plan. "Even a kid wouldn't be provoked by you." Cassan nods. "I accept." Driver looked stunned, as if he was admitting he was just a little kid. The two charged at each other like lightning. He said, "Go ahead, you will never beat me." He tilted his body to dodge the punch and started with a right-handed strike. He crouched down to dodge, then swung with his left hand. Sure enough, just as I thought, he looked pleased. "Through the simulated battles, I have studied all your data carefully." I smile confidently and say, "So with someone much stronger than before like me, I cannot lose." He keeps attacking relentlessly, but all are blocked. The enemy laughs arrogantly. "Your moves won't work on me. Try harder." He rushes forward as if he has realized something. Looking at his right side waist, he happily thinks there's an opening. Is this the punch I should be aiming for? He rushes forward excitedly. I am still Barracuda, do you hear me? I will kill. A black chain appears and quickly binds his hands. He looked surprised at the chaos before him. What's going on? He pulls the man closer with the chain. The man looks at him in fear, sneers, and says, You talk too much for someone we haven't seen in a long time. You're just a child. He delivers a thunderous punch to the man's stomach. He screams in pain as he is grabbed by the hair and a punch lands squarely on his face. The rogue sighed softly and broke out in a cold sweat. I guess it hurts a lot. Hui-sun calmly said, I guess he held back so he wouldn't kill him. He grabbed the broken iron hand and looked at it, asking, Is that a new weapon? He grits his teeth and pants. Where did you go with the stuff you sold earlier? Why can't I beat you? The look on his face is unwilling. To defeat you, I have to go through hundreds of simulated battles. As he finishes speaking, his sharp claws swipe past his hand, grabbing the broken iron hand, and he irritably says, You need to learn how to fight. You get beaten up and fall into a big hole in the ground. He calmly says, That's how you learn. He grabs the iron arm. I'll take this as my tuition fee. Redot sweat nervously, unable to believe Barracuda was defeated like that. Damn it, we've been beaten. The sound of footsteps echoes. It's over. I won't hold back anymore. A blue whirl appears above Anant Blue VIP Chian's head, who then lowers his gun and surrenders. I think it seems like all the important people are gathered here. 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, appear in the whirlwind. The man in the vest says, Nice to meet you, I am Namchan, the mid-level director. Anand Blue VIP was surprised. Namchan? Who is he? The driver asks. That's Manny King's right arm. He looks at China. The chairman sent me to congratulate you. Mujin for successfully becoming the ruler of Winterbell. She's annoyed. Are we so close that even the old man has to congratulate me? Let's go for the decisive victory. He is disappointed. I came to mediate. China said sharply. What if I refuse? He asked suspiciously. Are you planning to fight us with just these people? He pointed to the 2 behind him. They are more than enough. He calmly asks why you shouldn't delay any longer. What are you talking about? Damn it, just as he said, we need to go back to Gadam now. 4 years ago, the Lampus building. Aren't you tired, sister? I just finished fighting with you, she said calmly. You should test your limits before training. You'll end up hurting yourself. She gasped for breath. People often say that the harder you hit steel, the stronger it becomes. She slammed the weight plate onto the ground. Although the process was boring and dull, it was necessary. There's no shortcut to becoming stronger. Siu smiled and said, Senior, your goal is to become the top-ranked Go player, right? She wiped the sweat with a towel. All the Go games are aimed at that. But earlier she had some hope. There was someone I wanted to beat. She asked in surprise. Even the senior has someone you want to beat? She narrowed her eyes in annoyance at the arrogant young master who became the youngest to hold the top chess title. She was surprised. It's the same person we met during our training in America. She sighed, saying she would give her all next time, but who knows when that will be. Is she suspicious of the enemy beast? She remembered Kansback. It was also a wonderful experience for me. Truly, there's always a higher mountain. Siu handed the young man a bottle of water and smiled. You have so much money, Senior Khan. You must be a very powerful person. She said that among the top players, he specializes in close combat. He once said this. She tightened her grip as she opened the water bottle cap with a serious expression. Whether the opponent is weak or strong, a relative or a colleague, we must use all our strength in battle. He said that if we can do that, we can become as strong as him. Her voice rang out, a much younger, arrogant kid. Siu pondered as the battle erupted across Gadam. Siu furrowed her brow, contemplating what she wanted. The flag rushes forward like the wind. Siu spun the gun in her hand, and as she spun the ice, the illusionary girl jumped into the air to dodge. She remembered that Chisun was as strong as her senior. She rushes at the sword flag as if struck by lightning, using 120% of her strength, not yet reaching 200%. The sword flag looks on in panic. She frowns and kicks. I will destroy everything. Chestao spins to dodge, and she conjures 2 clones to attack continuously. The purple light emanating from her body neutralizes the silver bullets. She keeps frowning and squeezing the trigger, her eyes glowing purple with excitement. The people outside watched the fight intensely and softly sighed. Wow, so fierce. Get out of the way, don't get caught in the middle. Braken angrily shouted, How do you expect us to avoid it? Are you planning to just stand there like a coward? I can't do that, I won't. He shouted loudly, I will destroy all these bastards. Black Ghost frowned and stopped him. CR rushed over to pull him back. What are you doing? He shouted angrily. Hey, let me go. CR is furious. Stand still and watch, Black Ghost says. That's a good decision. Wuhan stands with arms crossed, looking calm. Getting involved with those troublemakers would be a big problem. If you don't participate, they won't take reckless risks. He speaks softly. It's best to stay still and watch. Black Ghost suddenly asked a difficult question. What if both sides put everything into the fight? Which side do you plan to take? He remained silent for a long time. Deegan is annoyed. Tish, they're just standing still and watching the situation. So boring. Suyeon really wants to fight him that badly? Min runs over. Even though the captain told us to stay outside, fighting these pathetic guys is so boring. She tucks her hair behind her ear and smiles. Our opponent must at least be a boss. Deegan praised. That sword flag over there is pretty good. She also deserves to face the captain. Suyeon said, maybe it's because she hasn't given her all yet. Min doesn't think it's right. I disagree. Sue's assistant said, the plan not to go all out is a flag, not the captain. Deegan was surprised, saying, is it really true? Yeah, it seems the captain has also realized it. Blue energy floods into the silver gun. 6 bullets shoot out like lightning, icy projectiles. Kodao quickly dodged, her stick spinning 360 degrees as countless dark purple feathers flew towards Seo in a sword dance. The feathers brushed her cheek, leaving a wound. Siu's assistant said, as expected, Gadam has 3 leaders. Min stroked his hair, implying that our captain will lose. A blue energy vortex appeared in his hand. He said, I will never let that happen again. He raised his hand to prevent the tragedy from repeating. We can't avoid fighting the villains. The energy in his hand erupts as he hardens his face, whatever the method. The driver plunges down from the sky and he instinctively looks up. A pink light burst from the tip of the screwdriver. The driver's luminous aura. He raised both hands to create a green shield that blocks the driver and prevents the gravity barrier. Deegan and So Ion looked panicked as they saw him kneeling on one knee, speaking in an annoyed tone. You shouldn't do that. Casey follows behind. He smiles. This guy always jumps into the middle of the fights, and if he suddenly intervenes, it gets pretty boring. The break ghosts look at Cajun, just in time. Boss Deegan was surprised. They are so young casually exercising. Let's start warming up gradually. 2 beams of light diverge, and the battle temporarily halts. Seo frowns, thinking, the host is here. Driver's happy. Kojiao did a great job. She turned around and smiled. What does that mean? They just started playing a little while ago. Luckily, nothing serious has happened yet. She looked at the group of thugs outside the kids. Cassian was annoyed. What are you guys doing here, Spikers? Why did you come without warning all of a sudden? Siu calmly said, we received information that a group of students was entering the area, so we came here to protect them, he said. Then just quietly take them away. She smiled and said, we also want that, but you are the ones who caused trouble first, Black Hen shouted angrily. He just pointed to the stupid dogland and said who started it first, and there's also NewTube Cassian, just the black hand, that's what he said. The assistant of Seo arrogantly covers for them. The kids did nothing wrong, but they are a small part that needs careful care. Even if they are wrong in the future, they still must be protected according to the law. He gritted his teeth and said, well, you were the ones breaking the law first, so are you planning to just walk away now? He calmly said, I'm sorry you're angry, but an apology won't fix anything. Seo frowned and asked, what do you want? Say it. The blue energy on the hand emits a fierce glow. You said if you did wrong, you must accept the punishment. Be serious. If you are wrong, you should face the appropriate penalty. Sue and Deegan's assistant watch anxiously as Breakhand gets excited. That's right. Big Brother is different. I trust you. Who's worried about Red? Wait, how did things escalate to this point? Kojiao asked suspiciously. Why is he so angry? The driver's calm because someone is stirring the pot, right? Sue is unhappy about the sudden appearance and the demand to punish us, which is hard to accept. She is serious, and with her veteran experience in the special anti-evil squad, that's just impossible. Anyway, the indomitable spirit is what we always uphold as justice. You're proud, but is that really justice? If you strike first, I'll let you go. To me, that's true justice. A voice echoes from Neo Center. Moojin has returned. Director Kim respectfully looked at the man with his back turned to him. She has become the Winterbell Queen and even executed her entire team. He said, I thought it would take several months. He said, it seems I underestimated Moojin. He casually asked, and Barracuda, the Vanguard Reserve Force, was it defeated again? Director Kim is worried. I'm sorry to have to say this, but according to the reports, that's indeed the case. He asked who they were, and they replied, Cajun. He is disappointed. Although he is my nephew, I can no longer support him. His abilities are only up to that point. Manikin said Moojin and Kasi are about to face a storm. He said, gather the 7 managers. John Gadam sighed and Seo face each other. Sung Chun is panicked. What on earth is happening? Chang Hun said you still haven't seen it. The Gadam boss has appeared, so everyone is shitting their pants. He said, but there's that guy's sister from the Zhengtai gang. Sangda shouted, shut up. He's annoyed. What the hell is the enemy shouting about? His face is furious. She looks speechless and emotionless, not expecting even villains to lecture about justice. He smiles and asks, what do you plan to do? You barged in without warning and caused trouble for everyone, so pay the price and get beaten up. Xiaoqi's messenger, Xia An, asks suspiciously, are you sure he's angry? He looks so cheerful, but she remains cold. That's right, we really did break the rules. She remained calm, but it wasn't just me. My teammates wouldn't be. I am the leader. They only follow orders. If you doubt, she says, I mean, if punishment is needed, I alone am enough. But if an evil person defeats you, the reputation of a false flag will be destroyed. She smiled and said, I have heard many stories about you. Let me see if they are true. Daegun looked worried. Leader, she snapped at him. Don't anyone interfere. The two face each other as she rushes forward. Braken was stunned by how fast this scene unfolded. In an instant, she had circled around behind him. He is stunned, moving twice as fast as when fighting with a dagger, and raises his hand to strike her wrist. She quickly dodged the lightning-fast punch by tilting her body, then swung her elbow, but he caught her wrist. Is she thinking of defending and counterattacking at the same time? She frowned as she looked at him, thinking, for a villain, this strength is pretty good. He kicked her leg away, causing her to fall, and she angrily shouted, You bastard! He turned his leg back and delivered another kick. She raised both hands to block, frowning as she thought his kicks were quite strong. This guy also has real combat experience. Her hand glows with blue light, and she thinks the longer she drags it out, the more disadvantaged she becomes. She raises her gun to shoot, but he quickly grabs the half of the gun. She thought she had to win quickly. He clenched his fist and forcefully broke her gun. She drops the gun and elbows him in the face, but he blocks it. He grabs both her arms and asks, Do you know what happens if you keep using the same move over and over? She glares. He grabs her hand and forcefully pulls her body back. Throwing her away is counterproductive like this. She loads the remaining gun, a bullet is fired, and she angrily shouts, Don't underestimate me. He raised both hands to catch the bullet, surprised to see his hands frozen. She quickly gathered her momentum and rushed forward. Got it. She's happy now. The chance is here. His full body energy erupts as he shatters the ice layer. He watches her rush toward him, her foot slipping on the ground. He jumps high, but the kick misses. She hurriedly says, Enemy, stop joking. Is Red worried? Is she really a sharpshooter? His combat skills are also excellent. Truly a well-trained official soldier. Black Hen was suspicious, but the sharpshooter specializes in long-range damage. Wuan pondered, facing the ace of the Special Extermination Force, but he was not at all inferior. No, he hadn't even used his shadow attribute skills yet. Honestly, he's been dominating. Uchan seriously thinks he's much stronger than he was back then. She kept firing, but his speed was too fast, and all her shots missed. He smiled and said, Looks like you've used up all your bullets. She clenched her gun, but no bullets came out, and she was panicked. How do you know? Did he kick because he thought I had used that type of gun before? She was sweating all over her face as his attacks grew stronger, and he kept throwing punches like rain, forcing her to keep defending herself. She thought that if she got hit directly, he would throw a lightning-fast punch at her. She continued to reach out to block, so Yan was worried she was being overwhelmed. Daegun broke out in a cold sweat. With an attack like that, the shield is useless. Sue's assistant looked at the scene with a look of disbelief, thinking that the tragedy from before could not happen again. The building in Gadam. He kicked her leg with a powerful strike. She let out a cry, the dull pain from her calf spreading through her body. She thought he hit her leg. Daegun and Soon shouted, Oh no, Captain. Seeing his shadow overlapping, she feels hopeless. Another low kick? No. She saw his foot coming at her, thinking it was a high kick. She thought she couldn't withstand this blow, even if she blocked it. Suddenly, a beam of light attacked from behind him, illuminating the entire area in an instant. He was thrown to the ground, shards of stone flying everywhere. Driver, look over there. He looked at Sio's assistant. They're fighting one-on-one, and you're so annoying. Chicken talk, she snapped in frustration. What are you doing? I told you to stay outside. He said that if you lose, your honor will be gone. He looked serious and said, After you win this match, I will accept the punishment afterward. Jimin smiled happily. I also want to be punished. Daegun and So Ion cheerfully smiled. Everything turned out as I expected, but it's pretty interesting. I'll fight as long as it's a fight. Cassian stood up and said sharply, Do you feel no shame interfering in someone else's match? He looked at them angrily, and yet he calls that the honor of the car gang? Daegun arrogant, shut up. A villain like you also deserves to say such a thing. Alone can faces Bia. He says this is a battle. The light from the gun barrel attracts Sio. She shouted loudly, Everyone be careful. A blue light covers the battlefield. Deegan raises his shield to defend. He let out a cry of pain, so Ion was terrified. Where are they shooting from? Driver's voice echoes. What can you do if you know? Sue's assistant doubts. Driver. Deegan tries to hold on. Cowardly. The driver frowns seriously. This is what you call hypocrisy. You were the ones interfering in the one-on-one match, but from now on it will be a team battle to break the limits. Let's have fun with the flag. I want to team up with my darling. Red, are you worried? You guys just stay out of their way. That's enough. He raises the drill in his hand. This is the new weapon I just upgraded. Countless drills shoot out from the compartment in the driver's hand. He smiles happily. You guys are my test subjects for a bit. The enemy's arena range. Deegan frowned. I will block his attack. Cheeman smiled, so I'm counting on you. The shield in his hand magnifies twice, emitting a loud clang. He smiles. Indeed, your firepower is strong, but I can still handle it. Both of Ion's fiery hands rush forward. Hang in there a little longer, I will take down the driver. Kaisian appears behind her, and she turns around in surprise. A fiery palm strike rushes toward him. Die. Burning. She smiled. Just a little fire is enough, huh? She rolled her eyes as he threw a punch at her. If it's a fire-type skill, I know it too. The darkness burns. Black flames spread in all directions. He was startled to see her, and realized he was surrounded by Sio's assistant's barrier. She was terrified and almost died. He hesitated, thinking about using a knife to block and protect his teammate. This guy is such a troublemaker. He looked closely at him, thinking he looked so familiar. Where have I seen him before? So Jan shouted at that guy. He used a fire element skill. Chaiman replied, I saw it. She clenched her fists. As far as I know, his attribute is darkness. She attacks him. Let's see how he handles this. He raised his hand to block her punch, but her figure suddenly disappeared. She punches him in the waist and says, Answer my question. He looked at her annoyed. Are you just full of nonsense? She looks proud. It seems you have no intention of answering me. First, I will capture you. Then I will make you answer. You're so annoying with your constant talking. He grabs her by the neck, making her face turn pale. Deegan is trying to withstand Driver's attack. He's quite skilled. Deegan gasped for breath as he looked through the camera at Deegan amidst the wreckage. You've got some nerve. Deegan smiled. He stands up and shouts, That evil monster is lost to you. Your attack is useless against my shield. He twirls the screwdriver in his hand. Then I'll try a different move if long-range attacks don't work. The screwdriver magnifies 100 times, and he struggles. Then I'll break it myself. Dagunder watched this scene in silence. He grabs the huge screwdriver and rushes down, shouting, I'm here! Deegan was stunned. Huh? He screamed in fear. Wait. He raises the screwdriver and strikes straight at the shield. He smiles. All right then. Minbird's face turned pale, thinking he had been hit. He glances at So Ion with his flaming hand rushing toward him and kicks him away. You're so annoying. He glances at the blazing flames rushing down, extends his claws, and a blue light sphere forms, blocking the flames. She shouted, Hurry up, Senior Yunchan. He glanced at him, and he raised both hands, shouting. It was at this moment that blue chains of gravity shot out from his hand, binding him with countless glowing chains. He looked at him, and he said, This is my ultimate emergency skill. He smiled confidently. These chains can counter Manhwa. If you're surrounded by chains, you'll never be able to escape. He raised his hand and replied seriously, Use the phrase, never carefully. So, yawn, angry, a loudmouth like you. Her hand unleashes countless blazing red flames. She said she would be swallowed by my flames. Hellfire. A giant fireball falls from the sky. Blackhand and CR are terrified. What kind of hellish fire is that? A red light covering an entire large building? Minshi patted her neck and gasped for breath, thinking she was about to die. So Gun stood there with a voice full of contempt. You all have no idea of your place. This is so boring. She smiles. Our team is always the strongest. There's no way we would lose to you monsters. A voice echoes, You seem to lack real combat experience, huh? She was startled and looked up at Sio's assistant, turning her head toward the source of the sound. A figure appeared in the smoke. I told you, Black Armor, don't recklessly use the phrase never like that. She was surprised, her face showing disbelief. No way he can withstand both being chained and engulfed in flames. His figure suddenly disappears. Cheeman shouted in panic, Watch out, he's gone! He appears behind the two of them, causing Sio to panic from behind. Both of them startled and turned to see countless black iron chains emerging from his hand. Continuous shadow chains. You need to keep using the chains like this. The two of you are immediately locked in place. He looked at the chain. Is this the dark chain? He reaches out and breaks free. The three of them, chained and restrained, soar into the air. The group of students turned pale with fear. Vlam, furious, thought, It can't be like this. How could they be defeated on our side? His hand trembled and the entire room shook violently. It's hard to understand. We could never lose. Frustrated, he's already here, but you still refuse to wake up. I told you not to use it recklessly. He asked suspiciously, how could you escape my chain sequence? I already put all my strength into it. Are you serious? Seeing your teammate being attacked like that and all you can say is that you're annoyed. If you hadn't lost your composure, you could have blocked my ultimate move. But you couldn't. If you can't recognize the situation and can't support your teammates, then get lost. Even if you're an S rank with immense power, it doesn't make an exception. He let out a disappointed sigh. I never thought I'd be scolded by a villain like this. He looked visibly disturbed. What's going on? I'm speechless. He clenched his fists in anger as he watched the way you spoke. For the good old days. No, whatever it is, you still deserve a beating to the soul. He doubted the past. A voice echoed. Wait a moment. A figure appears in the distance. He gritted his teeth as he looked at the elegantly dressed man before him. Are you criticizing? Are you unhappy? Why are you interfering? Criticizing. Speak softly, just this once. Can you be considerate and forgive them? He squints. No way. He smiles and bows his head. Of course it's not free. He held up 3 fingers and said, next time you do business with me, I'll give you a 30% discount. He raised his hand and said, okay, half-price deal. Cheha smiled silently. He glanced at Seo, knelt on one knee, and said, take your people and go. If you're still uneasy, just come here and find me. The Chess family said no. The driver looked surprised as Chisun and Do Wang appeared in the distance. If we want to deal with them, we have to do it thoroughly. If everything just ends like this, we don't deserve to call ourselves the flagship. She was panicked, senior. Dad burst out laughing happily. Luckily, we turned the tide. The Bray group is gossiping. Who is that? Hamasako is well known. Uhan remained silent. He crossed his arms. So how does she plan to end this? She said I will put an end to everything. When he asked, she looked at Seo kneeling there. My junior barged into John Gadam's role without any particular reason. Seeing Chimin trembling on the ground again, they also broke the rules set by Lampus and Vion and sparked the battle. She remained calm, and before I could punish them according to the law, she should apologize to them first. Sio's voice rang out, causing Seo to hesitate, thus maintaining the honor of a chess piece. Lavian at the Rose Hotel, hand holding a teacup, a voice spoke up, asking for the chess piece to apologize. The 4 of them are discussing today's battle. The result is quite interesting. Social media is now in chaos. Now it's Han Jian who is the one suggesting an apology. She really is a terrifying woman, So Chun said softly. You just flew back today and now have a meeting. Are you tired? Don't push yourself too hard. Remember to take care of your health. China takes a small sip of tea. Why is Binding Dark suddenly talking so seriously? She looked at them, wondering why they weren't acting like usual. He said that now she was officially the Winterbell Emperor, a vassal serving the Emperor, and I couldn't do that. Joseph replied seriously, I agree. She calmly set down her teacup and said, do whatever you want. Did Gadam do anything? He replied, very quiet. She asked in surprise, silent. He smiled and replied, as usual, Cassie is still training alone, and Driver is tied up by the little flag apprentices who said, oh my God, look how adorable the little one looks tied up. The Brie guys shouted angrily, catch him, damn it. He ate a piece of cake and now he's caught because they worry about the side effects of breaking the limit. Miss Tran Ni, that's really surprising. She propped her chin and said, forget about Driver. I thought he would go crazy and lose control. Thinking of the scene where the singer freaks out, cold sweat pouring down his body, it's clear this situation is already very complicated. If he goes crazy and Lampus headquarters also gets involved, he said we received a request from Cassie Zan and he mentioned there's someone pulling strings behind the apprentice flag bearers wanting us to investigate. The person behind is likely to be Mick Kin. Chisun said, accept the request. After all we owe him, I will handle this request. He hesitated. What about Shinga District? I have sent the twins to meet with the managers, but nothing has happened yet. China remembers the old man, Ancient Blue 5IP. We can't ignore the fact that Ancient Blue 5IP betrayed us. Shinga District has to take responsibility because they are currently protecting him. Sangchun asked if they should attack them first. If S goes to Fan Mani King, everything will be very difficult. We need to act before that. Chisun said, dealing with S isn't easy. Should we form an alliance? China replied, then send Winterbell's execution team. So what? He said, I agree. There's no need to drag this out. Chisun worries that if Winterbell directly attacks Sinhoa District, it could be troublesome and attract Lampus's attention. China looks at her. Yes, is there any other way? What about Tian? China frowned and pondered. Kasi was the district of Sinhoa where Marin's uncle was hiding. A voice echoes, I told you, this isn't fair at all. Redot shouted angrily, we have been trapped by them from the very beginning. Trust in Anion Blue Viper was definitely a mistake. Insir drinks a can of soda. And what about you? You foolish fool who trusted the old man. He shouted in anger. Feed me the rice. A voice echoes. Things are getting more complicated. Fingers tapping on the table with a voice saying we considered involving Kasi and driver, but Mind's appearance shows he's still not fully awake. Do you think this will work? Me, if Min is involved, it has to be 50% too. He calmly said 50%. You're not deciding just because of the ancient blue viper, are you? I trust Mannequin's plan. He remembers the students who stormed Gadam today. If I were you, I wouldn't do something so lowly. I will attack directly. Bond said yes, a direct attack is enough. He opened his eyes and looked at him, pondering that if someone with overwhelming strength did nothing, they must target something else. What should I do now? What are you talking about? Is this the time to just sit idly like that? He is angry. We don't know when they will attack. She interrupted, making him angry. We sent you, and you come back looking so cowardly. If you don't know anything, don't talk. He remembers Cajun's back. Min was already strong, but that guy in black is truly powerful. Bon asks hesitantly, Do you mean Cajun? He turned his head. That's right. He defeated Barracuda. He remembers the shiny black chain of Barracuda. I saw him overpower Barracuda with my own eyes. The image shows him grabbing Barracuda's hand, while Cassian, that bastard, is on a different level. Her hand holding the sword is trembling. Another level? She smiled and said, That's interesting. He said, There's a saying that to catch a snake, you hit the ground, meaning you do something indirect to make the enemy reveal themselves. Bond skeptically asked, What do you mean? It seems I haven't been thinking in the right direction. He thought to himself, I believe the main target that the villain wants to focus on is me. He said if everything went according to his plan, he would have already come to kill me. But Biff Mujin returned too quickly, so we had to change plans and everything became more complicated. Bond worried, if that's the case, then we have to do something. What are you planning to do? He asked. Meeting Mujin. She was startled. He pulls out the card, having already decided on the main character for his hidden card. He looks at the spade in his hand and grins cunningly. I will make Mujin mine tonight. G is a fragile passion. The energy radiating from Kayan's body was intense. Modot said, Congratulations, Kasi. You have reached the S rank you've been aiming for. He looked at his hand, just lucky. He remembered Barracuda's arm. It was all thanks to Barracuda's weapon. Mozot is worried. The real demon stone is too small for you to die from. Honestly, I was a bit worried. Luckily, everything still turned out successful. It asked, What are you going to do now? You can now absorb the blood mana stone, he said calmly. I had to check the status window first. Break Ghost's voice echoes. Master, are you here? He looked suspiciously. Why do you ask? He replied. Do we have a visitor? He asked suspiciously. I don't think I've met anyone, have I? A voice echoes. So you're busy training. China Na, in her transformed state, appears before him. She asked, Am I bothering you? He replied, Yes, you are. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. He suspiciously asked, Are you here to visit my training room? Why did you come all this way? Black Ghost said excitedly with tears in his eyes. Is this the owner's training room? She said. The main point is that I need your help. Are you mocking me? Emperor Winterbell needs my help? What is going on? She narrowed her eyes and said, I want to attack the Hoa district. When do you think is the best time? The faster, the better. When do you think is the best time? He clenched his fist and said, Now. Lampus, South Korea branch. A girl sitting in a dark room. Siu seems to be writing something down, recalling the moment she bowed her head to apologize to Cayenne for disrespect. Sincerely apologizing. The angry students look on. Is it really necessary to apologize to the villain again? The Bray guys are really shouting in anger. So now you're apologizing? You beat us to the point of exhaustion, and then apologize? If you've already apologized, then shall we discuss compensation now? I will send the current status report soon. She covers her face and sighs. A voice echoes from behind the door. From here, I can also hear the sigh. She was startled and turned around. Senior, Chi Swang is holding a food bag and asking, Have you finished writing the self-criticism report? She was startled. Not yet. I thought you had already gone home. Going home? What do you mean? She closed her eyes in disappointment. Someone bought my work for me, so I can't go home yet. Shu included you too. I just finished writing the reports for each person. She was gentle. Thank you, Senior. I truly apologize. She bowed her head sadly. I just arrived in Seoul and I've already caused trouble. As team leader, you should have been more careful. There's no point in crying uselessly. Next time, you must not repeat this mistake. She replied, Yes. A message appeared on the phone screen. Shaiman, you have a new message. Is the team leader okay? We are curious. Who is it? She gently replied, It's Chim Min. He said everyone is fine, so you don't need to worry. She replied, Of course, everything's fine. She calmly said, "You can see it too. Everyone has some scratches but no fatal wounds. Even if the IUD was destroyed by the driver and the shield was broken, it's okay." She looked at her phone with a sad expression, thinking that this was already within their control. She clenched her phone tightly in her hand and looked at the night sky, actually thinking she couldn't lose, because they had studied a lot about John from Gad Dam District. She remembered Can's thunderous fist and thought the ones to watch out for were the driver and the flag. The others are nothing, so overpowering them is very easy. She feels sad, but everyone at Gadam is quite special. She frowned, especially at the Gadam gang. Even his name annoyed her. She suspected his name resembled that person. Chisun ponders he also acts strangely, not like a villain, for example, by saving civilians, which surprises her. Saving civilians? She asked suspiciously. According to internal reports, that place is full of notorious villains, Chisun said. So verification is very important. Sue, brushing her hair nervously, asked, "And what are they demanding compensation for? Money?" She's holding a glass of water in her hand. I'm also very curious. Sin Hoa District. The twin siblings are sitting on the rooftop of a building. Ioma is sitting and watching through binoculars as hot as eating a cake. It looks delicious. Ioma notices something. A car appears in sight. The door opens. China appears. A voice echoes, "Min." China looked up. The two girls swooped down happily. The girl's foot touches the ground. Ioma is happy. "It's been a while. I missed you." Who says congratulations? Ioma says, now that she has become the ruler of Winterbell, I should speak formally. Hot asks, "Really?" China calmly said, "We are friends, so we don't need to do the official setup." Hot asked suspiciously, "Official settings?" "Oma, are you surprised?" Kasi looks annoyed. "Why is the seatbelt so tight?" Black Ghost says. "Now that's what I call a seatbelt," Azoma cheerfully says. Kazi-an was surprised and asked, "Is this the flower breeding district?" "I'm not really that bored anyway." She was surprised and asked, "Are you going with Can too?" "Why is that?" she said. "We managed to get to the flowering phase." She was startled, so it's always been like this. "Only 3 people?" "The driver has to come too." He replied to China that due to the side effects he is currently blinded. "I will take over driver's role." Azoma is worried. "No way, even with Mujin with us, just 3 people can't do anything to Singa." He walks in calmly, so fighting everyone in Singa is indeed impossible. But he is serious. The one we are looking for is the weakest rat of Ancient Blue 6. This is a secret plan. Small group actions will be more effective. "You really think kidnapping makes sense?" Aoma nervously asked. "Do the other vassals know? Are you allowed to do that now?" "You're not happy. There's no way a king needs to wait for vassals' permission." Aoma, looking terrified with a pale face, asked, "Who among the two can attack over a wider area?" "Oh," China asks out of curiosity, "I heard you use poison? What is the range and effect of that skill?" He calmly observed that the poison cloud was as large as a football field and caused paralysis throughout his body. He thought about it and deduced that Lalonde had injected the poison there, reducing its potency to a quarter. Drake Ghost asked in panic, "A whole football field?" "Aomahet, wait a moment." She turned pale and pointed at the building. "You said this was a secret plan, and if the poison spreads from there, it will cause chaos." "I was actually hoping for that." China. "Nay, suspects. Are you attacking from the east and west?" "Does it work?" He said seriously. "It would be very effective during a surprise attack." She asked, "Can using hypnosis make the enemy fall into a disadvantageous position?" "I'm preparing something else now. John's district guard is patrolling the eastern area." A man holding a club walks down and yawns. "It's already time for the shift change. But why is it taking so long?" I say, feeling sleepy. He looked around in surprise. What was that sound? A man falls to the ground, trembling. It's the enemy. He struggled to crawl toward Taizan, one of them using poison. He quickly took out his phone and hurriedly said, "Damn it, I need to report this right away." "What are you reporting?" "Goodbye then." His face turned pale. He threw a punch to his neck, a punch of darkness. "Sleep well now." He collapsed to the ground with his head hitting the ground hard. Anhanhan chonghirang muchtiukwake hoch nela dan luakedich. Anhangiem tuchinghirang ngwaisedam nan niemvudo tasetuatheo len kwachunhan. On the full moon night, John's shoulder blooms with flowers at Martin's hideout. He rushes through the darkness when a voice echoes and the little cat suddenly appears. Bon asked in surprise, "Xasian, did he go alone?" M. Pin said, "The camera only captured him." He said confidently that he dared to come alone to Bloom. M. Pin was worried. The report said there was toxic cloud around the western guard post. Aino was surprised and asked, "Does Anne know how to use poison?" Pin looked at her suspiciously and replied, "There are rumors that he has dual attributes, but no data has confirmed that he can use them." He squinted and thought, "So he's not alone. Is he using the strongest as bait?" Pin gently stroked his beard and smiled. What crazy person would use the strongest as bait? A voice rang out, suggesting that someone else thought so. Ino was surprised. Do they have a different target? Bon hesitated and wondered. Can's target is the woman holding a glass of water. Is that me? A voice echoes. Ancient Blue Viper. Bon falls silent. She doesn't trust him much. That useless old man. Why would he say that? The other person with Kasi must want the Ancient Blue VIP. Bon narrows his eyes, guessing that the one who wants the Ancient Blue VIP is Min the Swordsman's tool. He analyzes that Kasi has no sufficient reason or motive to attack us, but mine is different because the Ancient Blue Viper is here. So he was shaking his glass of wine in his hand. Kasi and Min are working together. I didn't expect them to come to our house on their own. He smiled confidently. Get ready for the welcoming party, a celebration fit for the ruler of Winterbell. John's role is the flower district in the east. A scream echoes. What do you mean? A non-blue VIP shouted angrily. Is the company about to be merged and acquired? Who dares to do that? The subordinate says it's a sponsoring company called MDC. They already hold 40% of the shares. He slammed his hand on the table and shouted, Why are you only telling me about this now? The subordinate said helplessly. I'm sorry, everything happened so quickly. He asked, What about the butler? Still no news from him? The subordinate sweat nervously, still unreachable since this afternoon. He slammed the table, making a deafening noise. How dare he disappear at a time like this? He gritted his teeth and said seriously, Gather the shareholders for me now. The subordinate was startled. Right now, he said urgently. We're about to lose the company right now. That's not allowed, sir, he asked in surprise. What? The subordinate replied seriously. Your safety now depends on Lord Jo Kwan Sin Hoa, so you cannot leave this place. We also can't let the shareholders come here. He angrily clenched his chin and thought, damn it, I'm about to become the owner of the swordsman's tool. It is truly humiliating. He remembers Manny King's faint smile and that dangerous-looking guy Barracuda. If Manny King had kept his promise, it wouldn't have come to this. He remembers the fearful look on his face when his arm was cut off in frustration. He dared to send that fool to help me. He clenched his fists, his face serious. I can't give up. I've tried so hard to reach this position, I can't give up now. Casey's evil face appears in his memory. Casey with Driver's arrogant expression. Driver and the cold face of China Mujin. He is furious, thinking you bastards can suddenly appeared, broke the window and stormed into my room. I was right. He, frightened, turned his head to look at the pale face. He raised his hand to block the shards of glass. I was right. You stand there with arrogance. Snakes prefer hiding in corners when they scatter. He was terrified. Why are you crying? Why are you crying? Why are you crying? Suddenly, a cold voice sounded from behind. Don't be so tragic, I was just guessing and I was right, he shouted in horror. Suddenly, a scream echoes. Don't come any closer. He looked in surprise at the subordinate, pointing a gun at him, trembling all over. If you take one more step, I will show you. He frowned and shouted. If you don't want him to act, put down the gun. The henchman immediately lowers his weapon and raises both hands obediently. Yes, China said calmly. Anon, Blue VIP. You probably know well the outcome of betrayal. He was sweating in fear, his eyes full of murderous intent. He was confident, begging for forgiveness, claiming he was still useful. Her thumb gently moved the sword inside its sheath, and she said, I don't need you. Someone who plans revenge is always ready to draw their sword at any moment. Let's go to the Golden Stream. The door is kicked open from outside, and a familiar voice rings out. Min and Redsot burst in with his men, excited. I came to catch you. I knew you would come here. Seeing him standing with his hands on his hips in the room, he was panicked. Ka'an, he was surprised. Why is he here? I thought you were in the West. China is a bit worried. It seems your plan has been exposed. He calmly replies, unlike those guys in Boksan. He suddenly realizes this is a divine opportunity and quickly escapes past Redshot to run away. She shouts, Ancient Blue Viper. Where do you think you're going? The blackhead quickly rushed toward him, and a figure appeared, cutting the iron chain to rescue him. He looked suspiciously at this scene, wondering if it was cut off so suddenly. China, her eyes red, looked serious. Casey, go catch the Ancient Blue Viper. I will clear the way for you. He turned to look at her. You go ahead. This old man belongs to you. Let me handle this place. She looked at the crowd rushing in. She's worried. You have to deal with a lot of people. He bows his head with an expressionless face. What are these guys even capable of? He smiles wickedly. I will let them die without even understanding what happened. The masked man smiles behind Rito, who is startled. Redot looks suspicious. Are you planning to? He shouted loudly. Redot falls to the ground as a black sword slices through. Serial Shadow Natif. It rushes forward as fast as lightning. It was not just one, but two shadow swords. A flurry of shadow swords rushed toward the shattered glass window. He frowned as he watched China slip out the door and then looked back at Kajin. She softly said, "You've become much stronger." She sped up and rushed forward. "I will chase after ancient blue viper." He calmly said that after dealing with this group, he would go to her as a trembling, empty hand hit the ground. Damn it. Redot was terrified, wondering what that power just was. "We almost all died." A voice rang out, startling him. "Hey, Redhead," you point at him and ask, "I think we've met before." "Are you Redot?" the man said happily, boasting. "I am indeed Redot. What about it?" "You're scared, aren't you?" he sneered. "You're as talkative as people say." That kind of arrogance is truly borderline madness. She's right. "Is he angry?" he asked. "Who said that?" he said casually. Mujin is watching a report about the district's villain, pointing to a photo of the red-haired man. "This guy seems to be the one who accompanied Barracuda earlier. Here is all the information about the district's villain." You're presenting your case convincingly. Break Ghost looks at you in surprise and asks, "Are you doing it?" She cleared her throat. She softly reminds him, knowing the enemy and herself, 100 victories in 100 battles. "You have to be careful with the insect district's flower bloom." He directly poked at his pain. "I heard you used to be a subordinate of Namkang, but you were defeated by Min and ran away crying. Let me give you a taste of defeat." He was furious. "You bastard, the masked man. Don't let him provoke you. He just used a wide area skill, so he's probably out of mana. If we fight and drain him, we will definitely win." A voice rang out. "Sounds good, but you just hold up 5 fingers and smile." 5 seconds. "No, if you fight well, you might last up to 10 seconds. I don't have much time for you two." The masked black man with a twisted smile charges at you with a large knife, saying, "I will tear apart that filthy mouth of yours." He pointed the gun at him and fired nonstop with double-piston Zampage and a furious pistol, while he launched a defensive attack with a sword slash. Sad wields the shadow sword. Redot grits his teeth and asks, "Is he blocking everything?" He raised 2 fingers pointing forward, and 3 streams of black light shot out. Drawn. The prison of darkness. The black pillars suddenly surged up from the ground. He was terrified. "Damn it, a mana-depleted guy with such a skill?" The masked man laughs maniacally as he swings his large sword down, causing an explosion. He raised his hand and grabbed the knife, then used his strength to break it in 2. He was startled. He delivered a kick. He raises his hand to block. A red sword rushes over, shouting, "Die, die, die, die." He keeps firing nonstop. "I told you to die already. You bastard, die." His steps quicken, rushing like the wind as darkness accelerates around him. He was panicked. What kind of crazy speed is that? He rushes in front of him and throws a knockout punch. He is sent flying away, and he calmly assesses, "You're really bad at close combat." He glances at the masked man rushing from behind, who raises his hand, causing a shockwave from afar. He suddenly feels it and crashes hard into the wall behind him, leaving a big dent. He was startled to see his hand frozen. Then his strange laughter echoed again. "So he's happy not to move, right?" "Why is that?" "Because I want it that way." He was surprised. Remote control? He was arrogant. No matter how strong he was, he would still be defeated by this skill. "Do you know who I am?" he replied. "Liango," he continued, rambling. "Do you know why my name is like that?" He gets annoyed. Who has time to care? He said, "If you don't want to die, you better know that." I wonder if it's been more than 10 seconds already. He looks excited. "The reason I'm called Lying Ghost is because a hand suddenly reached out and grabbed his collar." He grabbed his collar and dragged him away, annoyed and cursing. He forcefully yanked him down to the ground. "Why? Is my remote control ability useless? Are you still not getting it?" The raging energy erupts, causing rocks to explode, and I calmly say, "Because I am much stronger than you." In the dark building, he clenched his hand behind Redsot, who was lying motionless and was satisfied. "That's enough to test the new power," Moat asked suspiciously. "But Lying Ghost's remote control ability doesn't work on you, right?" He calmly replied no. He said he was going to use the black armor. Modot was stunned. "Dark armor?" It sighed and reminded him. "You just used it this morning, so it's still recharging. Don't you know that?" He was silent for a long time, then said she really didn't know. John from Manhwa district, eastern China, with the ancient blue viper. Both of them chased each other across the tall buildings. China ran so fast that he looked more like a crocodile than a snake. "Cowardly fool." She angrily rushes forward. She stopped as if she realized something. She raised her head and looked up, openly showing her bloodthirsty intent. "You're not an assassin." She looked at the blurry figure in the quiet night. "Are you waiting for me?" The woman clenched the water bottle in her hand, her voice tinged with anticipation. "That's right, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Who wouldn't want to fight the infamous Minujin?" She hesitated. "Who are you?" The woman resting her sword on her shoulder smiled. "Swordmaster Fong Longwei, indeed a perfect knight for a duel." "What battle?" "John's shoulder at Manhwa district." Aoma, sweating and holding her head, looked at Ioma and said, "If you're worried, let's fight alongside her." A voice rang out. Ioma hurriedly ran to Joseph, asking anxiously what happened to Vuong and Cassian, then rushed to Gan in fear. "Still no news?" Hot replied. He held his head in worry, thinking that although they were reckless, this was madness. To catch Anne Blue Viper, they planned to face Singa themselves. He thought about Cassie's arrogant face. It must be that Cassie guy who dragged Min along. He asked the other vassals, "What about them?" He points behind him and says, "Binding Dagnus and La Fine will arrive soon." A voice rings out, "Someone is coming." A figure rushes from afar. Everyone looks at him in surprise. Chiosop was trembling with frustration. "Hey, are you just going to ignore Minin and leave alone?" Ioma says, "That's not Kajin." She smiled and called him Black Ghost, who was said to be Kajin's subordinate, with a drawing of Red Sot with an angry face and the words, "Stupid bastard." Swordmaster Fonglong, that name's a bit old-fashioned. "You damn idiot, John Quan X, East District. The supreme sword of cruelty is just the same. Can you let me go calmly? I'm in a hurry now." She said, "I can't. I've waited so long for this moment." She raises her sword and smiles. "This is my chance to defeat Mujin, the greatest swordsman. This battle will become the legend of Swordmaster Fong Long." She snapped angrily, "Nonsense. Stop dreaming. She's just a beginner." Before the fight, I have to say this. It's not really that important. Energy like a whirlwind appeared at her feet. You know, I can control the wind, so when I fight, there are always whirlwinds like this around me. She said, "With my enemies it will be a bit troublesome because they will slow you down." She said, "Go ahead." She said, "That's right." She wondered, "Are you crazy? You have the advantage, so why are you telling me?" The woman smiled calmly. "I know you very well, but I don't think things will go as you expect." She wondered, "Do you want a fair fight?" She's always so disappointed, isn't she? The ones who lost to me just make excuses to insult me. She confidently believes you're worried for nothing because I won't lose. She is looking forward to it. As expected of Manujin, I really like you. Both hands holding swords raised high above my head. I am coming. The sword comes down. China quickly jumps up to dodge. She stomps her foot on the ground and charges forward. She raises two swords to strike. Insur raises his sword to block. Enor's sword strikes with power as China leans back to dodge. Ada's leg turns into a crystallized cryptolis metal. Insur raises her sword to block as she spins two blades. Are you waiting to strike with fire? She keeps attacking non-stop in a flurry of strikes. Konus performs a wild wind dance, dragging the wind with him. The wind wall bites his teeth and frowns with a grunt. She angrily swings her sword, but China quickly dodges. The heavy attack makes her furious. She's so mad. Her feet slip longer on the ground. She angrily thinks maybe it's a bit superficial, so this move is an automatic skill. So annoying. She swings her sword at me next. Windwall China raises two swords and charges. Who's the winner? Konus launches a continuous attack. Flying Sass slashes with a flying sword. Blue and red lights overlap. She startles. Two slashes cut into the wall, and debris rain down like a storm. She looked up and asked, "How long do you plan to keep this up? Are you going to run forever?" She smiled. "Not at all. My ability to float in the air is a bit awkward, but you're pretty good at fighting. Are you the strongest villain in Soon?" She calmly said, "There is someone stronger than me." She asked in surprise, "Who is it?" "Don't tell me it's Mina's music." China Na teased, "If you want to know, come down here and kneel before me and I will tell you." She was furious, not a chance. She was startled. Pan punched at her. She raised her hands to block, but still was pushed back. She sped up, her foot hitting something. She was startled to see a large net fall from above, hanging between her and the ground. She angrily shouted, "Inso, you planned this from the beginning, didn't you?" A hand holding a control panel presses a button, and the net sparks with electricity. China Na screams loudly. Inso angrily shouted, "What are you doing?" A cheerful voice responded. Pin's eyes grin widely, welcoming the noble ruler with a grand celebration. Behind him stands an owl-faced villain, an A-level villain, a pursuer with a mechanical attribute. "Billy," he asked, "do you like it?" China snorted, then said, "Let her go." A voice rang out, startling the two of them. "Pin Eyes, Billy the Machine, you bastards." She angrily shouted, "Why do you dare interfere in my fight? Release her now, or I will kill both of you." A voice rang out, "It's not your turn yet." The two of them were startled and looked at the scene. The torn net reveals a badass hero holding the Chinese princess in his arms, furious. "I will kill them first." Pin worries that this will be troublesome. "I thought just Red Sot and Lying Ghost would be enough to deal with them." A slight smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. He thought, but it didn't matter. The outcome would remain unchanged. "I just need to use my trump card." A voice rings out. "Singer N." He bowed his head and looked at her, asking, "How long do you plan to keep holding me like that?" He said casually. "You're awake?" she said with a look of disappointment. I'm not unconscious anywhere. He led her down to the ground. You look at her trembling back and ask if she can still fight. She answers without hesitation. I started this, so I have to finish it. I must catch the VIP no matter what. Ino sighed and said, I'm leaving now. Do whatever you want, I'm no longer interested in fighting. You sneaky crow-faced bastard. If you leave now, it'll be trouble. She calmly replied, It's because you guys jumped in and ruined my fight. She sat down on the ground. This is my spot. She gently waved her hand. I will sit here and watch. Keep trying. Ibai said, whatever. He said she kept Min busy, so she fulfilled her duty. She looked at the finger spinning the blue lock of hair. No cover? How boring. He smiled faintly. Mujin seemed calm, but in reality she had just suffered serious injuries. If it continues, it will be too much for her. If we can handle the singer, we will win. A voice echoes, Will everything go exactly as you want? He calmly said, You are the prey, and I am the hunter. B is angry, you really are as arrogant as they say. He squints and says, Kid, overconfidence is a deadly poison. I wonder, are you really that big guy, Python? You, with such a huge body, still got beaten by M. He frowned in anger. I hear that even after being beaten badly by M, you still fight fiercely. With such rumors, how do you still dare to show your face outside? You truly are a master of provoking others. Bon is angry, go ahead and try to provoke me, but you will pay a very high price. He quickly replied, Then let me pay first. Bon clenched his fists, sparks of rage flying high. A loudmouth like you is perfect for rehab, and then you'll taste what it feels like to be helpless. He said, I will say one more thing before we start, you Inso angrily shouted. Damn it, old man, stop rambling. He pointed at him contemptuously and said, If I were you, I would avoid direct confrontation. Facing a sneak attacker head-on is like rushing to your death. You act surprised as if you really understand me well. I'm just saying this to show respect, but you wouldn't last more than 5 seconds fighting me. He exhaled. 5 seconds? I'm truly speechless. The cunning one thinks, do you think I would fall for that provocation? Not a chance. The one who makes you face me head-on is actually me, kid. Thanks for the useless advice. Let's start now. He says use all your strength, and when you realize the difference in power, you won't regret it. He excitedly shouted, Go ahead. A stream of pure blue light passes through his eyes. He takes a punch to the stomach, and darkness accelerates. Pin's eyes look surprised as Inzo is startled by the scene. China is shocked and screams in pain. He grabbed his head with both hands, not 5 seconds, but just 1 second before he knocked him out with a pillow pressed against his head. He arrogantly stood and watched Payan collapse to the ground. You are right. I will remain calm, and when you realize the difference in strength, you won't regret it. The full moon hangs in the sky. Min looks incredulous. No way, Ino thought contentedly. Not bad. I didn't even have time to watch him leave. She remembered China's words earlier. Maybe he is the one Minnan mentioned. He supported himself tremblingly to stand up, his head still spinning, his whole body trembling violently as he stammered. I still haven't given up. I was just a little careless earlier. You're just being sarcastic. Yeah, I only let my guard down a little. If you had actually fought properly, you might have lasted a few more seconds, but that opportunity is gone now. He thought angrily. An opportunity? He delivered a kick, a chance to get hit again. He was thrown into barrels and dirt flew everywhere. He turned to look at them, then both of them hurriedly ran off in a cloud of dust. Run now. What are you doing? Hurry up and chase after them. He turned to look at her and asked, And you? She asked. Me? She stood up. I'm fine. He pointed to the other side and said, There is still someone from the Sinhoa group over there. His voice echoed. I'm not from Singa. She calmly raised her hand. From now on, I will cut all ties with John Sa as the owner of Fong Long Inser. Do you agree that I want to join Namkang? China calmly replied, We always welcome talented people. Ino's voice is cheerful. I know, you're very easygoing. John's shoulder blooms with flowers where M. Pin's hideout is. M. Pin hurriedly orders him to stop. Don't let him in. Hurry up and use your trap skill. He was startled. Am I really alone? He said, Hold on until reinforcements arrive. He pressed a red button, thinking, Sa on. He steps into the elevator thinking he's too dangerous, beyond what I imagined. He grits his teeth, thinking I have to escape. Leaving the helicopter on the rooftop is the best option. You suddenly appeared behind him. You seem very wealthy. Where did you get that helicopter? He was startled. He pressed hard on a button on the electronic panel, thinking he had gone crazy. He runs away from the elevator. You speed up to chase him. You reach out to grab his head, thinking you've escaped. He smiles wickedly. He raises the ace of spades and slams it against your forehead. Die. He smiles. The ace card I've been holding all along. Singer, become my slave. The card stuck on your face. You stand frozen there. He smugly thought, "Do you think you're a chicken? You're just rice." He looked at him and thought missing the chance to catch Mujin was a bit regretful, but this guy is quite useful. He thought of the mask and red sword, raised the jerk card and looked at it, thinking I will use this opportunity to consider the other cards. Just throw away those useless cards. A hand grabs his last card. He snatched back the card and shouted, "Why can you move on your own?" Quickly put the card down. "My brother is angry hearing you talk. It irritates me." He hurriedly stepped back. Damn it, how is this possible? He paled. My trump card holds the strongest control power. He calmly reached out and peeled the card off his face. Don't you understand? Things like mind control are useless against me. He crushes the card. You're dead for sure, he threatened. Just surrender peacefully. If you tell me where the blue VIP is hiding, I won't hurt you. He slightly smirks. I have no choice but to follow your words. He threw countless cards into the air, scattering randomly. Do you think I would say that? He looked surprised as the cards around him emitted a black energy. He smiled and said, "The cards attached to you are absorbing your magic power, and at the same time paralyzing you. You will feel your energy being drained and gradually become unable to move, standing still like a statue." He pulls out a dagger. "Before that happens, I will send you off myself." The cards gradually dissolve, and Ace looks on in horror. "Huh," he replied, taking the opportunity to ambush is also a good idea. But he raised both hands as blue-black flames erupted fiercely. Falling asleep on your victory just like that isn't acceptable. You should have run right away. Was he scared that he might use a fire attribute skill? So the rumor that he has fire attribute is true. He fears and raises both hands. I surrender. That's one way to put it, he said. Aren't you here to find the VIP's location? He turned pale when he heard what you said. I will beat you up. He clenched his fist. Today is the end of the world for the Gadam Lavienzo's flower district. A voice echoed down the dark corridor. It's been a long time since everyone gathered this late. Joseph sighed in relief. Luckily, nothing serious happened. So, Chun is angry, what do you mean? The emperor is seriously injured. Hui-sun said, it's not serious, he'll recover in a few days. So Chun was annoyed, all because of the singer. If he hadn't persuaded the emperor to give birth, none of this would have happened. Hui-sun calmly said, he was the one who suggested we go to the flower first. Jospop sighed. I've heard the same. He was angry, so you should have stopped him, right? We need to hold Gaddam responsible. They say we have no valid reason. In the dark room, although we don't know how it happened, China, lying on the bed, still keeps the emperor safe. She looked calm as she slept, and since we've dealt with the root of the problem now blossoming, we should be rewarding them. Hui-sun was pleased and praised. All three leaders of Sa, especially the cruelest Empin, were forced to surrender to him. Surprisingly, Cassian managed to do everything alone. He's annoyed, probably hiding something. Joseph calmly, if you're jealous of him, so be it. He didn't shout. Joseph looks at the full moon outside the window. Oh, I overheard a few things from the driver. The image of Xian losing control appears, and he looks serious. Casey has gone crazy once before. I think he recognizes Cassie's destructive power, at least at a destructive level. He was surprised. No way. Casey is a destroyer-level villain? He is worried. From what driver said, it might be even worse. Hui-sun was surprised. If that's true, then he's extraordinary. He broke out in a sweat, wondering if he's actually that much stronger. Could it be a level of catastrophe? Someone like that is very rare. Maybe even countable on one hand. Hui-sun regrets sincerely that he couldn't catch Blue VIP, he said. He told me to let him handle Blue VIP. Hui-sun was surprised. What? Who is it? He stammered. Just then, Quan Sin Hoa's shoulder shook as a bottle of wine shattered to pieces. Anan Blue Viper sat on the ground, pulling at his hair and tearing at his hands. I was so sure I would become the ruler of the world. He tremblingly held the glass of wine in his hand, thinking, why did everything go so wrong? He remembers the image of Can. Cassian has been having trouble ever since he got involved with him. His face was flushed. He was right. He was the cause. He trembled as he stood up. I will go kill him. I am sure I will tear him apart. He crushes the glass in his hand and shouts angrily, I will kill you, Cayenne. A voice echoes, Ga is here. A figure steps into the room. He angrily pointed at him and shouted, Yun the butler, you bastard. He said, luckily you are still safe. He angrily shouted, where have you been hiding that you're only showing up now? Daeho said, I brought someone to see you, chairman. What do you mean, a goat? He, the chairman of MDC, who took over the company's management himself as a representative of the board of directors, shouted, what are you talking about? Footsteps echo as a man says, it's been 3 years, hasn't it? He continues, it might even be longer than that. I'm sure I've said this before. He looked up in panic. You, him, he, she, they, be more content with what you have because greed only leads to death. I warned you already. He gritted his teeth in anger and looked at him. "Since when has Steward Yun become your subordinate?" he replied. He said, "He joined me before working for you." "Does he think I know all his moves?" I was already in his hands from the very beginning. He knelt down. He was startled. He said, "I was wrong. I won't be greedy anymore, so give me one more chance." He said, "Huh, a chance." He said mockingly, "Do you think I am stupid enough to fall for you?" He angrily shouted, "You damn dog!" He calmly replied, "Look, you just yelled in my face with your true nature. If I were him, I would have hidden well and waited. This is the difference between us." He smiles. "Your life is over. Ancient Blue Viper and MPN have been captured. Lampus branch in Seun. The 2 police officers arrested Ancient Blue Viper news." The scene shows the 2 villains being urgently detained for drug trafficking and extortion. Pin smiles. I refuse to answer. Call my lawyer. Duong sat on the sofa watching the news, startled. Oh my God. The 2 bosses are always so powerful. I wonder if everything will be okay. Chisun remains calm. What's the alternative? He looks discouraged. We seem like villains' puppets. The one asking us to detain them is Cajun. She said that initially we had promised to compromise with his request. Moreover, she rests her chin on her hand and looks at the documents calmly. Their charges are too clear-cut to refuse. He's worried. But we look like we're being led by Cajun. She lets out a breath. Who was the one who initially said he was a good person? When he spoke, I didn't know he would end up like this. He looks at Cayenne in the picture. Cayenne now dominates all the roles in Seun. Don't tell me he's aiming for the whole country, she says calmly. It's not that simple. A girl is drawing a black duck on the wall. He is no longer a notorious third-rate villain. John already knows about him and so calls him Black Devil. He's worried, which means there are already many people watching him, including us. Lampus, she remembers the 4 great villains, the so-called king of villains, won't let him run wild. She takes off her glasses for a fight. She looks serious. Maybe it's already started. On a sunny day at a coffee shop, Sio's assistant looks up to see a guy waving at him. He smiles brightly. "Over here, senior, the Uno car." Seeing the glass of water on his table, I was actually very shocked. He said he didn't expect you to abandon the wrong flag license and leave Lampus. "Who would have thought I'd meet you again in the role of John?" he asked with concern. "Are you doing okay?" he replied calmly. "Of course, I eat and sleep well," he asked in surprise. "Isn't it very dangerous there?" He replied, "If you don't jump in when the flag is wrong, that would be the safest place in the world." He adjusted his glasses. I sincerely apologize. The other team members are also reviewing their actions. They are actually all good people." He calmly said, "Even everyone has gone abroad. Once it's over, it's over. Now I'm just an outsider, so it's not really appropriate to talk about that. You look healthier than before. You had to face PTSD after all." He remained silent and smiled. He smiled. "It's all thanks to the current captain?" he asked in surprise. "Sue?" He remembers the moment she opened the hospital door. "If it weren't for her, I would have been a cripple in the hospital room." He asked in surprise, "Have you fully recovered yet?" He said not yet. But everyday life is no longer affected. He remembers the man standing amidst a sea of corpses. "The horror I went through that day still hasn't disappeared. I have to face it for the rest of my life." He squinted, looking at him suspiciously and asking, "I'm curious about this. What is the real reason you left Lampus after all?" He frowned. "Aren't you always following the late senior Kim Kwang-ho more than anyone else?" He gently turns his glass of water. "I really find it hard to understand why someone would leave Lampus and choose to live as John like you." We had prepared a countermeasure proposal, but it was ignored. Chi remembered the scene that day when many comrades fell. That day, the monster, he smiled, and I could only watch as senior Kim Kwang-ho and our teammates were harmed. He was startled and shouted, "No way!" Che Han said, "That's right. The one who saved both of us wasn't Lampus." He still remembers that the powerful man from the Winterbell Kingdom named Musung, his man, saved us. He was shocked. No one told me about this. Chi-Han calmly said that if it were Lampus, it would be best for others not to find out about this. He said he was at Inichon and I was the only one who witnessed everything. He shouted, "No way, the villain saved you?" He said, "That's not all. I heard that his subordinate went to rescue his daughter, who was captured by Red D." He asked what happened next, and he said they all died. Sue's assistant froze in fear and asked, "So the reason you left Lampus was because you were disappointed in Lampus and felt suspicious when you made a wrong move?" He squinted and replied, "Half right." He asked, "What about the other half?" He calmly replied, "I can't live forever owing someone a debt. I have to do everything I can to repay that kindness." Gadam Lavianos district. In a brightly lit room, a hand is scooping a spoonful of rice. China lowered her head to look at the spoonful of rice. She remembered the scene of being cared for last night. Ioma was startled. She woke up. Looking confused, she asked, "What's going on?" "It looks delicious." She replied, "It's the fish porridge." Ioma angrily shouts, "Don't ask for food!" She asks, "How do you feel now?" She replied, "I'm almost recovered." Aoma said, Your injuries still need time to heal completely. China calmly said, "This is the price I pay for being careless." She remembered the scene of being electrocuted last night. Electric attacks are truly deadly for someone with a metal attribute. She asked, "How is he?" The two girls suspiciously asked, "Who?" She said, Coma said. "Recently, Breakdevil has been very quiet." She asked suspiciously, "Breakdevil." Azoma is lying on the bed with a new nickname. He defeated everyone, rushed into John's role, suppressed all the chaos, and his reputation skyrocketed. She calmly replied, seeming quite proud of himself. "I just said it. He hasn't made any move at all." She looked suspicious. "Not making any move? Are you locking yourself in the training room again?" Hot thumbs up and says, "The college entrance exam is coming soon." "Are you surprised that they are still watching him?" Aoma quickly waved her hand and said, "No, we're not watching." Hot said, "Gannett told us to do that." She paused for a moment, lost in thought. She said, "Next time, take me along." "Aoma, is that okay?" "It's nothing difficult." She was startled as if she had just agreed to something terrible. With New A, she said she couldn't? She quickly said, "Oh no, that's not it." She touched her chin, saying, "I will carry Ioma." She was startled. "What?" She steps down from the bed and picks up Ioma. The girl was startled and blushed, or she shyly shouted out loud. "What are you doing?" she commented. "Your face is so red and you're panning too. Are you reacting normally?" She shyly shouted, "Of course. If it were you, it would be the same." She put the Aoma down on the ground, nothing special. She stepped outside thanks to her. "Now I'm fine," leaving the two girls suspicious. What did she say? Huo said, "That's not the main point." She calmly stepped outside. "Duty is worried. Do you often skip breakfast?" "You need to eat in the morning on an empty stomach." He replied with a sigh, "I already ate." She suspiciously replied, "I didn't really eat properly, did I?" Her tone sounded untrustworthy at all, while 2 fried eggs were steaming with white smoke. "I really did eat." She's worried. "You really need to take care of your health, or how can you pass the exam? What if you faint during the test?" He answered the phone with a sigh, thinking she's as strong as an ox. He looked at the food on the table, while Dudee's nasal voice still hadn't stopped. "Don't sit still anymore, get moving, even walking is fine," he replied. "Yes." She stands near the window, listening to the phone call, softly reminding. "Remember to lock the door carefully and don't go outside in the evening," he replied with boredom. "Yes, I'm eating now." In the luxurious villa, her voice echoed. "Remember to eat 3 meals a day," he replied. "Yes." She said, "See you later then." A voice echoes, "Ko-do." "Are you talking to your younger brother?" She turns her head to look at her phone. He asked, "Am I bothering you?" She replied, "Oh no, I just hung up." He asked, "Is she still okay?" And she looked at her phone with concern. "Maybe so." Vincent looked at her in surprise. He asked if she looked worried. "Is something wrong?" "She is worried. I heard that something happened in Gadam-Seun and the scene is quite close to where my younger brother is." She looked sad. "I was worried something might happen to my brother." He replied that was the case. He stepped closer to her and said, "She really cares about her sibling." He moved closer to her. "You probably listen to your older sister a lot, huh?" She was startled, then smiled and said, "My younger sibling always agrees, but maybe it's because of puberty that she's been rebellious lately." He smiled and said, "Let me help you." She quickly waved her hand and said, "No need, I was just worried." She smiled. "Nothing bad will happen. Thank you for your concerns." She quickly turned around. "Then I'll go to the front hall," he replied, wishing her good luck. He watched her figure as she left, then smiled. Song Nam, the Central Gyeonggu District. He gave us the title of manager. Bunga Y is angry but forces us to work like slaves. "I'm angry now, let's burn this place down." Joe, the leader of Incheon, the evil sank, the fire Dao Bunga rose, crossed her arms and smiled, saying, "So you're the first to arrive there." Joe, the leader of the central region, nodded. The chaos summoner Sank is so curious. Bunga Y is annoyed, thinking he gathered all 7 managers. I'm dying of curiosity. Maybe he plans to attack Seun. Iron Beast was worried a few days ago when Pin was ambushed, but that guy was wiped out in just 1 day. The boss of the United Faction, Kangong, the evil Sank, the metal snake of the immortal path, Iron Beast. Bunga is angry. "I heard Shinga District was attacked. I should have just burned the place down." Iron Beast was surprised. "Haven't you heard that place was attacked by those 2? He was startled. The 2 of them. Iron Beast said it was Min and Cajun. Red-faced Rose. "Mujin, I know one super handsome guy who matches a Rose perfectly." Bunga Y is annoyed. Wearing a vest makes him look super cool. "He said he wears a mask, so how do you know he's handsome?" A voice echoes. "Wait, you just said, Sa'an?" The image of Psycho appears in their minds. "Is that the guy who was stabbed to death by the false flag?" Bunga was shocked. Why would he take advantage of the villain? Iron Beast says Cassian is now the boss of John in Gadam district of Saon. Bunga says, the new driver is the boss there. Iron Beast angrily, did you just crawl out of the woods? The door opens and a voice announces, sorry for being late. Namchan and his two subordinates appear, apologizing for making everyone wait. Bunga Y asks, have you called all 7 managers yet? He said a few people would be a little late. She seemed a bit displeased. Acting like this was already agreed upon, right? Iron Beast squints. The 3 of them looked at the man behind him, thinking he was the most evil. Monkey King acknowledged his abilities, so he is an outsider holding an important position. He gently smiles, recalling how Sun Chi once occupied Japan's border region. The villain sank, and the physical warrior Jenny. Iron Beast glanced at him. Rose pointed and asked, who's behind you? He said, it's my turn to introduce myself. A deep male voice echoes. This is the new power of the center peon. Peon looked at her coldly, suspicious that I know Piton, but that's not what I mean. What do you mean he's here? Bunga Y was surprised. Is he Piton? I met him for the first time. Nam remains calm. Mr. Pon wants to become the manager. Bunga Yi was startled. Rose smiled seductively. Iron Beater looks away. Bon remains cold. It seems you all have objections. A voice rang out. What do you think? She sticks out her tongue and raises her middle finger at him. It's just too ridiculous. What else can I say? That foolish 4th limb growing without knowing its place. Gaddamn district. In the library, his hand glides over the books as Modot asks, do you really want to go to university? He whispered, first we need to conduct an inspection. He worried, I have to think about my sister who is always worried about me. So it's like that? I thought you had already merged with Kang Yu's body. The man kept reading without saying a word. Since you're at the bookstore, why not buy a meditation book to boost your willpower as well? I wonder if he's suspicious. Looking at him like a villain with special information about the awakening of a disaster-level dark attribute, dual chord shadow sphere. Dark skill, main sword. Dark, plus E, 7. Attributes reactive self-healing, plus 5. Hidden shadow transfer. Binding shadow. Burning shadow. Summon a black sword. Black armor. 15 strong willpower. Hidden skill. Crystal extraction. Dark magic hunger. 30 mana points, 1,500 and 174. He stroked his chin and thought, hidden skill. The hungry darkness sounds powerful. It sweat and looked at it, amazed, thinking I never expected to witness this cursed skill with my own eyes. He is amazed. The cooldown is 30 hours. How terrifying is this skill? Gluttonous darkness. 30 hours. It replied, it absorbs and consumes other consciousness magic powers. You marvel, amazed, maybe only a demon king would use this skill. It replied, saying, that's right. It hesitated, seeming like this has been modified. A disaster. There's no way it could appear out of nowhere. He raises his hand to seal this skill tightly. It's astonishing, really. If you use it, you can improve your attributes without needing real stones. He assesses his situation. My will isn't stable enough to raise my attributes. Honestly, even with your help now, I'm still not confident. So I haven't used the mana bloodstone yet. It replied, they are hard to absorb, but they are useful weapons to stabilize your mind. Are you really happy about that? Let me ask you, Che. Also, tell him that your skill and strong will are the key to overcoming the illusions and mental attacks. If you level up your skill, it can improve your ability. He asked skeptically, how do I upgrade it? It replied, meditation. He carefully observes and then reaches out to take the book. Nemo sits in effective meditation. Should I take this book? Before he could grab it, 2 hands reached out and grabbed him. The 3 of them froze, looking at each other in panic and asking, are it really okay to walk around like this? China says, the doctor said it's fine. Aoma looks suspiciously and asks, what about this cream for China? She replied, I won't eat. She looked up as if she had discovered something, and her voice rang out loudly. I will go to the bookstore over there. I want to buy a book. The 2 girls waved their hands. We will go over there now. Looking at the bookstore in front of her, she thought how foolish she was. She looked sad, and the more she thought, the more she felt she had been naive, only driven by a sense of fulfillment to become the ruler Winterbellow. She remembered Kassizan and became overly confident that she could do everything on her own. She recalled the traitor and how Kassian had helped her. If it weren't for Kassian's help and the image of him holding her in his arms, many people would be affected by her. She thought she must never repeat the mistake again. She clenched her fists and opened the bookstore door thoughtfully. I have to become stronger. The 3 of them all reached for the book together. The 3 of them looked at each other in the library. Yue, suspicious. Kangu. China surprised. Macaron. He silently watched this scene. He asked, why are you here buying books for exam prep? She smiled. Thank you for the macarons last time. He turned to look at her. What macaron? He replied. I met her before. Ioma waved and called out, China. She looked tense and shouted loudly, Cian. She grabs her hand. She quickly goes to check out the comic. Author Un has released a new book. The two men suspiciously watch this scene. Are you looking at the twin girls? He was surprised and thought, wait a minute. They are Yu-chan, who raised her hand to stop him, tense and alert. A flame rises above his head. He is furious. What is your relationship with that girl, Macaron? And what about Naan? Explain quickly. In the park, looking at the ice cream in her hand, a voice suddenly rang out. Really? China was surprised. Was that Singer just now? She clutched her chest in panic. Yeah, I was really surprised. My heart almost exploded. Why did we run into him? She said he lives in Gadam, so meeting him is just normal. She said, and that red-haired guy, he's UAN, she said. Uhanaoma said he was an intern, but he's actually quite famous in Gadam. She was surprised, thinking he must know someone since John, the boss, went to the same school, and they know each other. She is a bit worried. Aoma is happy, don't worry too much, they don't know who you are. We just happened to meet once. She said, what if it happens 3 times by chance? Hot saying that is fate. Aoma doesn't agree. Not for a long time. Hot said, let's go eat something delicious. I know a place that sells amazing beef noodle soup. Let's go. The door opens. Sue's assistant says, if only we could eat together. It's a pity he said we'll meet again, he replied. Next time, let's go eat together. Suddenly, the 2 girls passed by in front of him. Aoma was startled and panicked. She quickly pulled China away. Huge bowls of noodles and steamed buns, and she's gaining weight again. Sue's assistant asks what's wrong. He said it's nothing, I just felt a bit dizzy. Song Niam, this is Jian Central. A room fully equipped with training gear appears. This is a separate training area. Namchan said, the walls here are made from a special material stronger than steel and can withstand earthquakes. This place is also soundproof and shockproof. Rose smiled. Can I go all out? He's worried. Moderation is better. She's serious, I don't like just getting by. Bon, with a cold expression, you're overconfident and won't be able to defeat me. Rose doubled over, laughing. Are you talking about me? It's funny how these two are. You should become comedians instead. He annoyed. Stop talking nonsense. I'm not in a good mood, she angrily said. Nonsense. She remains calm. Do you know why I hate you? He was startled. She gritted her teeth and said, I really hate those who don't know their place and act recklessly. Bungawai raised her hand and said, I agree. She smiled and said, even if you lost to M, your fighting skills are probably not bad, right? Ignore that, she sneers maliciously. I will tear you to pieces. He was annoyed and said, you're so talkative. The more he spoke, the more meaningless it became, and she sighed, her words sharp and fierce. She sneered and said, remember to use your ultimate move. You undefeated ones only know how to boast. She continues to taunt. I heard that during the fight with Kai-An, you didn't even get a chance to strike, so let me put you to eternal sleep. He clenched his teeth, red energy emanating from his body, resisting the pain. She appears in front of him like lightning and offers a rose. Is that right? He throws a punch with all his might. She runs happily across the arena. Here's your translation. I caught you now. She glided past him, and he kept chasing her non-stop. She reaches out her hand and offers a rose as a gift. He is startled and looks at the rose before him. It grew enormous before his eyes. The flower is blooming. Her face appears within the flower, her slender neck sweating. Her voice echoes, your skill has a time limit, right? She smiles wickedly. How many seconds do you have left? He throws a punch and shatters the rose branch. She slips past behind him, smiling. Your mouth is stitched up, why are you not saying anything anymore? He angrily replied, shut up! His eyes widened, his hand grew enormous, and he caught her, smiling smugly. You're happy. I've been waiting for this moment. He thought arrogantly. Those who only know how to boast will have only one outcome. He hugged her and charged forward. Ant pig! Taste the flavor of hell through my move. She smiled softly. Foolish. Do you think I fell for your move? He widened his eyes as countless vines wrapped around him. You pig's stem, a thorny hell. What is he startled thinking? How is that possible? Iron Beast said. She used an summoning trick to trap him. He looked at her and thought she truly deserved her mischievous witch title. You're bleeding now. Does it hurt? She covers her mouth and laughs. This skill lasts a long time because it's an extraordinary skill. The blade is close to his eye and she seems a bit eager. I want to try many things with you. She points her sharp finger at him with an evil look and says, should I poke a hole in your head first? Taking out his brain and putting it in his mouth would look so adorable. He was terrified. Wait, I give up. I'm quitting my managerial position. She whispered softly into his ear. If you give up, will I stop? She laughed maniacally, saying, if you start it, you have to see it through to the end. Nam-chan reminded her. Please don't go beyond the limit. The chairman wouldn't be pleased to hear about any losses. She grumbled, so annoyed she could die. The villainess flicks her finger across his forehead, saying, because you're useful to our side, I have to mark you out. His face turned pale. What a useless piece of trash. She looked so happy and fitting. In Dongwoo-chan Park, it echoed, there's really nothing between them, right? I'm so annoyed, how many times do I have to say it? He temporarily believes. All right, I'll just assume I misunderstood. Stay calm, there's nothing between me and your sister, so don't overreact. He is suspicious. Really? If you say you don't believe, then ask Na on yourself. He's disappointed. Forget it. He looked at the bag in his hand. Are you preparing for the entrance exam? If I want to study at university, I guess I have to take the entrance exam too. And you, standing there with arrogance. I want to become an official soldier after graduating from high school. You say you're determined to achieve that, huh? He is proud. That has been my childhood dream. He is determined to protect innocent people from disgusting and evil villains. I see that as my mission. Cassian looked grim and unhappy. Disgusting and evil? You're a bit biased. He smiled and said, don't misunderstand. I don't mean all villains are like that. Of course, there are some normal ones too. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, like Driver appearing in his memory, the shoulder-slumped John Gadam Driver. He was accused of being a serial killer, but in reality, he's quite kind-hearted. The image of Red Eye holding a bow and arrow, another person also called Red Eye, he's quite humane. He thought about it and hoped it would stay here. He's losing patience, so forget it. Why did you buy that book? He said, oh, this one? A common method to recruit people into a cult is to approach and ask if you know the faith. He looked at the book and said, a senior gave me some advice. She told me I was weak mentally. 1. Focus on your mental state first. She said my ability to assess situations isn't stable. He wondered if she even knew what she was talking about. He wondered why he told you this, as the sunset draped over him. The driver places the stack of books down, as expected. He looks up at the shiny, cheerful place. Just needs to be tidied up. Everything is tidy now. The equipment piled up in the hallway can be moved into the warehouse tomorrow. He takes a deep breath and relaxes for a moment before pouring himself a cup of coffee. He sipped his coffee and relaxed for the first time in his tidy office. It's the first time I've taken a break in this tidy office, and the loud noises caught his attention. Loud noises are coming from outside the door. Who left this in the hallway? Don't step on it or it'll break. The door suddenly swung open. What did his driver say? He was serious about training us strictly. What surprised him so suddenly? He said, ask Khan. Black Hen gritted his teeth, looking angry. I haven't found him lately. He said, oh, I think he's preparing for the exam. They asked in surprise, what is the exam? He looked at the coffee cup and said, I understand you want to become stronger. He smiled and said, but to do that, you need to prepare a few things first. Black Hen clenched his fist with determination and said, if it's harsh training, I'm always ready. As long as I become stronger, I will do anything. Great asked skeptically. Really? He stirs his coffee with a spoon, showing real determination. To achieve what you want, you also need innate talent. The three skeptically thought, innate talent is obvious, only those born at the finish line can do it. That won't happen later. He is serious. If you can surpass your limits and awaken your innate talent, you will experience something entirely different. What is called the Second Awakening. The words echo in Black Ken's mind. The Second Awakening, he said, your magic will advance by leaps and bounds, and your strength will help you surpass all limits. Is he telling the truth? He remembers Z Street. Of course, this world is full of monsters who have undergone the Second Awakening, some even matching or surpassing the level of a catastrophe. He looked at him in horror, unable to believe. Driver, you, he hurriedly said. Isn't it me? He crossed his arms and smiled. Don't be disappointed so soon. As John, we also have someone who has achieved the Second Awakening. He asked in amazement. Really? CR suspiciously asked, who is it? A sweet voice rang out. Sweetheart, I just baked a batch of cookies today. Both of you turn around in panic and look at Dow holding the tray, eat them all. Washington imagines an explosion, an evil villain smiling wickedly. The man's hands are grabbing gold and silver from the shop, and a voice shouts, hurry up! He quickly grabs the gold, and that voice rings out again. Don't leave anything behind, take everything. The clown villain holding a bat in his hand. Raph, come here, cheer up. More mallets appeared in his hand, and he excitedly said, we could create a terrifying and horrifying Raftland, wiping out everything. He paused, suspicious. Does that guy not know how to observe the situation? It ruined my mood. He touches his face and says, wait a moment, I'm allergic to dust. He raised his hand to grab his shoulder and said, what nonsense is that? He stared in shock as cuffs appeared, locking him again around the neck of the man wearing a Lampus symbol necklace. Lampus's special task force. We arrived together with the mobile police to stop this. Raun Galato pointed at the villain. Clown Raff, you are under arrest. He widened his eyes as he angrily charged it with his baton. He looked in surprise at the stick in his hand, frozen. He turned pale as he looked at the 2 sticks in his hands. What is this? Another man appears. Are you deaf? He just said you've been captured. Rich smiles and raises his hand, a blue light emanating from it. Stop playing tricks, or before you go to jail I could trap you in that droplet. Everyone's henchmen looked panic-stricken at the clown. Boss! He shouted in anger. What are you waiting for? Kill them. Raun Galato reached for the staff beside him. He spins the stick in his hand like in a dream. The henchmen are instantly caught off guard and fall to the ground, and he glares with cold eyes at the scene. He looked at the trembling crowd. Destroying evil forces is his duty. The 2 of them stood side by side. Raun Galato frowned seriously. To maintain order, I will handle each of you individually. Lampus Washington branch. Tour looked at the report. We should have caught RF a long time ago. Tanair praised. That was handled very well. You've worked hard, they humbly replied. We only completed the assigned task. Tupper closed his eyes tiredly. I really want to let you rest, but the higher-ups just gave us a mission. Raun Galato hesitated. Do you want to give it to us? Wait. That's a bit too much. At least let us have a little rest. Rick annoyed. There are still other mistakes, too. Tubenso replied, you are the most suitable for this mission. He placed the report on the table and said, you 2 will go to Korea. The 2 of them asked, Korea, why are we the best fit? Rick wondered. Korea, huh? Tubenso calmly replied that since they could speak Korean and had undergone elite training, the details of the mission would be explained. Tubenso said, the villains in Korea will face a major conflict. Check the envelope in front of you for more details. Rip asked with a smile. Sounds good. When do we leave? Tupenner replied, today. Let's get ready now. He was surprised. Today? Raun Galato urges his close friend to hurry up. Let's go. We still need to pack. He was crying, but people just wanted to sleep. He replied, you can sleep on the plane. He looked at the plane ticket and smiled. First class, huh? A voice sounded. Director Tuen So looked up. Raun Galato stands at the stairs and asks, do you have any news about him? Surely there has been a request to reinvestigate the previous matter. Tuen So was surprised. Do you still call him teacher? Tuor was annoyed. The chairman immediately refused my request for a reinvestigation and kept attacking me for another 30 minutes. Tuor looks at the photo of Tuor Khan and Trung and decides not to argue about this anymore since the investigation is over. He is confident that the teacher would not sell information to outsiders or betray us. Moreover, there's no way the teacher would kill someone like a younger brother to him, Tuinso replied. I know. Tuinso remembers Ka's carefree smile. I was the one guiding him during his internship and Diep's gentle smile. Deep is also my colleague. Tuo looks at the photo with a sad expression. I also want to uncover the truth like you do. Raun Galato thought with determined eyes. No matter how long it takes, I must find out the truth. A few days later, a voice asked, why do I have to come out here? John Quan Ji's role. A cup of coffee is poured into a glass, and the voice echoes again, meeting up and then doing this and that. Chu looks annoyed. Are you serious? I can't believe it. The driver smiles. Just kidding. The boss told us to gather up. She was surprised. Almost a voice rang out. Looks like I'm not the only one being called, huh? China is stunned. Did he call all the John gang bosses in soon? She was stunned. Min's driver smiled and introduced himself. This is Chu Ak. She's the boss of John in Buksan District. She replied, I know. She asked where Kan was. Driver taps his glasses and says he'll be there soon. A voice echoes, have you been waiting long? He appears from a dark corridor. Chuak turned pale with fear as he crawled out of the shadows. Driver sighed in disappointment. Can't you use the door? He said casually. This way is more convenient. In the meeting room, his voice echoed, and except for District Sin Hoa, everyone was present. He looked at the 3 people and said, I've contacted them, but chances are he won't show up. Driver smiles. Redot takes advantage of the chaos to become the boss. Even though he doesn't seem to be widely recognized, the factions are busy fighting each other. He stands with his arms crossed, looking dangerous. We need someone stronger than Rita. It's already happened, so it's best to choose an ordinary person who will listen. Moro looked at him in surprise. He asked, Is Ino the villain coming to Namkang District? She replied. How has she been lately? I'm losing weight, he asked in surprise. Huh? China recalled the image of the 2 of them eating a hearty meal. She has become very close with the ghost and gained weight rapidly. She said not to look for her until she finishes losing weight. How long has he suspected she's been there? Just a week. She said that was enough to gain weight already. Chuak annoyedly watched this scene. She stretches unhappily. How much longer do you all plan to keep talking? Hurry up and tell us why we're here. he asked in surprise. You haven't said anything yet? Driver said. If you tell them beforehand, they won't come at all. Morat, feeling disappointed, thought if they didn't come, someone else wouldn't be here. Chuak was angry, saying, I don't know why you're hesitating. Stop making me curious, just say it already. You're so calm and unbothered. Vicious king, managing, he rests his chin with narrowed eyes. We will deal with him. The sunlight shines on the tall buildings in the city as the voice echoes. Have you checked the content? Lampus Korea branch already. I heard we're going to meet the American branch's enforcer. The two of them walked to the door, one in front and one behind. De Wong approached the door to observe and then advised him. They are not ordinary agents. Both of them are members of the Special Operations Force. The two inside are training hard, their sharp eyes looking out with no emotion, gripping their weapons tightly. One of them is also an S-rank expert soldier, on par with Senior Chi-sun, maybe even more powerful. Is that Raon Galado? It's him. De Wong opened the door in surprise. Unlike him, Yu, the father, as expected, looked inside without any expression, while inside, Chi-sun couldn't help but be angry as he looked towards them. There are two more people nearby also turning to look. They arrived late. Seeing her anger, De Wong quickly explained, No, we arrived 5 minutes early, just afraid of feeling annoyed when looking at him. They arrived early and had to wait. You guys are the ones who were late. The two of them turned to greet each other, and he extended his hand for a handshake. Nice to meet you. I am Ron. He happily greeted from behind. I am Rick. De Wong greets warmly. Hello. You both speak Korean so well. U-chan still keeps her cold expression. It's been a long time since I saw you. He stands beside him, reacting with surprise. What do you mean? The two of them moved closer together, happily watching and inspecting him. Hello, U-chan Raungalado, nice to meet you. It's been a long time since I saw your family. Under the spotlight, Kang Yu, with cold eyes and crossed arms, looks at her. We will defeat the evil king, Manik King. Hearing those words, Chuak's face was full of anger as he gritted his teeth and looked at him. Mujin listened silently as they discussed. She angrily stands up to confront him. King. Are you crazy? And you just glanced over. Only a mad person would say that, right? She grimaced. He remained silent. Kang Yu closed his eyes and sighed. We will attack the old man first. No ordinary person would think of that. Driver cheerfully praised. That's exactly right. Chuak, after hearing that, stiffened and pointed at him. You're just going along with it? Are you really leaving again? He won't listen, but he's happy. At this moment, Chuak knew there was nothing she could do, her face dark with despair. She looked at her with slight contempt, frowning. It all happened too suddenly. If you had a plan, you should have acted sooner. Currently, King is strengthening his defenses. He sat there silently, lost in thought. I also think this is a bit too much. Are you doing this on purpose? Mujin suddenly spoke up while sitting there. You must have planned this carefully, right? Driver raises his hand to let me explain. He adjusted his glasses and spoke. Information is one of the key factors in determining the outcome of a battle. Money King may have more intelligent and powerful resources, but compared to what I have, it's nothing. The cameras are constantly moving around every corner of this place. I have placed cameras and autonomous drones everywhere, even outside the universe, so I can monitor their actual positions using remote-controlled nano-satellites. Chu AC was stunned and panicked. Nano-satellites, of course. The image of his cunning smile and the cruel smile as he shakes the glass of wine in his hand flashes in my mind. MK is indeed very strong. He's not an easy opponent to defeat, but if we have a chance to win, we can't let that old man stay safe. Inside, they continued discussing. Mujin spoke, meaning we will attack the 7 managers first. Driver nodded in agreement. Dispersing the forces and defeating each one individually would be the best approach. Chuak sighed, crossing his arms with a somewhat displeased expression. Split up the 7 managers? Do you think that's easy? Each one is nationally recognized. Driver spun the screwdriver in his hand as the air currents radiated outward. Aside from the key points, this mission is still feasible. Kang Yu turned to ask him, who do we need to pay attention to? Driver smiled and looked at him. Let me pick a typical example. Driver thought of a girl with petals and thorns as if taking her body. That's the mischievous witch Rose Min, who knows a bit about her. She's a member of Man King and holds the position of the 2nd strongest among all villains nationwide. His expression suddenly changed. The runner-up, huh? Driver agrees with her statement. As Mujin said, she might be the 2nd strongest, but Jose Stale is still too reckless. We really need to pay attention to her, but deep inside still hides a leader within its shadow. No, besides that, we also can't ignore Prince, the leader of the 7 managers. Leader? He is publicly known, but he has hardly ever appeared in public. Driver speaks up. Everyone, we can win this fight, so don't worry too much. But Chue couldn't stay calm and turned to speak to him. Of course we have to worry. Mujin also agrees with her opinion. I admit they are all very strong individuals, but this is not a one-on-one fight. He confidently clenched the screwdriver in his hand and leaned back with a pleased smile. They need to learn to work together harmoniously, but their relationships are very fragile. In the darkness, more and more figures appear, and we can stir up some trouble to cause internal conflict and split them apart easily. Mujin seems to have understood what he's trying to say. The more people you can sway to your side, the better. The driver nodded in agreement with her. Perfect, then fighting Manny King is temporarily okay. What's next? Chue quickly asked. We could become targets of villains all over the world. He looked at her with a displeased expression. And Red Dead is in China. Mujin's entire body suddenly changes as faint auras appear around him. Chue froze in place. What's wrong with this guy? Why are you so bloodthirsty? Kong Yu's cold, emotionless face said, Anyone who blocks my way will be dealt with. Just trust and follow. Hearing that, the driver cheered happily, clapping his hands and still not forgetting to say hooray. Chuak is trembling with rage, cheering for that damn piece of shit. He's freaking crazy. He quietly turned to look at her, and the driver turned around with a cheerful smile. Suddenly, Mo Dot appeared in front of him, his face tense and grim. Your true goal is Tuak Vuong's platinum disc, isn't it? It simply said to him, proceeding with the revenge plan. Not bad, but the four evil kings are not the only ones after the platinum disc. Sora is also involved. Hearing this, Kang Yu glanced over at Mozot. That's right. Driver suddenly remembered something, almost forgetting the new intelligence report. He slightly lowers his head. Here's the hot news about Lampus Korea branch. Mujin can't help but wonder about Lampus. Since they've been watching us lately, we should also keep an eye on their movements. Driver keeps scrolling back and forth on the screen. I've installed high-performance surveillance cameras around the area. He held up the camera for everyone to see. The new guy. Kang Yu looked seriously at the screen in front of him, where the camera was capturing the two people entering inside. Out of curiosity, I did some digging, and it turns out they are U.S. military personnel sent to Korea. Both of them are key players in the Special Operations Force. Driver, holding a laptop, turned to face him. Maybe you're not here to visit. You're probably here to identify us. Kang Yu asked him thoughtfully as he looked at the screen. They are the two people whose faces are revealed. Zik and Round Galado. When was the last time we met? The scene shifts to Lampus with towering buildings. It's been about 6 years since I was in 6th grade. Outside, the three of them are standing and chatting together. Round looks down below. 6 years? I didn't expect it to be that long. Ua looked at them and then spoke, while Rich sat calmly on the bench and asked, So we are still in contact. Naon is still doing well, right? She is still healthy. He just pointed to himself with a somewhat sad expression. Did the little one ask about you? Uchan looked expressionless at Rich and replied, Nan, why did she ask about me? Hearing that, he immediately covered his face. He thought the girl would ask, but he couldn't believe it. Before, she said she would marry you when she grew up. I couldn't stand hearing that and had to argue back. Come on, stop joking. Round Galado calmly asked about Uchan's situation. Now I live in Gadam district. Pretty cool, huh? I heard there's a fragile role there. Uchan looks in his direction. It's nearby, too, Round Galado told him. That boss John's nickname is interesting, too. It keeps sticking in my mind. How dare he use that name? Uchan stands there coldly, momentarily stunned. Round Galado's face suddenly changes, frowning in discomfort. He dared to insult the name of my teacher, who was also my student. I can't let this go. He slammed his hand down hard on the railing, grinding his teeth in hatred. He must pay the price. Then he looked at the dark hand that was holding on, and Round Galado suddenly realized it was just dust. A sneeze sounded, and today's sky was clear with fluffy white clouds. Are these real buildings close together in Namkang district, with someone just entering inside? Are you sure we're in the right place? F. House scratched his head in confusion, asking the person on the street where there's not even a speck of trash. It's so clean I could sleep here, the other person calmly explained. Joe Nam Kong, the shoulder-padded man, is the #1 evil sword Mujin. Rumor has it he has a cleanliness obsession. A boss who cares about cleanliness is really strange. So what? The hand he extends forward ignites flames around it. If you're already here. The flames on Found's hand flare up fiercely. Found sneers with a contemptuous smile, then turns this place into dust. Come on. Half of Ino's face appears, sweat starting to drip more heavily as she prepares vegetables in the kitchen for herself. After Ino finished cooking, the dish was served, consisting of only eggs, tomatoes, and vegetables on a simple plate. Seeing the food in front of her, her face darkened with irritation, and she kept trembling as she repeatedly muttered, I hate vegetables, 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 vegetables. This is a pizza loaded with sausages and shrimp. Suddenly, a loud noise comes from outside through the window. The light from there shines into the room, casting a faint glow on the bewildered and stunned face. The scene shifts to Lampus, with white clouds drifting across the sky above. and below, houses standing side by side, year after year. Suddenly a loud noise rang out. Just as F House exclaimed how boring it was, he was grabbed by the collar, sweating in fear with no time to defend himself. He grabbed his neck and sneered. Behind, Maz was also dealt with by F House's accomplices and lay unconscious on the ground. Thinking that the male villain is so cool besides Mujin, no one else is worthy to be our opponent. These guys are so pitiful. He forcefully threw the tire onto the ground, causing him to cry out in pain. Found turned around and said to the other, "Probably Manujin has gone out. What should we do now? Dealing with this messy crowd is so boring." Suddenly, In-So-Fi descended from above onto their group, jumping down with her sword on her shoulder. She exuded energy, narrowing her eyes as she observed, gripping her sword tightly. She stood up facing them in front. "Who are you?" Fio looked at Yo with contempt, then sighed. This really is troublesome. The person behind him also spoke. Swordmaster Fong Longyear, with a calm expression. Besides Minin, there is another name that is just as famous. Hearing that, she was stunned and amazed. Surprised. Suddenly thinking of something, her eyes filled with surprise and disbelief. She hurriedly made a move to deal with the two of them. As the whirlpools spin, the vortexes rush forward quickly. Don't just stand there and take it. Avoid them. He looked down with a sly smile, known for his hot temper. Insir continued to strike with his sword, sending stones flying everywhere. Found, go back and inform the others to attack from both sides and quickly capture her. Having me is enough. We're not here to play. That person jumps up, clenches their fists, and shouts in anger to destroy them. Ino isn't afraid of anyone, ready to fight back, smiling disdainfully, gripping the sword tightly, but because they haven't eaten yet, they feel a bit weak. Something's not right. I'm starving. Let's switch to another scene. Everyone here is happily chatting and taking photos, and the tall building in front is Lampus, the South Korean branch. Kangyu and Mozode are walking together, each holding a sausage in hand, looking up with puzzled expressions at the Lampus South Korea branch. Taking the subway is pretty close too. This is my first time here. It turned to look at him indifferently. Are you uncomfortable coming here? Why are you here? He bit a piece of food and said, Don't tell me you're here to meet the students because they've already gone to Korea. I care for them very much. Looking back to that time, there were two children standing in the center while everyone around was gossiping and pointing at them. Not only were they abandoned by their parents, but they were also ostracized by everyone around them. Calcium. Anne used to come over, pat their heads, and smile to comfort the two children. Although they were still young, they had the abilities of a squad leader and joined 7 years ago. I have guided them since then. After eating, he threw the stick into the trash can beside him. Then I lost my life before I could say goodbye. A boy timidly sat down and curled up, holding his head. Inside, the two kids looked serious as Khan asked, What color is your hair? Did you dye it? Rich remained silent without replying. Seeing things were getting out of hand, Raun Galato turned to explain to him. He dyed his hair red because he thought he could use fire if his hair was red. So silly. Tears gathered in his eyes. Calcium. Anne sighed in frustration and crossed his arms to confront him. Why fire? Rich stammered, his face blushing and tears falling, looking pitiful. He clenched his fists with determination. Teacher, I mean sir, I want to be like you. But he gently stroked Rich's head, making him look at Kangyu in surprise. He simply smiled happily. Your attribute is water, so you also want to use fire? He exclaimed in a slightly surprised voice. Dual attributes. Rune Galato also spoke up. There's no such thing as possessing two attributes. He angrily turned to be quiet, and Kangxian just stood silently there, explaining to the two kids. He wasn't sure if having two attributes was possible, but fire and water repel each other, so it's probably difficult to use both. After hearing this, he felt a bit worried and scared. But if you could use both, it would be really interesting. The two of them looked at him in confusion, not understanding. Kanan proudly watched over them. Maybe if reborn, it could be possible. Young Shichihoi's face couldn't help but show admiration. His sparkling eyes didn't allow him to dream any further. Raun Galato immediately said, So just stop dreaming about it. And Mozode, emotionless, asked him, What are you planning to do? Do we just meet like this? Naon suddenly appears here and says, Hello, Kangyu. Hearing the call, both of them are startled and turn to look. Why are you here? Kangyu replied with an emotionless face. I was just passing by. Naon approached. Him? How do you know I came here? Are you here to see Uchan? Yes, I am. But now I came to see Kangyu. She continued, I was sitting at the cafe across and saw you. After hearing that, Sangyu also turned to look for the cafe. I see you. Are you using your skill? Naon happily winked at them. I think my skill has leveled up. This peak feels like its range has increased. Seeing that, Mozode also warned him. Her ability is quite dangerous. The increased scanning range is also a concern. Changyu was a bit surprised, but didn't reply. But if the surroundings become dark, that ability won't just be about scanning, it could also interfere with a specific target. He looked up at Na-On, smiling happily at him. Modot was right. Her abilities have advanced to that level, which is truly very concerning. Protecting the entire country isn't enough. No, this ability is what I need most right now. She doesn't know what you're thinking, and just quietly observes you. Why are the two of you together? Where did the three of them suddenly appear from? Kang Yu is stunned. Kim Yen, Z, and Round Galado all froze in silence as Mozot spoke teasingly, so we've met before. He paid no attention to it and just looked on silently. Uchan continued to question. Why are you two together? Na-On replied calmly. I happened to meet him. Uchan looked confused. Is that true? He also didn't speak, and the two of them sat in silence facing each other. Na-On, go ahead and say hello. Rich happily and excitedly extended his hand. It's been a long time since we last met. Let's have a warm hug. Round, standing beside him, coldly dismisses with disdain. Be a little more charming. He kept turning to point at Kang Wu and asked, Are you Uchan's friend? Uchan, standing nearby, turned to respond. We're not quite friends yet. Kang Yu finally spoke up, saying, I am his friend. We go to the same school. Ri whispers that he's not joking with Yu-chan. He said you two are friends. He closed his eyes and spoke coldly. It's not like he was surprised to hear what I said, but he just responded with a harsh reply. Round Galado heard his name, flinched slightly, and Rick Yun. His expression suddenly grew serious. Kang Yu smiled knowingly at them. Isn't that right? Rick smiled confidently and leaned on Round. How do you know about us? Kang Yu calmly replied. I see you a lot on YouTube and the news. Oh, so you're also a trainee, huh? Na-On quickly stepped forward to protect Kang Yu and let him stay behind her to explain to them. No, Kang Yu is just an ordinary high school student. Rich looked at Na-On with some suspicion. If not, then forget it. Why are you overreacting like that? Her face darkened as she turned to give him instructions. Kang Yu, let's part ways now. I'll call you later. Yu, are you okay? Don't worry. Rich watched and exclaimed, wow, these two have a special relationship, huh? Na-On, huh? Uchan irritably turned to look at the two people beside her without any concern. A small notebook is held out in front. I'm a fan of both of you. May I have your signatures? He looked a bit contemptuous. The autograph from his rival? Fine. I guess I'll do it reluctantly. Ron calmly picks up the pen with an emotionless expression. Let me sign first. Rich looked at the pen in shock. You even brought your pen. Can you two help me write a little more? Did he take the notebook with the pen again? Looking back at the drawing in the notebook, he was a bit stunned and intrigued. Casey Can is the top student in chess, and not only him, but even others are surprised. He smiles as he looks at the two of them. Round and Rick met Kang Yu. Write to her for me. The three of them couldn't help but stare in amazement at the notebook in his hand. Round's face suddenly darkened, his brow furrowing in confusion. Why the flag? But Kang Yu just smiled and said, I am a fan of Sion. The image of Sion as a hero appeared. He is a true hero who has defeated many villains. Kang Yu looked at them with a half smile. For a just and orderly society, he truly is an amazing person. I don't know what to say when Modot is beside him. He is the embodiment of justice. After hearing that, Rongalado's eyes sharpened. He started writing in the notebook without forgetting to speak. He knows a lot, too. I'll draw a little next to the signature. He smiled and looked at Round Galado in front of him. Thank you. It's a pity. He writes quickly into the notebook. Wow, that's really beautiful. If it weren't for that unfortunate incident, he would have become a legend. Who would have thought he took money to kill his colleagues? Hearing this, Uchan Na-On was stunned and turned back to look at Kang Yu. Rich felt uncomfortable and quickly retorted, That's just one side of the story. My teacher is not that kind of person. Even if the whole world speaks ill of him, we will never do that. I am not forcing you. Round Galado handed back the notebook, staring at it in shock. Round's cold gaze fixed on him. But if you're really a fan of the teacher, then trust him. Let's go get something to eat. Rich broke the tense atmosphere with his voice, and then called Na-On to come along. Yu Tran, looking somber, turned to look at him and said, Let's go. She turned back and replied, Yes, sir. They walked forward, leaving Kang Yu and Modot behind. He silently watched their backs and said, Listen, you have to trust. Kang Yu smiled with a proud and satisfied look that they could never understand. Yes, she is my student. The scene shifts to Du Nam Kang's shoulder at Min's mansion as someone walks inside slowly. Ino and Thandao jump down in front of the two people. Minin and Hai Sun couldn't help but be surprised by Ye's appearance. Her injured face had been bandaged. In the grand mansion, lights shine everywhere as the conversation echoes, both sitting facing each other, in so touching her wound and complaining. I couldn't fight back and could only take the hits, but luckily I managed to escape. Hai-sun gently encouraged. You've done your best. Yes, the opponent is 7 managers plus 2 more. Her face is full of hatred, biting her lip to avenge this grudge, touching the wound on her head, trying to recall, not 2, but 3. She has blue hair, she appeared suddenly, said there's not much time left and opened a portal to leave. Hearing Aino's description of the person just now, her figure appeared in my mind. It must be Leng then. Minnan quietly lowers her head, lost in thought. She is a villain capable of opening portals to move anywhere. Hui-sun sternly turned to ask Mujin. So they always succeed in their raids. She was a bit annoyed. It's such a hassle. Remembering Hui-sun's face from the past, his expression darkened. Previously, Driver mentioned Len's girl. He said if they could build an advanced defense system, they could block her entrance. The 3 of them sitting face to face in the room, doing that would be very exhausting and costly. That's right. Ino slams her hand on the table, angry. What if we had attacked earlier? She turned to Mujin and asked Khan as well if we could cooperate to take revenge. She sat there looking at Ino and planning so emotionally could lead to trouble. She couldn't help but wonder what now. Zealot has already been attacked. Do you really think we can just ignore it? Mujin, holding the sharp knife in his hand, said coldly, Of course not. Eye to eye, knife to knife. We will make them pay back 10 times what they owe. Ino was stunned and froze in place. Mujin's eyes are filled with murderous intent as he forcefully stabs the knife into the table. This is the way of the top assassin. The sunset gradually descends over the towering buildings along John Gadam's shoulder. Inside the room, all the lights are turned on. Did you get the message yet? In Jim Kang Yu's room, he's lifting weights and exhaling loudly while looking up at the driver. I heard Nam Kang was ambushed. Mujin must be really furious. He's sitting there with his legs crossed, smiling with amusement. But even Mujin won't seek revenge right away. The message isn't fully explained yet, but it seems Len's girl is connected to the 7 managers. He takes a towel and, exhausted, closes his eyes to wipe the sweat running down his face. If someone can open the gate, if we're not prepared, we'll pay the price. Driver snapped his fingers excitedly. Don't worry about Gadam, I have already set up the defense system. It also protects Lavios. The Winterbell headquarters is surrounded by a layered defense system. He just wiped his face and slowly approached where he was sitting. What about Baksan? Maybe they'll target that after Nam Kang. Driver thought of something and smiled. There are no defense systems there, but there is a security system that can identify intruders. The 2 in the training room continued talking, their faces tense and exhausted. Basically, the trap is set, now we just wait. He asks him again. Are you planning to fight back? You bastards, how dare you come in? Get out, I want to see the boss. Someone's voice echoes. His eyes turn cold as he glances over. They rush fiercely into the training room. Black Hen angrily shouts for the boss. Dr. Gost quickly approaches and whispers, You're too rude. Unlike them, Kang Yu calmly wiped the sweat from his hair and asked, What's wrong? Break Hen pushed Break Go aside. What is the supervisor doing here? He seems a bit surprised. Supervisor, what are you talking about? Kang Yu said calmly, turning to face him. You said you would train us to be stronger. Just do it now. After training, we're done. He yelled out his frustrations as if he wanted to die, asking if bothering him would do any good. That's why we came there. Black Hen couldn't help feeling annoyed as he looked at him. We just broke through a huge wall. Cross eyes helplessly. That's right, we can't get through on our own. Kang Yu watches them seriously, building a wall. Modot calmly reports to him. They have leveled up. Black Hen smirked with a sinister smile, taunting. Are you planning to fight, Manny King? If I become stronger, I will eliminate them all. CR behind him was so terrifying it made people tremble. Seriously? A fool just silently laments. It's rare for a villain to want to get stronger and willingly let others lead. He turned to ask Kang Yu, who was standing beside him in a daze, what he intended to do, but he didn't bother to care and simply asked back why. Chang Yu drapes the towel over his shoulder and suddenly smiles, saying, If they want to go to hell, I'll be the one to lead the way. Outside, the sun is setting, clouds are drifting by, and below are tall buildings. Na-on smiled brightly, waved goodbye, and said, See you later at home. Ri happily turned back to wave and didn't forget to suggest next time we go alone. Bye-bye. Both Uchan and Raun Galado turned back and reminded, Be careful on your way home. The 2 of them walk ahead, leaving UAN behind, and he can't help but feel curious. Why did you tell me to come along? Nabin calmly replied to Uchan's question. It's nothing, I just wanted to ask something. I still have some questions, so I speak up. Nah, On doesn't need to hear this either. The sunset is clearly visible in the sky today. I plan to take on Joe's role. It seems Uchan still doesn't understand why. We want to protect the teacher. Raun Galado replied with a blank expression. We want him to stop using the name Kasian. Uchan was shocked after hearing that. I don't think he's going to agree. Rich turned to tell him that we also want to know what kind of person he is. Is it just a rumor? If talking doesn't solve anything, what should we do? Raun Galado continued to patiently explain to UAN, then decided to use another approach. He waved away irrelevant thoughts, reminding himself to think carefully about fighting while playing Yo. Otherwise, it would be chaos. Uchan doesn't understand what they are trying to imply here. It must be done. A villain who dares to insult the name of the deceased must face the appropriate punishment. This is justice. After hearing that, his face darkened and he said nothing. He's not the kind of villain you guys think he is. Both of them understood what Uchan was referring to and responded calmly. I know he's not easy to fall for. I heard he even defeated the Special Anti-Evil Purge Force, right? That's not what I mean. He's not a shamelessly evil villain. That statement now confuses the two of them. Juan's expression suddenly turned cold as he looked at them. Please reconsider meeting Kasi. After hearing the implied meaning in Uchan Rangalado and Rich Su's words, they fell silent. All right, we'll reconsider. Uchan turns and steps forward. Behind him, he raises his hand to say goodbye, feeling happy inside. Uchan has changed. As Rich pondered silently, he remembered that before, just hearing the word villain made the kid become super scary, or admit that John was the boss, but either way, he was very dangerous. Raun Galado's face grew cold, his eyes dark and brooding, as he still wanted to seize all the roles in Seiyun. The more he thought about it, the more the surrounding darkness seemed to intensify. Now, he even wants to face one of the four evil kings, Manhwa King. He is seriously watching over your figure. Both of them are reckless, so Uchan might be involved with him. Rick can only cross his arms, close his eyes, and accept it with boredom. It's too early to jump to conclusions about Cassian. The setting sun's rays gradually become visible through the evening clouds in the sky. There must be a reason we don't know yet. He turned to smile excitedly at Raun Galado and said, "Let's go find out why." The scene shifts to the large headquarters, his voice echoing, feeling ashamed when I think about it. Outside the window, sunlight streams into the new room where two people are sitting quietly. Talking, doesn't it? Fee House is extremely annoyed, almost winning. The robot immediately turned to look at him. She is very strong enough to be famous. Ino's smiling face confronting them appears. He falls into deep thought, thinking that if she tries to run, it will take a lot of time. He turns seriously to ask for their opinion. Is the next target Boxan? We won't go there. Hearing that, he couldn't help but be surprised and wonder. Really? Then who? Someone is outside the door. He suddenly opens it and steps inside with his hand raised. It's me, the amazing person used to a life of etiquette. The two of them inside turn around in surprise to look at that person. Dasta laughs happily and excitedly as if being warmly welcomed. The most handsome man in the world, a level S villain, a shadow attribute summoner Da, and the great ambassador of the DST generation. There is a man behind him holding a camera taking pictures of Da. What kind of photos? This is a level B villain, Steun. He looked at the camera and also started posing. Found was watching the two of them. Long time no see. Da, he became excited, striking a pose while greeting back. Hello, I guess I arrived a bit late. Dasta smiled smugly and said, 'Cause I was busy taking photos of the autumn sea. He closed his eyes, resting his hand on his forehead as if feeling guilty. This delay was due to a schedule that really wasn't like him. I really apologized to the designer UN, who never stops praising this move. Hey! From the top of the peak, the camera clicks. Continue non-stop. Found then turns to look at him. Are you going to the ban? The robot turned back and said to him, that guy in Booter will go there. Unfortunately, Darkstar overheard what was just said and turned back to warn, don't call me that metal guy. Cut it out, he then turned away and said, sorry. He looked at him and couldn't help but wonder why he apologized without offering any explanation. Then he turned to Darkstar, who was striking a pose. He was definitely a crazy guy, but also very famous, a monster comparable to Sister Gadam. He took a photo while asking them, the ones sent to eliminate Gadam, where are they? Found was a bit startled by the name. Rose Noonan, Rose Tue, where is she? He avoided looking away, his voice trembling. Yeah, she's probably nearby. So why are you looking for her now? Does DTA fell into contemplation? I plan to go to Gadam. He was stunned and confused why he suddenly went there. He thought of something and got excited, touching his own heart. It feels like my body is glowing. I fell in love at first sight and I want to see him as soon as possible. It's been a long time since my emotions have surged like this. He also uses darkness like I do. A very difficult person to get along with. Yun happily watched the shapes he had made, laughing nonstop. This style is truly a masterpiece revolution. Dasta sighed with a smile. Her expression also changed. Sayan, I am a hardcore fan of his. The blinding sunlight shines down on the buildings below as the scene shifts to John's shoulder inside the training room. Black Hand's face is battered and bruised, with more wounds appearing. He screams while clutching his hand, sparks flying from it as he rushes forward, his face furious and gritting his teeth, throwing a brutal punch. Jealous eyes pinpoint his weakness as Kang Yu endures Black Hand's blows, calmly sidestepping and watching him, then suddenly launching a flurry of punches that send Black Hen flying helplessly. Black Hen was beaten so quickly that he couldn't react, retreating backward and dragging his battered body, but it was all in vain. Kang Yu stepped over to him, looking down at Black Hand lying beneath with a cold, contemptuous voice, as if he had had enough. He trembles in pain, biting down on his suffering, then suddenly sits up and roars in anger. "I didn't come here to hear you insult me." He stands there watching Black Hen. "Then what do you want?" he said helplessly and irritably. "I told you, I want to break down the wall, so there's only one way." The people behind start to enjoy it, their faces excited, and finally they speak up. Dumb Mo appears beside him, looking down at him with a tense, emotionless face. "Are you really sure you can achieve something? Because I will destroy that way of thinking of yours." What do you mean?" He stands seriously watching Black Hen, trembling with anger. "Just keep kicking that wall and someday it will fall." He couldn't believe the answer he heard, honestly. Black Hen starts throwing a tantrum. "Do you think you can say whatever you want after hitting me?" Kang Yu silently looked at him. "I am the one who should be asking. You knew you would get hurt, so why keep rushing in?" Black Hen's face darkened with a gloomy expression. The villagers avoided his gaze because they didn't want to let him speak, so I continued speaking. "Don't say you didn't think you would get hurt if you charged in like that." Black Hand rushes into the forest, forcefully smashing into the wall, trying to break it. The difference between charging straight ahead, knowing you can break the wall and rush through it without thinking, is like the difference between heaven and earth. Can you quietly and indifferently advised? That certainty will create proof. Just try to think of the evidence. I mean, you need to use your brain. What's on your shoulder isn't just for show. After hearing that, Cross fell into deep thought. "Oh, I thought it was just a decoration." Double B shares the same thoughts as him, so do I. "So I have to figure it out myself?" Kang Yu said without showing any expression. "Just keep thinking, and you'll find the clue eventually. Moreover, if you use it incorrectly, you'll notice a few things." Modot, standing nearby, saw this and didn't know what to say, casually turning to tease him. "You seem quite experienced, so are you planning to train them to be stronger?" Kang Yu said seriously. "Remember, you need to strengthen your team if you want to challenge Man Ni Jing." He clenched his fist below and said, "I understand." But at this moment, Ben stood up and the two faced each other. "Can I really attain enlightenment?" he explained indifferently. "That still depends on you. Enlightenment is only for those who truly strive, otherwise it's very difficult. The process will be slow, but if you collect all the pieces, you will have the complete picture." Black Ghost's eyes lit up as he quickly grabbed a notebook and pen to record the information. "The master is different. I have recorded the valuable advice from the master." Kang Yu calmly told him, "You've rested enough, let's continue." Black Hen, hearing that, hesitated and was afraid, raising his hand to stop him. "Wait, I'm not sure yet, and you don't understand what he's saying." "What are you sure about?" "From now on, I will try to think carefully and only attack you after I am sure I can hit." Kang Yu praised him. "That kind of thinking. Then apply it to your training as well. Remember not to forget that way of thinking." You flinch slightly. Are you listening to me or not? "I'm still not sure." Next to Black Ghost, he's still diligently taking notes, and his cold, straightforward voice replies, "You'll understand once you've had enough." Suddenly, the phone on the bench vibrates. He turns around with a blank expression and looks at the phone. What's wrong? His eyes widened in surprise as sunlight streamed into the building and someone stepped inside. They're here. Outside, both Ben and Raun Galato are approaching. He stares intently at his phone. This is John Gadam's role. Raun looked around and said, "It's more remote than I thought. I thought this place would be full of danger, but it looks so clean, as if someone deliberately tidied up." A drawing appears on the wall. The next step is the strongest enemy. This place is full of villains after all. He was looking at his phone while smiling excitedly. "I just found this really interesting. The result of Gadam's survey of the residents. You know which villain no one wants to face the most, right?" Raun Galato simply replied coolly, "Of course it's the villain, sir," then immediately denied his answer. "No, it seems like someone is busy doing something up ahead. He's the cleaner." A bald man wearing a mask and carrying a bomb hears the sound of the broom in the cleaner's hand and turns back, and they face each other. He watched those people in shock and amazement. When he turned back, the two of them couldn't help but be stunned. Cleaner Raun Galato with a serious expression and no emotion. He's the #1 villain you definitely want to avoid. Rich looked at his phone, and it says here that he's very cruel. Did you ask Rich if he's really that brutal? Suddenly, Greener's eyes lit up brightly. He quickly threw down the broom and hurried over to the two of them. Both Zik and Round Galato became panic-stricken and shocked. Attack now? Damn it, he took advantage of our distraction to strike. He's gripping his weapon tightly, ready to fight. Villains are the same everywhere, all a bunch of cowards. Greener spread his arms and approached them, glaring with piercing eyes. Both of them are also ready to defend and fight him. Come on, first block him and then the vehicle. But what happened was not at all what they expected. Greener ran to the cat lying beside him, causing the two to freeze in surprise as they prepared to fight back. He approached and gently picked up the little cat, checking if it was hurt anywhere. The two of them looked back at him, confused about what just happened. Huh? What's going on? The cute little orange cat in his hands meows. Night falls and the stars shimmer in the sky. It's a wonderful evening. That's the end of the day at Green Factory. In a shadowy room, a man stands above, overlooking the city below, speaking to someone behind him, saying that although the process was cut short, the results are not bad. That's how you remember things for a long time. The person behind quickly responds upon hearing that. Yes, how are the 7 managers doing? Namchan's face darkened as he pondered. Is there any new news from all the members, including those who have already left? MK turns his back, holding a glass of wine. The main character has already taken the stage. Namchan stands behind, watching his back. Just give the order, and we will attack John Gadam's team tonight. Mannequin smirked slyly. No. The moonlight outside shines through the window into the room as he places the glass down with a scheming look on his face. Using force to suppress is always an option, but I don't want to do that. The glass on the table is empty. Mannequin's cold, detached voice echoes. I want a stage that can attract everyone's attention. I need a different plan. Namchan hesitantly asked again, do we really have to do this? Fighting and destroying without any real reason is just meaningless, so there's nothing interesting about it. M-Kin calmly pours the wine into the glass. What the audience wants is a play that is dramatic and exciting, but more importantly, the script must also touch the hearts of the viewers. Otherwise, it will easily be forgotten. He held the glass, smelled it, and it felt like the scent of cheap whiskey touching a person's heart. Behind Namchan, he fell into deep thought as he spoke. I'm not very familiar with this term. Mankin turned back and stood there watching him. Too bad, but don't worry. He raises his glass and coldly announces that you will experience it soon. The man's buried eyes suddenly sharpened. If you say so, I will trust and look forward to it. Outside, the moonlight softly illuminates the buildings as the mother cat happily licks her kitten. I'm glad we found her. Greener is taking care of them. Rich happily crouched down, smiling cheerfully as he advised, don't get lost again. Losing your mother is really hard. Next to Round Galato, he stands silently, observing coldly. He suddenly turned to ask Rich, why are we here? We didn't come here to help the lost kitten, did we? He excitedly watches the two cats walking ahead, gradually disappearing into the darkness. But it's still okay to do that, Round Galato's cold voice said. Not only are we helping the kitten, but we're also cleaning up. To be precise, we're not actually saving the kitten. He closed his eyes and sighed. Rich could only feel helpless. That stiff guy again, it's getting dark. We have to meet Can before it's too late. Round Galato, feeling discouraged, walks away. So just ask Cleaner directly. He saw him walk forward and called out carefully. Cleaner heard the call and quietly turned back. Round Galato faced him and asked where he should go if he wanted to meet Can. Cleaner pointed upward, but he didn't understand what he meant. The moonlight shining down from the sky, Kong Yu sitting pensively on the roof, looking down, wanting to meet me? Hearing the voice echo, Round Galato shivered slightly. Above, Kong Yu sits calmly observing him, while below, they look up in amazement. Singer An quickly jumped down below. Kong Yu sat down and looked towards them. I don't remember having an appointment with Sach Ser, do I? Kong Yu's voice was cold as he watched the two of them from beside Mo Dot. Why do you want to see me? Rip stood there and started negotiating with him. We don't want to fight, we're here to make a request. Kong Yu spoke without fear. Are you asking for a villain? What do you want? Round Galato's voice rings out. I'll be straight to the point. With an emotionless face and sharp eyes, I want you to change your evil reputation. Rich continued to persuade Kong Yu in front of him, saying if you want we can suggest some names. I'm pretty good at naming. After hearing that, a cold darkness spread across his entire body. You guys are pretty arrogant, huh? Go on, let me hear the rest. Don't misunderstand, we have our own reasons. He stepped forward to explain to Kong Yu. Cassian is the name of a top-ranked general, I know. Hearing that, Rich was a bit annoyed. You knew but still used it? I also know very well, of course. He's just a fake outsider pretending to be upright, but in reality he's taking dirty money to kill his colleagues, using his name to spread evil. No wonder he's so notorious. Standing beside Maz, I just quietly watch him perform. By this point, Rich was so furious that he argued with him, insisting he was not the one who was wronged. Kanyu doesn't even bother to care about that and keeps challenging, framed unfairly. Do you have any proof? Round Galato couldn't take it anymore, closed his eyes and tried to control his emotions. The teacher is not the kind of person to take dirty money to kill a colleague. Dit continued his words and said, yes, the teacher is not that kind of person. He can't bear to pay attention to their continuous provocation. That's not evidence. You all know it well. On this side, Cleaner quietly took the broom and started sweeping. You're just as clueless, refusing to compromise with them and then turning away. If there's nothing else you want to say, then go ahead. Wait a moment. At that moment, Galato's face changed, becoming dark with a look of disgust and contempt for Kang Yu. I will never call you Kan. You are not worthy of that name. Kang Yu suddenly smirked maliciously. Qualification? I quietly turn around and challenge them. This can't be ignored easily. Are you saying I'm not qualified? Kang Yu asked without any expression on his face. What was the reason? I told you, the glorious achievements of his past flashed through your mind. Tell Kang Yu that Kian is a top-tier cheat. This is a prestigious title awarded to only 30 people in the world, Round Galato said indifferently. That person is also my respected teacher, whispering softly to him beside Mozost. Unlike those 3 henchmen, you've raised them well. The tense voice doesn't care at all, so what? He clenched his weapon tightly, ready to challenge. If I've said so much and you still refuse. Round Galato's eyes turn cold. He draws his weapon. Then you have to prove yourself first. Kang Yu chuckled softly, a grim look on his face as he scratched his head. You want to fight? Talking like that on someone else's turf is really troublesome. A scumbag dares to stab his teammate in the back, and his disciple is no different. Rich is furious to the extreme. This is your last warning. If you promise to change your evil ways, I will let this go. Kang Yu doesn't even bother to care as the two calmly provoke him. Is that so? Keep provoking their emotions with words. So, what do you think about a disaster-level villain singer? Rich can no longer contain his anger and retorts. You bastard, I will kill you. Wait, let me fight him. Round Galato's mood darkened, reaching out to stop him. There's no need to fight, just go all out together. The atmosphere grew tense, both of them on alert, ready to fight him. The energy of Kang Yu surrounds the body as he smirks arrogantly, his voice full of dominance saying, a disaster-level villain. You are worthy to fight this Cassian. Are these two willing to accept such humiliation? Round Galato's face darkened. Fighting both of us? Stop talking nonsense. Rich sneered mockingly. Don't take it too seriously, he's just barely enough. You refuse to let them have their way and mock them. I won't hold back and start gathering my energy, clasping my hands together with sharp eyes. Stop wasting time and get moving. Rich was so angry he wanted to rush forward immediately. You bastard, I will fix your attitude. He quickly stepped forward to stop him. Wait, I'll take him down first. As they were distracted and unprepared, Kang Yu suddenly rushed forward. Both of them couldn't help but be terrified and panic. Don't look away. When facing the enemy, he uses his punch to send them flying away. Rich and Round Galato are stunned by the sudden attack. Kang Yu looked and sneered, then spoke contemptuously. Kids in the sky, the moon has been obscured by clouds and the scene shifts to the big buildings. Inside the room, Driver sat seriously, continuously controlling the computer in front of him. Red Eye hurriedly opened the door and rushed in to inform him. Driver, it's chaotic outside, but he's still sitting there calmly responding without a hint of fear. Yeah, I know. Driver watches the screen intently, continuously moving on the keyboard. Did the two spies come to visit? He looked at him so calmly that he was a bit stunned. It's more accurate to say they came to fight. They are fighting at the entrance. The driver is repeating Kang Yu's instructions, telling him not to pay attention no matter what happens. Who, hearing that, was so shocked they couldn't believe it? What? Who? Is there anyone else? That's the boss. The driver turns around happily to inform him. We're not allowed to get close to them, and drones are banned too, so I turned off all the cameras set up in the fragile roll. Outside the building, 3 Black Hand members are standing guard to keep anyone away. They are carefully watching the surroundings. CR speaks to ease the tense atmosphere. Everything will be fine now, right? He replied irritably. Don't ask me. Red, I slowly approached where he was sitting and asked what kind of crazy plan this was. Who knows what you're doing? Just designing masks. The two of them continued talking, while a simulation of 2 masks played on the screen. Driver shows him the boss's orders. At this moment, Round Galato's expression is solely focused on revenge, using his Tong Fu to fight Kang Yu, and he doesn't give up without a fight. He skillfully uses his weapon to focus on fighting Kang Yu, but is always anticipated and avoids Round Galo's attacks. Re-watches the situation between the two with astonishment and shock. He's quite skilled, dodging very well. Suddenly, he breaks into a cunning smile. But when you realize the position you're about to jump to avoid the attack, Raun Galato tightly holds Tongpu and continues fighting with him. It's a deadly zone, and Kangwoo shows no fear, ready to fight back when they strike. His face was furious, as if he wanted to destroy him immediately. He decisively grabbed his weapon and aimed to charge, but it was already too late. Xiang Yu blocks the Tongpu rushing at him, and the two face each other eye to eye. Ri is truly surprised and panicked at this moment, never expecting this. Did he catch him? Kang Yu immediately let go of his weapon. Raun Galato stepped back, facing him, and remarked with a sigh, "You're very strong, but too stiff. Is this really strength or just stupidity? Your attack patterns are quite dull and lack flexibility. If that's all you've got, then you're not good enough to fight me." After hearing those words, his face darkened with hatred and clenched his teeth as he glared at Kang Yu. The bastard Raun Galato angrily charged forward. "Shut up." He swiftly dodged the attack. It seems that the previous strike has injured Kang Yu. He refused to stay still and fought back. He reacted quickly, dodging to the side. Raun stepped back to gain momentum and launched a relentless attack on Kang Yu, who merely smiled faintly, dismissing it as a joke. Kang Yu immediately responded by kicking him. Too slow. He falls hard to the ground in pain. At this moment, Raun is lying flat on the ground while Kang Yu keeps attacking without stopping. That great teacher didn't teach you that? A counterattack must be quick and full of tricks. Raun tries to hold on to his remaining strength, gripping his weapon tightly. When Kang Yu charges, he quickly stands up and leaps away to dodge the attack as swift as a storm. You seem a bit surprised and impressed. Nice dodge. Try to use your speed, even if it's only half of what you used to avoid the attack. Raun Galato smiled faintly at Kang Yu as thick smoke billowed up ahead, Rich quietly observing the battle from afar. He was both worried and scared and annoyed. What? Does he overpower Raun with professional-level moves? How could an amateur villain do that? At that moment, Kang Yu looked back at Rich with a cold expression and pointed at him. "I told you to go all out in one go. Why are you standing there like an idiot?" Rich couldn't help but get angry, clenched his fists in envy, and shouted back at the person acting without knowing his current position. "With someone like you, I think I've had enough." Kang Yu's face darkened with anger as he stormed quickly toward him. "I told you so." He decisively swung his fist forcefully at Rich's body. Don't underestimate the power of this disaster-level villain. He gritted his teeth in anger, dodging away. Rich tried to gather his strength and swung his weapon to fight back as he disappeared. Kang Yu suddenly appears behind Rich with a mocking smile, knowing that if he loses his guard, that would be the easiest place for the opponent to attack. "Hey kid," hearing that voice, your whole body stiffened and you became panicked. Raun Galato tightly grips his weapon and rushes to save Rai. Don't let Kang Yu easily take action like that. He jumps up to avoid Raun Galato's attack, still teasing and calling the kid, then turns to look at Kang Yu supporting me. Rich, confused, asked again, "What?" "We're going to attack together." Raun Galato looks serious and says, "I don't want to admit it, but defeating him myself is too difficult. Our master's name is being insulted from now on. We will defeat him with everything we've got." Rich was stunned, never expecting that your eyes would challenge me to think with everything I have. Do I really have to fight him seriously? Yes. You two should have done that from the beginning. His whole body radiates powerful energy, smiling mockingly, and I will also unleash all my strength. Are you saying you can easily defeat us? Even 20% is enough. After hearing that, they happily joked around. No matter if you're lying or not, suddenly barriers appeared beneath the ground. Kang Yu suddenly looked down in surprise as the protective barrier lines gradually appeared. Raun Galato coldly warned, "We will win this battle." Absolute inside has been separated from the outside. Both of them begin to confront each other again. He challenged, "You're too confident." He also doesn't give up easily. There's a reason he's so self-assured. "Really?" Raun explained coldly. "In this area, my attack is absolute judgment. There are only two outcomes. You either get hit or lose." Kang Yu pretends to be scared and teases. That's quite frightening, but it's not just that. His face turned cold and expressionless, ready to fight. "I've finished analyzing. In other words, I've found a way to defeat you." Kang Yu calmly crossed his arms and watched. "How to beat me?" "Keep going." He shows no fear or hesitation at all. "Everything everyone does and says follows a routine. Even in battle, there are certain patterns. The way you fight." Suddenly, his eyes changed when he saw this scene. No way. Raun Galato's expression turned calm. What's wrong with his fighting style? Ri, standing behind, was also stunned and shocked. What is happening? He is terrified and confused. I can't be wrong. This guy is him. Raun glared angrily at the cruel Kang Yu. A familiar blurry image appears behind him. In front, Kang Yu smiles as he observes their reactions. "Who are you, you monster?" "Who is he?" "His skin color is different from ours. I heard that his father is Mexican. I think he comes from Spain." At that moment, he might have been walking alone in silence, listening to the gossip behind him. Maybe he couldn't speak our language. My mother told me not to play with him. Galato fell silent as he recalled those painful memories. For me, it was a problem almost impossible to overcome, but I got used to it. Even after being abandoned by my parents and living in an orphanage, I still felt alienated, only looking up at them as they gathered and whispered. I thought the hard times were over, but no, I was even more miserable. Ron suddenly turned to look at Rich, who was sitting hunched down below. He is sobbing quietly in one spot. Galato falls into deep thought. I heard that he's also mixed race. Mom, Rich keeps crying, and her cheeks are turning red. What did I do wrong to deserve such pain? My eyes suddenly widened in shock. No, that's not the reason. It's because of prejudice and discrimination. Galato clenched his fist determinedly. If justice exists in this world, at least this child shouldn't have to endure the pain I did. His face also changed to a gloomy expression, and a terrifying coldness radiated around him when I made that accusation. I realized a few things. Round's entire body radiated energy, awakening the hidden strength within me. Suddenly, Rich stood up and laughed excitedly. I have awakened like a super soldier. Galato glanced at him, only able to silently watch in helplessness. The scene shifts to the training room where new sandbags are set up. The two walk in amazed and curious, looking around the room. Rich couldn't help but marvel at how big it was. This place is amazing, of course. In front is a large training yard, and the two curious individuals observe the training room. This is a separate facility for the chess cars, so it has to be good. Really? Can I also use this place? Galato sighed in disappointment. We are just students when we grow up and become official flag bearers. The kids heard the call and turned around while they were talking, facing a grim and intimidating face. The sharp gaze of a large-bodied man staring intently at the two makes Zik and Galato tremble in fear at Z's appearance. He was so scared that he started hiding behind Ron, with tears welling up in the corner of his eyes. Evelyn. He looked up thoughtfully. A villain? Someone slowly approaching from behind, speaking. What's going on? What's with the mood of the two kids? Hearing the familiar call, both of them turned around. Miss Anne gently asked, "Did you just cry?" Rich tremblingly points at the man behind him and says, "The villain. A villain is here." Is the villain here? Rua closes her eyes with an awkward expression and scratches her head. Sorry. He gently lowered his head, feeling guilty inside. I didn't mean to make the kid cry, but I heard there were children here, so... Round and Yen quietly observe the person in front of them. Kasi suddenly speaks, breaking the awkward silence. Joe, why are you here? A big lollipop appears before you, and your eyes sparkle as you suddenly smile happily and friendly, as if trying to make up for what just happened. He gave the candy to Rai so the kids could have some. The candy is really good, and quite expensive. Galato quietly stands behind, observing. He's truly not a villain. He takes the candy and enjoys eating it happily. John felt a surge of happiness inside. It's really delicious, isn't it? He reached out and grabbed the singer's hand because he wondered if prejudice and discrimination could change. I am truly proud. It has been filled with prejudice by me. There are always mocking and gossiping eyes around that haunt Ron. Maybe it was the look in the kid's eyes back then. He gently encouraged, cared, and stroked his head. Did you just pee? Why are you trembling? Hearing that, his whole body straightened up. Even when I try to justify myself, I still can't escape from it. The night sky now sparkles with stars and a bright evil moon. Galato clenched his fists, trembling as he pointed at him, doubting. Who are you? Ree saw that and gently asked him what's wrong. Round, what's going on? He is just like the master. After hearing that, he was utterly amazed. What? Galato's face darkened and fell silent. He not only took his name, but their fighting styles are completely identical. His mind filled with images of Makasi and their combat movements, even mimicking the habit of clenched left fist except for the thumb before the teacher's kick. Rich couldn't help but feel annoyed after hearing that, his face flushing with anger. He's truly a crazy bastard. Kong Yu pondered, scratching his chin, and asked Modot beside him, Do I have that kind of habit? It remained silent, not answering. He didn't stop there. Rich pointed at Kong Yu and shouted angrily, Do you really think you're a singer just because of this? Wait a moment. Calm down and explain. I gave you so many hints, but I never thought you would say I was so terrible. He blurted out in response to Kang Yu's words, then fell silent, stunned and speechless. He continued calmly, saying, You dyed your hair red when you were young, right? You said that if you dyed your hair red, you might be able to use fire. After hearing that, I was stunned and froze. How could you? Before he could ask, Kang Yu added that Round peed himself on his first night in America, and Rich turned to watch him. He stood there seriously watching the two of them. Should I say more? I think that was the first time the two kids visited Lampus's training room. The two boys were sobbing because they were scared. The person came to give the kids candy. I think the kids called him the villain. Ree pondered deeply, his voice trembling. I've never done this before, have I? Round sighed tiredly, with a gloomy expression and cold, wary eyes staring intently at Vo Kang Yu. You? What kind of monster are you? Kang Yu silently hints to them. Even if the mind cannot recognize it, I think the heart already knows. She interrupts his words, stop talking nonsense, and answer my question. So, what about this? Both Ron and Rich suddenly froze in disbelief as a shimmering, faintly glowing source of energy appeared. Should I use hellfire here? Round Galato looked stunned and amazed. No way. You really have had enough. This is not the place for us to continue talking. Kang Yu, returning to his cold demeanor, reminded him to move somewhere else. Black Ghost. Upon receiving the order from him, he quickly appeared. The glass must land in front of Kang Yu. Black Ghost, the loyal servant of the master, follows your orders. He told him to leave with these two for a while. Seeing Sang Yu's terrified and incredulous face, I wonder if he's hiding himself. Round Galato also didn't expect this and was just silently watching. He sternly demanded to transform into me and finish what needs to be done here so I can take over. Master Break Ghost uses spiritual power to change his appearance. It's the task you assigned to me. I will complete it so as not to betray the trust you have given me. Rip was surprised to witness this scene. Look, he's transforming. He jumps up and flies away, still calling after them. Follow me, both of you. Seeing this, they couldn't help but be suspicious. Switching to a deserted place, a panicked voice echoes out. The teacher died and came back to life. He held his head, unable to believe this could really happen. Kang Yu warned, can you stop reacting like that? You've done it too many times already. Rich was still in shock, constantly curious, but if he wasn't crazy, no one would believe this story. Coming back to life isn't enough. Thinking about how our teacher was reborn as a villain, he immediately turned to ask Round for an answer. Round, what do you think? Does that make sense? Round Galato closed his eyes, accepting the truth, and after thinking countless times, there was only one conclusion. It has to be our teacher. On this side, Kang Yu and Modot are seriously watching them. Rich turns around, deep in thought, with a blushing face. If you say so, then it probably is. Next is the part about reuniting and ignoring him. Round slowly approached him. I'm curious about a few things, so ask away. His face grew serious. Why didn't you come to us instead? There are many ways I could contact you through email or phone, for example. Hearing that, Trick turned around in surprise. I am a villain. Kang Yu calmly explains to the two of them. Do you believe if I am your teacher, doing all these things and you still haven't realized it, contacting me through email and phone calls is too dangerous because it could be hacked or listened to? If Lampus discovers my identity, things will become more difficult. He keeps pressing for a satisfactory answer. So the reason the teacher used the name Kasi is because even though my body is that of a villain, I don't want to lose my identity. Only then did Maz realize his purpose, so that was the reason. Kang Yu continues to analyze for the two to hear. Also, by using the name Kan, we know the two of you will come to find me. Drawing his eyes cold and emotionless, just like the two of them did, only then did he understand the reason. Closing my eyes, I feel satisfied and content for finally understanding the reason. I get it now. Next question. Who was the one who killed the teacher and the others? Both of them are curious and eager to hear your answer, Lampus. The scene falls into silence as the three of them face each other. Kang Yu gently covers his face in helplessness. I'm also pretty annoyed. He doesn't quite understand what you mean. Kang Yu's face shows a cold expression. My blood boils every time I remember that memory. Even the fool next to him is silently observing him. But it's true that they killed me. And hearing that, both of them couldn't help but be stunned in shock. They began analyzing and clarifying the issue. So what is the reason? They are talking nonsense about killing the traitor Lampus and his team. What about the teacher? They also say I am a traitor. Ron calmly expressed his thoughts. The official report states that he is a traitor to the organizations and killed Dip. But of course, you and Rick don't believe what's written there. Kang Yu simply spoke calmly. It was obviously all lies. Suddenly his face darkened as he remembered the person who wielded that sword. The one who attacked Deep was Jack. Jack, how could he have a sword? Seek's face was filled with shock and surprise. He formed a team to kill me and to kill. The people involved are listed one by one. Jack, Leah, Snip, and one more person, according to Leah. So there are 4 high-ranking officers. He was very curious, wondering if it was them, then that force might even be capable of dealing with the 4 villains. In the deserted night, the 3 of them discussed the issue together. What does the teacher plan to do next? That bastard who accused us and the deputy of holding high positions in Lampas. I will find him. At this moment, Raun Galato also didn't hide anything and directly told Kang Yu, "The truth is we investigated the teacher's death, but the information is top secret and very hard to obtain. Investigating those in high positions in Lampa is even more difficult. I suddenly have an idea." Kang Yu's face grew serious as he said, "If the door is locked and they can't get out, then I just need to make them open it themselves." Rich stammered in curiosity, "I want to know a few things." He also explained to Rich without hiding how curious he was about how he could come back to life inside the body of a villain. "I received help from the Jeepduong necklace." Rich was confused and surprised by the necklace. Kang Yu then mentioned another person among them, an ordinary and strange guy called Mott. Hearing him speak as if slightly annoyed, he immediately retorted, "I'm not ordinary. My appearance is strange, but I am a noble soul." Kang Yu looked at it with confusion and asked, "How should I explain this?" Mo just answered casually as if nothing was wrong. "If you want, I can reveal myself to them." "What?" He stands there in confusion. "Wait, are you only telling me now?" "You didn't ask, so what do you need to do?" Rich and Ron watch helplessly as this scene unfolds. Has he turned into a villain to drive the teacher insane? The teacher is talking to himself. Round doesn't respond and just quietly observes. Xiang Yu gently takes out the necklace from her body. Both of them touch it here. They slowly approach. He is very curious and points at the necklace. "What is that?" He interrupted and said, "Let's ask about it later. Hurry up for me." Both of them stare intently at what's in front of them. Slowly reaching out to touch it, an eye opened like a crystal block. "Do you two see me? Are you dust?" Mo-Rot angrily widened his eyes. "My name is Mo." Both of them screamed in fear, shouting, "A ghost." The scene shifts to the next day with the blazing sun shining down on the large building in Levios. Understand clearly what you want regarding your goal and your beliefs. A book appears that enhances meditation effectiveness. Outside, warm sunlight streams into the room, while inside, a girl is intensely reading the book Heaven to help control chaotic thoughts and bring peace to the mind. China puts the book down on the table, murmuring to herself to stay calm. She picks up a piece of cake and enjoys it, lost in thought, then questions herself whether she can do it when her goal is revenge. Yanqi seems to be doing better. China quietly sinks into thought, recalling the figure of Kang Yu, her face, eyes, and fighting movements. She is stronger than me. No matter the situation, he remains calm. Even though he's just a high school student, how can he stay so composed? What's the difference between us? Experience? China. Na gazed at the scene outside, lost in thought. No, it's not just that. Maybe it's because he's quick-witted. She looked back at the open book and started studying seriously again. You can sharpen your sensitivity through poetry. A loud call suddenly echoed, "China!" She was startled and turned to the door to look at the two girls. Aoma lifts her laptop to inform her. There's some shocking news on social media. China has no idea what's going on. What's going on? The latest news keeps popping up on the computer screen. The paradise of harmful outsiders, Seon Gadam's role. The people of Gadam are panicking. The villain is too terrifying. Even the flag was attacked. She looked at the screen in silence, all of them talking about Gadam. She became panicked. There are many articles about Gaddam as Zon A. Just a quick glance at the headlines isn't very good. Aoma's face darkened. A similar thing happened before, but this time the pressure is too much. Isn't that putting Gadam as Zon at a disadvantage? Ho standing nearby also sees that there's a problem with this. That's right. Aoma's emotional state is no longer stable and she's crying loudly, so angry. She's inciting the people by spreading false rumors, including comments. China hesitated and pondered. Tram Ngam glanced around. If it were him, he would probably keep a cool head in this situation too. The scene shifts to Gadam's side. Those articles have already flooded the internet. Wait a minute. The paradise of the evil outsiders, Seun, Gadam's shoulder. The people of Gadam are panicking. The terrifying villain is so dangerous that even the flag bearers are being attacked. Kang Yu focused and wondered, are these guys all into gadgets? Are they serious? You're a bit angry. Clearly someone is behind all this, Driver said while typing on the keyboard. Looking at how this is being handled, it must be Manny King. Kang Yu, not understanding, asked him, is this something one of the four villains would do to embarrass themselves? The driver chuckled happily. The bosses really like to fight this way. Because they have many things to protect, they are usually cautious in everything, which makes them lax in some areas, but of course, not everyone. His eyes turn cold and his face darkens. So if that's the case, then it must be a top-tier summoner, which means he's a boss of Lampus. That's the badge. Images from the past flood back in his memory as he tries to resist the false accusations and wonder if that is the boss behind it all. Driver keeps typing on the keyboard and asks Kang Yu, do you remember the guys who attacked Joe's shoulder last time? He is deep in thought, recalling the students from the school that was destroyed, right? He smirks confidently and turns around. The videos on YouTube and Cyberbreaker's channel have been completely deleted, along with all related news reports. Instead, there are countless reports about his heroic act of rescuing Gadam, saying, "That's what happened." He crossed his arms and asked, "Do people really believe that?" He pushed up his glasses and responded, "If the truth is hidden like that, those who only look on the surface will believe it." Something appears on the screen. The driver looks at the situation, then points at the man who appears on the screen. A program about trending issues called Answered Questions claims that Gadam playing John will also be taken care of attentively. He follows the direction the guy points and looks at it with some curiosity. "Is that program really so popular?" The man appears seriously on the screen. The driver explained to Kang Yu that the program is highly trusted by the people and also a propaganda tool. Tramtu thought, "Don't tell me he wants to manipulate public opinion with that. He's spending a bit too much money." Manny King's figure appeared in his mind. He's really not joking about money. That's his true talent. He's a genuinely wealthy old man. The driver suddenly remembered something and told him, "The item you requested was completed a few days ago. Is it done?" He pointed to a corner below and said, "I quite like that request, so I was very enthusiastic. Look over there. You praised the completed result. Good job." He seems to have something difficult to say and mumbles. Anyway, it seems Manny King spent a lot to set up this scene. If he fails, he will definitely be very disappointed. But Driver smiled, and to create a masterpiece, we should do our part too. Moving elsewhere, in front of the abandoned building, the other person sitting at the computers couldn't help but be surprised. The screen shows their matches one after another. What is this? Are the comments just keep coming? Yolodao, are you serious? Can DTA defeat them with money? Is Mr. Paza just a PR stunt? Chongdustewen, Gadam's insects won't stand a chance. Life has no answer as to when the fight will end. A large warning appears. Remove Gadam's bugs. Jamp runs in anger and slams the keyboard down. Are you kidding me? These bastards are completely crazy. Do they dare to look down on Gadam? She throws her headphones and the hat outside forcefully onto the ground. This means war. Zamp happily and excitedly looks at the screen. You're close to failure. Villain DK, the evil wizard with the intelligence attribute, is about to strike. The white clouds drift lazily across the clear blue sky. The two of them stand there in awe before heading inside. Why are CASI and NGO approaching? What's with that look? Are you waiting for someone else besides me? Rit pointed up with a dazed expression, asking in confusion. Are you the one who went with Naan last time, and we even got your signature? Are you really the teacher? Ka-an, with a helpless voice, said, Do I really have to tell the story of the little kid peeing again? Round Galato couldn't help but be curious. Are you really the teacher? No, I am not. Did the teacher go with the mango? Morat, really. The teacher calmly replied, We are always together. He was so surprised after hearing that he gasped for breath, even when going to the bathroom. Morat squinted in anger, unable to speak. He took out his phone and interacted with me through it. No calls, but you can send messages. He took it and both of them stared intently at the screen. Is the security okay? Even though it looks like crap, its security is very good. Rich is curious and wants to know where it came from. Where did you get it from, teacher? Casey Ann calmly pointed and replied, just from what I know. He is the one who created the nano-satellite, so his skills can be trusted. Rich immediately stepped back. Round's face darkened and frowned. He was a bit curious, but... Sir, why are you in John's role? Round Galato looked up directly at him, feeling proud of his many achievements, respected and admired as a high-ranking officer and a hero to everyone. His voice grew cold, but the real issue is... What? The two of them felt guilty for crossing this line. My master told me that now I am the villain, not just a villain living as John, Cassian continued. What I want is revenge. I want to know why I died and was accused. To do that, I need strength. I must become stronger and find allies who will stand with me. Modot falls into silent contemplation. They have always wanted to clarify this. I understand what you want, sir. But isn't it very dangerous if it includes the villains as well? Cassian's expression remained emotionless as he looked at the two of them. I know what you're afraid of. That's why I didn't let them get involved in my fight with Lampet. The most notable person in his mind is Manny King. But if this is a battle between villains, the story will be different. Especially when our opponent is the four villains. Round Galato doesn't want you to act alone. If there's anything you need my help with, I will do my best. Me too. That's why I called you both here. The three of them stood facing each other beside Kasi, who was holding a sealed box. He lifted the box as the conversation took this turn. Rian Ran stared blankly at the box in Khan's hands. He had to speak up and tease, but with that look it was quite embarrassing. Kazian smiled happily at their reactions, knowing she had prepared gifts for their Children's Day. The sky is clear and the air is fresh, with white clouds drifting slowly. The scene shifts to the lively rooftop where a banquet has been set up. Both sides began to face each other and talk. Thank you for coming. I didn't think the great Gaichi would come here. Chuak has 2 followers behind him, and Gaichi also has one with him. He picks up the chicken drumstick and takes a bite. Thank you. I should be the one thanking you for the invitation. There's still a lot of food on the table. Holding the drumstick in his hand, he smiled excitedly and praised it. The meat is delicious. He is the boss of Yuan City, a villain disguised as an animal attribute striker. Gaichu Evil smiles happily as he looks at Gaichi. I have always admired you. Gaichi, you are the man with the strongest fist in the world. His eyes slightly furrowed. Of course, my fist is undeniably the strongest. She became more excited. I heard that you just conquered the city of Waidu. Congratulations. After hearing that news, I couldn't help but admire you, but I know you won't be satisfied with just that. Chu. ACS smiles slyly and points at him. If you are the great Gaichi, you should join bigger battles because you are the best boss in the whole country. Countless villains are drawn to your strength and dignity. Gaichi sat there devouring his food in response, thanking him. You are the one who understands me best. She has started negotiating with him. I'll be honest, I think we should form a joint force. Gaichi's face was blank as he pondered. He paused calmly, picking his teeth before replying, Do you mean an alliance? Chuac, I heard that you were under driver's command. Those are just lies from jealous people because I own Boksan. Chuak is thinking of someone, and he probably doesn't know. But the driver now is very different from before. The driver of the past was full of determination and credibility, but that's no longer the case. Record now resumes eating while discussing. So, you think the driver is a failure now? I've heard rumors that a guy called the Black Devil is now in control of Gadam instead of the driver. Chuac spoke to flatter him. That's right, the driver is weak now. You are the greatest. She suddenly smirks and looks at Gaichi, so why not form an alliance? You will be the leader, and I will be the deputy leader. The 2 of you just keep discussing among yourselves. If we combine our strength, we will have the ability to conquer this entire country, including soon. That's amazing. Ice Demon silently observes. Chuak boldly raises the paper. Just sign here. Gaichi laughed excitedly. He couldn't help but find it funny. Why is he so stupid? He's been fooled by Chuak's sweet talk. On the surface, Ice Demon appears calm, but inside, he's thinking about that guy. I came here because I didn't want to be subordinate to idiots like Barracuda, but this guy is just as crazy as Barracuda. There is only one difference between the 2 of them. Barracuda is so strong that this guy cannot compare. Gaichi happily takes the pen and signs the paper. Chu. A achieves his goal of retrieving the document, smiling brightly and praising him. Your signature is so beautiful since it's a joyful occasion. Let's have a celebration. Her eyes suddenly changed and she sharply glanced over there. Gaichi was still eating happily, not understanding what was happening, and asked her, Is something happening? It's so noisy, it seems like guests are here to celebrate our alliance. Chuac snapped the pen in his hand, gritting his teeth in frustration, and said, Let's go out together. We'll throw a banquet. The scene shifts to the entrance, where a whirlpool suddenly appears, startling the 2 people sitting nearby. That vortex kept growing bigger. Oh my God, this place is so boring. Rose walks out with a disdainful look on her face. I'm starting to get annoyed. What should I do now? She slowly walks forward. I thought I would come here with Da. Jen calmly ponders, stroking his chin with an excited look. Is there any change, or am I mistaken? The 2 are talking face to face. We have changed places. Really? You talk a lot. I'm also very angry. Dasta here is furious and shouting. Sister, switch places with me. Rose clutches her face, helpless. My foolish younger brother keeps saying he needs to meet Kyan and always begs me to switch places with him. It's really annoying. Because I am her sister, I switched. She stood there with her arms crossed, smirking as she looked at Genshi. I'm stronger, but it seems you don't want me here. Being near me makes you uncomfortable? No matter who goes with me, it's the same. Rose was stunned, scratching her head in confusion. That answer made me a little angry. Let's switch to another scene. Around the building are still assembling iron bars. At this moment, Zik and R have finished changing into the outfits C prepared for them. He smiles with amusement, observing, Looks good, it suits both of you perfectly. Murat stood silently beside, glancing at Can. Both of them were stunned, admiring the outfit they were wearing. What kind of monster made this? Don't tell me it's that guy who created Vitin. It looks terrifying. I have to respond calmly. You can trust him, he's skilled. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket buzzed. Kaisian picks up and looks at the screen, slightly surprised, then shifts to Baksan's shoulder as a furious shout rings out. Who the hell are these bastards? Those guys rushed outside aggressively from the start. Damn, have they lost their minds? How dare they attack out of nowhere? They've clearly targeted the two people in front. You're all finished. Saktut and her companions suddenly panicked. Fearing that Rose might hear the call, she calmly turned back with a sinister expression. Rose, why are they rushing here to confront us? Are they here to kill me? Hearing that, they were frightened and stammered no. She smiles, using her flower magic as flowers and blossoms appear, looking up to the heavens. So why is that? Do you want to dance with me? The tall buildings are welcoming the warm sunlight. Rose spins gracefully to the rhythm of 1 and 2, and the surrounding scents make everyone there faint and fall to the ground. Rose, with a seductive expression, poses as the surrounding fragrance spreads further. Suddenly she turns coldly, and a thick fog gradually reveals the figures of Chuak's group. She rushes forward aggressively, but Rose only smirks disdainfully and clutches her stomach, giggling. Why are all these stray cows gathered here? Chuak's face grew angry and frowning as he observed the people lying motionless below. Rose, with Genchi silently watching her from behind. She laughs with delight. How interesting. And the man with the sword behind her is Jenny, Man King's right hand. He quietly put on his earphone. Annoying guys like him come all the way here, while glancing around and looking at the people behind him. But they only have 2 people. And we have Gai Chi, and the advantage in numbers. Shu Ac's uncomfortable eyes flickered with hatred. If we can endure the battle with minimal losses, then this is our chance to strike. Rose, fearless and excited, pointed directly at her. You're thinking, aren't you? You think because there are only 2 of us, you can take us down, right? And if we waste time here, the reinforcements from Yo will arrive. Seeing this, Chuak's face darkened. Teeth clenched in anger, he glared at her and clenched his fist in a fierce warning. You crazy bitch. You're talking nonsense. Why do we need backup to deal with a small fire? Don't underestimate us. We can easily handle trash like you. In the distance, Genenchi calmly observes and contemplates. Chuak excitedly raises her fists. Do you agree, Your Majesty? Gaichi. Behind the joyful laughter, a voice said, You are right. She frowned and smiled happily, thinking to herself, Jay's power is impressive. But Gi is not so easy to fall. If Gi and we defeat that swordsman, we will win. Your mind is about to explode, Rose kept saying, provoking things to her. What do I hear her thinking? What should I do now? Chuak turned pale, clenching his mouth in displeasure. She paid no attention to her, laughing out loud with delight, feeling overjoyed. At this moment, Chuak's mood was extremely angry. Raising her other finger, Damn it, your constant talking is just because of your own fault. Eat this. Rose listened in confusion, her lips trembling. What? She couldn't help but be surprised, opening her eyes wide to look at Chue. Did you just call me a bitch? Are you afraid of me? Her eyes darkened and gloomy. Impossible to believe. Gai Chai excitedly pondered. This little brat must be going crazy. She really looks annoyed. Boss, you believe me, right? Chue Si happily praises Gai Chi. You have the strongest fist. You can easily defeat Ru. He chuckled awkwardly. Gai Chi grabbed the chain around his neck and said, That's right. I have the strongest punch in the world. You're the best. But why is that? I can't fight Stell. That statement, which just moments ago made her happy and confident of winning, now leaves her stiff and frozen. What? What are you talking about? He coldly smiled and looked at Chuak. I can't fight against my own side. At this moment, her face suddenly turned terrifyingly dark. Her teeth clenched as she stood angrily facing Gaichi and questioned him. What are you talking about? Didn't we form an alliance already? He just chuckled happily and said, That kid is right. Genenchi slowly stepped forward. Let me explain. He excitedly recounted that Gaichi was invited to become a manager and he accepted. Now he is one of the 8 managers. After hearing that, Chuak and his subordinates were so furious they just wanted to rush forward and fight. Ga stepped back and started to mock. Do you understand the current situation? She couldn't help but wonder. So you were invited to be the manager because of this? Bor asked him about it yesterday. Ice Demon. Have you been deceiving us from the beginning? He also looked confused. I just found out about this myself. Ice Demon was a bit curious, thinking he was a simple fool, but it turned out he was a cunning fox. The floral scents carried by the breeze pierced through the wall and then shattered into pieces. Both Chue and Poer stared in horror, looking up as powerful energies radiated from ST's body, his face tense. How much longer are you going to try to provoke me? If you understand everything, then let's fight. Chue Si's face turned pale with fear as he hurriedly tried to stop them. Wait a moment, calm down, I can still talk. It's not over yet. A flower appears in her hand. With deadly eyes, the petals burst out and Rose points the flower directly at her. Now only this crazy dance party is left and I want to join in. The voice screams from above as they look up in surprise and confusion. This voice is like sunlight shining down as someone rushes from above. Kang Yu lands on the ground and uses his power to send them flying backward. Rose coldly glanced over, took off her earpiece, and sneered contemptuously. Gaichi smiled happily as thick smoke billowed up. You observe the three others. The key to a fun party is having many people enjoying it, right? Standing beside Kang Yu is Modat. I may not be the best dancer, but I will try my best. She touched her cheek, lost in thought, gripping the flower tightly with a seductive look at Sang Yu. I wonder where I saw you before? I can't remember, and I don't really want to know. Jen Chi coldly replied. He's Cassian, the clone of Gam Dam. She looked surprised and turned to look at him. Oh, is that him? Rose sighed in boredom, that puppet clone chosen by Driver. No, that's not it. Driver appears with his weapon and a superior power source. Can you still talk like that? His expression said indifferently. The driver slung his weapon over his shoulder and glared at them, warning, We've proven ourselves countless times already. That was rude to our boss, Chu-A just remembered, feeling a bit curious. Wait a minute, why did both of you jump down from the sky after hearing the alarm? We arrived here by plane and landed on the rooftop of the building. She was both shocked and panicked. Guy the plane turned to mock. So, now there's an extra fee on top of everything else? Ice Demon stood there stunned, silent. Jen Chi sneered disdainfully, indeed an unexpectedly interesting situation. She closed her eyes and sighed at the flower in her hand. Your reinforcement arrived quickly. He turned back and told Jose Stale, I think the alarm system and emergency messages are in the same place. They observed and discussed with each other, Kazi and Driver. Both of them are the reason why the 8 managers were summoned. Neither of them is an easy opponent to fall. Don't let your guard down. Things are about to get fun. I feel guilty for my little sister. She smiles cruelly as the surrounding energy envelops her body. But I will handle him myself. The whirlpools behind the two of them reappear. Genshi put on his headphones and told her to postpone that plan. Someone steps out of the vortex. He and Steele turn to look at that person. The chairman has arrived. Manny King and his henchmen coldly advance through the streams of energy. Good afternoon. From the teleportation gate, Jose Stel's boss also arrives. Now it seems we've both watched an equal number of times. Kong Yu was a bit surprised to see the person arriving. One of the 4 great villains, Mick King. Seeing that old man, I also have my own understanding and assessment that the strongest villain is the apex predator of the villain ecosystem. A true and genuine threat. He looked up a little, at that purple thing with sharp eyes full of confidence and no mercy. Kangu was still lost in his thoughts, his eyes growing more and more determined. If he is the mountain I need to conquer, I have to do it now. Kasi suddenly, Mozo's voice rang out. He opened his eyes wide and looked at him with a voice full of warning. I don't think you're that stupid. But if you intend to fight him, stop now. He's too powerful for you to handle. As expected, it went exactly as he planned. In response to his kind reminder, only Kang Yu's indifferent 2-colored eyes and calmness remained. He felt helpless. This kid. The voice of that old M-kin echoed, interrupting a soul and a person glaring at each other with wide and narrow eyes. Don't embarrass me by saying nothing like that. M-kin exceptions directly pointed at Kang Yu with a smile on his face. Singer Ann, the reason I am here is to meet you, so I won't beat around the bush with an offer. I want you to join my family, but the outcome is already quite predictable. Kang Yu always says, I refuse. He still looks at Kang Yu with a satisfied expression, lighting a cigar and taking a puff while smiling. You refused without even hearing the conditions? Kang Yu was like a spoiled child. The moment they finished speaking, I responded indifferently. The conditions must be terrible, I don't want to hear them. This makes the old man at Phi House next door furrow his brow deeply. This guy, Kang Yu, is truly impressive with his confidence. He clenched his fists and loudly told the others, instead of saying you want me to join, you should say you will serve me as a boss. This not only shocked the other side, but Chuak also looked panicked and shouted, Is he crazy? Driver was just watching the show outside. Suddenly he also burst out laughing, unable to stand this arrogant guy anymore. Another high-pitched laugh echoed again. Rose laughed so hard she doubled over, but still restrained herself to mock Kang Yu with a few words, like an insect with a broken jaw and no idea where it was. Disgusting. Her true sinister nature is revealed with those beautiful yet terrifying nails that seem ready to kill at any moment. That kid makes me want to crush you. Tsk, tsk, tsk. Mannequin's voice, which had been silent until now, suddenly drew their attention. He said, just as I heard. You're truly ambitious. Even at his age, his presence is truly not to be underestimated. And there's also this look of satisfaction, he said with a calm voice. If you want to fight me, you must have the courage to do so. But every courage without strength is just recklessness. Kang Yu clenched his fists and then confidently responded, "My fists are stronger than my words. Are you going to keep talking?" Mankin remained calm and composed. In my eyes, all I see is arrogance. He straightened his coat, still holding a cigarette in his mouth. "I will give you a chance to prove what you've said." The outer coat smiles, revealing a readiness to fight. Manny King says, "Don't disappoint me, Cian." Jose Stale's shrill voice shouts again, wanting the whole city to hear. "Wait a minute, you're still shouting so loudly, damn it, Manny. Auntie, what do you mean?" "What?" That's annoying. Seeing how calmly he was walking ahead, Rose kept shouting at the top of her lungs, "Why are you involved in this, huh, you faker?" Manny King continued walking, adjusting his watch and saying, "Sorry for this old man's rudeness." Rose, the smile on his face remained unchanged. In fact, he seemed even more pleased. "I promise to give you a better chance next time. This time, let me, Rosal, spit in your face." At this moment, Mozos is still trying his best to advise Kang Yu to know when to advance and when to retreat, to understand the enemy and oneself for 100 victories. Cajun Manny King is on a completely different level from those he has faced before. Besides his overwhelming firepower, he is also extremely skilled in close combat. Stay away from a direct confrontation. Kang Yu signals him with his hand. No need to say more. This isn't the first time I've fought a powerful villain. I have a plan, so don't worry. No matter how terrifying it is, Kang Yu is confident he won't fail easily. I've wanted to fight Manny King for a long time. Fighting someone strong will help me more than training alone for hundreds of days. Modot still keeps trying to persuade him until the very last second. Honestly, Kang Yu is still too young. He can't die so soon. This isn't just training, it's a real battle and a dangerous one at that. Kang Yu still stands firm and refuses to surrender. If I think I will lose, then I truly will. Then he looked at the person with glasses standing behind him and straightforwardly ordered, "Driver will handle the rest, so I just need to focus on the fight." Soon, both he and the old man were facing each other, ready for battle. Both sides know not to underestimate their opponent. No matter how confident they are, nothing can be predicted for sure. Kang Yu is the one to attack first, charging forward like a missile. But on the other side, Manny King still stood still, slowly smoking his hypnotic cigarette. Renchi carefully watched their every move, a smile of interest on his face. A direct attack? He's confident he can handle it and take him down? Kang Yu lands a powerful strike on M King, but Manny King finally raises his hand to block it. No matter how many hits come, he can easily deflect them all. Kang Yu suddenly broke the cigarette Manny King was smoking with a strike. He smiled excitedly and secretly praised. Not bad. He must have been through many battles. Watching each of his strikes, he also concluded that your foundation is solid and systematic, unlike many villains. Both sides switched to using their legs for kicks, but after so many kicks, Kang Yu steps back far away, feeling his legs trembling and also experiencing pain. Mankin still maintains his smile and calmly offers his critique. "I don't feel my heart pounding." Shu A outside kept watching them intently and shouted in surprise, "Cyan, this bastard! He wasn't pushed back by Manny King. Bor is also watching Kang Yu. Can he win?" Manny King calmly pointed at Kang Yu and asked, "How's your leg?" "I think you're having trouble standing up right now." Kang Yu still kept a stiff face, half true and half false, calm and uninjured. Manny King smiled and said, "Well then, I don't need to hold back anymore." Kang Yu suddenly asked, "Really?" Then suddenly like a thunderclap, he rushed forward, using his shadow sword skill to envelop the old man. "Then I am the same." Mannequin, despite being under relentless attack, still calmly pockets his hands and weaves through. "Good skill, but you're too slow. From now on, I'll use shadow speed to be faster." Having just used it, he managed to hit Nikin's face. The old man was struck, his face turned to one side, then he fell backward and was thrown far away. Kang Yu quickly used the shadow dash skill again and charged straight at the old man. "It's over." The figure of the old man still lingers in front of my eyes as if about to fall to the ground. Suddenly, he smiles with a mysterious expression. At the very moment Kang Yu struck, he finally stood upright to face him head-on. The old man's face had a red mark from the previous blow. "You're quite brave to laugh like that. Is Kang Yu really unharmed?" Mani Jing still looks teasing, so I'll make him hit a bit faster. I don't know what secret move that guy used, but the punch was very powerful, so this is the reward. He used the royal scepter to respond with a single blow, and Kang Yu was sent flying very high. The strike generated a powerful gust of wind that shattered the windows of nearby buildings, and Chuak and the others were almost unable to hold on. "Wow!" Rose just covered her dress to keep it from flying away and yelled at him, so annoyed. Only Mozo, terrified, stared wide-eyed at the person soaring high into the sky. He had been struck so hard that he was thrown up high and then slammed back down onto the concrete, half of his body buried in the ground. Kasi Chuak looked at the tense body buried underground, his heart pounding fiercely, and everyone else's faces turned pale with shock, their breathing labored. What the hell is wrong with that old man? He is on a completely different level. He is not human. It's truly terrifying to think I could fight that monster. The four evildoers are not the kind of people anyone can mess with. Driver is the calmest. He spoke calmly. Don't overdo it anymore. The eyes behind those tinted glasses seemed completely unfazed as he said, the battle isn't over yet. Shu Evil shouted, what? That's really how it is. Chong Yu crawled out of the concrete rubble, muttering, this old man is really strong. There was a streak of blood on his lips, but Kang Yu paid no mind, just smiled and said, I thought I was about to die. Modot walks over and asks, are you okay? Kang Yu slowly wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth, nods, and is still breathing. Mozot wondered why you didn't use the armor. Kang Yu shrugged, saying there was no reason to do so. Nevertheless, Mozo still reminded him that thanks to his regenerative ability, the damage he received had been healed. Kang Yu snorted, but Mozo continued to advise him earnestly that his mana would gradually decrease, so a longer battle would not be advantageous. But if you still want to fight, try to end it as quickly as possible. Because Kang Yu is not an ordinary human, he fears nothing. When you are shaken, it means the battle is worth it. With eyes sharp and full of confidence, unaware of how close you were to death just moments ago, the real fight begins. The entire city was silent, as if it had been wiped clean. Kang Yu emerged from the rubble and dust. Rose exclaims, is he still alive? Ganchi's interest in Kang Yu only deepens. Did he manage to defend himself in such a short time? M. Kin has been standing still, rubbing his wrist. He glances at Kang Yu and says, still alive? I won't hold back that blow. Kang Yu continued to mockingly taunt. Henry felt a bit awkward. By this point, the fake smile on M. Kin's face could no longer be maintained, but it seemed Du Kuang glanced at Kang Yu's trembling legs and remained calm. Just standing is difficult for you? Is fighting in this state too much to handle? Even if Kang Yu dies, he still responds bravely. Instead of worrying about other things, I think you should be concerned about being defeated. Many Kin nodded. I acknowledge your fighting spirit and because you are still alive. He revealed a murderous gaze, so let me enjoy myself a little. As before, Kang Yu charged forward with the same reckless attitude, taking this first hit before I get cut down. The man from Kin extended his hand and unleashed a golden light. That technique once again. The golden light gradually grows larger, King's orb. The fight between the two sides is intense. The old man initially thought it would be easy to handle, but soon he realized something was wrong. This blade blocking his orb could do anything. Suddenly, a sword slashed across his head, causing the building behind him to collapse and leaving him stunned. The old man regained his composure, quickly twisting his body to dodge repeatedly. Sad couldn't see the blade returning, and he clicked his tongue in annoyance. Kang Yu's peripheral vision was right in front of him as the beast growled and warned that he was about to lose. He kicked with a swift strike, catching the opponent off guard. Even when kicked, he still charged forward to smash the guy's head, just as Kang Yu was earlier stuck to the wall by a kick. But he was quick enough to dodge a fatal blow, with one person attacking and the other defending continuously from here to there, to the point of dizziness, and I couldn't help but praise this kid Kang Yu for being good at defending. Perhaps the leader will really lose. While Nam Chan quickly broke the other's words to keep that opinion to himself, just don't interfere with the chairman's entertainment. And now Man Kin, having taken control, grabbed Kang Yu's hair, but he didn't let himself be caught easily, rushing to punch his stomach. He secretly calculated that if this continued, Mozi outside would also be just as anxious. Casey on, stay alert and don't let your guard down. Mankin is extremely strong, even if he is pushed back. As expected, he immediately caught Kang Yu again and smiled happily, saying, I can struggle a bit. Kang Yu replies, I feel the same way. So the two of them started wrestling with each other. Mankin grabs his head. The foolish trickster presses his head against the wall while still taunting. You think that will work on me? He sneered as he ran, dragging Kang Yu's head along the wall, scraping his face against the bricks. I will crush your arrogant face. Then he threw his whole body forward. But at this moment, Kang Yu remains alert and stops himself. He looks up at the man with eyes still shining with contempt. King Kin now strikes down from above, a satisfied look on his face. This move won't be like scratching an itch like last time. I put all my strength into it. My dilated pupils contract intensely, clearly signaling a dangerous alert from my nerves. King Sponge, at full power, 100% royal authority. This force is truly different. Even before striking, it makes everything shake as if about to collapse. Rose was very annoyed. Every time this strong wind blew, she struggled to keep her hair from getting tangled and grew more irritated as she spoke. What would happen if he kills him? This is so uncomfortable. A powerful strike lands, and the light and sound fade into nothing. After the attack, his hands tremble uncontrollably. You're strong. When was the last time I truly used my kingly power? All that remains around him is thick smoke and dust. What a pity. But this will be your grave. Now stands confused in the dirt. Kang Yu's voice still rang out strongly and powerfully. Stop wasting time. So you used the armored suit to protect yourself. I decide where I will die. The armored figure suddenly opened his mouth wide, disregarding his image. Is he blocking the old man's punch? Gonsha beside him still looks at Kang Yu with admiration. Mankin smiles and says, Did you shift my fist? I just witnessed a wonderful skill. Kang Yu stands with his hands on his hips. Yang Yang smugly asks, Do I get to see it from you too? Mankin raises an eyebrow. Didn't I already show you the King of Fists twice? Kang Yu still looks playful. That casual attack wasn't very impressive. Mankin stroked his chin with a cheerful smile, responding with interest. That remark was really sarcastic. Your skills exceeded my expectations. You might actually win. Kang Yu, completely indifferent and fearless, straightforwardly said what he thought. Are you implying that you're about to have me fight Gatch? Mankin also sighed at these words, full of hostility and contempt. Jock, if Rose heard this, she would be very sad. Kang Yu shrugged. Whatever you want. He cracked his knuckles, still trembling, but his aura remained fierce. Why does such a powerful villain like him like to talk nonsense? Stop talking and keep fighting. The idiot next to him is sweating coldly. He still deliberately reminds him for the nth time that Kasi has almost run out of mana. I think you should stop pretending. Rose suddenly burst out laughing, and she was laughing very happily. Haha, stupid. He doesn't know where he stands and keeps acting all cool. If the old man doesn't hold back, this party would already be over. Just as she was laughing like she was watching a joke, an unfamiliar voice interrupted from somewhere. We also want to join the party. Rose glanced over. I'm very good at that. Should we dance a sword dance together? After realizing who the visitor was, Rose shouted angrily at Mujin. Rose's eyes lit up like stars when she saw Mujin, staring in fascination. She's completely captivated. Is it really Mujin? Hold on, with F-House it's not that simple. He shouted, what the hell is he doing here? Wait a minute. He turned to remind Jose. He really wanted to interrupt her. It's just a girl. Any handsome guy passing by can't help but stare for a long time. You're still staring at him, just look at that handsome face. Who would care? It's that super handsome Minujin. Found can't understand the feelings of these girls. She sees his handsome face. Mannequin can't help but greet the person in front of him. It's been a while since we met. Mujin, what wind brought you here? Mujin slowly approached, calmly responding while ignoring the rules broken by those who disturbed Namkang and caused this chaos. He can still see the kingly aura of Winterbell through his mask. I will make sure he is held accountable. Are you about to make me admit to something? It seems you've brought the Winterbell management team here. It looks like you want all of us to die together in this trap. But it seems the judgment was mistaken. His eyes turned full of resentment, blood red, and his voice became icy cold. You're ready to do it, aren't you? Everyone outside watching this scene has their own thoughts. Manny King then asks, Are you ready? Mujin replied in a calm, indifferent voice. Just fighting the four evil men is already a good deal for me. Who would have thought that behind that mask was a woman? Even if I die, Winterbell will make him their target and judge him. Manny King seems to have gone mad, and he laughs even louder. Ha ha, so you're threatening me? He seems to be planning something and then mocks Min. Having just become the ruler of Winterbell, she is already so arrogant. Kang Yu suddenly spoke up. You are the arrogant one. You still look down on the old man and say, aren't you using the names and power of the four villains to conquer everyone? Qin laughs confidently. I can unify those factions, so technically I am not arrogant. Kang Yu remains resolute and says firmly, as long as I am alive, that person cannot. He clenched his fist, his face now clear of any traces, and his voice was pure. I will be the one to unify the roles. Chu Si held his head in confusion. Ha, my head hurts so much, but the driver seems to enjoy it. I rub my wrist feeling good. With you, it's possible. Then it turns into dull clapping and everyone laughs out loud. But not now. Right now it's just a dream, but in the next 10 years, you might achieve it. Kangwoo raised an eyebrow and looked at him. He extended his hand to offer a handshake. I'll give you one more chance. The old man's face still wore a condescending smile. Join me, Kasian, and you might achieve that dream faster. Chang Yu obviously still refuses. If the condition is for me to be the boss, then I will consider it. The man withdraws his hand. You really didn't hear what I said, so how about a bet? He set a condition that made everyone stunned. The 5 of us will fight against 5 from Gadam Vianjan, with the rule that the winner continues to fight. Chu AC didn't quite understand, so the winner would continue fighting? Driver was very excited about this kind of battle and clapped. saying that if they won that match, they would face the next opponent. Kang Yu half smiled, his expression unreadable. If he were serious, he would have just declined a very difficult deal. If we lose, then we will become your subordinates, right? Manny King agrees. Of course, but if you win, Kang Yu interrupted him, I will decide after discussing with my team. Manny King won't pressure us. Fine, I accept all your conditions. His smile deepened, as if he was ready to swallow you whole. So I'll take that as your agreement to my bet. Kang Yu still kept his composure and smiled at the old man. Can we decide on the date and location now? All right. Once the decision is made, the old man turned to look at the person in the distance. Mujin, what about you? Do you still intend to fight me? Mujin quickly replied, No, I've changed my mind. She turned around and left a final word. I want to watch the next episode of this play, so I won't harm the actors. Instead, I will observe the ruler of Winterbell to ensure everything is fair. Manny King took his coat from Namchan's hand. So, everything ends here. He put on his coat, turned around and left, leaving only a few words behind. Our meeting ends today, but we will meet again. I will open the gate. Suddenly, Jose Cale spoke up. Oh my God, what's wrong with you guys? Shouting loudly at Minen's group as they were about to leave. I have something to say to Mujin. Minen ordered his subordinates to step aside. This made Rose very happy, just as Min hoped. Just ask, what do you want to say to me? Rose happily runs over, nothing special. Then suddenly she lunged forward and said, I want to take off that mask. At that moment, her bright red nails were about to touch Mujin. Kang Yu's hands moved faster, grabbing her firmly. You should ask for permission first. Don't you have any basic manners? But Rose wasn't angry at all. Instead, she smiled at him. You really are a gentleman, but she's not someone simple. Now her hands are wrapped with thorny vines. She loudly said in a piercing voice, If you're a gentleman, you should ask for permission before holding my hand. She suddenly appeared like a ghost behind him. Do you want me to give you a fun gift? That bright red-eyed look combined with sharp weapon-like nails creates a terrifying scene. I saw another muscular speculator and he really liked it, so I'll add a little something cute to your boredom, Kang Yu said calmly. Don't you smell something burning? Rose stops. Yeah. Only then did she realize the thorny vines looked unusual. It's burning. Mankin is still standing over there. He also found it interesting. Fire, huh? He hit it. So the rumor that he has two attributes is true. Kang Yu, after breaking free from the ropes, rushed to inform Trin Trong about Dao, and this is my reward. But she's no novice either. Spin, spin, spin. Your whole body is covered in roses, and yet you still tease him with your tongue. Those things are useless. Unexpectedly, she was hit in the next second, her face colder than ever as she wiped away the blood from her wound. You just hurt me. F-House has known Rose for a long time, so right now it feels like the sky is about to fall. Oh no, this is bad. Sure enough, Rose gritted her teeth and shot like lightning back to Kang Yu. You damn dog. You're dead with her. Kang Yu's eyes widened in amazement. She was too fast. Just as she was about to reach Kang Yu, Driver suddenly appeared and cut in. Rose's deadly attack was slow and deliberate, saying, Time's up, go home, while his face was now filled with murderous intent, looking terrifying with his eyes wide open. Damn it, I will kill all of you, another calm voice echoes. Mujin had been standing still all this time. Now she finally spoke again, and in the end, she's still so annoying. Mujin slowly drew her sword from its sheath on her hip. It's been a long time since I last got this angry. Provoking the evil sword minion never ends well. Whether they are a woman or a man, the price for making me angry is death. Wait. Kang Yu once again stepped forward to Jay Stell, calmly informing Mujin that the person facing her was not him but me, but not today. Manny King, to ensure the next grand event goes smoothly, I propose an inviolable treaty. The term starts now and lasts until then. MK nodded silently in agreement. I accept. Did she hear what he just said? Finally, he turned and walked away. Let's give the order. Rose was determined not to leave. She was very angry. This is the first time I've lost control like this. She ruffled her hair, making it a mess. This is so annoying. Why do we have to wait? We can settle this here, but it's still possible to control ourselves. She looked up and growled curses at Kang Yu. You're lucky, Singer, but when we meet again, I will tear you apart. The driver still carried his tools on his shoulder, calmly criticizing Rose's harsh words. Rose turned and walked away. After all, she had to obey the leader. Don't think you can hurt my face and stay safe. Kang Yu honestly reminds you to stay determined. Keep that mindset until we meet again. Before she entered the gate, she still used that deadly face to smile at Kang Yu. You too. Then they all went through the gate together. Chua was skeptical, wondering if they really left like that. Did he really leave? Boar was also a bit surprised. Looks like things are getting better. Gaichi suddenly advised them like that and then waved goodbye to Chuak's group before leaving. Thanks for today's meal. See you again. Those people entered the gate one after another without looking back. Only Namchan paused for a moment, glancing at Kang U, secretly muttering, Khan. Then he finally entered through the gate, but before it closed you could still clearly see a mysterious smile on his face. After a fierce fight, they all returned to the city to continue their lives. Wow, it looks so delicious. I'll take a few pictures and post them online. Round Galato, sitting next to him, said, Stop it, you're too embarrassed. U-chan sat across from them, drinking water as he asked, What's the sudden reason for wanting to meet me? Round Galato looked up at him. Then for some reason, Rich was the one to answer. He smiled and replied, Nothing important. We haven't had an official conversation since the last time we met. U-chan slowly sipped his orange juice. It could be at Lampas. Rich still smiled as usual and scratched his head. That's where we work. He agreed with Chungjiang that they should meet in a place with a good atmosphere to enjoy some good food. U-chan seemed to find Rich's excuses a bit amusing. He keeps throwing cold water on it. The coffee shop in Lampas is fine too. Rich has no choice. He really has to get to the main point. Round Galato, the leader of Gadam, crossed his arms and looked serious, completely different from Rich. I have studied him. He is not as cunning and contemptible as you said. U-chan calmly asked, Have you met him? Round Galato shook his head. No, why would I meet him? On what basis do you make such a conclusion? Yuan said matter-of-factly. Why are you getting so defensive? Round Galato raised his eyes to look at him and said, I only got some information about the villain can that my father saved, that's all. Ri beside him silently judged his friend. He never blinks when lying. However, Round Galato is still pretending to continue talking to UAN. According to the information, Cassie helped rescue the hostage from the Fireblaze Bra and also contributed to the capture of the serial killer, Brad Rain. He also helped your sister Non. U-chan nodded calmly. Yeah, that's right, Round Galato continued. I understand why you hold him in high regard. U-han lowered his head and stared intently at his glass of orange juice, his voice steady. There are many other things I can't reveal, but I received help from Khan before. Rick nodded in agreement, acknowledging that he does many good deeds, which isn't typical of a typical villain. Round Galato agrees with you. It seems he has many good qualities worth considering. Even as a villain, his clear judgment and bold actions are truly admirable. Rick rejoices that Round Galato is like him. I think the same way too, Round Galato explained with a deadpan look. Weak justice is a sign of incompetence, but Kasizan has the strength to uphold its faith. U-chan, slowly sipping orange juice, looked at the two of them and after a moment said, That's enough. If anyone else heard them, they would think the two of you are fans of Cajun. Raon Galato crossed his arms and shook his head. A villainous fan. How ridiculous. Ri also doesn't think so. That's just too unreasonable. Do you remember the kid we met earlier at the park? U-chan seems to have some memory of that person. Kun nodded in agreement. He must look really smart and handsome, and the two of them are close, right? Number Rich feels a bit disappointed when he hears the answer. Why shouldn't we get along with him? Wow, he looks at him like he's a fool. There's definitely no chance with Kwang Kang-gu, Rich still quietly said. Why set boundaries like that? U-chan said as she stabbed the beautiful cake really hard. That annoying insect keeps following Non. He has to be eliminated. Rit turned pale as he looked at the sad, ruined cake. That insect, I mean that guy, likes Na. U-chan overheard Rich's mistake, but didn't think it was quite like that. So he asked the master. Rich panicked and denied it. Oh no, the teacher makes shoes. Next to you, Round Galato receives a message from someone. He read for a moment, then suddenly widened his eyes in shock. The scene shifted to another part of the city, a section of Gadam Vian Yo. Right now in the Paradise Chamber, a voice echoes as it pushes the box on the table toward the other person. The item you requested is here. A creation that enhances resistance against mental attacks. It's quite rare and takes some effort to find. Kangyu lifts it up, opens it to examine it. Well done. Inside the box is a shiny, beautiful ring. Kangyu reached out and took it to see clearly if it was the item he was looking for. Moto confirmed that it was. Chai-ha stood there smiling and asked Kangyu, I've heard what's been happening. Did you accept a challenge from Manky King? Kangyu nodded without hiding it. Yeah, a 5-on-5 match. Che asked further, have you chosen your team members yet? Not yet. He quickly sensed something and asked, why do you want to try? Che-ha waved his hand. No, I just want to enjoy the match with some popcorn. Kangyu didn't ask any more and turned to look at the bracelet. How much is this? Considering the 50% discount from before. Chi-ha crossed his arms and calmly said, just take it. Kangyu, who doesn't like ambiguity, wanted to ask for clarification. Free of charge? Che-ha asked, as if it were a completely normal thing. He simply said, I have a debt to settle with my king, so I'm giving it to you in the hope that you will defeat him in the match. Soon, Kang Yu arrived at Gadam's Zon training room. He watched his board as if expecting, and on the display, his strength points appeared, showing that his mental power had been upgraded. Modot says, I have a feeling you're not the reckless type to challenge opponents. Mozot finally turns to look at Kang Yu with eyes that seem to understand his previous actions. Is the reason you fought Manny King back then because of upgrading this mental strength skill? Kang Yu didn't say it directly. There are many reasons. Fighting a terrifying guy like Manny King offers more benefits than just upgrading a skill. This should meet the minimum requirements. Morot's eyes widened as he looked at what Kang Yu was holding in his hand, which was a blood crystal. Kang Yu brought the sparkling gem closer to admire it, then grinned with a fierce smile. It's time to conquer this stone. A loud sound echoes through the area, breaking the silence. Cassie Black Hen bursts through the door, calling out loudly for Kang Yu. I hear we're about to fight Manny King's kids. I'll make sure to call them all out. I won't miss a single battle. Black Hen looked around the room carefully before asking, Is he not here? Are those inside complaining about not knowing how to open the door? Black Hen doesn't care and keeps asking, Where did the boss go? Driver is the calmest. He answered him, It's the training room, but better not to go in. Black doesn't understand why Driver is answering. He's in a special training session. Black Hand stood like a mountain. If it's a special training, it should be done together. Driver remains very calm as he warns him not to interfere with Break Ghost, who is still outside on guard. CR scratches his head. I don't know if he's ready to start training yet. Your body must be really unsteady. I heard you use the boss's face to sweep the floor. Driver looked at him. Who said that? Internet? CR is denying it, but Pointer will tell me everything. The driver still keeps a close eye on the three people walking in, and although neither of them is holding back, Manny King doesn't push him back at all. The truth is the boss managed to withstand 2 of his punches. It was a very close fight because that blow was so powerful it destroyed several buildings at once. Cross is stunned. Only Breakhand has the same look as me among all those buildings. Duong lifts his chin. My specialty is also taking hits. Jiao sits with his chin in his hand, smiling as he listens to them talk. Land's rumors spread so quickly we haven't said anything about it yet. Red nodded, probably from my king's side. The driver uses his glasses to project a transparent screen in the air for them to watch together. They come up with a name for the tournament and even make a poster. That's where the showdown with the cool villain will happen. Jiao looks at it with interest. Oh my god, I like it. Is everyone here from outside? That person, full of heroic symbols, told them I came to defend justice in this role, and I officially registered as a contestant in this competition. Black Hand looked at the person outside the door with wide eyes. Who is this idiot? At night, at the Lamp Korea branch, a surprised voice loudly announced a paid live broadcast. On the phone screen, the showdown of the villain was streaming live, ahead of the service staff. Are these guys crazy? Is this even a demon tournament? That's just the crazy ideas of those money-hungry guys. Duong still focused on his phone. But even so, should I just leave it like that? There's no reason for us to interfere, and even if we did, we wouldn't gain anything. Uong said uncertainly, but if we do nothing, Manny King might conquer Gaddam with ease. At this point, Chisun finally looked away from the other person and calmly continued working, clearly confident that Saan would lose. Duong was sweating profusely. Yeah, the opponent is Manny King. They've fought before, and clearly Kasi was destroyed. The two of them are discussing this topic together. I think Manny King will join the tournament and the selected participants will be under the 7 managers. They are not easy opponents either. Better than fighting Mannequin, and Kasi is not the only one at Gaddam. I think it will be a close match. Duong still isn't convinced by Chisun's earlier words. He still has many doubts. After hearing what she said, I also think so. But Chisun pushed his glasses and looked again. Isn't it true that we can't do anything about this? He started to present arguments he was very confident about, because this matter involved M. Kin, and the senior leaders had surely discussed what to do. Isn't the director supposed to be involved in this? Chisun shook his head and sighed. He still didn't say anything. Unexpectedly, Duong was caught off guard by this answer. What do you mean? Chisun continued working on the computer and replied to the person over there, Don't overthink it anymore. As you said, this isn't a game for kids in the neighborhood and it can't be compared to the butterfly effect. If we don't intervene, the consequences will be hard to predict. Duong Nu remembered something and looked up to ask her, What are the 2 sides sent by Korea doing now? Chisun took off her glasses, feeling a bit of eye strain, and calmly replied, I don't know. They are not under my control. She took off her glasses, thinking they are carrying out the mission assigned by the Coast Guard. There's still a long night ahead, and now is the time when the moon is high. In a house on the construction site in the city, 2 men secretly meet. Suddenly, Rich senses something, and turns his eyes back. As expected, someone came in an unexpected way, and Kang Yu appeared. He was like a ghost, terrifying the others, but he only asked if they had been waiting long. Rich reacted in many ways, clutching his chest and shouting, "Ah, I'm so scared." Only Round Galato calmly greeted you as sir. Kang Yu stood fully upright and asked directly, "Sorry for calling you two here so suddenly. I need your help and have no other choice." Round Galato replied seriously, "We will do whatever you need. Rich is different. He asks about everything carefully. Are you okay, teacher? I heard you fought Manny King." Kang Yu was a bit surprised. The news spread so quickly. Round Galato nodded. "I think someone spread the news for a certain purpose. I've been browsing the internet mainly about that." Round Galato finally addressed the question he's been curious about for a while. "And what about the match against Manny King? Kang Yu isn't hiding anything either. He is truly very strong. I can understand why I can't reach him without hesitation." Round Galato, who knows Kang Yu best, asked this, "Have you already gone all out?" Kang Yu calmly replied, "He's using about 80%, but that old man hasn't even used half of his strength yet. That truly makes people tremble. Rich is the same, not even half yet. Round Galato makes his own judgment. It seems he can't defeat him in a one-on-one fight. According to Lampas's calculations, at least 3 high-level chess pieces are needed to capture a 4 evil person." Kang Yu agreed with your statement and said, "The only chess piece capable of confronting a 4 evil person alone is the top 3 most powerful chess pieces known as the Great Masters." Round Galato frowned and said, "If it's them, it's hard to see them. But soon I will be able to do it too." Even if Round Galato trusts his master, he can't just talk about beating that old man without proof. My teacher just said that fighting him 1 versus 1 is very difficult, but Kang Yu remains very calm. It was like that this morning, but now things are different. I've had a special training session afterward. As I think about it, I can't help but recall the scene from earlier during training. Kang Yu's hand drags a long line of strength across the ground as he gasps for breath. Modot, always by his side, asks, "Are you okay, Sien?" Kang Yu sneered because it was really delicious. "If I hadn't listened to you and kept chewing that blood crystal, I would have been in trouble." Modot, your eyes are wide open, so I don't believe you. Don't force yourself to sit up anymore. Just lie down and rest a bit. But Mozo's words never made Kang Yu stop. He supported himself to stand up, and then, a little more, just a little more. Although his body was trembling violently, his will was clearer than ever, and our efforts would be rewarded. Sure enough, after a moment, he managed to stand upright. A surrounding wave of energy envelops me, a power I've never felt before flowing through my body. This is Op. Now I find it hard to estimate my own mana level. Looking at my unchanged hand, but deep inside, it is already transformed. I'm satisfied. After eating that blood crystal, I have gained immense power. Round Galato couldn't believe it. That's really dangerous. Rich added, "Eating it? Why did you swallow a magic crystal?" Round Galato added, "An evil person can increase their magical power by eating a magic crystal." And Rich's eyes widened in surprise. Really, even Kang Yu isn't sure anymore, and I didn't know about that until Mozot mentioned it. Round Galato overheard them waiting for him to speak again, so he continued. "But I heard that bloodstones are very hard to find, and cases of people dying after eating them are quite common." Rich shouted in surprise, "You ate something so dangerous, teacher?" "What did Mozot say? Didn't he stop you?" Kang Yu recounts the truth. He only looked. But still, Kang Yu looked at his hand filled with power and felt satisfied. "Thanks to eating the bloodstone, I gained great strength, but I failed to control its energy." "You said something you might not even be able to control yourself. If it continues like this, I might go crazy and become berserk." Round Galato suddenly steps out of the shadows and slowly speaks each word clearly. "Do not give up or lose motivation no matter how bad the situation gets. The only solution is unwavering determination." Round Galato looks at Kang Yu with full of hope and strong belief. "If you have willpower, you can overcome anything." "That is what you told us, teacher," Kang Yu whispered to himself again. "I understand." Round Galato places his hand on his chest in a gesture of complete dedication. "I am ready and will do my best to help you, sir." Ri is also on the same page. "I feel the same." Kang Yu is a little moved by his 2 disciples. "Thank you to the only 2 I trust." Moat glances at the cunning, sly one beside him. "Are you planning to let them be punching bags, even though everything has gone off track from the original plan?" Kang Yu growled through clenched teeth and once again entrusted the 2 of them with the task. "From now on, it will be hellish training," Red announces. "It's been a while since we trained together, sir. Round Galato still remains loyal and dedicated to fulfilling your every need. We are ready. Have you decided where we will practice yet?" Kang Yu suddenly smiles with satisfaction. "The location is Gadam Vai." The 2 of them both looked confused. "What?" It's night again. Kang Yu is annoyed these two really didn't come. I just saw Ban Num Num and he left quickly after making some weird excuses. Don't be too hard on them. Remember how awkward and disgusting those kids looked earlier? My stomach hurts so much, teacher. I have a sore throat. Even a fool finds it funny. They need time to prepare themselves. It must have been very difficult for you to accept that they would need to pretend to be the villains while they've been wrong all along. Haven't you experienced that yourself? Hearing this, Kang Yu glanced at him before finally speaking. I've overthought things too much. Modot is speechless. Are you willing to admit it now? Kang Yu didn't blink at him, just continued speaking his mind. If you need an explanation, it's probably because I was too hasty. He then examined the power from the crystal. No matter what, I have to control this bloodthirst. I don't know if it's because of that craving, but I keep hearing the voices of those bastards. Do those crazy villains hear this sound? Moron, are you asking? Are you regretting eating the blood crystal? Kang Yu naturally shakes his head. No, because I was mentally prepared from the beginning. At that moment, he smiled gently, feeling quite pleased to receive a large amount of magical energy and a skill. He remembered the moment at the training ground when his magic points jumped by 200 on the chart filled with information about himself. The villain Cayenne, with the special awakening of the disaster level villain, dark attribute, dual fire, and dark attributes. His main skills, Shadow Blade +9 sensing attributes, self-healing +7 hidden shadow skills, shadow transfer, shadow binding, and shadow burning. Hai Chi powers up strongly with 2 dual awakening skills. Fire Shadow summons the Fire Shadow Sword, determined to destroy the rage of the 3-legged Hellfire, locking it in place. The hidden skill of extracting dark magic Crystal Gluttony, 30H, magic. Points 1,768. Seeing this table again boosts his confidence, and he smiles brightly. I was worried I might develop resistance to low-quality magic crystals, so this really caught me off guard. Modot looked away in disgust, feeling so embarrassed. What? Modot also has to explain this to you. You can't compare blood crystals with low-quality magic crystals, because even if you look all over the world, they are rare items. If you think your current performance is already impressive, then you should understand that the results you get from the blood crystal do not meet my expectations. Mozot's voice was already cold, and saying those words made it even more terrifying. Maybe the reason for this is that you can't control that bloodthirsty urge. Can you once again look at his hand, lost in thought and unable to explain? But with the magic points I have, I can fight anyone, Modot reminded me. You and Josale have similar magic point totals, but that's not everything. Rose's haunting appearance flashes in their minds. After that insane smile, she hides a terrifying source of power. However, Kang Yu doesn't really care. In a battle, mana isn't everything. Marat looked at him sideways, but even with a high magic score, it's still an advantage. Kang Yu shrugged. It's okay. Just look at this first. He glanced at a line on the board. I have a really weird skill. The determination of the 3-legged creature, its destruction, its rage, the hellfire is too much. Kang Yu pointed to that line and asked curiously, what does locked mean? The most clueless one confidently answered, it means you haven't met the requirements to use the skill. Kang Yu asked further, what are the requirements? Magic point? Hearing this, Kang Yu suddenly showed a curious expression and a teasing look at it. There's no need to be sad. I bet you won't use this skill even if you meet all the requirements. Kang Yu seems to be contemplating something very dangerous. Mo stupidly looked at that face with boredom, sweating slightly as he continued, because it's a dangerous skill that can easily destroy an entire city. Kang Yu understood the meaning, implying that its power belongs to a legendary level, right? Mo Rot did not deny this statement. It is an ultimate skill that can only be used once in the Age of Legends, to fight against a mighty monster. Kang Yu pressed further. Who used it? Mo thought for a moment, then softly said, the Guide of Destruction at Tai Feng. He is the strongest villain in history, with fire and wind attributes, even darkness. Hearing this, Kang Yu turned to look at the flying eye beside him, unable to hide his curiosity. How do you know so much? Modot really wants to punch this guy a few times. Didn't I tell you many times? I am an ancient spirit, so I know. Kang Yu wants to learn more about that guy, so that guy named Tai Feng. Morat, ignoring what I just said, keeps rambling on. Destructive skills are pretty good. They would be useful in combat. Kang Yu stared at it intently. He always changes the subject in moments like this. Kang Yu didn't want to make it uncomfortable, so he could only watch that stream for a long time. An ultimate skill capable of destroying an entire city, huh? Breaking free from the memories, he still gazes at the intense light surrounding his hand, thinking about using his disciple out of selfishness. He lifts a can of water to drink and clear his mind. Sorry, but the teacher has no other choice. And so his heartfelt confessions were sent into the city of dazzling lights because he was still too weak to take revenge. Elsewhere, it was already morning, and the Green Lotus-anchored factory was silent. Rose calmly reads a book as the constant growling from the person beside her continues. No way. Dosta clutches his head in agony, screaming, How could this happen? No way. Rose is scolding even while reading a book. You're too noisy, go somewhere else. Dosta didn't care. He kept crying loudly and shouting. You should have gone to take that evil thing away. If you had gone, you would have had an important meeting with C. Why don't you eat me instead? Rose kept scolding. Do you want to die? You're the one who wanted to take my place. Feeling resentful. But Rose added one more thing. And you might not get to compete with Khan in the future. After saying that, her normal voice changed to a tearing sound, and that sinister face reappeared. Casey's kiss belongs to you. You have to be the one to send him to his grave, so stop dreaming about it. Dosta still tries to slump down and cry. Why the sudden change? You said you weren't interested at all. V shrugged. Now I do. Dosta spoke for a while before realizing, Are you planning to join the festival? Rose nodded. Of course. DTA widened her eyes. Don't tell me the pioneer girl went ahead of her. Rose happily laughed. That's right. If you're not the team leader, then who else could it be? Dosta suddenly couldn't clearly read his expression and said, Yes, unless the chairman personally participates, but actually you are just imagining a rosy story in your head, so that means I still have a chance. If Chasian didn't meet you, he would give flowers to Kang Yu, now that's a true fan. So, I just need to beat him first. Thinking about it makes me so happy I can't help but praise myself. I'm so silly. You really are a true fanboy, so adorable. Rose looked at you as if you were a silly preschooler. I know what you're thinking. She again shows that annoyed face of hers. She's in another city. Gadam saw Round Galato and Ri, who were dressed in full-body covering outfits, not knowing what they had eaten. He raised an eyebrow. Seeing the two people walk by, I wasn't surprised and asked, It's great to be able to sit here. And it looks quite good in those clothes. Are you two practicing that stance? Round Galato says we are here to carry out the hell training. Kang Yu asked again with a deep breath. Round Galato, even with his hat pulled low, still looked very serious. Honestly, we don't even have to think about it because it's quite difficult to act as villains for training in a fragile role. He explains everything to Kang Yu, but from a different perspective, this condition is very suitable for hell training. Rip stands beside, supporting. That's right, if everyone could do it, it wouldn't be called hell training anymore. And we also said we would try our best to help you. It's not because we were forced to do so, but because we truly want to help. Moat turned to Kang Yu and said, You already know they are truly outstanding students. Kang Yu nodded, hiding his face in the shadows. Thank you. After a moment, he still confidently looked up at them. To respond to their sincerity, I will train both of you to the most brutal level, he said while cracking his knuckles loudly, suddenly seeming to realize something unclear. After a while, at the same place, a person approached confidently, calling himself Gam Gai Jian, while a tattooed man with strange straight lines on his arm walked by, drinking water and talking to himself. With a place full of crime, this one looks quite peaceful. How can I find those bastards? Then his eyes caught sight of something. Hey, you trash. Greener had to stop cleaning. The other guy continued. Yes, I told you so. Bald guy. He throws a water can onto the street and just walks over there to give directions. Seeing that disgusting act, daring to step onto the street, Cleaner felt like tearing him to pieces. On a sunny day, Gadam and Johan looked dazzling. A few sounds pass by and a foot lands on the roof. Red gazed at this place for a moment, probably nearby. He seemed to hear something, carefully stayed silent, then jumped down to the ground, running at full speed here to stay alert. Inside the crate is a familiar figure. No one else but that reckless bastard. Red secretly eyes him but still lags behind. It seems that guy has died. The Green Lotus Seed Factory. On the screen, there is a line of text about the confrontation of villains, the fighting festival of the strongest villains. Namchan walks while watching the screen and says to the person behind him, As I announced, now I will choose the contestants for that festival. Genchi asked, There will be 5 people, right? Do we need to fight each other to choose? That sounds good, I like that. Suddenly a hand crushes a soda can. Roddle furrowed his brow and shouted, I don't care! Hurry up, this is so boring! The character list appears showing a level 5 villain with a physical attack attribute. However, Namchan only said we would visit to choose participants. DTA from afar called out, Wait a moment, I can't see my sister. The person holding the box replied, Rostel already has a ticket ready. DTA has no idea what's going on here. What? Namchan looked straight at him and replied, She said anyone with concerns could come to her any time. Roddle leaned back in his chair and said loudly, I have no opinion. Hurry up. F's gaze was fixed on him, recalling the image of that guy sitting on a pile of corpses with Deeg as his base. Having conquered Po Hangdong-en and all of Gumi, he seemed like a berserk fighting spirit, regardless of who his opponent was. F's gaze grew more and more displeased at that guy. Someone like him should not be yielding to Jose Stel, as one hand reached into the draw. I drew first, and there's a star shape on it. What is this? The person holding the box replied seriously. You've lost your turn. Gaichi held up her card and smiled. I have one card, next is F House 2. Then the others, including surprisingly Dafor, who doesn't care about his sister's warnings at all, is very happy. This is the number I wanted. If I am number 4, that means I can fight Ka-an, the strongest opponent. At this moment, the deafening scream of the guy echoes again. Damn it. He tore the paper apart, glaring with one bloodshot eye. Why did I lose my turn? Ridiculous. Draw again. Nam remains calm. Those who draw the star will be assigned a special task. Rail quickly asked right away. And what is it? Confidential? Nam Chen shook his head. I can't tell you right now. Genchi feels intrigued, laughing excitedly. A high-security mission? Sounds fun. REL wants to swap tickets with Found. Trade with me, no way. Fire is scolding him? Weren't you the one saying you wanted to join the festival? Black Rattel scolds and kicks. Except for the first to fight, the others just stand and watch with their hands behind their backs. I don't think the 8 managers will lose to those fools. Feehouse glanced at him before speaking. Looking at what Kian is fighting the boss with, he's not that weak, and Gadam also has a driver. Roddle genuinely trusts Mankin, speaking confidently that any boss can easily handle him, so there's no need to overestimate that guy. This guy is definitely 10 times stronger than that driver. Gaichi agrees, you're right. The armored figure rumbled, why don't we go to Gadam and wipe them all out? Rael immediately laughed happily. I agree because you mentioned it. Let's go together. Nam suddenly interrupted. No, you can't. His expression remained calm, showing no sign of anything unusual. We have a ceasefire agreement with Gadam Von until the festival takes place. Neil Senshi is a company that highly values its reputation. Even the 8 managers need to pay attention to that. Roddle clicked his tongue and asked casually from beside the empty space. Who do you think Gadam will send to fight first? I'm very curious. A teasing voice speaks out. Are you here to fill your quota? That battered face of Piton had to be. And the 3 Kang Yu men stood in front of him, asking his father. I heard you're with Man King, so why did you come here alone? You've been beaten up and switched sides, Bon honestly replied. The truth is, I trusted Man King, but he looked at Kang Yu with one eye and a confident expression. I went there because that place isn't suitable for me. I am very sincere. Believe me. Kang Yu looked back and forth at the bruises on his face. It seemed he had been beaten. Driver sympathized. Money King really isn't easy on anyone, but Red Eye coldly said, kick that guy out of here. Chang Yu disagreed and listened to him first. He crossed his arms and asked, what is the reason you surrendered to us? Tell the truth or I'll kick you out of here. Bon bowed deeply before trying to say a few words. I want to join the Villains Festival. The driver chuckled to himself. I didn't expect that, but I do. Kang Yu still continued. So you want to be on Gadam's side to fight Manny King? Pion nodded. That's right. Why? Bon is sweating. I have my reasons. Kang Yu frowned, seeming to dislike it. Stop beating around the bush. I'm starting to get annoyed. Red. I turned to ask the thing in the driver's hand. What is that? The lie detector. Bon felt a chill down his spine after hearing it and wanted to stop them. Men always have their own secrets. Kang Yu couldn't take it anymore and decisively ordered him to leave, kicking him out of the door. The driver pulled him back and told him to speak first. You look at him. If you want our trust, then you have to reveal your secret. Bon raised his hand to hide his face and took a long time before saying, This is a shame I will never reveal. He tore off the sticker on his forehead, revealing a character that means disgrace. All 3 of them were stunned. Bon was about to cry, trembling as he answered who had done this to him. Rose, with her cold, steel-hearted expression, wondered why he was crying. Bon calmly stated from the start, she didn't like me. She said the management position wasn't suitable for me. Can you nods in agreement? She has good insight. Recalling the past, we faced each other head-on. Driver is interested. A confrontation. I lost because of a small mistake. And then she exploited that weakness. He slowly revealed the shameful truth. When I woke up, that word had already been written on my forehead. Kang Yu understands. Can't you erase it? Bon sighed. If I could erase it, I wouldn't have bothered sticking tape on it. I just want one thing. The guy looks at Kang Yu with hopeful eyes. I want to regain my lost honor. Kang Yu seems to understand. So the reason I want to join the festival is because Pon was right. To fight the 8 managers and win. I want everyone to know who I really am. Kang Yu surprisingly nodded in agreement. All right, you're letting him join? Kang Yu continued, but obviously I couldn't simply accept his request. He pointed directly at the guy and said, from today, there will be a hellish training to prepare for the festival, and you have to join us too. I am making a list of those who survived the training to select for the festival. Moat, who had been observing for half a day, concluded that he would probably become a useful ally. Baitan was pleased. So you mean I have to go through the training if I want to reach the festival? Kang Yu nodded. Yes, everyone can participate. Bon agreed. Then I have no other choice. I also have conditions. Please keep the secret I am only half telling. I have no idea where that crazy black hen is hiding, causing all this noise. So it turns out you're here. I've been looking for you forever. Isn't this Pawn? He just showed up and caused a scene. What's that on your forehead? What? It's real. Kang Yu is used to it, so he ignores them and only asks Pawn what his condition is. The black hand guy keeps interrupting without letting him speak. Why is this word written on his forehead? Is it a trend? The guy following Black Hand is still laughing loudly. Ha ha! The snake of Gadam, the Black Hand, keeps shouting. I'll go first. I will destroy them all. Rick is joining in. That bunch is doomed. Those bastards. Take them all down. Binder is fired up. As for me, I will hide and pick them off one by one. Double B reminds you, that's cheating. Kang Yu is very happy with this enthusiasm. Thank you very much for bravely signing up. The selection criteria are simple. Anyone who completes the training will be considered, and those with the highest scores will be chosen. Black Hand asked, who will grade us? Kang Yu quickly replied, professional assistant. Assistant? None of those people know Ron Galato and Z behind the mask, so now Kang Yu calls them Black Mart and Blue Art. I invited them here for this hellish training. Driver looked and chuckled. The mask looks good. Jiao turned to ask, is that you doing those things, love? Driver nodded. Yes, break your curiosity. Who are they? We haven't seen them before? Black Ghost replies, he's a student of the master. Black Hand shouted, really? So the boss has a student. Red Eye here asks Kang Yu when we will start the training. Kang Yu responds, right after this brief conversation. Let me warn you in advance. This training course is as tough as its name suggests. Hell, so be prepared. Bon is still taping the bandage on his forehead. That's what I wanted. Yu Chang pulls the bell to signal that if during training anyone finds it too difficult to continue, they can use this bell to leave and will be automatically disqualified. Soon it was already afternoon. The two sat eating in a room. Yu Chang looked at Chi-Ho constantly tapping on his phone, then complained about both eating and texting at the same time. Chi-Ho suddenly finished, then turned to ask Uchan. You know about the Villains Festival, right? Uchan asked back, the event where villains fight each other? Chi-Ho agrees. Nelsenchi has announced the names and order of the villains on Mannequin's side. First is Gichi, second Bungai, third Iron Beast, and finally Rose. Upon hearing this name, Yuan suddenly stopped eating. Chi-Ho exclaims, they're terrifyingly strong. These people are all insanely powerful. Yuan is curious, what about goddamn? Nothing has come in yet. Chi-Ho scrolls through, we already know who will win. Yu-chan disagrees with you. Why would you say that? Chi-Ho explains, Gadam's opponents are all notorious villains. His hand kept scrolling as he kept talking, following Sa's instructions to stay away from them. Thinking that Gadam was risking everything, Uchan kept slurping noodles, only knowing the outcome when he saw it with his own eyes. And yes, this match would probably be very tough for Gadam. Chi-Ho continued to focus intently on the screen. If you look at these comments, Ucha is reminding you that your time is almost up. After saying that, he bends down, lost in thought. Gaddam's fragile hand raises, trying to hold on tightly. Black Hand's scream pierces the sky. On the Richco Vu building, don't back down. Are you already exhausted just from starting? He grit his teeth and went up and down 3 more times, then he even played a little trick to encourage them to shout out loud, I can do it. Black Hen growled angrily, wanting to kill him. Ree said, I couldn't hear clearly. Kang Yu reached the rooftop, moving lightly as a feather, still rambling. 1, I can do it. 2, I can do it. A Black Hand shouted, I can do it too. Round Galato asked Kang Yu, aren't you going to rest for a while? I've done that 30 times already. I'll go back down and calmly say, when I start sweating, I'll rest. Round Galato silently thought, he also doubles the weight. At this moment, a bell rings, drawing Kang Yu's attention. Someone has rung the bell. Kang Yu turned to Rich and asked how many of us are left. Rich muttered, excluding those down there, I still have 6 people including the teacher. He read from the paper. Driver, Kodao, Python, Black Ghost, Red Eye, and Jiao. Kang Yu was surprised. Gorwick nodded. His strength and composure are truly impressive. Kang Yu wondered quietly, does he train by digging the ground? Rick spoke up, still curious about a few things. Why is the training period 3 weeks? Kang Yu doesn't understand why. Is it too short? Round Galato replied. It's not long. There are still 3 people below trying to come up here. They lack skills, but because of their determination not to give up, they are also very talented, especially that guy with the rope-like hair. His gaze was incredibly determined. Rich muttered his thoughts softly. If I had more time, I would like to teach them properly. Is there any way to delay the festival? Round Galato rarely agrees with Zik. I agree with Boomat. Kang Yu reluctantly has no choice. The upcoming competitions are my test. Round Galato told him that I have seen the villains participating from Maniking's side and their order. I have also seen it. Kang Yu put down the dumbbell and calmly said, I predicted this might happen, but it seems Maniking won't actually participate. Maybe Jose Stel has taken his place. Round Galato looked up at the distant sky with a hint of worry. This battle won't be easy. Ri also gave his opinion. We need data on their fighting style. Kang Yu encourages, don't worry about it. Kang Yu puts his hand on the training bag and laughs. The driver says he will gather information about them. He's really good at these, so you can trust him. Once we have the data, let's discuss the tactics together. Round Galato stands seriously and asks, when will the teacher announce the time and location of the battle? Kang Yu quickly replied, tomorrow all participants will be kept secret except for me, because I need to select the team based on the training. The two students were surprised, and on the other side of the building, there was also a person dressed in a full hooded outfit, floating in the wind. Kim Yu-chan wondered, who is that? You're really paying attention, huh? Why does his outfit look just like ours? The person didn't say anything, jumped over to them, and stood in front of the three of them. Kang Yu calmly asked, what's going on? The mysterious person replied, I came here for the festival. Kang Yu remained firm. Does that have anything to do with you? I'm not planning to join. That person stood straight with a straight back, and even without seeing their face, they seemed trustworthy. But if there are no good villains in Gadam, then I, Redmart, have no choice but to join. Kang Yu didn't care about this broken excuse. Don't forget about that. For us, this is a life and death battle. Not just about winning or losing, we could really die. Kang Yu's cold eyes stare straight through that mask. I don't want someone without firm determination. Kang Yu is determined. Go back. Uchan was stunned. I just didn't think it would go this far. You apologized for what you said. Kang Yu approached. Of course you have to apologize, but each apology is not enough. Walking past you, I go to Lanka looking outside. Aren't you supposed to experience for yourself what we're doing to prepare for the battle? He's pointing to those struggling to climb. Can't you see the people down there? His finger pointed at Breakhand, trembling uncontrollably. They are being tested to join the hellish training. Please, kindly join them. Neosenchi Gadam Green Factory has sent us the time and location of the match. Namchan reports the news to Maniking on November 15th at Boksan Vian. It seems they haven't chosen the contestants yet, sooner than we expected. There are a few things you should know, Mr. Chairman. You furrow your brow as you look at the news on the tablet. We give them options for the location and time to start the battle, as well as the team members and the order of deployment. I don't understand the need to be so generous with them. Emkin changes the subject. Which side do you think will win if we fight now? Namchan Kien replied firmly. It's definitely us. Emkin turns around. That's the reason. He just took a sip of his drink, still smiling as before. I am giving them a chance to win. Anson looks confused. Do you want them to win? Man calmly replied, you don't. I just want them to have a chance. Wiping them out is not enough. We need to crush them completely so there will be no trouble afterward. Thinking again about that boy's look, those eyes, Cassian has already won Seun over. That means if I defeat Cassi, Seun will be ours. Seun is the final piece to unify all the villains, and if everything goes according to plan, Winter Bill will be forced to join us. Namchan understood clearly without many words. I understand your intention, Mr. Chairman. However, we don't know what will happen in the battle. If Man King intervenes, I will fight Cassian to see what it's all about. He picked up the bottle, a look of complete satisfaction on his face, as he told you, but he's just a rumor, that's all. If he can't even match half my strength, he doesn't stand a chance against Jay Stell. The enchanting girl with a smile, her title not just about high or low mana points. The difference between Kazi and Gel's abilities is clear. She was defeated because she let her guard down last time, so this time Jose Stell will prepare more carefully. Namchan watched his every move and asked, what about Driver? Don't worry about him. Man King pours wine into a glass. He's not interested in this fight at all. All the villains in this land must be united into one entity around me and Neosenchi. His voice grew low as he looked down at the city and said a mysterious sentence. That's the only way to fight him. Gadam and Driver hand over the device to Kang Yu. This is the data on the 8 managers you requested. Kang Yu is surprised as he takes it. That was quick, Driver said sincerely. Hurry up so I can focus on the training session. He sat down casually and spoke to him. But I have no data on that Prince guy, the leader of the 8 managers. Honestly, I couldn't even find a single photo of him. Oh yeah. Driver leaned back in his seat and said that he's not on the list, so it's not really necessary. What should we do now? Kang Yu looked at you, as if he didn't know who this person was. You know that guy. Right now, Minin is standing still in a building in the city, listening to their shouts. The sweaty and terrified Black Hand asked, why is Min here? Does he also want to join the fight? Chang Yu suddenly responded, he's only here for training. Black Hendra. Oh, I see. Minin, still wearing a mask, was the first to speak. What is hell training? You should come here to check, but I see a guy. Halfway through speaking, she looked at Bon, which was inappropriate for this place. She then turned to ask Kong Yu why someone like him was here. Kong Yu didn't bother to glance back and answer. He had his reasons. She completely disagreed. Are you so free that you have time to take care of someone like him? Kang Yu, unconcerned with her words, called Bon back. He told him to sincerely apologize to Min, and unexpectedly, he agreed quickly. Okay. He went in front of Min and bowed his head. I apologize for what has happened. I'm sorry, Mujin reminded me. Don't bow your head. That's not what I mean. I will not forgive you. I don't care about the reason you're here. The only reason I let you stay quiet is because Kant and Kong Yu spoke up to disperse them. Now that it's over, go back to your position. Keep your hand up if you have a question and point to where Yu-chan is standing. Is he also training with me? Kang Yu looked over. He has passed the test, so he will also train with you. Black Hen wanted to say more, but Kang Yu cut him off, saying if there's a problem, just resolve it with your skills. Black Hen chuckled. Are you okay? Kang Yu crossed his arms, looking serious. I don't want to joke. I'm not here to pick talented children for a talent show. I'm choosing warriors who will fight for Gadam Van's honor, and they will be selected based on their scores. So compete and win to earn a top position. Black Go's eyes shine brighter as he looks at Kang Yu. I will surely meet the expectations and trust of my master. Kang Yu gathers everyone before making an official announcement. The training camp truly begins today. Focus on endurance and strength training. We will train in one-on-one combat to improve our strength. The flag exchange is also here. She still smiles gently, teasing me. The only thing I'm good at is baking for love. The driver chuckles softly, his tense voice echoing again like an exam. If you can't keep up, the result will be the same. Losing your turn as usual, the driver's smile grows even wider. Wow! Philadelphia, a girl walking on the street, always looking at her phone. Lately, she hasn't been listening when I call her. She's so forgetful. The CSAT exam is also approaching. She must be busy. At this moment, in an alley, a masked man calls out to her. Sorry, miss. The girl stopped. What's going on? The old man replied, I keep coughing. She went inside and asked, Are you okay? Did you suddenly get hurt with a gun pointed straight at you? He laughed maniacally, then suddenly fell silent, handed me all his money and expensive items, or something bad will happen. Understand? He looked at her and then said, Why not start with the phone in your hand? Then he paused. You're quite cute. Why don't I try dating you? Stay silent and follow me. The girl was panicked. What? The man looked at her trembling, with a pleased expression inside. If you don't want a hole in your head, follow me. The girl is scared and wants to run away. What should I do now? Can I escape? Suddenly he shouted loudly. You bitch, are you listening? Huh. Then the gun was pointed straight at her head. Die, she weakly shouted. Someone. Please help me. Suddenly, a hand reached out and grabbed the gun from him. That person with long white hair, like the morning sun. The girl, panicked, calls out in shock. Manager. The manager looks at her and smiles in greeting. Good morning. You anyway. He is still charmingly talking to her while holding a gun in his hand. This should have been a good morning. But it seems she's in a pretty uncomfortable situation. The old man is trembling, yet he doesn't move an inch. He glanced at the old man, his eyes completely different from when he looked at Duty. I heard this street is very safe and crime-free. What a pity. He snatched the gun from the guy's hand, but unexpectedly the guy lunged to grab it back and shouted, You bastard! Duty ran forward and blocked the gun for the manager. Number. As the bullet leaves the gun, the manager's pupils contract sharply. After shooting, that guy ran away. The manager held Duty in his arms and asked her, Are you okay? Duty, on the other hand, cared about him. Are you hurt anywhere? I'm fine. But you... His eyes grew calm as he reminded her, Please don't do such reckless things again. I'm glad that bullet missed. Otherwise, things could have been much worse. Duty stood up and bowed her head, saying, I'm sorry. The manager shook his head helplessly, saying, I didn't mean to make you apologize. She still bowed her head and said, I just don't want to repeat my mistakes. Duty's voice softly echoed. There was a time I hesitated and did nothing. I paused for a few seconds. Then I realized I had lost someone close to me. I don't want that to happen again. The manager looked up at her with calm eyes and asked, Is the phone on the ground yours? Miss Duty, you see the broken phone. Ah, you were right. Duty was startled to realize it. And she picked up the phone, turned her back to the manager, and whispered, The screen is broken. The manager is still sitting on the ground, looking at the bullet in his hand, silently thinking that she hesitated and lost someone important to her, just like himself, Gadam and Joan. Uhan raised his fist. Kang Yu easily dodged the punch while simultaneously telling him to relax his tense shoulders. If you keep punching like that, you won't hit me. U-chan keeps attacking but still can't land a hit. His shoulders are still tense. Kang Yu honestly said, I'm so disappointed. Kang Yu keeps going anyway. If you keep punching like that, which one are you actually hitting? Black Hand sits in the corner watching them fight, mocking while he's getting beaten up. CR despises you. You used to be like that too. Black Hand chuckled and told him to shut up. Double Break sitting nearby, it's still hot even though winter is coming. Black Hand added, you're sweating because you're hot. Gray, everyone in this endurance training camp sees this as hell. The two rich are mentioned together and those two seem like demons. Black Hand closed his eyes calmly and said, it's been about a week and we've been surviving quite well. CR suddenly added, I haven't seen the driver since yesterday. Double Break turned around and cut in. It seems the boss has given him some tasks. He hesitated, not knowing what evil job he was assigned. The tense voice rang out again, needing to punch with one hand and prepare for the next move. Black Hen wondered, eyes wide open, but why was that guy training so diligently? CR just drank water and said he wanted to become a super powerful evil creature. Black Hen, hands behind his head, nonchalantly replied, so what? I'm so bored. Muchin sat alone in the distance, his voice echoing. That Red M guy is taking up too much time. When will it be my turn? Break and Krat both turned to look at him, sighing along with him. At another house, Driver sat continuously clicking on the computer. He muttered to himself, and the process was proceeding as planned. So everything is proceeding according to Mr. Ha's plan? Man King Hiem Tukthi, this old man. Someone knocked and left. Kang Yu entered and asked, are you busy? The driver smiled and said, I'm done for today. He poured a cup of coffee and asked Kang Yu, do you want anything to drink? Coffee. Kang Yu nodded. Yeah, a little warm. How is the training camp going? Pretty good. Kang Yu sat comfortably in the chair and continued speaking. They are full of passion and talent, and because they work hard, their results are not bad. Driver asked with a smile, so what about Go? You think I'm going to be late? She's the one who surprised me. When it comes to chess, Kang Yu has some memories, and I should say she has surpassed the standards I set. Chess is so good that I really think I should teach her carefully or not. Mozo's beside him retorted, what I said about surpassing the standards? Driver teased. Why? Because she's going to take your boss position? Kang Yu, on the other hand, was serious. I honestly don't want this position. The driver brought water back. How are the others doing? Kang Yu is pleased when talking about them. Black Hand and Python are doing well, and Red M is bringing water to Kang Yu. You ask if he's a pawn. Yes, that's right. Xiang Yu offers him water to drink and replies that he wants to choose him, even if it means hiding his true identity. Driver wondered if there was a reason for this. Kang Yu honestly said I didn't hear the details, but it seems he has a debt to pay to Manny King. What could that be? I'm planning to choose the team this time. Driver is naturally very interested and looking forward to it. I'm also looking forward to seeing who will join. You must be working hard too. Have you seen the results yet? They're quite impressive. After speaking, he shows Kang Yu a holographic screen. Let's see, his mana points have increased again. I'm curious about what his secret technique is. Suddenly he asked, what is it? A difficult guest I almost forgot was here. San Chun's voice echoes throughout the building. Does that make sense? He's just rambling on about one guy with two companions. The revered ruler of Winterbell is going out to train in a place as humble as this. I must stop her. Joseph said we can, but he has been training all week. Sang Chunyuan asked, so why are you only telling us now? Hui Sun looked at that guy as if he were a peacock spreading its tail everywhere. Where is Kasian? He has always been the source of the problem. Just stay calm. Suddenly, Sang Chun saw the approaching person and shouted loudly at Cleaner. Do you know where the singer is? Tell me where he is immediately. Kang Yu appears from the sky. Are you looking for me? You're scaring me to death. Josp let out a sound, so this is how he moves around. Kang Yu asked them directly, what's going on? Sang Chun still spoke as if pounding into the ear. We are here to escort the Emperor back. Kang Yu confused. Are you saying I kidnapped him when you talk about escorting him back? That's heartbreaking. My feelings are really hurt. So Chun kept scolding without stopping. What are you even talking about? Kang Yu patiently repeats. I am too hurt. Unexpectedly, your next words and your smile made that talking machine stop. So I will make myself better by punching you. The old gray high-rise concert halls appear under the clear blue sky, creating a deserted and desolate scene. Everyone, quiet down. With his hands on his hips and a cold expression, he spoke to the crowd in a detached tone. Next to him, Mazot is still close behind. We will introduce the guide who will assist everyone during the training course. He drew everyone's attention to Sang Chun, Hui Sun, and Josop, whose expressions showed clear confusion mixed with a hint of resignation. These guides will do their best and grow together with everyone. They will share their knowledge and experience. Very useful in actual combat. Face tense, but remains calm. He calmly said, everyone give them a round of applause. Hearing that, the crowd also clapped in response. They clapped and judged. They are tour guides, looking pretty flashy. So Chun was speechless at their reaction. He remembered the main purpose of the trip and silently thought in frustration, "Wait a minute, we didn't come here for this?" Sang Chun frowned deeply. A drop of sweat rolled down his temple. His eyes opened in confusion, and he wondered, what the hell is this? Returning 10 minutes earlier, a loud scream echoed from the abandoned building. "Why are you forcing us to do this? How ridiculous!" Kang Yu just smiled softly and calmly dismissed the accusation. "That's right, I'm forcing you to do this, and you're just forcing yourself to come here, so I'm only doing the same." Seeing Kang Yu remain calm as if nothing was happening, Sun lost his temper, glaring and snarling. "What?" Kang Yu retorted to Sang Chun. "Let's be honest with each other. Why do you think Min came here?" He calmly explained, "Because you are weak and his vassals are too untrustworthy, he came here to become stronger." Kang Yu's frank words hit Sang Chun's ego, making him thrash about. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Kang Yu replied, "No, he can't be right." Enraged by Kang Yu's dismissive attitude, Sang Chun gritted his teeth in frustration. "But are you serious, you bastard? Don't try to convince us with those ridiculous words." Kang Yu just nodded and gently asked back, "Should we go and confirm whether I am right or wrong?" Kang Yu smiles confidently, pointing in one direction to signal to the three of them. "Follow me." At this point, Sang Chun realized that Kang Yu had been joking all along. He clenched his spear tightly, thinking to himself, "That bastard. He wanted to play me from the start. I need to find the king and get out of here quickly." Suddenly, a figure appeared, surrounded by a dark red aura, and that was Minin. A red mist enveloped Minin, with only his glowing red eyes revealing a mysterious and dangerous presence. Mujin decisively turned and walked away, leaving Sang Chun stunned and feeling sorry. As So Chun called out after Mujin, suddenly a blue hand was placed on his shoulder. "My ruler," Kang Yu said with his cold face, making Sang Chun's spine shiver. "So I will be taken care of by you." At Undiri's study cafe, she asked curiously, "Why do you want to meet in a place like this?" Kang Yu explained. "It's soundproof and we don't have to worry about people around, so it's pretty good here." "What's wrong? Don't you two dislike it?" Rich quickly thumbs up and responds, "Number, this is a great choice." Kang Yu continued, "They give us free water, so this place is really great." Rich squinted and asked cheerfully, "How are your preparations for the intense exam going?" He sighed and replied with a tone of indifference, "It's fine. I'm starting by answering the questions." "Still, you're quite diligent, sir." Chang'an replied to the compliment, "I do it because I have to." His response made Rich Huai suspicious and asked again. "It's a necessity," Kang Yu recalls her sister and gently explains. "That is the invisible power of your sister." Rich Luke recalled her memory. He exclaimed, "The girl in America," Kang Yu added. "She is my family." Raun Galado nonchalantly expressed admiration, wishing to truly cherish the teacher's family. Rich, hearing Ron say that, happily agreed along. "You're right, I support you, sir." Amidst the excitement of the two students, Kang Yu expressed her gratitude to set aside the intense exam and thanked them both. "Thanks to you two, we were able to prepare for the festival properly." Mozot also nodded in approval. "Well done." Everyone listened to Kang Yu's words of thanks, and Rich hesitated. "The truth is, we did our best." Raun Galado folded his arms and calmly continued, "But I don't think we can take all the credit." Rich giggled and flattered. The teacher contributed the most compared to everyone else. "This only works because the teacher is the center of it all," Raun added after him. "That's right, and also thanks to everyone who helped during the training." Hearing his two students praise him, Kang Yu puffed up with pride, making Modot shake his head in resignation. At this point, Rich asked Kang Yu again, and then sighed in admiration. "The teacher said they are vassals of Winterbell, right? They all got beaten up badly, so they must have gone through a lot of hardships." Raun Galado pondered for a moment before suddenly commenting that Mujin's sword is truly powerful, and that the younger one has learned a lot from him, rather than just helping. Rich gently reminded, "The festival day is coming soon." Raun nodded and asked Kang Yu, only a week left, "Isn't it time for you to choose the participants?" He could only reply, "I called the two of you to decide together. I want to hear both of your opinions. We have discussed and made a list." Raun added, "Teacher, driver, flag sword, Bonneton, and Black Ghost." As soon as Raun Galado finished speaking, Kang Yu immediately dismissed Black Ghost, saying he had a task for him. Hearing Kang Yu's words, Rip rubbed his head and sighed in frustration. So choosing the final warrior will be quite complicated. After careful thought, he said, "Black Ghost is out, so I think we can only choose Black Hand or Red M." Kang Yu didn't hesitate and asked immediately, "Which one is better?" The scorpion, resting its chin in contemplation, took a moment before answering, Both their strengths and weaknesses are obvious, so it's quite difficult. Both of them expressed their opinions. We appreciate Black Ken's reckless determination, but his foundation is still weak and rough, and he's also quite foolish. They added that the desire for power to succeed is also very strong. I saw him training himself after we finished our practice. Chang Yu listened carefully and took notes as he asked about the other person. What about Redm? Rick replied quietly. He has everything Black Hand lacks. Suddenly, his tone becomes more serious, but is choosing him really safe? Kang Yu skeptically asked again. Why? Rich calmly but firmly replied. That's Yu Tran. Hearing this, Kang Yu froze with a cold expression, causing the atmosphere in the room to come to a halt. He asked slowly, How do you two know? Round Galato asked back, Have you forgotten my abilities? Rich sighed helplessly and explained to his teacher, We trained together for 2 weeks, so how come we didn't know? Remembering U-chan's image, Rich hesitated to recount in disbelief. We couldn't believe it was U-chan when we first recognized him. He's the type of person who would go crazy when talking about villains, so what should we do? Round Galato explained further to Kang Yu. After investigating, we found a lot of information about Redmart and his activities. What on earth happened? Yu placed his glass down and didn't answer Round's question, only saying, That is a long story. I will tell you both after we have time. Kang Yu jotted down the information from Zik and Ro in his notebook, then quietly said that anyway, Black Hen and Red Aim had to choose one of the two. Returning to the present, the sky had turned to the red of sunset. Kang Yu announced that now he would reveal the team lineup for the upcoming festival, standing with arms crossed in a commanding posture, and before announcing the team, he had a few things to say to everyone. Kang Yu's gaze slowly swept over everyone present. He continued, I sincerely thank everyone for your efforts, even if you are not chosen. Well done. The atmosphere now is extremely tense. Kang Yu calmly continues, Now I will announce. Kang Yu calls out the names of the first two people, Driver Ko Dao. After hearing her name called, Dao turned to driver Trung Vui. Congratulations, baby. The driver also chuckled and responded in a teasing tone. You too. Ko Dao tense up and call out the third name. When Pion's name is mentioned, Piton can't hide his emotions. He continues to confidently add, I will also be part of the team. He pauses for a moment with a serious tone. The last warrior he calls out makes them jump in surprise. Black Hen and Redmart. The one who wins the battle between them will be the last to fill the lineup. Redem impatiently asks Kang Yu when the fight will start, and Kang Yu calmly replies, right now. Hearing these words, Black Hen couldn't help but feel excited, radiating oppressive sparks of lightning as he spoke. Fine. No need to wait any longer, let's begin. Black Hen and Red M take their fighting positions with Kang Yu standing in the center as the referee for this decisive battle. I will now explain the rules of the match. He continued to explain the rules, saying the match would end when one side could no longer fight or admits defeat, and Black Hen nodded eagerly, seeming very impatient. Understood. With that, Kang Yu raised his hand to signal the start of the match, and now it begins. Immediately after, Black Hand charged forward, and in an instant, his fist unleashed powerful lightning bolts while shouting, Let's go! Redium swiftly jumps up to dodge the attack and simultaneously controls the flames to strike towards Braken. Focusing the fire on his palm, Redium confidently declares, Victory is mine. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge blazing red fire was about to rush toward Black Hand. Not willing to be outdone, Black Hand responded to Redim's arrogant words. Who said that? Causing the upcoming attack to suddenly halt. Black Hand begins his counterattack, unleashing the Gon Shield technique, shooting out a hand-shaped lightning that shakes the surrounding space, confidently declaring, I won't let you win. Black Hand smirks, his face showing unwavering confidence. I will win. The sounds of the fight echo loudly from the abandoned building. Redem swung his fist and delivered a powerful punch to Black Hand's head, so fast he couldn't dodge. Redem rapidly followed up with a series of kicks, forcing Black Hand into a struggle to defend himself. His kick was so fast that only the shadow could be seen with the naked eye. Black Hand used his strength to punch back but was easily blocked by Redem. Then Redem immediately kicked powerfully into Black Hand's leg, causing him to groan in pain. Cross-eyed in relief as he watched the tense fight. This fight is tough, Double B added. The person being attacked is Black Hand. Driver strokes his chin and adds, but he hasn't taken any deadly blows. He only took light hits or blocked everything. Hearing Driver's comment, Double B looked suspicious and asked again, Really? Just as the driver finished, Redmart delivered a deadly kick to break Hand's head, leaving him unable to defend himself. He felt a pang of guilt. Oh no, the force of Redm's attack was so strong that Black Hand was knocked to the ground painfully. Before Black Hand could react, Redm lunged forward and slammed his head into the ground. Redm raises his right hand to focus his energy and coldly shouts, It's over. A blazing red flame erupts, illuminating the surrounding space. This is Redm's ultimate move, the flame bomb. Suddenly, something unusual caught Kong Yu's attention. It turned out to be Black Hand suddenly rising, moving swiftly like lightning to counterattack fiercely. Black Hand was extremely surprised. He didn't expect that after taking so many hits, Black Hand would still be so vigorous. Is it over? You're a bit too confident. Despite the lingering pain from the previous hits, Red M still smirks arrogantly, flipping his middle finger with a sneer. Ah, it doesn't hurt at all, you bastard. Now the situation has shifted to Redman Black Hand facing each other directly, and the atmosphere is extremely tense. Mott suddenly exclaimed, the attack sequence from Red M now resembles his own. Kang Yu simply replied coolly, I taught him that, although his final strike was still a bit lacking. Moat continued to observe that Black Hand was cornered but almost escaped. Maybe he got lucky. At this moment, Kang Yu's disagreement with Moss is not just luck. Recalling Black Hand's arduous training, Kang Yu's continued development is a result of his training. Those with metal attributes are usually quite sticky. It's plausible because he has good endurance, and his body reacts accordingly. Moat skeptically concluded that the durability was good, so this must be a battle between the spear and the shield. Kang Yu agrees partly. Redium is a spear, but Black Hand is not a shield. Rich looked at this scene and sighed in amazement. He's talking to himself again. Ron then responded, perhaps speaking with Moso, as Kang Yu narrowed his sharp eyes and spoke. He may be really foolish, but Black Hand is a hammer with powerful destructive force. Right now, Black Hand is using a taunting expression that leaves Red Mart unguarded. At this point, charge in without hesitation. As soon as he finished speaking, Red Mart immediately charged forward like a streak of light and delivered a direct punch to Red Mart. Red M keeps punching break repeatedly, but he has noticed some issues. His body is as hard as stone, and his endurance is also impressive. I'm in the advantage, but I can't be careless. CR standing outside can't help but comment. He keeps getting hit. After careful consideration, Red M thinks his opponent's strategy is probably to prolong the fight and drain his energy. Redeem keeps dodging Break's attacks, silently realizing one thing. Redeem throws a punch with all his might, secretly deciding to launch a swift attack with full strength. Breakhand's green eyes flash. It seems he's been waiting for this moment all along. He shouted, I've been waiting for this for a while. Redman Black Hand charged at each other simultaneously, both aiming their punches at each other's face. Standing outside watching, Gon comments that Red Mart didn't expect a counterattack, so the damage he takes should be greater. But isn't there someone who disagrees with him? Driver calmly interrupted Python. That is the advantage of Redmco. He asked why out of suspicion. Driver patiently explained. That mask can absorb shocks. CR suddenly realizes this and shouts loudly when he sees Black Hand being knocked away. That's right, Black Hand has collapsed. Black Hand is lying on the ground, groaning. Damn, absorbing the shock? He turned around just in time to see Redum with a fiery punch rushing toward him. Black Hand growled in frustration. He should have told me earlier. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Black Hand gritted his teeth and charged forward, using all his strength to pin Red Mart and deliver a Del Sparia attack. Redem was caught off guard and couldn't react in time, his eyes wide with shock. Break's eyes widened in shock, his neck veins bulging as he fell to the ground. CR, stunned by Black Hand's attack, asked, when did Break learn that trick? Pawn crossed his arms and replied, I taught him that. Turns out Black Hand had gone to Piton the day before to learn some wrestling techniques. He continued, I just suggested the idea, but I didn't expect him to use it like this. Red Eye hadn't fully recovered from the previous attack when he heard Black Hand's voice. I told you so, he arrogantly declared while gathering strength in his fist. The final position belongs to me. His eyes widened as he shouted, the last spot in the Festival of Defeat is mine. One punch from him completely defeated Red Mart. The ground around him cracked from the shockwave of the fist, and Driver and Dowflag watched in excitement, exclaiming in awe. Zik and Round also stood by to witness the result. Round seemed surprised by Black Hand's victory. Kang Yu spoke up to cut off the noise and announced that the match was over. He continued, Black Hand has won. Hearing Kang Yu's announcement, Black Hand couldn't contain his joy. Night falls on the rooftop of an abandoned building where a figure is sitting. It's Redum. He was deep in thought when a voice came from behind. I thought he had gone home. Kang Yu, holding 2 cans of drinks, asked Red Mart what he was doing. Are you just going to sit here? Are you too crazy because you lost to Black Hand? Upon hearing Kang Yu ask, Red Mart suddenly fell into deep thought. After a moment, he finally replied, No? Kang Yu asked again, Is that true? Red M insists that Black Hand deserves to win. Mo asked, If that's the case, then why are you sitting here feeling so down? Redem didn't answer right away. Then Mozo heard Redham sadly say that sometimes we win, sometimes we lose, but accepting failure is so hard. Kong Yu continued, telling him that he could beat Black Hand 9 times out of 10, with Black Hand only winning once, and the other time he was too hasty and lost at the last moment. Black Hand is also lucky. Hearing that, Redham just bowed his head in silence. Kong Yu sat down next to Red Mart, offering him comfort. But you know luck is also a skill, right? Hard workers also encounter luck. Are you saying to fight with the thought that you will die if you lose? He continued to advise. You need to build experience with that kind of determination. It's the best thing you can do. Then he pressed the spoon into Red Mart's hand, persuading him. Drink it while it's still hot. Kang Yu suddenly said, don't cry while you're drinking. Redham hesitated and shouted, what? Chang Yu only replied, I hear you sniffling. Now we are at Neo Senshi, also known as the Green Factory. A voice asked, why did the driver join the festival to defeat? Are you sure? Namchan replied. Got him, as John has officially announced it. It seems my king is very interested in this news. He exclaims. That's surprising. He really is unpredictable. Does Money King continue to browse the tablet? Is Pawn rejoining Gadam? That mouse. This is the first time I've heard the name Black Hand. Hearing that, Namchan replied, they say he's quite strong in Gadam. Then he coldly added, but he's not on the same level as the 8 managers. Mani and Kin warns, do not let your guard down. He then asks, have you analyzed their strength? Namchan replied, yes. He then gave an order, summarized it, and sent it to the 8 managers. The festival is over. The only one enjoying the festival is the winner. This can't be considered an ordinary celebration. He smiled cunningly and continued, this is a battle where it's not surprising if someone has to die. Outside the Lavios building, it's pouring rain heavily. Minin turns back to watch the rain, deep in thought and hesitant. The battle is tomorrow. She read the comments on her phone and sighed. Public opinion about Gadam isn't very favorable. They say defeating Gadam is the right thing to do. Just then, Aoma walks into the room carrying a tray of cookies. Azoma placed the tray on the table and asked Mujin, who is truly righteous? Mujin replied curtly. Mankin Mujin recalls what happened earlier and explains further, maybe because the broadcast aired some time ago. Aoma widens her eyes in confusion. He made Gadam look like a villain's den. Next to her, Hot kept reaching for the cookies non-stop. Mujin replied, because it was broadcast on the public library, everyone will think that way. Aoma let out a sigh of lament. Public opinion is terrifying. Hot doesn't care as much as Azom does. She was humming while eating a cookie. Chocolate biscuit. Hurry up. Aoma asks Mujin for his opinion. Who do you think will win? She replied with a cryptic answer. He's more worried about the exam than the battle. Aoma skeptically asks, who is it? Casey... Anne? Minin's hand holding the teacup froze as she explained further, I heard that from the supporting teacher he brought. It seems they know quite a bit about Cajun Anne and me, more like teachers and students. Aoma closed her eyes in suspicion. A villain having students too? That's really rare. Well, it makes sense if that's Cajun. Mujin suddenly said, his students are also pretty strange. Aoma asked nervously, what do you mean? She replied, their behavior is very strict, like soldiers. It seems their level is lower than Cajun's. Hote reached out towards the tray to get more cake, but suddenly realized it had been gone for a while. Aoma propped her chin up, sighed in wonder. It's strange. That's a bit difficult for an evil person. And then Hote finally spoke. There's a DSP upgrade module. Azoma explained with disappointment that using it would limit the ability to use their powers. Suddenly, Aoma scratched her chin thoughtfully, feeling that something was quite suspicious. Should I look into it? Mujin helplessly stopped Aoma. No, don't. Mujin explains, including Cassian. Everyone worked very hard during the training. She paused for a moment before continuing. The trainers have also tried hard. Minin concluded, after all those events, I shouldn't doubt or investigate them. After hearing Min's explanation, Aoma obediently nodded. Yes, I won't. Looking at the teacup, Minin pondered silently. But as a ruler of Winterbell, I am also curious about a few things. She said it's probably not just an individual's problem, but involves all the villains. Aoma furrowed her brow in confusion and asked, so what do you want me to do? Hot Bin calmly placed his hand on Aoma's shoulder and advised, don't do anything. Minin coldly said, decide after the match. She propped her chin with one hand, a look of contemplation mixed with a hint of excitement and anticipation. Will they conquer a mighty force and leave something new to be remembered in history? We have to wait until tomorrow to find out. The scene shows abandoned buildings in Bonvion. There are 2 men filming here now. Not only that, but many reporters have also come to gather footage and report on the match. How many cameras do we have here? Chu A.C. mistakenly calculated and replied in surprise. It seems to be more than 100. There's also a drone for filming up there. A camera suddenly catches Chuak's attention. she asks excitedly. Does it have DBS written on it? Boar replied. It's the radio station run by Man King. Chua curses under his breath. Crazy. Suddenly, Boar notices something and exclaims, They're here. A pair of elegant high heels stepped forward, each step causing roses to fall from her. A group of 6 people approached, coldly scanning the surroundings, while the pink-haired girl happily brushed her skirt and looked around. It seems we arrived first, and in front of them are the reporters still pointing their cameras at us without moving. Gaichi looked at him, frowned, and asked disappointedly, Is this all the audience? He tilted his head in confusion at Gaichi's words. He explained that we will fight risking death. Having more viewers is the real strange part. Gaichi stroked his chin with his hand, smiling cunningly. Killing them while being filmed would be fine, right? V asked speechlessly. Isn't that up to you? A cold man suddenly said. He said that if possible, don't kill them. The cold man added, That's the chairman's order, but it's not your duty. DTA nodded in agreement. Life is precious. What do you mean? But I was planning for Anne's shift to lose money today. Namchan placed his hand on his chest, reaffirming once more. Victory. That is the only mission the chairman has given to everyone. Behind him, Trungan has always been following closely. Found crossed his arms and commented. He states the obvious too much. The metal-headed guy next to him grumbles uncomfortably. Waiting all this time has worn me out. Are they not here yet? Suddenly Namchan looked ahead and turned around to inform the steel group. Oh, they just arrived! Found, and the metal-headed guy both looked in the direction Namchan was pointing. Kang Yu's group is now marching forward with high spirits, led by Kang Yu with his hands on his hips. His expression is cold and indifferent as he asks in a cold voice, Were you guys here early, waiting all this time? You're late even though you're on top of the game? I'm speechless. F-House stands behind, nodding in agreement. Kang Yu calmly replies, It's fine. We weren't even late. Suddenly, someone greeted in a flirtatious tone that caught Kang Yu's attention. Hello? Da, holding up a bouquet of blue roses towards Kang Yu, winks and introduces himself in the most charming way possible. The second most handsome and cool guy in the world. He's very adorable and charming. And his name is Da. He held out the bouquet and kept talking excitedly with a tense face. I'm a fan of yours. Can we take a picture together? Run kept snapping photos and complimenting him nonstop. Bro, your pose looks amazing, Kang Yu asked helplessly. Lai Huanda stepped beside Kang Yu, posed with his hand and ordered Run to make sure we take many shots together in the same frame. The emotions are also great. Run kept talking nonstop. The emotions are also great. Yu's face suddenly darkened, looking extremely unpleasant. Run said loudly, I think the photos will also be very impressive. Seeing this scene, Rose Stell was furious and muttered angrily, That fool. Black Hen unconsciously, he's so strange. He asked, What is he talking about? Ko Jiao stroked his chin, looking pleased. Oh my, it's already chaotic just at the start. Minin coldly interrupted the conversation, saying, How rude. Are you playing around while lives are on the line? Next to her are Huisun and Sun Chun. As soon as Rose saw Mujin's figure, she was captivated, blushing and shouting sweetly. Mujin Rose excitedly ran towards Mujin. I knew he would come. In response to her enthusiasm, Mujin simply looked at her coldly with disdain and walked away. Mujin coldly declared, I didn't come here to play. I am here in the role of a supervisor to ensure the match is fair. Rose closes her eyes and smiles happily, her hands clasped tightly together. That honesty is what makes him so captivating. Seeing everyone gathered, Namchan finally nodded to signal that it was time. Since everyone was here, let's begin. Chu AC is disappointed to be forgotten. She whispers in frustration, We haven't revealed ourselves yet. I am the boss of the Vinejan group. Boar stood beside him, speechless. The reporters have taken their positions to cover the event, standing on the building to capture the entire match, while Smoker checks the microphone volume. Testing the microphone. Smoker enthusiastically greets and interacts with the entire audience. Hello everyone, I am Smoker, the host of today's festival. She then asked, Can everyone see me clearly on the screen? Trung-Ak pressed her face close to the glass, disbelief at Smoker's appearance. Why is she here? When was she chosen as the MC? Smoker keeps stirring up the atmosphere, the festival everyone has been waiting for. Now we will start the first match. With that, the woman, holding up the program card high. Now I will start introducing the candidates for the championship, beginning with Black Ken, the first fighter from Gadam. The boy fears nothing, a strong man. Black Hen appears on the break hen screen, full of energy. He mutters, I will destroy you. Now I will introduce the next fighter from Neo Senshi, the man who fights for Ujong and Yu with the strongest fists in the world. Guy doesn't look like the fierce Black Ken. Gichi remains silent, stroking his chin. Suddenly he sneered contemptuously and said arrogantly, "This is so boring. He's not even worth my punch." Hearing Gaichi's words made Ben furious. "What?" Ki suddenly asked, catching Pon's attention. "Who is the next opponent?" Gaichi challenges him to shake hands and start right away. His face gradually twisted, his features contorted, and he beckoned with a deep voice. "One is not enough. I need two to be satisfied." On the night before the match, heavy rain was pouring outside the Neo-Senshi Green factory. Inside the building, a voice rang out. Draken, then Python. "Is Sia the third fighter?" The dim light shines through the glass on the table. Namchan says, "Seer, the fourth and final one, is the driver." Manny King also said he thought Cassie was the final fighter. "What do you think about that?" Director Onam Chan, with a cold face, replied, "I don't think he has any plan, but choosing fewer fighters suggests this could be a strategic move." Hearing that, Manini nodded and said, "That makes sense." He picked up the glass of wine on the table and grinned slyly, asking, "So should we plan a little to crush the opponent's spirit in one go?" Outside, the rain still poured heavily but did not drown out their conversation, and Nam Chan replied, "I think showcasing the difference in our strength will be effective." King looked interested. "That's what I wanted. If Gaichi's strength is what I think it is, I believe it's feasible for him to eliminate Black Hand and beyond. That's our plan." Driver takes a sip of water and says, "Red A." I immediately asked, "Are they planning a one-on-one fight?" Kang Yu also spoke up. "Isn't that cheating?" The driver replied to both of them. "Looking at the rules, it doesn't seem so, though." Then Driver tapped on the board behind him. "If that provocateur loses, they'll become a joke. And Bungai, Neil Senshi's next fighter, will have to fight both Black Hen and Python at the same time." Kang Yu stroked his chin with one hand, saying nothing, only thinking that it would be an advantage for them if they win. But if they lose, the next opponent will have to face the penalty. Red Eye crossed his arms and stood beside him, questioning if there was any reason to accept their provocation. Driver responded. "Why do you say no then?" Red Eye continued. "If Black Hand and Python are defeated by whom?" Driver snapped his fingers. "That's what the king thinks will happen." Then he smiled confidently and continued because they had analyzed my data, but the king didn't know that Pion and Black Hand had undergone special training. Wang also said that although one-on-one fights are quite risky, if it's 2 against 1, I can handle it. Driver thought to himself, the real issue now is the choice of Braken and Python. In the burning building, Boksan Vaigai raised 2 fingers, but 1 was not enough. 2 are needed to satisfy me. So he quickly forced a very cunning smile, making Kun and China Na frown. China Na said, "Do you mean you want to fight both of them yourself?" "That's crazy," a shout echoed loudly. "Damn it, how dare you speak up, huh?" Fishhead. Turns out Black Hen is furious, shouting loudly and clenching his fists. Hastily mocking, "It seems like trash doesn't know its place, huh?" That made Black Hen furious and shout, "Shut up! Your way of speaking is too arrogant." Unlike Black Hand, Pon nodded and said, "I agree." This made Black Hand panic and turned to look at Pion, asking, "What are you talking about?" Bon calmly replied, "We will fight him together," and then continued, "This is a match we must win and stake our lives on. We can't miss this opportunity." Bon stepped forward, leaving his backhand behind, and said, "I will take his attack, so use that time to defeat him." It made Black Ken stare in surprise. "What do you say about my opinion on this?" At this moment, Smoker, holding a microphone and a card, announced, "Since both teams agree, the first match will be 2 against 1. She shouted, "Now let's begin." Gaichi quickly rushed at Black Hand and Python with a big smile, making Break grit his teeth and think, "Too fast. He looked so big, but he didn't give them time to react." Now Gaichi is right in front of Pion, ready to throw a punch. Bon silently wondered, aiming at the face. Then Bon quickly raised both arms to block the powerful attack from Gaichi. The attack was obvious. It seemed he didn't cover his entire face, so Gaichi's fist was right at Python's forehead. It slips past, resisting the pain. Gaichi throws a powerful punch to Python's face, then follows up with a series of rapid strikes that leave Python unable to react. Over there in the thick smoke, Pai Hao watched the fight with a sneer. "He's so stupid. Didn't he do his homework on the opponent? Just blocking Gaichi's punch doesn't mean you can stop it completely." Gaichi's skin is very slick, as if covered with oil. Like an eel slipping out of a clenched hand, Gaichi's fist pierces through Python's defense and strikes the target directly. Python still endures Gaichi's punches. He shouted, "So your resistance is good? Is that because you can endure pain? I heard it has a time limit. I'm curious how long you can last." Break. Hen quickly appears to rescue Python, raising his fist and shouting loudly at Gaichi. "Did you forget this is a 2-on-1 fight?" But before you could even touch a single strand of Gaichi's hair, his pointed strike hit your stomach, causing Python pain. Gaichi angrily shouted, "How dare you!" Then he quickly grabbed Python's hair and smiled happily. This is so funny. Gaichi threw Pion forcefully against the wall. That bastard Gi turned around and smirked at Python, saying, "You're always behind me, huh?" Surprised, Python threw a punch and shouted, "Your useless skills don't work on me." Feehound here is flicking his ear. The battle's been one-sided for so long, they still aren't enough. The guy next to him also spoke up. Shouldn't he be done by now? He's dragging out the fight too long. Then Faiho's eyes glance over to Kongyu on the other side, puzzled. How can he be so calm? His fighter is being beaten, but he shows no emotion at all. Did he know from the start he would abandon the first match? As the fierce battle rages on, Gaichi has the upper hand over both of them. He delivers a powerful kick to Piton's head, saying, "Die, useless." Behind him, Black Hen rushes forward and shouts loudly, "Don't be arrogant." That bastard's name, but Guy quickly saw it and sneered. Gaichi grabbed Python's ankle and said, "I am not that great." Then he threw Pon and Black H away, but they were too weak and too boring. This made Guy notice that it was J. Stell. She yawned and asked when it would be finished, while DA on the other side was focused on her phone, waiting for her turn later. Seeing Black Hen lying scattered on the ground, Gaichi realized the viewers were getting bored. He quickly decided to do something more interesting, smiling maliciously as he raised his foot to finish breaking off. "Die!" Suddenly, Pon rushed in and hugged Gaichi, catching him off guard. But Gaichi also smirked confidently. This body wouldn't be caught. A surprisingly loud voice suddenly rang out. "Hey, fishhead, do you think we didn't prepare anything when fighting someone like you? Is that Black Hen?" He stood up suddenly, surprising Gaichi. Black Hen raises both hands in front of Gaichi and laughs. "I've equipped the super-strong adhesive made by Driver." Seeing that, Jose hesitantly asked, "What is that thing he's holding?" "Did DTA say the gloves are absorbent?" But still looking very proud, "It won't change anything even if we wear it," Bond said with a smile. "This is now our strength." Black Hand's iron gloves with their powerful source of energy are floating in midair, controlled by him and called the divine gloves of Get. Braken also smiles confidently. Now it's time to finish this. Bond still held Gaichi tightly. Break Hand shouted loudly, "Take this." A surge of German Swaki power shot straight through Gi, making him stagger. Gaichi now looks panicked by what is happening. Breakhand unleashes the power from his deathly glove and slowly flies over, shouting loudly, "It's now or never." Black Hen with his great strength, his fist smashing straight down where Gaichi is lying, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. Both Chuak and Poer are stunned and exclaim, "It hit!" After the smoke cleared, it became clear that Black Hen's punch had missed Gaichi because it was dodged. Braken was very surprised, wondering how he managed to avoid the attack. Before Black Hand could think, Gaichi pushed him away. Seeing that, Pon rushed in and shouted, "I won't let you escape." But Gaichi was still a step faster, quickly aiming for Python's head. Then he suddenly opened his foul-smelling mouth to reveal shark-like sharp teeth and bit straight into Python's shoulder, causing him to scream in pain. "Rose, why are you just standing outside disgusted, wasting time with those scrawny guys?" Seeing Python bitten, Black Hen quickly rushed over to that bastard. Guy quickly threw his divine kick, but it was easily dodged by Black Hen, catching him completely off guard. Then Guy immediately delivered a punch to the bastard Ben's shoulder. Black Hen also kicked him in the face, shouting loudly. Feehausa wonders if Gidi got hit. Is it because of that suction cup? It's quite surprising that he immediately counterattacked. His recovery ability and toughness are beyond normal. Seeing the advantage shift, Viton also stood up and punched Gaichi, then strengthened his left hand with muscle. A punch sent Gaichi flying away, and chose to go. Seeing this, Chuak was delighted. "We will win." Hearing that, Poor was stunned. "Really? It's still too early to be happy." Fai Hao remains calm. "You have angered the beast, now you must pay the price." This leaves Chuak, who was just beaming, now silent and confused. After that blow, Gaichi still seems unharmed. He sneered and said, "Winning, huh?" His eyes widened, showing his anger. Gaichi quickly stood up and declared, "I will crush your bones into powder at Frenzy in the Lampus Korea branch." It seems to be lunchtime now, so everyone is heading to the cafeteria to eat. Round Galato asked who was winning, and then sat down next to the tray of food. Ri looked at his phone to follow the match. The fight was quite close. Both sides are fighting fiercely. Galato, hearing that, said, "It seems to be a battle of endurance." Z replies, "No." Then he continues, "Piton is holding his ground against a furious villain, almost evenly matched. Are they going crazy?" "Yes, that is his awakening state." Ri answered him. Then Ri added, "Even if they are not sure to win, they fight very bravely." On the phone screen, Paiyun is fighting Gaichi fiercely. Both of them throw punches at each other's faces, causing Paiyun to start staggering. Seeing that, Gaichi was about to throw another punch and said, "Die." But a force came at him from Black Hen, yet Gaichi fought back fiercely. Luckily, Black Hen remains standing after that blow, gasping for breath as he looks at Gaichi. At this point, Kangyu and Moros are also watching the fight, quietly thinking that he's doing very well but reaching his limit. Then he says, both sides are exhausted. His stamina has dropped after losing control. Gaichi is also quite tired now, wondering why these guys haven't collapsed yet. Why? Why is that? Kangyu continued speaking to Moros. Of course, both Piton and Black Hen are in pretty bad shape. Their current abilities are thanks to the training lock they underwent earlier. They have surpassed the data we collected. The opponent must be really surprised to see Piton and Black Hen still full of life after the battle. Guy is furious and going crazy. They look like they want to fight again. Black Hen's gaze remains steady in front of Guy. They're really crazy. Gaichi frowned and looked to the other side. Both Jose Stel and Darkstar remained silent. Nam-chan and the armored man also fell silent, and the atmosphere grew unusually tense. Nam-chan let out a deep sigh, and Gaichi took notice. Suddenly, Gaichi spoke. Stop, this surprises Pawn. Gaichi then said, I lost. You've won, and turned away, leaving Black Hand confused and shouting, What are you saying? Smoker also announced on the mic that Guy has conceded defeat in this match, meaning the first victory goes to Ben and Python. This announcement stunned both of them. Sack and the others cheered. We won. Those two bastards really won. Chu and Pointer here are just as happy. She congratulates them on their victory. Kangyu also praises them for doing well, but Black Ken is still confused about what's happening and asks what's going on. It's like they just left in the middle. Bon spoke from behind. For the next match, Kangyu continued, There's no reason for you two to fight with your bodies like that anymore. You should rest. I will join the second match. Smoker also took the mic to announce, We will immediately proceed to the second match. Contestants for the second match, please gather at the center. While F was still cursing Gaichi after the previous match, the idiot with the fish head on the other side was called out by Kangyu. Come here quickly, I have a proposal for you. That makes Fai Hao wonder. Then Kangyu added, One is not enough. At this moment, Fai Hao was all surprised by Kangyu's words. The iron helmet looked suspicious. Kangyu continued, 4 of you need to oppose me to make it interesting. DTA widened his eyes. Rose frowned in annoyance at Kangyu's words, and seeing that, he challenged, Everyone come at me. Sang-chun was also surprised. What did you just say? Chu-Assi suddenly exploded in anger, shouting loudly. This crazy guy, while Power just stood there trying to hold back his laughter. Rose waved her hand arrogantly. If this is a joke, it's quite funny. Kangyu quickly interrupted. It sounds like a joke even though I'm telling the truth, huh? Let me say it again. Slowly and clearly. All of you, go at once. Hearing Kangyu say that, Jose Stel gritted his teeth in anger. This crazy bastard. Not letting Jate keep cursing, DAR steps forward with arrogance. It would be very rude for DAR to refuse that kindness. Seeing F-House sigh, the armored man behind spoke up. There's no need to keep your pride forever. F-House looked down at DTA and asked, So are we going to interrogate this guy? DTA replied to him. If Can says so, then just do it. And they all turned to look at Jozel standing behind. She shouted in anger, What are you looking at? DTA quietly thought that, as expected, the proud lady Rose Steele would not participate. This is also fine. Rose crossed her arms and looked at them with annoyance, while Jana and Dita, with satisfied expressions, thought to themselves that they didn't expect this to happen. But no matter what, if they won, they could save Can from Sister Rose. Over on the other side of the arena, Black Hen and Python are resting after the previous match. Black Hen asks if everything is okay this time. Bon is drinking water nearby, probably planning something. Smoker walks over to the arena and asks, Do we really have a 3-on-1 match? Yes, the next match will be 3 against 1, with both sides agreeing. She started shouting, beginning the second fight. Back when we were planning the battle strategy, Kangyu said, If they provoke us with a 1 versus 2, then the next match I will retaliate with a 1 versus 4. Mozost looked at him in surprise. Everyone was shocked and asked, 1 against 4, are you crazy? But on the contrary, Driver seems very interested. Oh, that sounds good. Red A, I looked at Driver with confusion after hearing that, and Driver explained each of them is extremely strong. That's the truth. Although individually strong, their teamwork skills are below average. Driver calmly drinks water and continues speaking. They have never trained together as a team, so their ability to cooperate is probably non-existent. The truth is, they might even overshadow the other in a real match. Despite having many advantages, they will fail due to poor teamwork. Hearing that, everyone in red was deep in thought. At this moment, Driver turned to Kangyu and asked, Is that the strategy you're aiming for? He replied, Simply put, I think it would be more effective to defeat everyone at once rather than one by one. Driver sighed. That makes sense. Then he continued. The problem is with J-Stel, she's really strong, but her pride is very high. She probably won't participate. Kang Yu replied. Maybe. Then Driver confirmed, I guarantee it will definitely be a 3-on-1 match. Back to the fight, Kang Yu silently predicted that Driver's guess was correct. Then he said, 4 against 1 is fine too. Over on the other side, F House looked confused. What should we do now? Should I go first, or follow the order of age? The guy in the hat said, It doesn't matter who goes first. Fei House then turned around. Are you all crazy? Kang Yu said. If it were me, I'd rush in all at once. Don't be stupid and decide the order like that. Have you never fought as a team before? Hearing that, DSTA gave him a thumbs up. That's a trick. Kazi Kang Yu replied coldly. If it continues like this, you'll be defeated in 3 seconds. Hearing him say that, the guy with the hat sneered sarcastically. 3 seconds, that's ridiculous. It's not even funny. F-Hound simply sighed and then spoke. I can't take it anymore. F-House angrily stepped forward. I will burn you with my own hands. Lichngang, taikang une sang benkia. F-House tuchgian tung shuda hoa long kich hetlon. You can't escape. F-House tunka hoa long kich Fury Dragon S, but Kang Yu easily dodged the attack. Kang Yu saw the anger in F-Ho-Hao and teased him. Crazy dog, so hot-tempered, calling him hot dog fits perfectly. This made F-House even angrier, even more furious. He hates being called hot dog. F-House shouted loudly as his fiery power erupted even more. Not hot dog, but fire cannon. Then he threw a punch, rushing quickly at Kang Yu, cursing. Damn it. But Kang Yu uses a clone technique to move at incredible speed, making all of F-House's attacks miss. Damn dog. Then Kang Yu soared into the air. Hey, hot dog, you sarcastic bastard, you still know how to bark. F-House was knocked away by Kang Yu's punch. Kang Yu continued rushing towards Found, shouting, You are the weakest among the 8 managers, right? The weakest one gets eliminated first. Then Kang Yu raises his fist. Suddenly, the helmeted guy appears, blocking the attack with his spear. The helmeted guy says, You're too noisy. Are you trying to provoke me? After finishing, he uses the power of his iron gloves and throws a powerful punch. Ironfish approaches Kang Yu and says loudly, It won't work. Kang Yu crashes into the nearby wall with a strong blow. Suddenly, DTA appears, surrounding him on 3 sides inside the wall. DTA smirks. Stay calm. It's just a trap. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a punch toward Kang Yu, but luckily he quickly moved out of the way. Kang Yu still couldn't believe his eyes. Was it an illusion or a summoning spell? Before Kang Yu could think further, Dista's clone quickly rushed in from 3 directions. You won't escape. I'm here too. Dasta still wears a bright smile. Let's stop here without any trouble. This is all a fan service. Moat speaks up. Be careful, Kya-An. We're surrounded on all sides. Kang Yu suddenly glances to the side. Get out of the way. Found is rushing toward Kang Yu. I will never forgive you. I will burn you to ashes. Phi House's face now looks very resentful. He shouts, My pride, my claws have all been violated. As he finished speaking, Fundo unleashed a tremendous surge of power, a roar of flames burning fiercely. Seeing the overwhelming strength, Dita looked panicked and annoyed. He's really crazy, burn it out, my clone is also being attacked by it. But it seems Fundo doesn't care, and now looks filled with wild satisfaction as he laughs loudly. That's a good flame. Kang Yu's voice echoes through the fierce fire, perfect for roasting marmallow. The iron helmet was amazed, and Kang Yu continued, A small flame is always devoured by a bigger fire. That's the law. Then he extended his iron hand. This kind of flame doesn't affect me at all. Then Kang Yu appeared without a single wound on his body, as if Fundus's power meant nothing to him. This made Fundus open his eyes wide in surprise and wonder, What is this? How can I not give Fundo time to think? Kang Yu said. Now surely you have all shown your full strength. There is no reason to hesitate anymore. The power from his gloves begins to erupt. Now it is my strength. The iron-faced man throws a steel punch, creating sparks of gold like flames, arrogantly sneering, full of reckless bravado. When his punch hits a point, the ground shatters and a dark aura pierces through. The iron-faced guy turns his head, thinking unpredictably, so fast. Where did he jump to? His teammate in the iron helmet F points above. Kang Yu, high above, watches the 2 enemies battling in the raging tornado. Darkstar raises his 5 fingers upward. I am determined to catch him. He uses the Devil Hen technique to try to control Kang Yu. The dark evil hands hold firm, refusing to lower. He is surrounded by a dark purple aura, looking a bit hesitant. Darkstar clenched his fist and thought with relief. All right. Kang trone hung bao hon, raleningien nat han hu mut kon moidi. Bong hien mut giong noi fatra to fies au langen, I lan giong laplai ngien nat muiha. Kang Yu's punch comes straight at him, Fee House is holding his ground, but droplets of red water keep splashing out non-stop. He delivers a decisive strike directly at his opponent's groin, even joking that it's for a hot dog. He frowns, trying his best to focus intensely. The yellow-faced assassin charges at both of them with his arms wide open. Iron swing blade, a chain appears in the air, stretching tight before releasing it downward. This is what it looks like on the shadowy chains. The gold-eyed, iron-faced man is spun around by the coiling chains. But suddenly he broke free from the rope, and the two of them continued fighting fiercely. Fragments from the ongoing conflict keep falling apart. The yellow-eyed guy secretly admits he's too strong, even his steel arm feels aching. Kang Yu once again throws his punch, asking if he's defended well enough. Fee House rushes toward him like flying, clearly furious, while Kang Yu is still using his strength to push another guy away from the beam. Fee House's fiery punch barely grazed Kang Yu, but he remained calm as he shouted in pain. Almost immediately, Kang Yu's hand struck him from behind with incredible force. The moment he punched him, everything around changed. The ground cracked and shattered, and the aura of blue light radiated from the gloves with enchanting power. Seeing this, Darkstar curled his hands and cheered excitedly. Casey looks so cool, so exciting. Rose is not happy, scolding, "Are you crazy? Why are you laughing at him?" A dark aura slowly rises. He grinned cunningly and nonchalantly said, "If you've enjoyed the show, you should pay the price, right?" His body and DTA state changed, and a dark aura enveloped him. "Yes, that's Phantom Assassin, the Shadow Assassin." He smirked, his eyes gleaming with pride. With all my affection, he channels his energy, strikes fiercely with his finger, and the star-shaped illusions are immediately launched to attack. Quan Kang watches Tam's every move and sighs. This is troublesome. Each Shadow Blade on Shadow BR, Dista unleashes fierce waves of power forward. He moves with strength and agility, twisting his body confidently, shouting in triumph as he disperses. The star-eyed dummies rush forward, but he doesn't show any sign of backing down and uses a different technique. Shadow BR. Not yet. Today, my puppet images have been shattered. The relentless attacks created unbelievable rings of light. Dar shouted, "No, my soldiers." All he could see were a few blinding white streaks as the attack turned the surrounding rocks into fragments. He sat down in horror as the attacks caused chaos all around. F. House wiped the corner of his mouth with his hand, muttering curses under his breath. The chairman said not to kill anyone if possible. He uses controlling flames, his face full of malice. "Do you think I care? I will burn you all to ashes." His assistant warned him to be careful as he seemed about to use his ultimate technique. As expected, Found unleashed his strongest fire attack on everything around him. The unpredictable hellfire Super Pig must. He laughs with great pleasure. Kang Yu chuckled dismissively. "You're still far from enough." Facing the terrifying sea of flames right in front of him, he and Maz remained calm and didn't forget to mock that F. House's attack was just a tiny spark. Then suddenly he became serious, gathering his strength to make the surrounding air burst into blue flames, unleashing a powerful counterattack that would only be swallowed by an even larger fire. Heophi Hellfire. Boom! The two flames collided fiercely, but before long the red fire of F. House was completely devoured by the blue flames. That surprised him greatly, his eyes wide open, and still the flames continued to rush toward Fund. With no other choice, he could only reach out his hand to barely block the flames and shout it out loud. Watching from the sidelines, Jose Stell's face turned extremely grim. She has confirmed the rumors about Kang Yu's firepower, using fire, so the rumors are true. Suddenly, Kang Yu was attacked by the Iron Helmet's attack move. Iron Cannon fires its cannon. The Iron Mask keeps matching moves with him, while he continuously strikes back using incredible speed and the Shadow attribute to dodge, making it impossible for the Iron Man to land an attack. Making the Iron Man marvel at your talent, both dark and fire attributes. That's quite a talent. Kang Yu also doesn't get arrogant and responds, "I'm just a little special." Kang Yu puts all his strength into his left hand and unleashes his most powerful move on the ironclad guy, burning through the darkness of Dark Ignition. But he still easily blocks with both hands without any harm, making even him praise him quite impressively, leaving him speechless. Both stand face to face, ready for battle, the air still thick with the smell of gunpowder. Something feels off. At this moment, the iron-hatted guy kept thinking and calculating. His opponent was too fast and clever, far beyond the data I had. He looked at Darkstar sitting there, trembling, pale, with blank eyes, and thought about how F. House had been defeated while Darkstar was in that state. Then he focused on the decisive battle and made the ultimate move. I have to stop him. Maximum output, peak power. Iron swing over here, Kang Yu calmly unleashes a completely simple move, Sad Head Brie. take him down. The iron-helmeted guy was very confident, attacking and showing off at the same time, made from a special type of steel, hundreds of times stronger, even capable of withstanding a tank missile. The two attacks collided, creating a tremendous shockwave that shot straight up into the sky like a giant pillar holding up the heavens. Everyone nearby felt the terrifying shockwave from the two attacks of Kang Yu and the Iron Helmet, suddenly overwhelmed with fear and sweating, each showing a different expression, until it all ended with the Iron Helmet's arm being severed, forcing him to kneel and use his remaining hand to hold his severed arm as a phase of lost confidence. We lost. Facing an imminent victory, Kang Yu remains calm and emotionless, as if everything was already inevitable from the start. At this moment, your image is being broadcast live to Manny King, who is sitting back enjoying a glass of wine in his hand, observing everything and making remarks. It's an unexpected development that he won so easily in a 3-on-1 fight and completely dominated the battle. Should we stop the match? Besides, isn't it amazing that the little gray horse keeps winning like this? That's right. The betting guys must be furious now. Kim Director also reported to Man Min that we have received numerous complaints claiming our side is fixing the match. Seeing that report, his finger also tapped the chair in thought. Match fixing, huh? I understand why you think that way. As he gently swirled his glass of wine, his mind was also pondering the rapid growth of the Khan tumor. He has become stronger compared to when he fought me, even showing surprise and doubt at how quickly he's developed. It's incredible how much he's grown in just 15 days. Could it be? Maybe he was hiding his strength during the fight with me last time, and then he proposed this theory. You hid your strength during the fight with him, Nemni, and drank your wine quite arrogantly, but you should also remember the previous battle. Last time he also didn't reveal his fire control ability throughout history. It's very rare to find a villain or a villain with dual attributes. A rare individual with dual attributes, a solid foundation, and keen combat senses, right? Then Manin commented that Kang Yu is indeed an extraordinary element, but suddenly his train of thought came to a halt. Wait a moment, Kasi Xian. At this moment, Director Kim pulls him back from his inner thoughts to reality. Should the chairman implement preventive measures or not? CEOO is waiting for the chairman's instructions without hesitation. Manny still says to continue. He propped his chin with his hand and continued into his inner world, dismissing his fleeting thoughts as unreasonable and somewhat arrogant. But resurrection only exists in legends, found only in ancient writings. Even if it were possible, that soul would never be whole again. There is nothing in this world that I won't have to pay for. Take my hand, Joe. Continuing in this battle, Kang Yu still stands firm with Modot expressionless while the referee keeps talking about him. In this 3-on-1 battle, Kasi proved his overwhelming strength. Hearing this, Breakhen cheered excitedly. That's more like it. Finish off that crazy woman and we'll win. Hoi-sun and China also couldn't stop praising him, while Sang-chun, still in shock, didn't know what to say. He's amazing. I can't stop praising him. The result exceeded all expectations. Did Hoi-sun also ask China if they anticipated this? Did you foresee this outcome? Mujin, she immediately replied. Of course I trained him, so I know. At the final match, just as the referee was speaking, she broke the game with Stell and stretched her arms, ready to enter the battle. Annoying. Those fools will force me to get involved. Do you feel happy now? Enjoy that joy while it lasts. And then Jose Stale became dangerous, suggesting everyone team up because she could take on all three herself. I also have a proposal. Let everyone else go first. I will fight all three at once. But Kang Yu stood firm against her, refusing outright and confidently saying he could defeat her on his own. I refuse. I will defeat her myself. But she also warned you that you would regret it. Kang Yu immediately retorted that she was the one who should regret not joining the three of them earlier. Rose laughed while clutching her stomach, dismissing his arrogant words as a joke. Hoi Hana, qu'il a trop d'avoithoi. And then her claws grew longer and sharper, making her words more ruthless and cruel. Her face exuded a colder, more dangerous aura. You're really a fool. Picking on the weak makes you lose your mind, huh? She issues a threat. I will crush your net to teach you a lesson. The two face each other, the tense atmosphere thickening, with Yu still calm and unchanging, while Steele looks eager to tear him apart. Suddenly, Smoker's voice breaks the silence. Oh no, sorry about that. Can we start now? Both are ready. Let's proceed, thank you. And so, the battle begins. Will Cassie's winning streak continue or not? With Manny King's approval, Chunger relayed the signal from Chairman Nam Chan. Okay, got it. The final match, the decisive battle between Cassie and Jose Stelchu, shout out to win. The third match begins. Both of them stood facing each other, neither making a move yet. At this moment, Kangu Mozot nearby reminded him that the two were exchanging signals without anyone noticing. Maybe you think I talk a lot, but this girl is on a different level compared to the previous opponents. He also replied that he knew I knew she was a top-tier player, so the outcome is still hard to predict. I'll be honest and admit it, I already know. Kong Yuji confidently clenched his fist and said, but now I am much stronger than before. His eyes grew determined and confident. This fight is just a stepping stone to surpass mankinding. I am sure I will win. Rose muttered to herself, starting to lose patience. Why are you just muttering alone instead of charging forward? You're quite surprised that she let you attack first. She wants me to attack first, huh? Rose, showing her coldness, clearly expects to let you attack first. Of course, after using all her strength to fight the weak, she also worries that you might be too exhausted to fight her now. She also seems to tease you. If she defeats you too quickly, people will talk a lot. They will criticize me for beating a weak and exhausted opponent too harshly. See? Even if I beat you, it would still be a loss for me, he said with his arms crossed. Don't worry, that will never happen. Just relax. Then I pulled out an orange-colored orb. I've prepared a few backup items just in case. Rose looked surprised. You're not planning to swallow it, are you? To answer her question, Kong Yu bit into the orange energy orb to break it. Nothing better than this to restore stamina and magical energy. Even Chu-Ak was stunned and frowning at his greedy actions, as even low-level demon stones cost billions. So he just chewed it like that? Jose Stel's face turned ugly with anger as he pointed at him. Does this break the rules? I'll tease him back without hesitation. If you're jealous, why don't you make a few moves? Then he suddenly attacks her without hesitation, catching her off guard. All right, this is the first punch. He immediately launches his attack directly at Rose Stale, setting the surrounding area ablaze in a hellish inferno. Hellfire? No way. Smoker comments in amazement about his technique. The flames are truly impressive, a powerful move right from the start. But then, a voice from within the flames sounded, surprising Kong Yu slightly, saying that starting with such a strong attack was a good idea, and then around him, rose petals floated, while thorny vines sprouted into a blooming thorny rose from the ground. With her words still echoing, especially her fire attribute skill, he looked up at the rose, hearing Stale's voice coming from it. So you've prepared well to fight me, haven't you? The rose flower gradually grew larger, revealing her face with a big grin. Suddenly, Rose Astu opened her eyes wide, her face contorting as she challenged Kong Yu. You thought I would suffer defeat against fire attribute, huh? I was right. Suddenly, with the fastest speed, he immediately launched a straight punch into the flower on Steel's face without any mercy, destroying the delicate bloom. And then she acts like she already knew all my plans? Oh no, she knows everything. He didn't stop. He kept punching her in the face repeatedly. Give her another blow. Finally, Steel looked angry. That's enough. A sudden voice came from behind, causing Kong Yu to turn around. Roses kept rising from the ground, each with her face, attacking a sweet girl in the face. It's a crime. It's cowardly. Rose was truly angry and immediately judged him. The faces within each flower became terrifying, with sunny smiles and mesmerizing eyes. A cruel judgment for the wicked and brutal, pinning him down with sharp thorns and draining all his blood. Yes, I agree. Her face appears countless times, certain that Kang Yu will never find her. Who I really am, you'll never know. But she doesn't know that he has Hach relying on Mazo, making it easy for him to locate her. Modot knows where the true body is, receiving a definite answer, okay. He no longer hesitated and directly attacked Jose Stel's true form, only to hear a piercing scream echoing out. Kong Yu aimed at J Stel and launched her attack, but she jumped back easily and dodged it. Standing in the air, she looked down at him with a smug smile. Rose smugly stuck out her tongue, teasing him, thinking he could never hit her. Do you think you can actually land a hit on me? Then suddenly Rose Steel swooped down from the sky and attacked him at incredible speed, also praising Kang Yu. But you're pretty good too. How did you know it was me? He replied to her with a nonchalant remark before attacking, causing Stale to freeze and also succeed in angering her because she is the worst of the bunch. So rude, huh? Suddenly, a rose appeared from under his arm, the very flower she had given him, catching him off guard because he had guessed her true form and attacked. But since you attacked me, I will give you a reward and then unleash an artistic explosion of rose bombs, roses flying everywhere. Even Rose Stale can't help but praise the fiery blaze I created, powerful and majestic, yet for Kang Yu, the master of hellfire, that little impact is just child's play. He then launches a skill to tear through the flames straight at her, mocking Jose Stale. She quickly reacts, jumping high to dodge the deadly attack, surprised that he can still survive after taking her move. Oh, you're still alive. Suddenly a chain made of darkness wraps around her arm, startling her and leaving no time to react. If you're not serious, Kang Yu swings the chain hard and charges straight at her, warning her that if she doesn't give her all and take it seriously, she'll regret it. But who is Jose Stale? How can an arrogant villain like her take his threat seriously? She just laughed and struck back. You regretful Kang Yu, huh? She swung the thorny vines at him, laughing and telling him to keep going and struggle more. But he simply dodged all of them and kept charging straight at Zale. She was startled, her eyes wide with surprise. By the time she reacted, he had already delivered a kick straight into her leg. Not finished yet, with incredible speed, he delivered a forearm strike to Rose Stale's stomach, causing her to crash into the wall and shatter rocks in immense pain, her face dark and struggling. Seeing this scene from outside, Black Hand was excited, with a very happy expression, unable to hold back, clenching his fists. Got her. Kang Yu smirked, gripping the chain tightly, ready to strike the next blow, still not done yet. At this moment, Jose Stell, hearing this, looked at the chain still wrapped tightly around her arm, his face filled with disbelief and confusion. He swung the chain around her, creating a tornado. Her eyes rolled back, and she could only scream as he, looking handsome, pulled the chain to slam her into the buildings. Goodbye. Stuck to the building, Stell grits his teeth. Kajin thought she would get angry, but a smile crept up her lips, showing she was extremely excited. Soon she entered the second state. I will tear you apart in fury. The scene shifts to buildings in Gadam Gubanoni. On a computer screen, videos are being replayed, just uploaded, and already attracting a large number of reactions. Comments are pouring in continuously with sensational headlines. Should I tell you about the lies on the public television channel? A statement from a prestigious student at the promising Miss Flag Training Academy, revealing for the first time whether any forces are behind the slander against Gadam Vi. A hand is quickly typing out sensational headlines to attract viewers, so please make sure to like, subscribe, and share this video widely. It's none other than Zambet, still working on the computer with his face covered as the next file is sent by driver. At this moment, a fierce explosion shakes everything, causing Zambet to turn pale with panic and shout out loud. What's going on? What's going on? What's happening? Outside, with Rattel and Genshi appearing, it all seems so ordinary. Is this really an important mission? So it was just theft after all? I should have swapped with Bungai back then. Along with a group of people with grim faces looking extremely annoyed. Look at them. Their faces are just like monkeys eating chili. Then Genchi suddenly spoke up. How is it over there? Next to her, Lens Girl is using her skill to search for something. Nothing special, she just needs to find the trap, and that's it. She continued using her skill while talking. I'm searching for a teleportation jamming device, but haven't found it. Yet looks like we'll have to go deeper. Everyone around overheard the conversation and asked what's inside. Lens Girl patiently replied, It's probably Driver's personal workshop, so what's inside? Her face smiled confidently, surely holding a treasure trove of data. Hearing that, Rattel smirked and rubbed his chin. So a data vault, huh? Then he gave orders to his gang. Everyone's face was extremely excited and fierce. He also cracked his knuckles, sped up, and finished this quickly. Come on, you guys go ahead, Lensger said as they rushed toward the buildings. There's a map here. Should I split up and take different areas? But no one listens, only Genchi-Chi responds to her. Forget it, they're not the type to follow the plan. That group is rushing toward the buildings. Just destroy everything. Everything was going smoothly when suddenly an explosion erupted near them, catching Lensgun, Genchi, and Rattel off guard. And then a voice suddenly echoed with footsteps approaching the crowd, knowing this was going to happen. And then comes a sarcastic remark. As soon as the treaty ends, those little rats will always find their way in. With that cool and stylish appearance, it's clearly the driver showing up, and of course, the cleanup crew always has to be there. The driver was caught off guard and asked, Why are you here? And Lensgun and Genshi are calmer. Is he really a driver? It seems so. So who is that guy in Boksanjan district? Meanwhile, in Boksan district, driver really is my owner. Keep going. Then comes the Q&A session between Lensgun and driver. Are you also planning for us to take action? I've been smelling some foul stench ever since that old man challenged me. What would the fight look like if you were here? He's confident because he's got guts, isn't he? Genshi also interjected. Do you mean C will defeat Jose Saint? Then Lens Girl added a sarcastic remark. I can't believe you actually think you're so smart. I'm smart, that's why I said so. The driver issues a warning. So can you all leave quietly? But LG still confidently asked again. Is that a request? 2 warnings, the driver also emphasized, clearly making it a warning. After finishing, Rail let out a sarcastic laugh. How amusing. A warning? Who are you to speak up? Then Rail ordered his men to charge, and he and his team rushed in like a dam breaking to take down that bastard. They all shouted and rushed to surround the driver from all directions without any blind spots. Then suddenly he moved, activating his skill while still appearing calm, raising his weapon in an attack stance towards you, then quickly struck Rathel's henchmen hard, causing some to be hit, some to be thrown away, and even making one shed tears. Do you not understand what the warning means? Rathel looks extremely terrified, eyes wide open. The driver still stands there with a cool pose, as if everything just happened was as simple as killing mosquitoes. If you don't know, you need to learn, and I will teach you step by step. Over here, Genshi turned to ask Lensgun. Is there a variable in the plan? Have you reported the situation here yet? Lensgun already called and is waiting for a response. Why are you shouting and waiting for a reply? Stop messing around. He then smiled dangerously, then confidently fires a rapid shot at driver. This bastard belongs to me. Don't interfere. Suddenly, a beam of light shot so quickly that Rail couldn't react in time. Looking back, the smell of soy sauce on his arm had spread everywhere. His face darkened, and his eyes showed surprise as he could only groan. Driver stomps on the ground and speaks. Fools always end up smashing their own feet with stones. Driver prepares to unleash his next skill, ignoring the warning that it will cost him his life. The two stand face to face. The tension is extremely high. Rael, wounded in one arm, trembling with bloodstains soaking through, but still trying to look arrogant. I enjoy this feeling of shivering. Then, suddenly he laughed, spreading his legs and arms to perform a healing skill that completely healed the wound on his arm. Driver remained calm and emotionless. Healing factor. Seeing that, he smirked arrogantly and said, I am immortal. Then he confidently bares his fangs and claws, revealing that the demon warrior skill dominating the northern region is mine. W over here remains as calm as ever, making a judgment. There must be a limit to the regeneration, right? That seemingly simple statement suddenly made Rel panic and open his eyes wide as he looked back to see countless guns aimed directly at him from Driver, a phrase that sounded completely normal coming from him. Then I guess I should reveal my real trump card a little, making Rel turn pale and shout in panic. Wait a minute, what are those things? Seeing that, Genshi also drew his sword, ready to respond to Rathel. Lensgirl remains calm, her face unchanged as she observes everything. With that level of firepower, Rathel won't be able to handle it alone. There are also stars in the sky. But Mr. Rel still pretends he can handle everything and charges at the driver like a madman. I don't need help. This level of difficulty doesn't scare me. Seeing that, the driver still calmly aimed the cannons at Rael lying on the grass and issued the order to fire. The beams of light targeted every part of his body without missing a spot. He still smiled, but inside he was momentarily startled. When the beam of light reached his face, he only managed to grimace and mutter, "Ah, that crown." And then the sound of explosive art echoed loudly. Seizing the opportunity, Genshi leapt into the air, looking up at the driver above him with a start, but quickly took action to attack Genshi. The gears fly straight at Genshi at incredible speed, but he calmly deflects them with his spinning gear skill, though inside he's anything but relaxed. My head hurts to the bone. Genshi's sword hand trembles, yet he uses the skill so effortlessly. The driver then swings his enormous weapon, leaping onto Genshi and using a counter skill that startles Genshi. Mega Screwdriver. He swings his weapon down forcefully at Genshi. Luckily, Genshi managed to turn back and block the sword in front of his chest, but he was still shot down and pinned to the ground. Clever. At this moment, Genshi's mouth was bleeding, and Dung's body was trembling with pain. Genshi struggled to push the sword into the ground, gritting his teeth and trying to stand up. Seeing is believing. Truly impressive. Worthy of the chairman's recognition. Are you still able to endure? Maybe my sincerity still isn't enough? Then he continued to unleash his skill, warning Genshi this time to be more careful. You might die. I've never used my full power before, so I don't know how strong it really is. Then suddenly he froze, recalling, "Oh, I think I tried that 5 years ago." Suddenly, a sound rang out in the middle of the battle. "Excuse me, may I ask about this for a moment?" That was an order from above. It surprised him that she blocked the attack earlier without any sign of effort. Looking at Lensgun's smiling face, he thought that girl was not an ordinary person. Then the two started to talk and exchange words. "You ignore the warning and now want to negotiate? Clever. We will extend the contract without interfering with Gadam." But he's not satisfied yet, is he? Then his face turns dangerous. "Look around. You've already caused chaos everywhere. Are you planning to leave without any compensation? You also need to compensate for the mental damages suffered by those in John's position." Lensgun still smiled gently and replied, "Of course we'll compensate everything, really? I swear on the name of Neo Senshi. Standing above, a bowman retracted his bow and said, "Okay, that old man is a bit tricky, but his words carry weight. I don't even know where to start attacking." Finally, after the agreement, Driver allowed them to leave quickly. "You have 5 minutes. Take those guys with you and disappear immediately." At Banvone returned to the battle. How was the fight going? Rose had completely fallen into a frenzy, rushing to attack intensely. She swung her claws, aiming to tear him apart, but he bent down to dodge. "Die!" Then he quickly counterattacked with a punch straight into Rose Stell's stomach. "Did you just try to kill me?" Not only that, he delivered a high kick that sent her flying straight into the sky. If you want to deal with someone like this, you have to fight like this. After taking the kick, she spun in the air and landed on the ground, not forgetting to curse out loud. "You bastard." Suddenly, an old memory flashes in Jose Stua's mind. The dark images in her mind prevent her from focusing on the fight. That memory. Seeing that, Kang Yu launched a surprise attack while she was distracted, catching her off guard and leaving her no time to react. Why was she so distracted? Rose launched her attack skill, and without hesitation, she only managed to raise her hands and wrap vines around her defense against his assault. Ditya was startled and broke out in a sweat, unable to believe what he was seeing. If she gets pushed back, both Haisun and China are also amazed by Kang Yu's strength. It's truly incredible. Casey's assault overwhelmed even the crazed Jose Stell unexpectedly, surpassing him in technique, strength, and speed. At this moment, Kang Yu lands on the ground, looking ahead as Steel is wrapped in thorny vines like a cocoon. Next to him, Mo exclaims in amazement, "Nice defense." Suddenly, the thorn cocoon burst open, and a smile appeared from inside. Rose is now extremely dangerous. Her body is trembling violently. It's fun to be pushed back this far. Her eyes have become vacant, her face distorted, her body like a chaos zone, and she says, "I thought there was no one besides the old man who could amuse me this much." Kang Yu also blurted out, as if until now you still underestimated me. Momo suddenly spoke. "I'm not joking." She was sweating as she looked at Steel. That girl's magical power was increasing rapidly. Namchan also realized something. This is the second awakening. At this moment, Rose has completed her cocoon and is performing a ballet pose like a doll, emanating a dangerous aura. The woman now radiates a powerful wave. The other three standing there were stunned for a moment, unable to believe what they saw. Suddenly, Huisun stared intently and exclaimed in surprise. Ma's wave from her suddenly intensifies. A girl then looks and mutters, "Is that her second awakening? A level that only a few villains can surpass?" The two men watching were stunned, unable to believe it. The two others are just as surprised. Suddenly, a thorny rose blooms swiftly toward the front. It turns out he quickly attacked Kang Yu, but his body moved swiftly to dodge. The rose petals fluttered in the wind. Someone stepped down and said with a condescending tone, "The game is over now." Rose, dressed magnificently and carefree, is wreaking havoc. "I will torment you by peeling off each layer before killing you." Suddenly, the system displayed a notification, Villa Inns plus rank, class, Summoner with chaotic attribute, and Rosiel Knight. Kang Yu looked at Rose for a long time, then softly muttered, "Cass and her magic points surpass yours, almost reaching 2 zeros higher. Higher magic points don't necessarily mean better fighting skills." Kazian immediately replied, "I agree." Suddenly, Jay Saint approached Kang Yu face to face and said, "But not every increase in my magic points." Hearing that, Kang Yu was surprised and hummed softly, then suddenly realized something, clenched his fists and threw a punch at Steel, but she easily dodged his punches. Then the two of them seemed like cats chasing mice, as if they wanted to play all day. Rose ran while laughing happily and asked Kang Yu, "Do you want to dance together?" Right now, Rose is still dodging his punches and criticizing him. "Your footwork is all over the place." Rose is about to hit Kang Yu with a punch. She continues speaking. "Time to learn again." As soon as she finished speaking, Kang Yu was thrown to the ground so hard that the cement cracked. The cold voice now echoes, "You're still alive, aren't you?" Kang Yu's face covered in blood, gradually grimacing as she silently thought to herself that everything about her, including her speed, had doubled. Kang Yu, with eyes wide and whites showing, leans in close and confidently says, "You can't die yet. I still want to have some fun with you." As soon as she finishes, Kang Yu quickly grabs her by the throat and screams, "Got it. If you touch a lady without permission, her vines will wrap around Steel and she will sneer, saying, 'You will be scolded.'" Without wasting any more time, Joe Stale quickly wrapped the thorny vine around Kang Yu's arm, cruelly yanked it hard, and said, "Reconsider your behavior." She then sent the vines flying everywhere before shouting loudly and telling her to die. Rose now smiles kindly and announces that I am not finished yet. The sharp thorns, now under her control, are wrapping around a large building. The sharp thorny vines gradually wrapped around the building, catching So-chun and Hoi-sun off guard as they stammered in surprise. That will never happen. Rose cheerfully continued speaking. This is an extra reward for the person. As soon as she finished speaking, the building was no longer standing firm like before. Renk Chuak and Puer couldn't help but gape in shock at the scene, their faces turning pale. Shuasi stammered, unable to speak as the Boyer building was collapsing. Black Hen and another person quickly moved aside and exclaimed, "Damn it. Oh my God, the entire building." Then the building gradually collapsed. Seeing that, the people nearby hurriedly ran away in fear. At this point, the big building has already collapsed. Smoker then holds the mic and asks, "Is Khan okay after that?" Rose immediately replied, "I am not dead," and then continued, "You are more alive than a scorpion. It's really annoying." "Wait, you're as ugly as an insect, maybe a germ, or even bacteria. It's just too funny." At this moment, a voice speaks to Jose Stale, saying that the waste that cannot be recycled and is not sent to the disposal site belongs to her. So that person was Kang Yu. Rose looked displeased. "Is it okay to say that in this situation?" "You're not happy at all." Kang Yu explained again what she just said. "I didn't say that to make you laugh. I will burn you until nothing is left. Try if you can." At this point, she paused, then continued speaking, "Because I will send you to the ground first." As soon as she finished her sentence, she launched an attack towards Kang Yu. But Kang Yu quickly dodged and then teleported behind her, throwing a punch at him, but he dodged in time. Kang Yu quickly retaliated with a strike that made Rose Steel grimace in pain and widen her eyes. Rose immediately shouted loudly. A powerful blow sent her flying backward, and she fell hard to the ground. Then Kang Yu swooped down quickly from above and shouted, "Trash must be burned." Then he used the power of hellfire. The bespectacled man couldn't believe it and thought to himself, "He's overwhelming Rose even though she's in her second awakening stage." Really? His speed and strength in handling Rose in midair are just to limit her movement because all her stats are superior to his? So he's confident enough to fight Jay Stell in close combat? The person in black smirked and said, "That's interesting." At this moment, a hand stomped down on the ground and shouted, "No way this can happen. There's no way you can face me head-on when I'm in this state." "Why? Why is that?" Those black eyes appear. Nice tactic. "If I can use your close combat skills against her." Suddenly he widened his eyes and said, "Wait, this energy is from the blue blood crystal." Rose shouted, "There's no way you can face me head-on when I'm in this state." "How? How is that possible?" Suddenly her eyes widened, recalling her terrible past, and she screamed. Black Hen looked and asked, "What's wrong with her? Has she completely lost her mind?" The man behind Cassian's actions also seemed quite unusual. Hearing this, he turned around, looked back, and exclaimed in panic, What the hell is going on?" Kang Yu is now emanating a red aura and standing in front of Rose Steel for a long time. Rose then quietly created a large scissor and slowly grasped it. She decisively swung it in front of Chuak, and Poer, panicked once again that day, exclaimed, "What is that thing pulling? The moon sword is in trouble." The handsome white-haired guy with glasses looks on and thinks to himself, if Rose Sears is summoning it, it means she has been trapped by a nightmare from her past. Rose, furious, shouted, and both Kang Yu and she quickly flew toward the opponent, each throwing a palm strike, clashing back and forth, but neither side gained the upper hand. Hui-sun at this moment speaks, describing a fierce battle where neither side is willing to yield. So Chun watches and also exclaims, able to block the twin swords with his bare hands? Is his grip made of steel or something? China silently wondered, is Kaiyan's condition really strange? Driven crazy by the 5 desires and the 6 great emotions? What kind of bloody aura is surrounding him right now, I wonder? And then he muttered to himself, "It's really uncomfortable. The two of them are still fighting fiercely." Rose attacked and shouted, "Die quickly!" She spun around and struck towards Kang Yu. Those eyes flashed with a warning. "Singer Ann, calm down, you fool, you idiot," Kang Yu said. "What did you just say to me?" "What are you stupid and naive about?" the surprised eyes asked. "Are you awake now?" Kang Yu silently thought that for a moment, the blood energy from the demon blood crystal had overwhelmed my consciousness. Then he spoke. I barely managed to return from the abyss. There. The teasing remark from him also helps a bit, but those eyes continue. Ugh, it's not the time to talk about that now. Thanks to the bloodstone driving you crazy, you were able to counter Steely, but now it's no longer possible. All her stats are higher than yours. Kang Yu then said, even if I lose in speed and strength, I can still win. And her mind isn't very stable right now. I can win without relying on the blood crystal. Then he shouted loudly, "Come up here." Hearing the noise, Rose Steel glanced over, swung her sword, and said, "Die." Then the two of them chased each other to fight to the death. This time I won't miss. Is he planning to start another dogfight? But things have changed. Now Jay has summoned his sword during a dogfight where all movements are restricted. Her chances of winning are 0. Suddenly, Jose Stale shouted, "I got you. In the end, you're still the prey caught in my trap." Her trap quickly says, "It won't work," because from the very beginning, she was the prey hunted by the three-legged's determination. Then he attacked her, shouting destruction. Then the two of them fought another fierce battle, destroying everything around them. Smoker saw that and raised his hand to block the flying shards of glass. The two red-haired people did the same, shouting out, "That guy really destroyed everything." Kong Yu looked down from above and asked suspiciously, "Is she dead?" The eyes responded, "No, she's still alive." "I'm surprised she's still alive, and her mana is rising rapidly. You might not believe it, but I think she's just awakened for the 3rd time. She must be awakened for the 3rd time, even though she is still unconscious. Cassian, you have to stop her before she wakes up, or the world will face a new disaster from the emergence of the 5th great evil." Tang Yu said, "Don't overreact." The black eyes said, "I have a way to stop her." Ganyu muttered, "I don't want to use this skill, but I have no choice left." Suddenly a voice called out, "Haram, wake up!" Haram. The girl looked at her hand and saw something. She quietly thought it was blood and suspiciously called her sister to wake up. "Sister," suddenly a voice called out, "Haram." A tall figure holding a weapon stands in front of her, making the girl tremble in fear. She cries out in panic, begging, "Stop it. Please stop. Please spare us." The guy keeps advancing, making the girl even more scared. Then she sees a pair of scissors, looks up at them, trembling as she reaches out with her hand to grab the scissors and mutters, "Please, someone." At this moment, the other person raised their weapon to hit the girl. She shouted loudly, "Save us!" "What the hell is that?" Someone behind hit the guy about to attack the girl and said, "Drop dead, you bastard," and sent the other flying away. Then that person's voice rang out, "Are you okay?" The girl with tears in her eyes turns to look, revealing the black eyes of the other person's body. Now returning to the present. Black Hen Ha looked up and asked, "What's going on? Something big is happening." Sang Chun exclaimed, "This energy." Hui Sun interrupted again. "It made my chest ache quite a bit." China speaks, "That energy. I have experienced something similar before. It's not a memory I want to recall." Red Dead Peony. "I feel the same energy coming from him," Hui Sun exclaimed. Then Sun shouted, "Don't tell me Rostel is awakening for the 3rd time." China then said, "If she is fully awake now, she should be very calm, so I am quite sure she is in that stage." Hui Sun immediately asked, "So I need to stop her." China. Nei continued, "Kenan over there is the one turning the impossible into possible. Trust him. This situation is beyond my imagination." Chuak could only stare with wide eyes. At this moment, Mannequin said, "This is so different from what I expected to happen. Isn't this a great play?" Someone asked aloud, "Why did you come here?" Hearing that, Mannequin replied, "I am allowed to come here as the host. So you came here to interfere with the outcome of the match?" Hearing such a question, Mannequin replied, "Even though I did many dirty things in the past, I didn't oppose the laws I created. Everyone saw it, but still don't understand why. If this is not stopped, an unstoppable disaster will fall upon us." Black Hen exclaimed, "An unstoppable disaster." China stepped forward and said, "You are also a disaster, one of the 4 great villains." Mannequin replied, "I have reached the peak, so returning to that glory is not easy at all. But not for her, Rose could even become a disaster beyond my comparison." At that moment, a voice suddenly spoke up. "Wait, don't tell me you're planning to stop my sister. She's been following you all this time." "Then why is that, huh?" Mannequin said. "I also trust Jose, but if there's something bothering us, shouldn't we fix it?" At this point, someone muttered, "You're talking nonsense even more now? No wonder you're old and talk rubbish." The ferry operator from afar said, "Why don't you hand over everything and leave before you keep talking nonsense? Follow the flag behind." "Oh my God, it's here." Everyone was shocked and exclaimed, "What? Are there really 2 drivers?" "That's B Ghost," Power says. "He's not a real driver, is he?" my sister said. "Hand everything over?" "That's not what I wanted to hear." "That will happen, but not today. I still have a lot to do." Driver said, "The longer it drags on, the worse the situation will get." My kin said, "Driver, I acknowledge your ability and intelligence, but it's hard for me to overlook your lack of manners." Hearing that, Driver asked, "So what about the new ceasefire agreement?" Mannequin smirked and replied that the treaty was that he wouldn't interfere with Gadam Vayo, but he wanted you to know this was a bluff, not Gadam. Driver chuckled softly, paused for a moment, then said, "I'm quite scared because words are now powerless." Hearing that, Go asked, "Who scared you?" "Babe will teach him a lesson." At this moment, Smoker stepped forward. "We are live. So what about the match?" Seeing that, Manny King turned around and replied that the match was over and the live broadcast had also been stopped. Where are you going? Rose is in the building across. I need to stop her. Driver stepped forward to stop him and said, No, Can is also inside. Mannequin, confused, asked, Are you planning to stop him? Do you think this is something can handle? The driver replied, Of course. Then he smirked and said, Because my trust is absolute, the sky is now sunny and no longer dark like before. Kin looked up and exclaimed, Oh my God. I thought you were very smart, but it turns out you're very foolish. Suddenly a voice shouted, Look, Chuak said. Casey muttered to herself, He's holding someone. Everyone was watching him. Suddenly the handsome, bespectacled man ran out and shouted, Rose lies still as if she is no longer alive. Kong Yu stood to one side, watching her lie there as if savoring a dish at a banquet. He asked Mott, Such immense magic power. Can I absorb it all? Modot stops him, saying, Wait a moment, Kasi. It begins to remind him based on what it understands. The Voracious Shadow is a cheating skill that absorbs the opponent's magical energy, just like its name, but the process is very dangerous. But Kong Yu doesn't really understand those things. Isn't it just about absorbing magic energy? Modot looks at him sincerely, advising not to think there are no consequences when absorbing someone else's energy. In the process of approaching the opponent's spiritual world to devour, the predator also takes risks. You will understand. Kang Yu shrugged. So what? It's pretty certain. To prepare for any situation, I will merge with you. Kang Yu seems a bit distrustful. Is it possible? You seem so indifferent. But telling Mozo this made it angry and scolded him. It's quite rude to ask that of a noble soul, but it's entirely possible. Kang Yu nodded, then asked another question. Can the appearance be changed? Modot looked down for a moment before answering that it was possible because it was limited to the spiritual world and not reality. Seeing Kang Yu holding Rose Stale in her hand as she stepped out, Dista immediately shouted, Sister! Kang Yu looked at him and then calmly replied, She's not dead. Don't yell like that. She was brought back by her sister, and it seems like she's just sleeping a long nap. So Chun saw the girl with no visible injuries and couldn't believe that was Jose Stell. Hui-sun also looked surprised. Just looking was hard to believe. It was a bit insulting. The driver remained silent, not knowing what he saw, then snorted, and Kojiao behind paid attention to him. What's going on? No, it's just the driver adjusting his window and noticing something interesting. Has his magic point increased significantly again? That's really surprising. King looks like nothing has happened involving him. Why did you decide to prevent Dao from awakening but not kill her? Chang Yu is just acting out of kindness, DTA suddenly shouted. Wait a moment. He's like a madman out of control, holding his sister in his arms and shouting in fierce anger at Manny King. How can the boss say that? My sister and I have been with him all this time. Does he really intend to kill her? Mankin already predicted this situation, so he wasn't very surprised. Actually, I do cherish both of you very much. How can you say you truly value us when Lensgun and Namchan are both looking at them? Manny King's voice remained calm despite the accusations from his subordinates. For an evil person, awakening is as rare as winning the lottery. Talent and luck, those two conditions must be met, but that lottery game is like a bomb planted in someone that can explode at any moment. That cold and ruthless voice keeps speaking as if offering sincere advice. With each awakening, he probably gains great power, but he gradually loses himself to the 5 desires and loses his consciousness. Rose became like that, and in the end, her younger brother turned into a ruthless demon. Sang Yu stood with one hand on his hip, questioning him. So you mean monsters need to be exterminated? He speaks as if that's someone else's problem, and he's an exception. Manikin said calmly, Of course, I am no exception. At this point, he paused, smiling mockingly as if all beings are equal. I was bitter, but I found a way to get through it. Namchan listened carefully, not missing a single word. Man Yijing continued to be proud, a method to achieve maximum results with minimal effort. I have achieved it. He spoke with a tone of pity for them. Does it sound interesting? Kang Yu looked at Modot before replying that the old man also seemed to think that in the end, the goal was only for Kang Yu to join me. Singer An, I will pass everything on to you. If you have defeated Rose, it proves you are even more worthy to inherit my legacy. Unintentionally, this invitation surprised everyone, even those who are the most teasing, and needless to say, Minen's face was turning as black as a pot. But not disappointing everyone, Kang Yu refused. I will not join you. You still face your problems with a resolute attitude and straight posture, declaring clearly, if you can do it, why can't I? Especially since I have a teacher who is several times better than you over there. Mankin burst out laughing mockingly. Several times better than you? Does he mean the driver? Kojiao asked the driver. A black duck also has a teacher? Driver still focused on what he sees through the glass, smiling as he answers her, I don't know. Chang Yu didn't even bother to look at that smile of his, staring intently. So how long are we going to keep wasting time on this pointless conversation? Only then did he bring up what he had mentioned last time. We have already won. Didn't you say you would fulfill what we want? It was you who made that promise, wasn't it? Once again, he wears a look of enjoying the person before him, and he slowly asks, "What is it that you want?" Kang Yu remains unmoved by his aura. He calmly explained each word clearly. "Now that I have defeated the second, I want to take down the first as well. Let's fight." The shock in Black Hand's eyes says it all. Even Nam Chan becomes more alert. On the contrary, Driver feels very happy about this. Manny King decided to accept it because he had defeated Jay Stell. "You are qualified. I agree." He keeps making the appointment. "I will choose the date and location. Is there anything else?" Kang Yu spoke frankly, as if the festival's conditions were just that simple. "That's interesting." He turned to the group filming nonstop. "Did you record everything this guy said? Those people are shouting loudly." "Oh, I see. He added some effects to make it look really cool before broadcasting." Chuak is extremely hard to believe with Kang Yu's brain activity. Is he really planning to fight Mankin? Is he crazy? Suchun frowns, that fool. What is he thinking? Even Hai Sun thinks this is a foolish move. Is this really okay? Only Mujin, with her calm appearance, could not change the situation even if she was worried. She looked up at the sky, honestly feeling uncertain herself. But we have no choice but to trust him. Kang Yu is different from us. He's not afraid or worried about anything. At this moment, he cheerfully said out loud, "Hey, cameraman, should we take some photos?" Namchan had been watching Kang Yu for a long time. He used to not fear him, but now he had to be cautious. Kosi, with a solid foundation and incredible combat skills that make it hard for anyone to believe he's a villain, and he isn't overwhelmed by the presence of the chairman. Seeing Kang Yu still in a good mood, talking with the ancient spirit, Namchan has to marvel at how different his spirit seems, almost like he's a different person compared to the fight with Jay Stell back then. Could it be that he has leveled up so much in such a short time? Catching his mysterious smile suddenly, Namchan has always been an enigma. He gritted his teeth. This is more interesting than I expected. Gautam is in the personal training room with Kang Yu and Godot observing his ability stats, quite surprised. All skills are upgraded nearly equally, including the villain, special information, villain awakening, and disaster level dark attribute. Dual attribute, dark sphere, 9 shadow sword skill, plus 10 reactive recovery attributes, plus 8 hidden dark shadows. Transfer of darkness, shadow clone, rapid black ink, pure 9, powerful plus 3, fire resistance. Dual awakening skill, fire image, summon fire sword, determination of the 3-legged crow, destroy the fury of the 3-legged crow, fear lock. The hidden skill, extracting dark magic crystal gluttony, 25 magic points, 2027. Just look at the last line. The magic points have already exceeded 2,000. Mott continues to speak, explaining that during Jose Stale's absorption of magical energy, a significant portion of the blood crystal also seemed to melt and merge. Again, he focused on the locked item. Kang Yu stroked his chin in thought. The fear skill still locked. However, Mozo continued to diligently intervene. "I don't advise you to use it unless necessary, but if you fully embrace your kin and absorb his power through the voracious darkness." At this point, Mozo's was interrupted by Kang Yu's words. "No, I don't want to use that method anymore." Modot looked at him in shock as Kang Yu continued. "This time I have to use this skill, but it's a card I never want to play again." He remembered what had happened and couldn't help feeling a bit tired. Interacting with Gel's spiritual world had already taken a serious toll. I didn't think we would end up sharing some of our memories after all. Memories of being brutally abused by my stepfather. I might have gone crazy if he hadn't helped me. Mothdot fully understood these words. Then it asked about a long-standing question. "Is that why you feel sympathy for Jose Stale?" Kang Yu is usually very straightforward, but now he's changing the subject and doesn't want to talk about this anymore. "No, but my magic power has already exceeded 2,000, so why haven't I awakened yet?" Modot won't bother you anymore. It carefully answered the new question. "What does it mean for an evil spirit to awaken depending on the 5 senses? You mean I need to go crazy, huh?" Mazot's eyes turned dark. It remembers Rose's crazed look, similar to what Manny King said about a awakened villain being like a double-edged sword. Kang Yu simply wonders, "Even if I don't awaken, will I become stronger in the future?" Modot nodded. "With size power, maybe, but for villains, each level has its own limit. Although you are outside the standard, you will eventually reach a state of calm." Kang Yu couldn't help but think of his smug smile. "So, what is the awakening method that Manamkin mentioned?" Modot understood immediately. "Are you talking about superior evolution?" Kang Yu slightly widened his eyes. "Superior evolution. Mazaz is a good soul. It sees you are curious and will answer. I don't know how he knows about this method. but that is also one of the answers. Kang Yu listens seriously. That's safer than a normal awakening, right? Yes. Mozost reveals a reluctant eye as if seeing through Kang Yu entirely. There are a few things I want to tell you, but the reason you challenged Mannequin under similar conditions as the festival, Kang Yu does not hide. You knew all along but still asked? Is it to get the white gold battle disc? Her ID card. Check again if it's in the pile. Kang Yu replied to his sister while putting on his shoes. I'm not that young to forget something like that. Duty smiled. Are you worried I might forget because you're stressed? She still thinks of me as a child, so don't get too stressed. Read the whole page first and then solve the problem. Kang Yu left the house and replied, All right, don't worry, while munching on bread and listening to his sister's chatter. Have you had breakfast yet? You need energy. I can't do well on my exam when I'm hungry. Even though you're not very patient, you're still my brother who cares about me and always responds fully. I've eaten a lot already. Over at Dudi's place, she's walking down the hallway, still talking on her phone. What time is it over there? If it's too late, I'll take a taxi. Kang Yu is very reserved. She only responds with whatever Dudi says. If I walk, I won't be late either. I think this kid is definitely rebelling. He responds so curtly, at least he should listen to me. Suddenly she stopped, a bit surprised as she looked ahead. Who is the person talking to the manager in the hallway? Kang Yu's voice sounded on the phone. I need to catch a taxi now. I'll hang up now, she responded immediately. I don't want your brother to be late. Okay. It's fine. Since you've prepared well, everything will be okay. Good luck. Kang Yu is just simple. Thank you. However, Dudi still feels uneasy and suggests you check again to see if you forgot your ID card. He also obediently opened his bag to check. I have it. Suddenly, a girl passing by bumped into his arm. She turned back, looking as if she was bathed in sunlight, and said to him, I'm sorry. Then she suddenly stopped, looked at him for a moment, and said, What a coincidence. I accidentally bumped into you, but you look familiar. It's interesting. She asked, Do you live here? ID card? Could it be that you're taking the exam very seriously today? At this moment, Kang Yu finally said, covering her mouth with her hand in a very natural way. Oh my, what a coincidence again. Actually, I do know someone taking the exam today too. Then out of nowhere, she handed him a box of pastries. Here, take it. This is a lucky charm. Kang Yu naturally didn't accept and just looked at her with a puzzled expression. The girl seemed to know what he was thinking, so she hurried to explain, I accidentally bought 2 identical boxes. Kang Yu reluctantly reached out to accept it, and as soon as the girl handed over the item, she hurriedly wanted to leave. Well then, see you later. Good luck with Kaith. After she left, Mozost finally spoke up. Her acting skills are so bad, you can tell just by looking. It seems she knows who you are. Kang Yu didn't comment on the situation. Lampa's Korea branch hasn't even arrived yet and already heard De Wong's shouting voice. Is he crazy? He keeps shouting while sitting with everyone. He must be crazy. Only someone like that would want to fight Mankind, one of the villains. Chi-sun remains very calm, perhaps quite greedy for having defeated Jae Stell, the second strongest villain in the country. She takes a sip of coffee and continues, which is why the high-ranking officials also started to take an interest in Kasi. If Kasi defeats Man-King, the whole world, not just Korea, will fall into chaos. De Wong always seems to shout, I agree that Kyan is really strong, but there's no way he can beat Man-King. Chi-sun paid no attention to his noise, only focusing on replying, That's what I thought too, but now I'm not so sure. She put down her coffee cup, looked up at the 3 people in the room, and had yet to win 6 matches since he started acting like a villain. In such a short time, he has conquered a role and challenged Man-King. She glanced at the 2 of them before asking, He developed very quickly, and the high-level officials have already started to notice him. What do you think? Raun Galado calmly replied that headquarters had blacklisted him and was monitoring him. You're still rambling. This hasn't been officially announced yet, but I hear a senior officer will be sent to Korea soon. Ri looked at Raun Galado with surprise. What? I haven't heard anything about that yet. Raun Galado doesn't care about you, just say, a high-ranking officer. Who is that? The White Witch. Everyone has probably heard of her. Chi-sun seems to know who you're talking about. Lillian Griffith is coming to Korea. Unexpectedly, Raun Galado was a bit surprised by Chi-sun. Does she know her? Of course. Kuzin nodded. She is my combat instructor during my training at the headquarters. She is not a witch, but a demon. De Wong guessed randomly. A teacher. She must be very skilled. Chi-sun didn't argue with him about the high-level mistakes. She is a close combat expert. Raun Galado disagreed with her again. Teacher Kasian is the best in close combat. Chi-sun looked at the 2 students of Kang Yu praising their teacher to the point of exaggeration, feeling a bit speechless, but ultimately following them. Yeah, probably. After all, Rit rolled his eyes at the time. Raun Galado stands up wanting to leave. We have some matters to attend to, so we will be going now. Chi-sun looks at them. What's going on? Round Galato looked at her and replied that today UAN has a close exam. Ri was very happy when mentioning Uchan. He studies very hard, so today he plans to reward him a little. Chisun also nodded and turned to ask Dewang, "What about you?" Du asked uncertainly, "Should I go with them too?" Chisun took out a bank card from his wallet, and at this moment his face looked like it was coated in gold, shining all around, very much like a rich lady. "This is my card. Use it to buy something delicious." Rich's face lit up with a variety of expressions, and he let out a cry of surprise. Dewang finally couldn't hold back his loud laughter and said, "The branch manager really is unlucky." Chi-sun corrected him, saying, "I am now the deputy director." Finally, the university entrance exam for chemistry at the 17th Central Testing Center has arrived. Inside Kang Yu, an ordinary person feeling confused about the darkness, Mo Rot anxiously asks, "How long do you plan to stand here?" "The bus has already left." Kang Yu sighed deeply, his voice filled with exhaustion and sadness. "I didn't think I would run out of time to finish the test. I don't know why everyone around is so noisy." While Kang Yu was still complaining, not knowing how many lines he had already said, Mo Dot next to him sincerely mocked him, saying, "I've never seen you study seriously once." Kang Yu Bien Min. "Those questions are hard. I just guessed randomly without reading the questions. Who knows? Maybe you guessed right. Two people sharing one soul, talking to each other without realizing everyone around is gradually watching them." Kang Yu scratched his head, but I think too many questions. His gaze met the pink-haired girl approaching him, who was praising him. "Good job, Kang Yu." Kang Yu was a bit surprised by the little girl's appearance. "What are you doing here?" Na-on smiled brightly. "I'm waiting for you." Kang Yu looked confused again. "Why me?" Na-on still answered him cheerfully. "Oh, my brother also took the test today. I asked him where he would take it, and he said he would do it here, too." Kang Yu nodded. "Where is Yu-chan now?" The little girl really said that people from America said he did well on the test and invited him to eat. Remembering what the two of us begged for last time, next time we will reward someone for passing the exam. Rich next to her was also crying and apologizing, so that's why they said those things back then. While Kang Yu was lost in thought, the little girl ran over and took his arm, so Nan smiled brightly and cutely said, "Today I will take care of you." "Kang Yu, the guys from the front just finished their exams and left. We've finished ours too, so what should we do now?" Then they noticed from afar Kang Yu standing there, dazed, scratching his head. "Isn't that Kang Yu? With that expression, he's probably done for." "You're right." Daomoy still laughs and says it serves him right. "Ha ha! Who would have thought that just a second later I'd see a cute girl putting her arm around him and him smiling happily?" The three of them immediately froze in anger and scolded her. Then they went to a restaurant together. Inside, Nyeon couldn't tell what she had just heard but exclaimed in surprise. The little girl kept her eyes wide open and talked to Kang Yu. "Is this the first time you've had spicy stir-fried chicken thighs?" "How can that be? It's a specialty of Chuncheon." Kang Yu was so stunned by these words that he couldn't speak, then slowly picked up a piece and asked, "Is it really that delicious?" Na-on quickly nodded vigorously. "Yes, it's really good." Moot watched for a moment, then warned, "It looks pretty spicy." Kang Yu's eyes widened. Na-on eagerly asked if it was really that good. Kang Yu picks up another piece and responds, "It's okay. Try the sweet potatoes with rice cakes here, they're really good too." Kang Yu tried each one in turn and then gave her own opinion. Its texture is quite chewy, but the only thing that's pitiful is that stupid Mo keeps asking all the time. "Is it tasty?" Kang Yu says. "Yes, but..." He looked up and asked Na-on, "How does the kid know that Yu-chan Trung and I are at the same exam location?" I didn't think that guy would tell the kid. The girl opened her eyes wide and made a very funny face, pointing at her head. "Just as you said, my abilities have improved, my scanning range is broader and more accurate. From now on, call me the expert." Moet beside him, unaware of what he was thinking, said to him that he had developed far beyond what I feared, and soon he would become someone the whole world would pay attention to. Na-on happily continued introducing to this picky eater. "You haven't tried the cold buckwheat noodles here yet, right? The noodles here are also really good." Kang Yu is curious. "Cold buckwheat noodles?" The phone rings with a notification. He reaches out to check. While Na-on kept rambling, spicy stir-fried eel and cold noodles were a deadly combo. Not sure what the news was, her tense eyes grew cautious. After putting away the phone, he continued eating with the little girl, just politely declining as some unexpected things happened. "Sorry, but next time, let's eat cold noodles," Na-on asked innocently. "What's going on? Is something the matter?" Kang Yu nodded. "I need to find someone urgently." Na-on couldn't understand his situation. Is he going to find someone before eating? Kang Yu's face turned cold. "I don't have time. If you want to find him, you need to move quickly." Then suddenly he looked at Girl A. causing Nyan to be even more confused. He's the expert here. Sun District Namgang, DSTA, is standing there at a small alley. He holds his head, surrounded by swirling purple energy, as a middle-aged voice echoes. Oh my god, the boss was right. I never expected to meet the famous DTA in this Namgang district. He introduced himself saying, I am Job from Nam. I am here to assist you under Lord Mujin's orders. I am Mai. Dostar looked at them and asked, Where is Mujin? Why don't I see C and Driver? Zot replied, Boss is meeting in, sir, and Sai and Driver are probably on their way. Then he asked, But what exactly happened? Dosta suspiciously questioned, Did they come here without knowing what's going on? Has Mujin said nothing yet? Ju shook his head. I heard about the asylum request. It makes sense. He said I would find out the details when I arrive. Didia held his head, sighed, and let out a laugh. I hear you. You're very tired, and it took a while before you spoke. She didn't just leave, she disappeared. The two people looked confused and asked, Her? Who is that? Dosta, exhausted, could no longer stay calm and shouted at them, You fools, don't you know who she is? Rose has left. Delop repeated that name in shock. You mean Rose? Turns out these two aren't quite right in the head. Hearing this, they suddenly want to attack Darkstar again. He's crazy. He's not here to compete in Gangnam. He wants to start a war with Gangnam to deal with that bastard. Ditia desperately tries to explain. No, that's not it. Listen carefully to what I say, you fools. Soon it was evening, and the two of them had also listened to Dita recount everything. So it turns out Rose lost her memory. DTA is now confused, but there's nothing he can do. Zelot also says she is not capable of transforming into a villain. DA agrees she has lost her power along with her memories. Zelot takes a breath. So Namgang district is safe now. So what's the problem? Muzi next to her is even blowing fire on the firecrackers. Dasta tiredly replied, There are many targets aiming at her. I can't protect her from those guys myself. I lowered my head in helplessness and said, That's why I asked for help. Delop, on the other hand, doesn't feel pity. He simply pointed at you and said, It's all because of the sins you committed. That's the punishment. Dasta did not argue with his words. If it is a sin, then it is a sin. But this punishment is too harsh for her current state. You suffer for your sister. At this moment, she only has memories from before awakening as a villain. Zelot is curious. How old was she before awakening that memory? DTA doesn't know either. Maybe around 20, or even younger. So if that's the conclusion, then he's just a kid too? He tilts his head, pondering. Who is targeting J. Stell, not his sister? DA sighed again, repeating his thoughts. As I said, there are many. Not just the 8 managers, but the entire Neo Senshi. Those dissatisfied with the leader. He asked again, Isn't the 8 managers allies? At this point, DTA sneered and said, Allies my ass. They didn't dare cause trouble before because she was too strong. Delope also thinks that's true. What about Many King? He's the boss of the 8 managers, yet he just stands and watches? Speaking of that damn old man, DAR only comments, the boss is no longer the boss. Delope now also understood how serious the situation was. You targeted Jose Stale. Lost your memory and strength, just like aiming at a tiger that has lost its fangs and claws. Musi, standing beside, really is a cowardly supporter. After a moment, he finally said to you, I understand the situation now. But what did you do before we arrived? Ditia honestly replied, I controlled the shadow assassins I summoned. You push up your glasses, your sharp eyes scanning. Working together is more effective than wandering alone. Now, in the city, countless shadows rush around before gathering into a familiar figure. Kang Yu. Get up. We're here. Wow, you're really fast. Song Yu looked at the girl and smiled softly, saying, I thought you'd be a bit overwhelmed, but you're tougher than I expected. Naan smiled happily, proudly showing off her brother. My brother is a fool, so this level isn't boring at all. Right now, I am Red M's younger sister, so I will be Ping M. Marat looked on helplessly. Hey, why did you let this girl bring that in? Kang Yu doesn't see anything wrong with it. I got it from the driver. I can't just leave it behind. It's best used to hide my identity. Modot really wants to bow to you. Your sense of style is truly unique. The little girl followed Kang Yu to the railing and asked, Who should I look for here? Kang Yu replied, Razil, you've probably heard that name before. The girl remembered the girl with the flower crown and a mouth like a snake opening. Are the villains the ones I fought yesterday? Kang Yu nodded. That's right. Na-an replies, I remember her face because I saw her in the video. Kang Yu was just trying to remind you. Now she doesn't look like what you saw before. Na-an is curious. Yeah. Then she handed the phone to you to look at. I'll explain in detail later. Now look at this photo from the driver. Yesterday she was a wild, furious beast, but now the scene shifts to a girl sitting inside a dark space, amnesic and trembling with fear. Jose Stale now looks like a child. She is just an ordinary person at this moment. A voice echoes from the outskirts of Namgang District. Since coming to Sun, your older brother is doing well, huh? The Siege Gang headquarters, just yesterday I saw him in Usan, and now there's a big office like this. It's all thanks to our boss's help. But what wind brought you here? Kim Trang Siege, leader of the Ice Gang in Namgang Shun District. The other person chuckled loudly, skipping the greeting, and went straight to the main point. Oh, that's why I like you, Trang Siege. Then he tossed a piece of paper onto the table. I need to find someone. As Trang Siege reached out, he heard him ask, "Who is it?" You don't need to know, brother. The guy's smile was not sincere at all. I'm in a hurry right now. Surely she's hiding somewhere in Namji District like a rat. Give him a day and bring her here for me. Kang Yu looked at the people walking around in the busy Namji District, wondering, why are there so many people here? Naon looked around and replied, the university entrance exam just ended. During study time, there was no time to play, so now they're relaxing. Truly surprising. He wants to be sure, so he asked Naon, with so many people, can we find her? Naon hesitated a bit. That's right, it won't be easy. But still, the girl behind the cheerful mask is trying her best, because it's what Kang Yu asked for. Kang Yu honestly told her, I won't let you work for free, I will pay you back. Na-on said, just buy me some pudding. At this moment, countless delicious images flooded her mind. A super tasty pudding shop just opened in front of Gadam Park. Let's go eat together. Kang Yu didn't refuse. Okay. The little girl immediately cheered up. Great, I will do my best. Focus on the task. How far can you scan? Naon is trying to work while responding. About 150 to 200 meters around you. Morat was a bit surprised. 200 meters? Without proper training, the scanning range increases that much. Moreover, her true ability is to analyze a person's actions from the past to the present. I'm curious how strong she would become if trained. Suddenly, Sang Yu handed her the phone and took it. Na-eun reached out and looked at Kang Yu. When did he cancel his transformation? Kang Yu replied, I just explained earlier, we can't go around in our monster forms. I will go down there to search. Contact me when you find her. I got it from a very trustworthy person, so don't worry about the information being leaked. Rose is still sitting curled up in the darkness. Those people kept whispering in Rose's ear that they were surrounding her. Is that really Rose Steele? She looks like an ordinary person. It must be just a joke, right? If you're not joking, transform into your true form. The little girl trembles, clutching her head and sobbing. I'm so scared, Rose kept muttering with tears in her eyes. Where is she? I'm so hungry. The little cat was about to eat the leftovers when Rose suddenly shouted, Damn it, it tastes nothing like it's supposed to, like sewage. It ran away in fear. There are two people passing by outside, talking. It seems today is not our day. I don't even want to breathe. They said it was really good, so I came to try. Mom, crazy. Blonde hair, take a puff and move on to another place. But the other guy snorted. He saw Rose and asked, what's wrong with that kid? Those two starting to act perverted are kind of cute. What are you doing here, little sister? Wait for the two of you. Rose, terrified, kept stepping back with a pale face. Who are you all? Those two keep coming forward. We're just curious about you. Did they rush in wanting to hang out with us? Unexpectedly, Jose Stale took advantage of the moment to push them away and run. But unfortunately, she was pulled back by her hair. That's so rude. How could you leave without saying a word? She kept shouting, let me out. Close its curtain first. Suddenly, Rose grabbed his hand and bit hard. That guy slapped her across the face with his hand. Are you out of your mind? Rose fell and hit her head on the wall. The black-haired one turned to scold the blonde-haired guy. Fuck, why are you hitting her? He doesn't know how to behave, it hurts a lot. Those two are watching him. What's wrong with it? It's not dead yet. Is that right? The damn thing is just unconscious. They saw someone coming from behind and were scared, trying to run away. Hey, get out of here quickly. Why? That's the cost of leaving. Someone's voice echoes. You shouldn't have done that here. The blonde-haired one turned back and shouted, Who? Who's saying what? They quickly got scared. The gangster chuckled. Things aren't looking good, you two bastards. Then a sound of fighting erupts, leaving only the two of them lying motionless on the ground. The gangster makes a call. Boss, we think we've found her. He looked at the picture then, at Rose. She looks exactly like in the photo. We've also cleaned out those pests. Yes, we will bring her back immediately. At this point, a familiar figure appeared at the alley entrance. Kang Yu spoke up. Yes, we found her, just as the kid described. Are you kidding me? Of course I will buy everything on that store's menu. The gangster saw you blocking the way and shouted, What are you doing? Don't come any closer. He still doesn't know who he's dealing with, but he boldly says, Go ahead and nothing will happen. Kang Yu said again, Are you men not ashamed of yourselves? The guy scolded back, Do you understand human language? Bring that kid here. Those guys immediately charged forward. Moto reminded Cassian, They are just ordinary people. And Kang Yu smirked. Now that I am also an ordinary person, this is for the best. It was just a quick move, and Kang Yu alone had beaten Liet's men. Who is this kid? Kang Yu rushes forward and kicks him in the face, then looks at the people lying on the ground and says one punch isn't enough to kill him. He glances down at the person lying by the wall. Rose is now injured on her head. Gaddam plays. John, inside heaven, P. Rose is sleeping alone on the bed. Cho mentioned that she only sleeps at dawn. She and Kang Yu are talking at the bar. Chu continued, I also can't sleep all night because I have to soothe the girl's emotions, but what we really want is to charge extra fees. Kang Yu replied, sitting opposite. I've given everything to you, Che wondered. But that really is J. Stell, Kang Yu replied without hesitation. Yes, Cheha. Frowning as if in disapproval, he asked if everything was okay. I think to myself that I am not used to the appearance of the villain before and after transforming. Meanwhile, Kang Yu remains very calm. Is there a problem? Che openly expressed her worries. She seems to be a gentle sheep. Who knows if she will become violent or not, but Kang Yu has actually come up with a solution. For everything. He looked up at Che. There's no need to worry. To be safe, I prepared a DSP 3 times stronger. Still, Cheha isn't entirely sure if the DSP can stop it. Moreover, she won't sit still, will she? Kang Yu replied. That's why I brought her here. Cheha squinted and voiced his suspicion about what Kang Yu was doing. You won't consider provoking Mannequin, right? Kang Yu calmly drinks water. He closed his eyes and answered. I've already done it anyway. The two continue their conversation, with Cheha still the one asking questions. What would happen if it leads to a full-scale war? Kang Yu continued to answer. Isn't a promise meant to be broken? I don't believe he will keep his word. Kang Yu replied. He never said he would never break the promises he makes, because if he breaks the treaty, he only faces disadvantages as long as the treaty exists. Gadamvai will still be the safest place, he said confidently. That's why DSTA wants to let Jose Stel seek refuge here. I will ensure Jel's safety while she is with you. Cheha chuckled softly, declining. That's a tough request, but Kang Yu still won't give up. I don't trust ordinary people in the hands of any villain. Only you are suitable for this. Che is looking for a fair reward and says, I want an appropriate reward along with the risks. Kang Yu replies, protecting an unfortunate girl with nowhere to go, do I also need to consider what I gain and lose? Did you forget? Cheha said with a gentle smile, but his tone was like he wouldn't change his mind. So, in the end, I am still a careless and indifferent businessman. My Los Angeles, USA. In a room, Manny King is sitting with 3 others. I hear that an interesting young man has appeared in Korea. A person laughs and says, Senior M. King, it seems you found happiness in your old age. I'm jealous. El Mago, one of the 4 great villains. The other person agreed, I think so too. Holding a rose in his hand, though it cannot compare to the beauty of heavenly fragrance, he also wears a satisfied smile. But he is a man with eyes shining like emeralds and a fierce spirit. Moran, one of the 4 great villains, he makes me so captivated that I want to carve into his chest and rip out his heart. The other person remained silent. Dr. Rotless, one of the 4 great villains. After listening to everything, Emkin finally spoke. You all have plenty of free time to care about others' affairs. I only care about someone's fight. One of them chuckled without joking. If this old man's blood gets on someone else's hands and not mine, I won't accept it. Mankin taps his hand on the table. Moran, I've also lost my temper just like you. He still shows that greedy look when talking to them. The fact that we haven't finished 5 years ago still troubles me to this day. The long-haired person's smile deepens. It's too late to regret now. Haha, but it's not too late just yet. Someone else interrupted their conversation and ignored that. We must not forget the reason we founded the Evil Heaven Society and organized enemy meetings. Among them, there is one person who remains silent all the time, with mysterious dark eyes. An image of a white-haired person appears in their mind. As long as we still have that, we must not forget that he can target me at any moment. The person holding the rose has now torn the flower apart. So are you worried now? If you're worried about it, why not transfer everything? Give it to me. Mankin commented, it's like handing fish to a cat. The person holding the rose must not be hated. He acts like a useless old man. Really disappointing? M. King replied indifferently. Speaking of disappointment, there's also a guy in Korea I don't like. A thief who stole my treasure. M. King said, take a break. We will continue the meeting in 10 minutes. He and Nam Chan went to another room, looking down from the glass door. He took a puff of his cigarette before turning to ask you, so she ran away? Then where is she now? Namchan honestly reports that she disappeared in Namgang district, but seems to be hiding in Gadam Vaizon. He muttered Gadam Vaizon, then revealed a smile. It's really troublesome. That place doesn't give me any sense of comfort at all. Gadam Vai's personal training room. On the table are books about introductory meditation. The essence of meditation. The one practicing it is none other than Kang Yu. He said to Mozart while meditating, is this kind of training feasible for superior evolution? Motu reminds him not to talk about Kang Yu while meditating. I'm just curious, Mozot replied. It's understandable that you ask that question. If you want an answer, you need to find the core of the superior evolution process. An evil person can achieve immense power through awakening. The problem is that the source of that power comes from desire and lust. As Manny King said, you can achieve great power through awakening, but in the end, you'll lose yourself and become a raging monster. Kang Yu understands this, and he keeps his eyes closed while asking questions, so not losing yourself is the key. Modot nodded. Correct, Kang Yu was prompted to ask, so what does this have to do with meditation, enemy? Modot asked him, have you heard of the term super-awareness? In the end, Kang Yu couldn't hold back and opened his eyes. What is it? Modot complains that it's happening. I told you not to open your eyes during meditation, right? Tong Yu speaks as if he's innocent, but he's been hiding everything during meditation. Tell me. Modot is helpless and can only obey. Superconsciousness is the ability to evaluate your own thoughts, to see what is right, what is wrong, what you know, and what you don't. Kang Yu thought and guessed randomly. Is that really such an amazing ability? Being clueless and not hiding anything may sound trivial, but there are times when you can't use this ability. It gives examples like dreaming, because when the super-awareness ability is disabled, people sometimes act unconcernedly with antisocial and inhumane behaviors in their dreams. You look enlightened as if you've discovered the truth. Don't tell me that the more you awaken, the more the villain loses their perception. Moru immediately confirms, exactly. He raised his hand to stroke his chin thoughtfully when suddenly the phone beside him rang. Morut looked at him and asked what had happened. Ah, Kang Yu nodded. A few unexpected things have happened. At Heaven Pup, as usual, inside, a commotion is happening. Aren't you supposed to queue properly without pushing your older brother? The admiring looks are all on the server. Your pink grapefruit soda is ready. 2 glasses of soda have been placed on the table. Rose in her alluring uniform looks at them and says, please enjoy. The scene shifts to an airport where numerous people in black suits with walkie-talkies and suitcases approach from afar. Lillian Griffith and Adam Clay follow behind. Chisun and Duong stand solemnly. Nice to meet you. I am Hamjan, Deputy Director of the Special Operations Headquarters. I am Duong. The two shake hands with each other. Lillian Griffith said, I am pleased to meet you. She thought seriously that Round and Ricky would be here to greet her. Lillian Griffith made a high-level mistake. Chisun explains, I wanted to escort you by car, so I came here. She calmly says, looks like I've disturbed you. Chisun is serious. I will escort you to Lampus's South Korean branch. There's a place we want to visit first, but I already scheduled an appointment. She removes her glasses with a hopeful look, heading to meet Manny King. A small plane appears nearby. She nervously looked up. Does she think someone is following her? Sunlight shines down on the old, crumbling Gadam buildings. A voice echoes. Why did you suddenly call me? The most powerful figures in Gadam Von are in a meeting room. Driver smiled. This morning, a powerful figure arrived at Enon Airport. Casey asked suspiciously, is the big shot a high-level seer or something? He replied, yes. The light in the driver's eyes flickered as he said, you think I'm easy to read? You're spot on. That is the White Witch, Lillian Griffith. Looking at the image taken this morning, to the villains in America, she is like the Grim Reaper, and she is also a well-known high-level ace. Mozart narrowed his eyes and asked, if she's from America, you must know her, right? Ken was silent for a long time, and Zhao asked nervously, why did she come to Korea? Don't tell me it's to stop Can's fighting, Driver said with a smile. Maybe that's the reason. She was surprised. Oh my God, so I was right. Her red eye looked worried. If that really is the reason she came to Korea, then she will probably go to Gadam to meet Kajin. I don't think that's right. I think she will meet M. King first. Red looked surprised. Running into one of the 4 great villains at a chess game? Driver said indifferently. Rip knows she's got a big face. People like that only fight those of the same level. Red looks annoyed. Does she think she's better than our boss? If Black Ghost hears about this, he won't sit still. Cassian remembers the scene when Black Ghost was furious and shouting. Does she dare to look down on my master, Tu-Hin? He was at a loss for words. Driver smiled, then thought carefully. Wasn't it true that he had just recruited a few loyal followers? Driver calmly emphasized that he was with Black Ghost this morning, recalling Darkstar's confident and sinister expression. DAR is a powerful villain who has taken over other areas by destroying them. If he becomes an ally, it will be beneficial for us. He continued, I understand Darkstar, but what about J. Stell? He asked calmly. Are you worried she might go crazy again? Driver is a bit worried. It would be a lie to say I'm not afraid. He softly reminds me. I know why you brought her here, but it still carries great risks. Don't worry, she won't go crazy. If that happens, I'll take responsibility and look after her. He smiled reassuringly. If the boss says everything will be fine, we should trust and follow his advice. A cheerful game of chess, wouldn't it be fun to see her go crazy? He chuckled softly. Is Red worried? Only a few people know that Joestel is playing our John. Should I tell them to be careful? He stood up calmly. I already told Blackhand and Pawn to be careful. Seeing him open the door to go out, Driver was startled. Where are you going? He replied. Hearing about this topic makes me want to check on Jay Steely. Maybe she's getting used to that heavy loan sharking deal. Koda was surprised. He's really worried about Jose Stale. Could he be in love? The driver smiles thoughtfully. Who knows? A voice rang out. Was it yesterday? That conversation. The Green Lotus Flower Factory. On the table, a steaming cup of tea is placed as a voice echoes. I didn't expect all 4 villains to gather in America, where Lampas's headquarters is located. Lillian Griffiths smiled in admiration. But today, you're in Korea. Thanks to that girl with the camera, you have a very capable assistant. The man asked suspiciously, You're not coming all the way to Korea just to praise her, are you? He gently sighed as he picked up the glass of water, still surprised by how much information Lampas had. It was a secret meeting, so next time I should pay more attention to confidentiality. So, what is it that you want from me? She said firmly while holding her tea. I want you to postpone the match with Sion. He replied with a rude request. She calmly sipped her tea. I know it was rude because if you only delay or avoid that fight, your honor will be tarnished. He smiled, knowing but still making the request. I'm curious about Lampas's plan. She says that Lampas considers the relationship with the 4 great villains to be very important. He started to lose patience. Don't say those ridiculous words again. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Only a few people from Lampas are capable of making her do this. She slightly furrowed her brow as she looked at him, and his voice echoed. Are you her boss? He smiled. Is it because the order of the world would be broken if I let that kid win? That's what Lampa fears, right? The man glances at him, calm and composed, and jumping to conclusions isn't a problem because I intend to accept her request. Her voice rang out and Lampas was satisfied with the current relationship between the false flag and the villain. But I believe that relationship is now very different. He was startled and looked at her. She used a spoon to stir the tea, reflecting her anxiety in the cup. Only a few villains in history have been recorded as having 2 attributes. Such a dual attribute villain suddenly appears from somewhere, rapidly increases their power, and now even challenges one of the 4 strongest villains, the 4 great villains. He looked at her teacup, lost in thought, while she remained calm. Everyone would be concerned about the situation. He held his cigar, frowned, and asked, If I accept the request, does Lampas plan to take action? Her eyes lit up, implying that Manny King was about to give up. Lampas is a force created to protect justice and peace in the world. Mr. Et smiles and takes a puff of his cigar. He's not too displeased. Try to do better next time. Gaddam is Heaven Pea's water shop. Outside, the place is packed with people lining up. Casey Ann looks incredulous. Is it a bit too much? What is going on? I just stand here with a blank face, watching this scene, mocking him casually. Don't you see the line outside? Even as a boss, you have to follow the rules. He denied it. I'm not here as a customer. He sighed in disappointment. It's just as crowded inside as outside. Don't criticize and feel proud. Because I'm good at business. A man blushed. Please give me the best drink here. The beautiful waitress smiles. We only have pink grapefruit soda. Cassie's face was incredulous. Everything you say is a lie. You are the real villain here. You only sell pink grapefruit soda? He looked at the girl, smiling happily. He calmly says he's happy. She's happy, but not to pressure her too much. He smiles and explains that today we had many customers, so I only hired her to fill in for a few days. The crowd waiting suddenly looked pale. CR was annoyed. Stop holding back, and there's only 1 drink on the menu. Double B looks serious and does not take cards here. Please pay in cash. The break time sign is placed in front of the door. Looking at the glass of water in front of him, he finally feels peaceful and quiet. He takes a calm sip, just like the silence he needs. Stop complaining. This is the break time, old man. A voice suddenly rang out, making him startle. Are you the doctor? The gentle girl, I still haven't thanked you. Thank you for allowing me to stay here. He calmly replied, The one who should thank me here is this guy. Thanks to me, he's become super busy. He replied, So you're still sitting here, huh? She asked cautiously. There are a few things I want to ask. Please go ahead and answer. She eagerly asked, Do you know who saved me? You look very much like that person. He looked at her with suspicion. She is gentle. He has very bright eyes and a kind gaze. I even drew him, he asked in surprise. You drew him? She held up the painting depicting a person dressed like him with a huge single eye for a head. Cheha looked surprised and asked, Who is that? Modot was stunned. One-eyed demon? And broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to herself, Be nice in the morning. She hurriedly asked, Do you know who that is? A voice rang out. She really did take a risk. The Green Lotus Factory is impressive. Uongnak is surprised, meeting Miney himself. Is it the same for senior executives? Chisun calmly replied, it's just because she believes in herself. He's a bit worried. Who knows what might happen? I wonder if he's being a little overconfident. Chisun said, to become the strongest, you must first believe in yourself. Chisun looked at Dewang in surprise, raised his hand to speak, but Chisun pushed it away and said, silence, she's coming out. The two hurriedly approached her. Kin watched the scene below thoughtfully, wondering if she came because she was worried about me. Then what was her true purpose? Is he suspicious, trying to provoke him? He looked at the man behind him. What do you think? The director said Griffith is one of the top fighters in the high-level chess squad. He is serious, and what makes her famous is her mind games like her poison. Believing her words is extremely dangerous. He smiled. So is this a provocation? He expressed his thoughts. Yes. It seems Lampus intends to use the chairman as a pawn. A faint smile touched his lips. He set the glass down on the table in a ridiculous way. They think too simply. I didn't expect them to rate him on the same level as this old man. He's cold. If they don't understand why a monster is called a monster, he smiles dangerously, and we will teach them with force. Gadam stands in front of driver's office. A voice suddenly but seriously announced the competition date on behalf of my king. He asked when he would be annoyed. In 10 days they chose the date without asking us. He's disappointed because we already handed over the decision to Manny King, so there's nothing we can do. Modit is worried. Still, it's too rushed. The driver said it's probably because Griffith's visit to Korea influenced his decision. Why do you suspect that? He replied that Manny King and Griffith met this afternoon. He was surprised to think this guy knew everything. He seriously asked if he had confirmed it with the drone reconnaissance. He remains calm. No. Reconnaissance drones are easy to detect, so I installed tiny surveillance cameras throughout all the buildings. You suddenly realize something. He hurriedly asked, are there any other planes? He asked suspiciously. I asked, do you have any more? But what do you need it for? He looked seriously at the buildings outside. John's shoulder might be the sniper's position. Morat looked at him with boredom. The driver was suspicious. Sniping? He asked. Who is aiming at whom? Kasian replied seriously. I froze in place. His cold face reflected in the driver's glasses as he turned his head, his expression also turning serious. If it's outside Joe's shoulder, the surveillance area is too large, and we probably won't have enough planes. You closed your eyes as if you had anticipated this. We have narrowed down the suspect's location. He was surprised. Oh, really? I remember the new villains who joined. There are a few with abilities here, so I asked them to work this morning. Driver's hand kept typing on the keyboard. We also need equipment inside the buildings to track the enemy's escape routes. Are you suggesting attaching it to the plane? Then we need a heat detector and also high-resolution video recording. His serious expression and voice echo. I don't know the details of the story, but he turned around and smiled, and it looked quite happy. It should be fine. Last Korea branch. The hand holding the key. This is the means she requested. She replied, thank you. Dewang asked, do you need a guide? She replied, no thank you, I am fine. She squinted and asked, Raun and Ricky still haven't shown up, right? He scratched his head and said, they don't feel well? She was surprised, remembering the 3 bottles of alcohol from last night. One of their colleagues just passed an exam yesterday. They probably had a party all night. She didn't look very happy. It seems they've gotten used to Korea's drinking culture. He forced a smile and ran into the office, waving goodbye to her. I'm going in. Her voice was cold. Thank you. The car door opens. Adam Clay, with his hand on the steering wheel, looked at his phone. No tracking or listening devices were found in the car. If they do that and get caught by us, there will be no excuse, he continued. Griffith, it seems Manny King has informed us about the day of the match. She sighed. Surely that old man is feeling very tense. He chuckled softly and asked, do you think Manny King will lose to Kasian? Flirting with another girl. In a battle, she remains calm, and only after the encounter do you realize who the real winner is. She is a bit worried. If I had to choose, if this were Manny Kin at the peak of fame, I wouldn't hesitate to say it's him. But now, I do feel a little worried. He frowned. They say worry is a poison. Is she planning to go to Gadam to meet Kasian? She sneers. It's a stupid question. Do we really need to meet him? It's best to eliminate him from the start. You're the most suitable for this task. He clenched the steering wheel and replied seriously, of course. The metal attribute sharpshooter Adam C. A gentle sunlight bathes the ruined city outside Gadam Vian. Under a high-rise concert hall, a camera is placed at the broken edge of the glass. In a dark place, a person looking through binoculars has found them. Kasian is blushing as he talks with a beautiful girl. He looked down on it all and couldn't help but laugh. He didn't even realize he was about to die, standing there like that. He should be lying in a coffin. I will send you to hell. Kasian confidently holds a sniper rifle, thinking the target is about 2 kilometers away. The bullet was specially designed to travel at 3 times the speed of sound and eliminate the target. Its destructive power can even penetrate the armor of a tank. He drifted in his thoughts. Among snipers, Manhwa was considered the best, but the difference in skill was just like a thin sheet of paper. He confidently thought that with his super perception ability, there was no way he could miss. A plane appeared in the sky, not far from him. He was terrified, thinking, when did that plane get there? An angel's voice echoed from hell. Ever since you started spying. Adam Clay stared in shock as his accomplice shouted, "What the hell is that?" Kang-gu sneers. "Just by looking, I can tell what you just did. You used the scope to aim at me, didn't you?" "Your expression says it all," he asked again with the wary and thoughtful look in that guy's eyes. "Is that right? It seems that, not long ago," Kajin warned. "This mission is very dangerous. You could get killed. Are you sure you want to do it?" Baked Ghost said, "Leave it to me." Kang-yu looked serious and said, "If I am late even a little, I might regret my own plan. Are you asking out of righteousness, ignoring the treaty with John?" The other guy hesitated and stepped back, raising his weapon in front of Kang-yu. "Oh, a chess game? What are you relying on?" Kang-yu revealed the true identity of that guy. The sniper dissolves his ring. Adam makes him startle. "You provided more important information that made him break into a sweat. You're the famous masked member of the Special Forces, right?" Adam furrowed his brow in curiosity. "Do villains also know this well?" "Of course, a villain has to do thorough research," he continued. "It is truly my honor." But Adam asked cautiously, "Are you here alone?" Kang-yu replied, pointing behind him, causing Adam to panic. "No, we're both here, but behind him is empty." Adam immediately gets angry and points the gun. "How dare you deceive me like this?" Kang-yu rushes forward at incredible speed, blocking Adam's gun and knocking him back in fury. I should be the one angry here. Adam quickly restrains his power and speed, but where did that knife come from in his hand? Adam raises the small sharp knife. Kang-yu just smiles faintly at that. Adam immediately guards against the person in front of him. "That's right. People say he has defeated Stale and his strength and speed are superior to mine." Kang-yu prepares to attack while Adam still tightly holds the knife, but having higher stats doesn't mean he's stronger in real combat. Kang-yu throws a powerful punch, but Adam dodges, then raises his knife to strike. "If I keep this fight close combat and prevent you from using your skills, I will have a chance." The two of us clash, sparks flying. Adam keeps a tight grip on the knife, ready to charge. Just the right rhythm, just a little more effort. Kang-yu rushes to smash the knife in his hand, leaving him stunned. He opens his eyes wide in confusion. Truly crazy. His own knife could be broken? Kang-yu kicks Adam in the stomach again and punches his face while shouting, "Here's another hit!" Kang-yu promises, "Don't worry, I won't kill you, I just want to ask you a lot of questions." Someone speaks up saying there will be no chance to ask anything as a strange sound comes from behind Adam and something rushes towards Kang-yu at incredible speed, hitting him hard, but luckily he raises his hand in time to block it. Kang-yu opened his eyes slightly to observe the approaching figure with a giant fist and immense energy. It charged again, but Kang-yu reached out his hand to strike the fist, aiming to destroy himself. Adam was completely stunned. The other person praised him. "That was a good counterattack," he exclaimed. "Grip. She appears with an aura of authority." Sir sank. "The mineral attribute, attack class." Lylan Griffith. Griffith wondered. "Do you know me?" He also replied. "You always appear in white clothes and are known as an evil witch." She looked pensive, still clutching her fist. Griff ordered, "It's good that we meet like this. I want you to cancel the fight with Manny King." Kang-yu replied irritably, more like an order than a request. She said, "Just answer." Kang-yu also straightforwardly refused. Grip remained silent, listening to the rather disappointed response. Kang-yu clarified that giving orders from the start was wrong, which made her fall silent. Kang-yu explains, "You should apologize first for trying to shoot me down and ignoring the John Roll Treaty. If Lampas officially apologizes, I will accept it." "Who shot you? I have no idea. You just made baseless accusations. How stupid can you be?" She tries to deny everything, acting like you know nothing. Kang-gu speaks up. "Evidence? I have it right here. The flycam drone and the voice recording on the phone are activated. I have a recording of the assassination scene from earlier. The voice of the girl next to you has been recorded clearly. Try listening to it." He couldn't help but laugh, not even realizing he was about to die, still standing there flirting with a girl. Grip turned to glare at his teammate, making Adam feel a chill down his spine. That's exactly where a fool should stay. "I will send you to hell," Cassie sneered and said, "That would be fun to upload this to YouTube." Grip chuckled softly. "Bang, you're truly a cowardly demon. From the very beginning, I never liked your name." She casts a spell to blast you away. Crypto Explosion Crystal Blast. Ka-Yu was knocked out of the building as Griffs tried to punch him. Grip, right in front of her, shouted. He quickly responded to the ground with a powerful diamond smart punch. Grip lands on the ground. Griff frowns. Do you not take damage from being hit directly? Yu calmly said. You rush in without blinking. Is this how a high-ranking officer behaves? Griff retorted. Do you think you have the right to criticize after secretly filming someone without permission? Someone else came and said, don't talk about our boss like that. He takes responsibility himself. I'm the one who's been filming here. Griff seemed to realize that you didn't come alone. He sneered. How could we let our boss walk into danger? Oh, he's smirking in victory. I wasn't alone either. Griff's face changed. What kind of monster is that? Who the hell dares to target our boss? Behind Kang Yu and his group, many people surrounded Griffith, and someone shouted loudly. Why is it already chaos the morning after? What happened? Hey Lampas, Korea Branch DeWong holding a calculator looking serious. The person from America caused trouble. Haven't you heard Uhan just came in from outside? It's Round and Rick, right? He immediately denied that they were Griffith. Uhan seems to already know who they are. Was it the high-ranking officer who came to Korea yesterday? DeWong put his hand over Kojia's mouth to signal him to be quiet. She tried to assassinate Kasi Zan. That's secret information, so don't say a word. Chan was confused. Another high-ranking spy trying to assassinate Khan? Chan sat down, handed the water to DeWong, calming herself a bit. So what happened next? DeWong reluctantly accepts the water from across. She has failed. If she had succeeded, things wouldn't be in such chaos now. DeWong's face was serious as she took a sip of water. In truth, she had crossed the line. All the directors and higher-ups were summoned to the branch manager's office. Chan wondered, have the people found out about this? Dong only responded by continuing to hold the spreadsheet. They only know there was a fight between the spy and the villain that night. Han asked again, so there's no problem then? The image of Griff appears on the newspaper. The problem is that she is a high-ranking secret agent and one of the top Lillian Griffith in the world. A high-ranking secret spy entered Korea and fought against villains in a residential area, but that's not really the main issue. DeWong grimly reports the harsh situation, mainly that she was recorded discussing the attempt to assassinate Kan and Gadam, who currently possess it. Han frowns in confusion. What does Gadam want? DeWong replied calmly. I don't know either. That's why everyone has to endure the training. Chan also fell silent. If there was a fight, does that mean Kan and Griffith fought each other? DeWong observes the spreadsheet and responds, yeah. Another question from UAN. Who won? DeWong replied softly, I give up. It seems Griffith surrendered because he was surrounded by many villains. Chan appears to be surprised. A high-ranking officer surrendering to villains? He's just trying to save face. In that situation, that was the smart move. Chan asked further. So Griffith was captured and imprisoned by those villains? DeWong responded to the situation calmly, placing the calculator down. They said she was released. Such relief. DeWong crossed his arms and sighed. Thank goodness. I'm glad she was released. Chan doesn't quite understand. One mistake and you're imprisoned in John's role? DeWong explains that if that happens, Lampas will have the right to attack the shoulder. Uan finally understands the story. The issue lies in the recorded audio that will be spread. DeWong didn't react strongly and instead emphasized something else. Only later would it be understood that Lampas had a valid reason to attack the role. Han frowned. But what if the public opinion becomes noisy afterward? DeWong pointed out the direction will be resolved by minimizing the incident. Attacking C was not Lampas's intention, it was just Griffith's independent action. They will say that anyway. He also said that the case might drag on due to disputes over responsibility, but in the end, Lampas would still come out on top. That's what it sounds like, but it seems less favorable now, which surprises Han a bit. Still, they missed that opportunity. DeWong clarified the situation, and seeing the crowd outside, Chan also observed and asked, Are those reporters? He casually replied, I think someone deliberately gave them the information. DeWong looked serious and pointed at UAN. Better be careful if you happen to meet them, don't answer any questions. A small mistake can lead to a big problem. Chan realized how serious the situation was, and also looked grim. Chan thought to himself, it seems Griffith underestimated Gadam Vian. The building looks quite old. Someone is calling loudly for Gadam Vian in Kasian's personal training room. Master Kanggu looks annoyed. Why are you so noisy so early in the morning? Mode also agrees. Annoyed, Break Ghost and Dark Star wear a few butler outfits with a professional attitude. We are here to wish you a good morning, sir. Master Kanggu declines. Don't do that. They shouted, no way. Dasta calmly explained their mission with a professional attitude, with well-groomed hair and tidy clothes, as a servant should do when greeting their master. Kang Yu simply pointed with confusion. I understand you, but why is this guy involved too? Black Ghost explained. I accepted his wish and made him my subordinate. But remember, I am the first subordinate, sir. Someone suggested that when holding the camera, the brothers should take a really nice souvenir photo for me. Everyone immediately got to work except Ta Ang Yu, who was reluctantly hesitating. He exclaims, "Truly a masterpiece. I'll take another shot. One more time. Smile now." Angu begins to feel uncomfortable. Modok glances over and assesses. "You look so tired." Dasta immediately let go. He spoke up saying, "Since the master has gone through a difficult period, we prepared breakfast, a special nutritious meal." Kang Yu helplessly puts his hand on his forehead. The two of them silently eat their meal. Break Ghost and Darkstar shouted, "You can't say that, master. You have to take care of your health." Kang Yu yelled back, "I told you to stay silent." In a park, there is a ball on the grass, quite amusing. Money King is playing gold while talking to Director Kim. I want the name Money King to be in the title. But before a day passes, someone else has already taken the spotlight. Director Kim pondered. "I'm sure that person isn't someone craving attention, so maybe there's another reason I haven't guessed. M. King is watching the ball. Have you found out who is meeting with Griffith yet?" Director Kim only responds. According to Lampas's information, that person is Cajun. Money King was a bit surprised. Casey and Griffith? They definitely didn't meet by chance. Director Kim appears serious. "We are currently investigating all the details. The reason is obvious. Manny King is watching the golf shot. She tried to assassinate Can, but failed, thinking it wouldn't be a big deal, but she still underestimates C. Manny King laments, all senior officials are the same. Everyone thinks they're the best. He hits the golf ball. Although he is the one we are about to fight, I still have to praise him," Manny thought. Maybe the golf ball slowly bounced up, and Gomp's ball finally reached the target. Mankin chuckled softly, knowing the news had reached that person. At the PP shop, Gadam Vinzone, Paradise Corn, the dishes had been served. "Here is your pink grapefruit soda and your sandwich." Kang Yu speaks up. "Thank you." Cheha smiled warmly and asked how you were doing. "Yes, you come here often, right?" Kang Yu clearly explained the reason. "Because the sandwich here is not too bad." He is smiling happily. "That must be Khan, right?" I asked, "What about my sandwich?" Ka Ang Yu confirms. "I said pink grapefruit soda, but no one offered a sandwich." Anch Avo looks unconvinced. "He worked all night. So you only thank me with just a soda?" Kang Yu replied back. "Isn't this gentleman working out of passion?" He bursts out laughing. "Well, that's true." Mr. Vo confidently points and laughs. "I'm sure right now they're all busy with the reporters' meetings. The more we stay silent, the worse Lampas will get." "Stop being so curious. What have you two been up to?" "Ignore that issue. Curiosity can be harmful. Pretend you haven't heard anything." Vo smiled, adding another sandwich. "Please." Suddenly someone spoke up. "Are they all here?" China and Huisan have arrived. Kang Yu found it confusing why Minin suddenly came here, and A explained. "I'm calling her. I think this time we need help from Winterbell." He points and says, "Let's move to the table, shall we?" A girl speaks up. "Please sit here." She stands next to A with a completely calm face. China turns pale as she realizes something. Rose returns to the Lampus South Korea branch. Adam feels bitter and guilty. "I'm really very ashamed. If I had been a little more cautious, Lillian Griffith would have interrupted." "There's no need to blame yourself. That's in the past." She calmly continued. "This time I made more mistakes. I don't understand how Gadam Vianjan's power led to this defeat." Memories of the battle quickly flood back. "I didn't know they anticipated being sniped and were observing everything through drones. They also have a strategist capable of clearly reading this situation. Now you regret it, don't you?" Adam Clay still bows his head in remorse. "He made the decision. I will report it." Saying that I made the decision and acted on my own. Lillian Griffith was startled and stood up suddenly. "Why?" Adam replied. "It would be better if I took the blame." She immediately denied it. "Not at all. Do you think I'm the type to shift blame onto others for getting pregnant?" Adam Clay was panicked. "No, that's not what I meant." She looked through the glass window. "Lillian Griffith, I was wrong at a high level." Not wanting Lillian Griffith to say more, he immediately apologized. "I didn't think it through. I'm sorry," and she forgave him. "Accept the apology and don't say strange things next time. She didn't forget to comfort you, even though the outcome was a bit sad. You did very well." "Next is my strength." Lillian Griffith's words caught him off guard. She left and told me she would come back. Meanwhile, at the Phoenician Tavern, Rose heard her name called. Beautiful Rose, dressed as a maid, carefully tidies up the room while everyone watches her and discusses intensely. "Is it okay to keep her here? There haven't been any problems so far." "Not yet, and in the future, who knows? She has no memory or strength, so she's just like an ordinary person." Rose remains unaware and continues working diligently. Kang Yu spoke up. "Whatever happens, the boss of this place will just do something about it." Che, who is bringing a glass of water, also chimes in. "I'm sorry, but this boss prefers peace and hates fighting." He placed the drink on the table and said, This is your pink grapefruit soda. El Mago couldn't help but wonder. Enjoy it. We haven't even ordered yet. He smiled. This is a gift for a valued guest. The two looked at each other, eye to eye, lost in the moment. After exchanging glances, Hui-sun had already finished his drink. Thank you. Oh my god, it's so delicious. You boast proudly, of course. I made it myself. Kang-woo looked at El Mago and said, You must be hard to please, right? Not at all. El Mago responds, then presses the button under her ear. A hole gradually appeared. El Mago sat comfortably smoking, making Kang-woo marvel that her mask even had that function. Enro spoke up. It's really amazing, isn't it? Kang-woo immediately understood, so it was him who did it. Hui-sun suddenly said, Let's stop here for now. Shall we start the main topic? Everyone put aside personal matters. Where should we begin? Let's start with the complaint letter for Lampas. Have you thought of any requests yet? Hui-sun replies, Not yet. Does anyone have any suggestions? A large sum of money or releasing someone from prison, for example. Mr. A asked, Does Lampas have a spaceship design? Kang-woo said, I don't want to talk about money, and I don't want to help anyone get out of prison either. I refuse. Both, El Mago muttered, knowing he would say that. Hui-sun also thought to himself, there probably isn't any spaceship design, then asked, so you don't want money, or to help anyone get out of prison. What about immunity? It's not a bad idea to consider. Hui-sun's face suddenly changed. I'm curious about a few things. How do you know Griffith will try to assassinate you? He didn't know how to respond to that. Yes, I know that well, right? Even a fairy can't predict that Griffith would come. Kang-woo simply replied perfunctorily, Griffith will do everything to kill me because she hates me to the bone. He silently analyzes, while El Mago remains cautious. Hui-sun then asked, Are you enemies? No. He quickly replied. She asked again, So what is it? They kept confronting each other endlessly. One person asks, one person answers. Griffith wants to erase the name Can from this world. Why is your name? Space Station? And A remains silent, analyzing. Kasi is my name. He replied thoughtfully. Kang-woo's expression was also calm, as if it was unintentional flex. But that is also the name of a traitor, a high-level spy. Tell me everything. Last year, Kang-woo mentioned lecturer Griffith Lampas from the South Korea branch. The scene replayed as if it were just yesterday. The two professors are walking down the hallway. Don't make it sound suspicious like that. You still call me lecturer, huh? You are your own master, but also your own disciple. Seo-an haughtily continued. You heard that, right? I am now a senior chess player. Griffith just sneered. She said, You are still very young, a child who has never beaten me even once. Children should act like children and be humble. His words sounded somewhat sarcastic. Sasian denied that it had happened, saying it was already years ago. Tu benzo kithanthoi soi nuok. Jiao sukwa kan bongoi vong toi sendang ngechithimaim tron di chokwai naove. Hurry back quickly, I replied hastily. Okay, wait for me a moment. Can-be man left in dissatisfaction, Tupenso said. Her students have now become successful. Can't she be kind just once and support him? Lillian Griffith simply replied softly. It will set a bad precedent. You're truly wicked. Tuyen burst into laughter. Only then did Lillian Griffith explain, It's still too early. I will praise him when he surpasses me, which is indeed stricter than the teacher who teaches the whole class. Kang-woo continued to recall, finally tightening his grip on the water bottle cap. Lillian Griffith's self-blame also prevents her from praising it. Although it was easy, a scavenger caught her attention. Lillian Griffith calmly said, It's surprising to find someone as strong as you at the entrance. I thought I understood Gadam a little, but I guess I was fooled again. Sorry, she replied softly. Lillian Griffith continued, But next time I need to meet someone. Greener was also surprised, a mysterious voice. If he says no, that voice commands, cleans up, and steps aside. Lillian Griffith frowns tensely. She is my guest. Her footsteps slowly approached. That person is Kang-woo. He told Cleaner to treat her with respect. At the Washington branch of Lamp Court, as Griffith's back was walking away, a voice called out to her from behind. It's Griffith. Griffith, with a cold face, turned to look at the person calling her Tuner Tensor, who had to run very hard to catch up with her. Why is she walking so fast? We are standing next to the vending machine, drinking canned coffee and talking. Pencer asked, I heard you're going to Korea soon. Griffith heard that and replied, I plan to meet one of the 4 great villains manacking to Pencer. Then she continued her sentence. I also heard that Adam will go with you. The atmosphere suddenly turned quiet and still as Griffith, thinking of a villain with a face tattoo, said, There is a villain claiming to be a king in Korea. Seeing Griffith's rather contemplative expression, he is a proud and daring person who conflicts with the man-king. Hearing that, Tuyen seemed to realize something. Wait a minute, don't tell me RF was caught off guard. What? You think I would assassinate him? Tupenso is very confident in his own thinking. Isn't that right? You even brought Adam along. Griffith's face showed anger and hatred in his eyes. If anyone is at fault, they should be punished. Griffith clenched his fist, crushing that coffee can. It's good if the villain dies anyway. See, I told you so. Because of her, the juniors started to imitate, especially Can, the worst case. Griffith simply replied with one word, yes. She continued to express her opinion. Kazian is also one of my students. Although labeled a traitor, he is also a highly honorable officer. Griffith's eyes are sharp now, cold and unwavering. That is not the look of a lowly villain. Tu-Ben-sun looked stunned and nervously asked, "Are you really serious?" Griffith threw the coffee can into the trash. "I am his instructor. I want to ensure his honor remains untarnished." That is what a fool should do. When he says these words, her image appears very serious and determined. In Gadam Vayan, the scene looks old and gloomy. A man's voice says, "She is my guest." The voice not only catches Cleaner's attention, but also Griffith's. That was Chang Yu speaking. He then said, "You should treat her with respect." The scene is now very quiet, with Kang Yu and Griffith standing apart and looking at each other, with Cleaner in between them. Another voice spoke, and perhaps it was talking about Griffith. Wait a minute. How did someone as valuable as her end up here? Those words came from the trio of villains. China couldn't believe her eyes. Griffith next to Hoisan is also very surprised, as she is a high-level chess master. Driver standing between China and Hoisan seems unfazed. Driver sneers, just like last time, remaining as calm as ever. Is a high-level chess piece supposed to look like this? Griffith's face remains cold and intimidating. Xiang Yu remains calm, one hand on her hip. Since someone of her caliber personally came here, I will show her respect. Why are you here again to apologize? China is annoyed. Is this what you call respect? Huisan added. Who knows? And suddenly a brief but meaningful remark is made. I set a condition. Kang Yu looked annoyed when he heard those words. Those words are too blunt. Griffith remains cold. I don't need to speak formally with a bastard like you. Kang Yu reluctantly replied. Fine, but if you ask me to go out to eat with you, I will refuse. Facing that statement, Griffith remains very calm, one hand placed on her left chest. It's ridiculous for a hero and a villain to joke around with each other. Kang Yu felt that and responded unhappily. Why? Because the villain is dirty? We also wash ourselves regularly. Griffith doesn't seem very happy either. Stop dragging out this weird conversation any longer. Gleiner was stunned when he heard those two filthy words. Griffith looks serious and says, I am here for one reason only. She holds up two fingers and straightforwardly requests, I want a one-on-one fight with the condition that the loser must obey the winner's wishes. Kang Yu silently ponders. She looks at them and asks, what are you still thinking about? Isn't it a pity that our last battle was interrupted? If not, are you afraid? Kang Yu still straightforward. Yes, that's right. Hearing that, Griffith looked suspicious. Is he afraid? Kang Yu closed her eyes calmly. Isn't that the obvious reaction when facing a high-level false flag? And she's also the White Witch. You keep going, admitting that you're afraid of a powerful opponent is nothing to be ashamed of. Griffith doesn't deny it. Yes, you're right. But Kang Yu, encouraged, said, I won't back down. A look of amusement appeared on Kang Yu's face as he faced his fear and smirked. Griffith immediately continued and dominated the battlefield. Watching the scene unfolding before him, Huiso realized one thing. Why do those two suddenly look so alike? China just sighed and remained silent. Griffith made a remark. With a petty villain like you, your reasoning is quite firm, so will you accept my request? Kang Yu just brushed the dust off her shoulders and said, Of course she made a request. But if I refused, I would feel really bad. Seeing that, Griffith made a proposal. What do you think? When she overcame her fear, Kang Yu responded with a slight ache as if pierced by a needle. Kang Yu shrugged and smirked. His face now looks confident. If we fight, I will win because I have overcome my fear. Hearing those words, Griffith's anger flared, her eyes darkening like the depths of an abyss. It's strange how you make me so annoyed. One hand is holding her wrist while the other clenched in anger. I can't let you live. I will crush you and make you lose that arrogance. Driver, standing behind Kang Yu, begins to speak. Let me say this before you fight. He activates his special glasses and speaks about what he sees. Although Griffith's magic power is lower than Jay Stell's, her combat ability is obvious without saying a word. Hearing that, Driver fell silent. Kang Yu looked ahead and muttered, I know all too well. Over here, Griffith is also watching them. And so, the battle begins. Both Griffith and Kang Yu rush at each other fiercely, fighting like two tornadoes, their every strike filled with deadly intent. Chang Yu swung his massive fist at Griffith, but thanks to Griffith's agility, he dodged it. They fought fiercely, each breath tense as a drawn bowstring. Griffith swung his leg to kick Kang Yu. His strength is truly top-notch. The kick hit Kang Yu and made him fall to the ground. Kang Yu was pushed back and quickly used his hands to break. Seeing that, Griffith immediately asked himself, Is he cornering himself? Did he push himself into a disadvantageous position? But she quickly reconsidered and was determined, no. She is sure that there is no way that bastard would do that without a reason. At this moment, Kangyu has stood up and is preparing to attack. Seeing that, Griffith rushed forward, thinking it was definitely a trap, while Kangyu's claws clung to the wall, causing it to crack apart. Griffith rushes like a blade towards Kangyu, her face filled with anger, fists clenched and thrown with poor technique, but her immense strength surges from her fists as lightning strikes down. Griffith clenched her teeth and said, "I will crush you into pieces," as that power struck and shattered everything. But seeing that, Griffith was stunned. There was no sign of any power. Is it always this hard? I will admit that's a top-tier skill. She continued speaking, but hesitated. Griffith didn't feel more insecure, but became even more determined. But it won't work on me. At the South Korea branch, someone suddenly burst open the door, and in front of Zik, Galato, and UAN, there was news that it was a pretty serious emergency. So it was Duong. He recognized Raun here too. Seeing Duong in a panic, Galato wondered what was going on. Duong, looking pale, reports that Griffith has disappeared from the interrogation room while still under supervision. Hearing this, everyone immediately panics. Everyone wondered silently, disappear? Don't tell me she went to Gaddam. Duong reports anxiously that the special forces have been summoned and everything is in chaos. It's an emergency. Next to U-chan, a sudden thought of the name Kasi crosses his mind. At the same time, in the boxing gym, overwhelmed by Lillian Griffith's strength and skill, Kangyu has no choice but to shout, "I surrender." Z said from the floor, "I knew he couldn't win." Chio correctly called him an idiot, caught from behind. Having finished, she left Kangyu looking pale, and before he could recover on the ring, Lillian Griffith walked away, leaving only a reminder. Your movements keep repeating, so they are too easy to predict. After his breathing gradually returned to normal, Kangyu wondered, "So you mean you can read me?" Hearing that, Lillian Griffith simply replied coldly, "Yes." She advises to learn many different combat techniques so you can surprise your opponents with unpredictable moves. During the break, someone mentioned that getting praise from her isn't easy at all. Chisun comments that this is a physical match and he's at a disadvantage. Hearing that, Kangyu immediately replies, "If I could use Hellfire, I would have already won." But then, Ro shouted to stop him, "No, please don't do that. Dad, the whole training room will be destroyed." Chisun asked, "Does Hellfire work?" "She can turn her whole body into diamond and protect herself." Hearing that, Kangyu explained, "Diamond can also burn." He said, "If Hellfire hits the target accurately, everything will be burned." Seeing that, Chisun asked, "Using it just once is already difficult for you, so do you want to keep using it repeatedly?" But then Zuo immediately thought that his opponent was a higher-level chess piece. In response to their comments, Kangyu confidently said, "I will become the youngest high-level chess piece in Lampa." In the arena, as Kangyu continuously unleashed a barrage of sharp attacks, Lillian Griffith swiftly dodged them all in an instant. Seeing that, Kangyu immediately launched another move. He uses a single-element technique aimed directly at Lillian Griffith. At that moment, Lillian Griffith suddenly realizes something is wrong. As she saw the arrows rushing toward her at incredible speed, she wondered if he could control them. Then, Lillian Griffith immediately created a shield with her iron gloves, struggling to dodge Kangyu's fierce attacks. Seeing this, China was very surprised and wondered. She managed to block them all. No matter how powerful she was, now facing Kangyu's attacks, Lillian Griffith also became a bit cautious. Before she could recover, he quickly launched a new attack with immense power, and with a flick of his wrist, Kangyu plunged the surrounding areas into his own hellfire. At the same time, he was about to launch another attack. In an instant, Kangyu unleashed a powerful and forceful strike. The Hellfire witnessed this scene, and those outside started to discuss. Is he using a continuous fire attribute skill? Is he planning to burn that woman to death? But seeing how Kangyu looks now, everyone can tell he's serious. Even after taking that powerful blow, Lillian Griffith remained unharmed. She used her diamond shield to block and said, "Hellfire, did you copy his skill too?" Although he can't use that skill repeatedly, Kangyu immediately realizes that she has blocked it. "You've been working hard." But Lillian Griffith just looked coldly and said, "Stitching needles? That's not something a petty villain can say." She shouted loudly and launched her attack. The crystal explosion caused the surroundings to shake violently. Rocks shattered everywhere, but at that moment, Lillian Griffith suddenly felt that something was wrong. She suddenly realized there was a scratch on her diamond armor. That's when Lillian Griffith understood that he was planning for her to absorb as much damage as possible until her armor broke. "You're clever." Then she quickly regained her fighting spirit and thought to herself, "But it's useless. If he breaks my armor, I can just replace it." She thought it was useless if you couldn't destroy my armor in one strike, then immediately charged at Kang Yu. Seeing that, Kang Yu also didn't hold back and launched his next move. They kept charging at each other wildly, but from the collision of their iron gauntlets in the previous attack, a huge surge of electric energy was generated, causing the ground to shake with each strike. Lillian Griffith took the opportunity to try to kick directly at Kang Yu, but he quickly dodged. After a fierce and evenly matched battle, neither of them could determine the winner for now. Lillian Griffith was running out of strength, her half-body paralyzed, but she still struggled to hold on. Lillian Griffith asks, "How does he have that fighting style?" Then she continues, "You learned how to fight from someone, didn't you?" "So what? Because I move pretty well?" Hearing that, Lillian Griffith snapped in anger. "Just answer my question and stop talking nonsense." Her cold gaze commanded. "I've learned it from many people, so naming a single individual is difficult. Just give me your answer." But then Kang Yu suggested, "If you want an answer, defeat me." Hearing this, Lillian Griffith wondered, "What will you do if you win?" Kang Yu replied, "I will just tell you to go back to where you came from." Lillian Griffith asked in confusion, "Is that all?" "So." Kang Yu thought that was all. "What more do you want?" Lillian Griffith insisted that I also hate the name Kang Yu from outside. He was just worried and wondering. "So his name is the reason for this battle?" Seeing that, Kang Yu wondered if she really didn't want me to use the name of a high-ranking dead traitor. Is that the reason she's trying to push me away? He assured her not to worry, he wouldn't disgrace this name, but was met with a cold reply that being a villain had already sullied it. At this point, Kang Yu said little and replied, "If that's what you think, there's nothing more I can do. Let's see who will be the winner and then fight immediately." But to everyone's surprise, suddenly appeared, shielding Lillian Griffith from a sniper shot. With his agility, Greener was able to block a bullet with just a broomstick. Seeing that, everyone outside thought it was part of Griffith's plan to attack. He quickly ran to check the surroundings, believing that by calculating the angle and trajectory of the bullet, he could locate the attacker. If you're trying to find the attacker, don't waste your time. I have a feeling I know who that guy is. She gazed at the bullet for a moment, then silently thought that the special bullet was used to kill powerful villains. Seeing that, Kang Yu spoke up, "I am Gadam's boss. I can't just let this go. Who are you shooting at?" But then Lillian Griffith just stared intently at him and replied, "That guy was targeting me. Don't interfere in other people's affairs." Lillian Griffith also said, "I seem to have caused you trouble. If there's a chance, I will return this favor. You think you've won." Hearing that, Kang Yu wondered, "Do you admit defeat so easily?" But Lillian Griffith immediately left, only leaving a message. "I have no reason to stay here anymore given your condition." Seeing that, Kang Yu warned, "Be careful, Griffith. I don't want you to die from an assassination." Lillian Griffith sneered, "We're close enough to worry about each other's safety." Kang Yu replied, "It's just because I'm nosy." He added, "I say this because I regret how the battle ended, so don't misunderstand." Now, Lillian Griffith thinks that since you said a few strange things, I should probably respond too. She praised, "This was a great fight. I will never forget. Your foundation and technique are impressive. And I also advise that if you want to use that skill more effectively, you need to be smarter. For example, predicting the opponent's movements and planning countermeasures in advance." Outside, Hui-sun was confused. Who would think a chess piece would give advice to a villain? Finally, Lillian Griffith left, saying, "See you later. I hope you have good luck in the Meek-kin match." After that battle, watching her figure, Kang Yu had some thoughts. In Gadam City, a comment echoed, "Things are really chaotic." Rick recounted that the special forces had been summoned and everyone was on high alert. Hearing that, Kang Yu wondered what had happened next, and Galato replied, "Lillian Griffith returned, and that marked the end of everything on that side." Ree breathes a sigh of relief. Then Kang Yu asks, "Anything else? I heard that she and Adam will be called to the United States." So Kang Yu asked, "Did she say anything about being targeted?" Which confused Rich, who then asked Kang Yu to recount if someone had tried to assassinate her while we were fighting. Hearing that, Rich couldn't hide his shock and exclaimed, "What? Who's that strange guy beside her?" Gato wondered if you're sure they're targeting Griffith and not you. Seeing that, Kang Yu replied, "Yes, luckily the guard failed and escaped, but it was really dangerous at that moment." At that moment, Galato anxiously asked if the teacher knew who it was, but Kang Yu thought not, although Griffith seemed to have a feeling about who it was. Rich immediately wondered if a villain was targeting Miss Griffith. At this point, Kang Yu wondered why the kid thought the culprit was a villain, causing Rich to stammer and ask, "Oh, Kang Yu, describe it." They use a special bullet designed to kill powerful villains from a few meters away. An ordinary citizen would find it difficult to use such a bullet properly, let alone shoot. Seeing that, Galato asked, "Do you think the culprit is a sniper specialist?" But then he denied that it was Adam. He's under surveillance. Hearing this, Kang Yu also thought it couldn't be Adam, that it was a more skilled sniper than him, and only one person in Korea fit that description. Now both Z and Galato are worried. Ree said, "Don't tell me that person is her." At the South Korea Lampass branch, Lillian Griffith is now sitting in an interrogation room. Even as a senior officer, you still have to follow the rules. The door suddenly opened, and someone stepped in. He slowly pulled out a chair and said that, even as a high-ranking officer, she had to follow the rules, implying that the other person believed she couldn't handle things on her own without causing chaos. In front of Lillian Griffith now is Ma Wang-ho, the senior branch leader of Lampass, South Korea. He asked, knowing well that someone like her would understand, why did she do that? Hearing that, Lillian Griffith wondered, is that why you shot me? My father asked, is that an order from your superior? If not, then it's your own decision, right? Hearing this, Wang Ho said nothing, but only sneered cunningly. He calmly thought I didn't know why she asked me that. Aren't you better off worrying about your future right now instead of asking such a stupid question? Seeing that, Lillian Griffith replied, I will take care of my own problems, so don't worry. Wang Ho said, your business is your own. You should do so because you are a high-level chess piece, he threatened. Although I'm not sure if I can still call you a high-level chess piece after returning to America. Lai still calmly commented upon hearing this. You like to meddle in other people's affairs, don't you? Wang Ho thinks we're not strangers, right? We are both high-level traders. So Lillian, let me ask you something since we're not strangers. With a cold gaze, she asked, are you the high-ranking person who shot Kansa? As soon as she finished, Wang Ho slightly furrowed his brow. He thinks that question is interesting, but I have no reason to answer. Are you still trying to clarify what happened to that traitor? Then I was about to leave when Lillian said, should I give you some advice? As soon as Wang Ho reached the door handle, Lillian Griffith thought that if he was the one who shot him and threatened him, he would pay the price, causing Wang Ho to momentarily lose his condescending attitude. He smirked and replied, I look forward to that. At Lavianos, while China was having tea, she watched her two little sisters happily show off their new dresses, asking, what do you think? Isn't it cute? China wondered who they were talking to. Hearing that, Bila excitedly replied to her sister, it's so adorable. I'll buy it right away. Bila excitedly asked, want to try it on? Senis. But Sela thought the bust was too small. Seeing this dress, China suddenly remembered Kang Yu and Jose Sto's comments. She didn't think that design suited the two of them. But then Sla thought, I think there is. Next to Bella La also wondered why it's not cute. Do you just want to try it on? Suddenly, a loud call echoed through. Bella. Sen is coming here. Seeing that, the two kids left and said, we'll visit Gannett. It's so annoying to forget the dress in China's room. The dress immediately caught her attention. Picking it up, China remarked, it's really tacky. Does she actually wear this? But then she still curiously tried it on. At Gadam Vizon, Driver sat on the chair scrolling through comments, wondering why Kasi would lose. Aren't those guys ashamed to sit here all day and talk nonsense? Tony Fish, if you had any brains, you'd be criticizing Crazy Duck for losing soon. Congratulations, BC. Your money game is really strong and impressive. Yusai, finding it hard to get good comments, it seems everyone looks down on Cass. Someone even changed their ID to Discord. Then he stood up, eyes fixed on the tablet. But I think I've contributed a little effort to our reputation. Isn't it true that it's not effective? Gadam Von's reputation has improved a bit. The problem is our boss. Jed is typing on her computer, seemingly closely monitoring the comments. Now, she comments that it's fitting. He has been commenting quite a lot, then suddenly realizes something. Oh, him? He's also a BC king. Driver asks a lot. How do you know? She explained. I know because they are the only ones leaving negative comments about CN on the site, and they share the same IP. Returning to the office, Driver muttered to himself, always rambling. He couldn't understand the hostility many people felt towards Kazi. I don't know why, but it seems he hates C. If he's someone who hates C, the names BC King Tony Fish keep repeating in Driver's mind. He wonders why he's the only one appearing in his thoughts. Jampet clenched his fists. At this point, there's no other choice. Besides proving his skills, Cassie needs to defeat Manny King and use every possible trick. She boldly added, why don't we send Manny King some fruit laced with stomachache medicine? Would he accept it if we pretend to be fans? The driver drives away. Good idea. Jampet continued. Think about it. I haven't seen the flag you sent respond lately. She went out to do something I asked her to do. She muttered, you asked her? No way. Is this a secret mission? Probably so. It's quite important. Driver's smiling face responded, revealing a secret mission at Lav Jose. In a luxurious room, Josep, So Chun, Huisun, and China are discussing. The battle between Manny King and Cassie An will take place in a week, so Chun asked what Can was doing. Hui-sun replied. I heard that besides eating, he locks himself in the training room. Joss, resting his chin on his hand, jokingly suggested, if he wants, I can be his training partner. She sighed, a bit disappointed, and asked back, do they really need our help? China gently turned his coffee cup and took a casual sip before speaking. Since the strongest are gathering at Gadam Vian more than ever, we can help him in a different way. Hui-sun asked China, are you planning to directly intervene in their fight? She replied, this battle could change the flow of power, so Winterbell must also get involved. Cannon can beat Manini King? He clenched his fists and firmly denied it's impossible. Why? His opponent is one of the 4 great villains. Even though he's old and not as formidable as before, he's still not someone Cassian can beat. Joseph argued back, propping his chin as he thought. He had defeated Jose Stel and also won against a high-level SA. You don't think that guy has a chance? Hui-sun added. Griffin is also a well-known player. Qian quietly said, I think he can. Sang-chun remained silent, feeling puzzled. Qian continued to comment with a hint of confidence. Cassie Zan's potential surpasses expectations. Putting down her cup, her gaze was firm. He will go beyond what we expect. Sang-chun seems more intense, but there isn't much time left before the fight day. Qian remains calm, as you said. Almost impossible for him to beat Manny King with his current skills, but he's the kind of person who turns the impossible into possible. We just need to support him in focusing on fighting Manny King. Joseph decided to speak up about other concerns. Are Manny King's subordinates really troublesome? The 8 managers? It's already 6 o'clock. I wonder if they can do anything now that they've lost their pillar, Rostel. Rose is the face of the 8 managers. So Chun frowned and warned, but their leader was someone else. Qian mentioned Prince, saying he will appear soon at the Neo Senchai Green factory. In the empty long corridor, Namchan, Lensgan, and Barracuda meet. Barracuda, arms crossed and frowning, asks, where did the chairman go? Really? So, you can pass on a message for me? The director was silent, feeling a bit confused by the sudden question from the guy. The villain sneered, pointing at himself, and said, he shouldn't abandon the manager's positions when a major event is coming, and I can fill that spot. That damn insect singer, I know he's like a leech. If he wants, I can lead and destroy him. Namchan frowned as he listened to him ramble and then replied, to become a manager, you have to meet the standards. Barracuda changed his attitude, becoming anxious and disappointed as he asked you again. So you mean I haven't met the standards? Namchan coldly. Yeah. Filled with rage, he pointed his finger in your face and accused you, you bastard. You look down on me because you're always by the chairman's side, huh? Namchan remained expressionless and replied firmly, I'm just telling you the truth. The villain grits his teeth and punches Namchan in frustration. Damn it, stop already. Lens Ji smiled brightly and stood between him and Namchan, blocking his fist with her hand. She continued, even if you share the same bloodline as the chairman, you shouldn't cross the line. Her smile faded, replaced by a cold, determined gaze. The man snorted in frustration, turned around, and walked away saying, I will come back to see if you still talk like this then. Namchan and she stood still, watching Barracuda's increasingly annoyed footsteps fade away. Gadam City, bustling streets in the afternoon sunlight. Kong Yu struts along the sidewalk. Modot asks, are you heading home early? I don't feel very well. I need to go home and rest during times like this. You're not feeling well, but you're out and about a lot today. Is there a reason for that? Kong Yu replied, I'm thinking about a lot of things, like hitting the nail on the head. Modot asks, who gave Griffith's advice? Stop for a moment, Kang Yu simply replied, without denying. The image of Griffith appeared in his mind, and he continued, I fight too fairly, so she always comments on me. She scolded me because what I did was not smart. It seems like you got scolded for fighting the opponent head on. A mother and daughter pass by Kang Yu, the boy holding his mother's hand, looking curious and saying to her, Mom, he's talking to himself. The mother responds, yeah, that's right. Moron said I wouldn't advise you to face him directly. To fight Manny King, you have to be clever. Kang Yu asked back. Clever? If I do that, will people like me? Driver told me before that I am hated. Mozo was confused and also a little worried when Kang Yu said that. This didn't matter to you before, but now it does. Does becoming a villain mean you have to endure something? You explain. Ignoring the strange looks from those around him, Manny King is also an evil person. But why are others on his side? That's not the point. The unfinished sentence was drowned out as the surrounding crowd grew more and more agitated, and just as Kang Yu was about to speak, everyone around shouted loudly, Villain, run! The pedestrians around run away, the crowd chaos and shouting non-stop, only Kang Yu standing still on the street. Mo Rot said, It seems there's been an accident nearby. Are you planning to withdraw? Kang Yu replied, Yeah, just to be sure. Mo stupidly asked again. Even if people side with Mankin and criticize you as a wicked villain, Kong Yu smiles handsome, completely different from the worried and tired look earlier. You truly believe that doing the right thing means helping others when you have the ability, because not helping is what makes you the real villain. So go ahead and shout out loud. Kong Yu and Modot quickly run through the crowd towards the accident scene as the golden, late afternoon sunlight bathes the beautiful city of Gadam. A piercing scream shattered the peaceful atmosphere as two masked villains, one in green, one in white, shouted loudly while people around them, frightened yet eager, took out their phones to record. The white-masked villain went berserk, pointing guns at the crowd, shouting, "What are you looking at? I'm the villain, so get out of my way." As gunfire erupted, and a different voice gradually spoke up, signaling that help had arrived, Kong Yu appeared in his villain form. He coldly stepped forward, grabbing the barrel of one of the two thieves' guns. "We are not thieves by nature." The gun barrel shatters and they scream in fear, "Cao Xian." He nonchalantly replies, "These guns are just toys. What kind of dogs are you?" His cold gaze fixed sharply on them, showing no less attitude than his friend when facing the imposters before him. The Green Mask team member saw the situation turning against him, so he kicked off and ran as fast as he could, shouting, "Damn it, it's him." Not letting him get the upper hand, he probably only managed to take a few steps before Kang Yu caught the coward. "Why are you running?" Cornered, the Green Mask guy threw a quick kick at Kang Yu. Suddenly, a voice praised the opponent from behind the villain. "Not bad. Quite skillful." He changed his expression, threw another punch, but was caught tightly by the wrist with a grip as strong as steel, leaving him unable to struggle. He was startled and turned around, only to be grabbed and flipped backward, pinned face down on the ground as the boy reached up to remove his hood. "You said you're from Arjan, right? Then let me see your face." The mask is completely removed, revealing an older man with gray hair who seems to recognize him. You say, "You look very familiar." The Nam Korea branch of Lampas building watches the news about the robbery scandal and Kang Yu's recent actions, with Duong fuming as he reads about the chaos. Chisun sits nearby with crossed arms, trying to explain the background and identity of the masked man who was defeated by Kang Yu. He was expelled from school, involved in illegal gambling, and even borrowed money to keep going. Understanding the reason behind his actions, Duong, though a bit annoyed, calms down, questioning why he would rob a bank. Chisun points at the large screen in the room, showing the blurred face of Kang Yu. But the sweat on Cha In-bel is crystal clear. She wonders, but if they hide the face, it makes sense, because everyone can tell it's Cajun. Duong replied, "Isn't it Cha In-bel's face that should be blurred? Chi-sun? Why blur it? What's wrong with Kai-an's face? He is a villain." Duong just chuckled, about to say something, but then stopped and replied, "That's truly cruel." Looking disappointed, Chi-sun slams his hand on the table and complains, "I have to do extra work because of this guy, even though it's the weekend. So annoying." You called Yu Chan to Wong, which surprised me a bit, and I asked back, "Huh? I just got a message from that kid. He's been caught." Seeing that, Chisun also looked up and asked again, "Caught?" Uong smiled, but it was clearly not a happy smile. I told him to enter through the back door of the room, but the sentence was left unfinished. Duong continued. "But it seems the reporters have already caught him." Surrounding Uchan are countless reporters and microphones waiting to get the latest news for the day. "Please tell us about this accident. I heard you're friends with the bank robber's father. Is that true?" The red-haired boy calmly answers the question. "We go to the same school but are not close, so I won't answer any more questions." Another reporter asked if the accused was falsely blamed, and if the real culprit was the villain Kazi. Uchan's eyes showed surprise at the statement, with suspicion that Kasi blamed Inbom's father to hide the truth that he was the real bank robber. He asked the reporter, "Where is this information from? Accused falsely? This is the first time I've heard about it, and the Kanai wouldn't do such cowardly tricks." Continuing from what you said, you want to protect Kazizan. I'm not just telling the truth. But Kazian, the ace reporter, was interrupted as he was rapidly gathering information. Furthermore, there was a hostage situation in Gadam City months ago, where a mother and her child were taken hostage, and the mastermind behind it was the insane B-Ter, who always enjoyed explosions. The questions kept coming rapidly. This time it's someone else's. Why bring up that accident again? Uan replied, "At that time, the one who captured Biter and rescued the hostage was C." There was some murmuring, and he continued, "Since we're talking about this topic, I'll add more. Brad Rain, the transnational serial killer. Everyone thought I had imprisoned him." The young journalist continued. "Yes, according to the official summary from Lampas, you have detained him. Yes, I did capture Blood Rain according to the report, but I was just simply the one who caught him. The person who defeated him is the boss of Gadam Vizon Kazian." At Gadam Vian, in a modest room, Kong U and Mazo sit on chairs, their eyes scrutinizing. "What's that?" The news suddenly appeared in front of Driver and the two of them. Is he Gatam's guardian? The boss of Gatam Vion. His actions don't resemble those of a villain at all, Driver replied. It seems you still haven't checked the news, although I know you probably haven't. I think it's best if you read it yourself. Kang Yu stood up without saying a word. You scroll through Gadam's Black Knight news. Driver chuckles softly and responds. You saved the hostage from the bomber Blackster and defeated the serial killer Bladrain, who gave Lampas a hard time to catch, and stopped a daytime bank robbery, but people still call you a wicked villain. Kang Yu asked back, so this is the reason I have the name Black Knight. A series of positive comments about him went viral, but strange and nasty messages targeting Cajun from the user Thunnyfish appeared, so I had to protect Cassian from the rude words. Chromosomes. He's really crazy. Gatam's Black Knight Sahara, are you stupid for believing this? It's just tabloid trash. Tony Fish says those denying the truth are all after money. Dagu Driver watches carefully and comments. Joe's community is going crazy now. The defamation articles about him are now turning into friendly tones. He continued. Everything changed completely within a single day. Kang Yu simply replied indifferently. That's good. Driver added more because he knows Yu-chan never reads the news online. You know Yu-chan, right? That red mask kid, he's on your side. He's famous for speaking negatively about villains without hesitation, but he's also the one who revealed your contributions. Kang Yu just turned away, looking out the small, bright window. He said, he did something I didn't even ask for, really meddlesome. Mozot nearby was a bit suspicious about that statement, but he was smiling. The only thing left now is for him to win big. Driver smiled and encouraged Kang Yu. I know telling you you're a burden is harsh, but I truly hope so. Kang Yu turned around sharply, hiding his smile, and instead shooting a glare at Driver. You ask again. Really? Don't tell me you bet on me. The driver chuckled and guessed correctly. There was noise from below, and when Kang Yu peeked through the door, she saw the crowd. What are they doing? They're hanging that banner. Someone asked about the writing on the banner. What do you think? Gatam Black Knight's hero looks easy to read. Tomorrow is the day of the match at the floating building under the pale blue sky, where the eagerly awaited battle between Manny King and Cassian is about to begin. The journalists began their media activities through the old glass window. Chu Ac, looking worried, surveyed the area and muttered, even though they were reporters, they weren't afraid to step into John's role. Then she confidently asked driver Chuak, who was busy with his equipment, who do you think will definitely win? You reply, of course it's Cassian. The red-haired girl adds, I understand you want to support him, but I want a more logical and objective opinion. Her voice was a bit high-pitched. She crossed her arms and looked at Driver, who was fumbling on the ground among a mess of equipment. Yeah, it's still Cian. You probably have your own reasons for worrying about whether Cassie can beat Manny King. If he loses to Manny King, he would have to become his subordinate, but he believes that will never happen. Chuak objects from behind. It didn't happen? The driver shifted position, comfortably leaning against the cargo box. He chuckled softly and replied, That's right, he said so. Chuak raised his voice, No way. So that's why you trust him. Driver picked up some device, fiddled with it in his hand, and confirmed that Cian is daring, but not reckless like a missile operator. Seeing Driver still joking around, she shouted, So, did anyone ever think they would lose before a fight? He asked back. Really? She sighed and said, Anyway, let's leave this to him. We just need to do our part. Pointer stepped in from outside. Driver, are you calling us? Driver replies, Come in, the timing is perfect. Pointer asks, What are you asking about? You explain, I will teach you how to use the metal detector. The masked clown boy asked in surprise, Metal detection? What's it for then? The driver responds briefly, checking if there's a bomb or something similar in the area. Chuak has been silent all along, frowning in thought. A bomb? The driver chuckled mischievously. Reassuringly, I'm just taking some precautions for safety. Ri replied that there are still no orders, so it's quite quiet. Kang Yu leaned on the wall, looked down below, and added, Even though tomorrow we're fighting Manny King, there's still no sign of any activity. Ri comments that the victory seems too obvious. Round Galatus agrees, and public opinion as well. He smirked, obviously. You're annoyed, so now you have an excuse to win. Modot looked carefully at the person next to him and said, You don't seem to be that uncomfortable. Injure HCH. What about the two of you? Rich replied immediately. Of course we want the teacher to win. You're in the middle of your sentence. Ron hesitated before finishing, but honestly, it's hard for the teacher to win in a direct confrontation with him. He sighed and said, I agree. Rich was surprised by his response. You agree? Ron explained. That's just our objective opinion. I don't think many people believe I will win either. Rich nodded. Yes. A sense of anxiety and tension filled the atmosphere as everyone clenched their arms tightly. This time I won't be stubborn and face him head-on because Griffith said I need a strategy. Are you asking if I have a strategy to win? I simply respond with another question. You kids think I found a winning strategy in just a few days, huh? Rich then suggested. The two teachers asked the great soul Mozost to see. At that moment, Mozost said to himself that he didn't even want to hear what I had to say. So what do you plan to do with the battle then? Kang Yu looked directly at the two students, his hand glowing. After fighting him once, I realized I wasn't confident I could win, but I was sure I wouldn't lose if I faced him a second time. So your strategy is to be confident then? He replied, that's right, you could say that. Modot, with a voice full of doubt, boldly scoffs. Rich keeps worrying, but if the master wins, there will be trouble. What is Kang Yu asking? The empty-handed boy replied, I know. You describe the consequences if Kang Yu wins. If he truly defeats Manny King, meaning he will become one of the strongest villains and sit among the 4 demon kings. Just those notorious titles alone will make everyone's eyes turn toward him. Kang Yu calmly said, I will defeat Mick Kin, no matter the outcome. Because that's how I get what I want. Round Galo asked if you were talking about the platinum disc. You just nodded and said it's the only clue, then explained to ease my anger and frustration. He reached out to catch the sunlight, wondering how the disc ended up in the hands of the villain. I don't know. I asked Mozot, but he didn't say anything. Moron also remained silent and didn't speak. Not far from where they stand, Jose is looking around. It's unclear which of the two students is teasing the beautiful girl reaching out to her. The beautiful girl looked up and waved at someone. To end her student's illusion, Kang Yu spoke up. It's not a wave to the guy, it's a sound. Both of them are surprised. What? Do you have any relation with her? Just a casual acquaintance. Ron observes, that girl doesn't look like a typical villain. Who is she? Is she the notorious J Street? Finally, Sang Yu concluded that she was suspicious. That night in Songnam City, an old man and a young man, Manny King and Nam Chan, were discussing something. He said he wasn't sure if that child survived. Without touching the glass of wine in front of him, Nam Chan asked, Are you talking about Jocelyn? Manny King replied, She has lost her memory, so maybe she is now living a completely different life from her past. It seems you care a lot about her. He takes a sip of the bitter wine and says, It has been with me for a very long time. Isn't it natural for me to care about its life? Nam Chan's face remains calm. He is simply listening. You have an important battle tomorrow. I advise you not to drink and ignore the young man's worries. Many Kings replied, This much is fine. He adjusted his monocle and said, It's not that I look down on the courtiers, and indeed my heart is pounding with excitement. He lifts his empty glass confidently, but honestly, I don't care who my opponents are. Because of my age and experience, I am already a seasoned veteran. The servant pours more wine for him. There are people like that. The half-filled glass of red liquid shimmering in Manny King's hand. People curious about how an old man over 70 would fight. There are also those who disagree and shake their heads in pity, saying I should give up my position. Nam Chan's face slightly furrowed, perhaps listening carefully to the old man's words and contemplating them. Smirking and raising his glass, Manny King truly exudes the aura of a seasoned fox. I will treat that as a warning and show them that they should be wary of the 4 evil kings, especially me, King M. The match between Manny King and Kasi will take place at the fragile betting table. As they moved past a row of cars, the group checked carefully. Bohr said, I don't see any cameramen at all. This time they won't broadcast it like last time. This match will take place without being aired. Chu AC crossed his arms and shook his head. Do you remember what happened last time? Last time they almost died because of filming that scene. She frowned. Today's match will be on a different level. So what about those reporters? She replied, well, probably just writing down backup wishes in case something happens. Botter feels worried. Shouldn't we also be careful? We've been through this before, so they'll know what to do. That noise is Cajun. A series of attention shifts as Cajun, Driver, and Break Ghost enter. The blue magic gate opens and Man King's group is also present. He arrived just in time. Now is the golden hour. Cajun's group has arrived. All of them look confident and cold to face the Man King group, and the tense atmosphere fills every corner. Bohr, with eyes betraying his unease, glanced around the gathering crowd and whispered to himself, Please don't let both sides start a fight. Chuak, although worried, lowered his voice to reassure, but only spoke softly for fear someone might overhear. It's not that serious, if that really happens. A sudden voice breaks the silence, cold and full of danger. No one can escape this holy war. Emerging from the shadows, Huisun, Insero, and China declare defiantly. Those who cheat and bend the rules will be executed by my own hand. And then, with excitement, we can also dive into the battle. Driver smiled and said, A bit late, but someone responded immediately and firmly, No, we arrived on time. Huisun leaned close to Driver's ear and explained, We were late because we were busy arranging executioners around the area as a precaution. He nodded slightly. Around the building, there were rows of black-clad figures standing. They are the Black Seekers. It seems they brought most of Winterbell's elite to the front. Since this battle involves a king, Winterbell's preparations are understandable. China asked, "Why did you reveal confidential information to outsiders?" Hai-sun turned away and whispered, "With Driver, it's fine." Round and Zai watch Manny King's team compete and comment, "4 people coming." Including Manny King, isn't that a bit few? Ron guesses maybe because he's confident. Is he looking down on you? A bit annoyed, huh? Ron replied. All the important people are already here. The person next to him added, "Those less important ones just cause more chaos showing up here." Rich truly felt uneasy deep inside. But nonetheless, Ron reminded his companion seriously, "Don't let something trivial make you forget the core reason we're here, to observe how a master warrior faces one of the 4 evil kings." Ree replied in a softer tone, "I will complete the mission properly so you don't need to worry." Ree carefully observes and tells his friend to look at Namchan and Lens Girl as he watches them walk. Does he have any doubts? Ron responded strangely, "Yeah, my senses warn me that they are not ordinary villains." Namchan looked up sharply, his piercing gaze fixed on them. Ron, a bit surprised, said, "Are we caught eyeing each other?" The person beside him whispers, "We've already hidden our presence." The man smirks, smiling as he hands the luxurious shirt to Namchan. Lingerie still clipped on his hair casually, he's starting now. Namchan took the shirt, bowed his head, and replied, "I hope you have a good time." He chuckled softly, saying, "Who knows if it will be interesting? Both are so boring they annoy me. It all depends on Cassian." Cassian calmly observed, confident that if things went as before, it would be very different. "Old man, you go next. Let me speak first. Give it your all from the start, or you'll regret it." The man sneered back, "Same as always, you little punk with a dirty neck." Then he added, "I guess words aren't enough to provoke me." Cassian replied with a mysterious smile, "That's good then." Then he warns, "Don't blame me because he was careless." Hearing Cajun provoke his opponent, Modot himself was very worried. The old man confidently replied, "I promise you I won't complain at all." He raised his hand, surrounded by blazing red energy. "Then I'll start now." Cajun charged into the battle outside. Nam secretly thought, he really plans to fight head-on again? That's just stupid. Is this confidence or what? A skill called explosive punch. Both sides clash fiercely, constantly unleashing deadly moves and skills to overpower each other. Your kick sparks like lightning, targeting Mankin's vital points but is blocked. It's his turn now, and he doesn't hold back, firing back at Can. Luckily, he managed to dodge just in time, and a flash of anger and surprise appeared in his eyes as his attack was blocked. But very quickly, both of them charged at each other again, fighting fiercely and with great intensity. He kept launching attacks, but this time Yu proactively dodged into a defensive stance. Finally, he performed an extra jump and launched a surprise attack that he couldn't block by directly hitting the man with a spiritual barrier. Chu Aci watched from outside in amazement as Cajun charged straight ahead and fought head-on. Are you saying his tactic is hit and run? Driver doubts and wonders if this is really the Cajun he knows. Don't tell me that's Black Ghost. She just glanced over here at me. Everyone was tense. Watch carefully during the practice. Mani unleashes a move. Cajun uses another skill called Shadow Blade Sedonif. He keeps baiting his opponent to strike, then dodging to drain Minute King's stamina. A bystander observes and steps back. Seeing that the opponent had exhausted himself and the situation had stabilized, Casian charged forward fiercely, using all his speed to unleash Shadow Acceleration. He kept moving, tightly circling the old man with his fists and speed. M was so angry that he could only utter your name. He charged forward immediately and launched an attack. Ree looked at the screen in admiration and said, "That was clever. The teacher's strategy really worked." Ron replied, "Yeah, the development went exactly as we predicted. Honestly, Hidenzun isn't anything special," Rich added. "But if it's the teacher who does it, that's a different story. During the time he was messing up the game, he was stubborn and always fought head-on, like a bullet rushing forward. Mankin will definitely be surprised by this change." Ron suddenly realized, saying with concern, "The old man's eyes have changed, and the person beside him guesses that the teacher's strategy will no longer be effective." Mankin laughs loudly in delight. "Good job, kid. You're happy now. Is that question a compliment?" He replied briefly. "Yeah, the perverted glasses still haven't fallen off his head." He smirked. "But how long do you plan to keep dancing? This tactic doesn't suit you at all." Cajun smiled faintly. "Are you bored already? Don't be so difficult." Singer Ann smiles confidently and declares, "I still have many dances to show you." On the day before the match, Gadam, the high tower of the concert hall, waited for the dawn of the evil Man King. with special information that the evil man had awakened, physical attributes, activation of awakening, worldly desires, main skills, Dragon King's authority, breaking the mountain, divine right, lightning skills, hidden evolution, superior demonic energy. 1907, startled. How did he do that? He was surprised and said, "Is that Mozo's ability?" "Why is the armor so thick?" Mozo proudly said, "That's the wisdom eye, a skill only I, a noble soul from a distant era, possess." Kasian boredly interrupted him. "Stop being so full of yourself." Round Galato calmly said that if the master could know and prepare in advance about the opponent's abilities and stats, even if it was Manny King, there would still be a chance. The master replied nonchalantly, "I should also consider the experience gained from the previous fight with him." He hesitated and said, "But the problem lies here. Superior evolution." Rit was startled and asked, "Is it a superior evolution?" Round Galato suspiciously asked, "Is that Manny King's awakening state?" He said seriously, "Think of it as an upgraded version of the awakened villains we've known before." He casually added, "We've already seen Stale awaken last time." They remembered that dangerous girl and nervously said, "Wow, she looks so fierce." He sighed and said, "Who would have thought that such a cute girl like Jose Stell could be her?" He said he couldn't believe it, even after seeing her with his own eyes right now. The two of them looked down from the rooftop at her smiling and talking with everyone, surprised. And she's even older than me, so it's hard to guarantee victory, and he didn't even use the advanced evolution. Round Galato said, "We need to prepare some backup plans. What if Ree suggests ending the fight before he can use the superior evolution?" You're surprised and say, "Not giving him time to use it?" Round Galato thought he could try saying, "Yes, that trick is a bit cheap, but he will definitely throw a few punches before evolving." Moat doesn't think that's effective. Moodot squinted and said, "Ultimate evolution doesn't take as long as a Sailor Moon transformation. He can evolve the moment he decides." Rich exclaimed in surprise, "That's even more intense." Round Galato nervously said, "So we have to consider the worst-case scenario." Rich turned around in surprise and asked, "Worst case?" The image of Manny King evolving superiorly appears before him, meaning we must prepare to face Manny King after he completes his superior evolution. He squinted and said, "This battle will be tough." He politely asked, "Can you show us more about Manny King's stats and skills?" Modot, feeling disappointed, said, "After he evolves, I can't show you guys." He helplessly said, "I can only check his current status and abilities with Yosemite. So after he evolves, he's done." Rich said, "So after he performs that move, I won't know what skill he'll use." Round Galato looked at him and spoke. Lampas also had no information, not even a picture of him in that form. He helplessly sighed. "Oh my God," he calmly said, soothing the tense atmosphere at that moment. "It's okay. Sometimes not knowing anything is more fun. Thanks to that, tomorrow will be very interesting." Man King and Kasi. Anne clash in a fierce battle as yellow and blue lights collide. He throws a punch, but she ducks to avoid it. His eyes sparkled like lightning as he headbutted him, grabbing his head with both hands and forcefully pulling it down. He raises his hand high, golden energy radiating out. He stares wide-eyed at him, shouting as his hand like a sword slashes straight down. "Longi Kai-san," the old building splits in two. Modot seriously warns, "You've tasted the old man's authority, so you should be used to it." The next move you need to watch out for is Longi Kai-san. Like its name, it's a technique powerful enough to split a mountain in two. It looks at you and says there's no preparation step to activate it, so you must be especially careful. He replied seriously. He appeared in the distance and he was startled, thinking, he avoided it. He smiled and said, "You dodge well, as if you could foresee my skills. I prepared some notes before heading into battle." "Did the driver tell you?" He replied, "No." He stroked his chin and smiled. "Isn't he the driver?" Then the raging flames suddenly appeared before him and he said, "What's so important about that?" He was startled as you threw a blue fireball. Hellfire. The second flame appears in the other hand. End of Hellfire. Morawat gasped, "Kazan, run." He widened his eyes as a blazing red palm strike rushed toward him. King Espan. The savage energy causes rocks and dirt to fly everywhere, as Chuak raises his hand to block the surging energy wave while she moans. The fierce whirlwind swept up Mount High as China quickly held onto her hat. She crossed her arms and praised as her cloak fluttered. "Impressive." She looked at him covered by a red shield and said, In that brief moment, the old man created a barrier with Namana and immediately counterattacked with his royal authority. She thought that although he was an enemy, she couldn't deny his skill. "Your quick escape really irritates me." He clenched his fist as the raging energy burst out, but escaping into the sky was a bit off because you can't move freely. He swung his fist and smugly said, "Surrender obediently to my throne." Stop being arrogant, I told him. I despise him, saying he's just an old man who got caught in the same trap twice. My head is just a passing image. A black energy seizes his legs tightly. My figure disappears into the darkness. I point at him and say, "It's not me who will fall, it's you." He looked a bit worried at this scene. He stepped into the shadow rising from the ground nearby and said, "It's my turn now." He raises his hand and a black sword shoots toward him. He angrily says, "Eat your fill." Shadows wielding a curved blade. He glares fiercely as the giant sword rushes forward, tearing through the space. Maximum at its peak. Break Ghost looks like a fan meeting their idol. Driver smiles softly as Linsgun and Namchan look on anxiously. He paused for a moment and said, "That attack could have killed someone. Wasn't it effective?" He sighed and said, "At least you should have begged for an arm." A voice echoes through the thick smoke and dust. "Don't be too sad. You've become stronger since the first time we fought." With his eyes glowing bright red, he smiled faintly and said, "Maybe when you fight Rose, you deserve my respect." The energy and violence centered on him spread outward, causing the ground to crack open. Chu AC was terrified as he watched this scene. China Huisun and Ino looked surprised as Driver, with a serious face, said, "Is it really to this point?" The old man with the giant staff in his hand emits a fierce red glow and sinisterly says, "I will sincerely kill you." The villain S plus Lank, an attribute attack class of physical mannequin villain SSRK, an attribute attack class knight mannequin. He smiles and announces that the real battle officially begins now. Cajun Zig and Round Galado watch anxiously. Is he using a hidden skill? It's a bit beyond expectations now. His mana energy is at a different level, Round Galado said anxiously. I didn't think he could summon it so quickly. He should have lost an arm from the skill of the master already. He looked at someone standing on the rooftop of the adjacent building and said, "Why is Yu-chan here? Didn't he say today he had something important to do?" Uan, looking frantic, watched him in his advanced evolution state, recalling 5 years ago when many soldiers died as my kin avoided fighting Red Dead. He was angry, thinking his father was one of the victims. Yes, Red is the culprit, but Mankin must also take responsibility. U-chan squinted and whispered, "You need to beat Kan." The sarcastic voice echoed through the smoky scene. "Advanced evolution. You've become a muscle pig." He smirks provocatively. If he loses in that state, he won't have any valid excuses to show how strong he really is. I didn't expect you to remain unthreatened by this appearance. Truly, you have exceeded my expectations, Kan. Then he stomped the ground with such force that it left a deep footprint, and he shouted with a grin, enjoying himself even more. A burst of yellow energy envelops him and the staff, creating an overwhelmingly dazzling scene. He grips the staff tightly and charges straight into the ground. He quickly dodged. His fiery red eyes tracked his footsteps. He clenched his hand tightly, startling him. He smiled wickedly. He forcefully throws him to the ground as rocks fly from the side, then raises both hands above his head and says, "Get serious. Case." He forcefully swings his hand down, unleashing a wave of energy that instantly turns the ground into a huge crater. He smugly said, "Don't disappoint me." The earth trembled as he exploded, and Yu appeared behind him. He drives his elbow back for a knockout blow and contemptuously calls him an idiot. He threw another punch, smugly saying, "How much longer do you plan to sneak up behind me?" He raised both hands to block as the force knocked him to the ground, rocks flying everywhere. Not only stronger, but also significantly faster and more reactive. Modot nervously said, "Look down. What do you think he's planning?" He pointed at him with one hand, holding the staff in the other, and charged, saying, "Do you think you can dodge this one?" He threw the staff towards him. The stick spun 360 degrees in the air at lightning speed as he smugly said, "If not, you'll definitely die." The battle axe shattered a building with a swing of the stick. Chu Ak Huang screams in fear, truly going crazy, but also falling apart again. Hui-sun anxiously searches around. "Where is the kiss?" China squinted and asked. "He is still alive. You appear above the sky." A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He charged forward at lightning speed. He sighed as he brushed past his face and said, "I really wanted that skill, but you should have used it more carefully. You will be defeated soon." Namchan narrowed his eyes as he looked at Kasian lying unconscious on the ground, thinking he believed he could endure a little longer, but maybe he was wrong. Ongat raised his hand triumphantly and said, "It seems I had too high expectations." The staff shot down swiftly, and he held it in his hand, saying, "Who would have thought this battle would be so boring?" It suddenly jerked as if he had discovered something. He asked in surprise, "Still want to fight?" He calmly replied, "Of course. I never lose a fight I participate in, I can win." "So why give up?" The man sneers and says, "Winning. Huh. You got beaten like that and still think you can win?" he said. Even after experiencing the skill gap between us, you still think you can win. I admit you're stronger than anyone I've ever fought, but I wonder, if you're so powerful, why did you avoid fighting Red Dead 5 years ago? Driver smiled and said, salt in the wound? He smiled, his face holding back anger, and said, that question hits the nail on the head. You remind me of painful memories, but if you wanted to provoke me, you should have done it sooner. Anshan annoyedly replied, yeah, I should have done that. I am indeed stupid. He grabbed the top of the staff and said, you're not just stupid, but also naive. He smiled dangerously and said, because of that, you will pay with your life. A terrifying wave of energy erupts from the tip of the staff, sounding like a heavenly roar. The hero's eyes widen in worry as Driver and China stare in shock. A black-purple shield appears to block that raging energy. He looks on in surprise. Did he block that attack? I told you, I won't fight any battle where I know I'll lose. The black-purple energy radiating from within me, I confidently say, I will win this fight. Are you relying on that shield? I am sure this time I will destroy you. Let me clarify this. He disappeared on the spot and suddenly appeared right in front of him, saying, you're the one who's arrogant, not me. He throws a punch and knocks him out. Chu Hao excitedly says, you hit him, take him down. Maybe I should teach you a lesson, he said as he swung his fist. His hand grabbed his head and said, you're too noisy. He sneered and said, you talk so much but can only show this much, then drove his knee into his stomach. He says you're still too weak. He stared in shock and fear, thinking, no, if this continues, he will really give him another punch and say, here's a gift for you. The fist strikes, causing the building's throne to collapse. Eno asks worriedly, has he been hit yet? China remains silent. He looks at the large hole in the building and smugly asks, why didn't you use the shield this time? He realized that he thought he couldn't use it. It's a powerful skill, but has a time limit. He walks toward his massive staff and disdainfully says, I thought I would enjoy this a little, but the ending was too quick and shaky. In the end, you're nothing but a sacrificial offering to prove my strength. His hand touched the staff and a voice rang out, you call that a sacrifice? I didn't know you were skilled at irritating others. He suddenly turned his head to look at me and said, thank you. I remember the time I was brutally trampled. He was startled, sensing that the dark energy surrounding us was growing thicker. Could it be that he is holding the staff in a defensive stance, trying to awaken? He still has the strength to throw the staff toward him. The spear strikes Commander Sak. The stick shoots like an arrow, but suddenly stops. He worriedly wondered if he had hit it. As the dust cleared, a hand appeared and grabbed the end of the staff. He smiled and said, open your eyes wide from now on. He smiled wickedly and charged out of the rubble. I will show you how blind hatred can drive a monster to madness. SSR-K villain, Shadow Assassin class with cursed fire attribute Cassie. A voice echoes, superior evolution, is that true? Raun Galado happily said, so we still have a chance to win, King Zich said. That's right. He squints his eyes and listens. He nervously said, it's not fully developed yet, so it's hard to control. If I use it incorrectly, it could backfire. Dick asked in surprise. Backfire? I might go insane or lose my mind. He strokes his chin and says, the best plan is to defeat King without using the superior evolution. Keep it as a last resort. Mozo silently listens and says, but if I have to use it, I need to end the fight quickly. He nervously said, if it drags on too long, I will lose my humanity. Raun Galado worriedly thought, what will happen if the master goes insane? He calmly said, what do you two think? I might really become a disaster-level villain and destroy this world. Rich broke out in a cold sweat at these words. I will truly become a disaster-level villain and destroy this world. Please don't say such scary words, he said seriously. I am only telling the truth. So I want to ask you two. If I activate my superhuman state, please watch me carefully. If you see any signs of abnormality, do whatever it takes to stop me. Raun Galado suspiciously asked, so we have to act before you completely go crazy, right? But can the two of us stop you, who are in a furious state? Driver's calm face appears in his mind. Na says, there are 3 of them. I already told Driver too. He always smiles, but he's a trustworthy person. Chuak is surprised. What are you looking at? Boar nervously said, the appearance of Khan has changed. Huisun exclaimed in surprise. Is it awakening? China doesn't think it's right, does it? I think it's the Driver who believes in superior evolution. He adjusts his glasses, thinking he just saw something like horns on his head earlier. He looks closely at Kasizan, pondering. But now it's gone? He laughed and looked at him, saying that was his smile. The superior evolution you achieved surprises me. Genchi looked startled. Is this the superior evolution? Eno exclaimed in surprise. What do you mean by evolution? He suddenly said, so all along you've been holding a trump card. No wonder you're so confident. I never expected that. He impatiently said, what are you still admiring from there? He rushed forward at the speed of light. If you're not confident, let me go first." The blazing flames surged as he rushed straight to him, engulfing the battlefield in a storm of fiery flames and flame vortex. Shu screamed loudly. Wang looked at the sea of flames and wondered if that was a fire attribute skill. Einar asked where M. King was. Driver smiled and pointed up there. He looked up at the sky and said, "Old man has jumped to the heavens." He quickly sped up to catch up. He rushes at lightning speed. Behind him, with a look of disdain, he asks, "Do you still see me as a sacrificial offering?" He angrily turned around and threw a palm strike, saying, "How arrogant." He quickly dodged. He raises his fist as the three-legged crow phantom flickers in and out, smiling wickedly. Resistance is futile. Everyone will soon hear the three-legged crow's resolve. He throws a punch, causing him to fall down. He shouts as his scream of destruction collapses everything. Kang Yu delivered a fatal punch to Manny King, causing him to crash into the wall. His punch created a massive shockwave that shook the entire area. Ron and Jay couldn't help but be amazed. That is the skill their master used to defeat Jose. Einar carefully asked Mujin if he had won. She replied, "Number." He blocked its attack. Through his glasses, Driver observed everything. He smiled in admiration, realizing that even at his age, he was still sharp. Kang Yu coldly looked at his opponent. Without hesitation, he made a decision to strike again before his opponent could recover. Manikin struggles to break free, shouting out in anger. Immediately, Kang Yu quickly clenched his fist and charged straight at him. Manikin also regained his senses, punching back toward him. The clash between the two sides was incredibly fierce, with the pressure so intense that anyone would shiver. Truly, their strength was not to be underestimated, and the battle continued evenly matched. To change the tide of the battle, Kang Yu quickly pulls back his hand. He spins around and jumps up, catching his opponent off guard. Immediately after, he delivered a straight kick from the air towards Mankin. Although he managed to block the kick, it didn't seem to be easy. Chang Yu saw that, he guessed he had blocked it, but the damage still seemed very serious. Without stopping, he continued to unleash more moves so the opponent couldn't react in time. The two fight back and forth with several moves, unable to determine a winner. However, Kang Yu's strength seems to have the upper hand. The opponent is still seriously injured, and he throws a punch directly at M. King's face, who is completely unable to defend. Seizing the opportunity, Kang Yu continues with a kick to the opponent's chest. He smirks provocatively. What kind of expression is that? If he gets hit again, will he cry? That sounds about right. Manny King immediately loses his temper. Outside, Rich Hot is panicking. But right now, isn't he the one dominating M. King? Raon asserts that in close combat, he remembers his teacher's figure from before. No one can surpass the strongest because his teacher is the strongest. During the battle, Manny King angrily charged forward. He shouted loudly in nonsense. Kang Yu, while blocking the attack and provoking the opponent, I wonder if he's still finding this fun now. Kang Yu is no longer joking around. He suddenly charges fiercely at Manny Nijing. In the moment he wasn't paying attention, it was already too late to change everything. The four great villains, you unleash your final move to end this fight and destroy crewing running away. Kang Yu coldly said, "Just a mediocre level." As he finished, Man King was knocked out. He was completely buried in the wreckage from the recent battle. The fight was over, and the victory belonged to Kang Yu. 5 years ago at the Neo Senshi Green Factory, Mannequin Numni was enjoying a glass of expensive wine. He seems to be talking to another guest. He asked, "You say I just need to observe." Count Winterbell, the 26th head of the Demon Sword Clan, replied, "Yes, I will take responsibility and handle this matter." Manny chuckled ambiguously. He asked, "Do you plan to negotiate with Moran?" Yunsong replied, "Yes, Manny King doesn't understand what this action is aimed at." "Are you really sure you need to get involved in this?" In Yunsong's mind, a figure appeared, and he said in a deep voice, "The more the conflict between you and Moran escalates, the more negative public opinion about the villain will grow, and that's exactly what Lampus wants. He insists that in the end, Lampus will be the one to benefit, right? As the ruler of Winterbell, I can't let that happen." Manny King doesn't believe. Is that the only reason? Is there any other reason? Manny King said. For example, he pauses for a moment before coldly saying, "You think I would lose to Moran, for instance?" Yunsong calmly admits that could happen, but the lottery ticket I bought is not for Moran. Manny King said straightforwardly, "You still have a chance to buy other tickets, right?" Yunsong countered, "I don't plan to do that. No matter how strong the wind blows, Tai-sun won't move. I want to ask you for this favor. Please become the mountain that stands against Moran, the junior who fought alongside you at the same school. I want to ask for your help." Manny King didn't answer immediately. He sipped his drink calmly and said, "You are making a request with a risk to your very life." Then, he confidently added, "Then how could I possibly let you down? Suddenly, a loud explosion shook the entire city. Manny smashed through the wreckage and charged out, shouting, "You pathetic rookie!" Seeing he was still alive after that blow, Chuak and Poer were terrified. Damn it, what kind of endurance is that? Minnan ponders what might be hiding behind that mask. Returning to the fight, Kang Yu was pushed back by his strength. Modot sighed in admiration. So resilient, rising after 2 devastating blows. Kang Yu calmly continued. The old man's endurance and recovery are beyond normal, but the damage we cause is definitely still significant. I guess one more hit might take him down. Modot warned, "Don't be careless. A wounded monster will become even more furious." Kang Yu knew this well. He gathered his strength and affirmed, "I am not careless. I also find myself in a dangerous situation, and my desire to destroy is becoming more and more apparent. Summon the evil spirit to Tumsam." Kang Yu immediately rushes forward, determined not to let him succeed. "It's over," Mannequin sneers. "Is it over?" The dirt wall suddenly split in 2, revealing the sharp sword inside. He laughed loudly. "No way. Unlock the seal. That sword is the Celeste General S, the divine sword of the Heavenly General." Holding the sword in his hand, he said triumphantly, "You can't handle the heavy responsibility I bear." Kang Yu leapt up, appearing right above Mannequin. Gang Yu coldly said, "If that's the case, I also have a little preparation." Immediately, a giant sword appeared in his hand, the gigantic Doombi sword. Kang Yu and the celestial sword rushed towards Mannequin to end this battle here. Mannequin charges with his sword, and the sword emits a tremendous power. Then he rushes straight at Kang Yu. Kang Yu also does not stay passive and immediately counterattacks. Mannequin and Kang Yu immediately clash in midair. Mannequin launches an attack. Dragon Slayers fiercely confront Long Tram. He tightly grips his sword and swings it straight at Kang Yu. The sharp blade grazes his cheek, and he immediately counterattacks with a punch. Mkin quickly draws his sword to block. Immediately after, both of them continued fighting fiercely, making it impossible to tell who would emerge victorious. The incredible source of power they emit truly makes anyone tremble. They keep fighting each other, with no one willing to back down. It truly is a fierce life-and-death battle. The two of them are evenly matched, and the outcome is still undecided. Suddenly, Kang Yu hesitated. "Damn it. My demonic energy is running out, and the size of the jade blade is shrinking." He worries that if this fight turns into a war of attrition, it will be very dangerous, and Kang Yu interrupts. "I know, but seeing Mannequin so smug over there," Kang Yu sneers coldly, "it seems he's also eager to end this battle." Mkin stomps his foot hard. He's quite pleased too. He immediately launched a relentless attack, the sword in his hand shining with a sharp light. But that's enough. Insur stands outside watching and praising. That stance is so cool, Min seems to realize something. She stared intently at Mannequin's sword, a stance that was incredibly familiar. She couldn't believe it. No way he could know the secret technique of her family that had been lost. Kang Yu rushed forward, shouting loudly, "Give it your all," King responded. "Come on." He unleashes the infinite sword technique. Infinite, breaking through the sky-splitting sword. This sword strike will cut through heaven and earth and destroy everything. Raun and Yish are amazed. What the hell is that? His aura is incredibly terrifying. Kang Yu remains unfazed, rushing forward and swinging his sword, unleashing his ultimate move, the gigantic Doombrae sword attack. Renchi is horrified as they collide. The two swords clash in midair. The situation is still unclear about which side is weaker. Driver stands outside watching as both swords gradually shatter into fragments of magic. The winner of the strength battle suddenly saw Mannequin's sword break in half. He was utterly stunned. Kang Yu seized the opportunity and charged straight at Mannequin. He took a direct hit from the great sword of Kang Yu at close range. But Mannequin was faster. He grabbed Kang Yu's neck with his huge hand and then threw a punch at him. "You're truly impressive," but then he seemed to think he had already won and became very proud. "In the end, I, the Kid Nostar Overlost Fish North Star King of Power, am still the winner." Kang Yu seems to have heard something very funny. He curled his lips and said, "Do you think you've won?" Then he immediately unleashed the shadow illusion. Once he made that mistake, he had already lost. Mannequin was completely engulfed by the dark energy. He was panicking. What? Kang Yu from behind suddenly attacked him and disappeared into the darkness. Before destruction could occur, the dark new Stardova unleashed a blow that shook the entire world. Everyone outside is watching this fierce battle. Mujin, Insur, and Huisun silently observe. Driver remains calm as he watches the fight, while Gao Nun and Z hold their breath, waiting for the result. Genshiluggi and Namchan are also anxiously awaiting. The outcome of this match is clear. Mannequin is officially defeated, and Kang Yu coldly looks at the defeated man lying on the ground. He sneered, "So you still think you're alive and are showing mercy and pity to me?" Kang Yu denies it. Don't get me wrong, I just can't kill you because I lack the strength. I told the truth, honestly. If you had used that final technique in its complete form, I would have been the one to fall. Min smiled and said, I have completely failed. He raised his fist to the sky, defeated. But I have no regrets. This was a great fight, I gave it my all. He smiled, and there was no longer any reason for me to be called one of the 4 great villains. Min looked at him thoughtfully. Manikin happily continued, Chi Hoan has been gone for 5 years now. He seems very relaxed. Isn't this a perfect retirement celebration? At the Lampus South Korea branch, a scream suddenly shattered the quiet atmosphere. Impossible to ignore. Dewang couldn't believe it and asked again, Did Kasian really defeat Man Nikin? What the hell is going on? Chi-sun calmly said the power structure surrounding Man-King will collapse soon. She continued, so we are also very busy with that. Kasi has risen to the top of the watch list and we need to prepare a report on him. Dewang hesitated. Could Kasian really replace Mannequin and become one of the 4 demon kings? Chi-sun didn't confirm. She only said it's too early to tell, but if the other demon kings accept Kasi Xan, then it could happen. Dewang concluded, so a new group of 4 great villains is about to be formed? Chi-sun pondered. But if someone refuses a battle, it could lead to chaos. Wang hesitates about the battle. Chi-sun remains indifferent, having her own thoughts on how to face what's coming. This is a brutal battle to crush each other, and perhaps some are trying to take advantage of the chaos. In a quiet private office, a man is on the phone. Yes, I understand. He said to the other end, I will follow your orders. That man is Lampus's priest. He suddenly smiled in a strange way, as if something was about to happen again. Outside the shop, there are heartfelt thank you messages displayed. We are truly happy that you are our boss. The clinking of glass cups echoes, accompanied by the loudest whispered words, Gadam Vian. The inside of the shop is crowded, everyone happily holding glasses and constantly smiling and excitedly sharing. Defeating even the Manny King, I knew he would win. Wait a moment, a young man clearly annoyed and dissatisfied said. His face flushed red, reflected sharply in the surprised eyes of the young men sitting at the table. Even on such an important day, he still had to drink Pinkha grapefruit soda. The young man with the red earring added fuel to the fire and said, actually, beer might be better. A deep, commanding shout came from somewhere else. Silence. Choha smiled brightly and responded with narrowed eyes. Selling alcohol to those people could increase criminal behavior. Who knows what they might do when drunk? Honestly, that's just what he says outwardly, but inside he thinks this is the only drink on the menu, so if you don't like it, just leave. That young man was so angry he shouted, it's just prejudice. That guy really. Ignore what they're criticizing. I'll still answer calmly. Fine. Let's say that. At a corner of the table, Rose Stell looked surprised to see the man in black. She took a few steps forward, then turned back to look at him with the item in her hand. She opened her palm and saw a beautifully folded paper bow, her eyes fixed on it as she pondered. It was very late at night, in a high-rise area with no lights on at all. Rose slowly stepped out alone from a dark alley. A shadow was cast onto the street. The sound of heavy footsteps hitting the pavement is clearly heard in the darkness. Black Ba, tall, fat, and skinny, stood facing her and said, I knew you would come. One of the 3 facing her, with sharp eyes, realized that her thoughts and memories had returned, and she just stood, with her arms crossed silently, listening to the other person finish speaking. Her eyes now seemed to question others. What brought you here? Oh Sang-mu, realizing she might have mistaken the name, stared intently at the cold, icy-eyed person, and said, No, the evil prince of the Chaos Mage class. His entire body radiates a green aura, and he answers with his hands behind his back, I came to take you away. I didn't expect Jose Stel to also cross his arms calmly like the boss lady and say no. He continued to ask, why not? She quickly replied, because I want to stay here. He calmly asked again, I'm asking for the reason. I feel like I belong here. A series of images of handsome young men flashed through her mind endlessly. She cheerfully replied with cold, icy eyes, I have value, and my younger brother seems to like this place too. When he hears the answer, he raises his hand to touch his chin and whispers, I see. He looks up at the sky where a strange flying object is approaching and says, if that's the case, I might have to give up on bringing you home. She hesitated and asked back, you cut ties with the boss, right? The 3 people facing her still smiled calmly and replied, actually, it's more like ending the contract. A series of images of old acquaintances flashed through his mind, accompanied by their voices echoing. I pledge my loyalty to Manik Kaining, one of the 4 evil kings. Then suddenly, the thought vanished. He added, if I am no longer one of the 4 kings, I have no reason to remain loyal. So it has to be the 4 evil kings? And Ka-an, then? The night sky gradually darkened, and the full moon illuminated the faces of the 3 people facing each other clearly. The prince responds casually. You're becoming quite famous. I ask when I already know the answer. He and I are on opposite sides. Tonight's sky is filled with countless stars connected to form a dazzling band of light, for some reason. In the morning, on a street near a tall building, the sound of someone answering a phone echoes. You're still okay, right? Yes, Kang Yu said while holding her phone. I know you always prioritize safety. Duty sat at the coffee shop, hurriedly explaining on her phone. I was just worried because I heard about a major accident in Gadam. The person on the other end replied, that has nothing to do with me. Hearing this, she seemed reassured and continued speaking. That's good, Kang Yu, still holding the phone, said, I'm out shopping now, so I'll hang up. The other side responded with the last words, don't get too stuck. Just buy something nutritious to eat. The purple-eyed girl behind teased him. The more he lied, the better he got. His hand holding the phone, eyes seeming to regret something as he responds, don't mock him, as if I could tell the truth. The girl with purple eyes looked a bit worried. That problem is a headache. He responded quickly, it's not too much of a headache. Just do what we usually do. He looked up at the sunny morning sky and wished, only hoping that the sister in America was safe. The purple-eyed girl kept rambling. You're used to calling her sister already, huh? You sound so shy that he told you to shut up. After thinking for a moment while still playing with his phone, he said, it's not like I lied about going shopping. As he approached a tall building and looked up, he wondered, that must be where Manny King lives? A blinding flash of light streaks across the building. Inside the room, a man places the box on the table and says, this is the promised item. Kang Yu calmly sat in the chair and asked, can I check? He and the purple-eyed girl looked very carefully, thinking to himself, it's real. He turned away, still holding the item in his hand, and said goodbye. So it's over. Are you leaving now? Why stay here when the person behind you is leaving? He gently tapped the glass and said, this isn't something everyone knows, but you do. He sat in the chair, his eyes showing curiosity. How do you know I have the platinum disc and why do you want it? I only turn back with a half smile and say, that question isn't free to answer, one more rematch. The old man quickly dismisses with a wave, I'm still recovering from yesterday's wounds. He was about to leave, but had to turn back after hearing him. But let me give you one last piece of advice, man. I feel like my chest is going to burst from how much the old man talks. His hand holding the glass of water raises to drink, then slowly analyzes. The owner of the platinum disc means... A tall guy stands with his back turned, surrounded only by darkness. It reflects his explanation. You have become the target of absolute forces of the world. Mr. Tay still holding his glass of water, he continues to speak. Cassian, I'm curious to see which path you will take from now on. The bright sun shines over the Gadam Vazan sky outside as a sleek supercar appears. A person in white quickly steps out and raises their hand to shout, My love, it's me! The driver gently touched her mask and comforted her. A long journey like this must be really exhausting. Ko Jiao coquettishly said, seeing his face made all her fatigue disappear. His hand took the stack of documents as she spoke. Here it is, the thing you wanted. I also put the item I received from Dr. Rotless there. He asked in surprise, the 4 evil kings? Rotless? He quickly opened the paper bag, his eyes suddenly showing surprise as he held the round object in his hand. Examining it, then without hesitation, asked Jiao Flag. Did you fight Ru? She quickly replied, No, I just received it. It seems they had planned to give up on it from the very beginning. A person nearby looked at the driver with curiosity and asked, Wait, wasn't that already discussed? He kept his eyes on the object in his hand as he responded. I only knew they had something planned for me, but I didn't expect it to be a platinum disc. When I realized something was wrong, I immediately asked Ko Jiao if something had happened to Rotless. She looked up in shock. Now that you mention it, I realize something's not right among us. Her hand points to the paper bag. You're not planning to check what's inside, are you? He softly says. The main dish should be enjoyed slowly. His hand grips the item tightly, never taking his eyes off it, while his ears still listen to Ko Jiao asking, But why do you want to investigate that? He looked at and read each word on the paper in front of him. Cly, a world-class CA, then slowly answered, What we see. And reality might be different. My thoughts are now a bit dangerous. My eyes and hands never leave what's in front of me, because uncovering the truth is my passion. One morning in Dalawa, a suburb of Washington, 2 cars are driving along the road amid loud voices. The convoy number 7 just passed the corner of Dawn Street. What is the villain's identity? The response is, no problem. As soon as it ended, the 2 cars ahead collided and shattered into pieces. The 2 officers broke out in a sweat, trying to figure out how to handle the situation. An attack? Report to headquarters first. The police and the enemy locked eyes, and the police pointed their guns at the enemy with a stern voice. "You bastard. The opponent is so big that just one hand is enough to block the bullet." After a moment of counterattack, 3 people supporting each other walk closer, and the masked person shouts, "You idiot." At this moment, the clown's face is no longer a clown's, and he can only say one word: bro. This is an S-rank villain, a class ice mage of the Cloud attribute. Raph looked at the person in front of him with fear and asked, "What? Does the boss know I got caught?" The ice clown's voice is annoyed. "Big brother told me to come save you." Frost Clown grits his teeth. "Let's go before the police surround this place." Raph's face turned pale and his voice trembled. "Wait, if I leave now, the boss will kill me." The clown glared at the opponent and said sharply, "Isn't it obvious? You deserve this." Raph pulls at his shirt, begging, "Please, give me a chance, I can't die like this," he asks as if he's cursing. "What kind of stupid game are you playing?" RF's hands rub together, his cunning eyes explaining, "I will give the boss a gift. There is something I have my eye on not far from here, and it will definitely be a great gift." At the Senshi Green factory, a glass with a golden hue has already been prepared. Mankin sits comfortably in his chair, facing his subordinate, savoring his glass of wine. The driver on his shoulder, carrying a weapon soaked in the smell of blood, said, "Stop provoking us or you'll regret it." He remained calm, sipping his drink, and thought to himself, "Driver, you were right." The glass is placed on the table in front of his subordinate, but his thoughts keep echoing in his mind. Why did he choose someone who looks like a kid like Kasi-zan as the boss? Can I no longer sense these things? My subordinate gently reminds you, sir. I think you've had too much to drink. He closed his eyes gently and replied, "Today is a good day for drinking." The subordinate calmly said, "You haven't fully recovered yet. I think you should drink less for your health." Then he slightly bowed his head and added, "I have something to say to you." The images of the 2 villains gradually appeared, illustrating the conversation. He asked about the foreman, right? He continued, "So you already know Guy, Bungai, and Rathel. They said they would follow the prince and return their foreman badges." The index finger tapped lightly, as if to voice their thoughts. "Lengon probably also followed them, so now only Junichi and the Iron Bast remain." He reaffirmed, "Surely they have also made an offer to you, right?" He quickly added, "I refused." He listened to the subordinate's decisive answer with a cunning smile, stroking his chin and thinking that perhaps he still found me useful even though I am no longer as strong as before. It's probably been a long time since he felt this free. "Stop freaking out and surprise me, Prince." In the small kitchen, Mose kept asking nervously, "Are you okay?" There was no response, so it continued. "The burden on the body during the process of transcendent evolution is indeed very heavy." He still speaks slowly about his feelings. "I need to overcome it." "Dumb as it is," and Tam calmly answers, still as composed as ever. "It recalls that terrible fight and analyzes it. Through the battle with Manny King, you gained invaluable experience. The data you've accumulated will become a huge step forward to overcome future difficulties." Kang Yu looked a bit puzzled. "Difficulties? Are you referring to the world-class powers that Manny King mentioned?" He confirms it. "That's right, since they are also after the platinum plate you have." From putting rice into the bowl, he gently replied, "I should be the one thanking them if they come here to take the platinum plate, so I don't have to go looking for them. It's like adding the ingredients for a mixed rice dish into a bowl. My only task is to mix everything well and eat it all." Once the mixed rice bowl is ready, he said, "I'm leaving," and Modot sarcastically replied, "Out of everything you've made so far, this looks the most like food." Anj Nan Ha picks up his phone to take a picture of the rice bowl. "I'll take a picture and send it to my sister." Modot, seeing this, looks bored and asks, "So that's why you made the mixed rice so late?" "Because of Vespna." The screen shows an image of a bowl of mixed rice and a message saying it's from the restaurant. Kang Yu replies that she made it. His sister read the message and had to say, "Well done." Suddenly, the craving for mixed rice hits Dee and she laughs. She also wants to eat. A deafening explosion rang out and the phone was shot out of her hand onto the ground. Raph, holding a gun with a sinister smile, is claiming this spot. There's the sound of footsteps approaching, accompanied by a voice saying, "You really are my sibling, but you're truly a fool." Around Raph, his accomplices are talking among themselves. Why the hell would you attack a restaurant? He hesitates out of embarrassment and replies, "The food here is very good. I plan to use this place in my great kingdom." He grabs the chef's collar, smirking and saying, "I will take the manager with me along with the chef, and I will build a big restaurant for the boss." In the small room, a person sits on a chair with their back turned to everyone, holding a phone as if waiting for contact from someone else. Raph, still holding his gun, shouts loudly, "Where is the manager? I know you're here. Come out quickly. Don't hide anymore." He stepped in and, seeing the person sitting in the chair, hurriedly asked, "What's going on?" He's been sitting here all this time but hasn't answered. Is he so scared he can't speak? The cold-hearted clown, tired of disciplining his underlings, says don't make a fuss anymore. As a villain, you should gently drag him out by the collar. He turned and saw the clown holding a stranger, then asked, "Where did you find this?" The clown looked at the woman fainting in his arms and said, "Oh, this woman here. Over there." Glancing back at the window, there was clearly another woman, and the icy clown snapped, "It's dark now. Turn on the lights." "Wait, I'm on duty." Gao introduced himself to the clown, who was so surprised that his eyes widened, and the icy clown trembled and stammered. "No way." Cold sweat starts to appear all over the frozen clown's face as he stammers. "Why?" Seeing the person opposite with bloodshot red eyes, he trembled in fear and asked, "Why are you here?" 3 people are entering the high-rise building together outside. The brother in the vest bows his head and apologizes. "I am very sorry. While I was away, my words were cut off before I finished speaking. Let's talk about that later." The 3 of them continued to ask, more importantly, where is he? The group searched and found her safe on a warm mattress. The room was full of debris, with the bodies of the villains scattered on the ground. The white-haired girl and the blue-haired guy stood frozen in shock for a moment, while the black-haired guy bowed politely. The chairman still stood with his back turned as the greeting echoed out. "It is an honor to meet the honorary chairman." He turned his back and smiled with a super handsome look. Lampas, the honorary chairman of Lampas Vincent. One morning at the Neo-Senchai Green factory, Manny sat pensively with a drum in one hand. He looked at the people in front of him and said, "I thought you would come to see me immediately, but you're a bit late." The image of the battle appeared in China's mind along with the words, "The lost secret technique of the evil swordmaster." "I need it," he replied calmly. "I think I should return it since you asked, but I will only give it back when you prove your ability." Her tone was a bit annoyed. "Do you say I am not capable enough?" Mankin replied, "You are too greedy, wanting to take it back when you can't defeat me." The yellow-haired villain shouted in anger, "How dare you!" China Na quickly waved her hand to stop him. "Don't provoke him." Then she asked coldly, "How do you want me to prove myself?" He half smiled and replied, "Become stronger than you are now." He placed his hand on the glass and continued, "Enough to surprise me. If you want to slowly lift the glass and speak confidently, I will train you." 3 months later, in the G-Demon territory, the red-horned one's screams could be heard. "Singer, come out and kneel before me. A class villain knight, chaotic attribute, Devilman. I, Devilman, will conquer the evil zone Gam." The 3 people in the distance, seeing the red-horned guy, sit and murmur in disappointment. Again, this so-called Devilman is the 20th one already. The hat-wearing guy seems very cold as he complains. "It's so cold, isn't it?" the guy in the middle added. "This is really annoying." The guy sitting at the end grits his teeth in frustration. "Do we have to guard the gate or something?" In the end, the red-bone guy finally lost his temper and shouted because he was disrespected. "You trash, who don't know your place. How dare you show such attitude to an A-class villain like me?" A blazing fist shot out from Breakhand towards the red-horned guy, hitting his slender body and sending him flying far away. Den angrily said, "You're the one who doesn't know your place." The other 2 villains are watching their teammate handle the enemy while criticizing. "If you're A-class, then the whole world is A-class too. Do you think someone as weak as you is A-class?" Double Braid said, "I also want to reach A-class, B+ assassin, physical attribute." The B+ assassin, crossing his arms and looking bored, said, "He handled it himself." A class villain. Frontline type, physical. CR, with both hands rubbing together, snapped, "Where are you looking?" he said irritably, as if about to swallow the opponent. If you like this kind of thing, buying a lottery ticket might be easier. He is the A-rank villain, the metal Taoist Black Hen, a masked boss who suddenly appeared on the lid of the box and said, "You defeated him quickly." Black Hen's soul beast was startled and exclaimed in shock. Upon closer inspection, it was Black Ghost, the S-rank dark attribute, assassin, and villain. He praised that hard training has truly paid off, and you are stronger than before. Then he jumped down, still very arrogant, but said, "Don't be angry, you're still weaker than me." Black Hen, looking displeased, replied, "I'm now an S-rank, stop showing off." Suddenly, Black Ghost, remembering those who looked down on the boss, angrily said, "It's really ridiculous. I never thought there would be those who doubted our leader's strength. This is an insult directly to our boss." Then suddenly he turned to scold the 3 villains in front of him, and the reason behind it all was because you were too weak. The whole group irritably snapped back. "What? Braken is now ready for battle," he angrily replied. "What do you mean? What kind of conclusion is that? Break Ghost is also about winning and losing, and revenge. If you are strong, those fools wouldn't dare to rush in here." The other 2 villains, pale with fear, whispered to each other, "They only stop when they fight. How can we stop them?" "Who can stop us?" Black Go's eyes shone brightly as he declared, "We will return for the special training, and you will become incredibly powerful through it." At Pap Heaven, one of them is standing far away with a weapon in hand, watching others draw on the wall. The group of villains is sitting and talking together. "I hear everyone is coming here to hunt Kasian. It's really annoying. A group just arrived and left." The other two villains sit and listen to the conversation, secretly thinking they're here to do that again. Driver keeps talking. They are trying to find out if Kyan is someone they can defeat. That is an opportunity for them to become famous immediately. Jose, that's a problem for the villains. They can't see themselves objectively. They are just small fry. China also added a few words, and high-level villains from other parts of the world will also come here. The sensing flag found it really interesting and said, "Then Gadam will become lively," Joe suggested. Mujin's words are not entirely correct either. "I received news that recent activities in China haven't been going very well. Kang Yu has just spoken up now." "China is red dead," Joss confirms. "That's right, they've been watching Korea for a while. I think they're implementing their plan now." Kang Yu thought for a moment and said, "If they act now, their main target isn't Korea but me." Jossapop also agreed. "I think so too." Kang Yu then said, "I actually want it that way, so I have no problem with it." The driver raised his finger in praise. "Our boss really is different. I knew you would say that." China immediately offered advice. "Accepting things like this is fine, but you need to be prepared." Kang Yu reassures his teammates that he is always prepared. Driver wonders, "I heard you're being trained by Manny King. How did you negotiate with him?" "The tuition must be expensive." China. Na thought quickly and replied, "Of course I negotiated with him, but there was no tuition fee at all. I went to see him to get a few items, but Manny King made an offer himself, saying he would train me personally. Thanks to him, Mujin has become even busier." Driver still wondered, so Manny King offers free training? "Is he too old and confused?" Kangut Nian asked an unrelated question. "You're stronger than before," Driver replied. "That's right, but it's not enough to face someone like Red Dead." As for that, China hurriedly added, "Cajun preparing to fight Red Dead alone won't be enough. It won't be a one-on-one fight, but a full-scale battle." Kojiao Ungdung replied, "Do we need to worry that much?" "Casey is not the only strong one in Gadam." Driver's eyes lit up when Kojiao said, "My darling is also here." She even confidently said us, too. The waitress brought the dish and said, "Here is what you ordered." The waiter pointed at the girl and said, "That girl, too." The plate of noodles on the table made China Na ask in confusion, "Who called out?" Chang Yu immediately responded to me, his gaze fixed intently on the waitress. Rose suddenly froze when she heard Kang Yu say she had cream on her face, her lips curling into a slight smile before she approached Kang Yu as if to ask for a favor. I shouldn't ask a customer to do this. Her teasing eyes said, "But can you help me wipe it off?" The others, feeling tired, asked if they could help. "Is that impossible?" "It's not a difficult task either." Chang Yu's hand gently touched her cheek to wipe away the cream. China handed her a towel and then shouted, "That's enough." Still patiently holding the cloth and saying, "Wipe it away with this handkerchief." Roseo smiled silently as Driver, witnessing everything, casually spoke his mind. "So that's the reason." The flag bearer gently called out, "Sweetheart, your face is also covered in this cream." Rose turned away and walked off, making everyone unable to look away. Joseph quickly called everyone back with a few words. The story was interrupted. "I have a matter to discuss regarding superior evolution." Kang Yu seems really craving noodles, so she asked back, "Why suddenly bring this up?" Rosop explained, "I know this is a difficult request, but to help everyone develop, can you give us some tips on superior evolution? It's not that difficult after all." Joes replied, "You mean?" The words just spoken seemed to make her realize something, so she hesitantly asked, "Wait a minute, what?" Kang Yu sat quietly watching others argue. The driver confidently continued, after some practice, "I can do it now." One evening, Trang Kuyet's gaze illuminated everything in a very hazy way. The cargo ship is docking with many tall crates illuminated by lights, as a series of police cars arrive with sirens blaring. The two police officers shine their flashlights as they walk and chat. "It's so cold, isn't it colder than usual today?" The other man turned to ask, "Why are you so sensitive to the cold weather? You should have dressed warmer," but he was suddenly called out. Suddenly, the two police officers turned back to ask the person behind them, "But there was nothing serious going on, right?" The man in black replied, "I was only ordered to check around the port." The police officer wondered again, "Do they really make a priest do such things?" The police officer nervously shone his flashlight around and asked, "So don't tell me some villain has escaped?" The bespectacled guy smiled and replied, "It's just a routine patrol." The two officers breathe a sigh of relief and smile, saying, "Thank goodness, having you here makes us feel more at ease." A shadow stands on top of a cargo container unseen, listening to the officer say, "If a real villain appears, ordinary police like us won't stand a chance." That dark figure still stands still in the midnight. During the day at Vesperna, Doody, holding a bunch of beautiful yellow flowers, was walking when suddenly she saw something ahead that surprised her. A person with long pink hair approaches and says, "Hello, manager," and cheerfully asks, "What kind of flower is that?" Doody squinted and replied, "It's Vantho chrysanthemum. I liked it so much I bought it, got a 40% discount," and carefully looked at the chrysanthemum flower on her. Doody happily took out one and held it out to In, saying, "Here's a flower for you." He hurriedly replied, "Thank you." Doody watched him stare for quite a while, holding the flower and admiring it. Then In thought to himself, "I'm glad to see her so radiant." He continued, remembering that wedding day has been completely erased. The man behind replied, "Unless someone intervenes, it will be very difficult to recall." "What did I gather about Manager Do?" He handed the documents to In and said, including all the information about her residence in Gadam District, Seoul, Korea. In took the documents and replied softly, "Well done. I heard she has a younger brother who is about to graduate from high school and is preparing for college." He walks slowly and then adds, "I hope they won't get caught up in unnecessary trouble." The man standing behind earlier seems to be reconsidering his words. There are voices outside the tall building saying, "Training so early," as Moro looks at Kang Yu and asks, "It's been a while since you went out at this hour. Did yesterday's events motivate you?" He replied while putting the weighted ankle on his leg, "It's strange that you're not concerned. I had to risk my life and train hard to be able to do that." "So he managed to do it so easily after all?" Mut asked in confusion. "Driver is your ally. Isn't he upset to see his ally become stronger?" "Trusting that demon blindly is very dangerous. You can't tell what he's really thinking." Moat chased after him and asked again. "So, from what I see, he seems to trust you quite a bit. He keeps running and explaining, it's because you have an eye that you can't see clearly. More than an enemy, an opponent." He answered the last question, then ran off quickly. "I don't care about those things." His legs kept running tirelessly and his face showed no sign of fatigue. China runs in the opposite direction of him, looking beautiful, with dumbbell weights on her hands and feet. They meet awkwardly. "We keep running into each other. What a coincidence. Do you usually run at this time?" He replied, "You do too?" China Na, modestly with the dumbbell in her hand and on her foot, said, "I also enjoy light jogging." He looked at her for a moment, then replied indifferently, imagining her gentle image along with a few words, "Do you want to run with me?" Watching him turn his back and continue running, China called after him, "If your legs hurt while running, I can carry you." I didn't expect him to just say 2 words and leave. The 2 girls secretly watching from behind looked a bit proud. There was progress in the morning at the lamp branch in Korea. Chisun was walking quickly alone, approaching a room filled with documents, and as the door opened, the 2 inside looked up. She hurried to sit down, and when asked a question, she could only smile. "What's the emergency with an early morning call?" She calmly said, "There's an incident at Incheon Port." What could be so urgent that it required an emergency call? I wonder. She explained 2 police officers and a priest investigating the port last night have disappeared. Everyone there was panicked and only managed to stammer 2 words. Disappeared. Chisun said seriously, there was no contact, not even their GPS signals remained. The investigation team searched the area but found no traces or clues at all. The purple-haired guy thought for a moment and said, "Someone must have intervened to cause this disappearance." Raun Galado immediately wondered why the priest was assigned to check the port. Chisun frowned and replied, "You know China has been acting strangely lately, right? We received intelligence that the villain operating in China is planning to infiltrate Korea." The guy with the strange hair asked further, "I understand, but according to the rules the priest must go in pairs and everyone is talking about it. So, where is the priest's missing colleague? Oh my God, did he break the rules and leave his mission without permission? It seems that was his girlfriend's birthday that day." Chisun confirmed, "Yes, the problem is that he handed over the mission to a subordinate and then left his post without permission." She continued saying, "The riot police team has been deployed to search for the missing persons. A large-scale search operation will begin soon, so we must stay ready until further instructions." The person with the dyed hair asked, "Should we prepare too?" Chisun replied, "No, we are not involved in this matter." Chisun read the message on his phone and announced that the headquarters had assigned us an urgent mission. There are many scaffolding erected in a high-rise building area with hurried footsteps and broken voices. "You guys, standing there in high heels facing 3 black shadows and speaking so arrogantly, it seems you have no manners at all?" Tang Yan sneers, "Meeting here in a place like this while the distinguished guest had to cross a vast ocean to get here." The girl with the bob cut behind also said irritably, "It's really rude." Those 3 shadows have now become clear. The pink-haired guy said, "We sincerely apologize for that, but I think you should also understand our position." The girl with the short hair behind her smiles and listens to her companions say, "We still can't be sure if you are allies or enemies." The pink-haired one, supported by the two behind her, boldly said, "If by any chance we are enemies, I think this would be a perfect resting place for you." The white-haired one continued, "While Tang Yan seems to be nothing. I hope everyone will become our allies," the three-eyed one boasted. "Those annoying little pests from small countries, they have no idea where they are." Prince sneered and continued, "Looks like there are rats here, both of them prepared for battle, still mocking each other. If you are not devoured, run away immediately. A display of ultimate skills unfolds. Mountain King Blood glows three-eyed demon laughs contemptuously and says, 'You managed to dodge?' The next attack is unleashed along with a threat. I won't miss this." The prince was knocked back more than a meter. The smug smile of the arrogant one with a remark, "It's not a mouse, but a cat. Anything will do because you can't attract me." The three-eyed man grits his teeth in anger. Finally, Prince jumps high to stand above the three-eyed man and delivers the final words, "Don't waste any more time." They rush at each other and everything seems about to shatter. The three-eyed creature grits its teeth in fury. The fight is intense, with only the three-eyed attacker delivering blows. A deafening sound echoes as the three-eyed man's teeth grind together as if they might break. He clenches his sharp claws and says, "I never thought I would bear all my claws on this land." The mournful cry echoes, "Stop. All right, have you forgotten the mission the guild leader assigned to us? We're here to negotiate." He still grits his teeth and brandishes his sharp claws in a defensive stance. But did she not hear what that lowly creature just said? "What does it matter if I kill someone?" Tang Yan still calmly replied. "That's a wise decision. Keeping emotions in check is the foundation of negotiation." He calmly added, "Of course, that's hard to do with villains like us. You know how to talk." The three-eyed guy can't do anything to the person he hates, so he turns red with anger and pouts. Tang Yan secretly thinks, are they really so terrifying that they lose their fighting spirit so quickly? Over there, Prince's group also thought to themselves, just as I suspected, they are not ordinary people. Prince continued confidently, "Let's have a meaningful conversation then. At a water park, there are many people coming and going, and you can hear two people exchanging sandwiches. Here, take this. Thank you, I'll enjoy it. There are two people sitting on a bench talking. He even bought a sandwich for me. How should I return it? It's just a sandwich, nothing special. Here's some coca too, drink it," China said while eating bread and looking at Kang Yu pressing his phone. "Then let me invite you to a dinner another day to thank you at a restaurant tonight." He simply nodded silently. "It's nothing special, so you don't need to pay me back anymore. I already have a plan." Suddenly, China Na remembered the image of the waitress and wondered if Li Shiguan was important. He quickly explained, "It's not really part of the plan. Someone suddenly wanted to meet me." The two of them drew attention because of the call. "Teacher." The two of them approached and said, "I was going to call you teacher, but here you are." China Na was surprised when he was called teacher. Then he stood up and asked, "Have you two eaten yet?" The blue-haired guy looked at China Na and asked, "Who's sitting next to you?" China nervously said, "I don't want to bother, so I'm leaving now. Everyone feel free." "What kind of beauty is this? Oh my God." Suddenly China Na remembered something and said, "If you have time, let's go for a run together again." He only answered with one word. The blue-haired guy looked surprised and pointed, asking again later. He keeps asking, and they seem close. Raun Galado curiously asks, "Who is that, teacher?" That voice, with a hint of surprise, echoes in the cafe. "Is that person the leader of Winterbell? You don't look anything alike." Kang Yu, bored, said, "How many times do I have to say it?" The two facing them still looked incredulous as they asked again, "How did you know her identity?" He replied softly, "You can tell just by looking." Most, sitting on his shoulder, joked, "Only you can hear me, so I'll tell you." Raun Galado still kept wondering, so Lord Mozot discovered it through his scanning ability. The blue-haired guy continued, "Lord Mozot is like a glitchy character, huh?" He added, "Don't tell me Manujin also knows the master's identity. How could that be?" Maz was getting a headache from listening to these two, so he told him, "If it's about the villain An, it seems she also knows and actively approaches with a purpose." He calmly replied, "Winterbell has a twin with troublesome abilities. Maybe they told her." Raun Galado, a bit worried, said, "From my perspective, it seems she hasn't contacted you about your true identity, as if she doesn't know when she actually does." The blue-haired guy sitting there listened with sparkling eyes that were hard to read, then blushed and marveled at the other's confusion. "This is really interesting. I have an explanation, but it's not that important. It's not what you think." He frowned and asked sternly, "Let's put this topic aside. Why did you two suddenly come to find me?" The two of them looked at each other anxiously. They looked at the glass of water on the table and then suddenly thought this morning's mission from Lampus headquarters was related to the master. He guessed I can vaguely figure it out. Since I defeated Manny King, one of the four great villains, Lampas would naturally pay attention. Round Galato explained that the target wasn't related to villain C. Kang suddenly fell silent, deep in thought. Round Galato provides additional details from the headquarters, monitor Kang Yu Chu at Gadam and protect him if necessary. He said nothing and just listened. After a moment, he asked, "Don't tell me Lampas has already discovered that the villain is the Kang Yu." The blue-haired guy nervously replied, "I'm not sure about that either." Round Galato added, "But the fact that this mission was assigned to us soldiers already seems highly suspicious." The two continued talking, saying, "We're still investigating, so please wait a little longer," he asked, puzzled, with his arms crossed. "Suppose they know my identity. I understand the need for surveillance, but what does protection mean? Is that wrong? The local environment is protected by Lampas's elite soldiers." "That's strange," the confusing blue-haired guy said. "We also wondered about that. Round Galato, do you have any idea?" Mozot added, "It seems like he knows something." Kang Yu thought for a moment and replied, "I don't know either." Round Galato looked serious and said, "There's one more thing. This hasn't been revealed yet." But suddenly he sat up straight and continued. "We received information that the villain from China had infiltrated our country through Incheon Port. Lampas suspects that it is Tien Huang Vien." Kang Yu immediately asks, "Is Tien Huang Vien Moran's accomplice?" He continued, "Their likely target is the villain Cajun." The three of them kept sitting in the water, exchanging information. "It has not been confirmed whether Moran secretly infiltrated our country, but if the target is in Gadam, the binoculars show that the driver is holding something in his hand." The person with the binoculars smugly said, "The main target has been identified. If Don is lying on the ground saying nonsense, then perhaps someone is hiding in Gaddam. Maybe we should have some fun for once." I hear voices coming from the tall building. "Heavenly Fragrance Garden? Is that some kind of botanical garden?" The appearance of the three people talking is clearly visible through the glass, and their voices echo again. "You didn't know, huh?" There, a group was formed by Moran. Rathel didn't care, and asked, "So what? Why are you suddenly bringing that up?" "Don't tell me you're planning to join Moran's organization." He lifts his glass and continues. "Then, that news will definitely make the front page." Prince cheerfully said, "We are only forming a strategic alliance with Tien Huang Vien." Gaiji proudly replied, "That sounds interesting." Rail asked, "Is an alliance with them necessary?" "What they want is to destroy Winterbell along with Gadam Vizon. They share the same goal as us to eliminate Gadam Vizon." Rail's words excited the whole group. "Not just Gadam, but Winterbell too. This is going to be fun." Prince responds, "This game will be huge. I won't let you guys down." Someone asked Moran if he was acting on his own. The prince's hand, holding a glass of wine, replied, "Of course. Without her, the game wouldn't even start." Rathel insists that someone as important as her won't come alone. "Don't tell me her spirit soldiers are coming too." "That's right. The 4-star Shadow Guards and the 4 deadly assassins." LG softly says, "All of Moran's loyal spirits will arrive in Korea." The image of the 4-star Shadow Guards appears with analysis, stating they are all Moran's bodyguards. They are known as powerful villains. For the East, the 4 Sins, and as for the assassination team under Moran's command, they specialize in stealth and assassination. Blue Mantis thought to himself, "Even I know about the 4 assassins." The conversation recalling that battle then discussed the Lampas branch in Beijing, where Moran had committed countless acts of brutality and offered a bounty. When Moran heard the news, she was truly furious. She wiped out the Lampas members, and her elite soldiers successfully completed the mission. "They are the 4 martial demons," Rodel asked in surprise. "Some individual villains could wipe out the entire Lampas branch. Even serious analysis might be pointless because Moran holds power over all of China," Rathel added. "People say that Huai Bin Din Jiang To and Chietjiang Moran still consider Shanghai their own turf. Should we consider this alliance? Do I really have to bring the tiger home to catch the wolf?" Prince reassured, "There's no need to worry too much. They won't easily provoke us." Prince calmly sips his wine and says, "Infiltrating Korea with Moran and his men is not difficult, but what comes next is the real problem." The image of 2 terrifying figures appears in the conversation. The world's attention will focus on Korea, targeting Moran and the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Lampas believes that if a battle breaks out in Korea, they will have a high chance of winning. On the other hand, facing Lampas's elite forces in Korea is also a headache, even with someone as strong as Moran. Rodel agreed, "Exactly." Someone else continued, "That's why Lengon's teleportation ability is very important." Prince calmly analyzes, "If things go wrong, they can retreat back to China at any time with minimal casualties." Rel hesitates, "So Tianxiang Garden still needs to form an alliance with us to ensure their safety." Guy continued, "The leader must think ahead." Rattel frowned, understanding, and asked, So what is our purpose in getting involved in this? Prince put down his glass and said we can use Tianhuang Tower to eliminate obstacles like Xian and Driver as well. In his mind, he whispered to seize the opportunity to get the platinum disc. At Gadam Vizan, Driver hurriedly walks as if searching for someone, raising his hand to enter a security code and says, "Quite interesting." Another voice asks Driver, "How do you know how to do that?" He confidently replied, "I don't think you can break my security system," and suddenly stepped forward to say, "I also find you interesting. I tried to sneak up behind you to surprise you, but you noticed right away. Impressive." Driver replied calmly, "You are one of the four swords of the demon, right?" He sneered and said, "I didn't think you would know my name either." He introduced himself arrogantly. "So it will be quick. I am a subordinate under the Honorable Guild Master. Respectful?" The muffled voice echoed. The leader of Tianhuang Tower and Driver, as if they had figured something out, then asked, "Moran?" He added, "Oh no, you can't casually call him by his name like that. You must use the honorific and respectful term." Driver said in astonishment, "Is creating the Heavenly Fragrance Tower not enough? Now you're playing 3 old-fashioned games, so what's your reason for coming here?" She said, placing the pen on her lips and declaring firmly, "I am here to deliver the order from the Honorable Guildmaster." He then pretended to say more, "Kneel before me immediately and obey me. If you do that, I will spare your life. This is a symbol of gratitude for the performance you gave me last time. Always pass on my messages." Tado Cheon still happily put the pen in his mouth, holding 2 sharp objects and spinning them quickly before saying, "Tell her that I refuse to submit to anyone." Driver firmly said, "I hate that." Standing in a fighting stance, he continued, and also said, "This time I will prepare more carefully for another performance. Just tell her to go ahead." Don kept writing and then asked, "What did you say at the end?" "Listening and writing at the same time makes it hard for me to keep up. I will prepare an amazing performance. Just wait and see." Dokhan, with a cunning look, replied, "I've rewritten everything. I'm confident, but I suppose the Honorable Guildmaster will be very disappointed with this result." Driver pretends to regret and asks, "What should I do then?" A flash of light appears as Dion presses his face close to Driver and grits his teeth. "Bring me your head. Then you will need my permission." He looked at Driver and added, "You're right." Dokhan suddenly stepped back, looking as calm as a fly, and said, "Unfortunately, it seems I have to head west now. I am just carrying out the orders of our esteemed leader." Driver immediately stopped and said, "Wait, I want to ask this question. Are these beams of light around here your work?" Doshan grinned and confirmed, "Yes, the space has been locked down." Dokhan grinned triumphantly and rushed forward, saying, "So then no information can leak out unless I allow it. What happens inside here cannot be transferred outside." Driver calmly replied, "So that's what you thought?" He snapped his fingers and said, "I will unleash my power before I leave." The Flag family suddenly appeared behind Dokhan, along with a statement that made him jump in surprise. "Are you done yet?" "Let him go," the chess piece softly whispered while looking at Dokhan lying peacefully in her hand. "You're lucky today. Next time, I won't let things end like this." Kojau left Dune to lead the way and waved the driver off, asking as he went, "Love, what should we eat for lunch today? Let's have noodles." Dune's mind was spinning with thoughts. I had completely erased my presence, but can both of them still see me? You definitely can't underestimate him. He grinned, thinking to himself that the more fun the tea, the more fun it gets, and looked at the sword flag while rambling, daring to threaten me. Then he quickly rushed into the darkness, still whispering to himself, "Next time we meet, you'd better be ready." Kang Yu, holding a glass of water, said, "It's just a trivial matter. Why are you so diligent? Next time, come in through the main gate and greet me properly. Being sneaky like that is very rude, and I also threw a can of water straight at Donan." The voice continues to echo, "Don't just throw the horns around here. Since it's your first time in Gadam, I'm just reminding you." Don only managed to stare blankly, stammering, "Kosi, ignore the reminder, and remember to take your senses home." Kang Yu and Mozot sit calmly, gazing into the distance, then whisper, "This is goddamn, an afternoon scene. Do you know about the tactics of the 4 great demons?" Kang Yu continued, "He is one of Red Dead's elite assassins." Ko added, "Next time we meet, I will cut off his little head." But how could he hack into the security system? We know how it happens, but there's no evidence. The computer screen shows an intruder, and the driver speaks steadily. "I think I haven't explained this clearly before. The security system stores facial and body data of all criminals and wanderers in the Gadam Badlands." Another villain appears on the camera feed. He continues explaining, "As soon as an outsider is detected by the camera, the alarm will automatically activate." Yu cautiously asked, "So you mean Don wasn't caught on camera?" Driver replied, "No, that's impossible. Besides the drones operating 24/7, there are countless surveillance cameras intruding." Jiao paused for a moment when hearing the driver say, Unless someone digs a tunnel underground, they would definitely be caught by the cameras. She continued, what if it's a shape-shifting ability like Break Ghost? He might have disguised himself as someone else. Driver thought for a moment about Kang Yu and then replied, it's not impossible, but a perfect disguise ability like Black Ghost is extremely rare. He added, based on what I've seen, Thao Thiet's ability is very different, so this possibility is very unlikely. Kang Yu asked confusedly, so it might just be a system error. The driver agreed, saying a system error was the simplest explanation. Zhao's flag didn't believe it, saying, no way, your system is incredibly perfect. Wait a moment. The surveillance camera clearly shows Don entering, and everyone is surprised, saying, wait a moment, the surveillance camera must have captured him, but the system didn't recognize him as an outsider. Yukon confirms, so it could be a system error, right? Driver focuses and then reassures, I will check the system logs for that time. His hand glided over the keyboard as he muttered to himself, this is quite interesting. After focusing on the large screen for a while, the driver finally spoke. The system log shows that the person recorded by the camera is CR, the confusing flag analysis. Well, CR and Thao Thiet's figures and faces are different. With such a large size, it can only be a system error. The driver confidently turns the sharp screwdriver and confirms this is not a system error. He continues, it's a forgery. They used a special device to interfere with the security system's camera signals. Moses whispered into Kang Yu's ear. That means they have tricked the recognition system with fake signals, or data. You don't understand what forgery means, do you? Kojao asked another question. Could there be an insider in GAM? Driver replied. Possibly, but I lean towards another possibility. I told you before, remember? The sharp screw was tapped on the table as his voice echoed. Someone with detailed information about our villain region members and also a genius in engineering. After a moment of thought, Driver's eyes lit up. He said, there is someone who meets both conditions. As the evening falls, the sunset casts a red glow across the sky. Tang Yan asked in the meeting, have you conveyed the leader's message correctly? Dujan confidently replied, of course, the mission was carried out perfectly. She asked again, what was the response? Don replied, no. Tang Yan calmly said, should we kill him then? Don reluctantly said, I think that's the best choice, but I can't kill him alone. Only if all the members of the four great demons, including my subordinates, join in. Tang Yan seemed skeptical and said, I didn't expect you to hold that driver in such high regard. He replied, there are also many strong people around him. She asked further, have you met Kasian? He replied, that's right. Dune grinned fangily and said, he really defeated Man Ni Jing. I saw it with my own eyes, and he deserves his reputation as a formidable opponent. Tang Yan said tiredly, if you've seen it, then it must be true. It seems the rumors about Gadam district being a dragon's den are true. Does the device I gave you prove useful? Dune confidently replied, very useful. He added, well then, infiltrating the villain's territory was no trouble at all. The driver seems quite confused. Mega Chow looks regretful. Is he confused? I wish I could see that scene for myself. It's a pity. This is an A-plus class villain Magato with a mechanical attribute. Dohan happily said, I will reuse it next time I infiltrate Gadam. He didn't allow it and said no. Doshan asked regretfully, why did Megro explain? The driver will upgrade the security system tomorrow, so my equipment will no longer be effective. He asked in surprise. Really? Is the expiration date that short? By the way, did anyone follow you on your way home? Doshan replied, yes. He images many people watching him in his mind and sighs. Their skills are quite good. That evening, at the Gadam villain area, DA and Break Ghost are kneeling and begging. We have disappointed you, big brother. Please punish us. It's okay. It's not your fault. At this moment, Kang Yu patiently explains, part of it is also my fault for giving orders without fully understanding Thao Thiet's abilities. The idiot next to him whispered into his ear but couldn't do anything else. Pausing for a moment before he added, we have to admit he has extraordinary skills. The two others still knelt on the ground, bowing their heads and saying, it's not the boss's fault. Our failure is due to our weakness. We are willing to die as atonement. There's no need for that. Don't think about it anymore. I feel I need to be punished to find peace, Kang Yu said thoughtfully. If you insist on that after thinking it over, he said, you two will form a team and patrol the outskirts of Gadam, taking turns to check the area every 2 hours, and the driver will inform you of the zone. Those two cheerfully shouted, yes, big brother. Yes. While those two are on duty, Kang Yu says it's your turn now. Another group appeared with many questions. Why are we being called? The nighttime atmosphere isn't good for your health. He calmly explained that you will also be assigned to patrol in pairs. Black Hen suddenly asked, why so sudden all of a sudden? CR, standing nearby, said, this is the boss's order, so of course we will do it. But why are we doing an unexpected patrol like this? Do we have a security system? Yu explains that the security system is experiencing issues. Until the issue is resolved, we must stay alert to prevent any mishaps. Bihan gritted his teeth, finally having a chance to make a difference. Black Hen wondered, is Reddy about to attack? Hammer Boy said, I believe I can do it if I stay still. Bin heard that and quickly said, well, that's boring. Yu agreed as he listened to everyone talk. That's right, if it's just patrols, it would definitely be boring. Cross replied, if we keep such a distance, it really is dull. Black Hand was surprised. Others thought to themselves that this feeling was unusual. Yu pointed behind and said, that's why I prepared a special night training, and everyone was screaming loudly. Stop. No. The morning sun shines brightly outside, illuminating the entire street as a lively group of reporters with cameras work actively. The three of them appeared walking confidently through the crowd, and DeWong looked worried as he asked, were the reporters informed in advance? Chisun replied, I don't remember doing that. DeWong asked irritably, so what's going on with this? So it's certain that China has been spying. They said that to catch Red Dead, they sent their country's heroes to Korea. DeWong wondered, but only 3 priests came. Chisun explained that the number doesn't mean anything. They are all China's strongest trump cards. Seo added, I heard that besides China, the US and Japan are also sending people. When will they arrive? Chisun reminded him to stay silent, that this is classified information. There was an announcement that they had arrived. The 3 of them fell silent and focused their attention. In front of them, many people dressed elegantly catch their eye, but what stands out are 2 very distinctive individuals, S-rank priest and light attribute assassin, Zhang Bao. The other blue speed is an S-rank priest and water attribute helper, Mai, with many reporters constantly raising their cameras to take pictures. The blonde-haired man stands silently as the photographer takes pictures, secretly thinking that he has finally arrived in Korea, with the image of a sharp sword appearing alongside his thoughts. As the owner of the fire dragon sword, a blade forged from the breath of a dragon, I will prioritize the honor of my country. The image of Long Chun appearing brightly shines. The S+ rank priest and poison attribute mage Long Xin still thinks in his mind that he will personally defeat Red Dead. In the villainous Gadam region, a voice echoes out. It's really just heavy breathing. The 3 of them, carrying a huge backpack that seems about to collapse, said to each other, my shoulders are about to break. What kind of special training is SOT doing that requires carrying this? Is it time to change shifts already? This is just unpaid forced labor. Rose, holding her food basket, ran over to say they could stop now. Everyone asked, stop what? She replied, that patrol duty. The security system has now been restored. She handed out some bottles of milk to everyone and then continued speaking. Here you go, take it. The boss told me to give this to everyone for working hard all night. Binder took it tiredly and asked, what is this? She replied. This is Heaven Pup's special protein drink. The group took off their heavy backpacks. Black Hand rushed forward, frowning and shouting, give me a jar. The people behind shouted, I want strawberry flavor, I want chocolate. B looked at Krat, who was thanking her profusely, and felt like he had seen her before. Rose turned around when she heard someone call. Hey, Bon asked, have we met before? She gently replied, no, this is my first time meeting you. Bon frowning after hearing the answer, still muttering to himself, so that's what he said? But why do I feel so tense? This morning, someone was reporting that the 3 strongest Chinese priests had arrived in Korea. The top Chinese priests, who have attracted worldwide attention, arrived in Korea on XXY, Long Tin, Truong Bao, and Lam Mai. The most powerful Chinese priests have landed in Korea, drawing interest not only from China and Asia, but also gaining a lot of attention for the missions they carry here. After reading, there was a loud curse. Are they even sober? Yu said if they really came here to catch Red Dead, they shouldn't be acting so recklessly. They should have infiltrated quietly. Are they crazy or what? The Green Mask says. It seems their target is not just to catch Red Dead. Black Mask continues. They are taking this opportunity to boost Long Tin's reputation and turn him into an international star. Now it's the Green Mask's turn to say, but in the past people often mentioned Long Tin along with you, do you remember? The Black Mask added, because both of them possess fire abilities, they called him the Chinese version of Cass. Yu wondered, so he's just a copy. The Black Mask continued, but today's Long Tin is definitely very different from the one the teacher used to know. He received strong support from the Chinese government in the form of spiritual medicine. Yu said confusedly. The Black Mask drug continued. Like how villains use magic stones to boost their power, China has succeeded in developing spiritual medicines to enhance the abilities of priests. Yu asked, if so, Lampus would surely be very interested. Could it be that they have already been widely distributed? Even a fool has to wonder if these elixirs are real. The Green and Black Mask both speak up together. No, they do care. But the production costs are too high and the benefits are very small, so from an economic standpoint, it's too bad. He asked again. Compared to magic stones? The green mask explained. Compared to magic stones. The power of the elixir isn't even 1 in 100. Kang Yu chuckled and sighed. That's just a worthless red dirt item. So, the Chinese government still places all its hopes on Long Tin? The green mask explains immediately, not just thinking about the spiritual medicine, and adds, they also gave him the legendary fire dragon sword. He said, it seems their expectations for Long Tin are very high. The voice of the black mask echoed. Maybe China is desperate to maintain the status of its top priests. After Kang Yu's reaction, the black mask continued. The 5 top priests of China have been killed by Red. Kang Yu confirmed that one of them was a priest he used to know. The 2 masked individuals asked in unison, Thon, did you meet them at the training center? He simply replied, yes. Then he recounted that I used to be an instructor at the training center, and that person taught me swordsmanship and spear techniques. Outside, the voices of the 2 masked individuals echoed. Who is that? He replied. You don't know. Inside the tea shop, an old man is sitting and reading a book. Zhang Bao, wearing glasses, intently looks at the book in his hand. An image of a very beautiful girl appears inside the book. Long Jun approached and said, I found you here after searching everywhere and couldn't reach you. Lin Mei asked, somewhat annoyed, why didn't you answer the phone when it was right next to you? He picked up his phone and replied, sorry, I forgot I had it on silent. A man and a woman standing behind him said, aren't they the ones who appeared on TV? He didn't care about the gossip and simply told them to sit down. Then he asked, what do you want with me? Lampas has contacted us. He gently asks, what is it about? There will be a briefing soon and the Korea branch director will attend. He paused for a moment, his voice steady. The branch director must be Ma Kwang-ho, the only senior priest in Korea. Long Soon replied, I've only heard of him but never seen his face. People say he's a sniper master. A picture of the person they are talking about suddenly flashed in his mind. He added that he had no rivals when it came to sniping, but also that his other combat skills were very formidable. You could trust him as an ally, but if he were an enemy, he would be extremely dangerous. After a moment of thought, he said, besides the Demon King Ho, Korea once had another high-ranking priest. Long Soon asked confusedly, but now there is only one left. Why is there only one left? He explained. That person's name is Kim Kwang-ho, but his family name is different. He sacrificed himself in the battle against Red 5 years ago, Long Sun said with discomfort. Is it Red dead again? Lin Mei continued. He really is a cursed man. So many warriors have fallen at the hands of that bastard. I don't know the full story, but countless priests have lost their lives because of Red dead. Including the injured, I wonder if the number can even be counted anymore. He pointed to Long Sun and gave instructions. This mission to eliminate Reddit is also to avenge what we have endured. It will be a large-scale operation. With the participation of China, South Korea, Japan, and the United States, and the person playing the central role in this mission being you. Long Tin, remember that your achievements will pave the way for the country. Long Yun frowned and replied, I will remember that. Is that sound coming from outside the construction site again? Inside the private room, Tang Yan said, a dark place, perfect for secret conversations. Springs chuckled playfully. Oh, still dislike this place, huh? Tang Yan irritably said, I have a feeling a sewer rat is about to jump out. Springs seems to be flattering the beautiful woman with a promise. Next time I'll choose a more comfortable place. Springs then begins to ask about the work. Have you heard the news this morning? The Chinese priests arrived quite loudly. Don't worry, it's nothing to be concerned about. Soon the elite villains of Heavenly Fragrance Garden will handle this neatly. Sensen kindly smiled and replied, good. While Tang Yan looked at his phone with a lingering comment, instead of boring topics like that, I want to meet the Lord of Winterbell, the demon sword Mina, can you arrange it? He replied, absolutely. Tang Yan advised, then do it as soon as possible. After thinking it over, Sprints negotiated. I will inform you in 2 days. Tang Yan added one more thing. Lensgun faintly smiled when hearing Tang Yan say, we can use the portal any time, right? Springs agreed. Of course. Just let us know when you need it. Tang Yan still playing with her phone, she lifts her face and responds. The answer is perfect, as this is what the chairman was expecting, so I will report it first before continuing. During the day at Tianhuang Garden, a slender hand touches a flower as a beautiful girl's elegant figure faintly appears behind a thin curtain. The red peony is rendered even more vividly. A voice echoes, truly a beauty that can topple nations and charm the heavens, a scent bestowed by the gods, this beauty truly deserving of being called the queen of all flowers. The girl outside enters, standing behind the thin curtain, and says, Chairwoman, there's a message from Vice Chairwoman Duong Yen. The girl responds softly, is that so? The girl with the peony flower in her hair appears stunningly beautiful and whispers to herself at last, the result of your long wait is now right in front of you. This girl is the leader of Tianhuang Vien Red Dead. At this moment at the Lamp Korea branch, the cheers and shouts echoed loudly. Uchan was confused, not knowing what was happening. The three people in front of us took turns saying, "Congratulations on becoming an official flag bearer." "Congratulations, Uchan." He just stood still and replied, "Thank you, everyone." Then he said that even at the award ceremony for the wrong flag certificate, he was always so modest. DeWong happily announced, "Each of you in GH just need to pass the test." DeWong recalls the hardships they've been through and says, "You know too." This time there were many obstacles in the graduation class of the wrong flag training course. The blue-haired guy opens a bottle of wine and laughs, "But we're here to throw a party for you." Uchan immediately replied, "I feel happy about that." DeWong looked at Uchan in confusion. "Senior Daeong, do you remember what you told me earlier? You said you would fulfill one of my wishes when I became an official flag bearer, and so I wouldn't be looked down on by Uong. Is that it?" "Do you remember?" Uchan immediately said, "I want to join the Moran sweep team. I want to participate." A voice immediately rang out, "No." Uchan then asked, "Why not?" DeWong replied, "It's too dangerous." Uchan immediately insisted, "I am now officially part of the main force." "All right. I do understand your feelings, but sending a newly certified recruit into the Moran extermination team is still too dangerous, and no one in Lampus, including us, would accept that." Uchan fell silent, then surprised DeWong by saying, "I understand now." DeWong asked again, "Did you just say you understand?" Uchan affirmed, "I fully understand what you're saying." Doubtful, DeWong asked again. "Really? You thought he would be stubborn, huh?" Uchan replied sadly, "No." The two are standing outside the conversation, thinking this guy is impossible. Right now in Gadam District, Vigon, the two are talking to each other. "Megaton, that's a name I don't want to remember," Driver replied. "He was the boss of Gadam for up to 5 years ago." Kong Yu asked, "Was he the one who sabotaged the security system?" The voice confirms, "Yes." Megaton appears on the virtual interface during the conversation. He is highly skilled with communication devices and broadcasting. Driver replies, "He is smart and cautious, preferring to work behind the scenes." And Megaton and his allies still appear on the virtual screen, listening to Driver. Besides Toymaker, he is also the main cause of turning Gadam into a lawless place. Kong Yu asks, "It seems he's very close to Toymaker, right?" Driver replies, "He's also close to Barracuda. After I became the boss of Gadam, he disappeared without a trace. Turns out he's now under Moran's command." Kong Yu asked confusedly, "Why would you think that?" Driver replied, "I'm sure he was furious after being kicked out of Joe's crew." You asked further, who kicked him out? I, of course, have nothing to worry about if you ask me further. He's still lost to you. Driver explains, "What bothers me is something else. There are others who have also joined Moran's side." Kang Yu asked suspiciously, "Don't tell me you're the prince." Driver remembers Spin and confirms, "It has to be him." The information this morning indicated he joined Moran's side. Driver holds out the memory card. Kang Yu asks suspiciously, "Where did you get this?" The problem is that teaming up with Moran isn't just Megaton and Prince. Mott, standing nearby, said to Kang Yu, "Yes, they may have also collaborated with villains from other countries, not just Korea." Driver asserts that this time is different from the reckless trip they took to Korea 5 years ago. It seems they are determined not to repeat past mistakes. Kang Yu advises, "If I were the only target, they wouldn't go this far. Approaching me directly wouldn't be that difficult." "That's right, our boss never avoids a confrontation." Kang Yu replied, "We will have to clash no matter what." "Should we attack first?" The driver hesitated. "That's a bit." Then he continued, "I agree. Gaining the upper hand before they can prepare is the right strategy." His glasses were adjusted to a red glow. "The issue lies with Lampus. Right now it's really hard to know their plans and intentions. Moran also understands this, so they are not reckless in attacking." Kong Yu saw that his friend was acting strange, so he asked, "What's going on?" Driver replied, "Not sure. Did the man with the eyes appear?" He asked further, "What kind of mask is that?" because the voice from the mansion outside Namkang District sounds so sinister. 3 people stand with their mouths open, admiring the huge mansion. Could there really be a building like this in John's role? This must be Minan's style, with that strange voice echoing, making the 3 guys a bit cautious. "You're quite skilled." Ino, holding a weapon in her hand with 2 others behind her, asked, "How did you get in here?" Prince sneered and replied, "So you think it's because we're good? Is that what you're saying? I know the 2 people around me, but who are you?" The name Prince is being called out. The 2 of us beside him suddenly snapped awake and exclaimed, "What?" The bespectacled person looked a bit scared, sweat pouring down his face. "Does he think that guy is the prince? I hear he's on par with Rose Stew in skill." Oh, I just laugh like I have a disease, pointing and saying, "A villain named Prince the Prince." "Really? That sounds crazy, isn't it? Very embarrassing?" The opponent replied, "I don't smell anything and I am not ashamed at all." Prince continued confidently, I will sit on a position worthy of my name soon. Ino smiled and replied, You're really interesting, so tell me, what are you guys doing here? Prince replied, I came to talk with Min Prince, thinking to myself, isn't this supposed to be a fight? By the way, I inform you, if you want to meet our boss, you need to ask for permission first. Prince quickly replied, So now I am asking for permission. Is she saying that again? Suddenly she sneered and said with a cunning smile, But what should I do? That's a bit difficult. I won't allow it. Prince, feel free to burn it. I don't like fighting, but I also don't want to avoid it. Well, I'm not exactly kind either. Armed and ready to fight, I declare I'm the same. Touch me and you'll go down. As I rush forward, she shouts loudly, Let's see what you've got. Before doing anything, she froze at the sound of a shout. Stop, China Na asked. Are you here to see me? She continued, This is the first time we meet. I am Prince. China replied, I think I've heard of you. What brings you here to see me? Prince calmly answered, My client wants to meet you, so I came to arrange it. She asked, Who is that client? Prince said, Tang Yan, vice president of Tianhuangvian. She wants to meet you. The bespectacled one asked curiously, What is Tianhuangvian? An explanation. A villain organization led by Moran Red Dead of the 4 villains. China asked the other person, Do you know who I am? How could I not know? Of course I know. He also mentioned in detail that you are the boss of Namkang District and the ruler of Winter Bell. China asked back, If you know so much, then you must also know the relationship between me and Moran. Knowing that, you still came here. Your eyes turn red behind the mask as the sword is drawn, and with a threatening tone you say, You are already prepared to die. Under the clear blue sky, the white and gray villa with intricate stained glass windows and elegant decorations appears, with Mujin in a defensive stance, raising his sword towards the 3 of them. Prince said sarcastically, So Namkang's way of greeting guests is truly unique, huh? Mdui sternly warns, You must behave properly as a guest. Prince responds in a calm but sarcastic tone. So what if that's the case? He made a proposal, I won't move an inch from this spot. If I can block all 3 of your attacks, will you reconsider my offer? Mujdi seems interested in the proposal. That sounds appealing, but Ahui-san, on the other hand, I hope you refuse, she said confidently, clearly stating, I don't need 3, just 1 is enough. Ino stands to the side watching, her face full of interest, a teasing smirk on her lips but with a hint of annoyance. Dalat stands nearby, arms crossed, sighing in exasperation. The prince calmly continued, Before we begin, there are a few things I need to say first. The aura radiating from him filled the space, making everything feel suffocatingly heavy. He is bragging about his abilities. I have a special skill that can absorb the opponent's attack. His ability is not limited to that. Moreover, the power of that attack can be temporarily stored by me and transformed into a counterattack with a shadow attribute. Muji skeptically asked why you told me, and Prince calmly replied, I thought you would accuse me of cheating if I didn't tell you. Muj scoffs at those words, saying, You're worrying too much. She angrily launches a counterattack. You act so arrogantly, you must have a secret ace up your sleeve. Muji quickly charges forward and swings her sword with great force. Now prove the true worth of that card. She looked up to see Prince had already stepped back. Muji remained fearless and continued to unleash his infinite sky supreme sword. Prince was not far behind. He quickly unleashed his own technique. Eclipse Haze. Muji's sword and Prince's technique clash, creating a blinding light. All 4 of them were stunned. Surprisingly, Muji's sword was quite far from Prince and did not touch him. Zop covered his mouth in amazement. Did he really block it? Muji retracted his sword and gently sheathed it, revealing it was not arrogance. She turned and walked away. Let me know when the time and place are decided. Prince agrees, thank you. Lensgun and Rail were surprised that the match ended so quickly. That's it? Wow, he's so cool, huh? When he regained his composure, Prince noticed a blood stain on his palm that had been there for a while. He clenched his fist tightly, blood streaming down. He's much stronger than I thought. A loud scream comes from the pink building. Wait a moment. Surprise is evident on Sister Chun's face. Why is this guy here? He immediately became suspicious. How the hell did someone get all the way in here? The driver calmly replied. Flying by plane, huh? China has spoken. I have called him. Sang Chun was stunned. The young lady is calling? I need his opinion. Still, Sang Chun remained cautious. Asking for opinions was one thing, but now we're not in that villainous state. Joes interjected. Do you feel like you've been exposed? Hui-sun asked. It seems this isn't the first time for the young lady, right? Driver already knows my identity, so Chun was surprised. You already knew? Since when? China doesn't remember exactly when. A long time ago, So Chun didn't trust the driver much, but the driver calmly interrupted his doubtful thoughts. How long are we going to keep talking about these trivial matters? So Chun angrily retorted. Tam Phao, how dare you say that in front of the young lady? He wants to meet me. The driver was suspicious. Red Dead. China denies having heard of Deputy Yan of the Funeral Society. When and where? She set down her tea and replied, 3 days from now. China continued. The time is in the morning and they will announce the location later. The driver immediately concluded that it might be a trap. I know China is well aware of that, but she can't do otherwise, and we can't refuse. The driver kept asking, how many people are involved? Have you decided who to take with you yet? China is still unsure about her decision. Now I'm thinking about it, so Chun insists on going along. No need to think. I will go at all costs. Driver just shrugged, calmly refusing. So Chun's offer. You're out, he glared at Driver in frustration. What did you say? Driver explained. We don't know what we'll be discussing. Bringing along someone easily swayed by emotions like you is like walking on fire. I agree with Driver. Hui-sun has somewhat understood the reason for Driver's presence today. She pondered and commented straightforwardly, without hesitation. No wonder they call you Driver. China announced to everyone the identity of the person she met today. Today I met Prince. The scene shifts to a rather old apartment complex in the Gadam villain area. Red Musk proposed, I want to fight Red Dead as Red Masik, the villain of Gadam. Kang Yu stood facing Red Masik, listening to the proposal. Kang Yu didn't believe what he heard and jokingly asked if he was drunk today. Red M looked suspicious. Why would you say that? Kang Yu calmly replied, because if you were sober, you wouldn't say such things. He presented his argument that the priests would fight alongside us against Red Ed as a common enemy. Based on that, he questioned Red Massis. So why did he come here to act as a villain and then join us? Kang Yu suddenly had an idea. Don't tell me you lost your job for making a wrong move. Red Mask immediately denied it as nonsense. Red Mask clenched his fist tightly and revealed the real reason. They didn't let me join the mission because I'm a rookie. Kang Yu also agrees with that reason. We also don't want the rookies to participate. You seem to realize the real reason Red Mask made that offer was to avenge his father, right? Red Mask is shocked and questions back. How do you know? He replied honestly. Who said I should keep going to Joe's role? I also need to look into his background. His face was serious, his eyes showing clear determination. If revenge was the goal, Henry Lampas wouldn't let you join the mission, as personal emotions could become an obstacle. Mozo, standing nearby, immediately sneered after hearing that, saying it also applies to you. You're using your position for personal revenge. Red Mask's eyes immediately darkened with sadness. He looked straight at Kang Yu and declared clearly, I am not affected by emotions. If necessary, I will prove it. Red Mask spoke without hesitation. I am ready to take any test. Sang Yu is pleased with that display. Good attitude. Then I will give you a simple task. He immediately gave the assignment, asked your sister for her opinion, and came here with her approval. Back at the large skyscraper, Na-un quickly asked, What did you just say? Are you serious? She looks extremely serious. Are you planning to fight the villain from Gadam? Uchan hesitated for a moment before answering. That's right. Na-un couldn't help but be angry, but he's a priest, and he said he wanted to become a priest to avenge his father. Uchan was stunned and didn't even get a chance. He has no other choice left. As he speaks, his eyebrows furrow and his gaze becomes resolute. He keeps making 100 arguments, accepting the villain's side just so he can join them. They set an unreasonable condition, which is to get your permission, and Na-on also froze at this strange demand. A sudden thought crossed her mind. Could it be him? Wan clenched her fists tightly. Red Dead coming to Korea is the only chance to avenge her father. He muttered that if he missed this chance, there would be no other opportunities. Wuhan was determined. Na-on also understood what he meant. You mean that even if alone, you are determined to find Red Dead, right? Uchan hesitated for a moment before replying. If you don't allow it, I will do it alone. Her hands clenched tighter and trembled slightly. Even when I tried to stop him, he apologized. Na-on's face grew tense. Un's father was also not in a good mood. She closed her eyes tightly, hesitating for a long time before Na-un suddenly spoke up. I give my permission. Un-cha was so shocked he couldn't believe his ears. What did you say? I say I agree. Na-un helplessly replies, I can't stop you anyway, so I will agree. But I have one condition, Father Un asked in surprise. The condition? She just smiled mysteriously. The scene shifts to a flight over the Pacific Ocean, filled with passengers who look incredibly mysterious and dangerous. A blond man intently watches the watch on his wrist and asks anxiously, When will we arrive? The man in the suit replied, We will land in about an hour. He sounded displeased. Already 30 minutes late, I can't believe it. A Herper sitting opposite, resting his chin on his hand, said, When we arrive, there will be a crowd welcoming us, right, priest? He belongs to the S-Class Archery Attribute. So the blonde guy named Genji is an S-Class frontline Earth Attribute warrior. He eats a snack while replying. A crowd waiting at an Air Force base? Dream on, you're right. We are here on a secret mission, so there won't be a crowd waiting for you. S plus class priest, assassin, attribute, darkness. Jama Williams nodded in agreement, while Eaton Harper, who disliked being praised, felt uncomfortable. The top 3 priests are coming and no one's greeting them? You're joking, right? Don't be too disappointed. Jama Williams remains calm. What if he says that? Let's bet on who will get Red Dead's head first. Those two don't really care. I'm always ready to bet. My arrow has never missed. The result is so clear it's boring. He couldn't help but marvel. Everyone is so confident. Jama Williams slowly took off his earpiece. This mission was not simple. It was a battle tied to Lampas's honor. Use that confidence to complete the mission, he continued. The high-rise apartment building looks incredibly peaceful, under the warm sunlight. This is the building where Kang Yu is staying. But inside, it doesn't seem very peaceful. Kang Yu is pulling at his hair in frustration. Wait a moment, he cautiously asked. Why do you all want to meet here? Rich quickly replied, I chose this place for safety meeting in familiar locations to avoid suspicion. Kang Yu continued asking, I heard this is a famous spot you wanted to experience here? Roundgalado sighs tiredly. Are you serious? What do you want from me? Ri replied, that's about the surveillance mission I mentioned earlier. Kang Yu then remembered, the surveillance mission for me. Right. Roundgalado also said that you received information that it was a request from a VIP, Kang Yu was stunned and thought to himself, aren't most of Lampas's VIPs already known? He muttered about national leaders, and in his mind, Roundgalado saw the chairman. Kang Yu immediately asked if the chairman ordered the surveillance and protection. He honestly replied that he also found it strange, but the most likely person is still the chairman. Why do you think, Undam Chiu? Could it be that my identity has already been exposed? If it truly has, then the surveillance order makes sense, but protecting myself doesn't. The leader I know isn't the type to make such a decision. His mind feels like it's about to explode. Modot reminds him. This needs to be considered carefully. It whispers that we are about to face a decisive battle with Red Dead, and we might create another enemy. One day, we will have to fight Lampas too. That day will definitely come, but not now. Modot's words make Kang Yu hesitate. Mozot still hasn't stopped. Everything has its right time. Going against time can become a double-edged sword, and Kang Yu is also at his wit's end. Suddenly, those words are interrupted by a voice, apologizing for cutting in. The two of them hurriedly left this place for some reason. We're leaving now. Are they gone? We've arrived here. Why didn't you sing a song before leaving? I wanted to too, but you were curious. They take turns explaining. Today, 3 top priests summoned by the headquarters will arrive. Kang Yu, who was updating the information rather slowly, asked, so they will participate in the Reddit extermination mission. Who will go? Rip then introduced Jama, Jay, and Eaton, all of whom are veterans. But hearing that, you not only didn't believe it, but also mocked that Y became a top priest? When did that rough rookie become a top priest? Rip replied, when you were removed from the top priest rank. Y then took your place? He looked longingly at the fancy speakers. I want to sing a song. Turns out these two want to go karaoke. We'll be going now. See you later. Tang Yu nodded. All right, be careful. Z and Roundgalado were walking and talking. Karaesu, I really want to come in here and sing. You can come back next time without any problem. Suddenly, Rich bumped into a girl dressed in a full fur coat. I'm sorry, he hurriedly said, but the girl didn't say a word and ran away. Roundgalado hesitated and then quickly asked, what's wrong? Do you know her? He hesitated and then dismissed his previous thought. No, I must be mistaken. So boring? Rich replied with a sigh of disappointment. Roundgalado thought to himself that it was impossible as Izuki sped over at the speed of light to make up for the missed appointment. Mizuki has arrived. I'm here. Sahara Takeo, singing karaoke, saw her come in and immediately said, Chizuki, why are you so late? Takeo the priest is an S+ class striker with physical attributes. She hurriedly apologizes, saying she got lost. Roundgalado, even though he recognized her, was still unsure. There's no way a genius priestess known as the Ice Witch would be in a place like this. But Izuki not only was here but also said, I bought this outside. Chizuki Takeo marveled. She looks so cool. This small, adorable girl is actually a public S-rank priestess. Ice attribute Mage Izuki. What she brought in from outside is a sweet potato hot dog with cheese. It's been a while since we last met. The vice president meeting again in such a distant land, should we call it fate? The 4 heroes of Heavenly Fragrant Garden and Kai. Tang Yan glanced at Gun with half an eye, thanking him for coming. Dohan, standing nearby, could only stifle a cold, silent laugh. She calmly said, sit down quickly. I've prepared some snacks. Forget the snacks for now. Let's talk about the mission first. Gun didn't seem to care about her snacks at all. He looked at his hand, speaking excitedly. I haven't shed a drop of blood in these days. As one of the 4 fiends, that kid is truly shameful. Perfect timing, she continued. There is something only you can do. Gun quickly agreed. That is exactly what I wanted to hear. His face turned cunning. So who do you want me to kill? As he spoke, he looked grim and fierce. The scene shifts to another place where Mo Dot, emerging from his pants, looks very exhausted. It insults. You really are singing now, Kang Yu angrily shouts in fury. Make some noise. You just need to be happy when you sing. They were walking normally when they saw two young men bullying Aizuki. Is she walking alone? Are you bored being alone in the karaoke room? Why not join us? She stammered in fear and replied, I don't find it boring. They kept pushing further when they saw she wouldn't fight back, but we knew it wasn't right. Don't be afraid, just relax. Kang Yu saw that and was sure he couldn't let this go. He grabbed a bully by the shoulder and I couldn't relax either. What's going on? Kang Yu slowly explained. I can't relax when I share the same space with guys like you. The man replied, Oh, I see. I didn't realize this was such a bad idea. The two young men awkwardly left. Sorry, we will leave right away. A Yam Mizuki is happy to be of help. She asked softly, Did you just help me? Zuki bowed repeatedly, thanking him profusely. If that's the case, thank you very much. Kang Yu just pointed. No need to thank me. I think those people are the ones in danger. Oh, what are you joking about? You're really funny. A Yam Mizuki laughs while covering her mouth, but inside she doesn't think so. Are you joking? Are you serious or just joking? Turpin's the Steel Wizard. Griffith the White Wizard and Aizuki the Ice Wizard, the three legendary witches of Lampes who even criminals fear. If I just let them do whatever they want, who knows what could happen. Turns out she's a dangerous witch. While they were talking, Sahara Takeo suddenly approached, Senior Dookie. When he saw Kang Yu, he was a bit surprised and quickly spoke up. Hey, what do you think you're doing? No way, how dare you? Dookie waved his hand and calmly walked away. Tako, this person has helped me, Sahara Takeo replied. Huh, really singing? He scratched his head and laughed loudly. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Kang Yu pulled out his phone and looked at it with a cold, piercing stare. Before he left, Sahara Takeo made a proposal. To apologize, he would give him his autograph. I'm pretty famous too, keep it as a keepsake. No need, thank you. After saying that, Kanuli immediately walked away. Aizuki watched his back gradually disappear, and she couldn't help but feel contemplative. Korean men are really cool, Ta pondered silently. Standing directly in front of me without any hesitation. Who is this person? At the Lampes branch in Korea, two familiar figures are chatting. When was the last time we met? 3 years ago in New York. Ah, I remember now. That was during the mission to eliminate Brunos Rudolph. A red-haired man with an executive aura, resting his chin on his hand, making many women swoon. It feels like it was just yesterday. Time really flies. Where are his teammates? The man facing him replied. They are waiting at the airbase. Everyone looks tired, probably due to jet lag. The red-haired CEO also agrees. Yeah, they've come a long way. Why don't you take a day off? I want to get here quickly to reunite with my comrades I fought alongside. Their conversation continued. Are you still saying such ominous things? I'm sure you know why you're here. The man with two-tone hair smirked. My role is to support you. Above all, I will prioritize the branch manager's orders. He smiled cunningly, hoping those words were true, and then they introduced each other to their workplaces. This is my designated area. No noise will be tolerated. Understood, I won't let you down. Director, long time no see. Would you like to have dinner with me? Do you like Korean food? I like both grilled beef and mixed dishes, so let's go. After their conversation, the two men decide to go eat together. The two-tone-haired man suddenly changes expression, but I have a question. Is Red dead in Korea? He said it with a sneer, like he wanted to devour someone alive. Their conversation remained tense, but some of Red Dead's subordinates had already entered Korea. Has this information been confirmed? The hounds I trained are tracking them. He continued. Red Dead hasn't set foot in Korea yet, but that's even better. A patient hunter will always make the prey walk right into the trap. The red-haired man raises his hand, forming a gun shape, and smugly says, the moment to aim at his head will come soon. In the evil land of Gadam, a wasteland as if after the apocalypse, the four of them meet face to face. Prince asks, Are you planning to meet Red Dead? The four of them stand tall on the ground. At the same time, Red Dead's driver chuckled. Ah, ha, ha, ha. It seems there was a misunderstanding in the communication. Huisan said, It's not Red Dead. The meeting is scheduled with Duong Yen, vice president of Tianhuang Vien, and they are having a conversation. Kangyu immediately asked, When? In 3 days. Avi replied, There is enough time to prepare until then. He pointed in another direction and said, Find a seat and discuss the details further. Cheba looked dissatisfied, and there was a notice on the door indicating it was closed. Kangyu is annoyed. Is he choosing customers? Still acting like that even though he sees us? Ansh A uses binoculars to observe the situation. He realizes someone is here again. Kang Yu suspects. Who is that? He muttered to himself. The one in the mask. Hearing that, Kang Yu wondered. Wearing a mask. Round and Z are over there. Brother V shouts loudly. Chang Yu immediately fell into deep thought. Two people dressed as Gao superhero appeared. I bet those bugs on the other side of the screen don't know who they are. The mini apartment building looks pretty old, and there's no sunshine in the sky today. Chang Yu looked at the two people dressed as Gao superheroes and asked, "Have you been given permission yet?" "Why did you agree?" He forced himself to ask. Na'an replied irritably, "Oh, you should have said it's okay, China." Na asked curiously, "Who is that pink mask?" The driver replied, "I just met her for the first time today." Kang Yu sighed. "I never go back on my word." He continued, "I will keep my promise since you have fulfilled the condition." Na'an was so happy to hear that and cheered. Kang Yu called Break Ghost. Break Ghost immediately knelt before him, respectfully saying, "I will come right away, big brother. He asked you to do something." You replied, "I will do my best to accomplish it." Kang Yu immediately started giving orders. Before he could finish speaking, Black Ghost interrupted. "Should I kill them?" I immediately refuse. "No, it's not about that." The two of them are speechless witnessing this scene. "Huh? What's wrong with that guy?" Kang Yu suddenly said, "Be a tour guide and take them to visit the villain's territory." Hearing that, his eyes lit up. "So they are the good people of our future. Oh, so they are VIPs? The subordinates will protect them strictly so no one can touch them." Kang Yu just replied, "Whatever you want to do, just do it as you wish." So, they are visiting this dilapidated apartment together while the others continue their discussion. Are they going to decide the location and time which will be announced that morning? Sounds like a trap. They are talking very lively. "Who will go with you?" "Now I've decided. Can you ask how many people she could bring with her?" Hui-sun replied. They didn't say anything about that. Hearing that, he pondered and said, "Maybe they want you to go alone." She nodded in agreement. "I think so too." China Na said without fear, "Even if I go alone, I accept it." Hui-sun is not satisfied with this answer. "Lord," she continued with the appearance of an experienced person, "that does not mean I will recklessly fall into the trap." Kang Yu and driver immediately asked, "So, you have a plan. That plan must be yours." China confirms that, as driver said, the plan is based on Kang Yu's ability with the shadow attribute. "Can you observe the situation without being detected by them?" China explained. Kang Yu listened and crossed his arms confidently. "I can do it." Driver says, "So the most important piece of the game is already in place." China replied, "If something happens, you will also be a trustworthy ally." Hai-sun also agreed, "If it's a singer, I trust them." These idiots are whispering. It feels like they've wanted to force us from the very beginning, and Kang Yu isn't even bothering to be modest. "It's because I'm good at it." Also, China remembered something. She said, "I have investigated Tang Yan. She is quite an unusual person. I heard she is a talented strategist. She has some very distinctive traits. It seems everyone already understands that we are not only facing Moran Red Dead as an enemy. Additionally, Lampas's false flag will also be prepared and waiting for the right moment." Driver considers the situation and then chuckles. "This is a three-way conflict. If I were Tang Yan, I would use a divide-and-conquer strategy." Everyone was surprised by this colonial-style strategy. "You mean her plan is to make us and Lampas confront each other?" He nodded. "Yes, I think that's very likely." Then he continued analyzing. "Our first target will be Lampas because Lampas has sent top priests from many countries, including veteran knights, to Korea to capture Moran." Kang Yu, upon hearing this, understood the situation. "They will choose the weakest among them and eliminate him first. And then blame us?" Driver replied. "Exactly." Kang Yu asked seriously. "When do you think this will happen?" Driver said with a knowing smile. "Maybe before the meeting with Mujin so we can meet at a more advantageous place for us to gain the upper hand," Kang Yu insists. "I will act first," surprising the driver. "Suddenly, where do you want to go? Those two villains are also curious to see what you're planning to do." Chang Yu said seriously, "I can't let them control the pace and take the upper hand. I will manipulate the battlefield and also control this fight." A look of determination appeared in his eyes. It was getting late, and the sunset was gradually descending, turning the neighborhood a shade of red. Lillian Greffet and Ree are always inseparable. Kang Yu walks over, and they call out loudly, "Teacher, you said the two of us arrived early." Rich replied, "The teacher said it was urgent, so we came right away." Yu Kang then explained, "Sorry for calling you out suddenly, I had no other choice. This matter is very important, so I have no choice." The two of them wondered, "What is going on?" he asked directly. "Do you know where those people from China are?" Rich replied, "Do you mean clearing your name?" "I know." So the two of them were taken away before they could figure things out. "Let's go there, I will explain everything on the way." The scene shifts to a more luxurious and well-lit apartment complex, resembling an expensive hotel inside. The waiter approaches the door of a room. Inside, the lights are bright and two men are sitting and talking. Jiangbao said Kasian appeared like a comet. He was a newcomer and quickly became Korea's strongest villain within a year. He recounted that although the old man was no longer as strong as before, no one could deny that he had defeated Manhwa. He spoke while pondering. Long Shun stared intently at the computer screen, and hearing that he won by luck, Jiangbao said, "Do you really think someone who relies on luck can defeat someone as strong as the Four Kings?" He then recounted another victory to prove his absolute strength, even defeating Jose Stel, a notorious villain on par with the Four Huns. There's no need to doubt his strength anymore. Long Zhan frowned and recalled, "I heard rumors that he is a savage and full of brutality, more cruel and ruthless than anyone else." So he firmly believed that he wouldn't confront Manny King without causing any chaos. Jiangbao didn't know how to make this stubborn rock understand. Rumors are just rumors after all. Maybe he can still control himself. With his abilities, even though he has become a prominent figure, it's surprising that he avoids unnecessary conflicts and remains silent. The waiter outside the door earlier spoke up. "Room service. This is a pleasure to meet you. This is complimentary room service, a welcome gift for VIP guests." "Free of charge?" Long Jun asked in surprise. "Yes, and don't forget to introduce the luxurious dishes. This is a fine wine from the city of Bordeaux in France, served with aged goat cheese. This is a fine wine that can delight you with its sweet, rich, and exquisite flavor as the server pours the wine." That person respectfully offers a glass of red wine to Jiangbao. "Please enjoy." He didn't hesitate to take a sip and exclaimed at how delicious the wine was. "This fine wine is truly delicious, with an excellent aroma." Then Jiangbao pointed to the incense bowl on the table and asked, "Is this the scent of dreaming incense?" The waiter hurriedly explained, When combined with the scent of the wine, it turns into eternal sleep, right?" He calmly replied, "Too bad for you, my body has the ability to go through hair, so it won't work." At moments like this, just a confident smile is enough, and the body of the servant begins to change. Did the old man discover me? In an instant, Gunji's figure flickered in the thick black fog, and both Long Shun and Jiangbao immediately heightened their alertness. Stepping onto the ground, Gunji said, "I didn't expect my identity to be revealed so soon," and chuckled eerily before calmly saying, "The more ginger you pick, the spicier it gets. It seems I underestimated old people." At this point, Long Shun immediately recognizes the 4-star Shadow Guard Gunny. Gun asks, "Do you know that one day I will come looking for you?" "Oh, so you actually thought I would come openly like this? So I guess I've fallen into a trap." Then I suppose Jiangbao frowned and thought, "Ambushes only work when the target isn't prepared. Our martial arts are already known, so your plan is useless." Remembering my comrade Lin Lin, I immediately entered a fighting stance, full of fighting spirit, and declared, "This time I will definitely defeat you and avenge my fallen comrades." Jiangbao then ordered Long Shun to prepare for battle, but he hesitated and replied, "Wait a moment, the fire dragon sword is gone. Air dragon." Just then, a voice from behind them said, "Looking for this," which made both Long Shu and Jiangbao startle. The cunning Don said, "If it's so important, you should keep it better. Regretting after losing it is useless." At that moment, Jiangbao finally realized with shock that Dune was here too. Dune had announced that this place was sealed off and no one could enter or leave. Hearing that, Gun immediately continued, clearly unable to hide his excitement, quickly transforming his two arms into sharp swords and excitedly saying, "You will have to face us yourselves. The ones caught in the trap are you." At the same time, in a tall building, while the street below was still bustling, Kang Yu, Rick Yun, and Galato were all gathered here. "It's quite large. Which floor are they on?" Hearing that, Rick Yun hesitated for a moment before replying, "I don't know. But next to Galado, he thinks they are probably in the VIP room." At this point, Kang Yu guesses that it must be the top floor. He suggests that they might have booked all the floors for caution, so Kang Yu decides to go check it out himself. "The two of you wait here," Galado immediately asked with concern. "Aren't we allowed to go with you?" But Kang Yu simply replied, "I just want to check if Korea is safe and then I'll leave." "Understood, please be careful." Rick Yun also reminded me to call if anything happens. As the sky now darkened with the deep red of sunset, Jiangbao and Long Shu were still fiercely fighting Gunji, who continuously swung his two long swords to attack them. In an instant, with his lightning-fast speed, he swiftly slashed Long Shu through the flesh, despite his efforts. Jiangbao was no exception. He was immediately pierced by Gunji's sword. Seeing the fresh blood on the sword, Gunji licked his lips and sighed. "You're moving well, or your throat would have been cut already." Outside, Dokhan asked, "Are you planning to handle them alone?" Hearing that, Gun replied, "Yeah, do you want me to do it?" Seeing that, Dune happily said, "I was planning to deal with one of them too, but if Big Brother Ganj likes it, I'll step back." He took out his notebook and calmly checked it before saying, I will owe you this time. At that moment, Longshu couldn't contain his anger and immediately charged forward, shouting, "Don't be overconfident." In an instant, a surge of dark energy suddenly appeared in front of Longshu. By the time he realized, it was too late, and Longshu was surrounded by a swarm of bones. Seeing this, the demon named Do-chan said, "Death Image Barrier." He explained that no one could move within this barrier, ultimately leading to death. Don, playfully taunting, said that if you want to take back this weapon, you'd better be more careful. Seeing this, Longshu shouted loudly, "Get your dirty hand away from my fire dragon blade." Ignoring Longshu's words, Don calmly raised his blazing sword and said, Anger without clarity only brings trouble. Your lack of vigilance will cost you your life." At that moment, Jiang Bao closed in from behind. He ordered to stop, but at that moment, Jiang Bao suddenly sensed something was wrong. Seizing the opportunity, Gun charged forward, intending to strike Jiang Bao with a blow, shouting, "Don't get distracted, old man," but luckily he managed to dodge just in time. Jiang Bao even quickly unleashed his power. Then he launched a series of thunder fists, but unfortunately, that Gunji guy is as quick as a mouse, constantly dodging those attacks. Just as Jiang Bao throws a powerful punch, Wunji once again swiftly leaps away to avoid it. Seeing how powerful Jiang Bao was, Wei immediately moved away to avoid his attack. He sighed. "Gungya's quite something too, huh?" The attack was quick and sharp. Then Gunji immediately thought, "Wait a minute, I've seen this technique before, it looks familiar." With a teasing look, he wondered, "Where am I?" But then, Gunji-ji suddenly launched a strike at Jiang Bao and happily said, "I'll think about it later. For now, I'll kill the old man." Gunji's attacks were so powerful that they shattered the wall behind Jiang Bao, and then he crazily charged straight at Jiang Bao at lightning speed. In an instant, Gunji extended his leg and delivered a powerful kick that left Jiang Bao in agony, smashing him into the wall and leaving a deep imprint of bloodstains. Looking at the situation here, Dune commented, "Oh man, Ganj seems to be getting a bit too excited." Seeing Longshu still unmoving, he sneered, "I really want to fight too, but I promised, so I can't deal with him." Don sneered. Cutting off a hand probably won't be a big deal. Making Longshu even angrier, he cursed, "Damn it." Just as Dune was raising his sword, Toon gently asked Longshu for a hand and cheerfully said, "I'll make sure you won't have a headache." Then suddenly a voice said, "Looks like I arrived just in time." At that moment, a large pink hole suddenly appeared in the wall behind Longshu, and immediately a giant axe flew straight through the wall. In an instant, Dog Cheon could feel his whole body turn icy cold. Before he could understand what was happening, a giant spear was swung directly at Dion, forcing him to brace himself with his tiny sword. This commotion immediately drew Ganji's attention. Stepping onto the ground, a voice rang out, saying, "This chaos ends here." Kang Yu suddenly appeared, radiating a powerful energy that made many people tremble in fear. Kang Yu said sternly, "I won't tell you a second time after you're done playing. Disappear." In an instant, that Dune was knocked away. Before this terrifying power, Doshan could not maintain his calm and immediately heightened his vigilance. Seeing Kang Yu's figure, Doshan exclaimed in shock, "How is this possible?" "How can you break my secret space barrier?" Kang Yu replied. "That's a secret." Next to him, Modot sneered, thinking what kind of secret technique would be so easy to release. Suddenly, Kang Yu realized something, looked at Longshu standing still and silent, and asked, "What is that?" Mozot guessed that it looked like a binding spell targeting the enemy, and he remarked that it would be destroyed just by poking it. With a single touch, Longshu was quickly freed from Dune's spell. At that moment, Longshu suddenly realized, "Oh, I can move now." Seeing this, he asked Kang Yu, "Did you help me?" Chang Yu simply replied, "I suppose you could say that." Hearing this, Longshu immediately thanked his benefactor. "Thank you." Seeing this scene, Dudon's face turned pale as he wondered, "No way. Has he destroyed my shadow barrier? Is he a monster? So what exactly are you?" Seeing someone ruining his fun, Gun spoke up, "So you are Kasi. I heard you're reckless and arrogant, and it seems the rumors are true, storming into others' battles and causing chaos." He smirks, thinking that defeating Manny King makes you so great. But Kang Yu remained calm and composed, replying, "You are Kai, right? I also know about you. You look foolish but cruel and stiff." At this moment, Longshu also quickly ran over to Jiang Bao and helped him up. Kang Yu continued, saying, "It's hypocritical to claim this is your territory when you've barged into someone else's hotel. Who do you think I'm talking about?" With a sharp, confident gaze and his own spirit, Kang Yu said sternly, "Moreover, we are on completely different levels. I have the right to be arrogant because I have defeated a four-king. This time, your opponent will be Kang Yu." After seeing your past displays of strength, he's a bit on guard and no longer as arrogant as before. Then Gun thinks, "You're talking too much. Are you provoking me?" Hearing that, Xiangyu immediately replied. Wenjiji was instantly provoked, threatening. "So you are ready to die, right?" Then he suddenly raised his sword to attack Xiangyu, but suddenly a voice of warning rang out. "Wait a moment. Dokkan, calm down and stay composed. Don't let emotions cloud your judgment. Such reckless decisions are unwise." He announced that unfortunately the plan has failed. Dune thinks, "I don't know how he found out about our plan and came here, but our plan didn't anticipate his presence." Dohan comments that the situation has become complicated because of him. Seeing that, Maz praised him, saying he was quite clever. Hearing that, one replied, "Even though Long's pride is hurt, I have to admit that what you said is correct." However, he then asked, "I want to know why you intervened in the conflict between the priest and the evil one, as someone like you has no reason to get involved." Hearing that, Kang Yu thought that if this truly was a battle between the priest and the evil one, as you said, I wouldn't have interfered, but I have seen through you. You said that you plan to assassinate them and frame us. I don't know what other schemes you have, but I can't just stand by and let you falsely accuse us. At this point, Gun pretends to be innocent and questions it. We would never blame you for something like that. Dawn believes that actually you are the one trying to set us up. Suddenly, Kang Yu loudly exclaims, causing Dokkan to startle. Chang Yu said seriously, "You came to our villainous territory not long ago, right? I thought you just came to say hello, but unexpectedly you ate something interesting and ran away." He asked, "Do you still have it?" And Dokkan had to admit it. "Looks like I've been caught." He asked, "How do you know? Don't tell me there's a special device inside it." But then Sang Yu simply replied, "No, nothing at all. Because you enjoy teasing so much, I just went along with it," making Dao-chan sigh deeply in resignation. Kang Yu believes that if claiming that Driver's favorite snack is a mistake, then it truly is. He would realize immediately if something is missing. He said, "You plan to kill them and leave the driver's belongings to frame us." Hearing this, Long Shu's face darkened. He muttered angrily to himself, "They want to assassinate us and blame Ka'an. Who do they think we are?" Holding out the ruby on his hand, Don calmly continued, "So my plan has failed. Damn, everything is turning out worse than I expected, to the point that I can't predict what will happen next." He threw the ruby beach at Kang Yu and said, "I will return it to you." Hearing that, Kang Yu immediately replied, "That's more like it. Now go away." But when Dune looked at Kang Yu's bracelet, he seemed a bit pensive. Then Gun spoke, "We're leaving because you told us to, so don't bother and don't follow us." Hearing this, Kang Yu immediately agreed. Done. As soon as he finished speaking, Gunji jumped straight through the glass windows and down to the ground. Following him, Dokkan also climbed out the window. He mischievously left a message saying today was quite fun. If fate allows, we will meet again. But then Longshun suddenly realized and shouted, "Wait, leave the fire dragon sword to me." Looking at Jiang Bao beside him, he thought to himself, "Damn it, I can't chase after him because Jiang Bao is injured." But suddenly Kang Yu asked, "The fire dragon sword?" Long Chun solemnly said, "The sword that was taken is the fire dragon sword." Watching the figures of the two cunning devils, Kang Yu was somewhat silent. Moving through the city's buildings of all heights, Gunji and Dochan swiftly and smoothly like a gust of wind. Suddenly, Gunji Ji spoke. "It's a pity. The reason doesn't matter, but Yuan Yen will definitely scold us." Behind them, Dokkan replied, "Cassie's interference is an unpredictable factor. There's no other choice. So as Gunji moves, he also thinks that despite everything, my pride has been hurt, and I can't believe we have to return empty-handed." But suddenly he realized something and jumped onto the edge of a building, stopping there. Seeing Gunji acting strangely, Daon asked, "What's going on? Why did you suddenly stop?" Hearing that, Gunji replied, "I can't just leave like this." He asked curiously, "So many people. Is there an event today?" Seeing that, Dune replied, "It's the weekend, so it's normal for there to be people." Gun, with a bloodthirsty look in his eyes, said, "So that's it, but I'm still annoyed I didn't complete my mission, and they are happy just because it's the weekend?" Without hesitation, he charged straight into the crowd, thinking that to take revenge, I will kill them all. From above, Dune shouted, "You're crazy!" But just then, a lightning-fast figure quickly lunged at Gun. Seeing that, Dune immediately recognized Xian Kang Yu raising his fist and coldly said, "Die." With a single punch, he knocked Gunj to the ground from a great height and said, "You're the one who chose your own death." Gunj, like a broken-winged bird, was battered and left barely alive, face down on the ground. Seeing that, Duchan quickly moved to their side and asked in shock, "What are you doing? Why are you ambushing us?" Hearing that, Kang Yu ordered, "Return the fire dragon sword." "Here it is." Duchan just smirked and replied, "If you want the fire dragon sword." Then he immediately turned hostile, challenging Dune to come and take it himself. He swung his sword at Kang Yu, but with just a few small clone techniques, Kang Yu easily dodged. Seeing that, Doshan kept attacking with his sword, but all of his strikes were blocked by Kang Yu. "You mock me? You told me to come and get it. But is that all you've got?" Seeing that, Dogon couldn't hide his shock and thought to himself, "He's crazy, grabbing the sword with his bare hands?" The Hoa longsword, wrapped in dragon breath before Dogon could regain his composure, Kang Yu immediately closed in, grabbing his neck like catching a chicken. Kang Yu says, "I've only just begun." At this moment, Dogon immediately turns pale. At that moment, Sang Ute did not seize the sword, but threatened. "Let this be a lesson and engraved in your body." In a flash, Dochan was reunited with Gunji underground. As the dust settled and they reached the spot where the two had been sent down, both disappeared without a trace. Seeing that, Kanyu was curious. "What is this? Is it some strange ability of his?" You realize that the fire dragon sword has also disappeared along with him, but then the voices keep echoing. The illusory shadow inside the mystic wheel can merge or split into separate entities, accompanied by Dion's illusions. He said there's not just one clone. Doshan introduced many, but even with multiple bodies, they're all useless. You can't tell real from fake. He arrogantly said, "Now you will know what true fear is." Then Kang Yu immediately gave the order. "Remove them." Seeing that, Mozo immediately corrected himself. A slap and a tone like that? In a flash, Mozo activated his spell. The illusions he created gradually vanished, leaving only himself. "In this situation," Dochan exclaimed in shock, "what is happening? Has my illusionary image been destroyed?" Now Dochan has completely lost his composure and frantically asked, "Kasi, who are you, really?" But then Kang Yu simply ordered him to be silent and returned the fire dragon sword. At that moment, a huge shockwave occurred, and Gun crazily charged towards Kang Yu, shouting loudly, "Are you awake? You're recovering quickly." WJ swiftly unleashed a series of high-damage attacks like lightning and said, "How dare you ambush a master assassin like me? You will pay with your life." But all of them were easily dodged by Kang Yu, as if featherlight. Seizing Kang Yu's moment of vulnerability, Wun quickly stretched out his body and drove a straight thrust, sending Kang Yu flying away. Seeing that, Dokkan also rushed forward to attack from behind, confidently shouting, "It's over." At that moment, Kang Yu quickly broke free from Gunji's control and leapt into the air, delivering a decisive kick to Don. Not yet. After taking care of Don, Kang Sang Yu immediately rushes straight to Gunji. They kept launching fierce attacks at each other, but then Kang Yu quickly turned the tide with a powerful punch to Gunji. Seeing that, Gunji swiftly dodged and cheerfully said, "Not bad. I admit your fighting ability." Hearing that, Kang Yu quickly launched a fierce attack at Gunji while mocking him. "You rushed in intending to kill me, and now you're praising me?" A killer must understand the skill level of their opponent, but Gun just smirked cunningly and made a comment. "But you're too stiff, like a rookie." Seeing him talk too much, Kang Yu prepares to finish his ultimate move and shouts, "You're talking too much." Just then, Gun puffed out his cheeks, prepared his technique, and warned, "Watch carefully." He unleashed a devastating blow he proudly claimed as the ultimate technique of an assassin. Gunji's attack caused a shockwave across the ground, rocks cracking into large chunks. But when the dust settled, Kang Yu was still safe and sound, even emitting more intense energy, and he spoke. "Is this your ultimate technique?" At this point, Gunji was taken aback, and Bang Huang wondered to himself, "No way." He caught my entire Feng Feng spear with his bare hands. It's strong enough to pierce through tank armor. Suddenly, a giant chain appeared out of nowhere, immediately restraining Gunji, along with Do-chan, who was also bound as a gift. Kang Yu, from above in triumph, reminds you to have a more accurate view of my strength. He quickly escapes and uses the chain to beat those two down, before smiling. "New recruit?" Gun was beaten almost to death, thrown far away, and slammed hard against the wall. Now the match is over. Kang Yu has won decisively. At that moment, Dudon approached and said, "Incredible. I have to admit, traps and spells don't work on you, and I can't keep up with you." He handed you the sword and thought it was easy to surrender the fire dragon sword to you. But then Dune wondered, is it really just because of the fire dragon sword? Did you really attack us just because of that? Hearing this, Kang Yu immediately replied he was about to attack Dan Thuong. So, Dune wonders, is it just because of those bugs? Did you attack us only because of those insignificant people? Suddenly, a maniacal laugh interrupted their conversation, and Gun from the rubble spoke up. Another villain worried about those bugs. How ridiculous. Seeing that, Kang Yu silently wondered if Min's attack was not as weak as he appeared to have recovered from. Gun said, "It seems you're confused because I'm still fine. Even if you try to hide that thought, I can see everything." He warned him, "Look carefully." Then he confidently displays his power. claiming that his body can stretch at will, that he is extremely flexible, but can also withstand physical shocks. Beside Doshan, he explains that, in other words, in close combat, he possesses the ultimate weapon. When I hear that, Kang Yu comments, "It looks terrifying, but I feel a bit jealous." Gun immediately responds, "I knew you'd say that, but that's not the important thing. He thinks I've found your weakness," which surprised Kang Yu. Gunji sneered. Another villain worried about the lives of the crawling bugs. "Are you planning to disguise yourself as the Dark Knight or something?" Then, with a wicked and bloodthirsty look, Gun laughed maniacally and said, "All right, the massacre of the bugs will begin right now." In the lively shopping district at night, with sparkling streetlights and many people strolling and chatting happily, two girls suddenly looked surprised after hearing a loud noise. They saw Kang Yu standing on the car, holding up a large rock. Then he threw the rock aside. The people behind started to panic as he jumped down from above, and suddenly a mischievous laugh echoed. Hey, what an interesting scene. Gun sat on the ground, sneering, saying, "I thought you were just joking. I didn't expect you to actually stand up for these bugs. I didn't expect you to actually stand up for these bugs." The people around screamed in panic. "What is that?" another villain replied. After receiving the reply, everyone became even more terrified, shouting for everyone to run away, fleeing desperately, leaving only screams of despair behind. Gun carried his sword on his shoulder and approached. No matter where they were, bugs were all the same. He looked at the cowering crowd in the corner, speaking with contempt, saying that a little scare would make them scream, cry, and faint, truly pitiful but also quite troublesome. Don sneered and continued, "I respect your strength, Kan, but if you plan to be a shield for them, you'll find it hard to deal with us." Shang Yu angrily shouted, "Stop! Don't hurt innocent people. This is my final warning." Gun calmly sat on top of the car and replied nothing. Then he stuck out his tongue, grinning slyly. "What's wrong with catching a few bugs?" Gun immediately charged at Kang Yu. "Isn't it true that the strong always have the right to swallow the weak?" Kang Yu quickly blocks his attack and fights back. Why sneers? He continues to attack you. "It's been a long time since I last had the chance to strike." The chief's deadly strike. His attack was very powerful and quickly headed towards Kang Yu, causing him to be thrown into the building in front. Dokkan also joined the fight, throwing another dagger at Kang Yu and shouting, "I will end this." His sword rushes fiercely toward you. At that moment, a giant hand reached out to block the sword, saving Kang Yu from a fatal blow. The two villains were both stunned to see Kang Yu withstand their attack. "You pick up the sword and regain your initial dominance? Is it just that the strong have the right to swallow the weak? Then both of you accept to be swallowed by me." "It's been a long time since we were last dispatched." He stretched and yawned, saying everything's been too quiet lately and it's making his body stiff. Doody sitting beside him doesn't seem very comfortable. It's past our working hours already. "It's been 3 months, hasn't it?" "Yes, sir." The director on the other end of the line asked, "Where are you?" The white-haired girl replied, "We just passed Gun and will arrive in 5 minutes." Chi-sun told the other side, "I have more information." Chi-sun sternly said, "It seems the villains from China are behind this reckless terrorist attack. I am also about to arrive there." Then he continued instructing CO, "When you get there, implement countermeasures and stall. Do not engage with them." "Understood, I got it." A hole in the ceiling, Wunji was knocked down by Kang Yu. Kang Yu's punch was so powerful that Wunji was knocked down. Duche tried to ambush Kang Yu from behind, but Kang Yu detected his plan and easily dodged the attack, then turned around and punched Duche. Duche was knocked away. Furious, he shouted, "You bastard," then turned to fight Gunji. Next, the two continue fighting, but Kang Yu has the upper hand. Duche, witnessing their fight, couldn't help but tremble and say, "He's too strong. This is a significant evolution. Go. I think his strength and speed have increased many times. He is no longer the same as before. He is as powerful as a disaster-level threat, but I still haven't used all my strength." After a long fight, both of them are exhausted, and Gunji has no strength left. Kang Yu looked at Gunji indifferently and said, "You're really stubborn, still standing strong despite being beaten to a pulp." He silently thought that his agility seemed to help lessen the impact of the attacks. After hearing this, Gunji burst into laughter. He chuckled. Kang Yu, seeing him smile, asked confusedly, "What are you laughing at?" Gun sneered and said, "I can't be like you. I hate your fake act. Villains cannot escape the 7 deadly sins among them. Destruction is the hardest to resist." Then he shouted, "Destroy, smash, tear apart, kill." He happily said, "With this strength, you could kill me as many times as you want, but you choose not to. You saved the bugs by restraining your instincts, and you didn't kill us even though we tried to kill them." Gun said with a sarcastic smile, "It's so ridiculous." Kang Yu says, "You're right. That way of thinking makes sense if you're an evil person." Then he calmly adds, "But because I am human. Before I become an evil person. Because I am human, I have a goal to achieve. The reason I avoid killing is because I am human, not a villain. However, Kang Yu warned Gunji that in a critical situation he could kill him at any moment. Gunji responded, "So you could kill me any time if necessary? Unfortunately, I won't be able to see you do that." Kang Yu glances at Gunji. He suddenly launched an attack on him and said, "You really gave me time to prepare my ultimate move. That was your mistake for being too arrogant." He threw the strike and shouted, "Die." Song Nyu Yet's slash of annihilation. Kang Yu was a bit surprised by the attack and said, "The point of this move is that it takes a lot of time to prepare, but once executed, its destructive power is extremely terrifying. This is a targeted attack that cannot be escaped." As he finished speaking, the strike descended directly, causing a loud explosion. Everyone around, hearing the explosion, came to see. Cheha opened the car door and asked, "What was that explosion?" Chi from above said, "It's been a long time since my last difficult battle, but in the end I still won because you were too careless." Then he turned to ask Ganji, "Are you okay?" He replied, "I'm fine." Chao didn't see his fire dragon sword anywhere and told Gunji, "Let's leave before the winged bugs arrive." "Where is the fire dragon sword?" As Chao was unsure where his sword was, a voice rang out, "It's hard to find." The two of them were stunned, and Chado exclaimed. Kazi and Wun seemed to be in disbelief, saying, "No way, is he still alive?" Amidst the wreckage, Kang Yu stepped out and smiled. "I hid the fire dragon sword very well." The full moon night is beautiful, and exclamations echo through the air. It is a live broadcast of the fight between Kang Yu and Gunji. The masked cat-faced person pointed at them and said, "See what? The villain is fighting right in the middle of the city." He couldn't help but get excited and shout, "This is crazy to witness firsthand, damn it, so intense." The screen is now flooded with comments from netizens. A user named akongjiangkal asked if it was live, and another account named akongt2q appeared. "Is he crazy to be commenting on the live stream?" Another account named akongfubip 2025 immediately commented that it was definitely a scam. Another account named akongam couldn't help but be surprised, commenting with a jumble of words like a swarm of ants. On the screen, there's a young girl with two braids saying, "As you can see behind me, other YouTubers are also filming." In front, many people are live streaming, and others can't help but wonder and say, "This really is YouTube Len." Suddenly, an attack struck where they were, and a person live streaming was unable to dodge and was killed. A scream of shock. "Wow, damn it." After witnessing that scene, netizens exploded. "Does he really dead? How is that possible? How did you block my deadly technique?" Gun asked Chado, "Did Song Nguyet Tuyet Tram miss?" "No, I already hit him, and it was a perfect strike." A cold voice interrupted them, saying, "Now is not the time to talk. Get up and keep fighting." Kanyu launched an attack on both of them, and a sudden punch knocked Gunji away before he could react. Changyu immediately turned and delivered a powerful kick to Chado. Chad uses all his strength to block the attack. The strike is so powerful that Chao is sent flying away. Before Chao could react, Kong Yu launched another attack, and Chado couldn't withstand it, being thrown far away. Chad was knocked down to Gunji's position, landing with a loud crash. Before they could react, Kang Yu launched his final move. He said, "Let's end this with a bang now." A blue light shot down from above towards Kang Yu, shards of ice rushing to attack him, but he dodged them with great skill. Kang Yu looked at his frozen hands and said, "Ice, it seems someone wants to join in." A pair of slender hands controlling the power of ice. "A ice barrier surrounds a girl." Gun asked in surprise, "Huyen Vu, why are you here?" Huyen Vu coldly replied, "On the orders of the vice president." Gun immediately asked, "Did the vice president send you?" Huyen Vu, after receiving the command from the other side, said, "Retreat immediately." Kang Yu, seeing this, thought they were trying to escape, so he launched an attack towards them and shouted, "You can't do that." Huyen Vu immediately uses her technique to block his attack. Huyen Vu shouted, "Attack the abyss, water and ice spirit." A piece of ice falls to the ground where someone is standing and typing on their phone. The water ice gems drop to the ground and the surface immediately freezes over. Kang Yu immediately struck to protect that person. He shouted, the hellfire blazing. After protecting him, he immediately said, "Are they attacking recklessly? They're trying to buy time to escape," and the other person ran away in fear. The ice water gems fall, creating a glow as screams of panic echo out. Two people in black appear and destroy everything. Kang Yu, happy to see them, cheerfully says, "You're here?" The two people in black signaled, and Chi-sun looked at the crowd and angrily said, "This is truly a mess. Who are the spectators just standing there instead of running away?" Siu, holding a gun, replied, "I think they are YouTube." Chi-sun continued, "This is pathetic," and then ordered to block those blocks. Chao angrily told Ganji, GOC, how annoying they are and that we should leave here. Gun was also extremely annoyed inside, thinking to himself, how shameful, the strongest assassin can't kill him. I can't retreat like this. Gunj rushes to attack the people live streaming. The green-haired guy says to the audience, hey bro, the Wind Warriors are here. Has this battle turned into a three-way fight? The girl even reminds everyone, remember to like, subscribe, and support us. Sue sensed the danger and shouted at the people live streaming. What are you all still standing there for? Run away. The masked cat guy smirks and says to Seo, it's okay, it's okay. Gun charged at them, shouting, I will definitely kill at least one of them. Sue rushed out and shot at Gunji to save the people live streaming. He shot forward like a missile towards Seo. A bullet grazed past him. He shouted, get out of here. Gunj rushes to the live stream crowd and attacks, saying, you pests die. A flash of light streaked through Gunji's body, surprising both Seo and Chato with this attack. Chang Yu has killed Goonie. The YouTubers sit down in fear. The masked cat-hooded guy stammers, did he kill him? The girl with two braids just covers her mouth, afraid to make a sound. Suddenly, a large block of ice crashes toward them. Siyu shouts, watch out! Chang Yu completely took all the attacks for them. The crowd watching the live broadcast was terrified. Jiang Yu just stood there calmly, looking at the wreckage and then speaking dismissively to Mozost. They've escaped, Modot said. Finally, you've revealed your true murderous intent, Modot continued. Chisun calmly took a sip of coffee and told Xia that it could be understood in that case. Senior, even so, he's still a murderer. Chisun coldly says, that's right, but Chasi acted that way to save everyone, so everyone agrees it was a legitimate act of self-defense. Duri, holding a carefully wrapped sword, calls out to Chisun. Hamjan Chisun was surprised to see the sword and asked, what is that? Where did you get it? Duri replied, Cass gave it to me earlier. Chisun was surprised, Kiener. Duri continued, saying he would give this to the Chinese priests. Chisun remained silent. Night falls, and Tangyan and Bakho look at Gunji's body. Tangyan calmly says, so it has happened. How tragic. Then Tang Wai-an turned to Huyanvu and asked, wasn't it I who told you to retreat? Huyanvu respectfully replied, he did not obey the order. Cha suddenly blamed himself, saying I should have stopped Gungdi at all costs to protect his wounded pride. I have no words of apology. Tang Yan turned to Chado to comfort him and said, don't blame yourself. It's Gungdi's fault for not obeying my orders. Tang Yan couldn't help but marvel he could defeat 2 of the 4 Hounds' assassins, but how did he arrive just at the right moment? We need to investigate that and then turn to the masked man and say, if someone from inside leaks information. It's, not me. I didn't reveal any information at all. Tang Wai-an coldly said, I already knew this would happen. The red masked man nervously begged, I am telling the truth. Please believe me, Father Du immediately said. Ka-an speaks as if he knows our motive for ambushing the priests. Tang Yan strokes his chin and says, I don't think Ka-an is smart enough to figure out our plan. If there's anyone in Gadam who could think of that, the red-masked man suddenly exclaimed. It's Driver, the red-masked man said happily. It has to be him. That guy is always up to something. Father Do looked at him as if he was very pleased about that. Father Du then asked, are you planning to tell the chaos without a captain? Tang Wai-an refuses. It's not good news, but I have to report this to the guild. Then Tang Wai-an lowered her voice coldly and said, of course she is the leader of the 4 beasts and the captain of the Soul Reaper. Chado remained silent. In the goddamn evil zone, Kang Yu looked at the status board and asked Ma Dot, it's strange. Are you sure what I just ate was a magic stone? Ma Dot immediately replied, it's not as powerful as I expected because you're already strong. Your mana points won't increase as quickly as before if you eat a magic stone. Kang Yu then asked, even if it's a magic stone taken from a world-class treasure? That's right, but it's far inferior to the blood crystal you ate. On the other hand, it's very good for improving skills. Chang Yu happily said, I've improved my fire resistance. He looked at his status screen and asked Yu, but what can I use it for? Mayot said, it's very useful against enemies with fire attributes. Kang Yu replied, but I can still avoid it. Mayot reminds him, you have too many fire skills already. This is a long-range attack skill with a wide area of effect. It continues to discuss the disadvantages and benefits of the skill. The only downside is that it consumes a lot of mana, but it will help improve your close combat style. Kang Yu was excited to try this skill. Can I try it now? Ma immediately refuses. This place is too small for you to test it. Kang Yu said, then I will try later. But this skill is still locked. Will it be unlocked someday? Kim's rage, Hellfire locked. Ma-Ot explains that you can't use it in your current state, but it will be unlocked once you reach a higher level of evolution. Kang Yu asks, are you serious? The ignorant one replied, you also know there are skills that can only be used once you reach a certain state. This skill is similar. Kang Yu said, I need to check right now. Ma Dot takes this opportunity to ask Si Yan. Before doing so, I have something to ask you. He asks him, "Is today the first time you've killed someone since becoming a villain? Can you tell me how you feel right now?" Kong Yu thought for a moment and replied, "I have killed before when I was a priest, even if the person I killed deserved to die 1,000 times over." He continued, "But I also don't feel comfortable." Madot immediately asked, "And now?" Kong Yu coldly said, "If I say I feel nothing, that would be the real abnormality." Madot sighed in relief. "That's good." Kong Yu asked, "Are you that weak?" A thought crossed his mind in the darkness. If a person can make decisions and act, a group of ordinary people are buried underground by masked men in black, leaving only their heads behind. They beg for mercy. "Please, I will do anything, just spare me," one of them said angrily. "Why do you keep talking without looking at the situation around you?" Then he shouted, "Get out of here!" As he said that, the masked man raised his sword to strike the man, and a loud sound echoed. "The captain is eating, damn it." Blood splatters everywhere as a contemptuous hand picks at the meat and says, "A lowly bug with no pride. He was once an elite soldier of the government but was captured while investigating us." He then picked up the piece of meat and continued, "Rescue is only for the bugs." The masked man in black reported, "The captain has an urgent message," and the captain immediately asked, "What is it?" The masked man said, "Gung Di has been murdered." The captain, drinking, froze upon hearing this. "Gung Di? That's really interesting." Then she burst out laughing, saying, "Isn't this news just so heartbreaking? I wonder who was behind this." Lampas, the South Korea branch. A group of people are in a meeting. Chisun is reporting on yesterday's attack. The report on the terrorist attack last night has concluded. The brown-haired man raised his hand and asked, "Surely Kai is dead too?" CU replied, "I saw it with my own eyes." Long Shun quietly said, "It's hard to believe. This is the first time a high-level villain from Heaven's Garden has been killed by someone else." Chisun continued, "The media widely covered yesterday's event. The public sees Kaian as a hero, but an evil person being called a hero is truly ridiculous." Du pushed the table and stood up, saying, "Isn't it reasonable to consider those who save innocent lives as heroes?" The man next to him frowned and asked, "Are you acknowledging him?" "Well, even among villains, some still haven't lost all reason. Perhaps Khan is one of them, but considering a villain as a hero is too dangerous. Villains are born criminals, as proven by academic research. There is also a voice in the room saying, there's no need to be so negative. On the contrary, this could be a good opportunity." He stroked his chin and said, "Reddy will be heading to Korea soon because of this. Since that person lost a trusted subordinate, he must be very angry now," and sneered, "They won't give up hunting Kasi." William and everyone else started talking. William said, "I don't know about the others, but we have to do something about them." Ken replied, "Of course we do." The man next to him added, "Let's bet on who will kill Red Dead." Ha ha ha. Long Shun heard and said, "Do not underestimate Red Dead." Seeing their surprise, he continued, "That person is not just a villain, but the strongest and most evil demon of all. We must prepare thoroughly." Hop burst out laughing and said, "Hey, that's funny. Do you think we don't know that?" He sneered and continued, "Well, these fools are the ones who fell into the trap and were ambushed, so maybe you don't really know." William immediately shouted at him, Be careful with your words. That's very polite behavior." Hape immediately got angry and said, "What did I say wrong?" "I'm just telling the truth." Hearing the commotion, the priest shouted, "Stop!" He propped his chin and said loudly, "I will not tolerate any internal conflicts that divide us. If you only know how to spout useless words, then go back to your country." Hape, hearing this, fell silent, and then loudly announced, "O priests who act systematically, meticulously, and precisely, that is why we stand above the villains. Don't forget that we are the priests representing our country." Chisun listened as the announcement was made. The mission to wipe out Red Dead is to maintain order and safety for this land, and to prove why the presence of priests is necessary. He pointed to the table and said, "We can't miss this opportunity. We must complete this mission at all costs. Right now, in the Gajiam Evil Zone, many villains are standing guard." Na-on asked, "Do I seem to be the only one noticing this, or is everyone more worried than usual today?" Black Ghost crossed his arms and replied, "Of course. The situation is as tense as a drawn string." Na-on asked further, "Is it because of what happened yesterday?" Red M replied, "Yes, we don't know when Red Dead's subordinates will strike back and attack." Then Red M continued, "A big battle could break out at any moment, and no matter who comes," Black Ghost replied, "we will fight alongside the boss." Na-on said, "Wow, you're really determined." "Of course, I have to drive away those threatening my home and family." Still, Break Ghost worries about what just happened and says, "I'm concerned that homeless people living among villains might get caught up in this." Red M immediately asked, "Are there any difficulties in evacuating them to another place?" Black Ghost looked into the distance and replied, "Most of them have nowhere to go. If we tell them to leave suddenly, they will think we are chasing them away." After a pause, Black Ghost continued. And they have lived harsh lives, so they often resort to violence and stubbornness. Na Yoon saw the beautiful girl handing out kimbap and asked, "What about her?" "That girl over there is playing kimbap," Black Ghost said as he looked at her. "Oh, Rose isn't high on? She works at PAV." Na Yoon gasped. "She's really beautiful, but she's a civilian, right?" They look at the man eating kimbap and talking. "Yeah, that's right." Na-on asks Black Ghost if he means homeless people might resort to violence. "Does that mean she's in danger?" Breako asks. Anyone who hears the noise will turn toward its source. Haeon sees Black Ghost's group and waves at them. Na-on saw that and asked, "She is waving at us. I want to talk to her." Black Ghost immediately guessed and said no. Na-on wondered why, and Black Ghost immediately explained. Villains and civilians usually don't interact. Na-on suddenly remembered that she had become a villain and responded awkwardly. Then Na-on suddenly remembered something and asked, but her face looked familiar. Suddenly, a loud bell rang out, and Na-on immediately asked, "What's going on?" Black Ghost looked towards the source of the alarm and said, "It's an emergency alert." Then his sharp eyes turned to that direction and said, "I think we have an intruder." "Are they calling us in because of that matter?" Driver put his hand in his pocket and replied, "That is the message we received." They entered a meeting room where 3 people were already seated. Chang Yu opens the door and steps in. The man wearing glasses and a vest stands up to introduce himself, saying, "My name is Kim Kong. Sorry to call everyone here so suddenly. May I have a moment of your time?" Kong Yu and Driver sit down, he says. "If you say you'll provide valuable information, then of course you can. But isn't it polite to first say where you're from?" Madot quietly says, "He's a foreigner." The man with blue hair said, "We are just employees of a labor supply company." The man next to him added, "Basically, we are just runners." "People who run errands now are also getting information about Tianhuang-Vien, huh?" Wu Chang asked. The bespectacled man remained silent. Red Eye asked in surprise, "Are they outsiders?" The driver, while looking up information, spoke up. Ordinary people wouldn't have access to such detailed information because they would have to risk their lives. "Wait a moment, even risking your life might not be enough. Where did you get this information from?" "Come on, stop this game. You leave after being insulted with such a precious gift?" The man in glasses smiled and said, "I didn't mean to offend. Yes, we are outsiders, but we are just low-level individuals. The ones who sent this information to you also hope it will help Gadam's evil zone. We have no other demands, so we hope there will be no misunderstandings." They're not ordinary people. Walking so slowly into the evil zone takes guts. Driver checked the information and said, "I need to look into it further, but from what I see it's so incredible I'm left open-mouthed." Kang Yu said, "So it's classified information. Who could he be asking about?" Driver looked at the information on the paper and said, "With this level of detail, it could only be found in government intelligence agencies or Lampus. But the source of this information couldn't be official channels, so there's only one place left." Seeing that Kang Yu remained silent, Driver continued, "An underground casino. It's a large-scale place because they handle secret information." Kang Yu, as if unable to believe his ears, said, "Could it really be Money King?" Does Driver answer yes? But there is another place with even greater influence. Then the driver lowered his voice and said, "The biggest underground casino in Europe. The Dark Arena and its operator is the leader of Savigi, Europe's most notorious evil organization, the Four Kings El Mago. Right now in Gadam District, at Lavzos building, someone is making a phone call, and the person on the other end says, 'Just now the villains from Prince's side stopped by.' So Prince doesn't appear himself and only sends his subordinates?" The person on the other end of the phone said, "That's right, Lengon and Bungai have arrived. How many people are allowed to accompany you?" After hearing the response from the other side, she replied, "I understand." Then China continued, "Good, strengthen security measures to prevent any surprises." Aoma and Hot are sitting drinking tea. Azoma, hearing this, asked, "What did they say about how many people can come?" She replied, "1 person." Aoma asked, "Is it just 1 person?" Hot set the teacup down on the table and said, "That's definitely a trap." China Na took a sip of tea and replied, "Still, it's not too bad because I'm not completely alone." So, hearing China Hot say that, is that lucky, and Aoma then ruffles his hair with his hand. China placed the teacup on the table, thinking she had predicted many of these things. China brushed her hair back and continued to ponder, sitting on the chair with her gaze distant, wondering who she should take with her. A secret from Tianhuang-Vien. How intriguing. "Why did you give this to me?" Kang Yu sat on the sofa and replied, "Just consider it a gift." Manikin looked at the paper in his hand and sneered, saying, "You're not planning to drag me into the fight with Red Dead, are you?" Kang Yu replied, "I'm not so indifferent as to push an old man who has difficulty walking onto the battlefield." Manikin replied after hearing that, "Not being indifferent isn't always good. Then he took a sip of his drink and said, especially before a big battle. One day, your soft heart will hold you back. Then I will say it indifferently. Kang Yu made a proposal to Mannequin, join my side. Hearing this, he immediately refused without hesitation. I refuse. Then he looked at the glass of wine and smiled, saying, do you forget that I am a businessman? There's no reason for me to join the fight. Whether I win or lose, I'll be the one to suffer. Kang Yu smiled upon hearing that. If you have any other requests, just let me know. I'm leaving now. Oh, I see. I heard you're training Mujin, so if you're doing it, do it with all your might. Kin replied, that's my business. It has nothing to do with your request. After hearing that, Kang Yu reminded him, so I will trust you, but she might have to demonstrate her skills soon. He wondered. Soon? Kang Yu then said, it's not early, but tomorrow. Then he crossed his arms and continued, the vice chairman of Tianhuangvian has requested to meet Min. Then he continued, I don't know what will happen, and she is only allowed to bring one escort. Mannequin became alert after hearing this. After speaking, Sang Yu turned and left the room. A life and death battle could break out. If you have any secret trump card, teach her everything and don't hold back. Then he slammed the door shut, leaving King in the room. He sneered. Tomorrow at the Lampus Korea branch, it will suddenly rain heavily. Lampus's professor steps out of the American Cajun car. He has defeated Manny King and now draws all of Red Dead's attention. He thought about Kang Yu's image. I didn't expect him to become so strong. He's an unexpected wild card. He looked out the window, started to think, and upon reflection, his name also matched that person. He's a guy who makes people uncomfortable in many ways. His thoughts blended with the rain. It would be perfect if Red Dead kills him, but if he's lucky enough to survive, I will deal with him myself. Suddenly, his phone rang. He checks his phone and answers. He asks, what's going on? The person on the other end reports some very important news to him. After hearing it, he smiles and says, that's the news I've been waiting for. Finally, the plan has been outlined, and the rain outside is getting heavier. At this moment, Jiang Bao is at home watching the news about the incident from yesterday. The reporter said, this is the scene of yesterday's incident. A fierce conflict broke out between the villains on this street and some attackers who indiscriminately assaulted civilians. Just as I was watching, Longshun and Lin Mei returned. I'm back. Is the senior awake? How are they feeling? They asked him, are you awake now, senior? How are you feeling? Jiang Bao then turned off the TV and said, not too bad. It still moves. Longshun sighed in relief and said, that's a relief. Then Longshun asked Jiang Bao, what is the state of the fire dragon sword? He shook his head and said, I have checked many times. It remains the same, as if the sword has completely lost its original power. What on earth is going on? Lin Mei asked how such a thing could happen. Jiang Bao explained that even a brief moment was enough for it to fall into the hands of evil, and that was when it became tainted. Longshun sat down, holding his head in self-blame, saying, I am to blame for being careless. I don't know how to report this to headquarters. Jiang Bao looked at Longshun and said, first, there is something we need to deal with. Isn't it right to repay both kindness and enmity twice as much? Yes, Jiang Bao replied. Even though he is a villain, he did save our lives, so even if we can't repay him double, at least we should thank him properly, right? Lin Mei immediately asked, do we really have to do this? Longshun replied, no, the senior is right about this, but then he continued, considering the current situation, why not postpone this matter? Jiang Bao rubbed his knee and said, I won't take much time. There's no reason to delay. I'll go alone. The next morning, it seemed the rain had stopped and the sun was shining. A meeting took place among Tang Yan, Bo Hunmu, Prince Lensgirl, and China. Tang Yan checked his watch and said, I'm late. No, that man is China. She said, I arrived on time. The group all looked at her simultaneously, and someone asked, who are you? Mannequin in China. Na stood there, he holding a cigar and saying, you can't enjoy a cup of tea here. You all are so stiff. That's all for my video. Above is a summary of the story. If you have any comments, please leave them below. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and click the bell to receive more interesting videos. Now, goodbye and see you again.